This guy has no luck getting chosen by the tower to receive skills. And of course, he can't join in on the monster-slaying mission either. All Kim Gong-jae can do is sit in front of the TV, green with envy, watching the mighty Fire King boast and show off. The more he looks at those posters plastered all over his walls, the more jealous he gets. Screaming out, "I want to be someone like the Fire King. If only the Fire King's skills were mine. How amazing would that be?" It turns out the heavens really do watch over us. Oh wait, it is not the heavens. It is the tower. Suddenly, a skill card pops up with a bright blue notification, surprising him with a skill out of pure jealousy. It is true what they say. You can get something for nothing. Even though he has seen this on TV countless times, Kim Gong-jae still can't believe it is actually happening. This is the moment he has been dreaming of for so long. Tears stream down his face as he hurriedly reaches for an SSS-Rank skill. I gotta open it right now. What is this weird thing? I want to be like that's plus rank. Automatic activation when killed by enemies. You copy a skill from an enemy who kills you and turn it into your own. You can T-copy from an opponent who is already copied before. The copying skill will be chosen at random. But first, you have to die. Kim Gong-jae was brought down from the clouds to the depths of despair, yelling in hopelessness. What is the point of copying now? Downcast and miserable, he drags his broken body to a bar to drown his sorrows. After downing a bunch of drinks, his head is pounding like crazy. Kim Gong-jae stumbles out, feeling dizzy. And what does he see? His idol and a saint arguing in an alley, believing that the saint had poisoned him and was preparing to assassinate him. The Fire King did not hesitate to strangle her in a sea of flames. Even as she screams for him to work things out, he shows no mercy. Kim Gong-jae stands by, witnessing the whole thing, turning as pale as a ghost, covering his mouth in fear. It is a negotiation between someone who wants to kill and someone who does not want to die. A heroic figure. Now, this guy's a murderer, a total psycho. The young man frantically tries to run for his life, but his legs have other ideas. They just give out at the worst moment. Then, the Fire King suddenly appears behind him. I thought I took care of all the trash around here, but there is still one left. Faced with death, all bravado disappears. Kim Gong-jae begs for mercy, shouting that he did not see anything and won't tell a soul. But how convenient is that? Showing up at the right time, in the right place. Calling out to the Fire King while running, it sounds believable. Sure, but if he were a fool, maybe the Fire King would buy it. But this is the Fire King, who has won countless battles against evil spirits. So of course, he does not. Kim Gong desperately tells him to use the lie detection skill to verify. But how unlucky is he? The Fire King has no idea what that even is. He just stabbed the saint because he felt a little suspicious. And of course, it is better to kill mistakenly than to let someone escape. Right after that, Kim Gong-jae turned into a wisp of nothingness at the hands of the Fire King. The last thing he heard was that guy's name. Zap. He thought he was done for, ready to face the afterlife. But then an unexpected blue notification popped up. Congratulations. You have died. The conditions for the skill are met. Randomly copying Josua's skill. Please select a skill type. Kim Gong, still in disbelief that he had crossed over, felt his body cold, reaching out to grab a golden card. And then he opened his eyes to find himself in a room. Not sure how he got there. The young man looked around in a panic, recognizing the familiar scene, TV blaring with news about the Fire King's interview from yesterday. Group chat messages buzzing. Everything was exactly the same down to the last detail. Kim Gong-jae hurriedly opened his skills to check. One was a total garbage skill, and the other was a skill he had copied from the Fire King's clock-like resurrection ability. The automatic activation effect triggers when you die. You will return 24 hours before your demise. Your memories and experience points are preserved upon your return. However, the higher your level, the harsher the penalty you face. Now, Kim Gong-jae understood the secret to becoming a legendary hunter of the Fire King, and why he killed the Saintess. It was because he had truly been poisoned by her the day after, fueled by anger over being killed by the same guy. Hearing the Fire King's overly confident words from the TV only intensified his hatred for that bastard. Just then, an explosion erupted outside, and everyone scrambled to grab buckets and rush to put out the flames. It turned out that the moment had come for the Fire King to be skewered. This was a city different from the outside world. It was a place built by those who entered the tower to become hunters. This city had many names. Babylon, the first floor city, or the city of death. But essentially, they all meant the same thing. Once you step in, you can't step out. The residents were used to situations like this, so they were not surprised. However, the fire was spreading rapidly. While the one responsible for the blaze remained unfazed as if nothing had happened, he appeared cool and nonchalant, spouting nonsense as if he did not care, trying to act eccentric. But no one knew his true nature except for Kim Gong-jae. The Fire King was nothing but a cold-blooded killer at that moment. All that occupied Kim's mind was the thought of taking him down for humanity's sake, for the honor of hunters. And so, Kim Gong-jae charged into the sea of flames, meeting a painful end for him. This was the only way to make that monster disappear from the world. A notification popped up, "You have died. You will return 24 hours prior." With no penalties for using the skill, so even a low-tier hunter, a useless one at that, could benefit from this, escaping any penalties. Kim Gong just sat there, deep in thought. Right now, eliminating the Fire King was impossible, even if he got lucky and pierced him. The Fire King would just return 24 hours prior, since he also possessed a resurrection ability. The only way for a low-level hunter like him to get to him was 11 years ago, on June 7th, the day he first awakened. If we count from today, that is 4,050 days. A light bulb went off in the kid's head. If he just died 4,050 more times, he could go back to before the Fire King awakened. The reckless kid said he would do it. And Kim Gong-jae immediately plunged a knife into his own heart and utterly painless death. And just like that, the notification of "you died" kept popping up, and I was getting more and more excited. The thrill of dying made him ecstatic. So he ended up dying 30 more times than he originally planned. Finally, Kim Gong-jae managed to do it. He returned to the time, just before the Fire King's demise began. He would painstakingly endured those moments, just to prove that the demon's death was not permanent. 11 years ago, on May 6th, Menlin tracked the Fire King to create the perfect plan. He repeated it 10 times without a single failure. Every morning at 9 a.m., he woke up in his shabby dorm, and at 3 p.m., he went hunting for the lamb in the hunting area on the second floor. At 21 years old, the Fire King was just a low-tier hunter hoping for a life change. Over time, he realized that just hunting the lamb would not cut it. So he took a risk and ventured into a hunting area that new hunters rarely dared to enter. Kim Gong had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he spotted the young prey, he sprang into action. He covered himself in fake blood, pretending to be attacked by a pack of wolves, and ran towards him, begging for a potion. The Fire King was furious that someone had interrupted his hunting trip. He pointed his sword at Kim Gong and shouted, "How much are you going to pay me for that potion? You have ruined my hunt today, and I still have to give you a free potion in front of a stranger I just met. You have got no shame." But really, who cares about shame at this point? Men quickly grabbed the potion, saying he would pay 20 gold, which was the market price. But the greedy guy was not having it. He demanded 40 gold because the other guy's life was on the line. Hold on. He was not done yet. The Fire King gripped Men by the collar and threatened him. "Give me everything you have got, right? You want to give it to me while your hands are tied? Don't worry. I will help you out." Even with the meager 60 gold from the poor kid in front of him, he still was not satisfied. He feared that the other guy might come back for revenge. So he decided to strike first. Thinking he had the upper hand, the Fire King charged in for an attack. But little did he know, Men immediately drew his sword and sliced his throat. The Fire King was completely clueless. Suddenly, he was taken down without a chance to leave any final words, only managing a shocked "ha" to prevent any chance of the opponent rising again. At that critical moment, Men rushed in and stabbed him a few more times to ensure he was gone for good. Kim Gong was not done being furious. He silently judged the Fire King as a cold-blooded killer, but pretended to be a knight in a sacred duel, acting all righteous after taking down so many innocent lives. To eliminate all evidence, Men fed the Fire King's remains to the wolves and changed into a clean outfit he had prepared, then walked out of the tower, passing the guards as if nothing had ever happened. It seemed like everything had wrapped up, and no one had any idea what had just gone down. Kim Gong happily returned to the bar to celebrate his recent achievement, opening the skill check status. Men realized he did not have a single fighting skill to his name. While I was trying to figure out how to make the most of my skills, a random old dude from Dong showed up out of nowhere, tall, dark, and wearing a suit with some bizarre red sneakers. Where did he come from? He ordered a bizarre drink, vodka with sugar and hot milk. Everyone around started gossiping, because this guy was none other than the Sword King. And he was caught up in a scandal for refusing to hunt on the 10th floor as requested by the Hunter Association. Kim Gong was trying hard to dig through his chaotic memories. The Sword King, his real name was Marcus Cullenberry, and he had vanished, totally forgotten until now, when he met the Harmony King. Then there is Joshua, who made a name for himself and became a legend. Looking at this old guy, Men felt a pang of sympathy. If this legend was here, he must have some wicked skills, not like the pathetic ones I have. Suddenly, a thought struck Men. If he got pierced by some hunter, he could copy their skills, even those of the #1 hunter in Korea. Kim Gong hit the internet, trying to gather intel to rile up the Sword King, but most of it was just fluff. While he was lost in his search, the old man suddenly started talking to himself, making Kwa jump in shock, thinking maybe he was actually losing it or had become so powerful it messed with his personality. After rummaging around, Men's attention was drawn to a warning. Never ask the Sword King about his descendants. It sounded ridiculous but also made sense. What did he have to lose? He could die 1,000,000 times. So why not? With that thought, right after the Sword King left, Kim Gong followed him, dragging his feet, almost lost track of him. But thankfully his hawk-like eyesight caught a glimpse of the old man's shadow. Men was pumped, feeling like he was about to become the world's #1. Mumbling to himself, that Fire King hasn't rank skill. What does this old man have? The great one of the previous generation. Just as he was enjoying his thoughts, he got his cover blown while stalking. Kim Gong was caught off guard and did not know what to do next. The Sword King approached, weapon in hand, asking, "What do you want from this old man? Buddy, your stealth moves are pretty good, but I expected more from a top-tier assassin like you." The more Kim Gong listened, the more he panicked. Wait. Hold on. What do you mean by assassin? Congrats. You do not need to provoke him about his descendants to get killed anymore. The young man nervously stepped back, trying to explain it was all just a misunderstanding, he was just passing by. But come on, I'm not stupid. As the legendary Sword King, you think I would let this old guy pull a fast one on me to save my sorry life? Kim Gong desperately tried to explain he was not an assassin, just a lost guy. However, the more he talked, the more it drove the Sword King mad. He said he had skills to confirm it. A skill that lets him see how many people they have killed. Men realized, even if he had a valid reason, a killer was still a killer. So he could not excuse that maybe the old man saw the #1 above his head. Kim Gong tries once more to salvage the situation, acting sincere but shouting, "Get it? But Kim Wong, please let me explain. I truly have a valid reason for this number. I swear on my life. But there is no way around it." The old guy takes off his hat seriously and steps forward, ready to strike. It is chilling. This killer, who has taken countless lives, is actually swearing on his life. Maybe I am not the cleanest person out there, but at least I am not a cold-blooded killer who sees human lives as worthless. At that moment, a question mark floats above my head. Like, what the hell is going on? I only killed one person. Is this dude losing it or what? To keep the kid from questioning the Sword King, he decided to reveal the truth, with a fierce look aimed at Kim Gong Ja. He asks, "Aren't you ashamed of these lies? The number of people you have killed is not just one, it is 4,091. Kim Gong Ja suddenly realizes, oh crap. I have pleaded with that jerk Joshua and begged myself 4,091 times. From his perspective, I am just a cold-blooded assassin who has taken 4,091 lives. This is not just about copying skills anymore. That Sword King will kill me on sight. The moment he lays eyes on me, he is going to kill me." Kim Gong Ja panics and runs for his life, feeling truly terrified, but with legs that are a bit too short. He barely gets a few steps before the opponent's sword is right against his neck, and he tumbles forward. In fear, I curl up in a corner, overhearing him mumbling to himself and interpreting it as some sort of telepathy, sharing info with others. Kim Gong Ja is even more terrified, thinking he is going to become the Hunted by the Hunter Association, chased down by bounty hunters and elite groups, until he is executed at the base of that tower. That can't happen. Kim Gong Ja decides he needs to die right now, and there he goes, being foolish. Somehow that is his talent. He opens his mouth to ask about the old man's grandchildren and family, and just like that, before he even finishes, he feels a chill at his neck, and goodbye head, gazing at the moon in the distance. Greed stirs within him once more. He wants to be just like that guy, standing at the pinnacle of fame, wielding the sword of a master. In the end, he finally dies and gains the skills of 2 top-tier hunters. After weighing his options, Kim Gong Ja prays and reaches for a skill card, hoping for a chance to change his fate once more. But there are no gold cards, just 3 crappy ones and 4 silver cards. Better than nothing. He just hopes he does not end up with a death-related skill, and instead gets something to help him succeed. Kim Gong Ja goes back 24 hours. And the moment he opens his eyes, he checks his hunter status right away. Luckily, it isn't a plus skill, but it is another passive one. Bored out of his mind, he flops down on the bed, lamenting his life, wishing he could get a martial arts skill or some sort of aura awakening. While lost in thought, he hears some mumbling by his ear and quickly turns to politely ask the guy next to him, "Who are you?" Just like a true kid, he is not freaking out at the sight of a stranger in his house. Instead, he moves closer to eavesdrop. The red-haired guy is surprised to see him and turns back with a puzzled look. "You can see me, and you can hear me talking too." With a bewildered expression, Kim Gong Ja replies, "Yeah, I guess. Since we are having this conversation." The opponent suddenly felt strange, looking around the tiny room in disbelief, wondering where the hell he was and where Marcus had gone. Kim Gong Ja quickly realized something and hurriedly activated his newly acquired skill to check it out. So he is a ghost, a guy who wrecked the tower of that world all the way to the 99th floor. But failed at the 100th, because he could not let go of his earthly desires and ended up as a Sol. He can physically interact with anything in this world, but he can communicate with the one holding this skill. Men felt guilty at that moment and gently explained in detail to the stranger. But I accidentally copied you. As soon as the red-haired guy heard that, he was totally shocked, eyes wide like saucers, shouting, "Get your ass back to the Sword King right now. You can copy me with your skill. Can't you? Then you should be able to erase it too. Right, you do not know how to reverse it. Everything should have been reset by now." Two strangers suddenly collide, both panicking, making a ruckus, but still struggling to find a solution. The guy cried like a baby, so pitiful that anyone who heard him had to shout for silence. "Marcus, you idiot apprentice. Your master is being cornered by a greenhorn. This is happening because my stupid apprentice did not listen to my warnings. I told him not to repeat my mistakes." He kept rambling nonstop to the point where men had to ask him to please just be quiet. But right after the idiot finished speaking, he snapped back. "Shut up. I am already dead." "Oh really? Can you please die quietly then?" It turns out the reason the Sword King is talking to thin air is because of this noisy dude. Kim Gong-ja not only had to hide from the Sword King, but also got stuck with this ridiculous skill. Talk about bad luck. The bored young man shared his story about being killed by the guy's apprentice, and how he ended up with 4,091 lives hanging over his head, along with this crappy skill. After hearing that men had been committing suicide repeatedly to go back 11 years for revenge on some guy, the old man found this idiot pretty interesting. So he told him to get up so he could check him out. He said that with some practice, the kid could improve. At least he had enough persistence and ambition not too shabby. Then, to test men's combat skills, he told him to fight for him, to build trust. He explained that he was born in another world and had a rose tower there. He quickly climbed to the top. And once you reach his level, you can assess abilities in the blink of an eye, the potential to become a hunter. And that is why he wanted to see men go hunting. After watching the young man handle a bunch of low-level monsters, he declared that men was a capable person, a person with infinite potential. Kim Gong-ja scratched his head, dumbfounded, telling him not to flatter him too much. He knew where he stood, but no. The guy said sincerely that he had no talent for martial arts. His movements were clumsy, his body untrained, and he did not even feel his own aura. But he had a talent no one else had, that he did not fear death. Normally, people instinctively protect themselves when they get into a fight. But this guy Q lacks that instinct. Maybe it vanished after he died over 4,000 times. Talent is not something you are just born with. Anyone can develop their skills throughout their life. One of the hardest things to conquer is facing the fear of death. It is wild how Malazada Tebenyama can make you question if not fearing death is a talent in itself. It is hard to believe. No one has ever told Kim to think like this. When asked what he thought about dying, Men honestly replied, "I thought it was beautiful," finding Ku to be quite the character. The old man excitedly confirmed once again that Marcus still has another version of himself as a guardian spirit. Right. He confidently stated that he wanted to see how Men would become a great hunter, and promised to help him until he could stand tall against Marcus, not just stand above him. "Let us conquer this tower together." The next day, before the rooster even crowed and the dogs had woken up, the old spirit was making a ruckus to wake Men. He never stopped talking for even a minute, making Ku cover his ears in despair while he helplessly rubbed his head. Fed up with this hyperactive old man, Kim finally caved and checked the time, shouting, "What the heck? It is only 4 a.m. You are out of your mind." I was wondering how the Sword King could get up at 4 a.m. every day. Turns out, it is not because he is disciplined, but because this guy keeps bothering him while he is trying to sleep. Annoyed, the guy felt like he was going to vomit blood and shot back, "I woke you up because I was bored." And if that was not enough, he laughed maniacally when Men said he wanted to kill him, saying, "I am already dead, so you can't kill me. If you have a problem, why do not you just off yourself? Oh right, you can even die. From now on, I am calling you Zombie Kim." They say when one understands 10, this old spirit understands 100. He never shuts up. Even when Men is completely worn out from training and can barely breathe, the old man is still dancing around it. It has been 4 days since Kim started copying the Sword King's skills. He had asked Roxu for help again, and was avoiding the Sword King as much as possible. Now, he is stuck following a grueling training regimen set by the old spirit to gain the strength to tackle the challenges ahead. In a material world that dictates the potential of consciousness, Men feels like he is in the Black Lake. So the old spirit suggested they need to make some money first. They decided to buy a lottery ticket. And with Men's skills, winning the jackpot was a sure thing. The two quickly headed to a place called Sang Ryan to collect their winnings. Their official name is the Merchant Union. run by a renowned craftsman who is the only one with the skill to trade with the outside world, and SSS-Rank is the only place in Babylon that sells lottery tickets. To keep herself safe, Kim Gomja boldly announced her win in front of everyone. Because if the winner gets attacked, SSS-Rank would bear the brunt of it. Since she hit the jackpot, she was treated very warmly by the manager. Arthur Tyler, normally, someone with an F rank like you would not even dream of talking to a business tycoon. But today is different. Staring at the $50,000 in front of him, he can't believe his eyes. With this money, he could live a comfortable and peaceful life for the rest of his days. If that is his goal, then he has definitely achieved it. But since he decided to conquer this tower as a hunter, money is just a stepping stone on the path to becoming a legend. He has seen a gold color even more beautiful than this pile of cash before. Following the manager's guidance, he asked SSS-Rank to hold on to this money and buy a prestigious membership title from Zol. A Zol is not just a group of friends going hunting. The biggest reason to join Zol is for protection. It is a pretty smart and savvy decision. There are protectors and hunters. But life would be too wild with just those two types of people. Plus, he also asked the old manager of Zol to arrange a better place for him to stay than that cramped rented room. Along with that, he instructed that if any news outlets ask about the winner, they can be told it is an honorary member of SSS-Rank. After dying 4,000 times and returning 400 days into the past, he could not enjoy it because he was too focused on revenge. And now is the time for him to savor it. Having sorted out his money, Kim Gomja headed back to prepare for training like any other day. According to the old spirit line, there are two ways to increase strength. One is to use scrolls to learn martial arts skills, or the other is to use potions to boost physical abilities. But with his level, even reading tons of scrolls would not do a thing, so the kid only had one option left, to use potion. Following Lun's guidance, they would go to a pharmacy rumored to be the best around, with each potion price sky high. And all the kid afford was enough for just 4 vials. As he was casually walking, suddenly the old man slammed on the brakes, shouting for him to run before things got worse. It turns out this was the store Kim Vikong frequently visited, and he was on his way there too. Seeing the figure of the old man who once pierced him, he still felt terrified, hiding behind a corner. Thankfully, he was not spotted. Otherwise, he would have been skewered again. The old spirit line worriedly lamented. This is bad. If he comes here, does that mean he intends to grab all those potions? Hurry up, Gomja. Follow me. Watching Kim V step inside, the two outside felt a deep pain in their hearts, tears streaming down. But it would be really bad if he had to share a store with Kim V Young. However, there are no shops in the top 20 around here. Not even in the top 100 or 300. After thinking for a bit, Kim Gomja came up with something. He confidently stated that they would not have to spend as much money as Line said, and could still get quality potions from a pretty decent alchemist. And to get what he needed, Ku dragged the teacher deep into the slums to search. Old Lun did not seem to believe the kid's nonsense, claiming he was some sort of ancient alchemy prodigy. Yeah, right. No genius is living in a dump like this. Ignoring him, Lin pressed on deeper, while the street thugs eyed him for anything worth stealing. But they quickly gave up when they saw Ku talking to himself like a madman. Too bad for them. If they knew Line was packing serious cash, they would be kicking themselves. After wandering around for a while, Lin finally found what he was looking for. But right in front of him was a brawl. Spark because that alchemist girl could not pay back a debt from 6 months ago, and they were seizing all her stuff. She begged, but their answer was a flat no. Everyone watching seemed way too familiar with this scene, and not a single person stepped in to help. Instead, they chatted away, saying the little shop was overpriced. The girl tried to convince everyone she was not charging too much, insisting she sold the best quality potions at the best prices in this Babylon tower. They should be grateful her shop was even here. Old Lin looked at her, feeling skeptical. Once the crowd dispersed, he approached her and asked, "Excuse me, are you still open for business? If so, I would like to place an order something a bit pricey. Maybe around 20,000. The girl in front of him was not just some lunatic or a total loser. She was a ranked 5th alchemist, and destined to become the leader of the Alchemists Guild. If he could connect with her, it would definitely give him an edge. This could be his golden goose. With that dark intention in mind, Men positioned himself as her #1 customer by suggesting an order for a whopping 20,000. A sum she would never seen before. The alchemist girl could not believe her eyes. Thinking a VIP customer was finally here to find her. Nervously, she led Men inside the shop to discuss. But it was a complete mess from the ruckus caused by those thugs earlier. The other party reconfirmed that he agreed to pay her 20k gold before diving into the main topic. To make sure she believed him, Men suggested he would pay that amount from his savings account as long as he kept the limit around 20k, since his money was not infinite. The crucial issue was settled, and they quickly moved to the main content. However, the alchemist reminded him that she would refuse any illegal substances, no matter how much he offered. Even though her business was struggling, she still had the guts to turn down 10,000 gold. She looked like a hot mess, but she was definitely cut out to be a master alchemist. Of course, Men did not have the guts to ask for illegal potions, relying on what he had learned from that young, crafty spirit to present his requests. I will only explain this once, he said. The liver of a pig, the eyes of a sleek cat, the skin of a giant desert worm. Blah blah. And finally, the tail of a god of the land. In total, there are 23 ingredients. Based on this formula, she quickly rattled off its effects when combined, which is to enhance the user's reaction speed. It is an incredibly advanced formula created by mixing all the components together at once instead of refining each one separately. The expert's persona began to shine through as she unleashed a torrent of uses, side effects, and all sorts of blah blah that left the old elf speechless in awe. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Men jumped in to ask when he could get the product. Once she learned it would take 4 days, Kim Gongjae could not be happier, recalling a time when he had to wait years to get potions from top alchemists. 4 days felt like nothing to him. A few days later, while he was daydreaming about the house Du Sangrian provided, she unexpectedly showed up with the potions earlier than anticipated. It included 3 boxes, each containing 30 vials that would last about 30 days. Worth 15 times more than what the shop recommended by the elf guardian offered. Watching Men excitedly receive the goods, she could not help but ask why he would order such an expensive shipment for an unknown pharmacist like herself. The reason? Because the pharmacist standing in front of Men was one of those genius prodigies. But he could not tell her that. And that was not the only thing. She was also the one who rushed to the scene of the Fire King's arson faster than anyone else, when the city was ablaze to save those trapped inside. Moreover, she was not easily swayed by the Fire King when she realized he was anything but ordinary. Her skills, kindness, and even her good character would not be a huge loss not to get close to someone like that. To answer her question, Men simply replied calmly that it was because she looked very kind. The young man even fibbed, claiming that good hunters like them had to succeed. It was so frustrating to see those crazy lunatics succeed, and he wished for the best for both of them. Surprisingly, Men's rambling actually made her believe him, which was quite a feat. She told Kua that they had to succeed to change the world, and whenever he wanted to place an additional order, he could just call. She would always prioritize his requests. Listening to these two talk made the elf feel nauseous. What was this nonsense about being good hunters? The next day, to practice, the teacher and student went to the 3rd hunting floor to take down those monsters. As per the teacher's request, Men chugged the potion without even having time to savor the sweet taste, and his head started pounding like crazy, feeling like he might explode. It was as if he could count every hair on his head, and even the sweat falling felt incredibly vivid. That is the effect of the potion. It heightened the user's awareness of reality. The elf began to explain about what was swirling around his heart, which was aura. It exists within every hunter when they enter the tower, but most are unaware of it. How freely you can control this aura will be the deciding factor. Normally, he would sense a flow in this state, but it takes a long time to develop. If you are lacking in talent, at least you need to practice hard. While he was explaining, the elf suddenly grinned eerily and shouted, running off like a zombie if he did not want to get caught off guard. What a coincidence and a shocker. Just when I quickly turned around, oh my heavens, a gigantic owl appeared out of nowhere. The spirit next to me called out, "Get your aura ready to attack." He said that owls are pack animals, low level, and their attacks are pretty straightforward, making it easy to read their moves. Just focus your aura in your calves. But what does a loser like that know about pulling off something like that? With all the strength he could muster, Ku sprinted forward. He could see the attacks coming, but his body just could not keep up. Thanks to the medicine, Men managed to dodge a few basic moves. He stood still, trying his best to regulate his aura, then pulled out the spear from his body to strike back at the enemy. The spirit leaped up and stabbed directly into the owl's skin, but that thing was thick and tough, so it barely made a dent. Men continued to focus his remaining aura into the spear, channeling all of it into the tip before plunging it deep into the monster. Finally, his persistence and effort started to pay off just a little. The monster fell, its body cold, but the spirit also took a painful hit because he did not clear a proper path for his aura. But hey, that is still a huge improvement. At least he activated his aura. Men was in agony, collapsing, unable to endure it any longer. It felt like something was about to explode from within. Forget about that loser still writhing around. The teacher next to him kept rambling on. In his pain, he just wanted to die. Right. Well, then just go ahead and die. If you did not have this skill, I would not have suggested this teaching method. That fake Marcus always just relies on luck after taking his medicine. He would not dare use his body recklessly like you do. But hey, if you just die, you can come back. Right. Easy peasy. How envious. Because your score will go up if you commit suicide. So let that monster behind you handle the rest. You have managed to use your aura on your very first try. At this rate, I think about 100 more times will be enough. Right. Every step will be a journey. So this will be your first time. Your first step forward, and then boom. He had no idea what was happening. Before Kim could collect himself, the owl behind him dealt a crushing blow. Before he could rewind 24 hours. Men would wait in the outside world for a few minutes to activate his skill's cooldown. But oddly enough, the spirit followed him, and here how strange is that. Just as both were puzzled, a green notification popped up. Skill activation conditions met. Owl's skill will be randomly copied. Please choose a skill card. What the heck is this? After reading the 2 cards, their eyes widened in shock. Monsters can have skills too. What the hell? This is a powerful shout skill. I want this skill too. Who the heck is monitoring this tower? Why give such a divine skill to a loser like this instead of a great hunter like me, so used to the noise of the teacher? Men did not bother to explain much. He reached out to grab a skill card, only to be stopped by the old man. Turns out, he could see the back of the cards because he could float in the air. So he could read which one was the best. The guys were buzzing with excitement, begging him to spill the beans on what those skills were so they could snag the sweetest one. In his eye, which he believed were super sharp even as a kid, and with a bit more age, he still had that keen insight. First up was the reproductive blessing card, which lets you pop out 9 kids at once without breaking a sweat. But you will definitely feel the backlash later on. Second on the list was the wig, which always throws a gwin at the end of a sentence. No clue why they do that. Wig. But you should totally start saying wig too. It is hilarious. You will never escape the fun when you say wig. It is like it is immortal. Both these cards are lame. But at least getting the wig is better than that reproductive blessing. Wig. Not letting the old man ramble on any longer, the guy quickly grabbed it and zipped back 24 hours earlier. The old elf felt wiped out after returning from the outside world with him. He begged the kid to practice by meditating instead of going out to fight monsters, saying it is painful beyond belief. He swore he would help him master his aura within 6 months. But it is too late for that. Old man. When a young guy decides something, he is going to make it happen. He took a swig of the potion and confidently stepped forward. Wait. Sword King. Did you know? You call me a zombie when you are up top, but down below, you call me a loser. And soon enough, you will have to call me a loser for real. Because I will show you how to break that habit. Facing the monster in front of him, the guy was almost used to its moves. Before long, he easily closed in and struck instinctively, sending it back to its ancestors in a flash. The old elf beside him watched in disbelief. Feeling sorry for the poor brain, furious, he unleashed a tirade, telling the guy to get his head in the game. Damn it. You are such a cheat. You knew this would happen, did not you? Do you feel good tricking an innocent brain like that? You think that is funny? Why do not you put yourself in the brainer's shoes at that moment, and see how it felt? Innocent brains in this world are tortured by a schemer like you. I am going crazy here. Tower. Why would you give a cheating skill to this jerk? In response to the old man's rant, the guy flashed a confident grin, saying, no complaints here. Just follow my lead. We need to clean up this 5th floor. A week later, thanks to his HG skill, the guy effortlessly cleared the 5th floor with just 6 lives. Even better, due to his relentless efforts, his existence was finally recognized, and he leveled up from F to E. Kim Jong-gu was soaking in this moment of happiness because it was the first time he had experienced this since breathing air. The old elf looked at him, puzzled, wondering if that was fire or blood earlier. So confusing. You might think he is just talking nonsense, but based on his experience of conquering 99 floors, he said it is not just about making you cooler when you level up. It is also a sign. When you level up, there are effects that shape your aura for the future. For example, the Fire King's aura is fire. The shape of your aura usually reveals itself during life or death moments. And trust me, those are not pleasant memories. It exists almost like a premonition. Looking back at earlier, you could guess it was fire or something bloody. That makes sense. The curious guy asked about the aura of the Sword King. Let us, to jog my memory. It is called moonlight. When that old man was young, he got lost in the mountains. Desperate to survive, he climbed to the peak. He said the moonlight cleared the sky beautifully. I want to shine by embracing the sunlight like the moonlight. He thought this at just 12 years old and has cherished that moment ever since. After hearing such an emotional story, the guy could not help but exclaim, no wonder the Sword King is extraordinary. After some casual banter, the spirit urged the kid to head up to the 6th floor for more action. But to everyone's surprise, the guy suggested, let us hit the 10th floor, a totally wild idea for a newbie. and the old man was definitely not on board with that. However, Kim Gam was quite confident and proposed a bet. If he could not clear the 10th floor in 2 tries, he would call the old man master. But if he succeeded, the old man would have to call him Gam Junam like a superior, with the condition that the old man would reveal the skills that the boss on the 10th floor has. Sounds tempting, but can we trust this kid who is so cocky? The spirit fell silent for a moment, feeling it was all a bit shady. But with his competitive nature, the old man immediately agreed when the kid taunted him, saying he was scared and could back down. Get ready, Kim Zombie, to serve your master for life. You won't be able to clear the 10th floor. That is right. You can die and call me master for life. Kim Gam was not backing down either. He smirked and said, get ready to call me Kim Gam Nim. Meanwhile, those who could not see the spirit thought the kid was losing it, talking to himself like that. To settle the bet, the two quickly headed to the 10th floor to carry out their mission, but going solo, the guy got stopped by the gatekeeper, who said going in alone would be a pointless death. How could he be so heartless to let a fool go and self-destruct? So think it over. Faced with this absurdity, the spirit urged the kid to just punch the guy and charge into the 10th floor. But who would be that foolish? At least use your brain. The guy calculated faster than light, pulled out a wad of cash, stuffed it into the gatekeeper's hand, and began his psychological manipulation through bribery. Hey, manager, I know you are looking out for me, and everything you said makes sense. Honestly, I really want to self-destruct, and a year ago, my wife left this world, not long ago. The doctors diagnosed me with terminal cancer, and they say I only have 6 months left, but I can't live without my partner by my side. Yet, no matter how weak I feel, I am still a hunter at heart. Instead of wasting my remaining days in a hospital bed, I truly want to dedicate my last bit of strength to my country. This is the money I saved for treatment. Please take it. People come and go like dust in the wind. I do not want to leave anything behind in Hong Tran. Please, manager, do not put my name down as someone who was here. This is my final wish as a hunter. It is honestly hilarious. A story that really gives you chills. Thanks to a heap of cash and some slick talking, our guy finally made it to the 11th floor without a hitch. This place was supposed to be cleaned up by Yusua. But guess what? That is old news. Now, our guy is about to write a legendary tale, even better than King Hada V Zong. King Gongja has always wondered why, among all the different hunters, only Ha Ving could clear the 11th floor so easily. And to answer that burning question, the young man decided to find out for himself. The gate to the 10th circle of hell, Maiden, swung open, revealing a sea of dolls engulfed in hellfire. They kept urging players to come play with them, to make them happy. The mission on this floor was to find out who was real in this mansion, pick out the true puppet, and destroy it. No matter how much aura you wrap around yourself as a shield, you can only survive in this blaze for 10 minutes. But for a fire aura hunter, that is a piece of cake. And that is why Yusua breezed through this round, leaving no trace behind. Even though Hen had been around for ages, men could not help but feel salty, constantly bringing up that jerk's arrogance for being the first to clear the human floor. The instructor suggested there were 2 ways to finish this floor. Either chance it by finding the real puppet or use your aura wisely to last long enough to find it. It is just like they say, no pain, no gain. After a heated argument, just as Men's aura ran out, he had to randomly pick one in the last 10 seconds. But honestly, random choices rarely pay off. The puppet kept insisting it was not it, slowly fading away. And just like that, Men got burned and knocked out. In the outer realm, a random notification popped up. You copied the skill of the Hellfire Monster Maiden. Exactly as Men had predicted, the old elf did not even need to look through the mess, and instantly pointed to the golden shield of Hellfire, urging Men to pick it right away. It could create a fire aura field with a 2 kilometers radius around it, and no one could escape the area without the owner's permission. However, you needed to be inside the shield, and seeing that the kid was still standing outside, the old man quickly urged him on, saying, that is definitely it. Pick it. Even though it was a boss, it still had his rank skill. Just imagine Hellfire appearing with a snap of your fingers. But Men did not think that way. He sensed something was off. Something felt unsettling, especially when the puppet suddenly started to melt away. The young man asked the old man to read more skills for him, one by one. The skills were named, and Men's attention snagged on the last one. It allowed the owner to designate living objects within the aura that would not catch fire. Kim Gongjae felt strange from the start. A puppet among thousands. The one with fire aura would not burn, but neither would the others. So this was the answer, ignoring the instructor's warnings to grab the golden shield for immediate hellfire. Everyone would be amazed by his deep insight, but Men stubbornly chose that skill card instead. Now, the kid could go back and find the real puppet without a care in the world. The game is easy, but how easy remains to be seen. Just before he could turn back, the kid faced a penalty for leveling up to E. A bright green notification popped up. Replaying the scene of the Maiden Inferno. Bringing back the moment of the enemy you killed. It is the memory of the level 10 boss. In a world plagued by famine, a charming little white-haired crab keeps knocking on doors, begging for a crumb of bread or anything edible. Yet, after so many encounters like this, the townspeople feel no sympathy and just shoo him away. While walking down the street, the crab suddenly runs into a dapper young man. He approaches with a feigned look of pity and says, "Kid, you look starving and beat up all over. Right, come with me. I am a doctor, and I have tons of kids like you at my mansion. We can get treated together and have fun together too." Lured by his sweet talk, the little one followed him without a second thought. But contrary to what the guy said, there was no fun or healing here. The crab was thrown into a steel cage and treated like an animal. He was the master of a cult, using stray children as tools for profit. This bastard used the kids as sacrifices, believing they were the spawn of witches, the poison of Zorakur, and viruses of the state. One day, out of sheer carelessness, someone knocked over a black tree onto the floor, engulfing the entire building in flames. The people inside quickly fled the mansion, not forgetting to grab whatever valuables they could carry. But they completely forgot about the kids locked in the basement. The fire spread rapidly downstairs as the white-haired boy screamed for help. But it was all in vain. They had not done anything wrong. They did not want to be burned alive. They just wanted to play with their friends. Just a little bit. At that moment, men's punishment came to an end, and witnessing the children's suffering left him feeling utterly powerless. Rage, hostility, revenge, and unbearable fury. Unheard voices, unfinished dreams, all turned to ashes. Not wanting to become like that bastard Fire King, men desperately sought another solution. Even as the old spirit kept rambling about finding the boss, smashing it, and quickly climbing to the upper floors, men resolutely refused. He realized that the golden entity had said no one could leave the arena without the owner's permission. The members of the Black Dragon Society could survive and return without defeating the boss. The only answer to this was that it allowed them to escape, a place where no human could surpass. Kim Gong-ra figured out how it operated. The boss only wanted one thing from the adventurers. It just wanted to play with them. The young man opened the door to the 10th floor and rushed inside, ready to play with the trapped kids. With the skill he had just sung, men confidently stepped into the sea of flames, unafraid of being turned to dust. One by one, he selected the kids, and memories of them flashed back, all leading to the answer. It was not him. After a long search, fate finally smiled upon him. Men found the boss easily and placed his hand on its head. That kid finally met a player to team up with, a smile spreading across his face, accompanied by the most sincere thank you. The boss was found, the mission accomplished. But standing before that mansion, an indescribable feeling washed over him. Whether in this world or the one outside, terrible things like this always happen. To calm his little brother down, the old man started rambling about how everyone is the same. Blah blah. But then, he got lost in his own thoughts, muttering to himself, "Wait. Hold on. I can't keep preaching like this. But more than that, you are amazing. You took down the boss your way. Amazing woodshop style." Just then, fireworks lit up the sky of the floor, announcing the completion of Floor 10. Floor 11 will be unlocked in 24 hours. Broadcasted to every alley and corner of the tower. Everyone started going wild in the chat group, trying to figure out the identity of the conqueror. The haters thought it was the Dragon Guild's doing, while the treasure hunters believed it was the Sword King. But they were all wrong. The proof? All the big guilds were out there, nowhere to be found inside the tower. The question of who kept popping up in the chat had everyone curious. This was the second time the old spirit experienced something like this. How strange and nostalgic it felt. Close inquiry asked men how it felt to go from side character to main character. Is it thrilling? Men happily replied that he felt amazing, as if he held the entire world in the palm of his hand. Just then, the gatekeeper dashed over. "Hey, Hunter, is it the one who cleared Floor 10? Yep. You are the only one who made it past Floor 10 today. This is a message from above, asking me what is going on." Faced with that questioning tone, men simply asked what if he did do it. And what about his name? He would already given that guy 100 gold. The gatekeeper had to shut his mouth, only daring to ask what the young man's group was called. But that kid did not have a group at all. The old spirit next to him praised that kid for making the right call. His name was valuable, and he had to keep his identity secret, making them search for him. But in response to those praises, men looked at him with suspicion, shouting, "I just realized something. The reason you praise me so much is because you called me Lord Goblin if I cleared the boss door with 2 sous. Right, and what are we doing? I actually cleared Floor 10 with those 2 sous. The old spirit flipped faster than a pancake, getting closer to massage the kid's shoulders and flatter him, saying, "Think about it. You and I are teammates. We are equals the one who cleared floor 99 with the one who will clear 100 floors. Comrade. Best friend. Who is the fool? Men did not care about any of that. Just keep calling him Lord Goblin for life. Having conquered floor 10, men returned to the cafe on the first floor, casually sitting back, listening to music while waiting for eager customers. Constantly being called Lord Goblin made the old spirit incredibly irritated, leaving him feeling more dazed and foolish than ever. Shouting, I want to go back to old man Marcus, but it is too late now. Sweetheart. Didn't you say we would be teammates for life, side by side forever? Half an hour has already passed, and men gazes at the stars in the sky, counting them, hoping that something good will come his way. Just then, a cat appears out of nowhere, meowing and making men feel all warm and fuzzy inside as he scoops it into his arms. Meanwhile, the old spirit looks like a total nutcase, putting on quite the show. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, the uninvited guests finally arrived. They were the heads of recruitment from the top 5 guilds in the tower. Before diving into the bidding war, men laid down 2 conditions. First, do not leak my name to the press until that clock hits 0, because I do not want the paparazzi snapping pics before I step onto floor 11. And the second condition, keep an eye on the other customers since this is a public place. The conditions were simple enough, and they quickly shook hands to take over the cafe for an hour, kicking everyone else out on the spot. With everything sorted, it was time to negotiate, one by one. The Zolts tossed out their bids to lure in talent. 10,000. 15,000. Then 25,000 gold, none willing to back down. But suddenly, the cat in men's arms spoke up, offering a price of 500,000 gold and proposing that the young man become the deputy commander of Zolt, leaving everyone in shock. Turns out, that cat is Rengba Ryanzu, the countess of the merchant guild. No wonder she is rolling in duff. Now Men is definitely intrigued. She was puzzled and asked Men why he was not surprised at her transforming into a person. Doesn't that freak him out? Kim Gongja had seen weirder things, like that ghostly spirit floating behind her. So this was just another Tuesday for him. At first glance, you would never guess she was 40. And the richest among the elite in the tower, she must be on some serious anti-aging regimen. But putting beauty aside, Ryanzu got straight to the point, kicking those wannabe recruits to the curb. If any of you can offer more than 500,000 gold, we can keep chatting. Just as the staff left, the bosses rolled in like they owned the place. The first to shout was Reng, the malevolent boss Jun Viper, causing a ruckus. You little brat. What the hell? Next was Reng, the heretical interrogator Jun Heretic, and then Reng, the vice crusader Jun Crusader, followed by Reng, the dark sorcerer Jun Ak Long. All these high-level players were gathered here over some kid who just leveled up from F to E yesterday. They were like a bunch of rowdy kids, bickering loudly in the tiny coffee. The first question they threw at men as soon as they sat down was, what is your next move? Faced with these powerhouse figures, Men felt a bit jittery. He realized they were testing him. It could not be a coincidence that they were all here. This was likely their strategy, to intimidate him. The old spirit quickly noticed this, and warned the kid to stay calm. If he panicked, they would pounce on him right away. That is the difference between the strong and the weak. However, none of this compared to being burned alive. Right now, all he needed to show them was that he was comfortable. There was no reason to fear them at all. Kim Gong-jae cheerfully calls the waiter to order like it is just another day in the neighborhood. The only one sweating bullets here is that young waiter who is practically shaking in his boots. Can't wait any longer. They demand he pick a guild. And if he is not planning to join one like the Sword King, he better let them know. They need to inform the media. The cold-hearted leader, Heki Long, explains that if he intends to join, the competition is about to begin. They have been stuck on the 9th floor for too long. When he clears the 10th floor, it is his chance to showcase the tower's worth to the outside world again. It will bring war refugees inside the tower. And most of the hunters living on the 1st floor will feel the urge to conquer the higher floors. The world won't stop at the 11th floor. Curiosity is the only thing keeping this tower alive, especially with food supplies needing to be increased and saved. It will be tough to feed everyone with just 9 floors. Even though Countess Ryunju of the Merchant Guild is holding the food supplies with the outside world, it is definitely not enough. This is the moment to gather more food. Hunters need to venture beyond the 10th floor and find resources that only exist up there. Moreover, this message needs to reach the outside world. A symbol is essential for a new era. After hearing what they said, I felt pretty curious. Those were the moves the Fire King made. But Ryunju is trying to help create that symbol, even if I do not know the reason. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. To settle this without any disputes, Kim Gong-jae suggested they play cards. He would join whichever Ryunju wins. And money or rank does not matter. However, if he wins, he will make demands of all Ryunju. On the outside, he will still be a member of Ryunju. But in reality, everyone must see him as being on the same level as them. A guy who just cleared one floor of the tower wants to be on par with the high-ranking members. Now that is interesting. Anyway, there is nothing to lose. And they all agreed to his terms as long as there is no cheating or using skills like that. Anyone who cheats will have to withdraw from the competition. Kim Gong-jae is pretty confident in this gamble. He has his own ways to win without anyone catching on, of course. Everything comes with a price. To pull this off, he had to negotiate broadly with that elf. If he does not want to be called Lord Gong-jae anymore, he just needs to help him out. Poor guy. Feeling down about being pushed around. And now he feels like he has found a lifeline. Is this for real? This is easy to fake. Got it. I accept this proposal. Got it. You are giving me a promotion. I will let you know if they cheat. Gong-jae-nim is truly amazing. The old spirit was like a goldfish swimming in the pond. Flopping around like a kid spilling all the cards the opponents were holding without a second thought. This little Gong-ja has run out of good cards. So you should fold. This guy thinks he is gonna cheat. How embarrassing. Just go all in already. He is about to throw down a big hand. But do not worry. I have seen his cards. He can win this. Trust me. Just push all your chips in. And so, with the help of the teacher, our player went through 30 rounds without losing a single match, driving the so-called top player, Jun Viper, into a furious rage, yelling that he must be cheating. But honestly, how could he ever beat us? The kid just gave an innocent look and told him to show his cards or he would be really hurt. The guy still would not back down. The taunts from his opponents only fueled his anger, clutching his head in frustration. He could not believe how smug he looked. There is no way he is a seasoned player. Turns out this dude has eyes in the back of his head. Just chilling out while he burns through the competition. You think I am a newbie? I just leveled up to ranky yesterday. He was so riled up that he felt like he could vomit blood, and he could not find a single comeback. So he just retreated backstage to wait for the final results. Round after round, everyone else dropped out one by one, leaving just the girl who had to sing her heart out. Still fighting, they had realized that Men was definitely using some kind of skill. But there was nothing they could do about it. The last round was dealt, and the singer tried hard to convince him, but Men was completely unfazed. He said he liked being in the spotlight, wanted compliments, and hoped to inspire others to be like him. Just that was enough for him. The leader of the singer crew was pretty tough to crack. Even without the skills to beat her, he still went all in. Kim Gon, looking super cool, told them all, I am really confident. Let me tell you, my achievements 1T just stop at level 10. I will clear out levels 20, 30, 50, and even 100, no matter how long it takes. I am going to reach the top of this tower. I respect that you all see this tower as treasure. I do not have to fight you, but I will see you as rivals. I would rather explore the world outside this tower than know what is lurking inside. Honestly, I do not know much about the famine and poverty here, but if you want to use my name to tackle those issues, feel free. Just help me climb this tower. I want to know what it feels like to stand at the top. Finally, the game ended, and Men claimed a perfect victory. The spirit was overjoyed, spinning around like a kid, feeling like he had just been reborn, repeatedly shouting Zombie Kim as if saying it would guarantee his success. The man hailed as the Sword Emperor was acting so childish. Talk about a total joke. Before leaving the cafe, Men revealed to them that the hints from levels 11 to 20 were all about role-playing. But beyond that, he had no clue what was up there. The next day, everyone gathered in the center, ready to step into level 11 as the portal began to open. Everyone was still wondering about who had cleared level 10. The Sword King had to put on his serious face to make it clear that he was not the one behind it. Is the countdown ready? Everyone counted down the last 11 seconds together, as if welcoming the new year. At that moment, fireworks lit up the sky, and a beautiful girl appeared mysteriously above everyone. From today the tutorial is over. I will say it again. From today the tutorial is over. Heroes, those who have climbed to the top of this tower, congratulations on conquering the fiery 10th floor of hell. Heroes, the world needs your help. In this world, humanity is under siege by the Demon King. Now, you will be revived there as heroes to protect humanity. If you want to accept this mission, just say teleport. Everyone thought it was an angel, but the spirit casually said it was a scam, just an automated Kanda system. No matter how much it looks like a goddess, it is just a recorded video because he has seen it once before. Just then, a Sword King from the rooftop swoops down, breaking the dreams of the young men below. The top-ranked players quickly accepted the mission and were teleported to the 11th floor. Only one guy was stuck with the reporters because Kruz Sater leaked the information. Faced with the reporters' relentless questions, the dude replied shortly, I will be the one clearing the 20th floor. And just like that, he teleported to the 11th floor. What lay before everyone was a scene of utter destruction. With the Empire's soldiers battling monsters to protect something, the tower sent a mission, Rescue the food supply line with a difficulty rating from F to A. Disaster has struck the Ajum Empire. The Demon King created a battalion to destroy the Empire's food supply line to cut off the capital's workforce. Save the Empire's food supply line. This will be the first step to saving the Empire. If you fail, the 12th floor will not open. Everything went haywire as everyone rushed into attack. Even though they did not know what was happening, they had to defeat them first. With his top-ranking position, the Sword King surged forward like a comet, and the other hunters followed his lead. Mid the chaos, the guy casually drew his sword. The dude calmly opened the hidden rewards he got from clearing the 10th floor. The feeling of Hay game was truly exhilarating. From here, he realized there were two ways to defeat the Demon King. Be strong enough to take down the entire demon army alone. Lead an army to match strength with strength. Of course, the dude would choose the second option. Even though he lacked leadership talent, he had the talent for Hague game. Dying to create something that could lead an entire battalion. They say victory and defeat depend on skill. It is not just luck, but also using your head. Kim Gong flipped the map to find an NPC with leadership skills, displaying its location and his own. And then off he went straight towards it. The old spirit was furious. Hey Kim Zombie, this is not right. You have to walk with your own 2 feet. Do not swagger like that without feeling embarrassed. Men approached an NPC in the fluid Demph outfit, with excellent skills, starting the psychological manipulation show. General AI, Jim Sabat. Since the general trusted me, I have a favor to ask of you. Actually, I have a secret skill. If I unleash it, the blessings of the Lord will flow onto this battlefield. It is like a suicide skill. If I go down, this empire will reap the blessings and victory. Long story short, convincing this guy to stab himself to boost his leadership skills. The old teacher next to him kept yelling at the NPC to run away, claiming this guy was just bluffing, saying there is no skill like that. But it was all in vain. No one was listening to him. In the end, with a mouth sharper than a jumping shrimp, men successfully got him stabbed and he dropped dead. Cold feet. A notification immediately popped up. You have died. Skill copied from Nepsi Sabai. Just as Q expected. There is a saying in the hunting elite that there are always higher mountains. No matter how skilled you are with a knife, you can't compete with someone who commands an entire army. A saying created by the mighty. And of course, that someone here is men. Flashback 24 hours. The crew was just like any other day, buried in goblin guts, hoping to scavenge a little something from the Swordsman King. Looking at Ku riding his horse leading a whole army, they had to stop for about 5 seconds, wondering who that hunter was and why he was there. With the vision skill he just copied, men could see the entire battlefield, whether allies were in a favorable or unfavorable position, and where the enemy's weaknesses lay. Thanks to it, along with his head start, he felt like he could see everything from the saddle of Sabbath Ajim, commanding an entire legion. Surely over there he would find the Demon Lord's general, with a few monsters lurking around. But it would not matter. He just needed to hit them right. This skill turned men into a military expert, earning the trust of the commander. Everyone watched the legendary sword, considered the protector of life and Ajim, in his hands, as they shouted, "The hero of the goddess will protect us. The immortal empire. The immortal hero." Other hunters looked at men with envy, wondering why he was the only one allowed to be with the commander. Since he showed up, he had been like a hunter. Blah blah. Seeing him getting all excited over others, jealousy only made the old teacher more furious. He had taught him about aura to practice swordsmanship, and yet this kid was using it to listen to others babble. What a disappointment. The battle was gradually reaching its climax. Thanks to the NPC tools, they were controlling the situation. The left flank of the demon army was obliterated. The troops continued to attack their main forces. Other hunters, along with the Swordsman King, stepped forward behind the hero, taking down goblins one after another. Before long, the boss of Floor 11, the Goblin Emperor, was stabbed dead by men. Cheers erupted. Praises flew. Joy and happiness spread across the battlefield. We have taken down these vile monsters. The goddess's hero has defeated the enemy leader, the immortal Ajim Empire. Finally, the level has been completed. They conquered Floor 11 in just one day. The tower begins assessing the participants of the raid, swiftly revealing the top 10 contributors to the mission. And guess what? The number 1 spot goes to Kim Gong Ja, followed by Sword King, and then a few other heavy hitters. Everyone looks at men's name, puzzled, wondering why the number 1 spot has no alias. Kim Gong, the guy who cleared out the 10th floor. Is he some kind of stealth master? The spirit sees them showering praise on the kid and mumbles, "Yeah, right. This so-called master is just another clever punk." He still refuses to admit this is a game of skills, placing more importance on a person's capabilities than the skills themselves. To appease the teacher, Men promises to practice some swordsmanship after clearing the 20th floor. So the teacher should quit potting. Hearing that from the kid, the spirit feels like he has won the lottery. He lights up instantly. eyes shining like headlights. Grinning with glee. That is right, kid. You finally see my true worth. You know, the tower you are climbing may be different from what I have experienced, but in my world, blah blah. Before he could finish, suddenly the MPF general from the Ajam nation appears, thanking men for bringing victory to them. He confidently states that he will place the fate of this empire in the kid's hands. Just then, the tower sends out a notification assessment complete. The rewards for the top contributors to the raid are in, and those at the top will get early access to floor 12, until the top contributors claim their rewards. Everyone else will be locked out of floor 12 instantly. The top 10 members are teleported to the Empire's palace. Concerned for the kid, the spirit reminds him about Marcus's presence. If he takes notice of you, he will come at you hard. But Kim Gong-jae is not fazed. He seems to have a plan and confidently replies to the teacher. Don't worry too much. The worst that could happen is I die. Everything will be fine, cause I have got this all figured out. As expected, they just landed in the Grand Hall, barely having time to greet each other, when Sword King goes for a clean sweep. Tomorrow, the notorious Jun heretic interrogator quickly intervenes to save the new shrimp. Marcus does not waste time trying to explain. He threatens them. Get out of the way. I need that guy. If you do not move aside, do not blame me if I take an arm during the fight. The interrogator does not grasp a thing, but he calmly replies, I still need my arm for a lot of things, and if we let Kim Gong just slip away, the reputation of the great Jun will crash and burn in an instant. Can you tell me why you want to take him down? Blabbering leads to oversharing. Sword King simply retorts he is not obligated to explain anything, so do not bother him. But come on. Old man, you are way off base. Why are you trying to go against the youth at your age? Right after that, the interrogator uses a teleport skill, and 2 other Jun members appear right above, ready to take him down. Luckily, thanks to his high agility, Sword King dodges easily. Those clumsy attacks can touch him at all. But that is not all. The paladin continues to make his move, asking the countess for 10k gold under the pretense of a cash advance, then using a divine skill to wrap his body in gold for a chaotic 300 seconds to boost his 2 teammates waiting nearby. To shake the Sword King's confidence, he issues a warning this countdown has begun. The paladin and the clan leader Chungon are about to become a whole new ball game. Even if it is him, he will have to face me. The countess, the paladin, and Viper. Sure, the countess might have lost a bit of cash, but if he wants, we can see who bites the dust first, him feasting on some naked chicken, or the countess running out of money. Just then, the black dragon makes her entrance, declaring her participation in the battle because yesterday they struck an official deal with King Ganja. Pointing a sword at him is basically pointing it at them too, and this is exactly the plan men devised. He once said there are 2 ways to take down a strong opponent. One is to have enough power to fight them head-on, or the other is to build an army of your own. A solo player is utterly powerless against a hunter from a powerful alliance. To make the plan flawless, Men steps forward to ask King for a few moments to discuss and find common ground. He plays the innocent card, claiming he does not know why he is being targeted. It is their first meeting, and he has not done anything wrong. The righteous do not fear the gallows. But going up against the guys is still something to think twice about. King feels wronged and starts lamenting about how ever since he joined the tower, he has been pressured daily by them to join the Jun, and explains why he refuses. He wants everyone to understand that one can reach the top of the tower without worrying about lineage, nationality, or any of that lowly stuff. One can achieve greatness with just a sword. Success comes from talent and hard work. He wants to bring hope to all players, while those who hesitate are nothing but trash, buzzing like annoying flies. The guild leaders are like they have been hit in the sweet spot, yelling at him for not helping to conquer other levels, which would reduce damage and costs, and about using his influence to help people improve their food shortages. Blah blah. They bluntly say that if they are the trash flies, then he is just a kid avoiding responsibility. If he is a king, he should act like one and take on his responsibilities. But no matter what they say, the king still insists on pointing his sword at men. He will fight even if he is surrounded by 10 like him. Kim steps in to mediate, suggesting that instead of bickering like a bunch of old hens, they should unite to tackle the issues on level 12. Even if they are just MPs, they claim their country is on the brink of collapse, and the revived heroes want to prevent the empire from crumbling. The paladin by his side also steps up to voice her support. Though she does not understand why the king is acting this way, she is willing to sacrifice a bit and use her lie detection skill to help both sides reconcile. Of course, Men immediately agrees to the paladin's request. He wants to seize this opportunity to eliminate doubts by using another skill. The king, in turn, softens up, saying, Paladin. You are the only one here I can trust. All right. I will place my faith in you. And so the exchange begins with the old man Marcus asking if Ku has requested over 4,000 people. Right. Men smirks devilishly and nods like a fish caught in a net, causing the king to scream out in frustration. He is definitely a schemer. This guy is the assassin sent here. Who knew he would? Before he could finish his sentence, the paladin interjects, firmly stating that is the wrong answer. The correct answer from Kim Gong-jae is that he lied, meaning he did not kill 4,000 people. Who could possibly request that many people? Anyway, Kim Vyung was losing his mind, refusing to believe it and just pointing out that Ku was a seasoned assassin. Men laughed maniacally, claiming he was exactly what the old man said. The paladin on this side confirmed that it was a lie. Marcus was increasingly baffled, wondering what the hell was going on. No matter how he spun it, nothing added up. The guy, furious, shouted at the guard, accusing her of lying. The paladin shot back with a question that left him speechless. He had clearly asked from the start, and had promised to trust each other. Was he really about to take that back? But at that moment, Kim Gong-jae started to make his move, feigning innocence as he admitted, "Yeah, I did kill someone. But it was just one person." Of course. A killer is still a killer. But that bastard really deserved it. He tried to kill me first. Honestly, it was just self-defense. Everything men said was confirmed by the paladin as the truth. Shocking Marcus, who could not believe his ridiculous skill could actually be wrong. Kim Gong-jae stepped closer, telling him to apologize. Kim Vyung should apologize for what just happened. Without the protective orders, I would have been a goner. To steer things in a better direction. The paladin reiterated that everything he said was completely true. Not a single lie. So hurry up and apologize to him. Faced with all of this, you would think Kim Vyung would refuse to believe it and declare war again. But unexpectedly, he bowed his head and spoke the most sincere words. I am truly sorry. I was wrong. I thought too simplistically and misunderstood you. And I almost killed an innocent person. Please forgive me for trying to kill you. Thanks to you, this old man has made it to the top of this tower. So have mercy and let me off the hook. Marcus realized that his skill was pointless. He promised himself from now on he would not kill based on it anymore. With his pride and trust shaken, Kim Vyung had no choice but to lower his head and apologize to continue living, in response to his heartfelt words. Mong blushed and shyly asked him to teach him how to wield a sword. Having such a master means no one could possibly rival him. Everyone witnessing the heartfelt exchange between the old and young friends felt incredibly moved. Urging Kim Vyung to step down, Marcus had been frozen for several seconds. But now he regained his composure and agreed with the kid. Not only that, Marcus seemed really excited, wanting to introduce his granddaughter to him, suggesting that the kid change his style of dress, and blabbing on about countless other things that made Meving just want to escape once more. Helplessly considering suicide to start the day over, while the old man was pulling him by the collar, rambling about love, the tower sent a reward for completing the mission. And of course, the first slot went to Kim Gong, the top of level 11. There were 2 rewards to choose from. The first was the guardian goddess, the protective deity of the Akin Empire, who was moved by your contributions. Therefore, she bestowed upon you a crucial responsibility for the nation. You can become a high priest, a general, or the leader of the knights. And whichever position you choose will inherit the abilities and prestige of that role. Team up with your fellow warriors and take down the Demon Lord's lair on the 20th floor. But if you choose the Demon Lord's reward, you will miss out on the goddess's gift. First up is the Demon Lord's reward, the autumn reign of the Demon Lord. He is pretty impressed with your performance. He is secretly teamed up with you, promising a goddess-like reward plus something extra. Except for you, all the top 10 warriors have been killed. The Demon Lord will unleash his power and elevate you straight to the 99th floor. But only one person from the top 10 will claim the Demon Lord's reward. If no one chooses, the reward will vanish. Reading the announcement left Mender shaken. If everyone bites the dust, can they really complete the mission to the 99th floor? Not to let anyone make a mistake. The old elf immediately warns that this is definitely a trap. Do not fall for it. Of course, you realize it is a trap, because that jerk Fire King would never pass up the Demon Lord's reward. That jerk will absolutely choose the Demon Lord's reward. But he will still be stuck on the 40th floor, not the 99th. The Demon Lord's reward is definitely a trap. But honestly, it does sound pretty tempting. I would not want to be skewered by the boss on the 99th floor. The old man, seeing Ku's misguided thoughts, quickly interrupts, saying, "Don't do that. Look at me. I am the Sword King. I climbed to the 99th floor alone, and I failed. Let me point this out to you. This is a trap. Only terrible and horrifying things await you there. With your current skills, not only can you not handle anyone in the top 10, but even if you find a way, You will just be an ant on the 99th floor. There are no bosses on the 99th floor, no monsters at all. But instead, something far more terrifying awaits. Whatever. It is a trap. Donnie say I did not warn you. Thinking back on what I went through, the old man still feels everything is just terrifying and surreal. Turning to Ku, who seems relaxed, he tells him he did really well. Just keep doing what you are doing, and you will eventually make it past the 99th floor. Not sure why he suddenly acted like that, but better to play it safe. Mender decided to skip both options to see what would happen next. He explained the rewards he received to everyone, saying he did not choose either, so they should figure out what is best for themselves. The god of protection questions Mender's decision, while the demon lord laughs menacingly. Next up is the rank 2 Sword King, who realizes why Mender did that it is the safest choice. But honestly, it is not necessary. This is a solid reward, tough to follow. So the Sword King opts for the god of protection's reward, taking on the role of supreme commander of the Ajim Empire, fitting his own abilities. Next up is rank 3, the Cross Knight, who, to clear up any confusion, reveals all his rewards, treating it like a mafia game. Look at those who chose the reward of God as knights, and those who picked the Demon King's reward as traitors. And now, even the knights are on edge, trying to figure out who the real betrayer is. They will use the paladin's lie detection skill to get to the bottom of it. Everything should be as easy as pie. And he immediately chooses the role of supreme commander of the empire so he can get into character. The next group, full of faith, sees this as the best choice and all opt for God's reward, leaving no one to pick the Demon King's gift. However, when the announcement for the reward distribution pops up, that is when the confusion starts to set in, tensions begin to rise, and the guild masters can keep their cool any longer. They demand the paladin use his lie detection skill right away. But after asking everyone, it turns out all of them are telling the truth. People keep asking each other if it is not one of the 10 here. Then who the heck is the traitor? Witnessing the chaos, even the goddess of protection has to lament their stupidity, while the Demon King secretly revels in the bloodlust. Doubts start to brew among the group, with the Sword King suspecting that maybe the paladin is the liar covering for the guild masters. She tries to calm everyone down, insisting they need to trust each other and analyze the situation clearly. But seriously, how can anyone stay calm at a time like this? The Cross is starting to get chaotic. He believes that since the 5 major guilds have worked together for 10 years, it is hard to trust anyone else besides those 5. And it would be a waste to lose 10 years just to build trust with everyone. The Cross immediately uses his skills in combination with Viper to take out guilds 8, 9, and 10 one by one. The paladin keeps screaming at him to stop, but it is way too late. A horrifying scene unfolds before their eyes, causing everyone to cover their mouths in shock. 3 lives are snuffed out in an instant, and the supporting characters, who have not even had a chance to shine, are laid out like offerings. However, after they finish begging, the tower reveals that none of them are the Demon King's servants. The Cross still is not done. He is wiping the blood off his hands with an exhilarated look as he glances at the paladin. This is just wild. I thought the traitor would be one of these 3. Haha. So who is the traitor among us? It looks like trust is about to shatter in a moment. The Sword King can't just watch anymore. He angrily charges at Viper to attack. The Cross arm gets sliced, but it does not matter because he can just reattach it in the food chop. Everything goes berserk. Viper can't hold on any longer, and he screams for someone to help him. He is about to get sliced up by this old Sword King. The paladin, feeling desperate, calls out to Kim Gum. Since he is the only one not cashing in on the rewards, the others might be the Demon King's servants, but he is not. The fight breaks out. It is 4 against 1. But the Sword King stands his ground. Nothing can stop him now. Everyone is putting their trust in him, respecting his decisions because they do not trust their own judgment until the traitor is caught. Thinking a battle is imminent and a traitor will surface, Men sacrificed his reward, but never imagined it would spiral out of control like this. Staring at the chaotic mess before him, Men desperately tries to reason with the Sword King to stop, shouting out in vain, "Let us talk it out. I will date your granddaughter for sure. If only she can make it to the tower, so support me. I might just become your future son-in-law." Who would have thought this would turn out so good? Messing with your grandkids really pays off. The Sword King immediately halts and tells him he would better find the traitor and take them out first. Phew. At this moment, Men finally breathes a sigh of relief, glad the old man agreed to stop. The paladin urges everyone to stay calm and explains that they do not know who the traitor is. They can't even find him, but that is a different issue. They can take down the traitor even without finding him. The focus is not on identifying or killing the traitor. It is a trap. This traitor could be wreaking havoc right now, stirring up internal chaos, or the system could choose its own traitor. First, they need to eliminate the Demon King. If he goes down, the reward will vanish too. It is a simple problem, no matter how the tower tests us. The solution is always straightforward, just climb the tower and destroy the Demon King's core on the 20th floor. Right now, the mission for the 12th floor is activated. And outside, a terrifying red rain begins to pour down. MPs clutch their heads in agony, constantly lamenting the nightmare. The nightmare rain is pouring down again. All of it. Demon King. Goddess, please do not abandon us. Just then, the Demon King appears with a massive knife slung over his shoulder, saying, "What a pitiful bunch. You brought beings from another world here and handed them high positions, thinking they could be your shield. Call as many as you want. Hundreds. Thousands even. In the end, they are just human like you. How pathetic. You still do not realize your own foolishness, those fragmented humans, devoured by their own deep thoughts." According to the tower's message, the mission this time is to stop the Demon King. His power has weakened since arriving here, and if we fail, the 12th floor won't open. People started arguing again, claiming this was something they could not handle on their own. I tried to calm them down, assuring them that the tower would not send an impossible mission. They can't get through this phase alone. They need to convince the NPCs, boost their combat strength, and lead them into battle like real humans. The heroes have received their roles, and now it is time to get into character and complete the mission. Kim Gong, relying on the roles everyone has taken, starts assigning tasks. First up is the Paladin. This is the reception room, but there is no king in sight. He is probably somewhere with the NPCs. It will be tough to control them without their king, so the Paladin's job is to find the king. Next is the Commander, who will need the walls, and to calm the soldiers, they must protect the walls at all costs. If they fall, this phase will end. And then there are the others. Everyone has their own tasks suited to their roles. The people on the 11th floor have now been moved here to carry out the mission, while everyone spread out to work. The leader of the Black Dragon and the Black Witch return to search for men using her teleportation magic, able to go wherever she can see. Quite interesting. The elf told men to let him kill her. Teleportation is a powerful skill. Turns out the Black Dragon came to take men away, because when she was on the 11th floor, she saw him with some sort of sword, boosting the soldiers' morale. She felt they needed him more than they needed her. The Black Dragon needs Kim Gongju's approval to move men, because that is the skill's limit. If the companion does not agree, nothing can be done. The young man seemed confused and asked her if revealing its limit was okay, since it must be in rank skill. Is not that her trump card in this life or death situation? There is nothing left to hide. It is completely normal for a chancellor to use their trump card to protect the nation. Time is running out. The Black Witch urged the crab to agree quickly and head to the castle right away. The rain continued to pour. Tears from the NPCs flowed as well. Unable to leave after showing her pathetic side to men, the Black Witch stood in front of the soldiers and began to rally them to stand and fight with all their strength to protect the Ajum Empire. The goddess will stand with them. The sword was raised. The protective goddess expressed her gratitude for their choice, gathering her final strength to illuminate the entire sky, even though it is just a tiny light. The rain has started to stop falling where it shines. For those who have lost everything, this moment becomes incredibly special. The reason there were no NPCs in the castle at first was that all the rulers had abandoned the empire. Perhaps that is why the tower chose the empire as a stage. Just like the abandoned child in the castle on the 17th floor, the rallying cry of the Black Dragon, alongside the light of the goddess, worked wonders. Those fallen NPCs began to rise and fight to defend the empire. To complete the mission, men suggested that the girl help him out. First, he needed to create a situation where he could face the Demon King one-on-one. Then, while the NPCs were outside, he would try to gather the hunters, at least with their help. It would not be too overwhelming, and if the Demon King wants to summon more monsters to break the walls immediately, he should teleport to where Han is. The Black Witch was curious and turned to ask the crab if he was trying to play a special character. Was he looking to get himself killed? She was right to be suspicious. But men, without a hint of fear, confidently replied that what he wanted was victory. Dying was not the end. He had his plans, so she should trust him. Every hunter has at least one secret of their own, so the Black Witch did not pry further. She hoped that his sword would be sharp enough to take down the boss. Just as she mentioned the boss, it appeared towering and swinging its sword straight towards the castle. Many NPCs had already fallen. The scene was one of devastation and ruin, and the message of a hero sacrifice a hero not under the Demon King flashed ominously before them. The Black Dragon froze for 5 seconds, staring in shock, and exclaimed that the sword saint, the Inquisitor, and Viper must be fighting alongside their army. The Paladin was probably searching for the king, so the only one who could be there was the Countess. How could this wretched woman die before me? She felt incredibly sad but could not cry. They had fought side by side for 10 years to reach this day. As if that was not enough, if the Countess was gone, the link of the tower to the outside world would collapse, temporarily setting aside the grief and consequences. The Black Dragon held back his emotions and told himself to focus on what lay ahead after all. Even the Demon King could not attack continuously, so they needed to defend the walls together. Looking at the map, Kim Gong realized that the Demon King had changed formations. They were preparing to attack here. He and the Black Dragon quickly teleported to the front lines. The elf began to get serious and instructed. Hey zombie, 1 minute is fine. 30 seconds is not enough, so hold on. To win this battle, you must become the hope of everyone. It does not matter how long it takes. Just show everyone what it looks like to stand against the monsters. No one can become a hero just by surviving for 30 years. When people are left with just 30 seconds of despair, the one who can give them 30 seconds of hope can become a hero. I promise to teach you the sword techniques before level 20. Right. It might be a bit early, but this is your moment to practice. In battle, what matters is not a single absolute second, but a relative second. Use your sword to blind them and steal a second from them. Come on. My companion, it is time for you to become a hero. Draw that sword with all your might and transform into someone else. Your second will move faster with all your heart, and your sword will be quicker than even my second. Thanks to the enthusiastic guidance of the teacher and the perfect coordination of my buddy, men has started to adapt gradually, taking down one monster after another, exterminating them before the next one appears. Like a symphony of swordsmen, 10 seconds have passed. Countless monsters have been sent back to their ancestors by my buddy. And suddenly, a thought struck him. Why would the tower grant a rare skill to someone like him? It does not have to be someone great like a deity. What is wrong with giving it to an ordinary person? So why, in a world of 8 billion, would they give a skill to a cycle like him? Does the tower think no one can conquer it except Joshua? So to conquer the tower, do I have to become as crazy as he is? Ridiculous. I will be the one to conquer level 20 in place of that Fire King, and I will take level 30. Level 50. Even level 100. I will show them all. 30 seconds have flown by, and my gong has leveled up from E to D. Everyone in the top 10 has gathered here. They have completed their tasks and charged into battle. No matter how terrifying the Demon King is, everything around me freezes. I have only one thought in my mind. Move forward with the combined strength of everyone. The path opens up swiftly, just as we planned. The sorceress quickly teleports the generals to the Demon King's location. However, in stark contrast to them, Men rushes in alone. This scene is about to disappear the unity of everyone, the sacrifices made to cooperate. Perhaps people want to remember. But that does not mean everything disappears. Just like the souls who died on level 99 are still with those who died on level 1. When you return, although nothing gets resolved, you will become stronger. And everything will get better. To the question of whether I came to kill you, the hero of the Demon King, Men confidently raised his finger and responded. I came for you to kill me. You fool. The notification of your death appeared instantly. The skill condition has been activated. Randomly copying the Demon King's power just as planned. System notification. You have randomly copied the skill of the Demon Lord you encountered. The old spirit turned around and said, I have seen every skill. Let me read it to you. Anyway. The tower seems disappointed with the hunter's attitude, gathering the skin and nodding in response. Okay, thanks to you. The old man smiled back. All right. Listen closely. The first skill is named, the flood of regret rains down, ranks, and its effect, no one can see it. It is invisible. Humanity believes something does not exist if it is something they cannot see. You guys are blind. Right. That is right. You bunch of prisoners. Let us expose everything so they know how many lives have been lost in their captivity. The sky is painted crimson, and just a bit of rain falls. But only the blood rain you witness can truly fall. I do not know why you have this feeling, but the beautiful emperor is definitely going to break through to level 10. Doesn't he the tower feel guilty about that? The old spirit's voice rings out. This is the next skill. Heart's Call. Ranks. Effect. Empower your aura using your own emotions. The stronger your feelings, the more intense the aura reacts. Determination for revenge. Resentment. Pain. Any feeling will do. All will ignite. But you might get caught up in those feelings. The Gong family ponders. Every level has hidden tasks. You are deep in thought, and level 12 is surely no exception. The old spirit speaks again. The next skill is this. Summon dead spirits. Ranks. Effect. Bring back your deceased friends as ghosts. The dead cannot inherit skills or memories from their past lives. You can only summon monsters like goblins, brain demons, zombies, and skeletal mist. However, you can only summon once a week. The Gong family crosses his arms. Watching 3 glowing cards hover in front of him, these are my top 3 skills. He raises his hand. I will choose this one. He raises an eyebrow and says, Oh really? I have no idea. But at least this will be the most useful skill for you to conquer up to level 20. The old spirit mumbles. Is that? Do as you wish. I do not know what you are planning, but I am really looking forward to it. The Gong family touches the card and exclaims. Oh wow. Sword Emperor. He asks. Are you used to daily sword training at the Sword Emperor's place yet? He replies. What do you think? Marcus is a real old-timer. He has a clear plan for everything from dawn until he goes to bed. The Gong family glances over. That is why I asked about his evening plans. There will definitely be a time to use them. The old spirit nods in agreement. True. The system lights up with a notification. Selection complete. Skill copied. Flashback to 24 hours ago. Even though I will see the Demon Lord's cursed egg, you are currently a D-rank hunter. Because of this skill, you will face penalties. We will now revisit the curse of the enemy that helped you. The difficulty of the penalty is common level. It is a starving demon. Later, we will talk more about this nightmare. Scene shifts to another location, where a witch is sitting with her elbow on the table, asking, Are you leaving already? The Gong family nods and replies, Yep. Level 11 will open soon, so I have to prepare now to not fall behind. The witch asks again, Do you even know what level 11 is like? Level 11 will be fine. But when the Demon Lord appears at level 12, then you all, seeing you do not respond. She calls your name louder. Kim Gong family, are you okay? You seem off. Are you in pain anywhere? You are hugging your head and look a bit exhausted. It is just that everyone is so talented. And now we are stuck in this situation. It is really frustrating. Doesn't anyone feel a bit dizzy? After that, he gathered himself and put his hands out, wearing a rather optimistic expression. Anyway. Yeah. That is the truth. I know what the 11th floor is like. And even without that person, I already know what to expect up there. Everyone froze when they heard him say that, because it was a reward for me for conquering the 10th floor. I mentioned this because analyzing the shared information together would be better. Right, gathering his thoughts. He questioned and answered himself. That is right. But I have one condition. His image appeared in the eyes of the sorceress, and his voice echoed in everyone's ears. When I speak up and make a request, you all must listen, Gamja said seriously. Although I can't reveal my request just yet, I promise I won't threaten anyone's life or demand money. If you find my request unreasonable, feel free to refuse at that point. Erratic Sokso chimed in. I think that condition is great. With information in hand, we can tackle almost any problem. I agree. Ryandu closed his eyes and smiled softly. We have the right to refuse. So I am on board with this. The others nodded in agreement. Utha. Let us just listen for now. This meeting won't harm me. I agree. All right. That wraps up phase 1. He smiled and spoke up. Now, I will spill the beans. From the 11th to the 20th floor, it is the AIM Empire. Everyone buzzed at the revelation. Indeed, the first 10 floors were just practice. But from the 11th floor onward, we are diving into large-scale battles. Gomja glanced around at everyone before continuing. I will let you in on a little secret for the guild members, oh boy. They are going to throw down. This way, we can tackle the 11th floor with ease. Before leaving, he turned to Paladin and said, I will take my leave now. Holy Knight. She perked up when she heard her name. Gomja suggested, You are the captain of the guard. Right. Want to take a little stroll? I have some advice for you. Paladin agreed. I was just about to get up too. As long as it does not take too long, that is fine. He smiled. Yeah. Just 30 minutes will do. She smiled back, adding a hint of humor. That works for me. I will gladly accept this date invitation. As the two walked down the street, nearby whispers filled the air. Has he not said anything yet because someone new just showed up? Could it be real? Are the big guilds adjusting something? I want to get through too. The old elf followed closely behind. Someone's voice rang in his ears. Why is there no clue about the new floor? Suddenly, Gamja's voice echoed in his head. Fake. Zombie. Noticing the strange change around him, his expression turned serious as he secretly instructed the old elf to follow him. Gamja asked again. Probably not yet. He nodded to himself. So do not look back, even if you do. You won't recognize him. That old man has stealth skills too. He felt lucky. Just in time. Just check if he is following me. He thought to himself. I have felt this bone-deep pain at the front door. Gamja fell deep in thought. If I wait until the 12th floor to clear up the misunderstanding with the Sword Saint, it will be too late. I need to resolve this before entering the tower. The Sword Saint's relationship with the guild leaders is terrible. Once he puts his sword in my hands, he will treat me like a guild master, and then we will have a bomb named traitor dropped on us. This is a shortcut to destruction. Paladin noticed they had been walking for a while in silence, so she looked around and asked, Kim Gamja, where are we headed? He turned back, smiling and said, Sure. This path might be a bit dimly lit, but I want to introduce you to a shop. Inside Gamja's mind, he was plotting. He wanted to lure a legendary swordsman, He tried to catch attention by mimicking the daily routine of the swordsman as described by Bihuri. Once the swordsman noticed him, he would surely follow, of course. The holy knight beside him had no idea about this. Baladin looked puzzled and asked, "A shop?" Gamgee explained. "It is a shop run by a nameless alchemist who is quite skilled. Once it gains some fame, this place will be huge." "Holy knight, you should come and help him with the business." She smiled softly. "Is what you just said true?" Realizing she had activated her lie detection, Gamgee remained unfazed and replied, "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" He chuckled innocently. "I am only concerned about that person. I do not want to spin a suspicious tale. I just want your help. No matter what dangers I face, you will be fine. Trust me." Baladin felt confused, thinking, "Is all of this really true?" She chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry, people say I tend to be overly suspicious. Let us keep going," she added. The two continued toward the place Gamgee had mentioned. As they entered, the alchemist greeted them with a smile. "Welcome," he asked. "Are you still open for business?" She smiled brightly. "Even though I am closed. For you, I am always ready to welcome. You are our first regular customer." Then the alchemist looked at Gamgee's companion and asked, "And who is this with you?" When he heard Gamgee introduce her as the Holy Knight, her eyes went wide in surprise. The alchemist was taken aback. "The head of the guard team. Aren't they quite noble? What is she doing here?" Gamgee thought with a smile. This reaction is pretty normal for an ordinary hunter. Right. Suddenly, the alchemist dropped to the ground and shouted, "Are you here to bust me for drugs? Just because I operate in this alley does not mean I make any harmful substances. I live a very honest life, and I will continue to do so. So please focus on the investigation." "Gamgee, you're really overreacting. I allow you to retreat to normalcy." Baladin nodded. "All right. You really need to calm down. You're just making it weird." Realizing she is in a panic. "Everything is just a mistake. It's not a big deal." Gamgee sat tightly with the alchemist. She reassured, "You don't have to worry. I am not here for that. The owner is a fine person." She looked up at him cautiously and asked, Can you explain why you brought someone here? Compared to your talent, this shop is really struggling." "I am just sorry and thought to introduce the Holy Knight to this shop." The alchemist was so surprised she stuttered. I introduced. Gamgee mentioned something. She wants to see some magical water samples. Did you know? If the potion is good, she might sign a contract. If she supplies potions to the guard team, it would be great for you." The alchemist, with teary eyes, grabbed his hand and said, "That would be amazing. You helped me when I was setting up my shop. You helped me place bulk orders. And now you are even introducing acquaintances to me." She spoke with a hint of sorrow. "How can I repay you?" Just then, someone opened the door and walked in. Gamgee had been waiting for this moment forever. He did not look back but cast a quick glance behind him. Marcus stood at the door and said, "Everyone else can leave. I just need this guy to stay." Cold said, "This old man has something personal to discuss with you." He then asked, "What brings you here?" "Holy Hunter." The other party looked at her with an admiring expression and replied teasingly, "This young lady is quite the spicy one already." Gamgee remained silent, listening closely to every emphasized word from him. "I told you to step aside. The men here have business to settle among themselves," she nonchalantly replied. "You really know how to be rude. You and Hunter Kim have something private to discuss." "Right." Marcus repeated his request. "You need to step outside. This is the third time I have said it." When suddenly Paladin quickly interjected. Saying it once and not being heard does not mean the third or fourth time will work either. "Holy sword. You are getting old, do not forget even basic logic." Marcus gritted his teeth at her blunt remarks. Kim Gamgee has officially joined the 5 great guilds, and attacking him means declaring war on us. I do not know what you are plotting, but do not expect the guards to just sit back and let you do as you please. He merely scoffed, as his skilled hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it from its sheath. Sure enough, every guild claims to be in the same boat. I already know that, the opponent replied, confused. But seriously, I am starting to lose track of what you are trying to say. Paladin mirrored his action, maintaining an oddly calm expression. Holy sword. I have received quite a bit of intel that you sometimes go hunting for people, but we are not at the point of interfering with your personal matters. However, if that happens right in front of me, it is a whole different story. I would risk my life to stop you. Marcus shot him a challenging glare. Confident she could stop me, Paladin was well aware of the power gap between them, so he did not dare assert anything. I will do my best to fight you, and I will die. But when I do, your name will be forever linked to that of a vicious murderer who kills the innocent. Holy sword. If you want to live out the rest of your days with that title, then go ahead and attack me. This is the weakness of the holy sword that you learned from the last playthrough. Memories flickered back to the past when Marcus had asked about Paladin. The Holy Knight, here. You are the only one who would never harm anyone. Right. Good. Then I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Looking back now, the holy sword is quite vulnerable when it comes to innocent lives. From that, one could deduce. What you are carrying is probably the only innocent among the guild leaders here. In the holy sword's view of violence, someone who has never killed anyone, this holy knight is indeed a good person. Aside from one other. Just then, the old alchemist rushed in front of Gong Ra, his words dripping with veiled threats. Excuse me, sir. While I do not fully grasp what is happening, this client is my benefactor. Even though Babylon lacks laws like the real world, if you touch my benefactor, even if you are the holy sword, I will not spare you. Marcus stood frozen in the food shop as the opponent's earnest voice continued. A few days ago, the thugs were causing chaos around here. But you need to leave my shop. I officially request you to exit. Madame Latin assured that this was a form of harm for those who could not match the holy sword's strength, but the only one who can stop the holy sword is this good girl. And Marcus is acting super shady right now. If I want to fall into the gutter, I have to get along with that person. The hand quietly withdrew from the holy sword, then turned to leave, not forgetting to leave behind an excuse. Just because today was not the day, Gamja subtly breathed a sigh of relief. Good. The second condition is done. Before the holy sword tries to kill me, at least I should have a word or two to say back. A strong voice suddenly called out. Wait. Holy sword. Tomorrow, I will be waiting for you in the northern clearing. Gamja announced with a determined expression. If he comes, great. If not, no biggie. I will wait for myself. If he wants to know what I am like, he can come tomorrow. He did not respond even with a word, his sharp gaze flicking back. Clearly, he saw Marcus's slow retreat, and someone sharp remarked sarcastically, talk about losing 10 years off your life. But he wants to meet the evil demon killer on a white knight. The other side asked back in confusion. Is the holy sword really known as the evil demon killer? Paladin quickly denied it. Famous. Not really. But at least the people from the 5 great families know. She calmly recounted the image of Marcus standing motionless in front of a pure white flower under the pouring rain. His daughter and son-in-law were murdered by those killers. He does not like to share his story, so I am not sure. Gamja could only listen quietly. Which is why the holy sword has no feelings towards the killers. Yeah. But there was no evidence from the start, so we are just outsiders. Of course. But everything is a secret. After understanding the whole story, the old spirit quickly confirmed the information. That is right. He once talked to me. Only his granddaughter and grandson are still alive. He turned to question. Why are you just mentioning this now? The old man shot back. Well, you did not ask. Paladin continued to express his personal opinion. Yeah. It is not that I can understand the holy sword. But if you are in the guard team, you will have to deal with all kinds of criminals. There are times when I talk to them and wonder if letting people like that go is really okay. The ones who are dying have already been killed. And sometimes even I feel conflicted like that. Half of her face turned slightly to the side. Everyone in the large guild has their own story to tell. Since you have joined our side, you will gradually uncover countless rotten things and see how you react. Realizing she was leading the conversation too far, Paladin shook her head silently. The story had taken a different turn. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Not the brightest but a rare sight. How's the poison price here? The guard team's budget is always in the red, so if the price is too high, that is a bit of a problem. As time flowed into the next day, the countdown clock was ticking down every second. Everyone here was engaged in lively discussions. Gamja stepped out of the woods, staring intently at his phone. The atmosphere felt just like last time. He pondered silently but noticed a few differences. Looking at the hot news on the screen, a masked figure was breaking through the 10th floor. Who could it be? Once done, Gamja quickly tucked it into his pocket. Nothing was different. He was the only difference. Just then, Marcus suddenly appeared from across the way, revealing he was actually waiting alone. A flashback of my past self flickered in my mind, as he boldly challenged me. Alone yet confident that he would find a way to escape. Well, a guy who has slaughtered countless times like you must be pretty confident in your abilities. Gamja could only stay silent, unable to rebut that statement. The old spirit asked him kindly, Are you okay? He tightened his grip on his shirt, trying to reassure himself. Just my heart aches a bit. Once he calmed down, Gamja launched into a long explanation. Saint of the Sword. I have an extensive story to share with you. I know why the saint wants to kill me, Marcus smugly accused his opponent. As expected, a thief gets nervous when caught. You need to recognize your own guilt. However, what he said next was something the old man never expected, because of the scouting skill. Right. This left Marcus utterly shocked. How did you know? Suddenly, he clasped his hands together earnestly. Please believe what I am about to say. I understand how hard it is to earn everyone's trust. Gamsha silently analyzed. Everyone has their own stubbornness. And for the Saint of the Sword, it is the skill. The old man in front of him had lived his whole life with that stubbornness, making it his very existence. This was how the Saint of the Sword had convinced himself to deny the life he would lived until now. No matter how absurd or difficult it was, he would risk everything. Another shocking declaration came from Gamsha. Saint of the Sword, I have a prophet, leaving Marcus utterly speechless. He honestly confessed. To be precise, I have a skill that allows me to make predictions. Thanks to this skill, I know you have the scouting system. If this keeps up, the Saint will want to kill me. So I asked why he had to kill me. The old man silently listened to every word, as the Saint had already stated. Based on that skill, I had a number above my head, 4.093. Marcus did not respond immediately, even challenging his opponent. Take a guess. His hand gripped the sword behind his back. Guess how many fingers my left hand is showing right now. If you are a prophet, this should not be hard. Right. He thought to himself. It seems I really need to use this method. All that is left is to wait for the right moment to strike. If you can guess, it is because of your deceit. In his heart, he felt almost certain, just as he expected. Just as Marcus was about to dash forward at an unimaginable speed, he suddenly froze. Watching his opponent self-destruct, Marcus's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Blood instantly displayed the message. You have died. You will respawn 24 hours ago. Time rewound to the moment when both stood facing each other again, and Marcus posed the riddle. Guess. Jung finally spoke up. You are trying to hide your hand behind your back. Right. You want me to guess how many fingers you are holding up. And he thought, if I really am a prophet, this should not be difficult. Right. He tried to convince his opponent. Saint. Trust me. I really have this skill. If you kill me now, it will be as easy as flipping a coin. With me around, you won't make it past floor 12 safely. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Hold on. I will wait. Marcus remained stubbornly defiant. But that is still not enough. Who knows? Maybe you have some mind-reading skills or a unique technique. Instead of being a prophet, what do you have to prove you are the real deal? Gongra silently agrees with that sentiment. True. He thinks just once is not enough. The notifications keep popping up. You are dead. You will return 24 hours before. He mentioned a different time before respawning. But Marcus just pointed his sword right at him. That is still not enough. You need to prove you do not have any other skills. Let us be real. You know convincing someone is not easy. The familiar message pops up again. You are dead. You will return 24 hours before. Gongrai is doing his best to get his point across. I can be killed here, on the 12th floor. There are going to be a lot of injured people. I am serious. If that guy is some old man leading a specific field, it is even tougher. His expression grows increasingly desperate. Please. Trust me. It is. I am willing to try as many times as it takes. Even if it takes a week or half a month. I am confident I can persuade him. The repeated messages keep coming. You will return 24 hours before. Gong Ra's death is longer than his life. After all those attempts, he now just bluntly states a few sentences. I am not saying I am innocent. Nor do I want to beg for my life. The opponent hesitantly asks. Then what are you saying? His hand suddenly spreads wide. 5 days. For the next 5 days, please do not kill me. Follow me, and see for yourself if I truly deserve to die. Seeing the other party hesitate for a long time, Gongra grows impatient. It seems he still does not trust me. Now, he is going to drop the final bomb. He starts his prophecy. On a day not far away. You will say this to me. If I say, you will believe I am a prophet. What I am saying is, the system suddenly reveals itself. Angels. O conquerors of the tower. To Marcus' astonishment, a shocking truth is unveiled. Even the old spirit is equally amazed. Gongrai is extremely confident in his assertion. Even though I do not know whose nickname that is. Just saying it should be enough. Right. The system reminds. You will face the trust challenge. The answer you seek will help you understand who you truly are. Marcus confirms. You said 5 days. Right. The melodic voice continues to flow steadily. You will understand yourself. The shadow of the opponent reflects deeply in his knowing blue eyes. All right. For the next 5 days, I will follow you. I will observe all your actions, words, attitudes, and stances. In the end, we reached a consensus. And then I will decide if you deserve to die or not. Is that clear? Agungra naturally agreed. Sure. Okay. He then bowed deeply, sincerely thanking him. A scene of bloodshed flashed through his mind. All right. The promise of the guild leaders. Kim Holy One to kill Gongra the moment he sees him. At that moment, the news broke that a warrior had fallen. Next, the ruins painted a picture of utter devastation. For now, Kim Holy would trust him. He had to meet all the conditions to prevent any unnecessary sacrifices on the 12th floor. A rare, genuine smile formed at the corners of Gongra's mouth. Kim Holy. See you on the next floor. The system's voice echoed again. Tower Conquerors. You have been given the order, it eagerly replied. Wishing you good luck. Gangra stood amidst the chaotic battle scene. People were shouting, watch out for arrows. What the heck is going on here? It is the warriors saving the empire. That brave warrior demanded. You must help us rescue the empire. The announcement board displayed. Supply mission. The Empire of Adam faces disaster. The Demon King, a legendary being, has finally awakened the army's power. The Demon King is incredibly powerful, cruel, and cunning. First, he intended to cut off the empire as supplies. Please protect the harbor. This battle will be the first step in saving the empire. However, if the 12th floor won't stay open, just like last time. But the Black Sorcerer shouted loudly, Black Dragon assemble. Then came a resounding declaration. From now on, Black Dragon will command this battle. With teammates ready to fight behind, she proceeded to assign tasks. The John Moon, self-defense team. Take the left flank and break through. Mangsin Shun and Sang Ryan. You will take the right. Black Dragon will breach the center. And if anyone has issues with the orders, speak up after the battle is over under the Black Sorcerer's banner. If there is time to shout, grab an extra Ozna. Everyone rallied together. Excited voices piled on top of each other. Moon cheered enthusiastically. You guys, stick close to me. If anyone dies before me, that is the first one going to hell. The paladin just chopped down a goblin while constantly reminding himself. What is going on here? All troops. Assist John Moon. So those arrogant wild boars do not get isolated. Heretic laughed cheerfully while stepping on another one. Ahaha. It seems that the easiest actions lead to instant execution. Let us coordinate as a unit. Folks, Ryan sighed dramatically, sipping her drink. Everyone is just bursting with enthusiasm. Let us take it slow and not overdo it. Let us help each other out. The battlefield was in ruins. Smoke rising everywhere, with a cacophony of clashing sounds echoing through the chaos. Oh. Savas immediately turned to rally his followers. Look, the warriors from this world are not hesitating to push back those monsters. The Empire's fighters, let us join in too. Everyone. Follow me. His words further strengthened everyone's faith. The gods are always watching over our empire. Behind them, the old elf asked Ngongra if he was alright. He reminded the other guy that if he did this, he would attract less attention. But he just smiled contentedly, continuing with the criticism from the one who observes Gongra closely. Who does not want to stand out in front of others like you? If you keep this up, won't you be less noticed than before? He replied nonchalantly. It will be like that anyway. It seems he has accepted his fate. But this mood is not too bad. The old elf was quite surprised, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Ho ho. Kid. You have grown up a bit. Gongra just chuckled. Grown up. Whatever. I think I should prepare something without noticing the shadow lurking behind the noisy crowd. Sensing a strange presence, he instinctively turned his head back. Utterly horrified, Gongra could not help but wonder what he was doing there. Marcus just reminded him of their earlier agreement. I said I would keep an eye on you. He repeated once more. I told you before that I would watch you for 5 days and decide whether or not to kill you. You would never dream that guy is one to keep his word. Is he really planning to stalk me 24/7? Receiving a definite affirmative. Of course. That is right. The Sword King casually swung his sword towards the goblins in the distance. His nonchalance only added to their confusion. Even the older folks have to hunt monsters. Right. Rewards will be given based on contributions to the battle. The veteran soldiers just helplessly gathered. This is ridiculous. Suddenly, 2 people rushed in to stop him as he approached the Black Witch, saying, Hold on. Is there something you need to discuss with the president? She looked extremely skeptical. The Hunter Prince Kim, the Sword Saint. Since there is really no time to waste, I have to wrap this up quickly. I am busy leading the associations. If possible, let us finish this in 30 seconds. There. Team 4. Do not run away like idiots. Just hold your positions. Taking the chance, Gongra chimed in. Black Dragon Lord. I have a reward for handling the 10th floor. The Black Witch questioned. You must have that. Right. He immediately pulled it out to prove it. This is the minimap reward. It shows enemy and ally positions and the entire battlefield. This definitely caught her attention. Seriously. The opponent swears that if I am lying, what could happen? It is, in note. She hurriedly grabbed Gom's hand and asked. So what did you do that brought you here now? Spill it. Where's the boss monster? You stammer in response. Although you can't see clearly due to being surrounded by monsters. It is over there on the map. The Dark Witch keeps pushing. Repeating. Come on. Agree to use the skill already. Hurry up. Under the pressure, Gomra can only agree. Okay. I agree to use the Heck Long Lord skill. Thinking to yourself, when this person loses their cool, their true nature shows. Flames erupted around them as the skill activated, transporting them. They were now airborne, able to observe the entire scene below. The Dark Witch urgently asks, "Where?" You quickly point. Over there. The two of them once again use the space jump and swiftly dive down to the target they just spotted. Transporting. In this decisive moment, she hurriedly inquires about Gamra's weapon skills. "Can you use a sword?" You honestly reply, "Just enough to catch that guy." No sooner had you finished speaking than the Dark Witch channels all her power to throw Gamra down. "Now go." With a sword that ripped through the air, it left a long, bright red trail, followed by the vibrant green liquid of the goblin splattering everywhere. Nearby monsters saw this and began chattering in their own language. Quacking, with the enemy's face twisted in fear, you turned your head at a 45-degree angle, asking, "What? Do you all want to be sliced in half too?" They were so scared they all bolted, while others were still trying to process what just happened. "Those guys are running away." They immediately took advantage of the moment, chasing down and wiping them out, not letting a single one escape. Over there, those pathetic fools. Meanwhile, the Dark Witch was flexing and shouting loudly. Her face could not hide her joy. "Great job, Prince Kim. Oh my, in less than an hour. The mission is complete. Maybe no more than 50 hunters have died. Perhaps even less than 30. With the opponent's endless praise. What could be better than this?" Gamra pondered. Could it be that the reason this person always had no expression before was images of her past flashed through your mind? Many hunters initially died due to fire. Right. Her face, always so serious and tense, now lit up with joy because the losses were minimal. Now you understand. Turns out she is simply unpredictable. Depending on how few victims there are, she can be either happy or sad. With both hands up, trying to toast in the overly excited atmosphere. She is really hyped. Calm down a bit. But the Dark Witch could not rein in her excitement. When people are excited, they should really be excited. Once again praising you. You truly did an amazing job, Prince Kim. A rare, radiant smile graced her lips. No level has been cleared with so few casualties today. Let us just say it is something to be proud of. Gongjia sat in silence, hanging on every word. Even if he wanted to claim the reward all for himself, he felt incredibly lucky to have a hero like him. She had completely opened her heart to him, and starting today, all the media from the tower would be coming for him. So he better be ready. His mind felt like it had grasped a new truth. Yep. Exactly. Without hesitation, Gongjia accepted her handshake. Receiving attention from many, celebrated as a hero, the envy and jealousy were palpable. But let us wrap this all up on a high note. Even if it does not lead to recognition from these people, everyone joyfully exchanged stories after the fierce battle, living life to the fullest. While they could not say they had tried their absolute best, the celebration was more vibrant than ever. You could say they had truly lived and given their all. Everyone wanted to shake hands with him, except for Marcus, who stood quietly off to the side. The saint. The song master. There were many others who truly lived positively. He wanted to live a life recognized by those who sought the same. And everything ended beautifully. Gongjia and the witch had forged a friendly bond. He wanted to protect these people. The system displayed its calculations right on cue, assessing the level of contribution to ensure that the demon lord would not toy with them. They would not allow those who lived positively to be humiliated or mocked, nor waste their time on vile acts or petty insults. He simply wanted their acknowledgement and recognition. The sound echoed again. Calculations completed. Suddenly, the old spirit called out, "Kid." Gongjia only has one wish to earn their respect, even if it is an impossible dream. He still wants to live that way. The old man sighed. What a kid worth watching. The ranking of contributions appeared, with the first place being no surprise Prince Kim. Second place went to the Dark Sorceress. Third was the Cult Judge. Fourth was the Venomous Serpent. Fifth was Sung Kisa. Sixth was the Count. And seventh was the Sword Saint. He seemed determined. He also wanted to make a change in this transformed world. His gaze shifted back to the screen. The princess had changed since the last time. The system immediately announced that high-ranking attackers would access the 12th floor first. The witch confidently stated that with this momentum, the punishment would reach all the way to the 20th floor. And she hurried to add more before the high-ranking attackers received their rewards. Other attackers could not enter the 12th floor. She continued. At least I predicted we would lose 5,000 people. That is a solid start. However, Gongjia thought differently. If we let this go, we will have to sacrifice a lot on the 12th floor. Looking towards Ryan Ju, who was starting to move. He contemplated the situation, especially losing the only talent capable of connecting with the outside world. If that is the case, it won't just be 5,000. It could be 50,000, or even 500,000 people who will fall. He found himself enveloped in a wave of energy, lifting him up. His eyes slowly opened as they arrived at their destination. So it was settled. In the end, he would bear the weight. And everyone around him stepped into a different space one by one. Moo moo, he exclaimed. The witch also looked astonished, never expecting to arrive at a place like this. Erratic Lawton rushed over. Prince Kim, the hunter, this is amazing. You kept pressing for answers. And I never expected you would team up with the Dragon Master like this. Did your guess about the boss monster's location come from the rewards of the last stage? Gong raised his hand to interrupt. Hold on a second. Then turned away to announce. I have something to say to everyone. This caught Marcus' attention from afar. Gong could not hide his smugness. All right. Kim Saint 1T attack me. And listen up. I told you all something yesterday. Remember. I said that if one day I ask for your help, you all must agree. Erratic cheerfully replied. Oh yes. Of course I remember. The others listened closely, and he continued. So now, please accept to help me. Gong raised his hand high, declaring, for the next 5 days, everyone stay here and do not do anything at all. He concluded with an epic line. If that is the case, I will reach level 20 in 5 days. The goddess Jiang's voice, which is actually the system, announced. Attention, brave warriors who chose to climb the tower, from level 11 to level 20. Your thresholds are, amidst the cheers, there were shouts, from level 11 to level 20. Your thresholds are. Suddenly, countless voices chimed in. Level 11. Open level 11. Flashbacks of the magical battle from the past flickered before our eyes. And it continued. This will be verified. Back in the present. As everyone looked on in shock, a question arose. Do you remember what I said yesterday? The system gently urged. You will find the answer. And the answer you find will remind you of who you are. Meanwhile, Gong calmly stated. I asked everyone to listen to me when the time comes. And now please listen to it. This is the answer you have been searching for. The warm sunlight streamed into the castle, along with his serious reminder. Just stay here and do nothing for 5 days. If you can do that, I promise I will conquer level 20 in 5 days. Hearing this, the witch was understandably confused. Wait, 5 days later, she asked for clarification. Did I hear that wrong? Don't joke around. It is not funny. Gong calmly reassured everyone. You all heard me right. I can do it alone. His words left everyone speechless. The witch bluntly shot back. No way. Without holding back, she grilled him. Do you know how many years it took us to conquer level 10? Sure. We just conquered level 11 an hour ago. But you are way too confident. Who do you think you are? To everyone's surprise, the other party bowed down sincerely. Please, Gong carefully explained. I did conquer level 10. Of course, I did it for myself, but I also shared the rewards and benefits from level 10. Over here, Ryan Ju thoughtfully rested a paper fan under her chin. The information about level 11 and the boss's location. It is beneficial for everyone. Mum listened intently to every single word. I have gained the right to ask for your help. Gong desperately tried to convince them. Even if I do not conquer level 20. Please wait these 5 days. Suddenly, the system announced. Congratulations, Kim Gong. You have ranked first in conquering level 11. Just a moment later, he regained his confident demeanor. Please. Everyone, the system continued. You are now receiving the rewards for level 11. Then, 2 screens with contrasting colors appeared simultaneously. The goddess of protection offered you a reward, and the demon king of the Vu did the same. Gom tilted her head back slightly, revealing a smug smile. Provocative thought flashed through your mind. Demon King. Are you disappointed that we have not fought yet? Next, the demon king of the Vu suggested you choose a reward. And Gom suddenly turned to scrutinize the gloomy figure standing at a distance, observing the paladin group again. The demon king of the Vu hinted that you could also refuse the reward. The bulletin board kept updating. The demon king of the Vu was curious about your choice, and wanted to tempt you into picking one. However, still no answer was given. The demon king of the Vu did not understand your intentions. Heretic was the first to speak up. This is pretty simple. He casually strolled along the tiled floor while analyzing the situation. Hunter Kim Gom had shared information about conquering level 11 with us. In exchange, he asked us to listen to him. And we agreed that unless it was something impossible, we would follow his lead. Heretic leisurely repeated all of Gom's requests. All of us sitting still for 5 days was not exactly easy, especially with the media likely going wild during this time. Nevertheless, in his personal belief, he nonchalantly accepted. But it was not impossible, so I agreed. Witch Hack was completely caught in an awkward situation. Well, it is not impossible, but just as she tried to speak, Heretic interrupted. We promised. Right. Dragon Master. She raised her hand in a defeated manner. Ultimately conceding. You are right. We did promise. Wanting to hear that, had no intention of opposing further. Fine. Even though I have no clue what you are thinking. Ryan asked back to confirm. So you have a plan. Right. The paladin silently accepted that decision. Understanding, I promised to stay quiet for 5 days. The others seemed to be gradually convinced as well. If everyone is okay with it, then I too. I think I can wait 5 days. At this moment, Marcus, who had been lurking in the shadows, nonchalantly spoke up, for me. His voice was as cold as ice mixed with a steely edge. I never promised this, Kim Wong bluntly declared. I only made one promise. To keep an eye on this guy for 5 days. There is no way I am bending to his demands. He resolutely refused to stay here like the others. If someone reaches level 20, I will follow as promised. Gom simply agreed. Alright, that works too. Deep down, knowing there was no way to sway the other party, I planned to defeat the Demon King alone. But having Kim Saint along was fine. I had no reason to refuse him. After arranging everything, Witch and gloomy figure fell silent as Gom calmly spoke up. Now then. Everyone, with confident eyes watching them, he sincerely expressed his gratitude, thanking everyone who carried unpredictable expressions on their faces. After saying that, he turned away, locking the door behind him. See you all in 5 days. When he opened the massive door, blinding light flooded in immediately. At that moment, Gom and the old spirit were both taken aback by the extraordinary sight. The old spirit pondered in confusion, while Marcus followed closely behind them, maintaining a minimal distance. Gom calmly explained, I have not chosen a position yet. Currently, the Empire has neither the Grand Sorcerer nor the Chief Knight. Normally, missions from floors 12 to 20 have hunters stationed in those roles. You take a guess based on previous hints. On floor 11, as soon as you step in, the mission kicks off. That is the usual process. The image of Savas, sword raised in all its glory, appears, asking for our help to protect the Empire. At that moment, the system notifies us the mission for floor 12 is now live. Next, we see Gom and Marcus simultaneously gaze in one direction, but we are a bit confused on floor 12. Right. Why not let the mission be a never-ending one? The mission only starts after everyone has chosen their roles, which means under this gloomy sky. They quickly approach the city gate. If we do not pick roles, the mission 1T begin. Stepping outside, your thorough analysis echoes steadily. The Demon King's invasion won't happen, and the Empire's army 1T fight against them. Sword King. Here comes the issue. Alerts from the Demon King keep popping up, and the Demon King of Thuvu demands you pick a reward and forces you to choose. Slowly gathering magic in your palm, you turn and casually ask the old elf, if the Demon King dies in this state, what happens? He is taken aback and replies, what? A virtual map unfolds, showcasing a massive red dot in the center as you detail it further for your counterpart. I am asking what happens if I defeat the boss before the mission starts. In the thick darkness, Gongwer reaches a final answer. It is quite simple. Actually, no one will receive the Demon King's reward, so we won't have any traitors. And the Demon King will be interrupted before he gets to do anything. Words flash across the pitch-black screen. The Demon King of Thuvu is furious. And suddenly, a shapeless entity tears through the sky and comes crashing down. The enraged Demon King roars with a questioning tone. How dare you? It rants ceaselessly at Gong Ra, going off track, calling him a hero of the goddess. Truly reckless. How dare you come here without choosing? Yet, your attitude remains totally nonchalant. What nonsense are you spouting? I clearly made my choice. The Demon King, surprised, asks, what? But before he can finish his sentence, a sharp blade is pressed to his throat. Gong Ra, with no hesitation, counters. This is the optimal choice. A sly smile forms on your lips. I will kill the Demon King before the mission starts, so no hunters or citizens of the Empire have to die. And of course, we won't have any traitors. Do you get it? This is the perfect ending without any sacrifices. Finally, your expression is full of calmness, as if you have just shed some weight off your shoulders from all this time, because I am still a kid. After all, right, I am pretty spoiled. I guess I am the type of person like that. If I could, I would prefer a perfect ending. To achieve that, you do not hesitate to eliminate anything in your way. So unfortunately, someone has to die. Because if you keep getting in my way, I won't get to see that ending. The Demon King roars in anger. How dare you? Provoked by Gong Ra, it charges forward to attack, its twisted face looking extremely terrifying, blocking me without accepting help from the Empire. Just then, the golden clock strikes 6 of the clock. You raised your sword high into the sky, radiating brilliance in every direction, proclaiming that you needed no help at all. Gongda jumped into the air, confidence radiating from every pore, fueled by a fierce belief in a frozen world. I will survive. Clutching the sword like the hand of a clock, a hero is destined to be alone, and the 5 days of immortality have begun. A soft whisper fluttered through the air like a butterfly, igniting a spark on a rainy day. It was a mass of thick, black mud with a pair of ugly red eyes. The continuous cries of some creature echoing. Croak. Croak. On a rock. A green frog was croaking, unaware of the dark figure creeping up from behind. Its body slowly stretched out, and then it engulfed the green frog. The entire process happening without a sound. The sky rained heavy droplets, as the mysterious creature slowly digested. Then, a green frog gradually emerged from the black sludge, its vision becoming clearer and clearer. It looked up at the sky, watching the raindrops fall. And a thought formed in its heart: it is raining. Like all frogs, it croaked the familiar sound. Ribbit. Ribbit. Its silhouette feeling profoundly lonely, longing to live just a bit longer. The Demon King swung a powerful claw down, tearing the ground apart, dust rising like a fog. Just then, the message appeared. You have died. As a hand holding a pen scribbled the first word, the old spirit casually commented, arms crossed over its chest. Zombie. Your sword stance is terrible. You are just swinging your sword with all your might, which is definitely scary enough. Day carefully watched the shadow flying above him as he replied. But if the opponent could guess the direction of his sword, they would easily dodge it. The old spirit nodded in agreement. True enough. Another familiar message popped up. You have died. The second mark was drawn on his hand. This is the prison of time. In the midst of it all, Gongda took a sip of water to catch his breath. He continued to raise his sword against the Demon King's shadow. You have died. Another notification boldly inked on his fair skin. How many times has he swum against the current of time? What if he just carried out the tasks the normal way? Images of the heartbreaking war flashed in his mind. The bodies of soldiers lay scattered amidst endless chaos. An unending war was about to break out, claiming countless soldiers' lives. Each time a soldier fell, they lost at least 20 years of life. Through that lengthy ordeal, Gongdae could only move forward alone. 10 lives would mean 200 years. 100 lives would mean 2,000 years. To save that time, I can't afford to choose any role. The cycle repeats as usual. You have died. The notification pops up. You will return 24 hours ago. The tangled thoughts keep swirling. If that is the case, I must prepare myself to be trapped in this body forever. The old spirit kept reminding from the side. But the issue is, even if you guess the sword's direction, it depends on whether the opponent can dodge it. Remember. Weak zombie. The Jungdai is struggling hard, constantly hearing whispers in its ear, which is driving it absolutely crazy. You talk too much. And once again, you are dead. Your voice is still as loud as ever. But the issue is, I still have not mastered my aura. It needs to flow evenly throughout my body. You are trying your hardest to block falling debris with your life on the line. Easier said than done. And the outcome remains the same. You are dead. The Demon King's movements suddenly come to a halt. Outside, there are well-meaning suggestions, but the tone is dripping with disdain. Come on. Follow the right order. Champion of the goddess. It continues to add that only those inheriting the kingdom's position are worthy. But before it can take back its words, the Jungda bursts forth with determination, charging like a wild beast. All right, today I will take you on one-on-one. The Demon King is completely stunned as you suddenly swing your sword at him. What the hell? The Gingdae mutters to itself. The champion has struck the Demon King, and the loop resets once again. You are dead. A bold declaration follows as the Demon King has struck the champion. What is left to cry about? The result is just as before. You are dead. The Jungda now raises its sword to eye level, unable to hide its smug expression. Come on. Demon King. I am the sword of the Empire. Standing right at the Demon King's feet. It shows no signs of weakness, countering the overwhelming pressure around it. Fine. I will show you. Though this process won't be simple. You are dead. The long and short hands of the golden clock point to the number 6. It is the code. An immense surge of power radiates around the Gungda. Its sword is the only hour hand. Just a brief second later, the long hand ticks a bit. You realize that in this world, to let a second pass, your sword must move a second ahead. The Jungdaida blocks the fierce attack from the enemy with its weapon. I am just a sword living for a second. The long hand quickly moves to number 7. But this world continues to exist for that fleeting second. Fragments of memories flash through your mind like a slow-motion film. At that moment, the Gundai is leisurely playing cards, with water flooding all the way to the horizon. Next comes the moment you try to convince Marcus, stemming from a single raindrop. Remembering the time you fought alongside the Black Sorceress and the Imperial soldiers. If you want to live forever, you can only live for a second. When did my hand get covered in dark ink? I have lived my own life. At one of the stops throughout your time-traveling journey, the Black Sorceress welcomes you with a radiant smile. Gainda, you did great. Oh my. In less than an hour, you have completed this stage. There must be at least 40 hunters who did not die. Another stroke is added on the wrist, since there is no more space left above. She praises you again. Gainda. Well done. In under 50 minutes, you have nailed this stage. Teaming up with your defensive soldiers from Tutumun was truly brilliant. There must be at least 30 hunters, who did not have to sacrifice themselves. The black ink continues to stretch down to your arm. The black sorceress wraps her arms around herself, her face showing relief from the bottom of her heart. With less than 40 minutes left, surely 20 hunters will make it out alive. A dash marks how many times the story gets told again. The look in Black Wizard's eyes is filled with an unexplainable joy. Unbelievable. You did great. Ginda. That is what I am saying. We treated the knight and fought the golem with him. It seems that about 10 people won to die in this battle. Turns out this is possible. Why are you laughing? Jingde answered honestly without a hint of deception. Filled with happiness, he asked back in disbelief. Are you really happy when you are about to die? His eyes gleamed a bright red like blood, full of pride. You won't understand. And you probably never will. The Demon King roared in anger. Truly arrogant. Raising his huge sword. Yet, Dingde remained oddly indifferent in the face of impending doom. I am just speaking the truth. He could not help but snicker. You poor thing. Another notification pops up. You have died. Under the vast blue sky. He let his thoughts drift into the unknown. But I did not give up. There is no reason to give up. My sword is much quicker than yesterday. Suddenly another voice rang out. Just now. I just confirmed it. Kimgin, your reason is very simple. Because I am still alive. She held his hand and announced softly. No one died. She tightly grasped the hand that was not even holding a netbook. Of course. That was just a metaphorical image. I checked in Pathian too. But no one died. Although some fools got hurt. But the Black Wizard leaned his head against Gingde's shoulder. Tears streaming down as he could not hold back his emotions. But no one died. Thank you. Truly. Thank you. However, Jungde kept telling himself. I want to live just a little longer. The Demon King's rage reached its peak. You think you can stop me all by yourself? Yingwangde pointed his sword straight at the opponent. After all, a warrior fights alone. The opponent spat out 2 words in disdain. Fool. He skillfully jumped to dodge a sweeping attack. Every move sharp and quick. Not wasting even a second, the Demon King raised his sword high, the aura swirling with immense arrogance. My shadow is your malice. Jungde gripped his #1 sword with both hands, energy gradually accumulating through his call. Come at me. The Demon King's statue suddenly shattered. A burst of red light exploded right in front of Ginda, along with the appearance of a figure from behind. Sorry. Ginda. The Black Wizard made an entrance that was nothing short of spectacular. I wanted to wait quietly in the meeting room like you said. But I could not wait. So I chased after to see what you were up to in this boiling situation. She calmly asked as if nothing was amiss. Are you playing something interesting? Jimwangde nonchalantly pointed his thumb at the powerful Demon King in the distance. It is a fun game. She seemed to understand right away. Well, you do resemble a beast worth hunting. Both positioned themselves in perfect sync, standing shoulder to shoulder, having a light-hearted chat. But there was nothing fun about it. I am helping you. Caught everything. You thief. Making others the prey is the greatest thing ever. Right. The Demon King furiously inscribed each word. You fools. The mocking skin of the lizard blinked mischievously, intertwined with the pillars of the house. Sorry. I was planning to take you on one-on-one. But then I thought about it, heroes always fight as a team. Right. You get that, do not you? The gooey black substance on its body bubbled ominously, like it wanted to cover the sun with one hand. The insubstantial body of the Demon King slowly melted into a puddle of goo. Meaning that sword of his is done for. His sharp claws extended menacingly, his voice echoing with power, summoning the horde of demons from beneath the Demon King's feet. Thousands of goblins with razor-sharp teeth emerged, screeching as if they wanted to tear the very fabric of reality apart. Answer me. The witch gasped at the sudden appearance of the monstrous mob. What in the world is this? Marcus appeared out of nowhere, causing a stir that was way beyond our control. Why are you just standing there? Come help us out, man. You have got your sword ready at your hip. We need to see a bit more. That kid has only been fighting that murky water for less than half an hour. Gongra smiled serenely. But who really understands what this young man has been through? Right. I will just hold off for another minute and ask for your help. A voice muttered mysteriously. The witch suddenly stepped aside. All right, both of you, grab my hand. We are getting out of here. The corner of Gongra's mouth lifted at a 45-degree angle. It is, you are raising your filthy finger to the sky, summoning the hordes of demons, which left the Demon King utterly stunned. What? The system immediately notified. You have activated a skill. As dark smoke billowed around Gongra's feet, gearing up for the fierce battle ahead, a massive leopard suddenly lunged forward, its muzzle stained with fresh blood. A panicked voice shouted, Is anyone here? Ah! It chewed ravenously while savoring the smell. What is this delightful aroma? Suddenly, a tuft of fur sprouted from its back, resembling human hair. It swallowed the rat whole, as if devouring something minuscule. Each time it gulped, the rat would gain memories from previous hunts. After finishing its meal, the creature slowly morphed into the figure of a girl, crawling to her feet. Then came the frantic cries. Child. Esther. Her father emerged from the bushes, worry etched on his face. How many times have I told you not to go outside alone? Didn't you listen to the doctor? Your body is still weak. He froze upon seeing his daughter's disheveled state. Questioning her. What happened to your clothes? She turned her gaze fixedly towards a specific direction, letting out a short gasp. Dad. Then she slowly turned her head, a bright smile spreading across her lips, still tinged with a strange red blood. Dad. I feel so much stronger now. And that was the first name of the Demon King. Time shifted back to the present, and the notification board lit up above Gongre's head, activating his skill. On the ground, black smoke billowed, coalescing into a skeleton. One by one, they emerged as if summoned from hell, and his voice rang out confidently. Are you curious why I chose to summon the demon horde? The old spirit immediately confirmed the information. Yeah, that is right. The opponent readily revealed this. At first, I was also drawn to other skills. You remember the devastating lightning strike from the Demon King? Right. For example, the skill that enhances aura. Imagine if I could use light like the Demon King. The golden light starts to gather in Gongra's palm. And if you think about it, there is a difference. The system pops up. Unlocking skills. Next up is a detailed info panel updating. Summoning the 100 goblins. SS-Rank. With functions that include summoning the monsters you have killed directly. The dead won't inherit any abilities from when they were alive, not even memories. They can only be summoned as monsters like goblins, oxen, zombies, or phantoms. You are reading intently. Repeating that standout line about summoning the monsters you have killed directly, Gong returns to the old elf and asks, here's the thing. How many people do you think I have killed? The elf tilts his head, deep in thought while crossing his legs. Then he folds 2 fingers as if counting something. That fire can. And you have only killed 2. Right. The other person immediately agrees. Yeah, that is right. Surrounded by a sea of phantoms. Gongra smiles with delight. But why did I end up killing over 4,000 when the Sword King checked? There is a specific method to calculate deaths in this tower. Let me ask you something else. Strangely, this army of thousands of skeletons seems to have completely ignored you, with that puzzle causing confusion. How many deaths do you think I have caused? The old elf finally realizes something, gasping with astonishment. In the hands of a phantom, a shimmering steel blade is revealed, wrapped in a tattered piece of green cloth. They are surrounded by a cloud of black smoke, continuously emitting strange sounds. Gongra smiles brightly, as if he has known the answer all along. Yeah, that is a lot, is not? The witch gasps in disbelief at this overwhelming number. I can't believe this. Is this really your skill? You confidently reply. Yep. Gongra scratches his cheek, feeling bashful as she keeps praising him. Oh my god, summoning thousands of monsters. It is thanks to that you completed the 10th floor all by yourself. Right, leaving him feeling all warm and fuzzy. Well, the malice radiating from the Demon King surged like waves, filled with anger and suspicion that could not be hidden. How can you use a skill just like mine? Gongra confidently hoists his sword onto his shoulder, teasingly as if he is playing with his opponent. Curious. Well, I do not plan on telling you. Provoked, the Demon King starts to unleash his wrath. I want to forgive you. This is unacceptable. Just how long do you plan to keep this up? Human. The Demon King's furious voice echoes steadily. My peace. My anger. I have accepted absorbing all this hatred. Gongra immediately turns to rally support. Lord Sword King, you plead. My lord, please fight alongside these phantoms. If you join us, we definitely won't lose. The Sword King looks at the dry fog around and nods. I understand. It is a bit annoying to fight alongside these monsters. But at least it is better than you. Gung raised his gaze to the other side, singing. Long Lord, lend me a hand. Together, we can take down the Demon King. The witch hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Got it, but do not trip me up. After organizing their forces, he raised his sword high and shouted. All spirits, gather. The army of undead instantly responded to Gang's powerful call. Show us what you are made of. He pointed his sword at the enemy and commanded. Attack. Annihilate them all. The massive goblin was immediately surrounded by the swarm of wraiths. It tried to smash the weak phantoms. Leveraging its size that was many times larger than theirs, the undead fell to the ground as the goblin struck them down. However, one of them, despite losing its head, still clutched a weapon and struggled to rise. The creature was surrounded once again, roaring in rage as if it were about to explode. The old elf observed the scene, letting out a sigh as if watching a thrilling play. What a hell of a situation. Then he turned to the headless undead still flailing their weapons around. The scene of the chaotic battle was wild. Look at those undead. They remind me of someone. The old elf chuckled, A fearless army of monsters. Turns out those words were aimed directly at the Demon King. What is this? Isn't it a bit too scary? It got provoked and instantly flew into a rage. How dare you? The hand clenched in fury. Just a mere human from another world. It advanced step by step. Darkness swirling around it. A being with no malice, hatred, or resentment in this world. How dare you stand in my way? Gung pointed his sword straight at the enemy, his gaze unwavering as he boldly replied. No matter where I come from, it does not matter. His confidence surged like a tidal wave, built from a long and arduous journey. But here I stand. If you still think I am not worthy, then. Just then, an announcement rang out. The tower has granted you a new name. Gung declared fiercely. So do not interfere anymore. A brand new message was instantly updated. Your name from now on is Lord of Death. Yingguang charged straight toward the Demon King with a brilliant sword in hand. The tower will prove my worth. This is the tribute to the King of Death. A picture of a small girl holding something appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was a tiny frog. Time did not make it fade away. Instead, it made it more beautiful. And the aroma emanating from it entranced everyone around. Countless hands and eyes were directed toward one person. The little girl who had grown up. Lady Esthi, the healing saintess, inside a church. The small being was tightly wrapped in a cloth offered to the Demon King. She could heal any kind of ailment. The strange woman pleaded earnestly. Please bless that poor child. Oh please, she spoke softly, aware of the rules. Leave the child here and go back. Come back tomorrow morning when the sun rises. She immediately bowed respectfully, thanking the saintess, and placed the child down on the cold floor. She slowly approached, gently cradling the child in her arms, as if something was compelling him. The Demon King could not stop inhaling the scent of her body so fragrant. It turns out humanity craves love this deeply. Her fingers gently poked at her small mouth. And your mother chose the most beautiful roots to keep you warm. Seeing her, the child not only showed no fear but also babbled as if wanting to chat. Cooing away, the Demon King could see this child's future destiny. Although tangled in roots, your path in life is incredibly bright. From now on, you won't feel pain anymore. But the reflection on the wall looked incredibly bizarre. As if the figure standing there was not human. The shadow slowly transformed, and a wide mouth opened, ready to swallow the child whole. The miracle that would happen to this person was the happiness of the world. And the Demon King coldly uttered just one phrase. How pitiful. After devouring every bone and morsel, all of the child's memories merged into Esther's body. He had cried a lot in his mother's arms. That woman was equally moved to be reunited with her child. The Demon King continued to whisper prayers of blessings. Yep. I know you have suffered greatly. I know, but from now on, you won't feel pain anymore. She commanded the thing before her, her tone soothing yet filled with compassion. May you live long. But following her gesture, it was a slimy black mass, an unidentifiable creature, writhing like a shadowy blob gasping for air. A tiny, filthy hand reached out, trying to escape, like a flicker of hope striving to break free from the abyss. The sounds of digestion continued steadily, gurgling away, while the Demon King wore a chilling smile throughout the process. Poor little thing. After receiving her child back, the beleaguered woman could not hide her joy while holding the child. The Demon King carefully instructed her in a warm, serious voice. From now on, you will be healthier and won't suffer from minor ailments anymore. Keep loving him as you do now. She was so happy that she could not find the words. That poor mother bowed deeply to express her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next came the sight of everyone performing the same respectful gesture together. Thank you, Saintess. Rumors spread rapidly across all directions. She was the one who created miracles, helping the sick. The people praised her endlessly, thanking her for allowing them to walk on their own feet again. Thanks to her, my eyesight has returned. The Demon King at that time was seen as the embodiment of the divine, truly our savior. However, some forces were not pleased with this. They murmured among themselves. The farmers continued to flee, seemingly having joined the army of the Saintess of Salvation. The blackness on the map spread wider, showing the Demon King's growing influence. She was the savior of all the sick. Out of nowhere, a squad of armored soldiers holding torches appeared, strictly led by their captain. The goddess's authority has been buried. So should we let the heretical army run wild without mercy for anyone on the monster's side? Countless fiery torches soared into the night, showcasing an unyielding fighting spirit. We must burn down the witch's lair at all costs. In that sea of flames, where smoke swirled and fire devoured everything in sight. For a moment that felt like time stood still. The Demon King slowly approached with a look of confusion. The soldiers were hunting down everyone, leaving no one behind. No matter how much the townsfolk cried, they firmly believed that anyone touched by the curse was a monster. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to hide her rage. Finally, when the pent-up frustration reached its breaking point, the Demon King screamed in despair at those who did not see humanity in others. The space around was engulfed in darkness. I will devour all your hatred. Back to the chaotic battlefield between Gom and the current Demon King. Suddenly a voice called out. Kim Gom. He just slid across the ground while reassuring. Gom stood at a crossroads. Left or right, but your decision led to a mistake, resulting in the notification. You have died. It was the left path. Time reset once more. The clock rewinding to 24 hours ago. You can use the skill to revive the spirits again in 6 days. 23 hours, 53 minutes, and 27 seconds. The time machine of the time traveler will clearly display memories and ability stats when the user goes back in time. The Demon King rampaged with no signs of stopping. And again the familiar message appeared. You have died. Returning to 24 hours ago, Gamja was fighting fiercely, while the old elf quietly observed. The maintained ability stats were even more damaging to the skill, just like Bear, Orion, and I shared memories when going back in time. The skill's power also lingered even after death. The notification displayed. You can use the skill to revive the spirits again in 5 days, 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds. The recovery time is the same. The Dark Witch dodged the attacks while panicking and shouted. Kim Gamja. The time is running out. You have died. And you can use the skill to revive the spirits again in 4 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, and 33 seconds. A day has passed. And so much has happened today. It feels like this day has been way too long. From Gamja bonding with the Dark Witch to his brave brother fighting the Demon King. The Demon King continued to resurrect fierce monsters. And Gamja could only swing his sword relentlessly. Time is counting down. You have died. And you can use the skill to revive the spirits again in 3 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes, and 15 seconds. Before him now was a swirling, undefined red orb. You can use the skill to revive the spirits again in 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. You can use the skill to revive the spirits again in 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. The monsters charged one after another, determined not to give their opponent a moment's respite. You can use the skill to revive the spirits again in 23 hours, 41 minutes, and 13 seconds. The battle rages on fiercely, and a voice screams your name. Kim Gamja. Your response remains calm as ever. While your legs keep sprinting to dodge the relentless attacks, the Demon King asks. A person destined to die. Have the divine vision. Just then, a notification pops up. You can use the resurrection skill again. Gamja gives a vague answer. Something like that. The Demon King is stunned as you start activating your skill. What? Swarms of ghosts leap out, attacking the enemy's goblins. And Gamja jumps high, joining the fray, channeling all your strength into your arm. You slam your sword down on the Demon King. Someone exclaims. What a vicious move. The old spirit is in awe, saying the skill is top-notch. Zombie. Let us see if we can resurrect together next time. Let us meet up after a week for the resurrection. Gamja casually replies, saying, whatever. It's just, but the old spirit keeps rambling on. I think the next resurrection one goes smoothly. But the one after should be fine. You do not know. If you get resurrected, you will be promoted to Zombie King. An energy attack comes flying at you, and you snap. Stop talking. I can info. As expected. You die. It is all that old spirit's fault for running his mouth, sending both of you back 24 hours. Gamja holds his head in despair. Because of you. I have to wait another week. The old spirit denies it. It is because you are not strong enough, not my fault. Definitely. The system extends the time again. You can use the resurrection skill after another 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. You are furious. Swearing. One day. You will regret messing with me. The old spirit smugly retorts. I have been dead for ages. How are you going to fight a ghost? You will just tire them out, the old spirit urges. If you are mad, hurry up and take down the Demon King. I do not have any skills. Yet I made it to the 2nd floor alone. Gamja quickly gives orders. Sing. Dragon Master. Next time. It will be on the left. The witch decides to trust him. Got it. She swiftly reaches out, channeling her power. A swirling magical energy forms in the air. A brilliant light drawing a star pattern floating before you, slowly moving the magic circle above your head. The Demon King, struck by the attack, can only blame himself. Suddenly. Someone cheers. Haha. Master. You nailed it. Despite the dire situation, a completely pointless conversation unfolds right in front of the mighty Demon King. Who are you calling master? I am still young. I know all about the divine powers you are using. I will take down the Demon King first. Just wait. Seeing the enemy start to counterattack, Gamja warns. Then shouts. To the left. Dragon Master. Signaling Marcus. Holy Sword. Get out of the way. You keep reminding the witch. Next time. Move to the left. When no one's beside me, I will strike. She obediently replies. I got in the blink of an eye. The witch summons shimmering mirrors. Quickly surrounding the Demon King under her control, a massive explosion erupts, and in an instant, his body is blown apart into a grotesque mass of black mud. Its waterlogged face suddenly revealed a layer of flesh. You all dared to provoke the hatred and resentment within me. This shocking sight left everyone utterly stunned. A real jaw-dropper. Finally, the Autumn Rain Demon King decided to retreat, leaving both you and the Singing Witch in utter confusion. The announcement blared that the Autumn Rain Demon King was retreating to the 13th floor. And everyone was in an uproar. Wait, I had him cornered. Why is he running away? Hearing this, the Demon King made an excuse. Do not get too cocky. I will be back for sure. Which made you so furious that you could not help but curse. That damn Demon King. Everything passed in eerie calm, leaving nothing but a pile of pitch-black mud on the ground. This was completely unworthy of what you had gone through. Just look at your arm covered in net bruises. Think of the times you nearly drowned between life and death. For what? The tower had accepted your choice. Your hand rose to cradle one side of your face, emotions betraying your disappointment. Just as the system announced the creation of a hidden mission, even more puzzling, the mission for the 12th floor would be revised. And the mission for the 13th floor would be revised too. Just like that, the same situation occurred for the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th floors. You could not help but wonder. Missions can be revised too. A brand new information panel had been updated. The Warrior of the Time-Stopped World. Difficulty level yet to be determined. The mission's goal includes: you have made a firm decision. You refuse to let anyone sacrifice themselves. And you do not need those you save to repay you. Seeking no recognition from those you have saved is true selflessness. By definition, a person who sacrifices for others is a hero. A real? Yet the people of the continent are still unaware of this definition. They do not recognize your noble act of selflessness. But if a definition is just a definition, then selflessness will always just be selflessness. Will you still become a hero in the time-stopped world? The king has been wounded and fled, but he has not gotten far. As long as you wish, you can hunt him down for as long as you want. This is also an option available to Gongjia. Do you accept this mission? Without a moment's hesitation, you immediately agreed. Yep. The hidden mission has been activated. Your body began to dissolve in the ethereal light as the teleportation spell kicked in. Executed by the hero of the time-stopped world, accompanied by a wish for good luck. The system is currently searching for the Demon King's presence on the 12th floor. Not detecting the Demon King, then announcing that the Demon King has retreated. The sky gradually returned to its original clear state. And all three of you, Gongjia, the Singing Witch, and Marcus, looked up at the floating text in the air. Altering history. She gazed at the shimmering lights drifting around her in surprise. What is happening? She turned to you and asked, Kimgon, what is going on here? You were just as surprised. This is my first time seeing something like this too. The old spirit chimed in. Even I am seeing this for the first time. What on earth is this? Gongjia's gaze momentarily shifted elsewhere, full of confusion. Both of you looked toward the grand city gate, and you spoke up. Hey Dragon Lord, take a look at this. The ancient fortress walls are adorned with bright red flags, symbols of a nation. But where have all those flags gone? Now, they stand alone and desolate under a serene blue sky. You are right. Where did those flags disappear to? She boldly suggested they should go check if something's up. And with his support, they agreed, their palms pressed tightly together. They shouted, moving forward. And soon, both appeared atop the fortress walls. The gloomy scene of the town flashed in their minds, with just a handful of citizens passing by, each carrying an indescribable sadness. But now, it has completely transformed. The houses have been revamped, as if dressed in a brand new look. The astonished fisherman exclaimed. Rewriting history. The image of soldiers slumped on the ground came to mind. Now, they have turned into a bunch of young men in armor, lounging around, guarding is secondary, while eating and sleeping take the spotlight. They are stunned. History has changed. The sorceress analyzed carefully. The Akim Empire, once invaded by the Demon King, never happened. Whether he won or lost, this place being invaded is now just history. He posed a question to himself, unable to hide his satisfied smile. This time, the world has not been invaded by the Demon King. The system continuously announced that the missions for floors 11 and 12 have been revised. He pondered silently. No one could tell when everything changed. Gong boldly declared that history has changed. All thanks to me. Back in the days before history shifted, people were even seeking peace from toxic liquids. What is this rain? Acid rain. It looks so dull compared to this torn-down city. The current scenery is all bright and lively, with a man selling apples. Buy them. Buy them. Early brand day apples, marking a historical change. The three facilities of the hospital at Quan Seri, Tam Hai Peep, and Tun and Chigyu were quarantined due to 10 suspected COVID-19 cases. The concerning part. The new positive cases are just from a small sample group. Witnessing such rapid changes, he smiled slightly. The news report continued to play steadily. Yet Vietnam remained determined to conquer COVID-19, affirming undisputed sovereignty over the Paracel and Spratly Islands, as well as the righteousness of the war that helped the Cambodian people escape the Khmer Rouge genocide. Suddenly there was a loud shout from over there. Savas kept questioning them. Who are you? With 2 soldiers accompanying him, the man loudly scolded. How dare you stomp on the fortress of the Empire? Get down here. Images from the previous timeline flashed back. Him standing proudly with his sword. Once praying wholeheartedly, please save our empire. He quickly recognized the identity of his opponent. Savas Akeem. Bewildered. Asked back. You know my name. The man spoke each word with fury. You thieves. How do you know my name? Ignoring his rude remarks, he lost himself in thought. Realizing the truth, the man kept yelling, despite no responses. You bastards. Can't you hear me? Get down here. Only then did he understand. He used to be a friendly citizen of the Empire on the 11th floor. But now he is just a man who loves to scream at others. Looking back at the old version of Your Excellency, who once desperately pleaded with you, begging to save our empire, you can't help but break into a mischievous grin, and suddenly burst out laughing. Leaving Your Excellency utterly stunned. Your thunderous laughter echoes so loudly that even the witch standing next to you is taken aback. The old spirit throws you a scrutinizing glance, the atmosphere growing more intense. You strut down, making the expression unclear, and your laughter starts to fade away. Then, suddenly lifting your head high, you declare loudly. Savas is listening intently below. Having protected your empire, the other spirits follow suit. The corners of your mouth curl up into a heartwarming smile. Fulfilling your promise, the citizens of the empire are unwittingly drawn in, and filled with pride. You reflect on the hundreds of days. The high-ranking officials inside the church are also leaning in, eavesdropping, without a hint of regret, with the wish that no one should sacrifice. I endured for hundreds of days, and finally managed to push back the Demon King. My ink-covered hands gripping the railing are clear proof of countless invisible efforts. I am so did it. Reflecting on my past self, I used to live like a pile of trash, wallowing in self-pity and jealousy towards others. Day in and day out, it was just booze and more booze. While the news flashed across the screen, I wanted to become the Peace King. Thinking of that disheveled self, my heart turned cold. I had already cursed this life. The fateful moment came when least expected. The system announced that the mission was completed, and my heart was filled with satisfaction today. I could finally hold my head high. Continuing on, let me just say, looking at my companions, alongside the Black Dragon Lord and the Sword Saint, we saved this world. The official status updated. Mission level 12 was completed, and I felt confident I could hold my head high today. Next, countless screens popped up, showcasing merit rankings, completion standings, and announcing the top 3. In first place was the Death King, followed by the Black Dragon Lord in second, and the Sword Saint in third. What they reaped was a peaceful life in this urban area. Savas frowned, confused. What are you talking about? Suddenly the other party loudly called out, Sir Savaki, which made him jump. Gong raised his hand cheerfully. The Empire is counting on you. He continued explaining amidst the skepticism of both Savas and the soldiers. Sorry, but my role as a hero ends here. I will be somewhere in your empire. The more he talked, the more excited Gong became. But from now on, you all handle your own business. Good luck. Good luck. The old spirit beside him laughed heartily. Haha. He did some flips in midair. Haha, you crazy kid. I thought you had matured. But here you are, hyping yourself up. He just smiled and shrugged. Well, I am feeling great today. His confident gaze turned to the old man, even striking a pose as he tossed his hair. What can I say? It is just one of those days. The old spirit could not help but burst into laughter. Kim Zombie's gone crazy. Get it? It does not affect me anyway. Haha, let him be. Gong shifted his focus elsewhere, pointing. Come on, Black Dragon Lord. Let us head to level 13. Little did they know, that earlier scene made the Black Witch reconsider him. After all, no high-ranking hunters are ever really normal. I totally get that. He confusedly asked. Wait, what? The system announced. You are moving to level 13. Death King, quickly join us at level 13. The 3 Gong, the Black Witch, and Marcus arrived at the necessary location just in time. Upon seeing them, the Demon King immediately roared. How dare you touch my children, you pathetic fools? Are you trying to provoke me? Do you wish to steal my life, my blood and soul? The pressure radiating from me is no joke, my voice full of disdain for the mundane. I curse you all, watch out. Marcus, His scream is absolutely terrifying. This is the first time I have ever heard a sound like that. Even the witch agrees. Seriously. What could have happened to bring about such a disaster? Gongre's expression is tense. And someone's voice rings out with curiosity. Hey. What is up with that old elf? Seems like only you can feel the difference. He is even weaker than before. This brand new information leaves you stunned. What? You rest your hand thoughtfully under your chin. Just moments ago, he took a heavy hit from the Dragon Lord. But it should not have affected him this much. Then comes a series of sharp analyses. It is like he is downgraded. At level 12, he was in SSS class Goblin King. The black, muddy entity is invading from the roof of a building. Its sheer presence terrifying. Yet the reality is completely different. But he's not like that anymore. Now, he is just at the level of a Goblin King like the one you encountered on the 5th floor. You keep wondering, this is really strange normally. The higher you go in the tower, the stronger the shadow should be. Right, could it be that the Dragon Lord's previous attack had some kind of effect? While you ponder this, Gongra quietly reflects something unexpected has occurred. The system announces it is attempting to grant the reward for completing level 12. But it can proceed. All rewards will be given upon completing level 19. You look at the brilliant object glowing in your hand, and right now, the only reward you can receive is a potion. A series of new statuses have been updated. You have been blessed and protected by the Thunder God. And the map from level 11 to level 20 has been opened. This leaves Gongra in awe. The world map. Marcus and the witch are drawn in by your sudden loud shout. I know now. Gongra confidently declares. I understand why the Demon Lord is like this. Witch. Think back to what happened in the previous levels. You recall the scene of the town after the transformation, which you witnessed from above. The history erased by the Demon Lord has vanished without a trace. The refugee village is gone too. On the map, red dots are spreading across the continent, while the blue dots are also appearing densely but in smaller numbers. Just think about it. Where did the refugees come from? Are they all from the Empire? From the entire continent? You point this out immediately. But the reality is that village of refugees has disappeared without a trace. She nods in agreement. Right, this leads to a conclusion. It is not just the Empire. The entire continent's history has been altered. Gong. Exactly. You could say we have gone back to the time before the Demon Lord invaded the continent. And right now, the Thunder God is under attack. The Demon Lord is still screaming in agony. The old elf listens in on their conversation. He has just been leveled down. Someone exclaims in surprise. Suddenly, your expression turns icy cold. As hunters, every time we level up, we hear that sound. The acknowledgement of our existence becomes clearer. Our hands poised on the hilt of our swords. We can't help but wonder. Does that statement really elevate us as hunters? What does the tower's mention of existence even mean? Is it just child's play? The only real threat is the Demon Lord they once faced. This boss monster has grown strong by slaughtering countless citizens and refugees of the Empire. Yet this massacre has somehow become a forgotten tale. Warning system activated. The Demon Lord is furious. His existence has become hazy. And it dawns on him this means his strength has been wiped away. His presence now feels more obscure, echoing with desperate cries. The Demon Lord rages, nearly spitting each word. You pathetic fools. After a heated discussion, everyone rallies together, shouting. It is time to strike back. The Demon Lord continuously summons his monsters, spirits and phantoms. Most of them wear tattered clothing, reminiscent of the living, their skin grotesquely altered. My children. He bellows. Kill them all. The dark sorceress conjures her dark magic, her voice laced with malice. I have always hated zombie flicks. And Marcus raises his sword high. Just as the battle rages on, he suddenly shouts. Wait. How about a bet? This was directed at the ancient spirit hovering above, asking for a rough estimate. Okay. I will bet under 100 times. He smirks. I will bet under 99 times, counters the spirit, rolling its eyes at the cheeky wager. You really think you can cheat like that? The spirit does not hesitate to challenge the young man. Let us see how well your zombie cuts down its own kind. Since we are betting, I won't help you this time. Okay. A horde of monsters is slowly creeping up on you. Gamja does not hesitate, quickly agreeing to the terms. You have died. You will return 24 hours back. This time, you and the Dark Sorceress will pave the way. There are just too many of them. Dark Dragon Master, hang in there. She is clearly exhausted too. I am giving it all I have got. I am the only one here with this reversal skill. What about you? Death King. Continue shoot fire, Gamja hurriedly explains. Right now, it is recovery time. We can only use about 3 coins. This leaves the opponents scratching their heads 3 coins. You confirm. Yep, that is right. Then you shift to address Marcus. Can you lift that giant rock over there for me? I have got a few things to check. He looks puzzled. What are you planning to check? Gamja signals with 2 fingers. I will explain later. Just help me out now. I am the seer. After all, Marcus just stares at you intently. His action of lifting the rock replaces any need for words. But as a monster bites down hard on you, the result is, you have died. After respawning, Gamja continues to guide you. Okay. Holy sword. That rock was actually a secret passage. There is a super useful hammer down there. You and the Dark Dragon Master should go get it. Marcus hears this and quips. You seem to be living a pretty lonely life. You ignore that crazy chatter and focus on crafting a long spell. Combining it with your energy will pack a serious punch. Mixing skills and slamming that hammer down will unleash a shockwave that could knock out these zombies. Surprise. How did you know that? Frustrated. You yell. I am a psychic? Okay. Totally oblivious to the monster baring its teeth at your neck. In the blink of an eye, you are out of luck again, dead. Kim Vigong stares at the pile of corpses at his feet, thinking these zombies are toast. He steps forward to confront the last enemy. But to his shock, he is met with a strange one-eyed creature. What on earth is that? Its glowing eye looks even weirder. And as everyone calms down to analyze, it seems to be a giant zombie. Could it be a colossal zombie? Maybe it was a guard who has now become a servant of the Demon King. This kind of dark magic needs more investigation before it can swing its weapon. They finish their discussion. Let me handle this giant, you say confidently. Thanks to you, another life is lost dead again. Drawing from past experiences. When Marcus declares, let me handle this giant, you immediately step in to halt him. Keep using your shockwaves to sweep away those other zombies. You argue back. Wait. I want to test my sword. You keep reminding him to persuade him. I am a psychic. I am a psychic. Okay. Then you turn to order the witch. Wait. Dark sorceress. How about using your energy to attack him? Her expression shows clear excitement. I want that too. You both agree on the spot. It is perfect, let us do this. A blinding beam from the giant's eye shoots towards you, sending rocks flying everywhere. Giant summon. Return the spirits. The dark sorceress can't help but exclaim. Oh God. Death King. Does not that skill of yours need a cooldown? You brush it off. Pretty much. She listens intently to the proposal. Right now, we have two people who can handle that giant, but I need you to do me a favor. Your next words make the dark sorceress uneasy. Don't aim for its eye. She stares wide-eyed. What? You warn her. If you do that, it will be a huge problem. She fiercely disagrees. But Death King, can't you see that massive eye? Then, a back-and-forth argument ensues about that eye. Yep. I know you want to hit that eye. Do not you, Death King. If you could shoot energy like me, and if you also saw that bright eye, you would, I know. But seriously, that is not a good idea right now. We do not have time to explain. So please, the dark sorceress seems a bit reluctant. Marcus next to him says, you should listen to that guy. He says he is a psychic. That just makes her more bewildered. Even the sword saint agrees. Her hands tightly clench, as if she has finally made up her mind. The dark sorceress solemnly says, get it? I will do my best to hold back from attacking that eye. Hearing that, you feel a wave of relief. Thank you. The strategy session wrapped up, and they launched into battle together to take down that colossal octopus. The Demon King roared in agony. While my general got the alert that the king had retreated to the 14th floor, the gloomy sky had completely vanished without a trace, returning the scene to tranquility. The townsfolk happily resumed their normal lives. But these kids, I have told them a million times not to run around in the sacred grounds. The laughter of the children echoed, celebrating that their sister had been blessed by the goddess. Gongjae gazed longingly at the octopus lounging on the distant cliff. Now just a gentle guardian. The three of them held hands tightly, satisfied with their journey, knowing it was still far from over. Let us move on, they said, transitioning to another location. Deep within the endless forest of the ritual night, where all three stood facing each other, silently waiting for whatever would come next. The outcome was just like the previous battle. The Demon King decided to retreat to the 15th floor. They followed to eliminate the threat, this time fighting in an underwater battlefield filled with countless mer monsters. The Demon King chose to retreat to the 16th floor. Next up was the lava mountain, where the fire demons wreaked havoc everywhere. The Demon King decided to retreat to the 17th floor. History had shifted, continuing on to the 18th and even the 19th floor. And the presence of the Demon King was fading away. A glaring red eye stood out against its pitch-black face, the tone filled with resentment. It huddled in a corner, lamenting its fate. If it were not for you guys, the sound of its anguish grew steady, its body shrinking into a tiny mound of mud, wishing it had not fallen into this situation. How dare you bring swords into this world? Gongjae chuckled mockingly, hand resting casually on the sword's hilt. And now I can finally see its eyes. The Demon King was taken aback. What? You calmly repeated your words. Like I said. Only now do I get close enough to see those eyeballs. The Demon King and the warrior had never locked eyes before. What a ridiculous tragedy. The cold blade pointed straight at the enemy, mustering all its power to finish it off. The Demon King gritted its teeth, ready to unleash a tirade. But you interrupted. If you want to run away again, be my guest. I'm really curious if you run this time. How weak will you look now? It could only endure and listen to the scornful words of its opponent. After all, if you do not give it your all now, you won't have a chance to win. Anger continued to mount. You guys, how dare you slice up my flesh? Avim called out a name. Esther. And then delivered a final warning. I am warning you. Give it everything you have got. With the first sword in hand, Gongja wore a serious expression. Otherwise, my lifespan will surpass the history of your family. Gongja died again. You have been defeated. The system announced, triggering penalties for using skills, replaying the tragic moment of the one who killed you. You silently pondered. It was time to talk about some nightmare, with a medium-level penalty in play. The sorrowful moment of the Demon King. The V would be reenacted, surrounded by flames. Along with that, a commanding voice rang out. Burn everything for me. Annihilate that demon slayer. Gongjae's eyes widened in disbelief. The silhouette of a lost young girl flickers among the remnants of burnt fruit, showing no mercy. They are merely monsters under a curse. Not a single one should be spared. It is the Demon King in human form. His expression betraying a sense of shock. She keeps asking herself, why is this happening? A scene of peaceful villagers living together flashes before her eyes. Now, only corpses lie scattered across the ground. Why do humans set each other ablaze like this? A chaotic scene unfolds as soldiers take turns reciting their oaths. This is the command of the Lord. In the name of the king. In the name of the sovereign. In the name of the high priest. They use every excuse to justify their brutal killings. In the name of the forest god. They even drag beastmen and elves to recite the oath. By this holy cross and the gem given to our nation by the Dragon King, and by the honorable promise of brave warriors, the soldiers show no mercy to anyone. The Demon King incessantly questions. Who are you all? Who do you think you are to burn others alive like this? One by one, they fall before her eyes. The fire of death claiming so many innocent lives. A mother clings tightly to her child, who cries incessantly. She softly reassures. It is, sweetheart. Just a little longer. Hang in there. On the other side, people comfort each other to ease their own fears, saying, it is going to be all right. Everything will be fine. The flames finally die down, leaving the Demon King alone amidst the ashes. Her feet slowly treading on the scorched earth. Memories of a carefree young man inviting a girl come flooding back. Wait. This is the first apple from our garden. Give it a try. Now. There is only a charred arm left. She recalls a girl joyfully showing off her strong legs, believing she would run and jump forever. It was all thanks to that girl. Now those legs have become part of a cold corpse. In the end, she could no longer bear it, collapsing in sorrow. Her hands claw at the thick earth, the weight of grief growing heavier inside her. The vibrant lives are now just burnt corpses. Whirling sands mixed with soot blacken the Demon King's hands. But now that does not matter. She brings them to her lips beneath the gray sky. The Demon King gnaws on all that remains, including an indescribable sorrow. Her eyes grow wild as she mourns, thinking of the unfortunate children. Thick black tears trickle down her cheeks. My poor children. The pain, intertwined with sadness, envelops her heavy body. My dear one, you were once human too. The dark energy expands. You were born human and had a good life. You too know sadness and pain. In no, it spreads to other places where people live, like a silent plague creeping past every house. Yet you are called monsters by others. A child innocently asks her mother, what is that? She has officially transformed into the ruthless Demon King of today. You are called human, while my children are labeled as monsters. Is this world only yours? The echoes of resentment continue to resonate under the blood-soaked rain. In this world, only you all are human. Prove it. Prove that you are human. With the rain pouring down, she relentlessly commands in a tone of bitter fury. From this moment on, show the world you are human. Because of the twists and turns of life, a kind-hearted girl has now become the Demon King. Just like the words of resentment, I curse you all. Just like the pain in my heart. Everything you have done is nothing but wickedness. From there, the burden of resentment has formed over time, and from now on, no village will be burned alive again. So from this moment, you will live and pay the price for those wicked deeds. What Gongja sees now are the corpses of soldiers, not villagers as in the Demon King's painful memories. The old spirit softly calls out his name. Gongja. Wake up. Looking at Gongja's dazed expression, he has guessed part of the boy's feelings. This is not hell for you. At that moment, the system announces, the ritual of pain is complete. The target subject remains in a normal state. The punishment has ended. Gongja continues to fight fiercely, swinging his sword with such force that the Demon King can fight back. The old spirit shouts loudly. Now's the time. He plays the role of a guide for Gong Jia. His head is empty. But every strike he makes is dead on. The echoes of the Demon King's screams and groans fill the air. Ah! His legs slide along the ground after being knocked back. The black sludge continues to ooze down to the ground, revealing two figures. Oh! The system pops up again. The existence of the Demon King has become faint. His body is shrinking. And most of the dirty water on him has been washed away. The Demon King falls into sheer panic. A fresh blood suddenly splatters like a human's. My children. My resentment. A stern voice demands. Retreat now. The detailed map appears behind Gong Jia. The blue dots representing his army stretch across the continents. Only to the second level now. No matter what. You can't defeat me. Go back to your hiding place. Meanwhile, the red dots are pushed into a small corner. Return to your original self. He manipulates the enemy's psychology step by step. Back to where it all started. And that will be your end. Demon King. Marcus glances at Gong Jia, readying his sword to finish the enemy with one lethal blow. The witch calmly states, I will leave the final strike to the Death King. The Demon King's mouth continuously spews fresh blood. He angrily shouts, Damn it. You bastards. The Demon King has retreated to level 20. A notification immediately appears, confirming the retreat of the Demon King, once again altering history. Mission level 19 has been unlocked. Gong Jia softly calls to his two teammates. Holy Sword. Dragon Master. But I want to clear level 20 alone. He bows sincerely, thanking everyone for supporting him all this time. But I really want to handle that Demon King on my own. Please let me go solo, leaving you both a bit confused. Hafifi Thi was the first to back Gong. I have no objections. We have come this far largely thanks to you, even though I broke my promise not to move for 5 days. This time I will quietly wait for you. Marcus is on board really quickly too. Just one more day to go for the 5 days. And after we deal with floor 20, we should definitely have a private chat. I have so much to discuss with you. The corners of Gong's mouth curled into a subtle smile. Yep. He bowed deeply once more before starting to teleport, saying thank you as he did. System notification. Welcome. Death King. The mission boss is in position, and you are now amidst a forest of harmony. There is only one participant in this challenge, and that is you. Death King. May luck be on your side. The Demon King in his tiny form has been waiting. You slowly step forward, and the tower calculates your rewards from floors 11 to 19. Starting the calculation, and it is done. The results are in. The tower acknowledges your great achievement. Countless floating cards hover around you, and the powers of the Death King have been adjusted, with an expression of genuine surprise. You have been granted the Envoy's power. Aside from ranks, you can make changes, any skills you possess. You wonder silently if the tower gives you choices. Gong has no idea why this tower exists or who created it, but one thing is for sure. The tower contains countless lives. Your hand is poised to draw your sword, ready for the fierce battle ahead. The first sword, powerful and gathering pure golden energy. And you can feel the existence it always refers to. The sharp tip of the sword aims straight at the Demon King. It is about protecting your own choices. Remembering the choice you made, Gong finally threatens his opponent. This is where your lineage meets its end. Demon King. The face shrouded in dirt displays sheer terror. Village. A voice filled with resentment echoes through the space. How dare you break my paradise? System notification. Boston is right in front of you. As Gong controls the floating cards around him, the Demon King remains stubborn, unable to tolerate your kind. Exactly. Her life froze entirely at that fateful moment. My eyes, my honor, have always belonged to the Empire. I will never forget the cruel fire you ignited. The Demon King, driven mad, summons the great sword. And now, you intend to burn my paradise once more. Observing from the beginning leads to one conclusion. In the tightest space, there is a most fragile Boston. The Demon King charges towards you, her face showing sheer rage. With all your strength, you swing the sword at the enemy. But surprisingly, Gong easily deflects it. You lightly chuckle. Looks like our positions have switched, then slowly bringing up the past while countering fiercely. Do you remember? On floor 12, you were the Demon King, and I was the warrior. You were the invader, and I was the one resisting. The Demon King is gradually pushed back, letting out a grunt. Jungjie begins to manipulate the opponent's mind. The world is truly miraculous. Now, the one who loved fiercely is the one fighting to protect what they cherish. The Demon King grinds their teeth. Just die. With a disdainful swing, he delivers another powerful blow. Sorry, but your words are far from intimidating. As a painful cry echoes out, this time, it is a sweeping slash across the Demon King's body. A scream pierces the air, tearing through the space. Awa. The system displays the fading existence of the Demon King. Thick, black filth continuously drips down. Pooling on the ground, Jungjie swings the sword tirelessly. The Demon King will grow weaker and weaker. As their cries turn into desperate wails, the familiar words appear again. The existence of the Demon King is fading, and Jungjia fights with even more fervor. Just a little longer. The familiar notification chimes in, followed by a scream of agony that reverberates through the skies. The Demon King's movements come to a complete halt for a moment. Layers of mud cling to them, slowly revealing the pristine white robe underneath. A system alert sounds. Levels start to adjust, knowing that the Demon King's power has been forcibly taken away. Even the darkness begins to abandon her, leaving her panic-stricken. She tries to cling to her last ounce of strength, but it is no use. The Demon King wails in despair, pleading, "You can't do this." Yet, Jungjia simply stands by, watching her cling desperately to her last breath. He is utterly satisfied with this outcome. This is the proper process. Now you are far too weak. She feels fear and quickly tries to keep her distance. Do not come near. Do not. However, Jungjia completely ignores her pleas, slowly stepping on the white petals around her. Go ahead. Try to stop me, by reason or by force. Give it your all. You have started to back away toward the black filth behind you. You all have done terrible things to my children. She accuses. You have no right to do this to me, but is cut off mid-sentence by the opponent. You are mistaken. The first sword behind Jungjia shines brilliantly like a diamond. His expression is deadly serious. Just as you said, I am merely someone from another world. The tales of kings, emperors, and popes raising your villages are true. But you cannot blame the innocent people of this continent for that. The Demon King listens silently to every word. Of course. Meat is not. I am just someone from another world. Our hunters only have one responsibility, to bring freedom to this place. Yet, that still is not enough to convince her. She even tries to justify her own actions. You have no right to question me about responsibility. Nor do you possess the strength to stop me. Jungjia firmly interrupts the opponent, claiming they did not do anything heinous. Either was also terrified just like you are now. He recounts the heartbreaking story from the past, of a little girl crying for help, running to find her father. But what did you do to that girl? Without hesitation, he criticizes the Demon King. Not only that, you devoured the child that the woman entrusted to you. That act, you dare call it saving a life? You have betrayed those who trusted you with their whole hearts. She suffered immensely, desperately trying to explain. I am not like that. Yet, she continued to expose the crimes of her opponent, the one who hid the truth. Everyone knew about the transformation into Ither, and the horrifying act of swallowing a child. But out of fear, they chose silence. The Demon King flatly denied everything, claiming he really did not know anything at all, with her hands cradling her shocked face. She thought back to the moment when she was just unaware and without memories, recalling the scene where the little Ither desperately fled from the demon's claws. Daddy, help me. Is anyone there? Help me. She kept trying to clarify, but she truly did not understand what those words even meant back then. He gently asked her again, unsure of what to do with someone so lost. The Demon King insisted on washing his hands of the whole affair, saying, if I had known, I would never have done that to the Ither. The family immediately emphasized this point, saying, people are just like that. Then they analyzed it thoroughly, noting that he was just justifying himself. Much like those emperors who committed atrocities against their people. They are all just making excuses for their savage behavior. I thought they were just evil spirits and monsters. We had no clue what was really going on. The debate continued back and forth. Of course, there will always be liars looking out for their own interests. But can you really be sure that everyone is like that? Images of citizens having to uproot their homes due to toxic rain appeared. What about the warriors who just followed the emperor's orders? What about the common folks forced to leave the land they have lived on for so long to seek refuge? Among all those people, how many are just like you? Those who know nothing at all. After a lengthy speech, the family finally took a sip of their drink, relaxing a bit. I am not well educated, so I can only say a few words. The only thing I know in this world is karma under the lush green canopy. You can bet that if you believe what you spit out after swallowing a human form is human, then fine. You should face something exactly like that too. Now that is fair. But she still has not digested that yet. What are you talking about? A mysterious light suddenly appeared in the palm of her hand at the call of the family. The tower. I want to use the reward for clearing the floor, he added. The reward can change the skills you possess. And the information panel immediately displayed it. The skill for resurrecting spirits had reached S level, along with a notification. The tower has acknowledged your wish. However, everything comes at a cost. The change you desire has limits to help you achieve that change. The tower will make a suggestion. You can upgrade your skill from S to S. And the family quickly made a decision. Then I request to upgrade the resurrecting spirit skill, keeping all other skills the same. Following that were a series of other requests. I want to change the part of the skill that does not inherit memories. When I make this request, the undead can obtain memories from their past lives. Hearing this, The Demon King could not hide his panic mixed with fear. What do you plan to do with me? The family pressed with questions. Is this reasonable? What do you think? It is not about retaining the powers of a foe. It is just a memory. The notification sound rings out again. Measuring the level you requested. Fast as lightning. The tower acknowledges your request as valid. Your request has been sent to Zrucker and has been approved. The card in your hand radiates a stunning golden light. Your request has been approved. A detailed information panel is instantly updated. Resurrection skill. Undead Legion. Level SS. Effects include: you can resurrect those you have killed in their monster forms. The revived undead will not inherit any skills from their living selves. However, if you wish, the undead can inherit their appearance and memories from when they were alive. If you do not request otherwise, the undead will only be resurrected in monster form. A small note. You can only resurrect once a week. Gong is extremely satisfied with this. This is the first test skill I have acquired. The hand readies to unleash its power. Alright then, it is time to send you on your way. The Demon King grits his teeth, bracing himself before the verdict is handed down. If you do not like it this way, I will do it like you did. You raise the ultimate sword high above, ready to swallow and crush. Once again, recalling her past sins. Just like how you dealt with Esther and the heroes. The Demon King is no match for Cam either. The hand grips the sword's hilt on the ground. You relish the thought of your opponent. I am really glad to turn you back into a human. If you keep being a monster after death, it will look pretty rough. She could not take it anymore and charged in. Screaming, she clumsily swung but completely missed, while Gong dodged effortlessly. A mocking laugh echoing. The old spirit evaluated and criticized continuously, finding fault from her stance to the way her feet touched the ground. How could he take her seriously? Looking at the current state of the Demon King, he could not help but sneer, shaking his head. This is the classic example of a swordsman overly reliant on skills. With that stance, what kind of swordsman are you? She gasped for breath. Utterly exhausted, he reminds Gong. Zombie. Look at that. This is why I always say you need fundamentals to have technique. Right at the last moment, the only thing you can trust is your own body. Looking towards the Demon King, straining with all his might to drag the giant sword, he furrows his brow tightly, delivering a final verdict. Your time is up. She tries to fight back until she realizes the blade has broken without her noticing. The remaining piece of the weapon flies off into the distance. She feels like she is falling into an abyss, only able to sob. Gong can only watch in silence as her fragile, helpless figure disappears. Do you remember what the Demon King said? Now. The Demon King's regret is far too late. The hand clutches the ultimate sword tightly. The partner who fought alongside you through countless life and death battles. I am the Reaper of Death. That statement could not be more accurate. Just then, Gongwa raised his sword high, ready to strike down. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Wait, the old spirit said, looking thoughtful. Sorry to interrupt, but honestly, I do not feel that bad about it. For now, let us hold off on killing her. Hearing that, you can't help but wonder. What? But why? He only gave a vague answer. I understand this is something that must be done. You are just going to make Gongrai even angrier. So why stop me? He calmly gestured under his lip. She is not a monster anymore. Is she? So she is human. Just like you. And who knows? She might have turned into a regular MP. Can the skill summoning hundreds of ghosts be applied to her? Gongra hesitated awkwardly and seemed so. Suddenly, the old spirit turned to scold him. You need to stay sharp, kid. You have to keep a cool head in situations like this. If it is about the tower. Sorry. MCs are not the target of this skill. What is your plan? Gongra found himself in a state of utter confusion. The Demon King sat there, stunned, while the other two continued to bicker. Check the skill again. It specifically states the person you kill directly. It does not mention MCs. Though, MPs are also human. They are people too. That is just your way of thinking. You did not know how to react, so you could only utter one word, then turn to ask the system for advice. The tower responded immediately. The tower is listening. Gongra did not beat around the bush. I want to ask something. Based on the conversation with the old spirit earlier, does the skill summoning hundreds of ghosts apply to NPCs, or is it only applicable to hunters like me? The text on the screen indicated that Zrugger needed to verify. After a long wait, the result was shockingly unexpected. Unable to verify. The system reminded him. Your question has exceeded the tower's authority. Your face went blank. What? A series of updates provided information that was being checked against the tower's advisor privileges. Retaining the current advisor privileges of the Death King. The tower would address the Death King's issues through an official discussion. Gongjia was now standing in a virtual space. The silhouettes of bright golden butterflies flitting around in the center. His gaze followed them, as if considering something. Remembering the moment the system first announced the choice of skills, Gongjia could not help but doubt himself. Why am I here? Information was quickly updated. Confirming participants. including the 6th elder ancient chief, the 5th elder virtual princess, the 4th elder blinded moonlight, the 3rd elder primitive legislator, and the 2nd elder the god of the void all confirmed their attendance. Gongjia expressed confusion about everything. Although he could not see anything, he could feel that overwhelming presence. The system pushes notifications, confirming the attendance of the Eternal Life Master. The tower is raising the issue of the Death King. Suddenly, several figures appear high above within sight. Gongjia feels lost in his eerie thoughts, wondering if the skill to summon 100 demons can be applied to NPCs. If so, please say yes. If not, kindly oppose. Another figure keeps speaking in that strange language. The words echo in his mind, gradually making Gongjia feel like his head is going empty. Finally, the sound becomes clearer, followed by a chilling silence. He unconsciously breaks into a cold sweat, raising his hands to lightly touch the back of his neck, clearly aware of being inside the tower. No matter what language people use, the tower translates it for others to understand. But why is this time different? Gongjia falls into deep thought, realizing the unsettling truth. They do not exist within the tower. They are a presence that even the Demon King level cannot compare to. He speculates that they might be the ones who created this tower. Just then, the system sends a notification that your issue is currently being voted on. In the tense atmosphere of the judgment, the pillars cast their votes in turn. The 6th pillar opposes, while the 5th and 4th pillars agree. Conflicting opinions piling up, Gongjia sweats profusely, waiting for whatever might come his way. The 3rd pillar votes against, mixed between opposition and agreement. Only the 2nd pillar votes no. In summary, we have 2 votes for, 2 votes against, and 1 vote no. These great existences have the right to decide on their 100 demon summoning skill, and yet they want to nullify it. Wow. Gongjia suddenly remembers something. There is still one person who has not voted. Thoughts drift away. A being who never needed to stay here. Someone who understands everything in this place better than anyone else. From this, he concludes, the master of the tower. Gongjia finally speaks up. I think agreeing is the right choice. The powerful aura of the Demon King has etched itself deeply in his mind. If this skill can be applied in NPCs, then how can the Demon King revive countless monsters? Those who perish at the hands of the Demon King are mostly NPCs of empires and kingdoms. Right. 3 different colors of light beam down on the spot where Gongjia stands. As if he is the star of the show, Gongjia is sure of it. It is still true now and will be even more so in the future. The master of the tower replies. Not bad. That figure reveals itself vaguely, with an extremely satisfied smile. Shadows from flowing hair stretch down towards him. But it is a bit embarrassing. Death King. Answer honestly with all your heart. Gongjia bows his head low, as if preparing for his fateful moment, then confidently replies without hesitation. The Demon King is my pet. Do not even think about laying a hand on it. The identity of the remaining pillar is finally revealed. The 1st pillar, Master of Eternal Life, has voted in favor. Suddenly, cracks appear on the floor beneath him. They spread wider, and notifications come rushing in, ending the voting. 3 votes for, 2 against, and 1 no. The 100 demon summoning skill can be applied to NPCs. You have been stripped of your temporary envoy powers by the Death King, and everything is slowly shattering into pieces like broken glass. The discussion is over, and now the light is expanding violently, as if sweeping everything away into the void. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. Zombie. A Kim zombie. The dazed eyes of the skin suit are slowly opening. The old spirit frowns and asks, why are you waking up like this? I told you to ask about the tower. The Demon King lies motionless on the ground, not uttering a single word. He calls out loudly again. Kim zombie. Hey. Can you hear what I am saying? You stare blankly at your palm. What just happened only took a split second. Yet it feels like 100 years have passed. After a long pause, the skin suit finally decides to respond. Hey Kim Emperor. The old spirit scolds you. So now you are just reacting. I have called you zombie so many times that your brains turn to mush like a zombie. The skin suit does not elaborate further and cuts straight to the chase. He did not hear or see anything. You ask, why are you waking up like this? A Kim zombie. The dazed eyes of the skin suit slowly start to open. You just spoke, but suddenly you hear, and yet you did not see or hear anything. You continue, making the other party listen intently. The tower has summoned me to somewhere. I have encountered something that is a pillar. Then there is that whatever thing. Then the tower master appeared. And he even laughed. Does not he know anything? But from his perspective, the skin suit is just rambling. Zombie. I truly apologize for calling you that so many times. From now on, I will just call you zombie sparingly. Alright, wake up for me. This makes you ponder deeper. He does not know anything at all. Even when a legend has broken through to the 99th floor of the tower, he does not know anything. Gripping the sword tightly, you can't help but wonder. Who were those people I met earlier? Your expression falls into deep thought. Calm down now. Although there are many mysteries, There are still plenty of things that are already very clear. Each sharp blade points once more at the Demon King crawling on the ground. She pleads desperately. Please spare my life. The skin suit decides quickly. The immediate task at hand is to deal with the threat in front of you. The rest of the issues will probably become clear after reaching the 100th floor of the tower. Suddenly, the old spirit speaks up. Wait. Are you really going to kill her? Aren't you going to ask about the tower too? Your heart seems to have made a decision long ago. It is all right. The sword raised high shields the center. The branches sway with the intense movements of the skin suit. I have already got my answer. After finishing everything, you slowly recite the incantation. O spirits, reincarnate. The dark liquid on the ground suddenly begins to stir. It gradually merges into the form of the Demon King as before. A continuous groaning fills the air. The skin suit gives the first order. Get up. Even though her appearance remains the same. From this moment on, she has been reborn with a completely different identity. The final decree you give to the opponent is that she must serve the one who granted her that identity. You calmly explain. Esther is the name you have taken from someone else. You should not carry that name anymore. You quickly make a decision. We will give this person a new name. Prita. From now on, they will be called Prita, which means hungry ghost in Sanskrit. The old man confidently seals the deal. And I am now the master of you. Esther, the distant maiden, the demon lord of the beastly dance. The one who once had no name has now been given one. Prita bows deeply, saying, Yep. I will obey all your commands. You are my ruler. On the last day of the 5 promised days, one of the 2 kings has fallen amidst the withering cherry blossom rain. So many events have unfolded. The old elf can only sigh. It is truly incomprehensible. It is hard to explain. After what you did to her, she should be furious. Filled with hatred for you, that would make sense. Right, yet here she is, without a word, bowing her head before you. Indeed, Prita's face is now flooded with tears. Sobbing, Gong turns to the old man, asking if he wants to know why Prita is so willing to submit to me. The sound of her weeping continues steadily. You do not provide a specific answer, leaving it to the imagination to roam wild. But Prita knows this time. These are tears of satisfaction. Sob sob, the echo of whose blends with a calm voice. And soon he will realize. The system sends a notification, assessing the existence of the Demon Lord on floor 20. No Demon Lord detected. Confirming that floor 20 has no Demon Lord, Prita covers her face, silently walking through the desolate village. The scenery has transformed. A result of changing history. Prita covers her face, deeply moved as she sees the people here living in warmth and peace. She faces everyone here, choked with emotion, unable to speak. It seems she is still not mentally prepared to embrace this new reality. Please. Do not. The Who stop nearby, none other than Savas. With a commanding shout, halts the entire army. Prita collapses, her voice trembling. You are my ruler. She thinks about the children, their innocent smiles. I will hold no grudges and will not seek revenge. I will do everything you wish. She cannot stop crying. It does not matter what I become. But please, Prita pleads with Gong. Please, protect my paradise. The old elf observes this scene from above, wondering, do I really have to do this? You respond nonchalantly. Of course. He remarks that a ruler must indeed be responsible for their subjects. He feels remorse, apologizing for not realizing this sooner. You turn back to Prita and tell him, you are in deep trouble. Get ready for punishment. You raise your hands to stop and shout, halt the entire army. Sarvas is still furious. I am General Sarvas Akeem. Who dares to block my path? Gong flashes a mysterious smile. I wonder what brings you all here to this place. The high-ranking official announces. This is the decree of Emperor Biha. As dusk falls, the birds begin to scatter. The official's voice echoes. There exists a female ghost here that has bewitched the people of the continent. They have even turned into monsters after falling into the deep pit of temptation created by this ghost. How can I allow this to continue? You ponder. Today is the day. I must cleanse this place with sacred fire. As your hands begin to gather strength, I know who they are. A virtual screen with pink royal blocks appears, stepping out quietly. He called the roll of those present. They were the holy knights guarding the temple on the 13th floor. He declared that anyone who dared to claim the title of saint before the Pope, while using the church as a shield, must face punishment. The elf halted on the 14th floor, proudly wielding his sword, in the name of the sacred deity and the water mages on the 15th floor. He continued, channeling the power bestowed by the merfolk. You see familiar faces. The warriors from Fire Mountain on the 16th floor, the armed merchant guild on the 17th, the nomadic tribes on the 18th, the petty kingdoms on the 19th, and even the soldiers from the sacred land all rallying together. We are the vanguard of the Free Alliance, the soldiers of the empires. You will receive punishment from us. It is painful to realize that they were all people I had saved. Sarvas, losing his patience, shouted. I will ask you one more time. Who? Exactly. Is the one who dares to challenge us. The system has issued a quest for a hero in this stasis world, with an unclear difficulty level. O hero, no one on the continent will remember your righteousness and sacrifices, but righteousness will always stand firm, and your noble contributions will endure forever. Closing your eyes, you will still choose the path of a hero in this stasis world. 1tu. You confirm the words of General Sarvas Ikim, who says he is here on the king's orders. Right. He sees your disrespectful attitude and is furious. You insolent fool. Do you dare speak to me? Your general. Like that. You think the emperor knows your family's business so well. It is laughable, and it makes him uneasy, Sarvas commanded with an air of arrogance. Regardless of your intentions, those words were clearly rebellious. Bring the demoness here, you retorted defiantly. Rebellious? Are you talking about dethroning the crown prince to replace him with the third prince? Though I had no prior knowledge, I could still guess this from his expression. Approaching the horse he was seated on, I indignantly said, "You can do that. The emperor has granted you so many favors, from a life spent netting fish at the seaside port. He turned his fate around after becoming a royal uncle, and now a general of the court, all thanks to the emperor's grace." Cornered, the general gritted his teeth in frustration. I know. You are from the palace of trickery, are not you? The whole world has gathered here. You think you can easily change our minds? He scoffed, looking down at you with disdain. Knave. Do I look like a pawn of a queen who has lost her touch? Truly. Just an old man who knows nothing but fishing nets. Savas, trembling with fear, asked you. Who sent you here? At that moment, you angrily shouted back. You should be asking me who I am. You raised your sword high, a brilliant light gleaming at the tip. Look closely. I am the heir of the late emperor. Rapanda asked him the Great. The light from the sword and your words left everyone in a daze. You went on. Savas Akim. You recognize the chaos within the royal family and the vile, reckless actions of the crown prince Dingha. Although you stand with the third prince, your loyalty to the empire remains steadfast. I was afraid that power would blind you, so I deliberately used some harsh words to test your loyalty. Are you ashamed of your treacherous thoughts? You stammer in fear, cold sweat pouring down like a river. Ashamed? My loyalty? How dare a little brat question my loyalty? That is a serious crime. You are the one who is on the spot here. If you are not ashamed, then why can't you speak your mind? You dismount and kneel, justifying yourself by saying you were just a bit startled. Savas emphasizes every word with reverence. Heavenly shock. Ocean barrier. May our empire last for eternity. These lowly beings bow before the descendants of the late emperor. Long live the emperor. The other soldiers see their general suddenly kneeling, and they too have no choice but to dismount and kneel, despite their many hesitations. Together, they chant, "May our empire last for eternity." The old spirit can only admire this. He praises, "Man, you really are a master of nonsense. When it comes to bragging, no one can top you. You might look cold on the outside, but are you unhappy inside? You just figured that out now. You close your eyes and make a decision. All right. Let me teach you one more thing. When you draw your sword, what is important to show is not strength, but belief, self-confidence, and trust in yourself. That is the most crucial thing," the old spirit seriously warns. Even when boasting, if you want to deceive others, you must first deceive yourself. Take note of this. To boost, you must be confident. You glance at the soldiers kneeling in unison and lower your sword. The others start whispering, wondering aloud, is this really a descendant of the late emperor? Some hesitate, unsure if it is true. But that sword? Why does the late emperor have a descendant in a place like this? You realize it indeed. That sword is the key. Savas now raises his head to talk to you. Are you really a descendant of the late emperor? Then let me ask you something. Go ahead. Ask away. He expresses his doubts. We are here today to eliminate that wicked woman. What business do you have here? You think? Remember this, to boost, you must be confident. Your eyes turn red, and you announce to everyone. Listen up. I have captured the wicked woman. He can't believe his ears. What? You point behind you. Everyone. Just look as they see Preeta still kneeling on the ground. Someone shouts. Esther, the Western witch. I have seen her before. That is her. They rage and scream. Burn her. Kill her. Amidst the chaotic demand, they shout for Preeta to come and kneel before them. She complies and moves forward, kneeling in Savas' astonishment. You command her coldly. Bow your head. Lower yourself. She grits her teeth and reluctantly follows suit. And you continue. Now. Bang your head on the ground. Seeing Preeta truly bowing, he observes the young witch sweating profusely. But it is not over yet. You say, stay in that position. Then roll forward. She's confused, not understanding. So you urge, continue hear what I am saying. She can only respond,
Yep, yep.
and does as you say. You give her another command. Now do a handstand. Prita looks at you helplessly. Do you really not know how to do a handstand? Get ready to switch things up. All right. Raise your hands and drop them 20 times. Sit down and stand up 10 more times. Do 10 push-up and hold that plank for 20 seconds. She obediently follows along. After finishing all those exercises, she collapses, utterly exhausted, barely able to speak. My body. I can't move anymore. You are standing by, questioning the soldiers. Do you guys get it now? Gong points again to emphasize. And she has already been tamed by me. From now on, she will have to obey my commands and won't be able to harm the continent anymore. You can rest easy now. As the guards and soldiers look on in disbelief, Savas grits his teeth and replies, if Lord Uwar I said that. Then but before he can finish, the 13th floor engineer interrupts. Hold on. What the hell are you doing? We came here to capture the Demoness. You explain. As this guy mentioned, the Demoness has been captured. Right. He argues back. How can we trust that just because you have a sword? You think that proves you are the heir of the late emperor? Just one sword? Hearing this, Gong tightens his grip on the sword. Savas, furious, snaps back. Are you doubting the authority of our empire? That sword is blessed by the goddess. The engineer defiantly retorts. I do not care. I am just following the orders of the Pope. He challenges. So you value the Pope's orders more than the late emperor's? In the tension, Gong closes his eyes and centers himself. The engineer's voice echoes. What? You dare question the authority of the divine temple? Savas, dissatisfied, says. Clearly, it is you who doubts the sword's power. He recalls the fight between Moomin and the Sword King, while the engineer refuses to back down. I see. Looks like the third prince does not need the Pope's support anymore. Engineer counters. He also said you are part of the third princess faction. Gong just smiles. Lying back. Now I understand why Prita used the strategy of turning hunters against each other. Someone irritably interjects. This is not the time for us to bicker like this. Do we really need to verify what this young guy says? He scoffs. It is people like you who get called brain dead. The argument seems never ending. What? In the eyes of you elves. Are we like that? What is the divine temple and the empire doing, arguing so loudly in a place like this? It is like we are in a market, whereas the dignity in that. Why talk so much? Let us settle this with a fight. At that moment, the water mage from the 15th floor, Mimai Ho, shouts. Everyone, clear the way, calmly analyzing the situation. He explains. The arguments you all are having could actually be resolved quite simply. Is this young guy really the heir of the late emperor? Is that girl really a demoness? And has the heir truly captured the demoness or not? As long as we confirm these questions, the issue will be resolved. Someone speaks up. So how do we confirm that? Gong stands silently, watching everyone debate. This is a priceless pearl containing the soul of a mermaid, the mage says, holding a small green orb in his palm. Just drop some blood onto this pearl, and we will know if the soul of the blood's owner is good or evil. And Johnny was hit by magic. And if that girl is indeed the Western witch, and the fishman is the reincarnation of the late emperor, then prove yourself by confirming with this precious stone, the giant pink pearl, taken from the ocean. The magician introduced it. This is the soul gem the emperor's fishman gave to me. When the blood of the one carrying the holy soul touches the gem, it will shine with a bright white light. Conversely, if the blood belongs to a bearer of a malignant soul, the gem will turn pure black. The magician held the gem up before the two, loudly calling out, Come forth, if she is indeed the witch from afar. And you, the true founder's messenger, be ready to accept the gem's judgment. And unleashed a surge of tremendous power from the gem, revealing all the wicked deeds he had committed, and the good deeds he had accumulated. Let the gem verify everything. Gong whispered. Is it as revealing as the detective's eye of that night's lie detector? He casually replied. The human race is quite skilled at crafting such devices. You immediately drew your sword and said, Okay, let us do this. The magician stepped forward, threatening. I hope you won't regret it, because no matter how good the disguise, it means nothing before the gem. Then he immediately grabbed Prita's hand and pulled her up, saying, Let me first check this witch's soul. The magician made a cut in her palm, making her wince in pain. He let her blood drop onto the gem. The gem transformed, swirling with gray-black smoke inside. And the magician exclaimed with delight, How can a soul be so wicked? Everyone was astonished. He was sweating nervously. Just how much destruction and karma had she accumulated? A being entirely cursed. A witch. No doubt about it. She must be a demon queen. After that, he pushed Prito aside and smugly called out, Now it is your turn. The magician shouted, The self-proclaimed messenger of the founder. Are you ready? Step forward and put your hand out. Always ready, he made a cut on your hand, drawing a drop of blood, and no disguise can help you now. Not at this moment. Then he dripped the blood onto the gem, infusing it with color. As the drop of blood touched the gem, a light burst forth from it. Instantly, a brilliant white glow spread across the gem, and seeing this, the magician panicked and yelled, This is... The light shot out, illuminating a corner of the forest. Savas was blinded by the brightness and quickly shielded his eyes. What the heck is this? The elf exclaimed that the gem was sent by the Mer King. How could such dazzling light radiate from the gem? The magician, utterly shocked, gasped. How could there be a soul so pure in this world? How many lives has this person saved? He felt Gong radiate like an angel. It was light, or a warrior radiating divine glory. His face reflected awe as he declared, He truly is the light. And those around him were stunned. Light. Light. Hearing this, he asked eagerly, Can't you recognize that shining soul? The knight's mind was filled with Gong's face, stammering a response. Not exactly. The magician pressed the knight. Why can't you recognize it? Knight leader. He hesitated and replied. Light. What are you talking about? He pounded his chest, tears welling up as he passionately analyzed. This is exactly why I can communicate with these shallow humans. There is no way someone with such a pure soul could deceive us, even if he tried. It would only be for our benefit. This guy is truly the messenger of the founder. No doubt about it. He is definitely the apostle of the goddess. The confident voice of the dusk sky proclaimed. Precisely. I am the apostle of the goddess. The knights stood there, astonished, whispering to each other. She said he was the light. What light? That thing is shining, and the sword is pretty radiant too. Two soldiers exchanged doubtful glances. Could this really be the sword used by the Emperor of Aegeum? Is it possible he actually hails from some noble family? The knight still did not believe it, angrily rebuffing. I am not on board with that. Sure. Let us say he really is the messenger of the founder and the light. But then why did he block our path in the first place? Have you all forgotten? The knight's words made Prita feel uneasy. Then he pointed directly at King Trang's house. We must burn that place to the ground. The knight firmly believed that the supreme pontiff was not only concerned about that witch, but also about all the heretics following her. They must not escape divine punishment. At that moment, an aura sensed the hand of many robes looking over, and that person was Prita, sadly bowing his head. Despite his hard-hitting words echoing, if he was the goddess's apostle, he should have been leading the divine execution. At that moment, the old spirit transmitted the message to him. Fine then, Yemsteher announced. The most ridiculous thing is made up of 90% truth and 10% lies. You calmly reminded the knight of the sacred ground. Look at the one speaking. After all, how the execution goes is up to me. I have eradicated all evil, and the divine execution has been carried out. With a snap of his fingers, two undead soldiers emerged from the ground amidst a cloud of dust, straightforwardly declaring, Let me show you. Then the legion of undead appeared before the knights, who screamed in terror. Demons. Demons. The knight, horrified by the desperate cries of his subordinates, exclaimed, Dear God, how can these horrifying creatures exist? He gently patted Prita's head, solemnly speaking, That is my job. The bold declaration came without fear. Look, how could the witch be the only evil being in this world? All of them are the scoundrels I have taken down. In terms of cruelty, none can compare to the witch you mentioned. The knight stuttered. All of these monsters are. Before taking her away, he coldly threw in one last remark. The goddess has commanded me to act in her stead and eradicate all evil that threatens the territory. Eradicating all evil in the world is my mission, and imprisoning these monsters in hell is my duty. You are witnessing the hell I have created. The sorcerer, eyes brimming with tears, gasped. The apostle has been doing everything alone, and we had no idea. The bold declaration followed. That is right. Hearing this, he sighed dramatically. Oh my goodness. Does not anyone recognize the efforts of the Great One? A normal human like you has created a hell of this size all alone. You replied nonchalantly. Exactly. You straightforwardly told Han. That is my job. He lamented. All-powerful light. The sorcerer was moved to tears, listening to every word spoken. You do not have to be a perfect witch, because the wicked have been eradicated. They will forever taste the bitterness of suffering in my shadow. And I am their hell. He began to understand the truth more clearly. It turns out that the revered apostle has saved us countless times without us even realizing it. Hearing this, Gongra accepted it without hesitation. That is exactly right, the old spirit helplessly said. I have nothing more to teach you. Move forward. Your master here is pure as a child. So I really can control the likes of you. The son of the wind god. You casually relayed the message back, humble as ever. But I still have so much to learn from your wicked ways. Master. Gongre used dark energy to control the undead army. I am sure you have seen it by now. This is the will of the goddess. The purging of the divine, you coldly pointed out. Surely you do not intend to challenge the goddess's will. Do you? The knight trembled in fear. Excuse, but, by the revered apostle, have the vicious demons really been locked away securely? Knight Haihang speculated. If those demons break free, the damage this world would suffer would be beyond measure. You snapped your fingers. So you want to see for yourself if I can completely imprison those creatures. As one undead soldier stepped forward, the knight instinctively went into a defensive stance. Revered apostle. What do you plan to do with this skeletal soldier? You replied indifferently. Allow me to satisfy all your doubts. Gongre summoned magical energy onto the undead. O lost spirit. Regain your memories. The undead quickly returned to their original form. And as they morphed back into a human shape, the Fire King bellowed. What? What is this waste thing? He ripped off your cloak and screamed. You worthless piece of trash. What the hell did you do to make me end up like this? With your flesh stripped, your liver devoured, and your blood drained. You can't possibly pacify my rage like this. I will kill you, you miserable wretch. How dare you do this to me? No matter what happens. I swear I will kill you, Gongre explained without a care. You see, this scoundrel is just as rotten as the sorceress. He is even a more ruthless demon, far more vicious than she ever was. That sorceress was a monster from the moment she was born, but this guy has committed unspeakable crimes as a human. The Fire King howled in anger. And what kind of monsters are you? You bunch of idiots. Look at what is going on. You fools. They drop items when killed. And this made everyone incredibly excited. You snapped your fingers in annoyance. Jump. He uncontrollably leaped around. What the hell? The Fire King, shocked, said. Wait a minute. He continued to kneel, changing his stance. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. He kept bouncing around, angrily shouting, I will kill you. Watching this flashy scene left the knight stunned in disbelief. Seeing the knight kneel down, Gongre said sternly, the wicked will never be able to defy my orders. What are you still hesitating for? He bowed his head cautiously and asked, Dear revered apostle, may we have the honor of knowing your name? The cold gaze shot back. My name is Gongre. The knights immediately knelt in reverence. We shall do as you command, Lord Gong. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have just completed a regular quest. And you have also cleared a hidden mission. Hero of the Frozen World. You have conquered the boss level. The system notification flashed. Conquered by a one-man team. The Death King. Evaluating rewards. Assessing completion. Enjoy the refreshing sensation the system provides. The system continued. Rewards will be granted within 24 hours after entering level 21. The old spirit shouted in disbelief. Who would have thought anyone could conquer a boss like that? Incredible. Well done. He chuckled joyfully, while the boy beside him sighed. Honestly, whether it is incredible or not, who cares? He reminisced about the glorious battle before. How he conquered level 20 the way he wanted. Back then, the knights were taken down by magic before they knew it, and not a single hunter lost their life. There were no casualties for the Empire or the continent's residents. Then he gently patted Bretta's head. I even saved this girl. Level 20 would have probably fallen even if I did nothing. Hearing this, she felt comforted. Despite him still petting her head, the village, once filled with laughter, had its fire and disappearance as a form of closure. If it had to end, a reasonable one would suffice. The tower did not care whether it was a happy ending or a tragic one. Otherwise, Joshua would not have made it to level 40. Here, the people lived happily together. So this world was not a place for the tower's prediction. And it was not some forced ending either. To this day, the people still enjoyed this peace. Looking toward the village, he knew that the rain would not fall spontaneously, and no fire or violence would engulf this place. Confidently, he declared, This is simply the ending I have chosen. The old spirit looked at him skeptically. Is that really true? The ending you chose? He did not respond. Behind him, King Ho was exhausted, frantically throwing wild dance moves. You idiot. Are not you going to stop? Damn it. Why can't you put an end to this ridiculous nonsense? He chuckled, his eyes squinting. Isn't your dancing just beautiful? Hearing that, he fumed. You little punk. The system has announced that level 20 has been conquered. Let me repeat. Level 20 has been conquered. He pulled out his phone, checked, and frowned. This is so frustrating. There is no internet here. The old spirit murmured. Puzzled. Didn't you decide to ignore the reactions of others? He immediately put away his phone. feigning innocence. Did I say that? The old spirit sighed. Defeated. Sigh. Didn't you say you wanted the recognition of that witch, and the old man with the holy sword more than from commoners? The system chimed in again. Level 21 will open 24 hours from now. Fireworks exploded in the sky. The countdown began. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 53 seconds left. He replied. Isn't more always better? I will earn everyone's recognition. He crossed his arms, fuming. Seriously? What a greedy jerk. I can't believe there are people this selfish. The two were so caught up in their argument that they did not notice someone zooming in. The witch swooped in and hugged him tightly. My prince, she excitedly rambled on. Did you know you just pulled off something totally insane? It was amazing and completely wild. For a rookie who was not even 20 yet. He was really pushing his luck, causing her to wince and interrupt. Ouch. My back, not far away. The Sword King silently stood under a tree, observing everything. The witch turned his phone towards him. Can you believe he actually conquered the 20th floor in just 5 days? Are you serious? You must not know how crazy everyone is going over this tower. Just look, she exclaimed, beaming with excitement. I flew down to the first floor to grab this screenshot for you. A series of news articles flashed across her phone screen. Hot news about the 14th floor. Success. The Prince of Death is the alias of the current Star Hunter. Who is leading the charge? The Sword Saint, the Dark Mage, or the Prince of Death? She spilled the tea. There are so many articles. I could not capture them all. Sorry. But you get it. Right. The Prince of Death. This tower is not the only thing driving the world wild right now, the witch excitedly explained. The titles might vary a bit, but they are all about your background, how your life quality skyrocketed, and how you suddenly became a big deal. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Are you curious? You took all these pictures yourself. He pondered. She cheerfully replied. Of course. He envisioned the system displaying a message, moving to the first floor, and then taking her there. So what you are saying is, to show me those articles. You went all the way down to the first floor. Then she browsed through each article one by one, capturing each shot. Images of the witch kept popping up on his phone, making his head spin. Facing him, she replied. Yep, you are right. Second place on the Hunter leaderboard and a top-tier figure in the tower. Remembering something, she warned him. Just a heads up. Do not read the comments. The haters down there are probably losing their minds. She added. Not even having casualties is an amazing feat, so do not let that noise get to you. He looked at her with a fond gaze, thinking to himself, she must be an angel. The old elf smirked. You really think she is an angel just because she is a bit nice to you? His eyes sparkled with gratitude. If she is not an angel, maybe she is the moon goddess. Watching him get all flustered, she snapped. Get it together. You goof. The witch quickly pulled out an article. Check this out too. She handed it to him excitedly. Look at the third line. You made the front page. She kept babbling. In the history of this tower, this is the first time something like this has happened. I can't believe it has all gone down in just a few days. You can skyrocket from unranked to third place on the leaderboard. He exclaimed, still in shock that he was ranked third, with a happy grin on his face. The witch cheerfully said, Congrats, Prince of Death. You are now a representative for all hunters. She rolled up the newspaper, giving a pointed reminder that from now on, he needed to pay more attention to his attitude and behavior. With a hint of suspicion, she smacked the paper against his arm as she warned him that now, he was part of all 5 top guilds, but in reality, he was still completely free and easy. As a hunter holding the third rank on the leaderboard, he should have some bragging rights. Sure, he had joined all 5 guilds, but there were still some members who did not accept him. He lowered his head, carefully contemplating. President, I see that Hefie Flea is not happy, he added with a hint of sarcasm. If you want to continue solo wrecking everything in your path like that old man, I won't stop you. Just do not let that loudmouth Sword King butt in. Who knows what they are saying behind our backs? He looked towards the group setting up tents and wondered. Who are those people? Gongra calmly replied. They are soldiers from all over the continent gathering here. Seeing Preeta's confused expression, he hesitated and said, It is a long story, but after defeating the Demon King, I guess there was an event where NPCs invaded floor 20, but using skills and item effects. I convinced them I was some kind of envoy from the founder of the empire, and they backed off. As Gongre's words echoed, Afifi and the Sword King were left speechless. She did not believe him and shot back immediately. Looks like you have got quite the imagination. He straightforwardly revealed. Well, thanks to that, I managed to conquer floor 20 without shedding a drop of blood. She cheerfully changed the topic. Alright. I won't tease you anymore. I am really glad, thanks to you. We can start trading with this continent, observing everyone moving their belongings. Haxiothi felt more relaxed. This meant he would not have to keep his head down in front of those old, shady merchants outside anymore. Those old foxes always used food to drive down the prices of goods. Let us see how much longer they can keep that up. The trade inside and outside the tower is basically unbalanced. The Sword King advised. Whether it is capital, resources, or technology, everything outside is richer than what is inside the tower. She rested the newspaper on her shoulder and emphasized. Food. The issue here is always food. When I first met Gamja, I thought she was hard to approach. He was not so sure. They must have gotten closer. Right, at that moment. He asked. You are talking about how hunters will trade with this continent. Right, she replied nonchalantly. Of course, Gamja sweetly offered. I will lend you my title. In this world, I am the envoy of the founder and the apostle of the goddess. He also mentioned the benefits. With my title, trading will be much easier. The Sword King cautiously inquired. Not a bad proposition. But it seems like you are not offering that title for free. What do you want? He simply stated. Floor 20. Hearing those two words, Prita was confused and could not believe it. According to the map, floor 20 is a vast area, and she looked a bit skeptical. You are not saying you want the entire floor 20. Are you? He confidently affirmed. Yep. To be more precise, I want the entire land on floor 20 to be mine. In return, when it comes to punishing from floor 11 to 1, I won't take anything. You can also share the profits from the mainland with other hunters. She paused for a long time. Carefully analyzing, it is quite an unusual concept. Right. It is not that I can just decide on my own authority. I will discuss this with the other guild leaders. The witch pointed out the doubts. You really only want this place. Clearly, it does not seem very valuable. Just a small patch of land. It does not look suitable for farming either. From my perspective, splitting the loot for clearing floors 11 to 20 seems way more profitable. With a grin, I said I prefer snails over money. Land is the best. Meanwhile, Bertard stood there silent. She stepped forward. I will gather the guild leaders. After all, you will have to meet them. So let us head down to floor 1. You can agree. Just listen to them. Suddenly she stopped. But can I ask something? Seeing the Despair King sobbing with tears, the witch asked. What is going on? The relaxed witch teased. Have not you ever seen anything like this before? Not long after, the system transported everyone to floor 1. And as the three landed, the witch asked for your opinion. How about we meet at the cafe like last time? You nodded in agreement. Sure. It is all the same to me. Just like that, the witch and she left. You knew that for others it was just 5 days. But for me, it was the first time after hundreds of days of hardship. Your footsteps slowed down. Hearing your voice, she looked puzzled. After that, the witch calmly replied. I just realized that I finally conquered floor 20. The witch pushed the big door and looked back, reminding you that you might soon discover even more. Everyone outside the tower is going crazy over you. Witnessing that scene, you could not help but be shocked. She needed to add, be mentally prepared. Under the tower, a swarm of reporters buzzed around. Here is the Death King. Your steps faltered as you stood frozen in front of this crowd. The reporters scrambled to capture this moment. The witch and the holy sword appeared. And if that is the case, then the other person is. They seem to recognize you. The Death King. Reporters crowded around to interview you. Is it true that you completed the level 20 mission all by yourself? Please look over here. Just for a second. What is your relationship with the witch? You were confused and did not know how to respond. The witch calmly guided you. Do not say anything. She asked her counterpart. You still have no experience dealing with public opinion. Right. What do you want? Mystery or star status? You questioned back. What? She explained further. I am talking about your image. Do you want to be mysterious, or do you want to be an idol star? Once your personal image is set, it is hard to change. The witch, seeing your confusion, analyzed in detail. An idol star is like famous singers and actors. You will need to set up a Lotus account and have a manager too. As for manpower and costs, my long-term investment will help you. But Marcus interrupted. I hate stuff like that, so I work alone. You asked the question. So what do we have to do about the mysterious image? She replied. It is simple. Singing witches are more serious than ever. You just need to manage your expressions well. She added a few things. No Lotus usage and never appearing in magazines or on any TV shows. Even personal live streams. Agreeing to an interview every 2 years is fine. And I will thoroughly vet any journalists involved for you. Skepticism is key here. That is all there is to it. The singing witch teased with a light laugh. You still seem unaware of just how tough that can be. Public attention is the most toxic kind of drug there is. She elaborated. A regular person only needs about 10 people to care about them to feel happy. But in your position, Every word you say will be scrutinized by hundreds. Very few can handle this kind of poison. Marcus brushed it off. It is all just fluff. She responded softly. True. But that fluff can be quite useful. What is your choice? Prince. The prince pondered. What I really want is recognition from others. I am not quite sure. But I think it is a bit different from simply getting public attention. On the other side, the Fire King was striking poses in front of the mirror. Unlike you, I just need those around me to care. What I want from hundreds or thousands is not attention. I would rather be recognized by them. The witch found it amusing. I do not see much difference between the two. But I respect your answer. It is fortunate you are like that. The prince had a few more questions. So how can I manage my expressions well? She lowered her voice and said, I will pass on the secret to you. She recounted her past, bringing back some not-so-pleasant memories. My father died during a civil war outside the tower. While my dad and I were running away, the army was hot on our heels. My father fell behind, shouting at me not to look back and to keep running. The witch's words were heart-wrenching. I really did not look back and just tried to keep running. Even though I could hear the gunfire. It is not that I hated running away. I was just too young then. But why did not I turn back? It was not that hard to do. She sincerely expressed her feelings. Every time I need to adjust my expression, I remember that moment. The memory of that escape makes my heart clench, giving me the coldest face possible. The witch guided. You must have a memory or two like that. Right. She suddenly glanced at you. You really pick things up quickly. She then kindly reminded, you will soon get used to this, in another place. When the three of them entered, they were greeted. Welcome everyone. Come on, Erratic excitedly praised. You really broke through to the 20th level in just 5 days. That is something no one has done before. I really admire you. Hunter Kim. Oh no. You should call him the prince now. Right. Paladin added. Honestly, I thought the three of you were. Kim Than and Long Zhu made a heroic sacrifice. Who would be thought you could tackle floor 20 all by yourself? Got any secrets you want to share with us? He sat down across from her and responded softly. It is simple. We just need to live a humble life, Paladin remarked. That is some genuinely practical advice. He smiled, showing he cared. It has been ages since we have all been together. You all doing all right? Ryan Ju recounted everything. It has not been long, just 5 days. As promised. We were just waiting in the feedback room. But suddenly, NPCs from the Empire started flooding in. He thought to himself about that statement. They were talking about when they pushed back the Demon King on floor 20. And Heretic chimed in. Then NPCs thought we were rebels infiltrating the royal palace. And then the knights and guards came rushing in to capture us. I was frozen with fear back then. Mumu cheerfully recounted the story. This kid really knows how to tell a tale. At first, we let ourselves get caught. But then we broke out of prison to escape. He was still excited recalling that moment. Don't you think it is hilarious? I figured there might be a secret passage in the dungeon. Just wanting to relive my childhood. They were animatedly discussing how he was captured by the Bungaji Mafia as a kid. And yep, that is true. Prison. The depths of the earth. Escaping it all reminds me of those wild childhood days. Standing here is absolutely insane. The witch sang in agreement. We all had a rough childhood in the outside world, did not we? They gathered to share their pasts. Teki was born in a rough village in India. Right. Via's parents were leaders of a violent organization, and the knight had a tough time in Venezuela. She was casually sipping her drink. Are not we all rough around the edges in the outside world? But we did not come here to talk about that. Did we? She reminded everyone to get back on track. Today's meeting is to recruit the Death King into our team. The witch agreed with her. Right. You might not know, but the Death King played the biggest role in breaking through the tower floors. The witch reminisced about that process. This time, no one had to sacrifice anything, even on floor 11 with so many hunters involved. She seriously expressed her thoughts. I want this man to be the hero representing us at the tower. She pointed out each member's flaws. Count. You are too into money. Ingim nodded in agreement. Can T argue with that? And you? You have killed way too many people. Heretic laughed innocently. Those were all necessary sacrifices. Then the witch turned to the other two. Knight. You hate being in the spotlight. And Paladin calmly replied. That is my personal issue. The witch hesitated. Vip. What about you? She ruthlessly covered up. Sorry. But you are just too ugly. Mema Men was left speechless, unsure how to respond. Then she shifted her attention to Marcus. The holy sword, as everyone knows, is just a crazy old man obsessed with his sword. For me, I am too involved in shady dealings to be of any use. Finally, the witch mentioned Gong Ra. On the contrary, the Death King is still a blank slate. Hyrex liked to acknowledge this. That is right. We are all seasoned characters with our own stains, even though news and images frequently pop up in magazines. Our foreign trade with the outside world is still way too low. We need to step it up. With that, he glanced around. A bit shy but no big deal. Just enough confidence to get by. We will edit the photos to make him look taller. A bit But have you ever dated anyone, or are you dating someone now? Everyone. Ignore his opinion and let us start planning. If you look closely, you can see that when he smiles, there is a bit of mischief in it. But hey, let us keep it mysterious. I have decided his image will be mysterious. But not dating anyone is a bit concerning. There is bound to be some nasty rumors about his sexuality. No worries. I will handle that. A whole series of plans are laid out. A scenario where after 5 days of shared struggles, love blossoms between the prince and the witch is not too shabby. Right. Haha, right. We should spread a rumor that some anonymous benefactor has been supporting the orphanage. And that benefactor is actually the prince. This is all thanks to you. They are ready to take the first step and are set to roll. Let us call in the photographer and the makeup artist. Either way, we need to have a stunning photo ready to go public today. He called out to the witch. He suspected he was being set up, but without proof. Obviously. She told me to keep the mysterious vibe. I do not think we need a makeup artist after all. She clasped her hands in a pleading gesture. Just for today. Everyone is dying to know about him. Just one photo. Please. Jump to the scene in the studio. He resigned himself to the hands working on his appearance. Just look here. Okay, great. Great. This time. Strike a pose with the sword. You need to have an icy expression. Just a bit more. He held the sword stiffly. Mumbling. In front of him, the photographer was intently capturing every moment. The witch chatted elegantly with the heretic. He looked good in that suit. What do you think of the adventurous and passionate boy image? The photographer's exclamations were constant. Perfectly awesome. The old elf bit his lip, trying to contain his emotions. Finally, he could not help but laugh out loud. Oh man, my stomach hurts from laughing. Haha. The prince chuckled, annoyed but amused. He yelled loudly in exasperation. I am not doing this anymore. He ran a hand through his hair, waking up their naive thoughts. A hunter just needed to focus on breaking through the tower. Right. What is this nonsense in front of the public? Because everyone is so focused on this stuff. They can't even break through the 10th level. The other members looked on in shock. They unanimously treated him like air and continued to discuss. That last statement could really be a headline. This weakest magazine title could be Hunters of the Tower Climbers. Back in our 20s. We were just as restless. Right, if I am being ignored, then enough is enough. I came here to talk about the 20th floor. And I will give everyone rights from the 11th to the 19th floor. The 20th floor will belong to me. They seem to be ignoring you. That pure and unambitious image fits him better. Is the headline for tomorrow's paper going to be okay? The Death King shares management rights from the 11th to the 19th floor. His promise not to disrupt the tower has already satisfied him. They enthusiastically plan. The second page of the paper will say, the Death King is a long-time donor to the orphanage. It seems everyone is excited to express their gratitude and respect for the one who completed the mission on the 20th floor. Marcus stands aside as the seasoned veteran advising the newcomer Gongja, saying, give it up, kid. Climbing to the top of the leaderboard is the same. He kindly explains. Those guys want to show the outside world that we are still living just fine. It is a form of inferiority complex. They left everything behind and came to the tower with a bit of resentment towards the outside world. Then he turns away, ignoring that group, saying you will waste a day here if you keep hanging around. At the same time, Marcus leads the charge. Gongja shouts out, let us. The old spirit happily flies behind to watch the drama. Loudly calling, the Death King. The witch reminds you, tomorrow you have a press conference. So remember to come back early in the morning. Do not attract too much attention. And take the back way. Be careful. A while later, you huff as you climb onto the transport machine at her request. A soldier suddenly calls out to Marcus, the holy sword, and politely asks, could you step aside for about 5 minutes? He hesitates for a moment. That is that the Death King? Gongja sweats a bit. She nods. The soldier is overjoyed as he pulls a notebook from his bag. It is my first time meeting you in person. This is amazing. He hands a pen to Marcus. I only have these few sheets of paper. Could I get your autograph? He asked the other person in a friendly manner. What is your name? He denied it. Oh no. The soldier was beaming. I want to get the signature of the Death King. Gongja archly rubbed the back of his neck. I have never signed anything for anyone before. The other person continued. This is my wish. Please, sign right here. Finally, Gongja signed his name on the paper for him. Each stroke of his pen felt like the mark of a powerful influencer. The soldier received the signature and was thrilled. Thank you. I am off. You two keep talking. We will sing at the house below where you are standing at noon. Gongja looked at him thoughtfully. On the day of the holy. The other person quickly replied. What is it? Young man. He expressed his thoughts. Surely you are seeing a huge number of people I have killed. Right, you continue to clarify for your own honor. But I am really not a murderer like you think. I did not kill people in the numbers you see. Gongja spoke from his heart. But the Holy Sword did not judge himself. I know you have your own principles. And I fall under those principles. The principle of punishing murderers. Gongja tried to explain. But honestly, the path I am on and yours are not that different. Marcus raised his voice. You do not need to explain. We are different from other high-ranking people. He sincerely opened up. Those at the top have suffered a lot from the outside world. Unlike them, I was born into a perfect life. And because of that, I started to doubt whether this success came from my own strength. He calmly drew his sword from its sheath. Is it because I have enjoyed the best that I easily attained the highest position? That can't be the case, he asserted firmly. No matter what, I must stand on my own 2 feet. That is my pride. I simply want to prove my own dignity. Gongja understood the truth. That is why you became a tower climber. Marcus reflected on himself. But it seems I have been too arrogant as well. The system sent a notification. You are opening a skill. The label for accuracy appeared, revealing the murderous intent of the opponent, but not the indirect killing intent. It can precisely identify the opponent's intentions and the target the murderer aims for. But it can predict the methods the murderer will use to kill. He added, I only trust my own eyes and hands, and I believe in the skills I possess. Young man, I ask you one last time. He looked at him with piercing eyes. You really have never killed an innocent life. Have you? You thought about it. That is right. He fell into contemplation. That is why he told himself not to explain. Because explaining requires using one's head. The system guided. Death King. Answer honestly with all your heart. You bellowed. That is right. He straightened his back, unashamed of himself. To the Holy Sword. I have never killed an innocent life. You affirmed that statement strongly. Now and forever. Marcus swung his sword, creating multiple shimmering golden streaks. He acknowledged you. I trust my own eyes. He sheathed his sword, saying, You have worked hard for 5 days now. Thank you for helping this stubborn old man. Shared his thoughts, admitting that although it may be a bit late, standing by you to break through levels 12-19 has given me some wild experiences. Marcus glanced back, reminding everyone to take it easy today. After the press conference tomorrow. That is when the real challenge at level 21 begins. I am counting on you at level 21. Death King. With that, he jumped over the balcony and disappeared. Gong was still unsure, asking the old spirit. Wait. Sword Emperor. I just got recognized by the Sword Saint. Right, the other replied. Yeah, it seems that way. You slumped down. Exhausted. Finally, everything is over. Letting out a sigh of relief, you relaxed your body. Level 20 is mine now. And the associations will handle the public opinion. So I can finally rest. He smiled teasingly. What do you mean over? People might think you just conquered level 50. The system pushed a notification. And the goddess of humanity praised your achievements and recognized your accomplishments. Gung was stunned. A notification came through, saying the goddess recognized you as qualified to become her apostle. You felt bewildered why all of a sudden. The system sent a message. You are fully qualified to use this title. You hesitated, asking, Wait, what is going on? The goddess of humanity told you to look down below. You followed her guidance down below. The system led you step by step. The goddess of humanity said to glance a little to the left. Zhuang seemed to realize everything. Wait a minute. That is a dazzling tower. The goddess of humanity has bestowed upon you the ultimate power. You frowned, full of doubt. The goddess of humanity is... The sword was still glowing, confirming your suspicion. This sword. The news anchor was discussing the identity of the key figure who broke through level 20. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching a truly astonishing video. Right. This is the latest footage we have just captured at B's. The host led the audience. Do you see that? The Witch of Hachi is holding hands with some hunter. And that hunter is none other than the Death King, who has been making waves recently. Incident continued to be discussed on forums. If this video is real, then the Death King took down the boss at level 11 with just a single graceful sword strike. The host emphasized that this is the first time in Beeb's history a monster was killed in just one blow. Don't tell me it is still coming from the TV. Let us move on to the next video. Zhang decisively pressed the off button, and the screen immediately went black. The old spirit grumbled. Why did you turn it off? We were just getting to the good part. You slammed the table in frustration. Forget it. I can't take this anymore. Hearing this, he spoke softly. Would you like to eat some onions? I mean, you are not dead yet, Zhang shouted back. Even so, that is still annoying. He reluctantly compromised. All right, get it? Let us change the channel. You insisted. All the channels are talking about me anyway. Suddenly, a notification came through. The goddess of humanity said that your achievements were exceptional. So she advised you to get used to the title along with the famous taxes that come with it. Yi Wang sighed. Yesterday I was too tired to explain properly, but dear goddess, are not you being a bit too excessive here? The sword suddenly trembles with a powerful affirmation. You are the light. The message keeps coming. The benevolent goddess remembers it all too well. You climbed the walls and declared it boldly. You are feeling all kinds of emotions, covering your ears. Like, I only said that in the heat of the moment. The goddess does not let this slide. From this moment on, I give the empire to you. And you weakly plead. Please. But it is still stubborn. I believe you are someone with the right ideals. Starting to doubt. Is this sword a fan of mine? This is the goddess' expression. She is thrilled that her second master is someone as amazing as you. And you can't help but think of yourself. Just like when I fangirled over the Fire King. The system can't stop praising. Especially when you subdued the Demon King. Who said that a ruler must protect their subordinates too. Back then, you were so loud. Trying to drown out that embarrassing moment. You quickly draw the sword to cut off the other person's words. The benevolent goddess is so. You angrily pick up a dirty stick to threaten. This is what you asked for. The sword then emits a warning sound. The kind goddess feels a threat to her life. Hoping you will back off. Hearing that, you let out a sigh of relief. You smile cheerfully, wiping the sword with that stick. Now it is quiet. You look at it and wonder a few things. Is not that called a constellation? A constellation that is a sword? Or have you merged your soul into this sword? You recall and piece together. If it is that constellation, are not they the ones managing the floors of the tower, unlike the case of the Demon King, where the starting point is an understandable monster? But a constellation as a weapon sounds a bit off. The sword responds, failing to fulfill its duty as a messenger. The kind goddess shakes her head. If you see the constellation as a representative of another world, it makes more sense. It recounts everything from the past. The kind goddess was originally a spirit worshipped by deities. But then, she was sealed by the ancestors of the Ice King Empire into 5 swords. And I am one of those 5 swords. Statue. You curiously research. Is the name of this sword really statue? It confirms. Absolutely. The identities of the 5 swords are: first sword, statue. Second sword, link. Third sword, era. Fourth sword, sacrifice. Fifth sword, salvation. It is said that if all 5 swords are gathered, the kind goddess can return to her prime. You kinda get the situation now. In short, you are a piece of the sword, and to unleash your true power, you need to find the other sword pieces. Right. That is intriguing. Where are the other pieces? It falls into silence. You press on. Goddess. Where are your siblings? It remains determinedly silent. You apply pressure. You do not even know. The statue replies. The kind goddess is exercising her right to refuse to answer. You sigh in frustration. If you do not know, just admit it. It grumbles back. The kind goddess disagrees with your opinion. You let that topic slide and stand up. Wondering. Anyway. It is not an urgent matter. At least you have 1/5 of the power now. Right. Statue. What can you do? He bluntly revealed. I can count on the absolute support of the Ice Cream Empire's citizens. Who would not know that? Suddenly, a sword blazed brightly. Leaving him no time to react, the statue expressed emotions through action. The benevolent goddess always took pride in her radiant glow. He was in tears of rage. Who would not notice such a dazzling light? Besides the support of the Empire's people. What else can you do? He calmly introduced himself. I am very confident in slaying monsters and people too. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. What is all the noise about? The statue denied it. Nothing's going on. The witch crossed her arms leaning against the door. Is that? Then she kindly reminded him of what he needed to do. The press conference is starting in 5 minutes. Maybe by the time it is over, the 21st floor will be unlocked. You just need to answer enough. After that, we will head straight to the 21st floor. You understand the schedule, right? He agreed. Okay. She smiled and advised him carefully. I believe you will handle the interview well. Just do not mess it up. The statue listened intently as the footsteps gradually faded away. Then he turned to challenge the statue. Can you stop glowing now? Honestly. You can't do anything right. Can you? It immediately retorted. The benevolent goddess is opposing your opinion. The statue brushed everything off. Come on. From now on I will call you Blinding Light. What is with the sword and goddess nonsense? You could not even protect your own nation from the start. He shouted. I can stand your arrogance. And face it. You are talking too much. An old man with a sword is enough to give me a headache. So please, do not show off unless necessary. Benevolent goddess. He cut, threatening the opponent. If you do not obey, I will send you back to the Ice Cream Empire. Got it. Blinding Light. The statue played along. Blinding light said yes. Sir. Finally feeling satisfied at the press conference. A voice rang out to everyone. Thanking everyone for being here today. The reporter called out loudly. Look over here. Please. Just one quick look. Everyone thought. It turns out the Dragon Lord is a goddess from the previous generation. The reporter, now ready to speak, said, as you all know, we have broken through from floors 11 to 20. I am incredibly grateful to the media for always standing by us. Everyone eagerly listened to her. And we truly deliberated a lot on how to spread this joy to everyone. But it is you guys who helped us do that. This has saved us a significant amount in promotional costs. So thank you all so much. The witch pointed at everyone. And what makes us proudest here is not our long-standing dream of breaking through floor 10, or the speed of breaking through floor 20. She proudly asserted that it is the fact that no one had to sacrifice in the recent battle. More than anything, having 0 casualties is our greatest joy and pride. Next, the witch directed. Everyone. Take a look down below. She introduced to everyone. This is the pavement of Babylon Square. And each brick here is engraved with a name. Everyone quietly contemplated her words. Realizing that many names were engraved when we broke through floors 2 and 3. To declare this right before the names of the fallen predecessors is the greatest happiness for us. The witch boldly declared to everyone. Today, we won't be engraving anyone's name here. The crowd erupted with excitement. A Dragon Lord. A Dragon Lord. After stirring the atmosphere, she shifted to the main issue. Now it is time for the press conda. One by one. Please raise your hands. And let us see if I even need to show up this time. You glanced at the clock, lost in thought about many things. Indeed, one must choose their comrades wisely. The witch gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exuding an elegant aura. I would like to answer the previous question. You started to lose your patience. Wanting to wrap up the press conference and move on to floor 21, someone stood up to introduce themselves. I am a reporter from Babylon Daily. He turned to you and said, I have a question for the Death King, who just climbed to the 3rd spot on the leaderboard. The question was quickly posed. Death King, you have reached this position at an unbelievable speed. Moreover, I have heard you are a mysterious figure from the major guilds. You were surprised by this. Thinking, he continued to question, if that is true, then he is the hero behind the guild's achievements. I have heard that you requested exclusivity on the 20th floor, while the major guilds are taking over floors 11 to 20. I think this is quite concerning. What are your thoughts on this? Hekji Fefli whispered to you, reminding you that you do not have to answer. I will handle it, and I will be more serious than ever. No doubt. You waved your hand, rejecting the help. After all, there will be many people just like him. I have to voice my thoughts too. You hesitated slightly, but you instantly grabbed the mic to speak. It is all good. Everything has a solution. Hakifi Thekli helplessly turned to Gomrai and said, if you do not directly respond to public opinion, I can help you cover up your mistakes. She warned the reporters about the consequences. But right now, if you step out there, I am not sure I can control public opinion anymore. Gomrai exuded a calm demeanor, encouraging reassurance. No one can be as composed as I am. You know that I am the prophet here. Okay, then you raised the mic and said your first words. Hello. 1 2 3 4 5. Greetings to everyone here. I am the hunter known as the King of Death. And I am thrilled to meet you all today. You dove straight into the main issue and shifted attention to the person who asked the question. You are the journalist Ivan. Right, he replied politely. Yep. You looked directly at Ivan, and deep within his pupils, there seemed to be a fiery blaze. He had a piercing gaze. And to deal with such a look, there was only one way. Gomra feigned humility, saying that he felt he still had too many shortcomings to stand before the public like this. You decided on a counter strategy, simply saying the opposite of that Fire King, and then raised your voice to address everyone. Let me reiterate. I believe I still have too many shortcomings to stand before the public and speak like this. Gomra had no experience and was not as eloquent as the Fire Lord. But more than anyone, you knew exactly what a cheap interview looked like. You recalled the Fire Lord's attitude when facing the reporter's questioning. I am talent. That is why I could break through to the 20th floor. Unlike you guys who do not know anything. He pointed directly at Ivan, showing his arrogance. I have worked so hard that I nearly broke my bones. So everything I have today is completely deserved. Hey you. If it were not for me, who else do you think could achieve this? He raised his eyebrow in disdain. Fuming. Maybe your old man. And that incident was dubbed your old man. Gomra recalled that awkward moment. Fifli's face turned pale as he desperately tried to find a way to remedy the situation. Soon after, the Black Dragon Lord had to halt the press conference as Yushua clashed with the reporters. He went on a rant. He did not care at all about how it affected others. He turned that interview into a one-man show of complaints, and if Gomrai did the opposite of those rude actions, you would have delivered the best performance. Every insult from the Fire King and his self-satisfied attitude still echoed in Ras mind to this day. I am talent. That is why I could break through to the 20th floor. What do you know, over here? You should really showcase your calm demeanor so everyone can see your true character. I know there is a lot of buzz about me right now, but you guys are overestimating me. Without the support of the Black Dragon Lord and the Sword Saint, I could never have reached the 20th floor on my own. The Fire King thinks he is superior. I have worked so hard that I have broken bones. So what I have today is totally deserved. Jung spoke slowly to the reporters. To achieve a goal where no one has to sacrifice, I would not hesitate to break my bones. Not all, but I do not think that is called sacrifice. You clench your fist to show your determination and courage. As a human and a hunter, this is my duty. If the Fire King does not value everyone, then I absolutely deserve the position I have today. And Zhang is the perfect opposite of that, so I won't ask for any privileges at all. I delegate everything from floors 11 to 19 to the guild leaders to decide. The 24th floor is the green zone and home to the tower's residents. Just becoming the manager of this floor is already more than enough for me. Finally, when the Fire King challenged me, I smiled back defiantly. Even though I seemed to radiate purity, I replied to the reporter Ivan. Gung even politely asked the other party, "Do you have any more questions?" Ivan quickly sat down in his chair, feeling the warmth. "I have no more." The image of the rude Fire King flashed in his mind. What the hell is that? If there is nothing, then just get out. And as for the American pig, when Ging matures, it will be fully nourished. Thank you. And if anyone has more questions, feel free to ask. The atmosphere below instantly exploded. They all raised their hands, eager to catch your attention. Please answer my question. Death King. I am from the Hiyu Thap newspaper. I am from the Honmena newspaper. I am from Drain 14A. Gung silently pondered. The force of my counterattack succeeded amidst the chaos. That familiar name brought back memories of the past. The Fire King sneered in disdain. What? Homun? A newspaper only for old Asians. I never agreed to an interview with you guys. Gung thought to himself. Because I always walk the right path. You signaled with your hand. All right. I will start with a question from the Hon Eminon newspaper. The clock in the air showed 5 minutes and 27 seconds left. You felt the time had come. I would like to conclude the interview here. The reporters tried to call you. Death King. Please answer just one more question. But the witch snatched the mic from Gong. Everyone. I know you are all very curious about this new hero. That means there is not much time left for the press conference. She announced to the fans. After having dinner tonight, we will enter the tower to continue our battle. We will never forget the warm cheers and deep concern you all showed us today. She smiled with calm grace. Our goal this time is to ensure no one gets sacrificed. And we are going to give it our all for that goal. A hand raised, trying to hold on. Singing Long Master. Please answer this last question for me. He voiced the doubts of everyone present. Singing Long Master and Death King. What is the relationship between you two? Singing Witch and the Chainsman stood frozen. She found it amusing, glancing at him with hidden meanings. Well, if we are talking about our relationship, I can say that. Her next words made the reporters' eyes widen in surprise. We are comrades even closer than friends. The crowd buzzed with that revelation more than friends. Ah. Finally, Singing Witch stood up. You can call us comrades. Nothing more. I hope you won't misunderstand anything. She turned to leave, bidding farewell. The press conference hosted by Singing Long Master has come to an end. Once again, I sincerely thank you for your interest and support. The reporter, intrigued by her, called out, Singing Long Master, please do not go. Can you elaborate on that statement? They shifted focus to the Chainsman. Death King. How should we interpret that statement? You whispered to her. You are lying. You were confused by her actions. She left it hanging like that. Singing Witch playfully winked. I am a girl who loves drama. She casually explained to you. It is always like this. Just a little spark at the end makes a stronger impression on the public. The Chainsman was utterly impressed. Truly a master of the tower. The two moved backstage. Singing Witch let out a sigh of relief. Phew. She suddenly grabbed your hand. Praising you. Death King. Everything ended perfectly. Her eyes sparkled with joy. The key character embodying humility. People love heroes. But what they love most is a hero who bows before them. Singing Witch continuously praised you, making the Chainsman feel a bit uneasy. Although he bowed his head, it did not come off as cheap or cowardly. A perfect balance. I had no idea you had such eloquence. Finally, you have the chance to shine. Ah. She was incredibly excited. Just say what you want. Money, fame, or a girlfriend. If it is in the tower, I will definitely get it for you. You awkwardly declined. I do not need anything. But about what Singing Long Master just said. You said we are comrades beyond friendship. I was truly surprised to hear you say that. Singing Witch acted nonchalant as if it was nothing. I just wanted to sprinkle a bit of spice for a more memorable ending. She calmly explained the reason. After all, to avoid the public digging into your personal romantic life. Isn't it safer to have them focus on me? The statue still seemed a bit dazed. Is that? The witch reassured him. My prince. Do not worry too much. I have had years of experience dealing with public opinion. Just trust me to handle everything for you. Everyone was excited as the countdown began. 9, 8, 7. The two of them also turned toward the clock. 5, 4, 3. The system appeared in the form of a girl radiating brilliance, welcoming the tower climbers. Congratulations on completing the Demon King challenge, the old spirit seriously warned. Zombie, do not be careless. The statue fell into a focus state. This is not the time to bring a festive atmosphere. From the 21st floor. The missions will be different. The system sent a notification. Originally you could have just stopped at the first floor. Sunlight clearly illuminating the tall tower. Ringing steadily. This place could become a refuge for those fleeing the outside world. You can completely choose to settle down instead of facing challenges. A hand reached up to catch the light. But you did not do that and successfully broke through to the 10th. 20th floors. And you also said you would reach the top of the tower. An invisible pressure surrounded them. Thus the tower would respond to your will. Others are left confused, wondering what is going on. Is there no more talk of the transfer? They are trying to gauge the situation. Could this really be the forced transfer? Even those not present are feeling the same strange vibe. The system intertwines its hands with a smile, calling out to those who have pledged to climb the tower. Those who have taken on new names and become the champions of the tower. From this moment on, only the chosen champions will bear the noble responsibilities. With a bang, they all simultaneously shift to the inner area of the tower. An ethereal voice echoes. Come on over, brave tower climbers. A boy in a pure white outfit appears, his tone excited. The overseer has been waiting for you all for a long time. He cheerfully hovers in the air, welcoming you to the Great Tao Library of Everlife. The overseer of the library speaks up. Brave tower climbers. The overseer has indeed been waiting for you for ages. Life always begins and ends with these encounters. The meaning of this life is not just about who you have met, but the waiting adds more colorful spices to this life. As he preaches, he turns to look. The system announces, welcome to the Great Tao Library of Everlife. He politely bows before continuing. Let me remind you once again. Welcome to the Great Tao Library of Everlife. The crowd, still half asleep, is bewildered. Some wonder, what is going on? Where is this? There are even those who are still in the shower, feeling a bit shy about it. Do not look. Seeing this, someone else rolls their eyes and exclaims, oh my goodness. Watching the crowd below, the overseer mischievously comments, oh dear. It seems I did not think this through. The book boxes just happen to obscure sensitive images that would not be good for viewers. He sighs in relief, feeling grateful to have avoided a disaster. Hakithi is the first to ask, who are you? She is filled with doubt. And also, where are we? The overseer waves his long sleeves in response. Hexilong. I am just a nameless little manager of a rather large library. The more she hears, the darker her expression gets as he keeps it vague. In other words, I am just a minor character. You can treat me like I do not exist. A rather large library, surrounded by countless shelves that seem to stretch endlessly, with just a few books floating around. Right. Gongra becomes the second to voice his thoughts. As I see it, this library could be likened to a whole world. The overseer smiles mysteriously, seemingly amused, then floats in front of Gongra. Turns out you are the Death King. Continues to wave his sleeves dramatically. Do not be so wary of me. I just want to show everyone my hospitality. The explanation comes unexpectedly. It is people like me that allow heroes like you to be remembered in history. The overseer retrieves several books from the Askim Empire's Grand Archive, making it clear for everyone. These are the kinds of things. Reading is one of my hobbies. Then he pulls out another book titled Tales from the Red Prison City. So all the books in my library are anything but ordinary. This is where all the books about history and the worlds created within the tower are kept. The steward begins to lead everyone deeper. And I bet everyone here is wondering why, among countless heroes, only those present are being summoned. Right, the reason is simple. You all are on the character list from the world outside. The truth comes from you. This place summons all 302 people. And they all have their own unique aliases. Then everyone starts to stir, saying only hunters with aliases get prioritized for summoning. What about the rest? A witch asks in confusion. Wait, are we really the only ones allowed to climb the tower? The steward, holding a book, counters the crowd below. Did not just 3 of you successfully complete the mission to liberate the Askima Empire? He confidently asserts that 300 people are 100 times more than that. So relax. The steward has prepared missions for you that are very easy to pass. Gongra, calmer than anyone else, says, let us get on with it. Shall we? Steward, and calmly stating the obvious. While we are thrilled to meet you. Steward, We are also really eager to climb the tower. And he responds joyfully with a hearty laugh. He then begins to wave his hand again, realizing that the steward will try to tone down this excitement. And I won't explain anything. Discussing trivial matters is not my thing. The steward scrutinizes his bookshelf, wondering which work he should choose. The apocalypse book is too boring, and the post-apocalyptic world is not any better. Here we go. The moment the book opened, light burst forth from it. A little heads up for you all. The light exploded as the pages revealed themselves from the manager's hands. Just a splash of color and life. So do not get too shocked. The city is filled with countless skyscrapers. A crowd is falling into the shimmering space of starlight, while the manager calmly explains to the participants, I am the manager of the Great Library. And as I mentioned before, the records here are not your average notes, just a bit longer. Every standard will rise even higher. The voice continues to resonate. The Great Library of Infinite Lives. A place filled with countless records of different worlds. You pulled out the Askim book as an example. This is the world you invaded. And here's your world. The manager enthusiastically lists them. The names for these books vary widely. Some call them epics. Others call them annals. Some refer to them as historical documents, while others see them as sagas. But there is one name the manager loves the most. I wonder if anyone noticed. But he emphasizes like a wave of power enveloping everything. The Apocalypse book. The scene before them bursts with light with each word from the manager. In his term, your climb up the tower feels like a serialized story. You have just made it through the prologue, and are starting to dive into the main body. But not everyone can smoothly reach the next chapter. Suddenly, an explosion occurs. A blinding yellow light dazzles the eyes. According to the manager, some apocalypse books may have to stop publishing midway. This world is not the only one. The manager recalls the open book with a mysterious smile. And it will reveal countless other worlds. Green elements surround you. It could be fire. Or it might be water. Who knows how many tragedies will unfold here. At the same time, the water rises as if to topple the skyscrapers, signaling another disaster looming. In the distance, a volcano signals the end of the city, proving the truth of his words. All the characters appearing in the Apocalypse book seem to live like everyone here. But they did not get a satisfying ending. And there is certainly no happy ending. This modern city, with its skyscrapers, is reduced to rubble, all engulfed in destruction and ruin. Simply put, the book has been cancelled. Finally, the manager wraps up the spectacular presentation, or what people call the apocalypse. While everyone keeps coughing and sputtering, the old spirit sage comments, it is really nauseating. For an ordinary person, this scene is truly hard to bear. The manager says to the crowd, it is quite simple really. You are about to summon the floating books around you. Choose one from these 8 forbidden tomes that have met their doom. And think carefully, pick one of the 8 worlds that have perished. With a glint in his blue eyes, the overseer flashes a maniacal grin. This is exactly the kind of chaos he lives for. The excitement is palpable. And yeah, it might be a bit ridiculous, but I can't wait to dive back into the tales of doomed worlds. Just keep announcing it, and soon enough, you will step into those 8 stories and try to save the worlds that have met their tragic ends. The whispers of urgency echo. Dive straight into those 8 worlds and stop the impending doom. The final task the overseer lays out. This mission is what I need you to complete. The system announces the revival of World Book 1. The challenge is set. Your mission is to continue the stories of these doomed worlds for reasons that defy logic. If you manage to save the world from its demise, you will unlock access to level 22. But if you fail, that level will remain sealed. Everyone there coughs in unison, desperately looking for a way out. What a mess. The overseer chimes in, reminding them to clean up that mess. Come on. We are civilized here. We have to take responsibility and keep our shared space tidy. And just before anyone could ask, he mentions what is coming next. The bookkeepers. The overseer briefly explains that these helpers will accompany you until you complete the mission at level 30. The witch raises an eyebrow. Are not they just monsters in disguise? The overseer chuckles at her skepticism. Let us just roll with it. Then he lays down a few rules. First and foremost, do not touch the books without my permission. I have poured my sweat and blood into collecting these. These are the legendary tomes of prophecies in this universe. Some punk from the underworld wants to play hero. Ridiculous. Doesn't he know he is just a walking boss monster? The overseer remains unfazed by their reactions. You all better grab your weapons. We need to take this guy down if we want to reach level 30. He points towards the gong. Death King broke through level 20 all by himself. We can totally do this. This kid is nothing. They are filled with determination. If we join forces, nothing can stop us. Right. Everyone. The underworld punk shouts back. All you 5 major guilds. Step back. He jumps in with some snappy remarks. Clearly irritated that you guys ganged up on him. Since level 11, what are you even supposed to be? The heroic witch is getting riled up. What the heck is he even saying right now? Gong grabs her hand to stop her. Calm down. The witch can't control her emotions anymore. No way. I can let that kind of scum get away. You remind her gently that this is all being broadcast live, freezing her in shock as it clearly appears on a screen. What? Before all of this, Gong was just one among many watching the attack on level 30, streamed live in the Grand Plaza. The stars have spoken. We are just like the characters in the stories. You just keep talking. And of course, with characters, there will always be readers following them. If we leave a bad impression now, it will haunt us for life. The witch sighed, realizing the situation right now. The most important thing is figuring out how to break through this level. You are on board. That is right. She recognized the current circumstances. We are already inside the works of the Grand Taoist book. The system sent a notification. Welcome, King of Death. The system has breaking news. You will receive a reward for completing level 20. Notifications keep coming in. The main reward. You have received the blessing of the Goddess of Blessings. You can now observe the favorability of characters from levels 21 to 30. Hidden reward. You have gained the blessing of the Blessing God, allowing you to read the character's psychological states from levels 21 to 30. The excitement lit up Kim Gong's eyes. These are all essential skills for him right now. Thinking it over, he turned to the Black Witch beside him. Time for a little test. The character status screen. A whole bunch of info popped up. Favorite genre is romance. Prince Charming. Young men. Silly goofballs. And even her inner thoughts. If I end up in the land of Babylon and have to play noble characters, completing the missions will be just a side goal for me. If that is the case, the smartest strategy would be. As she realized this, she turned away, flustered. Then, the Black Witch asked, "What is wrong? Something bothering you?" Hearing that, she replied, "Well, okay then. If something comes up, make sure to share it with me." The old elf could not help but chuckle. "Look, it is Prince Charming over there. Let us find a horse for you to ride. And a princess too. Can a warrior really become a prince?" The character's info board darkened with tension. Information flashed in front of him. Loves martial art. Super steed. Rivals. And mom. And hates losing. In his thoughts, he wondered, can I really not get past this obstacle? The goofball grinned wickedly. The old elf is calling you, continuously throwing punches through him. I am killing you now. Turn off that status board. Erase all memories. I will be free with you forever. The goofball dodged the words. Yeah. From now until level 30. It would be best if you cut the nonsense. The old elf fired back. You little brat. Just wait. The rogue Jiang is right. Folks. You heard it right. With this many members, it really is the finals. But someone piped up. These kids have no life experience. Marcus added. Have you already forgotten what we talked about? He said he would show us a world in ruin. He could easily trap us in there. And yet some still want to fight him. It is like throwing ourselves into the jaws of death. The group fell silent for a long moment, but the rogue shouted defiantly. Don't be scared. The King of Death climbed from level 10 to 20 by himself. Boston is not scary at all. Those major guilds are just a bunch of frauds. If anyone wants to cling to those 5 guilds for life, better get lost. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Have we reached an agreement yet? He remained stubborn. Taking down that monster boss is as easy as flipping a hand. The manager added, sorry, but these old tropes are not my thing. Let us wrap this up quickly. Shall we? With that, a swarm of massive tentacles shot out, attacking the whole gang led by the thug. What the heck is going on here? Once the overseer closed the book, in this apocalyptic tale, all of humanity was wiped out, leaving only one surviving mage. He elaborated, caught in a cruel twist of fate, that this mage had almost turned into a monster, a tragic main character, and America's 9th favorite. Gazing at the book in shock, he continued, the special ability of this mage is sealing magic, and he would be happy to delegate some other tasks to me. Just like that, a series of books popped up as if falling from his hands. The overseer suddenly remembered something. He said in detail, this mage's hobby is torturing the servants in his own work. After saying that, he could not help but sigh. Which makes sense since he is the only one left alive in that doomed world. Obviously, he is not going to be normal. Finally, to the astonishment of the witch, he declared, well, that is the end of this guide. Overseer grinned wickedly. And now, is everyone ready to become the main character? Then the scene unfolded with an avalanche of thick, dusty books. Erratic calculated a few things. And right from the start, about 50 people were eliminated. It is not going to be easy. He played mind games with the others. But those sacrifices only fueled their determination for this battle. Thankfully, the number stopped at 50. Erratic sipped his tea, saying, are not you all having any? This stuff is really good. Gamja called out. Hey, Judge. Could you keep it down a bit? The more you talk, the more frustrated we get. He replied, well, then this is going to be a scene. I will shut up right now. Gamja, currently ranked 3rd, began to explain the situation. I am sure everyone understands now. Don't mess with the overseer. Focus on completing the tasks assigned by the main guide. You are the 3rd most vocal hunter here, so get used to all eyes on you. Completing the mission is not impossible. Then he pointed out, everyone, please open the task board. Someone was quick to respond. Yep. The task board requires us to select a book based on the rules. Gamja instructed everyone. The most important detail is in the last line. You all understand the meaning of that, right? With a serious face. He mentioned, the rewards will differ based on which worlds we save. Meaning, if we save a world full of diamonds, that will become our 22nd floor. And someone raised a question. That is just your guess. What if that world has water and food? The witch replied, self-sufficient. She suggested that it would help us tackle the food issues in the outside world. Gamja agreed with her. That is true. Just as he opened a book, someone cut in. Wait, King of Death. Be careful. The other guy was really surprised. Nothing happened. The overseer remained calm as if nothing was wrong. Of course, if I do not unleash my abilities. It is just an ordinary book, nothing dangerous about it. Gamja seriously asked everyone if they understood. Read the books here and pick the ones that can actually help us succeed. The mission on the 20th floor will be about the worlds in the Apocalypse books. Presenting a brief overview of the story of the student Suryumogul. It is a fantasy romance with a low difficulty level, and participants can only be 4 to 5 people. Each page radiated a brilliant light as it opened. And the content was something like this. The scene depicted a charming young man proposing to his beloved before the Crystal Palace. Oh Sinvia, you are my other half, Sinvia gently replied. You are the one I have always been searching for. The moment they held hands, a beam of light shot up to the top of the palace. And just like that, boom. The people inside the book were terrified demons. Real demons appeared, talk about bad luck. And just like that, the world was wrecked. A romantic novel ends like this. Seriously. Readers, no matter who you are, will definitely be furious. Each book has different content and difficulty levels. So let us read and choose the one we can easily conquer. The group fell silent, avoiding eye contact. The old spirit was annoyed with his role. Thinking, what a fool. Speaking politely like that. No one's going to listen. Don't you know hunters never listen to anyone? Now let us get real. In front of you are about 250 hunters. You gotta speak boldly if you want them to even consider listening. Every time you level up, you hear the line, your existence has become clearer. Do you know what that means? That is your self-esteem getting stronger. Buddy. A hunter shouting loudly while you are in doubt. Really, he confirms it. The higher the hunter's level, the stronger their self-esteem. And they definitely do not listen to others. Just grab onto your own pride. Right after, Gongra unleashed a powerful voice. Commanding, everyone listen up. With hundreds of powerful books in this Apocalypse series, how on earth can I read them all by myself? He started barking orders. Split into groups. Those old folks who've read books, go to the left. If you can even tell history books from novels, head to the right. Hurry up. Among the readers, they should also divide themselves into smaller groups based on the genres they love. The hunters rushed to their assigned spots. The elegant manager floated above, ignoring their shouts. Is there really no one who likes history books? Why are there so many people here? Gongra slammed his hand on the table and declared, all right, let us start reading. Then he quickly said, now I am going to categorize the Apocalypse books by genre. So groups, share and read them gradually. For the books we have read, everyone must make their own judgment on whether the book is good or not. Heretic waved his hand to get Gongra's attention. Yep. Your Honor, he asked. What is the current state of the books? Gongra hesitated. So slowly. Let us break it down. For example, this book is a survival romance set in a volcanic landscape, with a difficulty level at the bottom. Only 2 characters can participate, making it hard for Heretic to understand Adam and Eve of a new generation. Talk about romance. Right. The reason for the demise is that the couple arrives at their meeting spot. But it is an active volcano. Gongra remarks that saving this world is pointless. It has already gone through a nuclear war. The world we are trying to save will become the 22nd floor. What are we going to do with a place that has been contaminated with radiation? Heretic realizes. Furthermore, the Fire King has declared war on the volcanic region, and the lava lands on the 29th floor, because he is obsessed with fire. This makes Gongra cautious around him. If he plays his cards right, he could get his hands on all 8 treasures inside the tower that others would not even dare to look at. He quickly tidies up the books. Is everyone following along? Pay attention to the protagonist's personality and the story's progression. We have to read and think about what benefits saving the world could bring. and then be surprised. Hey girl. This is the detective squad. So keep your lazy witch vibes in check. I know did not it say on the character info board that she is a fan of romance novels. Gong ran. What? You like the detective genre? She replies with a straight face. Of course. She sips her tea nonchalantly. Showing off. I am an intellectual girl. This leaves him puzzled. Could it be that she does not want people to know she is a fan of romance? He is caught off guard by the sight of a mountain of romance novels, and a group gathered around that genre. Looking back, the romance group has way too few hunters, while the martial arts group is overflowing with male hunters. At this point, Gong Ras getting a headache. These people are still in denial even in this situation. The old elf behind him grumbles in the shadows. I told you so. High-level hunters have a strong sense of pride. You saw those 50 idiots who dove headfirst into death earlier. Right. They are all a bunch of crazies. Gongra tries to strike up a conversation. Hey. The Dragon Lord. Even so. She cuts him off. What are you talking about? He forces his voice to sound casual as he offers the witch a ladder. To me. The Dragon Lord. You seem incredibly romantic. I am surprised you are not in that group. She throws him a look. Really? You think I fit the romantic genre? He forces a smile. Yeah. To the point where it is a shame you are in a different group. She sighs dramatically. Both Gong Ra and the witch seem like they are sending each other off to the romantic battlefield. Since the Death King said it, I do not have any other choice. I have never read romance before. But should I challenge myself this time? Heretic in the detective group beams. Gong Ra. You are too funny. The Dragon Lord is not the type to just sit anywhere. Gong Ra. Feeling exhausted. Thanks. Judge. Do you like detective novels? You are enthusiastic. I know Sherlock Holmes. And I know Dirt. Watson, too. He secretly activates the character info board and mutters to himself. This crazy guy. Clearly Heretic's favorite genres are fairy tales and mythology. The more people find happiness, the better it is. But their inner thoughts mirror their outer words. Gong was completely flustered, his exterior reflecting his true nature, leaving Heretic confused. What is going on with this guy? Gong helplessly grabbed a pen and wrote on Heretic's hand, saying, from now on, you are part of the same group. And just like that, he pushed him away. You are the only one in this group. Buddy. Judge. You are responsible for reviewing all the books in this squad. How thrilling. Right. What a monumental responsibility. Feeling smug. He reassured. Don't you worry. I will handle the reviews. But deep down. Gong thought. Even if I sift through 100 fantasy books, there won't be a single one that actually fits the bill. Seriously. How can a story about celestial beings end with the world getting wiped out? He sighed, exhausted by the drudgery, looking at the chaotic scene before him. How could it be that out of 250 people, 111 were hiding their true interests? Just as he said, they are all crazy in the same way. Finally, it was time to check the last person. Gong ordered the character info screen to open. He was stunned by the opponent's favorites. Otherworldly genres. Overpowered themes. World destruction. Harem. Big sisters. Little sisters. Married women. Purity. And even old men with young women. He froze, staring at the images of women of all ages displayed before him. The person ranked 6th in the tower of rankings, the master of a celestial martial arts faction, had a tumultuous inner world. What the heck is the top sect anyway? What is with this martial arts nonsense? Every time I read, it is just a bunch of nonsense. He cursed to himself. This guy really does not care about the readers at all. Then, the confusing faction member asked, what are you looking at? People are busy reading here. Meanwhile, Gong thought, this is the Emperor of Noble Light. He casually replied, nothing. Just keep reading. Someone's voice even drifted off as they dozed in the library. My eyes are red now. Buddy. The witch rubbed her eyes incessantly. I just can't understand my husband's heart. Gong looked puzzled. She was rubbing one eye in discomfort. I am talking about this fantasy book. All the peak scenes got cut off just when the female lead was about to confess to the male lead. Meteor fell. Right as they were about to kiss. Aliens suddenly showed up. The worst part is, everything was going so well until it got interrupted. Do you know what it feels like to have food served right to your mouth, and then have it drop? Gong jerked back. You do not have to tell me. I am eating. The witch smirked slyly. Sorry, but I just could not help myself. Right now. I feel like you should sing. We are live streaming. You know. She huffed, sulking, while he let out an exasperated sigh. But the witch could not hold back and suddenly whispered something in his ear. The sandwich he was eating fell apart, scattering crumbs everywhere. The overseer chewed his food leisurely, mocking. You finally understand what it feels like to be in the hot seat. Then he assessed. With 683 apocalyptic books, all are unique and devastatingly impactful, making it impossible for any reader not to love the works of the master librarian. He was thrilled. But the more interesting it got, the more miserable everyone else would feel. Because all these magic books had endings that felt like stepping in dog poop. The witch grumbled. Did you really want us to read these books on purpose? You mean to make us suffer like the characters in the stories afterward? You are waving your hands around. And she thinks there is nothing wrong with that. It seems like you all have fallen into the hell of halted releases. So just drown in your pain forever. Like the bubbling pot right now. The boys and girls are going crazy. Suffering because of this. He intentionally made us read the works that are on hiatus. What a demon. He deserves to be punished by slow torture. One person raises their hand. And when the hunter looks over curiously, she also gets a nickname. Alchemist Joy. As you can see, even though the nickname Potion Master is not that cool, Alchemist has a nickname too. You are amazed? She is really impressive. Getting a nickname in such a short time. The girl blushes. It is not like I am that skilled or anything. She finds it confusing. A few days ago, I suddenly heard a voice saying the world needs the ingredients you are creating. Please help us. And then I was granted a nickname. I am not even sure what happened that made you think of this. Because it is the kind of medicine she made for herself. Does not that mean I am the reason she is here? She is overjoyed, saying, I am not the talented one. You, the Death King. You have already climbed to the top 3 in just a few days. Knowing someone like you is a true honor for me. He smiles. It is nothing. I am just lucky. Alchemist sincerely says, if you need anything, just let me know. I will help as much as I can. After that, reports start coming in. The Warriors group has finished their reading. The Romantic group has wrapped up. The Detective group has read everything. And the Seth group is done too. Gong gives the order. Alright. Each group, nominate a few works. Heretic is excited. For the Fairy Tale group, I would like to nominate this book, because there is no other book besides this one. In his heart, he wonders, is this a fairy tale book? The rights information appears, detailing the sacrifices I made. And we have a difficulty level with only 2 participants allowed. A world where innocent children's screams can move, sacrificing one for the happiness of 17 million. The reason for extinction is after 118,000 years since the invention. The number of children is decreasing. Gong analyzes quietly. This mystical volume's difficulty and reward have no relation to each other. We need to listen more. Marcus steps up to nominate. The Warriors group would like to propose this work. The information for the Heavenly Demon's true record is displayed by the sword, with a B difficulty level, allowing only 2 to 4 participants. And the cause of extinction is due to an unknown disease. He explains. The reason I am nominating this Heavenly Demon's true record is simple. In this world, the Heavenly Demon is a character. And it is a place where martial arts exist in reality within the martial world. And the demon cult is a major force with various skills and secret techniques. So if we succeed in saving this world, we will gain a library of the best skills. For hunters like us, that is incredibly useful. The other hunters perk up, so we will get new skills. Gong carefully analyzes. If it is the martial world, then the masters should at least have a level skills. The old elf grumbles. Why do they think that? You do not feel too bad. Actually, it is a book I wanted to challenge, but my current abilities seem a bit lacking. Suddenly, you sense a signal. You touch the glowing sword at your side. A signal. System notification. Bright brothers are nearby. Gong's family is shocked. You and Marcus are staring each other down. All the focus is on the book he is holding, shining brightly. And you can feel the presence of his siblings within the sacred book that the holy sword is guarding. A voice comes from behind the metal door. All right. Gong speaks seriously to the old spirit, suggesting that before coming to the Miriam world, he should just die once and then go. He looks confused. How can one die? The sword chimes in, shining brightly, unable to grasp your intentions. You clarify with a stern tone. Rapanda asks him was the first emperor of the empire and the one who created the shining goddess. Even though I do not know what that old man is really like, one thing is for sure. He can travel between worlds. The sword displays, shining brightly, criticizing the one who named it shining. The slow, methodical footsteps lead to a conclusion. Is not shining originally from the Askim Empire. Now, Gong is starting to get worried his opponent is someone capable of building an empire, and strong enough to slice through constellations. A person like that would not just leave a sword in the Muram world without a purpose. And I am not invincible either. To be honest, I have been feeling more stressed than ever lately. That feeling that if I slack off even a little, my confidence could turn into arrogance at any moment keeps creeping into my mind. You slump your shoulders. Especially after climbing to 3rd place on the leaderboard, and the rumors of me, single-handedly taking down the Demon King, spreading throughout the city. Even now, I can command the hunters with their aliases. It seems I was foolish for not being more prepared. If this keeps up, one day, Gong will meet the same fate as a certain first-place contender. To put it bluntly, I need to know what kind of power resides within the celestial demon before I can move forward. Up until now, there has been almost no information about the character in that apocalyptic book. The old spirit ponders. It is a good idea. But what exactly do we need to prepare? A question arises. How on earth can we find out about that guy? But you raise your sword toward the enemy. You are mistaken. This sword is a goddess of protection. Even though it has been divided into a male shadow, technically, it is still a constellation. Looking at the reflection on the gleaming blade, that is the main issue. If I stab myself with this sword, am I throwing myself into a death trap, or is it murder? Are you confused? Then you decisively bring the sword close to your neck. The odds are 50-50, totally worth a shot. The sword suddenly reacts, pleading for you to reconsider. You coldly ask. Well, it shyly admits, feeling embarrassed that its past has been discovered, asking to protect its privacy. Gong can't help but smirk. What privacy are we even talking about between us? I have shared my life 24/7 with you. Have not. Looks like it is about to cry, pleading with you not to do this. The blood dragon flickers, followed by a series of notifications appearing. You have unlocked new skills after your own death. The goddess's blessing skills are sealed, and you can't learn any skills at all. Just to remind you, your current hunter rank is D, and you will face a medium-level punishment for using that skill. Welcome to the punishment zone. The goddess asks with concern. It seems like you just wrapped up a long journey. I knew you could handle it. Brave one. Rapanda on the throne slowly speaks up. Standing outside observing is Jongra. That guy is Rapanda, ask him. Meanwhile Rapanda continues. Just the other day, I was confused after the sudden summoning by you guys. And now, look at me, I have become the emperor uniting the continents. The old elf is stunned. What the heck is going on? Isn't that the celestial slayer? Gungra questions. Puzzled. Do you guys know each other? What the heck is a celestial slayer? He replies slowly. That is the alias of that guy. He is the one who goes around hunting constellations to battle. The old elf starts explaining in more detail. The tower and other worlds are connected, starting from the 50th floor onwards. You will have to compete with hunters from absolute other worlds. Occasionally, constellations will drop by the floors. And that celestial slayer is the assassin on the 50th floor. Ra seems to want to confirm, so Rapanda asks him is also a hunter. Ah. The old elf reflects. Well, there is always a crazy guy like him in every world. This place reminds me of the old days, and makes me even more curious. What is the relationship between you two? Meanwhile, the goddess is in disbelief. This is really dizzying. Were not you just an ordinary person at first? The old elf calmly responds to Gangra. It is a fight to the death kind of battle. Sure, he is strong, but he is still nothing compared to me, Goddess Heen and Gang says. Right now, you are much stronger than me. Have you thought about your plans for the future? Brave one. No deities or fiends dare to obstruct your path anymore. Your long journey is just beginning. Rapanda. He radiates confidence as he declares. No gods or fiends at all. This world does not belong to the constellations. It belongs to humanity. She channels her prayer against the pressure from Rapanda. Brave one. Why do you? But he has that cold, fierce grip approaching. Shattered glass everywhere. And the goddess feels terrified as he easily drains her blood. Rapanda's face remains eerily calm as he says, I won't kill you. After all, you have helped me get this far. I will only divide and seal you. That way, you won't be able to regain your powers, he says as his powerful magic rushes in. An explosion obliterating everything in blinding light. Then he adds, sorry, but this is the right path I must take. Notification board shows that the trauma recreation is complete, and the subject's original state is maintained. The punishment has been concluded. Both return to the initial restroom, and Gongra wonders, after all that, I still do not get it, so he decides to ask directly. Shang Chai, why did your former master seal you? But it just responds, I do not know either. Shang Chai feels sad, and shares everything it remembers. According to Shang Chai, Rapanda asks him is a silent and righteous warrior, and Shang Chai has no idea why it was sealed. I honestly do not know why I ended up building an empire all by myself and just left like that. The old spirit is fuming. I told you. High-level hunters are all a bunch of crazies. And let me tell you, do not even try to understand these lunatics. Hearing their stories will drive you mad too. All you need to do is get strong like me and deal with those murderous freaks. And that is it. Ngong stands up, thinking, well, knowing what he looks like is a win in itself. Plus, the celestial being immediately showed hostility when it saw Gong Ra. Perhaps it is because of the constellation he is sealed that brought you here. Back on the 21st floor, the hunters had finished reading all the prophecies, and were ready to choose the 22nd floor. The reason given by the Sword King was quite reasonable. So the Heavenly Demon's Manual was selected. The Overseer was thrilled, and everyone chose the first genre. Martial arts, you also reminded them, saying it is not the worst choice. But the world inside won't be exactly like the Miri world you all know. The only resemblance is the martial arts and the spirit beasts. Depending on how you lead the story, you might stumble upon some crazy adventures. The nobleman listened quietly as you continued. Inside, there are martial arts secrets worth their weight in gold. The skills you acquire will depend on your abilities and how you perform. It won't always be smooth sailing when the overseer starts laying down the rules. However, in any situation, there will be risks. And powerful characters will emerge to challenge you. Of course, dying in the prophecy book is a real possibility. And you won't escape until we reach the ending, and as expected, he declared that the participant limit for the Heavenly Demon Real record is between 2 to 4 people. Alright, who wants to step up as the character for this story? Everyone looked around nervously. You calmly volunteered. I will go and Marcus was next. Of course. He could not miss out since he recommended this book. The alchemist was also joining, feeling thrilled inside. It seemed the fans and martial artists were getting hyped up too. The overseer clapped, relieved that they finally had the minimum required manpower, and could choose 2 more companions. The Gold King seriously explained. Actually, there is another reason why I recommended this prophecy. Look at the reason for the plague here. The display showed that the plague was of unknown origin. He continued. This is the last part of the introduction to this prophecy. The heavenly demon died suddenly from a strange illness, and others followed suit. Continuing, he said, as you can see, the reason for the plague in this world is due to an epidemic. Therefore, what this world needs are people who can heal. Speaking of healers, I know one. An old man stepped forward and called out. Herb King, can you come up here? The old alchemist shouted. That old man. He is the owner of the pharmacy that old Marcus often visits. And right after that, Marcus continued. When it comes to fighting, I will handle that. If we are short, Gongra will assist. Healing will be up to the Herb King. So we only need 3 for this prophecy. Suddenly noticing someone else. Gold King. Do you have something to say? Gongra chimed in. Oh yes. I want to bring someone along too. You pointed directly at the alchemist, causing her to panic. Wait. Are you talking about me? You confirmed. That is right. Making her flustered, Gongra said. I just got my alias a week ago. I am really weak. Bringing me along won't help at all. You directly took her hand, expressing, among the alchemists I know, you are the best. The alchemist was taken aback. Ah. Really? And then you smiled, referring to what she had said earlier. Her words echoed in your mind. Gold King. If you need help, just let me know. It was as if you wanted to say. You promised you would help me when I needed it. Gongra gave off a sly vibe. That is not a lie. Right. Implicitly. It is like saying, remember the one who planted the tree when you eat the fruit, is not it. The alchemist was trembling in his boots when you went wide. Alchemist lady. The other hunters were murmuring, is this it? We are at 4 now. But who is that girl? Marcus suddenly recalled. It seems I have seen this girl before. He appeared pleased. So there is nothing to be scared of anymore. This girl and Gongra will help lighten the mood. The timid alchemist clutched Gongra's sleeve. Is it really true? I can't believe Marcus suddenly went wide. But this place we are heading to, the land of the dead, is extremely dangerous. Just like the head steward Kai said. Death in the book is real death. You calmly responded with confidence. Yep. She is the best potion maker I have ever known. The old elf scoffed. She knows how to brew potions. But can she really be called the best? Adding this girl will definitely not sit well with that old man. Hearing Gongra's answer made Marcus raise an eyebrow. This little girl is the best potion maker you know. He radiated a sweet pink aura, contrasting sharply with his serious demeanor. His favorability meter was through the roof, accompanied by an inner commentary, an unusual but somewhat sensible insight, making him agree with himself. Yeah, that is right. It has been a while since he spoke a true statement. A carp in the stream is still just a little fish. He agreed. Yep. This is their chance to show the power of the Potion King. Gongra stared at the favorability board. Momentarily stunned, he did not voice it. But his inherent nature of wanting to school others had not changed at all. Then he glanced over. The Potion King over there was just like the Sword King over here. Both looked down on the potion maker because of her appearance. But the Potion King directly mocked her. The best potion maker you know. What a kid. You think you can conquer a mountain just by stepping over a rock. This made Gongra uncomfortable. Glaring at the old man, the Potion King stroked his beard disdainfully, as if he saw his younger self. The alchemist, annoyed, clutched a lock of hair. He turned away, muttering, what a nuisance? Just so annoying. Marcus stepped forward. Potion King, I understand your feelings. Gongra is very talented, just lacking life experience. However, the Potion King could not hold back his anger. Shouting loudly, Experience is the most important thing. Without it, you are just ignorant but think you know everything. He reminded Marcus of himself at 20, making $100,000 in Silicon Valley. All Marcus could do was try to calm him down. Come on. Can you chill out? Gong rasped, terrified. This is intense. Then, unexpectedly, his preachy attitude was so intense that even the notoriously famous Sword King was left bewildered. The Potion King continued his long rant. I have been trying to hold back, telling these kids they should do this and that, out of respect for old man Marcus. I have really been trying to keep it together, but do you really not know we are walking into danger? And you still want to bring along a little girl? This is just too spoiled. An idea flashed in Gong Rei's mind. A teacher with a teacher will create a world of teaching. The alchemist clenched her fists and spoke up. You can call me whatever you want. It does not matter. She shouted fiercely. But calling Gong like that is just not cool. And the king of alchemy just ignored her and yelled. Marcus, are not you a bit too Western-minded for your own good? She was left speechless. A Western mindset. At that moment, the paladin stepped in to help. Everyone, calm down. This girl is a truly talented alchemist. I have known about her from Gong's introductions. And the Knights Guild has received plenty of great potions from this ancient alchemist. The king of alchemy raised an eyebrow in skepticism, questioning the Knights Guild's judgment. And she asked back, what did you say? And then he started lecturing like he was some wise sage, completely clueless about the world, thinking he is all that just because he saw a little alchemy. Has your guild ever heard of my pharmacy? You are just bold. Just like I was back in the day. What a joke. Meanwhile, the old elf casually asked Gong, why do you put up with this nonsense? Don't keep talking about discounted potatoes. You know that is not what this is about. The virtual screen clearly displayed the king of alchemy on the bustling streets. And Gong whispered that this scene was live-streamed in Babylon Square. Is not this the perfect moment to either jump in or back off? He then decided to throw out a question that caught the attention of both the alchemist and the king of alchemy. How about a match? This suggestion made the others shout. It is obvious that Marcus does not know how to fight. Are you trying to bully him? Gong casually pulled out a glass vial from his side. This is not a fight against me. He slowly laid it out. I will provide the materials. You two will use them to brew potions. We just need to compare the effects of the potions you create, and we will get a clear answer. Right, the alchemist twitched. King, I know you are mad about being insulted. But still, everyone calls him the king of alchemy. He firmly gripped her shoulders. Alchemist, you need to believe in yourself, he emphasized. I believe in you. And you have to believe in yourself too. Right. The girl lowered her head. Hesitant. Gong. The alchemist looked up, filled with determination. I will do my best. I will definitely win. The match was held publicly in front of the hunters, with the king of alchemy and the alchemist focused on their respective cauldrons. The spectators predicted that the king might take a big hit this time. That old man's pharmacy only sells expensive potions, even with a month's worth of limits. It is hard to buy any. Both the king and the alchemist are kings, but the experience gap is huge. Unexpectedly, Ryunju cheerfully called out. Who will win? Let us place our bets. Everyone. The anxious witch rushed over. King, are you okay? The odds are currently 1.08 to 47, but he seemed relaxed and confident. Really? Then I will bet all my money on the alchemist to win. Just to mess with the odds. She brought up a tricky issue. You know this is all live streamed. Right. Then she worriedly assessed. If the alchemist you suggested performs poorly, your reputation will take a serious hit. And he just smiled brightly. Yep. I know this is being streamed live not just in Babylon, but all over the world. So I feel a bit guilty about that old guy. The king of the abyss. Right now. The king of the abyss is bursting with the confidence of a young punk over there. It is over now. And then he radiates a dazzling light of arrogance. Bow down before my great invention. The king of the abyss. The potion that the king of the abyss is so proud of is a rare high-grade healing elixir. It is a bit bitter. But if you can drink this, even fatal wounds will heal. However, this potion will leave behind various aftereffects. The creator of this potion is indeed incredibly talented and exceptional. The crowd cheers excitedly. A rare high-grade healing potion. Truly the king of the abyss. Can you sell that bottle to me? He revels in the sight of people begging. I was the first to place an order. Who do you think you are? Trying to cut in? The king of the abyss. The king of the abyss. Just when the alchemist pulls out his potion, it shines even brighter than the king of the abyss, blinding everyone. I have finished mine too. Everyone is left speechless and stunned. Of course. Vyorn-ju has already prepared the necessary protective gear for this moment, and a blinding golden light envelopes the whole area. The people around exclaim, this is a timely recovery potion. So it is really the king of the abyss. Don't you want to sell it to me? The king of the abyss folds his arms, smugly saying, The alchemist successfully crafted his potion. And I have finished mine too. The dazzling light leaves everyone in awe. Is there a sweet flavor? Did you put something sweet in this? Why does it taste so sweet? Everyone covers their eyes. What is this power all about? The king of the abyss holds out the potion to her in front of the crowd. As long as it is stored properly and leaves no aftereffects for the user, it can be used. The alchemist stays silent, adjusting her glasses arrogantly. She leans in to take the potion, gently asking, "Is this for that old man?" The alchemist inspects the potion, pondering hard, then turns the bottle upside down. She finally hands the potion back to him. The alchemist smiles and gestures. This much is good. The alchemist crosses her arms and looks up, wondering if this guy is the type who only gets stronger when it benefits him. Is he just an old man? King of the Abyss hesitates and speaks up. Could it be that kid? She retorts boldly. Is your power really that weak? He wonders aloud. Was it just luck? Both speak at the same time, leaving her momentarily stunned. What? You stroked your beard and explained. It is just luck, you kids. When I made $170 million on Wall Street, I thought it was all about skill. The alchemist coolly replies. How about we try one more round? The king of the abyss smirks. Are you sure? The goddess of luck does not smile twice. You know. Tighten up. You kids. He raises the large potion. Luck can count for something, but not 3 times. Kid. I will create a new item right away. He remains stubborn. Luck can count for something, but not 4 times. Kid. And continues with another round. The king of the abyss covers his face with his hands, pleading. Stop it. King of the abyss. He can no longer keep his composure and tears up, clutching the bundle of potions. He looks really pathetic now, yelling in frustration. No way. Not again. My experience should be better than this. He threw his arms up in a frenzy. Can't you see? It is victory lot from Sun Mark Anlister. The Sword King adjusted his tie, apologizing. Sorry, girl. You are the ultimate badass. My friend's mess is totally on me. The alchemist hesitated, saying, it is probably tough on that friend of yours. Watching the Sword King lose control, tears streaming down, he remarked, this guy might not have any strengths. His potion making can't compare to yours. But he can whip up some herbs. She humbly denied. Well, I can't take credit for anything amazing. I only know the basics. Nothing fancy. Suddenly, an arm shot out. Ryan Zulo grabbed her wrist firmly. Sign it. Let us seal the deal. A long-term contract. Okay. The alchemist was puzzled. Wait. What? She could not hold back and yelled to stop the chaos first. Lady Tithe Shi looked disappointed while Paladin and Gongja were thrilled by the alchemist's words. If anyone wants to trade, contact this person. But if you are looking to buy, you need permission from the Death King. The guy winked and gestured. First, let us think about the terms. The steward appeared to announce the verdict. Looks like the roles have been decided. Gongja listened closely. Let me remind you. Anyone who dies in the Book of the Sea Mysteries will die for real outside. The only way out is to find a way to overcome the danger and discover the ultimate path. He repeated instinctively. The ultimate path. The steward raised a finger to explain. That depends on each person's intuition. The possibilities are endless. You can either find a way to combat and eradicate the infectious disease or exploit it to your advantage. Mung stood stunned, and the person next to him hurriedly asked, Aren't you going? Mung. He glanced around. Beads of sweat forming. Wait. Poison serpent. The discussions are still going on. No matter how you think about it, this is all for Lord Mung. The one who knows the method is not Lord Mung. Right. I think so too. The master should lead the way. He stood with his arms crossed, face stoic. Suddenly, he shouted. What? Even if I do not say it, I already planned to. You guys did not forget about your master. Did you? Internally, he was fuming. Poison serpent. Why do they want to drag me into that village? Mung was hyped. In a world that values power, that is martial arts. No matter how things change where I was born, I will always stand by it. Internally screaming. Poison serpent. That place probably does not even have a toilet. Who knows how I threw myself in there? Damn it, he arrogantly emphasized. I do not get why the Lucky Clan calls themselves Chen Mung. Internally, he stressed. Chen is an insider. What is wrong with the 32-year-old fraud Mung? In other words, you all are just a bunch of opportunists. Everyone around clasped their hands in respect for Mung. He declared. I absolutely must. The poison serpent earnestly replied. I do not want to go. The system prompt appeared. Alert. The last line has been lost. The Gold King stepped in to confirm. The poison serpent wants to go. Mung coldly responded. No debate. Marcus declared war, exuding a fierce aura. So there is no way I am backing down now. The crowd shifted nervously before the two opposing forces. Was the Gold King ready to fight the Poison Serpent? This was a battle of pride. Paladin stepped in to intervene. Stop right there. Are you really planning to kill each other right here? His gaze was sharp. Both the Gold King and I are fighters. Let us settle who is stronger. And the winner steps up, deep in thought. I have to intentionally lose. Giving up would be too embarrassing. So just a little breach in the price will do. Moomin pondered. If I can just lose to Kim V, they will be convinced. She rested her chin on her hand. Contemplating. Paladin. Do something, she quietly spoke, catching his attention. The venomous snake, a man like you. Kept thinking. Kim Vijing. Can you really pressure him this time? Kim Vijing listened intently. I know what you are planning. Haven't you already attacked to level 10? If you are just stalling at level 22 now, that is just plain foolish. Everyone was excitedly supportive. His words were dripping with provocation. And Moomin, being from a family too, should have some respect. Right. Not everyone else wants to be lonely like you. Marcus adjusted his tie and coldly replied. Does this guy ever care about anyone else? Moomin interjected. Kim Vijing. Seriously, suddenly, Kim Vig looked at him with a warm gaze. But I noticed this person has a bit of integrity lately. You are confusing me. Why are you suddenly acting so differently? He said to him. Venomous snake. This time you need to show some class. He replied casually. Thank you. Moomin thought. What is the deal? You are not supposed to be like this. Kim Vijing, Heratic hugged Paladin's arm, laughing like a kid. Convincing Kim Vijing, she gently said, what is the big deal? Kim Vijing will surely accept it. The witch raised her chin. Listening intently. Should I hug Kim Vijing then? I will have to pass on that. She found it amusing. I wonder if it is for real or just a joke. But everyone seems a bit more grown up lately. The Medicine King stubbornly chimed in. Come on, once you decide, let us hurt. Waiting around is killing me. There is no other way. I keep losing to that little girl. But that is just her luck. I am still the Medicine King, the alchemist smirked. I am scared now. But of course, I have to stand out. That is just the truth. Even so, you know how I am. Moomin pointed and laughed. If we are going to wage war, let us use force. I mean, let us knock them out. Just one more thing. Internally. He thought, I do not want to. Sword King, let us battle. Trade with me. The manager slowly opened the book and spoke. The Prince of Death, the Venomous Snake, the Medicine King, the Alchemist. They listened seriously. The four of you must choose new characters. The manager made a decision. This world is still going through tough times from 10 days ago. We need to find the final path. In your world, the martial heroes have faded away. The era of martial heroes can only be felt through cinematic scenes. And back then, they looked so cool. In an age where even a little sincerity is mocked, there is no place for martial and hero. The words echo from the computer. Early stage Kai cultivation. Not enough to refine into late stage Kai. That faded genre. That world has vanished. Snow falls in this world. The three of them stood in the freezing weather. It is so. He kept his strength up. All two were cultivating Kai to protect their bodies. The alchemist and the medicine king were shivering. I have never learned Kai. Who is going to save me? This old man is about to freeze to death. You immediately ordered. Venomous snake. Protect the medicine king, he replied nonchalantly. I am relieved. Phew. Now I am alive. The three of them reached out to her. You should stay away from me. I am feeling awkward. You channeled Kai into her hand. Give me your hand. The alchemist looked up and expressed. Thank you. But this feels a bit uncomfortable. Gungra spoke seriously. And I felt uneasy too. But now's not the time to worry about that. You mentioned the overseer because the library is a constellation. So he used terms like work or performance. Gungra held her hand as they faced forward. But seriously, this is still a separate world. It is not just an ordinary book. We are here to save this world. Do you understand? His hand radiated power to keep the alchemist warm. And I had to appear as if I thought it would be simple. I will give it my all. Jungra assigned tasks. And everyone just needed to focus on their roles. Right now, I am protecting you with my aura. But when it comes to treating infectious diseases, you and the Medicine King will have to step in. They will respond. Understood. Death King. A notification appeared. Heavenly Demon's power. A strange disease suddenly emerged. The Heavenly Demon has died. And all other forces could not survive either. His team had once advanced step by step through the deep snow. In that long sentence of fewer than 50 words, nothing was mentioned. The cold slicing through flesh. And the snow piled up to their knees. Their eyes were filled with determination. We have to handle this ourselves. What exactly happened to make the Heavenly Demon die? The alchemist pointed ahead. Look over there. It seems there are people. What kind of strange disease has led to the doom of this world? Figures appeared faintly in the distance amidst the freezing blizzard. Let us temporarily head over there. The old spirit reminded. Something feels off, he emphasized. I can hear anything from over there. Garu replied. Perhaps the blizzard is too strong. So the sound was blocked. Suddenly, the snow stopped falling. It is possible. And not only that, those people are not moving at all. Not even a bit. The medicine king was taken aback. What is this? Everyone is frozen like the undead. Why are these people completely frozen? They are stiff and can't move. The alchemist put on gloves, using tweezers to take a piece of their skin. After observing, she concluded, they are real people. The medicine king analyzed, based on my life diagnosis skill. This person has been dead for 2 years and 3 months. The cause was an infectious disease. According to the analysis from the mobile hospital skill, this person was infected before being frozen. How strange. He looked at the frozen corpses. The cause of death for these people is the same. They did not die from exposure. If they died from an epidemic, these corpses should be lying on the ground. Yet all the bodies are standing. The alchemist could not help but wonder. How bizarre. Back in Silicon Valley, whenever something like this happened, it was likely someone intentionally moved them here. She meticulously explained. The causes of death are the same, but the times of death differ. This one died 2 years ago, and that one 3 years. Previously, these corpses were purposefully moved by someone. Jung-ura looked at her curiously. A kind of mass grave. Moo spoke up. You mean a grave? From a distance. It looks like an army of terracotta warriors. Gong-ura raised his hand to use his skill. Character window. The information of the corpse appeared. Name Jang-seong 3. And there is nothing else. He realized. So this is how the character window of the deceased looks. His group began to analyze each corpse. Sang thought about what this person might have considered in their last moments. If this is a grave, then why would someone turn it into this? Is there any way for us to go back? Thanks to the toxic mist, I can feel the dampness. But these folks all have weapons at their belts. Gong suddenly froze when he heard someone's laughter. The old man shouted fiercely, declaring that the dark forces would meet their end right here. A woman's voice responded. Even a dog would laugh at that person's illusion. Bitch Hyang arrogantly proclaimed that even if she held her ground, the dark sect would continue to rule the world. But the new guy was the one who should say goodbye to the realm of the Vietnamese gods. Ken Jian immediately countered. Nonsense. Your pride in the dark sect has already been beheaded by my axe a long time ago. I have also sent your old demons straight to hell. The two of them were in a verbal spar. With me having 500 elite warriors, how could you possibly stop me? You only know how to lie. Old man. My dark crew is not here because they are on a secret mission. Gong signaled for silence. Let us approach them quietly. Bitch Hyang sneered. You should worry about your own dog instead of mine. Kain Jinjun. She pointed ahead. Where have all those proud leaders of the clans gone? The one who used to be the champion of the martial alliance has become a truly shameful old man. Ken Jin firmly replied. It is none of your business. I have sent them on secret missions across the world. She smiled sweetly. Must be a lot of secret missions. He replied angrily. It is all your fault wherever you go. You witch. Gong's group stood frozen as they listened to the two bicker. If it were not for that stupid dark force, things would not be this chaotic. You all are even more foolish for letting idiots like us control the martial world. Damn it. Bika Hyang drew her weapon. If you do not like it, fight me. Old man. I am finally about to finish off the last member of the Vietnamese gods' realm, and prove that the dark forces are the true champions. Ken Jian was also ready to fight. I can stand another word of trash talk from a wicked hag like you. I will chop you in half. One half for the Jade Emperor, and the other half for myself. Both held small wooden sticks, silently staring at each other. Akin Jen turned red with anger at her teasing. Kain Jinjun. What happened to your proud Jade realm? Why are you carrying around a stick like that? The topic often mentioned in Nam Kung is at least you can wield an axe for yourself. That is the only strength you have, he interrupted. Shut it. And what about you? Why are not you holding your precious blood-sucking demon sword, but instead a twig? Bitch Hyang replied lightly. It is sure. But this is the blade I personally forged. Her weapon was razor sharp. The essence of the dark sect was in this sword. So I named this weapon Demon Heaven's 100 Paths. He questioned. You really named a twig something as noble as Demon Heaven? She answered. Is that not allowed? A tense atmosphere fell between the two. Ken Jin shyly covered her mouth and said. Demon Heaven's 100 Paths sounds a bit loud. Why not just call it Heavenly Branch? Vicky Hyang looked at the twig and replied nonchalantly. But calling it that makes it just a twig, does not it? He bluntly pointed out. Because it is a twig. You fool. She stubbornly insisted that we should call it the Great Demon Fairy. And that attitude made Kain Jen clutch his head in frustration, cursing all this demon nonsense. The sound of their heated argument echoed in the snow-filled sky. After all, you bunch of demon cultists are adding demon to everything. In the realm of blood demons, sword demons, ghost soul demons, and shadow moon demons. That makes 4 demon leaders right there. So why not just call them the 4 great demons? But seriously, does not that sound a bit off? I can't believe we let these fools take control of the martial world, even if it is just for a moment. Suddenly, both of them shot a glance at each other. Akin Jen turned around, scolding. Did not you say for sure that it would be clear today? She replied, fortune-telling can be hit or miss. Who can be sure about the future? Ken Jin lamented. Damn it. Even the fortune-teller at the market does better than this. I can't believe I am about to face my fate because I believed that witch's words. She shouted back. Shut up. Get ready to fight, you old fool. You are about to drain all my remaining strength. The alchemist wondered why they suddenly acted that way. Looking dazed. I do not know either. The 4 of them sat quietly observing, the alchemist's face frozen in shock. All 4 turned to see a shadowy figure. They all panicked and began to flee. This is the martial world. Bichi Hein gripped her weapon tightly. In a world of martial artists and their followers. Here, the celestial demon has appeared, plotting to unify the martial world. As the warriors prepared for battle, the demon cult surrounded the celestial demon and the forces opposing them, ready to clash for the fate of this world. Suddenly, the dead rose, chasing after the group, as if a terrifying pandemic had erupted, a super zombie virus pandemic. The alchemist and the demon king ran for their lives, shouting, "Run! Run fast!" Even in Silicon Valley, I have never seen anything like this. The apocalypse is upon us, replied the group. From the very beginning, this place has been. He swung his sword, decapitating a zombie. This world has gone to hell. It kept moving even after losing its head. Damn it. They must be the type that only stops when their brains are completely crushed. Bitch Hyang and Kind John watched in horror. We need to get out of here. Hurry up. She yelled. Who are you people? She huddled close to Count Jan, saying, Hey old man. I think I am going blind or something crazy like that. I saw 4 figures moving. It seems like Yama is inviting me down to join him. He looked at the group running away from the zombies. I see it too. I thought you were just messing with me. And now I am losing my mind. He shouted a warning. You all better run too. And by the way, if we are running, where are we supposed to go? Big Hyang turned to Kind Jin-un. Oh my god. I think they are really living people. Old man. But he thought differently. Could it be that they are all dead? And this is a scene from hell. While the 2 of them debated nervously, the group ran up. So I guess I have arrived at the Peach Blossom Garden with you. Or have I moved my household registration down to hell? There is no way a righteous person like me would end up in hell. So this must definitely be the Peach Blossom Garden. But aside from these rotting corpses, I do not see any peach trees around here. While they still did not understand what was going on, the group from Gamda rushed in to carry Keen Gun and Butch Hyang away. If this is not a dream, then they must be real survivors. The way they are warming each other up like that definitely rules out them being they ma. She wondered, where did these people even come from? Plus, this technique of theirs is pretty weird. Are they not from around here? The Thema are closing in fast. And he thought to himself, we are not from this place. What she wants to ask is if we come from the world outside this martial world. Right. They charged in, sending Gam Day and the alchemist into a complete panic. What the heck? Mum men screamed in horror. What kind of freaky zombie can fly? Bichi Hyang proudly spoke up. That is a technique I created myself, inspired by the mountains here. She emphasized. Just look at this. They completely defy the norm, leaving no footprints in the snow. They can soar through the air, truly the elite from our Ku Fai. The followers of Ku Fai. Won't he forget our martial arts even in death? Someone interjected. Wait a minute. Gonda pressed Butch Hyang. Does that mean they do not lose their martial skills even in death? She scoffed. It must be that clueless kid from the outside world. Right. The zombies are closing in, and she clarified. Martial artists can use their skills even when turned into they ma. Just savoring the moment. He shouted back. I have never heard of savoring like that. Bichi Hyang smugly pointed out. And they are the elite of the Ku Fai. Trained to quench their bloodlust even in their sleep. I am quite proud of their ability to execute this technique, even as undead. The Di Chi Vung looked back in fear. They are about to catch up with us. At this rate, they will catch us? You idiot. Di Chi Vung. About to be caught by the zombies. Arjmim. Hurry. Run faster. If I get bitten and turn into a zombie, I will be the first to snack on someone. He felt helpless carrying Kyogel too. Seriously. Whose bright idea was it to bring this useless bunch along? And why do I have to carry an old man when I am surrounded by girls? T. Ving, Jing angrily retorted. Who cares about that when I am about to get bitten in the ass by a zombie? He shot back. It is even more important because we are about to get chewed on. The old spirit was also terrified. A zombie is still a zombie. Jung-jae tried to extract more information from bitch Hyang. Do those damn they ma have any weaknesses? She calmly replied. Unless you smash their heads. There is no stopping them. He wondered. Can't it be something easier? Her face was cold. Tough luck. Bitchy Hyang pointed to the sky. If the sun rises, they will stop. And Jiyun chimed in. Hey lady. And you too? Alchemist. The alchemist and Butch Hyang responded. Tough luck. You still have the strength. Right. Sorry. But I am sending you two flying a bit so you can land on your own. He used his power to launch them high into the air. Both landed face down in a pile of snow. Jung-jae raised a hand in apology. Sorry about that. He turned to face the charging zombies. The old spirit was excited. You are about to see our zombie buddy get devoured by those rioting zombies. This will be one of the greatest achievements of our era. The old man is getting ready to draw his sword. What the heck? Even ghosts have titles now. Oh man. You are raising the sword to the sky while those zombies are coming at us. They can't die yet. He shouted. Glowing bright. Your weapon starts reacting. The glow is responding to the warrior's call. Sang's flashy skills send the zombies flying, lighting up the scene. The whole group of old folks runs off relieved as the undead dive headfirst into the snow. The pharmacist wails dramatically. I am really alive. Damn. If it were not for Marcus, I would not have stepped foot in that tower at all. The old man checks in. Is everyone okay? The alchemist blushes and grumbles. Well. Yep. But my face is a total wreck. Anyway. Thanks for saving me. Pharmacist. Moo wants to drop the pharmacist and cuss him out. Seriously. He was a sword saint. And now he is just an old geezer. I really want to steer clear of these damn oldies. The old man speaks up, asking the martial arts master. Well, I am busy punching zombies. Can you take care of the others? He replies. What are you scheming? He points his sword at the zombies. I am planning to wipe them out while they can move. You are thinking it will take a while since I need to smash their brains. But it will be fine. Big Hyang cuts it. Hold on a sec. Kid from the outside world, she expresses. First off, thank you for saving a stranger like me. But if you are planning to harm those undead, I have to stop you. He wonders. Wow. Is there some special spell on those zombies? And would it transfer to me if I kill them? She quietly explains. They are all members of my sect. The old man is stunned upon hearing this. Zico. Big Hyang emphasizes again. I am telling you. They are my possessions and disciples. She looks at the undead buried in the snow. The great battle between the sects has reached its climax. We desperately need martial arts masters. And I can't just let so many talented people go to waste. He thinks to himself. What does she mean by a great war in the world of the heavenly demons? The forces have fallen into ruin. So there can possibly be a complete army to wage war. The scene shifts to the overseer, sitting with a cold expression. When you open your eyes, the heavenly demons will be in the same state as 10 days ago before their downfall. He smirks as he tightens his grip. I hope you can bring a beautiful ending to this story. There are only 10 days left until the end of this world. Big Hyang starts to introduce. That old man But Kim Gun interrupts. My name is Gozun. I am the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. She recounts. That old man and I have been battling for 3 years now. Her face is calm as she states. Today marks exactly 989 days since the Great War began. That old man and I have been fighting in the name of ourselves. Until one of us accepts defeat. No one can leave this place. Big Hyang's eyes hold a hint of sadness. They could become heavenly demons. But as long as they use the martial arts of my sect, they will forever be my disciples. They are the ones I must protect. So do not think you can kill them. Keep going. If you insist on killing them. Just remember you can only take out those with the cursed belts like him. Ken Jinan shouted angrily. Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to gather them back under our sect's reputation? Jung stood there, breathless, hearing their squabble. The one who made a deal with me, damn that celestial demon. You promised me this fight would only be between you and me, with no ties to them, and promises are made to be broken. But Chi Hyang and Kane Naman jumped into the argument. Cut the nonsense. Then I guess I do not need any of those disciples from the demon sect anymore. You scumbag. A leader of a righteous sect. And yet you break promises. Looks like you have finally shown your hypercritical face. Jung quietly understood. What they meant was, they would continue the grand battle even if the world was doomed. She protested. You are wrong. From the middle of this battle, it was already destined for this world to meet its end. She pointed at him. And it does not matter that we have to finish the fight we started. I want to stop until I take down that old man. Big Hyang mentioned the undead lying still in the snow. I still have 500 elite warriors out there. And I will lead them to annihilate this crumbling righteous sect. Ken Jen shot back. That is my word. You wretch. The warriors of the Martial Arts Association will fight you even if it costs them their lives. Zhang stood frozen, watching them confront each other. It was time to put an end to this bitter, long war. Bichiang held a branch pointing at Kane Jianian, as scholars do not choose their tools, and the nameless do not choose their barriers. Even though I do not wield the blood demon sword, with just this horsetail whip in my hand, I will defeat you, and the old man will grant you a swift death. He got into a fighting stance, ready for battle. Indeed. Let us see who will be the last one standing in this fight. And they charged at each other, battling fiercely with their branches. But Hyang and Kane Zhen exchanged techniques. Celestial Demon Seal. Celestial Seal of the Six Paths. Their branches quickly splintered. Qin Zhen grabbed her hair while Bech Hang held onto his beard. Ji Vung exclaimed. This is... He used 2 fingers to launch an attack, causing her to cover her face with both hands. Blocking the hit, the old sage pondered. Looking a bit puzzled, the old man analyzed. That old guy was breathing methodically. Every breath counted. If they were in my world, they would absolutely be masters. Jun was astonished. Those two. He replied. I am not sure either. What are their intentions? Their moves looked like the claws of a divine dragon, trying to snatch a jewel from the eye of an evil dragon. It is called the Twin Dragon Clash. Their techniques resembled the clash between Buddha and the demon. That person covered their face with their hands, looking like the Buddha descending, with hands enveloping the face like the Buddha protecting all beings in the world. It is known as the Thousand-Handed Kuan Yin. The 2 observers, Bich Hyang and Kyun Gan, wondered why they were fighting that crazy dog of a guy recently. Although it looked quite strange, from their level of mastery, it was a perfect harmony of energy and sharp intellect. Both were fighting fiercely, and their energies were in motion, yet the situation was perilous. They could not afford to fight carelessly. Could it be that the woman was not using her full strength? Who was about to speak up? The old man and the girl were using their ultimate techniques. He watched them clash, thinking that move could have obliterated everything in an instant. The old man dodged that blow and applied the principles of using everything around him in his martial arts. He is a master, but he is not showing his full strength. One side is the earthly dragon, and the other is the celestial dragon. Evenly matched. The old spirit had not seen Gongray yet. That zombie. He did not seem to have an eye for talent. Did he? You pointed and used a skill. The system interface appeared, showing character info and skills. If the analysis is right, he has been reborn with unparalleled abilities. Perhaps his inner thoughts surfaced. Those movements reminded him that in his past life, he was a hellhound guarding the gates of hell, and the demonic lord was the 2 sides of a coin, a being always creating illusions and the top of the class. Stuck in that miserable life and always feeling down. Then, I played an online game and made friends with a girl from my class. I was determined to become a warrior alongside her. Exploring the game together, Jia Kim-soo realized that is how it is. But in their fights, they acted like little kids. Baffled. If everyone sees it this way, what really sets the pros apart from the noobs? In his heart, he thought that in this world, there were so many techniques branching out, each with a much higher rank than the swords they used. Just looking at them could level you up. If he went back, there were things he wanted to teach those disciples. Gongda spoke up, observing this world through a different lens. The old man replied. Oh really? Thanks. The medicine king sneezed. Who is cold? I am freezing to death. He yelled at Bich Hyang and Kyun Gun. Old man. Are you still fighting that tree root? He stood in front of the 2. His vision really limited, just like me when I was young. Too much so. Kin Gun scratched his head awkwardly. It had been ages since they had guests. This was truly rude. First, let me take you into my hiding cave. As the sunset fell, Gongda, along with Bich Hyang and Kyun Gun, moved on. He glanced back at them, wary. Trailing behind, he spoke up. If it is not a bother, I can carry you. Bich Hyang hesitated and replied. Thanks, but I will pass. Today was not the best day for my energy techniques. Mu Men questioned. Wait, that does not sound right. Confused. Gongda, carrying Kin Gun, glanced at him joyfully carrying Bich Hyang. This works. He carried the old man quietly, his hand resting on Gongda's shoulder. Kin Gun was taken aback. How could this guy be so warm in this cold? The old spirit noticed. That is strange. The group entered their hiding cave. This was where they lived. The cave had a high opening where light streamed in, making it look majestic. The medicine king looked up, astonished. A hot spring has appeared before us. There is a hot spring. Bich Hyang chimed in. Long ago, I discovered this place. I never imagined I would one day invite outsiders as guests. First, go wash. I will check behind to see if there is any food to serve you. Kin Gun replied. Is there anything else besides the grain cakes we have? She emphasized. Didn't I say to check behind? Old man. Are you getting forgetful at your age? They continued their argument as they walked. Don't call me old man. The old man shot back. If we are going to count age, We are not that different. Anyway, you look pretty old yourself, Gong Dae and the alchemist silently observed. She admired. That is really impressive. They actually seem to be in sync. The Medicine King remarked. Don't he forget they have fought for 3 years. If they keep at it, they will develop feelings for each other. Sighed. Still, it is really warm and wonderful here, even after coming to this world. Holding hands with those boys feels normal to me. I am not shy at all. Get a little further away from me, Mu interrupts. Why are you only friends with that noble sword saint? The Medicine King exclaims. Do not say that like it is obvious. Of course, I am friends with that sword saint. 4 pills are laid out. I can serve you lavishly. But this is the best we have got. We have plenty of storage pills. Gongra listened. Originally this place sometimes had a rat appear. But lately, even the small beasts have been nowhere to be seen. He expresses gratitude. Thank you for the warm welcome. Gongra's group eats carefully, and the alchemist picks up a storage pill and asks, do you two really eat this all the time? Bikahang quietly replies. Pretty much. She wonders. How long have you been eating like this? She looks up at the characters carved in stone. Roughly about 2 years. The alchemist stutters back. That can be. You have not absorbed any nutrients. The Medicine King jumps up. I can take this anymore. Bikahang replies calmly. I do not know what you are talking about. But I still have not reached the pill formation stage. He uses his skill to conjure food. If you only eat like that, you won't have the strength to cross the snowy fields. You are just like I was when I was young. Not thinking about your body at all. He begins to prepare water and cook, skillfully frying rice. The Medicine King lays out the food. You old-timers should eat even if you are short on resources. When you are young, you need to eat well. Gahan replies. No need. In fact, I am almost as old as the celestial demon now. He brings out the food. Reminding, you only eat that kind of elixir. Okay, if you are older, you should eat well for your age. Do not let your body suffer anymore. As he hurriedly brought the bowl of food to his mouth, his eyes lit up. Pure joy overflowed. This was the most luxurious dish he would had since winning the lottery. It unleashed a storm of rich flavors on his tongue, like a mocha frappuccino with double cream. Super rich. And chocolate chips that made you wonder if such a flavor could even exist. The alchemist marveled at the food, exclaiming, oh my, this is delicious. Bikahang could not help but admire it. This was truly a top-tier flavor. Could it be that he was the emperor's chef? Everything was indeed mouth-watering. Qin Jian was enjoying it thoroughly. As the leader, he usually tasted a variety of dishes. But this was a first for him. The Medicine King smiled proudly. Of course. That is why I earned 3 Michelin stars at 50. Instead of a gas stove, we only have this volcano here. Otherwise, you would be eating until you burst. Me, with food in his mouth, wondered, why come to the tower? Isn't he the alchemist doing well? He replied, I came to meet others. Why can I? That damn holy sword guy is here too, he asked Han. You knew about the holy sword before coming here. The Medicine King crossed his arms and sighed. What do you know? He is just a hapless young master from a filthy family. But he made his way in Silicon Valley and is a good guy. His face held sadness. In the end, luck turned its back on him. He could only pick up his sword and head to the tower. The plates of food were quickly devoured. Bikahang spoke up, curious about these strange dishes. And the rich, peculiar atmosphere. She wondered aloud where they came from and why they were there. Are you here searching for a cure for those frozen corpses outside? Junjia and the alchemist exchanged glances. He replied. We are still looking for a way to heal. She looked sad. So it is true. Bikahang recounted. Actually, all the best doctors and sorcerers here have been studying this bizarre illness. But it has all been in vain. Even the experts on corpses, the masters of the heavenly sect, threw in the towel. Honestly, those outsiders have nothing to hide either. She closed her eyes in resignation. Is there really no way to cure this? Nguyengia raised a hand towards the alchemist and the Medicine King. I am not bragging. But you just saw us cook. We possess knowledge beyond what anyone here has. Particularly, the medic present is exceptional compared to anyone in healing and potion making. He replied. That is a good start. He sat quietly, listening to him introduce the others. The person over there can assist this medic. Bikahang and Qunjian exchanged glances. If you can help us a little right now, we might just succeed in creating a cure. They spoke up. She said. What is this treatment method? Surely there is something. The alchemist cheerfully responded. What is it? After saying that, the two went inside. Waiting there, they disappeared into the cave, and in a moment, both quickly returned. The alchemist stiffened when he saw Bikahang and Qunjian carrying a coffin on their shoulders. They gently set it down, and the coffin was opened as Jiangjia and the Medicine King peered inside. A corpse was tightly bound within. Genjia looked in slowly and spoke. This The corpse is frozen inside the coffin. Big Hyang's eyes held sorrow. It was a disciple of the martial arts sect. She quietly explained that after being bitten by the corpse, he used his own body for research and entrusted it to us. The only treatment we found was blood essence, which is why we restrained him. She reached out and touched a nail embedded in the corpse. Slowly, the nail was pulled out, and the corpse suddenly awakened, letting out a blood-curdling scream. It struggled to rise, and the alchemist jumped back in shock. Big Hyang quickly drove the nail back in. Just as you saw, she gazed thoughtfully at the corpse. If she could stop the blood flow between the brain and the spine, it might immobilize the undead. A vision of the energy points in the corpse appeared, and if she targeted these spots, not only would the blood stagnate, but the toxic energy would also be contained. She quietly closed the coffin lid. No matter how hard they tried, they could not eliminate the toxic energy from the body, as demons nurture dark energy within. The energy within always flows like water, which is why just one bite can seal your fate. Kind Gun stood silently, listening to her explanation, his body burning as if engulfed in flames. By the time she finished, he had transformed into an undead. Bitch Hyang spoke of a monk, a master from Shaolin, who managed to stay conscious for a whole year after being bitten. However, this was one of the rare exceptions. Typically, after being bitten, people turn into zombies within 15 days. After saying this, she looked up and pressed. So you all can figure out how to put an end to this. Right. The alchemist and the herbal king fell silent. Bitch Hyang gently sat up. I thought I was the last two people on this earth, but today I met some lucky survivors. And that is enough for me. Kind Gun spoke up. I will prepare a place for you to sleep. So let us call it a night and continue this tomorrow. As night fell, the moonlight illuminated the cave brightly. The herbal king, the alchemist, and Moomin lay sleeping, mumbling in their dreams. That bastard. If you just walk away like this, I will be stuck in second place for life. I can eat any more. Gungrang opened his eyes wide, unable to sleep at all. The old spirit, seeing this, asked, Zombie, why are not you sleeping? He replied, I have something I need to confirm. Ji silently watched him, as someone approached Gungrang. They whispered, are they asleep? Looks like it. Let us seize this opportunity. He squinted through the fog and sat up suddenly, startling Kyungu and Bitch Hyang, who were bathing in the hot spring. He shouted, What is going on? I thought you were asleep. Bitch Hyang just silently looked on. She casually asked, You have realized it? He stood up boldly and declared, From the beginning, everything felt off to me. He recounted how the two of them had fought with branches, dressed in thin clothing despite the cold. If they had not trained their inner strength, they would have frozen to death by now. Thanks to their existing inner strength, their bodies were protected from the cold. And the more inner strength they wielded, the more intense and quicker they became. Gongra now points a finger out, meaning that when concentrating on internal energy, one cannot pay attention to anything else. Both of them have been bitten. Right. The old spirit listens. Just like magic and barriers, they are both trying to contain a massive amount of internal energy. Am I wrong? Bitch Hyang is momentarily stunned, then sits up, making Kyungu anxious. Girl, Kyungu emphasizes, it is not that we are containing it, but blocking the blood vessels with internal energy. The old spirit grits his teeth and shouts, You lunatic. How can you withstand the shockwave? The old man starts explaining to Gongra the attack from her. Do you know about the magical energy controlling the sword? Focusing internal energy on those swords makes them float. The image of Bitch Hyang blocking the blood vessels with internal energy means paralyzing from the gong area, which means they are now completely moving using internal energy, just like using magical energy to control the sword. Hearing this, he freezes, her hand clutching her heart. The heartbeat, the veins running up Kyungu, the breath from the lungs. Even the arms are affected. Every movement of each joint, every muscle fiber, everything vital for life. They are controlling each one with internal energy, the old man emphasized while looking at Bitch Hyang and Kyungu. It was like they were using that energy to control the sword 24/7. Therefore, even taking a few steps would be enough to exhaust those fools. She quietly replied, We are going through a battle against the demonic forces like that, Kyungu pondered. And just like that, 3 years have already passed. The scene slowly shifted back to the battle of the past. Dying because of the betrayal of the most trusted subordinate, this demonic aura can't be allowed. Half of the blood demons are already dead, declaring to leave the martial world, and the elders scattering everywhere. They could not even be found. This is not the time to fight with those idiots. Suddenly, the whole world is facing a greater danger. With the demonic forces appearing everywhere, the crowd knelt down and respectfully said, Demonic Master, according to your guidance, we have selected people from various sects and built a medicine room. Of course, the leader of the Yang sect, the masters of the Maoshan sect were all present. We have captured many people afflicted with the living dead disease and used their bodies for research, achieving results in a short time. However, their voices gradually became powerless. Demonic Master. We have had to face the blood demons in Gai Yang. Today we have defeated a horde of living dead. Yet tomorrow thousands more will appear. We can keep up with this monstrous disease. That person knelt down in despair. Demonic Master. Please leave this island. No matter what. Those who have turned into living dead cannot swim across the sea. How can the martial world be confined to just one place? Wherever the four-sex influence extends, it must be devoid of martial arts. Continuous please echoed. Promises were made for an important battle before being tarnished. This world was once a shining alliance. The world has changed. The rules no longer hold value. Please forget the oath made with the martial world's leader. You must survive well. The voice continued to call out. Demonic Master. Gradually, that voice started to fade. Demonic Master. After hearing everything, Gong Jiang sighed. How have you managed to endure until now? Big Hyang and Qian Gun looked at each other as if conferring before speaking. Let us follow the path of darkness. Gong Jiang heard this and quickly put on a coat to join them outside. They walked on the pure white snow, reflecting on the moment when a person dies. Big Hyang slowly spoke. You are about to hear a very interesting story about the martial world. She gazed at the statue in front of her, recounting an ancient tale. There was a master who had to reach the highest realm of indestructible gold, immune to all poisons. Truly invincible, as no poison could harm him. Unusually, no sword could injure him. Even the strongest poison and the sharpest blade could not defeat this person. He was invincible. Her voice echoed softly. But even in the realm of myths, a champion like that was hard to accept. Big Hyang turned back and asked, Hey kid from out there, how do you think that master met their end? Gongra was quite surprised, wondering what could have killed that person. Big Hyang coldly revealed the answer. They died because of a lust demon. She began to explain. Pleasure between men and women is not poison, and is not sharper than a sword. He immediately questioned her. But is not excessive pleasure a kind of poison? She nodded in agreement. Exactly. That is why it all began with the lust demon. Big Hyang continued. As time passed slowly, that person started with gentle, hazy pleasures. And when it all ended, they reached the pinnacle of ecstasy. They walked and listened, realizing that when the lust demon and that top master reached the peak of pleasure, they felt no pain. The strikes from the lust demon were incredibly cherished. Every small movement of its hands, feet, and gaze became the source of happiness for that master. She suddenly touched her neck during that final moment. Then, she placed her hand there to describe how the lust demon softly chained that master's neck like this. Big Hyang continued the story, stating that no strength was needed. As the master's face was filled with smiles even in death, she raised her voice, saying that according to the tales, the master's death was drowned in pleasure. It was not considered a misfortune. The lesson of this story is quite simple. When old Gold chimed in, don't mess with things like demons. This is not some old tale. It really happened. The three of them stood on a rocky ledge observing the living corpses below. The masters of jade and gold residing in Yang Gate. Last year, the lust demon came and assassinated them, and now cries echoed everywhere. Wailing, Big Hyang suddenly slipped down, as most newcomers in the Jianghu were confused. Their goal was not to become champions. It was to achieve immortality and eternity. She held a living corpse and whispered, Hang on. Big Hyang and Kain Janine were moving these corpses along, and she struggled a bit to lift them. 10,000 poisons won't kill you, but something else will, she said. Those with iron bodies won't die by blades, but they will from other things. She felt a bit fatigued. Do you understand? The Jianghu folk simply do not choose familiar martial arts. Kain Jinjun, also feeling tired, panted as he set the corpse down. Big Hyang coldly remarked, Choosing to live in a desolate place means you have chosen death for yourself. Then, they focused back on the task of moving the living corpses, knowing that eventually, they would die. We all understand that. But if you think about your own death, do you feel frustrated? She gazed at the living corpses, her voice heavy with sadness. Yet we do not desire such a death. Akin Jen gritted his teeth, enduring exhaustion as he continued to move the corpses, dying from an assassination or succumbing to poison. Even getting caught up in a battle with bandits, or taking a hit from a Shaolin monk, any of those would be fine. Big Hyang clenches the remaining threads of life tightly. The perfect way to go would be during a peak breakthrough in martial arts. That is why we can't accept a death like this. Guang Jiang, hearing their words, seems to have realized something. That is why we have managed to hold on this long. The two of them, and Guinean and H, firmly asserted is because we do not want to die in a way we can accept. Yet everything flows naturally. Remember what the elder Kim Ses once said. Even if the cause of death is the same, the time of death can differ. I see no signs of movement. Now that the sun is high, they are discussing among themselves. Very few will survive to see this day. Last night was a bright moonlit night. Not as bright as the sun, but the moonlight it is a code. She cautiously speaks up. Now we are fighting without horses. In the falling snow, Kaniginian shouts back. The Pamorum will never be defeated so easily. Bitch high encounters. The ultimate fate of the main sect will be devoured by death. Everyone is about to die. The elder refuses to back down. Continuing. If we are truly defeated, we should die at the hands of the cruelest sorcerer. She is determined to stand her ground until the end. If the main sect disappears, it will only be due to betrayal and division. The two suddenly bow to each other. The records of 5 generations have vanished. All secretaries were dismissed without pay. Even though no one was there to read, but this world still exists because there are still 2 who have not died. Ken Jin cautiously says. The male leader of the martial world, and the head of the noble family everyone here, is from the martial arts world. Even if there are billions in this world, even if 99.99% of them die from the plague, Bitch Hying follows up. Life seals. Death seals. And the last person in the world committing suicide. This is the death that they experience in the game, is suicide. This is a battle to probe the situation of this world. Genjin wonders. What is written on the death notice? She replies immediately. Life and death. The elder is enraged. It is simply unacceptable. The two dive into each other again. Kenjin mercilessly pinches her cheek. Humanity is in danger. The world is crumbling. Gungra watches them fight, not knowing what to do. The apocalypse is coming in the next 990 days. He mutters. This? Gungra can't believe it. It can't be like this. The sound of their argument continues as they clash. This is not right. It can't happen like this. They glare at each other with fierce determination. In the eyes of a swordsman, this is an epic battle. But regardless of skill level, it looks like a joke. The elder subconsciously asks, what do you plan to do? Are you going to kill the heavenly fate, and then the martial leader? He sighs in helplessness. Well, it is a form of merciful punishment, but it is not easy. Agunra listens to his words. But he can change the fact that we are just strangers. After a moment, he speaks up. I know. That is not what we want. He looks at the two fighting before him. Resolute. Some people just want to die at the hands of someone they desire. I will control this world in my own way. Who knows how much time has passed? The sun has started to set, and a voice echoes. The sky is darkening. It is winter now. The days fly by. They headed back, discussing and planning. I will make a final decision tomorrow on who will speak up. The alchemist has been waiting in the cave for a long time, and Hen coldly asks, where have you been? The old alchemist replies honestly. I was treating a patient. I was in a bit of a rush yesterday. So I heard the commotion and came to check. Is there any progress? The medicine king sighed. Nothing much. As Bitch Hai turned to leave, saying, I will be away for a bit. Feel free to continue. The old alchemist agreed. All right. No problem. You turned back with a chilling tone. Now spill it all out. The old alchemist was a bit surprised. The old alchemist exposed the other's lie. You know how much time it takes to treat a patient, right? She took off her glasses, sighed, and said, all right then. Honestly, at least 120 days. The medicine king replied. And it will take 2 to 3 tries to succeed. Which is such a waste of time. By the time we succeed, it will be too late. The old alchemist admitted. You are right. That is the worst-case scenario we have ever faced. The young man thought aloud. At least 100 days and at most 300 days. She insisted. You are right. It might not even be possible due to the poor conditions. You trusted me so much. She continued. When the gods live, it will still be a normal world 10 days before the chaos begins. And it is very hard to treat in such a short time. But the young man replied. That is enough. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I will manage the time issue. Just keep focusing on your research, he asked. Do you remember what we said when we first fell into this world? The old alchemist immediately recounted. It is a different world. Not just an ordinary book. We are here to save the world. Right, the young man firmly stated. What I told you has not changed. Time is limited. It is before the apocalypse. If we want to get out of here, we must complete this research, so stop any useless activities. He continued seriously. I will do my best to meet your expectations and your trust. So you must also fulfill your responsibilities as a superior. The old alchemist listened attentively and replied. Stop overthinking it. The young man had already extended his hand. The old alchemist took his hand, saying, I will try my best to handle everything on my own. Future master, trust me and let us get to work. The old alchemist smiled confidently. Trust me with this task. If it were not for the Red King, I would probably still be in my shop in the slums. All my supplies have been lost. Honestly, I can't believe it turned out like this, she said very seriously. I want to repay this debt to the Red King. I will put all my strength into formulating the healing potion. However, The old alchemist extended her hand toward the young man and said, "If I focus too much on my work, I won't be able to pay attention to my surroundings. I might not behave properly." He quickly replied, "No worries. Just unleash your full potential." The old alchemist adjusted her glasses and continued, "Got it." Then, she assigned tasks. "Medicine King, from now on, be my assistant and support me with everything you have got." The Apothecary King was pretty furious after hearing that. "Assistant?" He raised his voice. "And it was the first time I saw someone so disrespectful. Let us cool your hot-headed lover down with some cold water. Shall we? Where do you get off acting like a kid with a runny nose? Demanding I be your assistant." But the alchemist did not care, barking orders instead, like a drill sergeant. The Apothecary King was boiling with rage at her attitude. "What? You want to show off your skills to me lately? These kids think that just having skills lets them do whatever they want, not realizing that true talent is way beyond that." The alchemist shot back, "You can check out what my skills are if you want." He was taken aback, saying, "What? Show your entire skill set to a competitor?" The Apothecary King questioned her, and without hesitation, the alchemist replied, "If you want, I can show you what they do." She started her introduction. "This skill is a mobile hospital. With it, I can check everything from blood to brain waves. From the information I gather, I can concoct an antidote with a 2% chance of misdiagnosis. This is a life diagnostics skill that lets me determine a patient's condition through a part of their genes. I have combined these two skills to minimize the misdiagnosis rate to the lowest possible." Suddenly, the Apothecary King cut in. Wait. You can just show me your skills. What if I sell this information to others in the industry or to alchemists?" The alchemist calmly responded, "If you want to do that, be my guest. But you have to assist me in this potion making." The Apothecary King stubbornly refused. "No way. Why would you say that to me?" She did not care, saying, "I want to speed up the antidote creation, so I need your help." The alchemist leaned in closer and asked, "Do I really look that annoying to you?" She was oddly calm now. He was fuming over her smug demeanor and attitude like a child, irritated by my talent. The Apothecary King gritted his teeth, hanging on to every word she said. "Is it because I will outlive you one day that you are so mad?" The alchemist was not shy about making an offer. "If you help me this time, I will give you the full formula for the antidote I created. I made them without telling anyone. So take them and use them." But as soon as she finished speaking, a slap like thunder struck her face. Instantly, the alchemist's glasses flew off, and the Apothecary King turned red with anger, shouting, "Disrespectful." The alchemist walked over to pick up her glasses and calmly said, "I will analyze the zombie virus." The Apothecary King gritted his teeth. "You will realize that there are always higher mountains." However, the alchemist stood her ground. "Apothecary King, just do as I say." He could not take it anymore and shouted, "Your pride has been trampled on, and one day, it will rot away." He continued to try to persuade him. "Apothecary King, please just do what I say. I will give you a list of what I need. Find those things and bring them to me." He pointed at her and shouted, "One day, you will meet someone even more talented than you." The alchemist did not say a word, just stared at him. After a while, they started working, and the alchemist put on her gloves and said, "Apothecary King, but please follow what is written here." She gently reminded, "Lord of Death, be careful with your breath. It is getting in the way of my work." The Lord of Medicine wrote down notes while saying, "Capture 6 zombies on the way back and bring them here. I need more samples. Children, the elderly, and young people of different genders." The serious family member listened carefully to the instructions. "If you find the medicine I asked for, bring it back here." He confidently drew a line with his sword and declared, "Just trust me." Then everyone started to leave the cave to search. Another mark was etched onto the wall. Kind Gun looked at the scene in front of him and sighed. "My body has not been cooperating lately. I am feeling pretty exhausted. I wonder how far these corpses can go today. Could they reach 1,000 miles? Keep moving and stop whining," he urged. As a day passed, another mark appeared on the wall. They were busy battling the zombies every day. "I wonder how many marks have been added to the wall by now." Countless different types of zombies were brought back to the cave by them. Another day went by, and another mark was made on the wall. As the family member brought zombies back, the alchemists were busy researching something. Time passed by. Ever since they entered the realm of dreams, the two of them were still tirelessly working while everyone else rested. A week had quickly flown by. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, making everyone feel bored. Big Hyang looked out the window and sighed. "Looks like we are not going outside today." She turned around, lit a candle, and thought, "I never expected this day would come. At least the weather has been nice lately. When it is at its worst, snow can fall for about 30 days without any light, and you can move even an inch." Gongra immediately questioned, "Doesn't that mean the zombies will move? What if they can hold back if they go too far?" She helplessly replied, "There is no other way. We will just have to let them go, Bitch Hyang slowly recounted. Just 3 years ago, our sect had reached 1,000 members. The new recruits from the righteous sect were about that many too. Yet somehow all those zombies vanished without a trace, Gongra unconsciously said. That is the scariest part. After hearing this, she felt puzzled and thought, I wonder when these remaining zombies will disappear. Bitch Hyang asked back. So you are feeling scared? Don't be afraid to admit it. He nodded. Yeah, that is probably true. She slowly stood up and said. Finally, the world is being turned upside down. Anyone who dared to talk back then would have lost their head by now. In this world, if it collapses, you should consider it a stroke of luck. Gongra turned away. Feeling awkward. Both the demon and the leader are experts. Compared to me, it feels unfair. Considering their martial achievements, his voice continued to resonate. But even if they are experts, their inner power is not limitless. Gongra was not afraid to ask further. When will the inner power run out? You are stopping the blood flow in your life by using inner power. Right. Bitch Hyang closed her eyes, focusing intently. To speak. Your heartbeat, breathing, and even your hands all have to channel inner power to move. No matter how strong your inner power is, if you waste it, it will eventually run out, Gong confidently states. Everyone will eventually die. So let me ask you again. Lord of the Underworld, when will your internal energy run dry? Bitch Hyang falls silent, contemplating, and after a moment, she remarks, You are pretty sharp. Death King. Gong is not shy to speak up. There are only a few days left. Right. But the other party cautions him not to act so tough. It is as if the Death King is just too clever. From this, he concludes that the reason the underworld fell is surprisingly simple. And it leaves others stunned. Gong slowly explains. Once internal energy is lost, those two will gradually become unable to move. Bitch Hyang nods in agreement. That is right. She begins to channel her internal energy, noticing that her kidneys, lungs, and other organs have decayed, leaving just those three intact. Gong realizes. He already knew what was going to happen. Bitch Hyang replies. After all, I have spent a year with those monks from Shaolin. She approaches a nearby monk, who is supposed to be a righteous monk, but has broken his vows by drinking and eating meat. It is as if he does not want others to know he is a monk, yet he poses in that meditative death pose. Bitch Hyang looks at the person in front of her, and thinks with a heavy heart. If you took that face off, he would look like a corpse since his whole body has rotted away. Azita Buddha. Why did I have to witness this before death? She does not wait for him to respond and asks if she is afraid. Yep. I'm scared. I am scared of my internal energy dwindling. Scared that my life force will fade. The snowstorm outside mirrors Bitch Hyang's thoughts. I fear that just like this blizzard, I won't see the sunlight again. Afraid that under that clear sky, I will have to witness my subordinates falling one by one. She boldly shares her feelings, admitting that she is scared not only of failing to kill that old man, but even more terrified that he might come back to kill her. I dread the day when both he and I can only lie still in bed, unable to move. Bitch Hyang looks at Kain Jian, constantly thinking, what is even scarier is that if we both end up in bed, we will just wait as my internal energy dries up completely and disappears. She softly calls out, Demon Lord, and Kankinian replies, He cries out, I probably won't be able to move anymore. She stays silent, only thinking, and even the whole world is just as afraid. The sound of his apologies echoes. I am sorry. Bitch Hyang stands in the snow and expresses her feelings. I'm afraid of a meaningless death. The snow continues to fall outside, reflecting her mood. Even as she struggles to fight until the very end, none of it means anything. The two quietly vanish. And in this world, there is only falling snow, turning the scenery into a colorless painting. Right now, Ken Jian is being examined by an alchemist. After a while, she helplessly says, Given the current situation, I can treat him. Bitch Hyang refuses to give up. She orders Ken Jian to stand up. He can only weakly respond. Forgive me. But she remains stubborn. What I want is not your apology. Stand up. Martial arts leader Kain Jian. She can no longer maintain her authoritative demeanor from before. Are not you going to fulfill your promise to me? You were the one who raised that righteous banner of the martial sects and declared war on the dark forces. All those words were just hot air. Bitch Hyang's voice dripped with desperation. Aren't you the one who united the 5 clans and planned this final showdown? You can't just die on a hospital bed. At that moment, a strange black smoke enveloped her, and she stood up, gripping her weapon. The aura she exuded left everyone stunned. She did not need an axe or any sharp weapon. Alchemist could not hold back a shout. Oh my. Bitch Hyang still refuses to back down. Grab anything, even and fight with me. Meanwhile, Jian could only gasp. Bitch Hyang screamed in rage. I said, get up. you dark creature. But all she got in return was an apology. I am sorry for being weaker. He lay there whispering. I wish I could last just one more day. But I can't. I can feel it. I am using up all my true energy. All my internal power is gone. I am running on empty. Big Hyang listened intently, thinking that if it were someone else, they might hold on for another year. But for her, this was as far as she could go. Ungin resignedly said, I am weaker than you. Just kill me. Ungun's voice was filled with bitterness. I do not want to end up like that monk from the Shaolin temple. Before my body rots away, just empty me. If I turn into a zombie, even if I stand in front of you, I won't be me. I would be alive, but not really living. Bitch Hyang cut him off. So you are saying I should kill you while you are lying there on your sickbed? She clenched her fists. Is that what you really want to say right now? Her fury filled the cave with dark energy, signaling the end of the great battle we had agreed upon. I would rather we both meet our end a little sooner. You have suffered long enough because of your stubbornness. Bitch Hyang kept chiding him. If I gathered everyone from our sect and the righteous ones and ordered a mass suicide, would you feel that glory? You are just a stubborn man. Ungain. He was choked up and at a loss for words. She leaned down beside him, gently saying, Namkian, you were born a genius. A 1 in a million talent, earning the admiration and envy of the entire martial world. At just 20, you reached the highest realm, and by 30, you became the head of the Namkeen clan. As the dark arts flourished, you were revered as the leader. Bitch Hyang continued to speak passionately, but he did not respond. You held the essence of the righteous martial arts in your hands, and all the doctrines of the righteous factions were established by you. You want me to gently take your head with my dark hand? She stood up in anger. Fine. I will kill you. But you can die the way you want. The dark energy radiating from Butch Hyang was so powerful that anyone nearby felt uneasy and had to step back. A massive axe suddenly materialized in her hands. She was not polite and hurled it straight at Un Junin, the elder of the Nam clan, the very thing he once cherished the most. Ungain. I have not forgotten about that. He turned to face her, struggling to speak. Say it. Martial hero. The hero who strikes with martial arts. You said it. If so, then just kill me as you wish. Qian Jian seems to have truly let go. Everything will come to an end with the fall of the true martial sect. The leader of the true martial sect has made the call and admitted the end of the sect. Not only that, but the head of the true martial sect has also succumbed to his own illness. The master of the dark cult declared this. Bitch Hyang screamed in rage. Just admit your defeat already. He struggled to speak. I can't. Qian Jian was in tears. I can't say that. I am sorry. Bacha Hyang. At this moment, she approached him with a weapon. Dear, Big Hyang said. You mentioned that if you become a zombie, living would not really be living. So it does not matter anyway. But the axe fell right beside Qian Jian, and Bitch Hyang coldly declared, even if you die now, it would not really be death. Before leaving, she added, living but not really living. Dying but not really dying, what is the difference? I see no difference. She looked up at the sky with a sorrowful gaze. It is also meaningless. People gathered to check on him. The world will all become zeros come the 9th day as they step into an apocalypse. Qian Jinjun, the leader of martial arts, dead from illness. Just then, a voice echoed. We have got the sample. The alchemist glanced at the stiff Qian Jinen beside him. Those zombies that have been infected for nearly 10 years can only be analyzed to a certain extent. Thanks to this sample, we can observe the transformation process in a short time. The alchemist issued a report. After death, it seems like they are not just dead, but there is a certain time they can be awakened. It likely takes time for the virus to fully invade the brain. This is the revised research result. The medicine king grumbled. I wonder if this kid can really make medicine. But she claims she does not know anything. What is she so cocky about? The alchemist chimed in. I have put in all my effort to research it, but I still can't develop a medicine for you. Hunger asked, are you short on time? She nodded. Yep. At least 90 days. And at most 120 days. Suddenly, a Qin Gen's corpse made a noise that startled her. He started screaming uncontrollably. Butch Hyang entered from outside, lamenting. How pitiful. She placed the sword against his neck and spoke loudly. In the end, when you shed that shell, this is what you become, no different from a beast. Just eat and eat until you can't move anymore. And then die just like that, like a shell forgetting the hero, while the hero loses that shell. Bitch Hyang shoved her hand straight into his mouth. Eat. Countless onlookers were horrified. What are you doing? If you keep this up, you will turn into a zombie too. Gongrai immediately snapped. Do not get too close. Suddenly, a purple light erupted from Butch Hyang, and she slowly spoke. It is already over. Her left hand had turned pitch black. She collapsed, gasping, and then tilted her head back. Laughing maniacally, the old spirit beside her warned Gong Ra. Be careful. Zombie. The dark aura created by Butch Hying enveloped the entire cave. The old spirit immediately recognized it. A fusion of fire and demonic energy. Big Hyan flashed a wicked smile and said, "Awesome. Let us charge in together and wipe them out." She was not afraid to swing her sword hard. "You guys better get ready to die." Gongra sensed the danger and urged everyone to run fast. In the blink of an eye, she had decapitated the drug king. Mung Mung barely had time to shout a curse before he bolted, cursing under his breath. The old spirit could not help but marvel. This is getting intense. He witnessed the entire scene of Butch Hai and wildly fighting against Mung Mung, breaking through the boundaries of the demonic path. It must have been her internal energy and aura flaring up one last time before vanishing. Maybe she is temporarily stepping into the realm of life and death now. Even at my peak, I would probably lose 4 out of 10 fights. Her frantic cries echoed. The demon cult is the sky of the martial world, and I am the sky of the demon cult. Those who dare to discuss the heavenly mechanism, Mung Mung had warned. Demon King. Better hide. Alchemist. Gongra carried the alchemist away, still hearing Big Hyan's voice. You guys are pathetic, stupid righteous fools. Where have all the men gone? The alchemist could only helplessly watch the chaotic scene in the cave, wondering how vast the martial world truly was. Is there really no one in this world who can withstand my blade? Demon King. Bring that man back here. Unbeknownst to him, Big Hyan was right behind him. The alchemist nestled into Gongra's embrace. Demon King. I am counting on you. Just after she finished her words, the system announced, you have died. With that final strike, blood splattered everywhere. A death without a sound, without a trace, completely devoid of any scent. Amidst the cold, snowy landscape, only Big Hyan stood alone, a figure in this dark world. Her unfortunate fate buried beneath the white snow. Yet for her, death was not the end. She stood there all alone, no one by her side, turning back time, starting to search for her own world. Snow fell heavily, blanketing the sky, and her footprints were left imprinted on the soft snow. A little girl stood all alone under the snow. She watched the silhouette of a person in front of her growing distant. The little girl shouted, "Mommy." No matter how much she called out, that person kept walking away. In the end, that person heartlessly left the little girl alone to endure the biting cold. Her eyes were filled with confusion, while Big Hyan was completely unaware. She kept asking herself, did Mom abandon me? Or is she just making her way through the snow to find a better excuse to leave? Or did she really lose me? The truth was, Big Hyan truly had no idea. Meanwhile, Gongra was lying on the floor, and a notification popped up, randomly copying Big Hyan. After who knows how long, he woke up and asked, do you have all the information on the alchemist? The old spirit hesitated and replied, well, sort of. He added, we need our info to match up perfectly. You know, we should have each other's backs to avoid forgetting. Gongra reluctantly accepted. Fine. Whatever you suggested. Well then, let us choose a skill right away. Shall we? The old spirit heard and raised a hand to grab a skill card. He began examining it, wondering, how about this one? The information on the card quickly appeared. Demon Angel Technique. Rank A. Effects of the Demon Sect. They not only resent the heavenly principles, but also established a pope and created a new doctrine. The Demon Angel Technique is the essence of that doctrine. The one who wields it has the power to reshape the heavens and the earth. Mastering the techniques of this martial art requires deep-rooted hatred and resentment. The more you despise the world's cursed principles, the more the sky will darken. The one who grasps this martial secret will become a celestial demon, capable of overturning the heavens. However, the downside is that training in this martial art will leave the practitioner vulnerable. Hearing this, Gongra was a bit surprised, eyes wide open. Demon Angel, he asked curiously. This must be the martial art we saw earlier. Right, the old spirit nodded in confirmation. That is right. It is the demon technique. He crossed his arms and added, ultimately, whether it is a martial art or a formation, it all depends on how we deal with this world. Gongra continued to ask about solutions. How to cope with the current situation. The old spirit replied. Yep. He then began to explain. Essentially, the righteous sects want to align with the world, while the demon sect wishes to make this world vanish. Martial artists from the righteous sects always take the world's alignment as their deep guide for self-cultivation, while the demon sect uses the excuse of overthrowing the world to forge their blood and flesh. He assumed a stance, preparing to strike, and said, let me give you a simple example. Without saying another word, he struck down, a sudden wave of energy erupting like a fierce beast waiting to pounce. The old spirit's aura surged straight toward Gongra, as if descending from above to slash down. In some martial factions, this is known as the tiger's pounce, thus called the tiger strike. He scoffed a bit, saying, even if it is a two-headed tiger, it does not really matter, because no matter what, The techniques will differ depending on what the creator awakened during the process of forming that martial art. In short, it does not matter if it is a two-headed tiger. What is most important is the ability to replicate that technique. At this moment, Gong Ra, exhausted, knelt down, pondering. Everything in this world is formed from its own essence. It turns out that going with the flow of nature has such significance. The old spirit continued, in the demon sect, when teaching techniques, they express it like this. With a furious face, delivered a powerful blow. Recalling the anger when the thief stabbed him in the stomach, the old spirit spoke while launching a few more moves. Remembering the moment when his little sister was dragged away by the county magistrate. Remember that moment of helplessness. That moment of waiting all night outside a house, only to receive the lifeless body of his little sister. Next, he raised his leg, the image clearly appearing on the wall, trying to recall the scene of burying his sister's body. It was winter then, and the ground was frozen, making it impossible to dig. So he had to use his hands to excavate. His voice grew increasingly furious. Nails broke, blood flowed steadily. And finally, unable to dig any longer, he could only cover the little one with dirt in that shallow grave. At last, he exclaimed, "Remember that feeling when you touched that mound of dirt? Then use those hands to wield a sword," complaining about the helplessness of those who have left, and using that to harbor resentment towards this cruel world. Gong Ra seemed spellbound by those words. Responding instinctively, using his hands to tear apart the world, the old spirit replied softly, "That is right." He began to speak again, explaining that the internal energy technique he used was all about stirring emotions and raising spirits. Whether it is a hunter or a tyrant, victory or defeat ultimately hinges on how one wields their internal energy. Each word from the old spirit made him ponder deeply. To put it simply, it was all about the momentum, and with demonic arts, the aura is always overwhelming. In short, there is no need to learn about zombies at all. When he fell silent, Gong Ra suddenly blurted out, "I want to learn." This left him so bewildered that he stammered. "You really think so?" So he repeated himself. "I said I want to learn." The old man was so furious he pointed at him and shouted, "Hey, do not tell me you are enchanted by some demonic swordsmanship, or whatever." Of course not. That is just her unleashing her last burst of internal energy to temporarily step into the realm of life and death. It seemed that his words still did not penetrate Gong Ra's ears. It was just a temporary burst of energy. "Dude, you have been taught since ancient times not to be enchanted by fake internal energy. Right? Compared to my martial arts, that demonic technique is just child's play." Gong Ra boldly asked. "Are you tired yet trying to learn martial arts from someone else instead of me?" The old spirit shouted in confusion. "What the heck?" Gong Ra softly advised. "Don't you worry. After all, our sword master is the best in the world. I do not know about that, but I heard you plan to learn about the demonic angel technique." And the old spirit could not help but exclaim, "But I am the strongest," he replied. "But wait. What do you mean you want to learn the divine arts of the demonic cult?" Gong Ra smirked slyly. "It is for this stage. I want to conquer it perfectly," he continued, "because I can concoct a healing potion. Even if I save 2 people, it is still saving them. But others have been dead for 2 years. I can't possibly bring them back to life." His voice grew more agitated. "So what will the outcome be? The martial arts leader and the demonic master will become Adam and Eve in your mind. Is this a good ending?" The old spirit was at a loss for words due to his comments, feeling a bit pressured. "It is not like that. Just thinking about those 2 living happily together makes my mood plummet." Gong Ra pulled out a badge and spoke. "Creating a healing potion is just the first condition for a beautiful ending. A truly good ending is whether the characters in the story can fulfill their desires." He did not hesitate to express his desire. "I want to give a perfect ending to the demonic master and the martial arts leader." Right after that, the system announced. Choice completed. Copying skills. Notification after notification rang out. Your hunter rank is at the lowest level. Penalty applied for skill activation. While Gong Ra kept contemplating. Of course, this was not the end. The nightmare of the demonic master was another hell he had to overcome. The system gradually reveals information, bringing back the emotional wounds of the enemy who killed your friend, with an average level of punishment. In that moment, you suddenly think, there will be a chance for you to calmly talk about this. And finally, a location notification from the system pops up. This is the kneeling path. The blizzard is unbearable. Ami Men cries out, "It is so." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the storm, startling the alchemist. Is that Siberia? A whole region of ice and snow. What is that about singing? She turns around, smiling and nodding at Gong Ra, saying, "Thank you, Death Lord." He casually replies, "It is just a matter of course. Nothing special. Qian Yu wants the birth of the emperor, so he should arrange things for the drug king." The alchemist responds immediately, continuing with confidence, But Gongra remembers something. Oh right. He points ahead and says, just over there. I just saw a shadow pass by. Amin feels a bit confused after hearing this. What is going on? Why is everyone here frozen stiff? Gongra shares his thoughts. I think they are zombies. Everyone gasps in shock. What the heck? He remains calm. Gesturing. Just look at this. He points at the mouth of a corpse. With a lot of flesh stuck in its teeth. Definitely looks like it belongs to some kind of beast. The alchemist immediately starts examining it as true. The dower of this corpse and the flesh in its mouth do not match. It is completely from another person. The time of death for this corpse was about 3 years ago, while the flesh was from 2 years back. It is hard to imagine. But I think this corpse must have come back to life and moved around about a year ago. The drug king stands there, constantly tapping his foot, saying, I can't stand these monster-like things that pop up in horror movies. Someone do something. Gongra thinks to himself, okay, this pace is way faster than the previous chapters. Then he says, Drug King, I have a miraculous skill. He recalls his conversation with Old Spirit Elder. What was that second page in my fake medicine journal? Old Spirit Elder definitely said something. Just wait and see. The results of the cell reaction experiment, he thinks while saying, according to that skill analysis. The alchemist is also thinking of something. She can to hold back and says, this is a perfect research method. There is no way to nitpick it. Just like what I did, but the Drug King's method is completely different from mine. It is really exaggerated. Gongra chuckles silently, thinking this person is rated as the soldier's kid, with a noble family's attitude. He is very full of himself, the Drug King impatiently says. Anyway, it is fortunate that the research time will be shortened. Still, I want to steer clear of those zombies a bit. Let us move to a warmer place. Suddenly, a voice rings out through the white snow. The demon lord will also meet their end today. That voice belongs to Bitch Hying, who laughs upon hearing this. She says, what a ridiculous story. I am so scared. Jen says, the demon lord is that scared. She laughs it off, saying, I will still keep the demon lord's world intact as it is. You scoundrel. Hurry up and say goodbye to your precious martial arts. Junjia silently thought to himself. The strongest woman in the world. She is the #1 in the realm. Just look at her standing in front of me. That is why she is the only one who survived in the end. In the most heartbreaking way. She is the warrior who accomplished what is beyond the heavens. Unmatched and unique. Bitch Hyang noticed him hesitating and asked, who are you? Gunjia knelt down on both knees and said, I come from a very distant place. Having heard of the legendary prowess of the heavenly demon lord and sought you out long ago. I have heard tales of the #1 ancient sword in the realm, and I have a fervent admiration for it. From now on, I do not know how much time it will take. But his voice grew incredibly resolute. Please. Heavenly demon. Take me as your disciple. Amidst the blinding white snow and swirling snowflakes in the freezing wind, Bitch Hyang lay alone. The only living presence in this icy wasteland. Even though her body felt like it was freezing to the bone, the girl showed no emotion, only thinking to herself, it is so. In this barren land with such harsh weather, she heard no voices, saw no, and smelled nothing at all. Bitch Hyang could feel that her insides were probably frozen too. In moments like this, everyone instinctively remembers someone who could keep them warm. I am so. Just then, a bright hole appeared in the usually overcast sky. With a holy light shining through, the hole widened, dispersing the clouds. And a silhouette with long silver hair stood against the light, observing her intently. The elder lowered his head, carefully assessing Bitch Hyang, who was on the brink of losing consciousness. How strange it was. It had been snowing for over 10 days, with snow reaching up to 1.5 meters. Yet a child like this managed to survive. He quickly grabbed her hand and helped her up. Then he made a cryptic remark. You are not an ordinary child. With his wealth of experience, the elder recognized that she was born alongside the ice and snow, and that the world's bitter cold would become her strength. A child covered in snow who can rise like this is truly rare. Just like a character from a martial arts tale. Then, he asked about Bitch Hyang's identity. What is your name? But at that moment, the girl could not recall anything. I do not know. The elder did not give up and continued to inquire while leading her. How old are you? She repeated her earlier response. I do not know. And he pressed on once more. Why are you here in this snowy place? But the answer remained the same. I do not know. Finally, the elder concluded. You do not remember anything at all. Do you? Poor thing. Abandoned in a place like this. But you possess all the qualities needed to learn. The master of the North Sea would be thrilled to take you in for a price of 1 billion gold. Truly fate. He gently patted her head and extended an invitation. But would you become the pride of the academy? Or is this academy merely an opportunity for you? Are you willing to follow me? Seeing that Bitch Hyang did not react, the elder focused on what she needed most right now. I will provide you a safe place to eat and sleep. Sure enough, She immediately nodded without hesitation. Even though bitch Hying was a girl of few words, he always struck up a conversation with her. She did not know anything, no name. No hometown. She must have been born from the cold snow. Then, out of nowhere, a never-before-seen purple butterfly appeared in the sky, as if heralding a new beginning. I will give you my name. From now on, you will be bitch Hying, which means the essence of white snow. The elder added another line. And she is a disciple of the Ku sect. Just like bitch Hying. It was at this moment that the girl finally asked her first question to the kind stranger who had fallen from the sky. Where are you taking me? He simply revealed that they were going to a place where there were children just like her. But now, the Bucky Hying of the present radiated a powerful aura, completely different from her past. There was no way she could go back. She vehemently denied it in front of Gong Jia, who was obediently kneeling. I have never had a disciple. No matter how much you play, my principles will never change. I can just take any random kid as a disciple. Ungun, who was listening outside, had to feel a bit exasperated. As a prince, this was a little too much. I am really glad to see the kids still alive. They have overcome countless challenges just to become your disciples. The elder sincerely advised her. Do you really need to be so rigid? Bachi Hyang, sit down and calm down a bit. They have their own intentions too. But her stubbornness was so deeply ingrained that there was no saving her. Principles are principles. Not everyone can be taken as a disciple. The academy can't just do things randomly. Only children who have been abandoned by their parents and this world are allowed to join the Ku sect. The elder shook his head in helplessness. We always call ourselves ancient and outdated. But it seems like someone is even more authoritarian. So rather than continue to persuade her, he shifted his attention to Gong Jia. That kid. After all, she had already said what she said. Why did not you forget about those petty Ku kids? I gun. From the great southern Qian sect. I belong to the T Sang tribe and the Kim Lun, the rightful owner of the righteous sect. If you become my disciple. Before the elder can finish his sentence, the kid interjected. Why won't he, the heavenly Ku, take me as a disciple? Qin Gun was momentarily speechless. Stunned for a few seconds. Did that punk just brush me off? But Hyang stood firm in her stance. Haven't I already said it? I only accept kids who have been discarded by their families and this world. Even though he was rejected multiple times, he still tried to convince her. The world has changed. Due to a strange disease, people have started turning into zombies. And the noble clans and martial arts sects are gradually fading away. Gong Jie's face also darkened, mixed with a hint of profound sadness. This world has abandoned us. So we must abandon it too. Whether she accepts it or not, he thought to himself. Moreover, I am a hunter, climbing that tower like a lonely child. Then he turned to Bach Hyang, asking for her opinion. So have I met your conditions yet? The heavenly demon remained cold and silent, not uttering a word. Gong Jia felt that admitting he had been abandoned by this world was a bit embarrassing. But it was true that he had turned his back on it long ago. Much later, she finally gave him a single opportunity to show himself. Okay. If you are that confident, show me your 3 calamity sword. Bika Hyang looked down at Gong Jia with a chilling gaze. I need to check if you are worthy of studying here. You are nothing but an empty barrel making a lot of noise. He quickly bowed in a ceremonial manner, holding his sword hilt. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The moment Gong Jia pulled out the axe, the system immediately announced that his skill was being activated, and around him, early red auras began to emerge. Then, his presence suddenly shifted, becoming more dangerous with a palpable intensity. His eyes glowed a blood red as the second notification popped up, announcing that the infernal arts skill was being activated. Gong Jie raised his sword and closed his eyes to feel it. He could see the shapes of the sword, countless techniques dancing in his mind, but still, that was all he grasped. He could not fully comprehend the infernal arts. He was acutely aware that if he continued to flaunt his swordsmanship, his body would rip apart like a flock of sparrows chasing after a blade of grass. Gong Jie suddenly recalled the elder spirit's reminder, lamenting the powerlessness of humanity and blaming the cruelty of this world. When he opened his eyes, determination and sharpness were evident in his gaze. If it was going to be torn apart anyway, it might as well be done the right way. Someone once taught him that if one aims to destroy this world, it is akin to heresy, which is why heretics nail themselves to tear apart this world. Gong Jia was the only one who could sense the screams around him. Oh great spirit, please save me. It is too hot. He wanted to live just a little longer. As he practiced the infernal arts, his mindset shifted slightly. Chaotic sounds and bloody images flooded his mind. Burning. Burning the witch's lair, instead of nails. The essence of heresy was in the screams. Despair enveloped everything. Humanity did not see them as people, consumed by their own hatred. Along with that was the sound of fury and agitation. Come on. War has forgotten the spirit of the noble, and the noble spirit had forgotten war. If you say that, I will help you as you wish. Gong Jie soon realized that no matter how profound the teachings were, they could not overpower the screams of the lowly, no matter how miraculous the yin and yang are. The world born from them is filled with suffering. Qin Gun beside him trembled uncontrollably. Matto. That sword. What he held in his hand was a sword that contained the world's suffering, more potent than the yin-yang sword. As a sage once said, a sword can wield a scream stronger than a moving blade. Bitch Hyang tried to speak, but it was too vague to penetrate his mind as he was drowning in rising emotions, deepening his suffering. The louder the scream, the stronger the sword. That is why we are formidable. Only the fittest survive. That is the principle of heresy. Because of those conditions, the sword shape that the celestial demon used had to let out a scream against the world. In each waking moment, she repeated it again. Stop. However, Gongjae continued to wield the sword relentlessly, each strike drawing from the atmosphere. The image that stuck with him the most was still of his masters standing silently in the snowstorm. Yet the celestial demon had screamed in that final twilight. Bitch Hyang could no longer hold back and shouted, I told you to stop. She used her strength to block his sword's power. Her gaze now carried a threatening intent. Where did you learn those skills of our sect? The tension in the air was thick enough to make anyone sweat bullets as I barely escaped the wave of emotions crashing over me. Along with her probing voice at my side, there is no hiding the fire in my eyes. No matter how chaotic or inexperienced the person may be, their training was undeniably rooted in the dark arts of heavenly torment. In this world, only the members of my sect can learn this skill. Yet here I am, the sect leader, having never laid eyes on any of my people. Biki Hyang brushed aside her sword and stepped closer, demanding, Come on. Where did you steal it from? The dry lips of the captive struggled to utter each word. Even she was taken aback by the relieved expression breaking into his smile. Am I worth it yet? Bitch Hyang remained silent, observing without a word. The moment she turned to leave, his body reached its limit and collapsed. A wave of anxiety surged through the air. Death's embrace. Two people rushed to his side to examine him. He has overexerted himself. I will transfer some energy to him. As the captive's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, a voice suddenly pierced the silence. You fool. The old spirit appeared, arms crossed, scrutinizing him with a judging glare. You have pushed yourself to the brink of death using techniques beyond your level. Truly reckless. That is why everyone keeps saying to start with the basics. Seeing that pitiful face, I could not help but give him some credit. After all, his figure gradually ascended, accompanied by a satisfied smile. He is not too shabby after all. The old spirit concluded that this little punk was worth respecting. Bitch Hyang would always remember that day when the world was blanketed in snow. The elder led her to a vibrant place, saying, This is where you will live from now on. He told her just as an old man waved goodbye. Eat when you are hungry. Sleep when you are tired. Play whenever you want. And then she heard him whisper, Just live the life you desire. Bachi Hyang, not long after, at the dining hall. The kids were bustling with chatter. Everyone here is amazing. They do not make us do anything at all. Suddenly, a boy piped up. What if they are just raising us to be slaves? The lucky girl replied, Are you stupid? I have been here for a year, and I have never seen them do that. Then she asked softly, Forget about that. Have you greeted the new arrivals yet? The boy responded, I have only seen one new person so far. There are so many today. Biki Hyang's heart fluttered a bit as they whispered, So many newcomers. Must be because of the famine this year. Anyway, you are all welcome here. You could have starved if you stayed back home. Maybe thinking of something. She interrupted the conversation. You guys, she genuinely wanted to know how they had arrived here. The unexpected question caught them off guard for a moment, then one by one, they chimed in. Farming was too hard. My mom worked at the Red Temple. I do not want to talk about it. Why should I share with you? And at night, thieves with swords attacked the town. Heartbreaking realities spilled out. Suddenly everyone in the village fell ill. My dad kept beating me, so I ran away. That is why Bik Hyang remembers it so clearly. That, and how I got beaten by my grandfather. The girl realized something when all the harmful insects were put into jars and sealed. The monster trapped inside would tear everything apart. Not only that, but whenever the children opened their mouths, the poison would escape into the air. Are there really that many toxins in the world? She wondered aloud. Guys, are you happy? They answered without hesitation. Yep. And that made it even clearer to her that this place was no paradise. It was just a breeding ground for loneliness within a person. The kids continued to add, I do not have to earn money for my mom anymore. During the doctor visits when I was sick, no one beat me. And I am really happy about that. And little Bicky watched the elders back and thought to herself, I do not know. Anyway, the darkness must give way to the morning light. That moment when dawn broke came with an invitation. Breakfast is ready, but the caller quickly got flustered, calling out, Bickian. Really? Sleep whenever you want to sleep, and eat whenever you want to eat. She was absent while the other kids chattered. Is there someone else missing today? Outside, in the blazing sun, that tiny figure stood out more than ever. Even though the elder said, Play whenever you want to, she kept diligently working. She toiled in confusion for them. Bickian is so strange. She always plays with the farmers. And she does not even eat anything. The elder's words echoed in her mind daily. Live the life you want until the day comes when we meet again. Bikian, and she replied.
Yep.
It has been a while. As she saw her father sitting by the river, he suddenly spoke up. I have a few questions for you. He mentioned what she had always done. I heard you help the farmers grow food and harvest it. Right. She calmly responded.
Yep.
She replied. The elder continued. I also heard you sew your own clothes to wear and blankets for yourself. Right. She gently touched the surface of the water.
Yep.
She said. But the elder did not quite understand.
Wow.
If you wanted, you could live happily even if this place is not luxurious, he added to his point. This place is called Peach Blossom Spring. Adults will plant and harvest fruits for you. You are just a child. Why work so hard? She cradled a maple leaf in her hands. Their family is poor. They cultivate on the lowest slopes. And 2 daughters have already been taken away by the authorities, he exclaimed in confusion. He was waiting for her to continue. Choi. He worked in the orchard but was called away to build a wall. And his youngest son died while he was away. When he brought this injustice to the authorities, he was accused of conspiracy and even his eldest son was killed. Turns out she was talking about the friendly old man, after burying his 2 sons at home. Choi and his wife dedicated themselves to this land. Only then did Bitch Hyang let the leaf go free. The farmers who brought seeds ran like orphans, all hurt by the world. And not a single one was without their own tragic story. Finally, she concluded, this place is not a paradise. They feed us and clothe us for free not because they are foolish. The elder inquired. What do you think? To her surprise, she blurted out a truth. Because they want us to take revenge for them. She seems to see through everything in this world, filled with regret and anger. Unable to forgive the government and the town that shattered their lives. They crave revenge but lack the strength. Then she turns to look at him, saying, I have heard what they say about you needing to learn martial arts from a young age to succeed. Those farmers, the ones who provide us with food and shelter, too old to grasp the depths of martial arts. Yet they nurture the children to learn the ways of combat. There is something she did not say directly to her opponent. That is the truth about spring flowers. At the headquarters of the evil Bitch Yang sect, we do not eat and sleep for free. This place exists to channel their desires for revenge throughout the martial world. A small yet determined figure stands before the elder. After a moment, the day finally calls for Bitch Yang, and she answers immediately.
Yep.
Her gaze unwavering when he asks, do you have something to say to this world? She recalls the day she was saved while the kids were talking and admits,
Yep.
I have so much to say. The elder listens quietly and whispers, is that so? A sudden gust of wind sweeps through, blowing his silver hair. If that is the case, the world will have to listen to what you say. On this peculiar grand day, I am one of the 7 elders of the demon sect. Yet Bitch Yang only has one question. Is there a Buddha in hell? He leans down gently to look at her. If there is a Buddha in hell, what do you think he would do? Without waiting for her to respond, he continues. Bitch Yang, you have passed the first test. You do not pour out your heart even when food is plentiful and your feet are warm and snug, so your mind will be very steadfast. Accept me as your master and call me teacher. A new path appears to stretch out beneath her feet. In the future, her sword will rise amidst countless cries of despair. The master-apprentice ceremony of Ao took place like this. And at that day at sunset, he said, bow your head. My disciple, just as her mind was still hazy. She shouted, get up, hurry. He could only stumble in his shoes and respond, I. Demon Lord, if you are still here, no matter how hard I try, I truly can't stand up. After getting knocked around like that, she openly sighed. You still seem a bit dazed after waking up. Seems like your body is still pretty strong. Before turning away, she reminded him, go to the hot spring and wash up. Cleanse your body and relax your mind thoroughly. He blurted out in confusion, I. But she simply said, I will be waiting at the cave entrance. She waited for him to change his clothes. While they were still snoring and fast asleep, an endless curiosity surged within him. What are they dreaming about? Finally, he drew a line. System. With that move, a dream suddenly emerged. This is my 100th victory. Marcus. Moreover, I have beaten that punk 990,999 times. The dream belongs to the fascinating world of alchemy. Indeed, I was right. Why do I even need to explain this obvious thing? People will only understand even if I explain it. He is as dumb as a rock. That is not what I meant. He should reflect on the deeper meaning of what I say. When it comes to this subject, it is really hard to put into words, especially with him laughing like a maniac. You know, maybe I should not have called them teachers, especially that last one, the lone wolf. When I stepped outside, Bitch Kang asked, have you cleaned yourself up? I politely replied, yeah, I have showered and I am completely refreshed. To my surprise, she bluntly told Gong Ra, I hate smooth talkers. She fired that off like a machine gun. And you? You are way too good with your words, your tongue is truly cheap. I am worried your personality is more like a con artist than a decent guy. I thought to myself. Seriously. Just wait until I show off my skills and see her give me 2 hearts. Thinking that just because his mouth is slippery, he still looks as clueless as before he showered. He is really the embodiment of a total loser in the How group. Even when she commanded. Follow me. My mind kept spinning around that name. What is Hamunzu anyway? As she moved, she guided me. Saying, if you want to wear the devil's robe, you need to pass a lot of tests. Even though you have successfully proven your identity. But that does not mean you have passed the preliminary tests. The first test is, you have already flunked it. Right, it is a chill test, where you will take in the kids. Feed them. And let them sleep for free. The kids who feel satisfied and smug with this are raised by farmers. Craftsmen. And definitely not in the devil's sect. Her footsteps halted at my words. But those kids who pass this easy test will be recognized as disciples of the devil's sect. They will truly learn the arts of the devil and the dark arts. Only then will they genuinely be considered part of the dark path. Bitch Hying warily asked. How do you know this? I could only grin. I know quite a bit. While I pondered. You killed me and I saw your painful memories. Especially the ones that hurt you. This made her take a deep breath. Heaven is so carefree and fair. This will be the last connection I make. So they bring me a shady guy like you. Should I accept this second version of Hamun into the sect? Meanwhile, the old spirit on the side thought. He really has a good eye for people. I wonder if it is because he is a heavenly devil. If you truly are despicable, you would get bored really quickly. But if you have a quirky personality, you won't give up easily. Those words left me confused. Was that a compliment or an insult? In times like this, let us just consider it a compliment. Life is definitely looking up. Make me feel like a total fool. I am scolding you for being worthless. You little crow stealing someone else's nest. They were speechless when she spoke up. This is fine. Bitch Hying looked straight at me seriously. You should be grateful. A great person like me has lowered myself to take you as my disciple in the world of the devil's sect. This paradise won't turn away a disciple if you meet the requirements. Hearing that, I was overjoyed. But she emphasized. But I still have not officially accepted you as my disciple. Gong was quick to take advantage of the situation. Wait. That is not fair. I trekked through mountains and crossed rivers to become your disciple. I have proven my abilities. What do you mean I am not good enough to be your official student? But she only explained that. First, your words are very suspicious. She almost said everything she saw. Clearly confirming that she was skeptical about you coming from beyond the Great Wall. And I also doubt your claim of having admired me for a long time. My gut tells me that everything feels like a lie. But your nature does not seem bad. So I am holding off on making a decision. You briefly closed your eyes in shock. Wondering how my intuition was so spot on back then, unexpectedly. She added that it was quite strange, because you actually have a warm heart. Making it hard to determine right away if we truly have a chance meant for each other. In the end, you finally asked what the test was. And she quickly pointed in one direction over there. She provided you with information. Saying she had thrown a Jiangxi down there. Which used to be a master in Jingyu. One of the most promising figures in the sect. With that Jiangxi, I will then acknowledge you as an official disciple of the sect. However, her voice suddenly became unusually sharp, saying to fight when you are hungry. You stared at her blankly, affirming that you were not an official disciple, which was as pointless as chasing after the wind. You saw her still calmly looking at you, as I just mentioned, fighting the Jiangxi. But only when that hunger is burning in your heart. Only the pain of a different hunger can stand there. And you must not let any feelings or thoughts affect your clarity. Can you do it? Easily understood that deep down, in the heart of the demon, you had become a disciple taught by the teachings of the devil sect, and she clearly regarded you as a disciple. She meticulously guided you along, saying to think about the screams and the desperation of those starving, the movements of the starving hands. Think about it, and plan your strategy in your mind. Swinging your sword with this burning hunger in your thoughts. Only then will the true power of the demonic arts be revealed. Hearing this, you immediately drew your sword and questioned. If I only swing my sword out of hunger, what will happen? She seriously replied. You would be able to take down a man who has never starved with a single stroke. And then you could fight half of your opponents with just one continuous strike. In other words, those claws could scratch the entire world. And then she added, first, learn Asa's way, starve to death. Then learn how to die from dehydration like Asa. Only by understanding that thirst can you wield your sword against those who have been drained dry. Her words struck a chord with your interest, saying you would master all 9 sword techniques. And through these skills, you would turn the world upside down. So you sighed, saying it sounds intriguing. Your enthusiasm made her smile brightly. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up, do not fall into despair. Her words echoed as she drew her beloved sword, and it shot off immediately. Let us go. There are countless types of zombies in the world. Sometimes they are called replacing spirits, but at times they are corpse demons. Is there really a term that fits zombies? After some thought, maybe there is a suitable term, Hadouken. And the truth is, if zombies knew martial arts, humanity would definitely be doomed. Gong ran away in fear, half alive and half dead. But that young man could not overcome the strength of that zombie. As he was still airborne from the leap, he was furious, unable to believe what was happening right before his eyes. Damn it, this is crazy. Big Hyang stood on the cliff, lecturing him. Do not just swing your sword randomly like that, she shouted as the battle intensified. Did I not say to think about the hunger, about those who have starved to death? If you keep flailing your sword like that, the hellish techniques will just be a harmless facade. It is always easier to talk than to act, especially for someone like you who is just starting out. But honestly, I am not hungry right now. Leaving her helpless except for turtles, that foolish boy struggled to escape the purple scythe of death, using all 9 of his lives. Today's lesson was a mix of Big Hyang's cold voice and the thunderous blows from the zombies. You do not think about red in your mind even when it is not right in front of you. Do you? Just because you are not feeling hungry now does not mean you can't express what hunger feels like. Your stomach is too full. Those who've learned the hellish techniques have to fend for their senses. Big Hyang leaned over to get a better look below, recalling the longest time he had ever gone hungry, using all his senses from then until now. Where was he back then? What did he want to eat the most? And how long did he have to starve? Hearing that question made him shift for a moment. The longest I have gone without food was about 3-4 days. Auntie, clearly. That answer did not sit well with the teacher. She frowned. You mean you have only gone 4 days without food? That is ridiculous. The world has been through chaos for a long time, and the harvest has worsened. Her questions kept coming as the duel continued to heat up. Why did you only starve for 4 days? Unless you are from a noble family. Outside the city walls and into the central area. Big Hyang had long since stepped out of her mind. Are you not understanding what I am saying? Hunger is the greatest concern because that pain can't be ignored for even a day. The pain no one can deny. People live to soothe that hunger. There is no difference between royalty and the lower classes. This person truly deserves a high position in the martial world, because what she knows is more than just the basics of the dojo. How can you awaken hellish techniques without knowing this? Me neither. I have lived like a low-level hunter for 10 years and often feel hungry every time I bought rice cakes while living outside the tower. I only bought the kind that served more than 4 pieces on a plate. You know, it seems I have overestimated people from somewhere. She decisively turned away. Enough. This is my fault. For a moment, I had hope, but just as I thought, you are the type to just talk big. The fear in your eyes as you watch her leave is palpable. Heavenly Turtle. You glanced at the cliff and hesitated to call out for confirmation. Heavenly Turtle, feeling danger closing in with no way out. Wait. I mean, not feeling hungry is not anything special. The mouth of that starving zombie gaped wide. What does that mean when you can't learn the techniques because of it? Dead meat. The signs were all too clear. You were summoned to the outside world, while still wearing a terrified expression. Cursed. Honestly, I feel more alive with this mission. Thank goodness I am still alive after everything that has happened. She is really teaching you the old school way. Seriously. She is showing you the intricate art. So she is right. You did not even bother checking that pile, and just revived in a huff. Thinking, is she really going to be like this? The snowstorm is howling through some random street. Gongdae is crawling out from under the blanket, recalling that chat from earlier. Did you think I would curl up in the corner if you were that aggressive? Should I be grateful for this? With a fiery determination like a summer blaze. You sprint out of the cave as if you are fleeing. I might not look it, but I am a man with unwavering willpower. You are awake, but where to now? I am out hunting for the essentials to get past this stage. You think I can starve to death? The old spirit is helplessly trailing behind. We have hit a snag. This guy is such a jerk. A total loose cannon who can easily lose his cool. His loud laments dissolve silently into the wind. Just wait. We will be in trouble for a few more days, in some remote cabin up in the mountains. While Gongdae is trying to meditate, the old spirit suddenly pops up right in his face, calling him a lunatic. The guy is getting antsy in these rough circumstances. You planning to just sit here and die? Yeah. So what, Prince? The craziest dude in this world. I am begging you. I do not care if you are obsessively training us. But what did I do wrong to end up sitting here in your school? Can't you hear me? Just stop already. I told you. You are being too loud. Even though he is saying that, he still has the nerve to ask about your plans. Let me ask you something. How long have you been thinking about doing this? I have seen the scars of the celestial demon. This guy has not eaten in 111 days, and is just breathing air to survive. So I will stop after 112 days. The spirit just asked a casual question. And who knew he would get slapped with a reality check like that? You can last more than 100 days. You know, look at the weather right now. It is freezing. You will freeze solid in no time if you do not have energy. But how are you going to sustain that energy for over 100 days? He is super worried about his clueless student. Besides, Gongda, it won't just be hunger if you push it past 100 days. Have you ever fasted for more than 100 days? If not, then just zip it. Gongda shot back. Have you ever fasted? His question sounded like a jab at the old guy. I trained to be more agile. Just like the monks taught me when I was younger. The first few days felt like I was dying and being reborn. But after 2 weeks, I did not feel hungry anymore. It is not even fasting. It is just a mental exercise. Just to clarify, it is purely a mental exercise. Gongda quickly jumped in, and after fasting for 15 days, I could repeat that 15th day again. That plan was bold enough to leave the old spirit in awe. What did you just say? You quietly and slowly shared your idea. I won't eat for 15 days. I will hold on to this hunger until I hit my limit. Then I will commit suicide and be reborn on the 15th day. I want to be any chance for hunger to take over. What would happen if I repeated this for 112 days? My energy won't drop. But I can still stretch out my hunger. Hearing this plan, the old spirit cursed under his breath. That crazy kid. Follow my lead. Don't listen to those weird old geezers. If you need a teacher, just learn from me. What has got you so wild? Meditation feels like unlocking a whole new level of wisdom for you. I have mastered the art of hellish techniques. The world survives on questions. Do you know why the celestial spirit feels so hopeless about this world? Do you know why this world is like this? Is the celestial spirit's chronicle coming to an end? The whole world has become hollow. I see no point in continuing to live. Remembering that special woman. I do not want the world to be destroyed like this. Every detail on that expressionless face. I do not want the celestial spirit to end up like that. Outside, the howling snowstorm rages on. It would be so easy to live while giving everything up. You reflect on past memories, talking about unfair possibilities. I am the great one, and I conquer everything with my skills. Those other guys are worse than me because they are just fools. I do not need to care about those idiots. I just need to pick a perfect moment to make myself shine. The path to glory is always drenched in blood. No matter what happens, I scoff at them. I look down on them. I crush them. You clench your fist, condensing your power into a red orb in your hand, looking pretty badass. You remember Joshua's punchable face, the power you exude. You recall the image of two representatives dodging each other's greetings. Fairness is child's play. But those who live fairly are no children. You close your eyes, as if wanting to merge with the strength of nature. I'm human too. I have to live. To my surprise, that method could also convince the old spirit to meditate alongside you. Your response is as clear as how I should live. Time flies. And inside the cave during the freezing winter. It has been a week since I started fasting. The hunger is still persistent with its goal. The first 2 days were the hardest. But just 3 days later, all the pain vanished. Digestion has slowed down. Even my thoughts are sluggish. My life is probably fading a bit as well. Your face has become gaunt, clearly void of any vitality. Like a river dried up to its rocky bottom during a drought. You start to ponder. Is this what hunger feels like? You get up and answer your own question. You draw your best sword, recalculating your upcoming plans. If I just stay put, it won't mean anything. The old spirit watches your constant changes with confusion. What are you planning? You answer calmly. Training. You swing your sword a few times but quickly become disoriented. I was wrong. I have been a bit foolish and dizzy. The hunger that the celestial spirit mentioned is not just about starving. It is not just sitting in meditation without eating. After a while, you drop the sword. Your limbs long out of strength. Hunger means wanting to eat but being unable to. You continue to struggle, wielding the sword to practice. This week, I have thought about farmers. Those who are starving. You have really thought deeply about things. What kind of farmer does not need to toil in the fields when hunger strikes? Whether they are starving or not, whether he is hungry or full, he has to work, and even if he breaks his back, there is nothing to fill his belly. This living environment has become brutally harsh. He has to use a hoe to dig the dry ground. But the soil is parched, and even if he plants moss, nothing can thrive. The worn-out skin feels the despair of the farmer, because a hungry person can do nothing. And that is why he remains hungry, even if he tries to swing the hoe into the barren earth. It just wears him out more. This situation has dragged on for far too long. The last time it rained was 6 months ago. The severe weather conditions force them to find ways to survive. Every reservoir and pond in the village is dry. There is not even a drop of water in the fields, forcing villagers to abandon their gardens and head to the coast. Some choose to leave for other places, while others cling to their land. But this farmer stays put, because it seems like staying is not any better. People only live off what they can steal. And this farmer only knows how to snatch what comes from the earth. When hunger sets in, everything can become food. So he keeps working even without any results. In the evening, he climbs the mountain to strip the bark from a few lucky trees that have survived to use as food. The vast forest has long ceased to thrive, and now there is hardly any bark left. As winter approaches, the drought has turned everything parched. Now covered in a layer of frost and snow, famine has wiped this world clean. But what will happen to these farmers? He can't even eat bark anymore. And he has a family. Children. The old spirit waits for the story to continue. So while he contemplates and practices, he manages to gather water to boil the bark. The boiled bark turns into a strange concoction. I am so hungry. For the other starving farmers, it is like a lifeline. I want to eat. Since it is so hard to find something to fill his belly, he thinks of his family. I have to bring something back for the kids. But when the child sees it, they throw a fit and refuse to eat it. No way. The bowl of water containing that suffering spills everywhere. Out of pure anger, he does not hesitate to strike his child. But then, when his mind clears, he realizes it is not right. He is horrified by his own change. This is not who he is. Everyone understands it is the prolonged suffering of hunger that has pushed him to this point. He is not the kind of person who would hit his children. After all, the famine is too brutal. It has been so long since he had a decent meal. He has become sensitive. He slowly descends into despair. How did his life end up so tragic? The more he thinks, the more painful it becomes. Each blow feels more desperate. There have been countless famines since the earth was formed, and countless farmers, along with thousands of famines. At this moment, the words of bitch Hying echo in his ears. Fight against the torment of hunger. All movements must stem from that hunger. He frantically wields his hoe, determined to understand deeply. Does that hunger also have movement? Gather all your strength. A direct horizontal path that makes the water's surface shimmer. You realize the similarities in your own story. Yep. Indeed, even hunger has its own movement. You start to imagine yourself as that farmer. Think about the sounds and the laments of famine. About the movements of hands and footsteps of those who are starving. Think about everything. The farmer's actions as he strikes his child. You mimic every action. Reflect on it and keep it in your mind. Think about when you can do it. The farmer's gestures. Running out of the house. The moment he throws the bark onto the ground. Gather and try to feel each of those emotions. For this wish, let that hunger rise up. The farmer returns home and hands the bark to his child. You start to deeply understand the suffering they endure. Since the dawn of time. Some farmers may have even struck their children. Some farmers may have also caressed their cheeks and whispered apologies, wondering if farmers still exist this year. While some may have died along with their children. You close your eyes tightly to ponder deeply. No action comes without the drive of hunger. Finally, after immense determination, you succeed in learning the hellish demon technique, the first form. The sword of hunger. The stone pillars in the cave crash down in droves. This is famine. Gong is drenched in sweat. Breathing heavily. This is hunger. As soon as you speak, the old spirit scowls. But it is still very clumsy. The old man can't understand you. Are you crazy? Gong replies calmly. I am serious about my training this time. He looks at your current state and shakes his head in dismay. This is why those who know fear are worried. The old man grumbles for a long time. This eccentric guy. You are the craziest person in the world. Your soul belongs to the righteous. But your mind and skills have swayed toward the dark arts, and even try to develop them. Really? Gong replies nonchalantly. What is wrong with that? The old man mutters. You foolish child. The old spirit shouts so you understand. In short, a master of the righteous is using dark magic. Do you want me to say it again? That a master of the righteous only knows how to use magic. You monster. He does not stop complaining. Because of him, I am worried. How am I supposed to teach him my martial arts? I do not think it will work if I teach him by way of the holy sword. At this point, you just feel tired. I am so hungry. I want to eat a choco pie. You start to think wildly. So hunger is just like a choco pie. The old spirit sees you zoning out and gets even more frustrated. Wait. You are thinking about something else. Are not you? Gong immediately responds. I am thinking about going down the mountain for a while. The old man is shocked again. Well, are you going to teach the celestial spirits a lesson? You reply indirectly. I have just started practicing the hellish celestial spirit technique. What good would it do if I killed myself and returned to those celestial spirits? You mimic bitch Kang's gesture. He still has potential, does not he? It seems you understand very well what will happen. Nothing but this reaction. The old spirit can grasp what you want to do. Is that enough? You are still recognized. Right. Gong loses patience with the old man. How can that be enough? It is not enough at all. You remember very clearly the feeling of facing bitch Kiang last time, when the celestial spirits ignored me and said I had never truly starved. Do you know how helpless and frustrated I felt? I am a person who holds a grudge. You know. Just getting recognition won't heal my wounds. You follow that old man. And this kid here makes me feel uneasy. Share your expectations with me. I want to see genuine surprise. Your talent is off the charts. What a revelation. I did not realize you were such a great opportunity for me. My eyes were blind back then. Just imagining it made me feel arrogant. Thinking about that jerk was sweet enough, like biting into a choco pie. That old spirit looks at you with disdain. You are just a crazy kid. You started recounting your recent experience with hunger. I felt something when using the hellish demon technique. Compared to people from this era, I have never felt hunger like that. The farmers know the bark of trees and exactly which ones to peel. They know how to handle it. My imagination can stretch that far. You looked up at the full moon and made a decision. From now on, I will fill my empty imagination. You raised your hand dramatically and commanded. Come forth. Spirits. Prita appeared softly in the swirling black mist. She led the ghostly army. Bowing respectfully. My lord, did you call for us? You assigned tasks to her. Prita. I have a mission for you. She replied with reverence. Just give us the order. You went on about how this is a near-apocalyptic world where humanity has become ghosts and living corpses, circling around Celesto, maybe similar to the Asian Empire that once was. Ultimately, your goal for Prita was clear. My command is simple. Spread out and gather the living corpses in the area. There are some towns and villages nearby. Find them and bring those living corpses here. They can move, so they will resist. But you will subdue them with your power. She asked you. How many do we need to collect? Without hesitation. You answered, 112. Bring me 112 living corpses. Your plan was set. And you aimed to learn from their hunger. Getting closer to the demon realm. Prita awaited your command. 112 people, she asked in surprise. My lord, 112 casualties is a huge number. You have been quite tired lately, so it is understandable you did not notice. You calmly replied. Since when did you get so concerned? Prita bowed her head and cautiously responded. If you disappear, then so will, she boldly confessed. I can stay in my tiny universe forever. My life, memories, and meaning will all vanish. It all depends on you. Because I care about myself, I also care about you. My master. You smiled. Pleased. I am glad you are honest. You proactively ask. Are you doing well? Prita was a bit taken aback by your words. That is strange. You recalled the last time you met her. After you gained the privilege of entering floor 20. You freed Prita in the village. Back then, you instructed her. You are in Esther's village. The people here treat you much better than before. How do you feel? You planned for her to stay in that village all along, just in case you needed her later. Prita hesitated and finally responded. My lord. You pressed? In what way? She suddenly paused, trying to recall something. What do you mean specifically? She recounted the incident that happened in the village, when they had called the river hunters once. They say that the secret of the Grim Reaper suddenly became powerful, and the treasure hidden by the 5 great festivals must be there. But the sorceress you brought along stopped them with her own hunters. So the result was pretty much nothing. You cheerfully exclaim. Just as expected about the Dragon Song Festival, their service is truly unbeatable. Prita's story does not stop there. And the lord of the neighboring kingdom has also gone missing, as they have had some tough negotiations with the nomads who were actually hired to attack us. Ngong says with satisfaction. It seems that everything in the parallel world is unfolding just as it should. And she continues to report. Moreover, both the Empire and the Holy Land have declared my village to be a holy land. And the gods and elves even brought fruit too. Prita hesitates a bit. But I have lost my powers. And those sickly folks have caught wind of the rumors, just like the pilgrims searching for miracles after the announcement of the Holy Land. What should we do? Ngong ponders seriously. He recalls the previous attitude of the alchemist. But for others, I only sell to those whom the Grim Reaper allows. Please. Seeing Prita worry as she notices him deep in thought, he reassures her. I am just thinking randomly. Do not worry. He thinks more carefully about his upcoming plans, aiming to set up a pharmacy to sell potions on the 26th floor of this expedition. She also wants to be able to handle everything on her own, so she will need workers. Having Prita assist her is not a bad idea. I can also take advantage of her in turning hunters into warriors as her students. That way her pharmacy will grow naturally. Ngong feels pleased thinking about the benefits if successful. It won't be long before it becomes a branch of the Alchemists Guild, and then the headquarters. And he asks Prita what more there is. Yet, there is really something interesting. Plus, Dejana is a kid from the village. And it seems she loves this thing called rice cakes that the hunters bought for fun. And Gachip. He is the one who takes care of the orchard. He shares fruits with the hunters from the Black Dragon Guild, because they protect the village in return for the Black Dragon Guild. She seems to know everything going on in the village. That is the current situation. Ngong praises her skills. The one who reports well. Prita appreciates it. Yep. Love that. You have put a lot of effort into your plan. Everything should go well with the folks in the parallel world. Now let us gather those corpses. She replies politely. Under orders. Ngong looks at Prita, lost in thought. She might be a shooting star, but she is also the one who once destroyed the world as a demon lord of the autumn rain. At this moment, she follows orders and works diligently, trying to learn about towns and cities with local government agencies. Seeing this, he feels satisfied. She knows how to collect corpses, directing the undead soldiers. With the authorities, there should be a map. They usually have a lot of films, but they should also cross-reference with others by piecing together map fragments, making it easier to control the farming villages. The undead soldiers quickly find suitable corpses. While Prita feels pity for those unfortunate ones, we should also encourage the children to wake up next to their mother's corpse, slowly dying from crying beside their mom. Almost all of them became like this for the same reason. The corpses of the original parents who died for failing their duties as guardians, those who hid in wells to escape the plague but could not climb out again, and the criminals who never had a chance to escape, trapped in cages. Finally, the mission was completed excellently. 112 starving corpses were selected, and Prita respectfully presented them. I have brought them here. Typically timid, Gongrai gets ready to carry out the mission. Good. Now take them away. He prepares mentally to shout with full enthusiasm. The undead smell fresh blood and quickly rush toward him, tearing at him. Gong grits his teeth. Trying to endure the pain, they simultaneously rush, gnawing at his body, and the system displays a notification. You have died. Respawning as your killer. At this moment, the last memory of a zombie appears in his mind. If I die on the ship, at least I won't cause any trouble for this world. If I were born on the river and worked there my whole life, then dying there would seem like happiness. He departed in the night on a ghostly boat in the current. Truly peaceful. The system continues to relay. Respawning as your killer. The story of another figure appears. Castellan, a guy who seems to be his servant, is politely reporting. The food reserves are running low. In less than half a month, we will have no more food. The people are not providing enough. What should we do? He did not think twice and slashed the rations, cutting down food for the elderly and children, and halving the supplies for the youth. The workers showed concern, saying the people would unleash their fury over this. He tightened his grip on the sword, thinking, I will be the first to starve. He was only making excuses for his own selfishness. If we, the leaders, do not eat, the criticism will lose its ground. Still, this place won't last long. A few days of hunger won't change anything. This time, it is about the fate of a child. In the current situation of a murderer, we will all starve together if this continues. The boy leading a group of 4 spoke up. Sir Castellan says children should not eat. He is telling us to go die. A little one piped up. So what are we supposed to do? The leader pulled out a small bag. If we are going to die anyway, let us at least die full, so we do not look pathetic like Gansey, the boy explained. There is a cooking method I learned from the beggars. It is clay biscuits. One kid looked scared. You mean snack food made from dirt? The boy leader confidently laid out his plan. Now listen up. The kids who can swim should catch fish, and do not give them to the adults. Keep them for us. The boy divided the tasks clearly. While the others dug mud along the riverbank, a timid kid spoke up. What are you planning to do? The leader replied. Let me show you. Right now. This mud is becoming a feast for the bloodthirsty. The system announced again, loading the current quest of the murderer. Still, it was one of the 4 kids' memories. The leading boy looked very excited. All right. But the others were confused. What is going on? They were baffled. All he was doing was drying mud in the sun. How can this be considered biscuits? The leading kid snapped back. Shut up. This is a secret cooking method passed down from the beggars. Just watch. The biscuits were evenly distributed among everyone. Now the test is over. And try it. The others hesitated. Oh dear. But out of sheer hunger, they had no choice but to take a bite. But be careful while eating. This time, the system had a slight twist. Loading the emotional scars of the murderer, the kids began to understand and felt pity. It won't taste good if you only take a small bite. Just savor it slowly. They gulped down the dirt pieces. Surprisingly, it tasted good. They could not stop praising it. I love this salty flavor. The kid reminded his friends not to gulp it down too fast. The flavor would be lost. They need to savor it while eating. Suddenly, they spotted the fisherman's boat from earlier. Look over there. It is a dead body. As they saw the boat wash ashore, they rushed over to take a look. He looked like he died of starvation while rowing. I felt so sorry for him. Do you think he was a fisherman? His eyes were wide open, sending shivers down the kid's spines. He turned into a zombie, suddenly jumping up to chase the terrified kids, who were struggling to survive. Eventually, they fell down, persevering through hunger because they just wanted to live. The dirt cookie crumbled in their hands. The kids showed incredible strength in their tough situation. With fingers buried deep in the river mud, their hands flattened the mud on the stones to dry in the sun. Fingertips clutching the dry, crumbly dirt cookies. A tragic scene unfolds. This is the face of starvation. This story has come to an end. Hauntingly complete. The system displays the final notification. The target's ego remains intact. Punishment complete. The leather bag lay still, not losing strength on the snowy ground. Slowly blinking awake, he rubbed his head, thinking he had learned how to cook bark or something like that. The memories he recalled made him painfully kneel down. But the reality was even harsher than he imagined. The leather bag ached for those cruel fates. So when you reach the end of the world, bark becomes too precious to be a mere obsession. Turns out, in a desperate situation, a person can even eat garbage. He frantically started digging through the snow with his bare hands. It was so tough. He quickly sifted through the thick snow to reveal the ground. And the weather was finally starting to warm up. The leather bag learned from what he saw, placing a clump of dirt in the sun. When he felt it was ready, he went to taste it. Grateful for the food, he slowly took a bite, savoring it little by little. He tried to swallow, but he could not deny how terrible it was. Reality left the leather bag feeling utterly hopeless. It was truly horrifying. The leather bag was bewildered, realizing human life originates from the ground. How could they not eat dirt? He stared at his dirt-covered hands, wondering why the smell and taste of dirt were so awful. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had just thought of something. The leather bag seriously contemplated that emotions that cannot be expressed in words can be conveyed through hands. Martial arts are just a manifestation of subtle movements within reach. He pulled out a sword, preparing for a new journey. Let us head back to Shochinkui. His sword, the sword of the nameless dead. The clock started ticking backward, revealing the image of Bitch Kying. I threw a Gangxi soldier down there. She throws down the gauntlet. Defeat that Gangxi punk, and if you succeed, I will take you on as my disciple. But there is a catch: you have to fight on an empty stomach. This is part of Gongja's master plan. Because honestly, I do not know the first thing about martial arts, or about concepts like yin-yang disciples and the 5 elements. This challenge is like a test, and it is no walk in the park. When you are up against those Gangxi soldiers, your heart has to be filled with nothing but hunger and the pain it brings. You are forbidden from feeling any other thoughts or emotions. Can you handle it? In Gongja's mind, it is clear that if there is any morality in his chaos, it is just the screams of those lost souls. After hearing the challenge from Bitch Kying, he was fired up, sword in hand, charging straight down. That lightest sword is not just an ordinary weapon. If its blade is shrouded in the will of the heavens, then it is the struggle of humanity cast aside by the divine. Hatred and anger forge the demons within. Gongja's eyes blazed red, ready to tear apart everything they fell upon. The taste of dirt in his mouth, the gritty feel of it in his hands. Every strike he unleashed was lethal. The blood of the Gangxi flowing like a river, fueled by rage and fury directed at the heavens. It was both wicked and divine. He unleashed a flurry of high-speed attacks, culminating in a blinding explosion of light, the first move of the heavenly demon art. The Sword of Hunger. Bitch Hyang watched in awe, eyes wide. This was heavenly demon stuff. The Gangxi was taken down in a brutal fashion, and Gongjae easily completed the display, exhilarated by the death that awaited him next. After Gongjae skillfully passed the challenge, he and Bitch Hyang sat down to chat. Initially, there were 9 swords that birthed the hellish arts. She understood the sword he wielded, the Sword of Hunger he had just showcased, was merely its first form. The next form would be something different. Gongjae quickly grasped it as the death brought by others. Bitch Hyang acknowledged his talent, saying, "Right. This kid from the other side has really honed the Sword of Hunger quite well." He interrupted. "Wait a minute," Gongjae bluntly asked. "What do you mean by quite well?" He showed immense confidence in his abilities, saying, "Strange. I thought I did great. But for the heavenly demons, it is only quite well. My self-esteem just vanished. And now I am losing confidence in myself. I think I am getting impatient." Bitch Hyang looked at him with a judging gaze. That kid. She could only respond helplessly. "Fine. I admit. You really do wield the Sword of Hunger with skill. Don't go around saying that the hellish arts are simple." He feigned surprise. "What do you mean just quite well? I thought I executed it perfectly." Bitch Hyang was exasperated by Gongjae's attitude. Was he really going to annoy her with that wordplay? Seems like the only way to please you is to bow down. You are truly a brat without any sense of decorum. Turns out this was all part of your plan. Okay, she has lost it now. And Gongjae was reveling in her rant. "Why do not you just become a teacher? And I will be your disciple." Gongjae quickly caught her words. "So that means you admit I am your disciple? Right. Not just some outsider, but truly a disciple of the sect. A real disciple with personality and flair." Bitch Hyang is intentionally avoiding me. Stop talking nonsense. From now on I will be your master. So you better focus. Just as I thought. Gongjae easily figured it out. He is enjoying the thought that Qin Kuai is forcing herself to overlook his words. Plus, she has not even acknowledged him as her disciple yet. Of course, he understands that this is not simple at all. For most swordsmen, the bond between a master and a disciple is incredibly heavy. And that weight can sometimes turn into a terrifying connection. Which is why Ting Kuai refuses to admit he is her disciple. At this moment, Bitch Hyang has also spoken up. Listen up, Gong Jie knows she won't easily accept him. Can a kid like him, who does not even hail from the central plains of this Murim world, really touch her heart? She allows him to follow and learn. Because he has reached this level of understanding about the Sword of Famine, he is allowed to listen and steal the teachings of the sect. But he is secretly opening the skill window. Gong Jie uses his ability to peek into Bitch Hyang's thoughts. Wondering if he has a shot, her information window pops up. Is he really a disciple? I need time to think. Oh no, this is a bad idea. I should just face Nam Gungun. Truly, Bitch Hyang is wrestling with a lot here. Having a disciple would be too much. It would ruin her life. This is a wrong decision. Gong Jie chuckles softly to himself. That is right. You know her thoughts are wavering, so think it over. Let yourself be swayed. Gong Jie is really looking forward to following Bitch Hyang. Will they continue this battle of good and evil with no hope? Or will she take on a disciple and keep passing down the teachings of the demonic sect to the next generation? In the end, how will she escape that meaningless death? His mind is filled with a wish. Please do not let my life pass by like this. Deep down, he truly respects Bitch Hyang. Please stay alive. Even if the world crumbles and she is the only one left in this Murim world, I still want her to keep living. I want to be the reason she lives longer. At this moment, she sits quietly in thought, while Gong Jie's heart is still loud and restless. This is not just empty talk. I guess this is similar to why Tong Kuai does not accept me as her disciple. The lightness of the divine sword is tied to a person's strength. That is how it stays grounded. The system reveals Bitch Hyang's thoughts. This is not the time to decide. And he feels a bit anxious. We are not brave enough to say what we want. I still can't make her decide. At this point, she calls out to him. The kid from the other world. Focus here. Are you even listening to me? He hurriedly replies. Of course. What do you mean? Bitch Hyang gazes at him, lost in thought, while Gong Jie remains silent. Suddenly, she stands up, regaining her spirit. Good. Seeing someone so confident means we can test you right now. She turns her back and walks away, leaving only one line. Do not follow me. Gong Jie watches Bitch Hyang's retreating step, his heart a jumble of emotions. He looks at the smooth, untouched snow. No footprints left behind. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I just want to hit that woman so bad. You turned in surprise. Sorry. The old spirit reminded. Did not you hear anything? That guy's face twisted with frustration. I said I want to challenge her. Damn it. Hell no. The old man could not understand why he was getting so worked up. Listen here, zombie. In the martial arts world where I was born, the demonic cult is actually pretty weak. Those devilish minions are just there to take a beating. He looked at the old man, losing his cool. Feeling confused. There is this guy who calls himself the Heavenly Demon. But I buried him face first in the ground and renamed him the Earth Demon. I have challenged and renamed hundreds of powerful warriors just like him. The old man seemed to unleash all his pent-up frustration and shouted, I am really envious of that jerk, the martial arts leader, for being born here. If I had that luck, I would not have to fight tooth and nail for a chance to survive. Instead, I could swagger in like, this is going to be my death or yours. The last thing the old man exclaimed was, you dare. I am not a demon. Gongra had been deep in thought this whole time. He responded, exactly. The old spirit paused. He explained a bunch of unrelated stuff. The master said he created a healing potion. And I am known as the official disciple of the Heavenly Demon. That is a pretty sweet ending. He did not pay much attention to the old man's words. Instead just enjoying the moment. But the one who truly brought me unexpected joy. Well done. Sword Emperor, seeing the old man suddenly step back. He wondered. What is wrong with you? The old man appeared very cautious. Every time he had that expression, it meant something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, his tone turned serious. We still have an unpaid debt between us. The old spirit looked a bit confused. Debt. Gongwa recalled their fight on the 18th floor. Just wait and see how many times I die before I can reach the 19th floor. Upon hearing this, the old man realized the gravity of the situation. Sweating bullets. Our Sword Emperor has died over 100 times. Well, I will die less than 99 times, right? If I remember correctly, I only died 97 times after that, he confidently stated. Sword Emperor, please hear me out on this. A moment later, Big Hyang returned with a zombie in tow. In our faction, we have a group of volunteers called Blood Demons. They are the best fighters made up of the greatest assassins, existing solely to fulfill my requests. Gongwa seemed to agree. Last time, you were a promising martial arts master, and this time, you have brought the elite troops. Looks like the difficulty just ramped up. She had actually prepared very thoroughly for the test. Don't you worry. I will make sure to bring you a worthy opponent. Gongra completely understood Big Hyang's intent. She was likely out to find the perfect opponent for herself, which meant she had to traverse the snowy fields. She fought through hundreds of zombies, assessing each one, and reiterated the goal. You have to fight Jiangxi just like this morning. He was still caught up in his emotional thoughts. Recognizing that it was a well-considered move, a sincere gesture, Big Hyang reminded him of the requirement. Your heart should only hold the pain of hunger. With that, she let the zombie charge toward Gong Ra. That is right. No emotions or thoughts other than hunger are allowed in your mind. You quickly got into battle mode, all fired up. Alright then. The timeline shifts to some past moment after the system announces you have died, and Gong is struggling to fight back, his mouth spewing curses. You hand each of the alchemist and the pharmacist beside you a book. The search for a cure to the zombie virus should go down like this. She takes it, gasping. Oh my. It is just like my research. More like it is organized and arranged like a bouquet commissioned by a noble. He is a bit surprised. Like, what is this? Did you come from Silicon Valley or something? This is exactly how I would organize things. In a hidden cave nearby, Gong shouts out a summoning order. Return of the 100 demons. You give the command to eliminate and gather the other hungry spirits. And Greta along with a bunch of ghostly warriors appears. Replying respectfully. Yep. My lord, as you command. You have one more request. I need you to do one more thing. Gong assigns her an important task, saying there are martial artists nearby. Go find them. The dark sorcerers will wear black robes, while the righteous warriors will surely wear white. No matter if there are 100 or 300 of them. You must find them all. Got it. Hearing this, Greta questions. Why are you trying so hard to save them? My lord, Gong honestly shares his deep desire. The world has no living souls left. Yet these two are still battling it out. They want to see the outcome of their war against the unfortunate world. No matter how many times I look at this, it just seems like they are putting on a show. After all, they want an ending. Right. I will prepare a real battle for them. You smile softly. I will set up a genuine fight between good and evil, between the righteous and the dark sorcerers. Gong recalls when he took on the first challenge of Bitch Kiang. While he was still learning about the Sword of Famine, the celestial demon was no longer there. Back then, she did not seem to think much of him. What? You mean the longest you have gone without food is just 3 days? He realized easily. She did not care about his efforts. She did not believe in Gong's abilities. The celestial demon was making it hard for him just to get him to quit quickly. He did not stand by and watch, leaving coldly instead. Forget it. It is my fault. He thought, knowing Bitch Kiang was thinking. She had lost all hope for this world. That is what happened when he learned about famine, until he fought the undead in the second challenge. However, when he began learning about the other phenomenon, Gong had learned well to understand the pain of the other phenomenon. Every swing of his sword seemed to be enveloped by the power of flowing water. Finally, with one decisive strike, he easily took down the undead. Gong finished his impressive display with a grounded landing full of spirit. Bitch Kiang watched intently. Her attitude completely changed. Then she bluntly commented, Gong, your sword technique is just too simple. I can't see any skill in your swordplay. There is no practical application at all. It is straightforward and sincere, but incredibly vulnerable. She evaluates it very fairly. As if your sword is not meant to fight against people, but against this world. This is not a practice sword. It is the weapon of a righteous sect. And you better make it as extraordinary as possible. Bitch Kiang does not deny your talent. But the echoes carved into that sword are becoming clearer by the day. Your skills are starting to shine through. And this sword was gifted to you by Prita, taken from someone who died for a cause. Bitch Kiang willingly agreed to teach you. She is going to show you the essence of Sinjin. So if you do not get it, just ask her again about Sinjin. She explains it to you in detail. It is a closely guarded secret. The core of our method. Think back to the time you learned about the sword techniques of hunger. What crossed your mind when you raised your sword? You quickly replied, I thought about hunger. Bitch Kiang sits down, ready for a long conversation. Of course. But it is not just that. You might not even realize it. But you have become immersed in the essence of swordsmanship. She starts giving examples, saying, here's an apple. And you nervously respond, is it like the apple Grandma ate? Bitch Kiang asked, have you thought about it? What does that apple feel like? You are taken aback and stammer. Sorry. She gently reassures you. It is. Just speak up if you do not know. You sheepishly admit. Yeah. I can think of anything. Bitch Kiang gives you another prompt. Alright. Think about hunger. Then, you focus and respond. Yep. I am remembering it. You recall seeing children eating dirt cookies. And she asks you, what does hunger mean to you? She steadily guides you to respond piece by piece. What does hunger taste like? It smells like dirt. Bitch Kiang leans in closer, whispering, what kind of dirt? There are many types of dirt. But which one represents hunger? You reply. She clarifies for you. You can just scoop up the mud. It has to be mixed with some gravel and no sand. What does hunger taste like? You fall silent, hesitating to answer.
Wait.
Buddy, Bitch Kang patiently asks. What does hunger taste like? Why are not you answering right away? Your thoughts are overflowing as you slowly recount the tragedies you have witnessed. It is so. The children made cookies from dried mud under the sun. As they dried them in the sun, the kids wandered around the mud puddles because there was nothing else to do. Bitch Kang helps you draw a conclusion. They are the children waiting for the sunlight. Hunger is the children waiting for the sun. That is your poem. She explains the chaotic emotions you are feeling.
Good.
When I asked you to describe the touch of the apple, you said you did not know. But what about when I asked you about hunger? You have touched the mud. You have smelled it, tasted it, and swallowed it. You have seen the flow of the river and listened to its sounds. Bitch Kang understands that every image you have ever seen leaves a deep emotional mark. An apple has a shape, but there is no hunger to be found. While an apple can be tasted, yet it stands against hunger. Even so, you still speak fluidly about hunger. The hunger within you is sadness, sunlight, river water, and children. As she speaks, she suddenly realizes. Children. That is it, this is your talent. Once she grasped the key point, it was easy for her to explain why he did not know the structure of an apple. It is simple. It is not tied to his memory. If he had eaten apples before, he would know. Bitch Kang conjured up an image of an apple with a bit of magic smoke to analyze it. An apple has a soft skin. It is juicy but sometimes a bit rough. We love eating apples peeled. But when it comes to sick kids, it is a different story. We cut it in half. Most kids are cared for like that, with the core scraped out by a spoon and fed to the sick ones piece by piece. She wondered about Gong Rai's childhood. Had he never eaten an apple when he was little? He gently replied, that is right. Bitch Kang let him imagine what an apple would taste like. He thought seriously, it is a bit crispy, and the yellow juice would flood my mouth. She added, exactly. But is that all? If you scrape off the remaining skin, it would gradually turn rough. And your mom's hands, peeling the apple for you, would also be stained yellow from the juice. Bitch Kang's examples seemed simple, yet they drew out incredibly profound philosophies.
Good.
Tell me, are these sensations also what the apple feels? Is the apple just a whole, or a half-cut apple, or the juice scraped from a spoon, or your mother's hand? Which one is your apple? She delved deeply into the issue, offering insightful and objective observations. We also thought about children whose mothers never peel an apple for them. I thought about the mothers who can afford to buy apples, and those who never buy even one. Even though they can, Bitch Kang knew how to place herself in certain circumstances to gain perspective. I thought about the kids with no one to care for them when they are sick, and those who die because there is no one to look after them. Just one apple can reveal so much. There is no place in this world that is not filled with human memories, and there is not a single place devoid of aspirations, no specific form, flavor, or scent of deep, lingering hunger. Gamjae listened intently, sincerely feeling every word Bitch Kang shared. Hunger was dirt, a river, a child, everything was the same. She stood up, emphasizing each word more passionately, feeling the difference, filling herself with its taste. It's a scent. The art of memory is a fragrance. Gamjae silently absorbed every bit, realizing that memory is also a scent, the essence of the ultimate skills we possess. Bitch Kang's emotions reached a peak. There are people who endure injustice without a voice, unable to express their aspirations, ultimately resigning themselves to bitterness. But the warriors of the dark arts are different. She articulated each word with passion. We will fight for our lives. Because if we are just surviving day to day, satisfied with what we are given, how can we even call that living? It is no different from being dead. A sword honed by itself is different from one that needs a person to sharpen it. Do you want to become a monster? Gamjae erupted, shouting. Bitch Kang reiterated firmly what you need to do. If that is the case, then become something else. Change yourself like someone starving would. Gamjae recalled the haunting scenes etched in his mind. I gathered 112 people who died of hunger. Among them was a child who ate mud cookies. I had bitten into dirt with my own mouth. You have officially learned the first lesson. The heavenly demon's underworld consciousness. The first dance. The sword of hunger. Bitch Kang continued to guide. You found the mud that represents hunger. Now you need to find something to represent the other. Hunger for you. Hunger is the child waiting for the sunlight. So what is the other thing for you? Gamjae remembered images of those in despair. I gathered the bodies of 48 who died from the other. Among them was an old woman who drank seawater because of the other. My heart was brined by the seawater. You quickly unlocked the second skill. The heavenly demon's underworld consciousness. The second stance. The sword of the other. She continued to suggest. Is the other just the only pain that life brings? There is also the pain of drowning at the bottom of the sea. Hey you. What does water mean to you? Gamjae had experienced this feeling himself. I gathered 37 bodies of those who died from the other. Among them, there was a father who breathed his last breath into his child. As I sank into the deep sea, I felt the breath passed from the father. The third lesson you learned about the sword. The heavenly demon's underworld consciousness. The third stance. The sword of death. Bitch Hyang's hint echoed again. Hunger is mud. The other is the waves of the sea. For you, even breathing is the last breath of your father. The land, the sea, and the atmosphere have all been held by you. So what does winter mean to you? The memories of winter that Gamja could see were incredibly painful. I gathered 96 bodies of those who died from the cold. Among them, there was a newborn trapped in the body of its mother, trying to keep her child warm. That sight pierced his heart. It made him feel colder than ice and snow. I held the mother's body tightly until I froze. The fourth lesson was discovered. The heavenly demon's underworld consciousness. The fourth stance. The sword of frost. Big Hyang stood by observing you bit by bit. You are a good child. The way of the sword is yours. She reached out to catch a falling snowflake. Slowly saying, always changing. She recognized many special things from Gamjae. Martial arts stem from different intentions in life. These habits are never fixed. The heavenly demon's underworld consciousness is the same. But you have many different intentions. Big Hyang was truly impressed with everything you have gone through. It is hard for anyone to understand all the pains that exist in life, and even if they know about it, enduring it is incredibly tough. But when we see the student learning the dark demon arts, it feels like she immediately stops as she senses something unusual. Someone is coming from behind. A foggy figure carrying Kyun gun slowly approaches them. Big Hyang looks at this figure and wonders, what is this old man doing here? And what is with that pathetic look? He quickly retorts, shut it. I am only here because I am worried about you guys. He mentions the real reason he is here. You have not completed the 9 salutations ritual. Have you? Seeing Big Hyang's somewhat guilty expression, Kyun gun gets even angrier. Oh come on. It is so obvious. I know. You were just hanging around the Yi River. What kind of 9 salutations ritual are you talking about? The old man quickly jumps in to explain. It is a formal ritual that solidifies the relationship between master and disciple in the martial world. The methods vary depending on the sect. Some places require bowing very low 9 times, while others only need 3 bows. For us, the 9 salutations ritual means enduring the master's strikes. I endured until the 63rd hit. So that is my record. Aren't I amazing? You get it now. Do not you? I can see why the Hyeryong guys went crazy. Big Hyang becomes furious at Kangol's interference. Shut your mouth. I will decide who becomes a disciple and when. It is none of your business. So do not stick your nose in it. The old man boldly replies. That is absurd. Of course. I have no right to interfere. He sees through her feelings. The reason you want to take a disciple is because you feel sorry for me. Big Hyang becomes uneasy and falls silent. It is just the two of us left in the martial world. You are the only one following the dark path, while I am the one on the righteous path. If you take a disciple alone, it will only be a young one following our side. What is the conclusion? It is as if you are winning in this battle, without lifting a finger. Jung listens intently to every word from Kangol. You and I promised to end this ourselves. You feel guilty for breaking that vow and pity me. That is why you want to accept that child as your disciple. Right, come on. There is no need to be blindly loyal like that. He pats the foggy figure on the shoulder. I thought you would do this. So I found a solution. He seems embarrassed. It turned out like this. Big Hyang's eyes widen in shock. You can be serious. That kid, Kind Gul asserts again. Yep. I have made him my strongest disciple. She lunges at him. Do you think it is okay to do this to me? She grabs the old man's hair tightly. You have no idea how I feel about this. Right. Kind Gul tries to defend himself. Your parents in heaven must be shaking their heads at you. You can just ignore it because you care about someone else. Big Hyang continues questioning. What about the major battle? Are we just supposed to fight each other? He refuses to back down. I can accept it if you are my opponent. For a leader of the dark sect, you surely have some foolish thoughts. They keep arguing back and forth. Do you think the world will split in 2 if we switch places? I do not know what world you are talking about, but all I see is ice. Anyway, I will cut if you dare to cut. So why do not you just melt the ice away? There is a flame called the demon fire that can melt it. And members of the demon guild will be the ones to ignite it. So grab another demon stick and light it up. Bitch Hyang snapped back at the elder. Then X. The hypocritical moralist of the righteous side. You are just echoing words to argue with me. Observing everything so far. Feeling a bit surprised. Curiosity in the air. How peculiar. Why did not you ask him directly? Even if he is a venomous snake. Is it okay to take on another master? He arrogantly replied in a calm manner. If you have time to buy a sword, you will buy a sword. And if you have a teacher to guide you, you would want to learn. I can't stop for anything. I am not that free. Hearing him speak only added to my disdain. I will be clear. Whether forced into this position or just out of pity, You will regret being a disciple of the martial arts leader for such a half-hearted reason. That is a decision that should not have been made. As if out of his own pride, he was forced to become a disciple of the leader, watching Ken Yenin and Big Hyang clash. He had a lot on his mind, because it would be a mockery to the two worlds where there is still a loud struggle. While the curious one can't grasp a thing. I do not understand what you are saying. He got furious. Damn. Why is this guy named the Death King rambling on about this so much? If you want to confirm something, do it with your sword. He took the initiative to draw his sword in a threatening manner. After all, it won't be easy. Nimving quickly got into a fighting stance. Venomous snake. Are you hungry? He immediately launched a surprise attack, not yet awakening the hellish demons. The first form. A different hungry blade. And by some stroke of luck, the curious one managed to dodge just in time. Damn, he did not expect you to strike first. What is this? Before he could collect himself, Ninging kept advancing with attacks, forcing him to retreat. And he was on the defensive. A powerful sword strike came down. The curious one was overwhelmed but still talked back. I could be done for here. I thought you were just talking nonsense. But your sword skills are pretty impressive. Really? What the hell is this? These winds could deal significant damage. Kain Jinjun, struggling with Bai Chiang, shouted to Sang. That is right. Disciple. That is precisely the blade that can sense the frozen evil energy and crush the enemy. With the eternal demon sword. Nging felt his gut twist. Even if that is not exactly what it meant. Bai Chiang praised him. You are quite sharp for someone who is blind in one eye. The elder chimed in. Of course. Unfortunately, he is a bit past his prime. But on the bright side, he has one good eye that can see the essence of everything. He was also paying close attention to Envang's skills. She had ended up with a disciple better than expected. Even in a short time, he could wield that terrifying demon sword like that. Thinking about it, her tiny seed could surpass her previous elders. Big Hyang quickly denied it. I have said it before. I still do not accept him. Akin Jen shouted back at her stubbornness. Unbelievable. She can still say that. Nimving was seriously contemplating. Right. This is not a battle I can win against a venomous snake. This fight only has one purpose. And she does not even know it yet. You have meticulously planned to make the leader of the demon cult accept you. Akin Jan excitedly called out. Disciple. And Mu Men eagerly replied. Yep. Master. With complete confidence. He declared, from now on, I will give you some advice, so listen closely. Bitch Hyang. Seeing this, quickly intervened. What on earth are you doing? Old man. Akin Jen was deliberately trying to irritate her, asking, what is your problem? Didn't you say you would not teach that little demon? She fumbled for an explanation. That is true. But think about it, you are giving advice while they are training. How can you do that when two masters are battling? Ignoring her justification. He replied. To me, I only see one proud successor of the righteous path and a newcomer worshipping the dark arts. Since he is just a young demon, it does not matter how we defeat him, so I see no problem at all. With that, he boldly shouted. Disciple. That newcomer worshipping the dark arts. His strikes are a bit tricky, but do not think he can keep this up forever. Dodge and wait until he exhausts himself. Mu Mun chuckled in delight. You are right. Master. Ken Jin asked back. Wait, why is my disciple saying that? He is so full of himself. My disciple figured it out long ago. Any more practical advice? Master. He continued to provide guidance. Use the butterfly sword and balance life and death. You will defeat him in one round. He seriously followed along. The butterfly sword and the balance of life and death. And Qin Zhenan grew more and more fired up. That is right. I want you to add in some tricks you use during a fight. And then you will be able to win. Meanwhile, Mumu transformed. Ready to take him down. Damn straight. Of course. Master. I am a deadly snake. The president of a big club, how could I lose to that kid? He challenged, asking if he had ever gone hungry. Is that necessary in martial arts? His strength began to manifest, surrounded by bolts of lightning. Let me ask you another way, King of Death. What do you think martial arts is? He quickly moved behind him for a surprise attack. I will answer that for you. He had not even savored his triumph when the disciple countered and blocked a strike. Martial arts means. Mumu continued leaping in for a full-on assault, beating down the little brat in front of him. This time, the brat could not dodge and got hit from behind. That is all there is to it, you little brat. Seeing the disciple bleeding made him very pleased. I won't miss. Big Hyang stood there, deep in thought, watching the brat falter. She avoided interference. She clenched her fists, her mood tense. Finally, she stepped forward. You jerk. What are you doing? She yelled loudly in fury. That is water. Is not that sword shaped from the rainwater? What are you afraid of? Take it and drink. The brat was momentarily stunned. And when he saw Big Hyang's serious expression, he secretly rejoiced. The heavens had recognized this battle with renewed motivation. He immediately launched a counterattack. Got it. The hellish sword. Second form. The sword of difference. Mu. Witnessing his technique, he plunged my sword into the ground with pride. And Big Hyang have paused their fight, taking turns to guide Mu as he gathers energy to unleash the petal technique. The ground is already slick with moisture, and they are about to create a torrent of water as he regains his focus. Each strike of his sword grows stronger and sharper. The hellish sword technique. The third form. The sword of death. Seeing that Mu is injured, he warns him. Too strong. Retreat. Big Hyang takes the opportunity to command them to chase after him, and tries to fight back but stands no chance. Damn it. Even as he gathers energy, he is not holding back. The hellish sword technique. The fourth form. The sword of freezing. Ken and Gun are worried. Do not try to block that, just dodge it. In the midst of battle, Mumu's thoughts swirl with anxiety. Numerous cuts mar his skin. The open wounds will freeze from the biting winds, quickly turning into hard scars, and Mumu's injuries are extensive. Blood spilling like a river. And Big Hyang, along with Jing Kuai, are all watching the two fight with pride. Their spirits soaring high. Seeing them like this brings him joy. But his body starts to weaken, making it impossible to fight. All that is left is a lifeless shell. I become the celestial sword of Jing Kuai, and the venom becomes the celestial sword of the martial arts leader. This is what they have always yearned for, a dream that seems out of reach. As dust settles, Big Hyang's face reflects deep emotion, and the surroundings begin to fade away. Her gaze starts to drift, a sad smile forming on her lips. No matter how magnificent that dream may be, it will eventually vanish. Everything is rotting away. Finally, she buries her face in her hands, weeping. Those wicked beings. Gong Jia's thoughts echo. A waning air. A decaying world. Big Hyang's choked voice brings a heavy stillness to the air. I will throw everything away. I have cast it aside long ago. Yet it begins anew. What do you want me to do? The battle has come to a halt. Gong Jia breathes heavily. Only people abandon people. Her heart is heavy with unspoken thoughts. Only people do not abandon each other. He calls out. Chiang Kuai. Gong Jia kneels respectfully. I want to be your disciple. Deep down, he harbors great aspirations. I want to be your protector. I want to embody your dream. It will never fade. He pours out his sincerity. I want you to teach me as my master. With all his empathy and respect for Big Hyang, he hopes her vision will lead him to his own dreams, and your life will intertwine with mine. He earnestly pleads. I call you the goddess of death. My real name is Gong Jia. Please accept me as your disciple. Her gaze slowly becomes vacant. She too has pondered this deeply. I'm Shin. Above Big Hyang. In the end, she overcomes herself to make a decision. Sabi, I will accept you as my final disciple. The origin of the demonic sect has existed for a long time, with prayers passed down from ancient times. Parija. Parija. Agabarija. Ever since little Big Hyang heard it, no one knows what Parija means. Not even the old man who brought her to the demonic path. They recite it by heart without understanding. The elder as prayers are offered before the candle. The heart is the flame. So let us ignite this place. Those words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Parija. Agabarija. From the time she was a child, to Big Hyang, Parija was the anthem of the masses, a scream that, in reality, held no meaning. So it is no surprise that the song of the common folk meant nothing either. That thought followed her into adulthood. People do not need to know much to shout. Hence, those who do not know anything at all can only scream. The scream is the common ground of people from every nation. Once, an elder spoke to Big Hyang, saying, I have nothing left to teach you. He saw that she had absorbed the essence of the demonic sect. It was time for her to make her debut. He asked her what her choice was. Where did she want to go? Big Hyang decisively answered. To where people are starving. To where they are thirsty. To where they are suffocating. To where there are addicts. To where people suffer from illness. To where they are punished by the government. To where people are burned alive. That is where I want to go. The elder began to mutter. Bareha. Bareha. Before the flickering candle. He declared. Then Big Hyang. You can go anywhere in the world. And once that decision was made, Big Hyang, at 21 years old, made her entrance into the martial world. That winter, 21 martial artists, 47 court inspectors, and 55 members of prestigious families in the area were killed. Back to the present. Ingia was led by Big Hyang into a dim cave. Our sect tradition is very special. When a disciple greets their master, they must bow 9 times. Each candle she passed would instantly ignite. The space illuminated revealed a massive library. But bowing was not the end of it. The master would decide whether to accept that bow or not. The master could demand the disciple perform the bowing ceremony as many times as they want, until they were satisfied. Jia looked around, overwhelmed. What a sight! Heavenly demon! She exclaimed, and then added, This is the secret technique warehouse of our sect. She gave him a brief introduction, explaining that it was also the repository for the martial arts of the 5 great sects and the old academy. I call this place the Heavenly Martial Arts Warehouse. The old spirit following her was incredibly excited, saying, "This is definitely a treasure trove. Zombie, I will read through some martial arts books. Just ignore me and do whatever you need to do. Just keep going until I finish reading," she said. The old man was as joyful as a child, exclaiming, "All the skills in this world are now mine." Haha. At that moment, Bitch Hying began to recount her story. When I was 21, I entered the martial world. Do you know what my first thought was when I appeared in the martial realm? Ying Guangjia tried to guess but got it all wrong. Thinking she would destroy all the hypocritical leaders of the sect, that was my third thought. My second was to prove that the demonic sect is the best. She explained to him her ideals, saying, "Since I was a child, I have always despised the term martial arts. Martial arts is a term used to honor the martial, but why are there only martial artists in this world? There are also fishermen and farmers living here. Even those involved in sex work, countless elements create a forest." However, the academy and the 5 great sects chose to name the forest after martial arts, ignoring everything else, and that is why it led to a conclusion. I decided to take martial arts away from them. Ngingya's eyes widened in surprise. "You took martial arts away?" At this mention, Bitch Hying excitedly recounted. "I mixed all the martial arts materials they revered like deities. The faces of the Garyu masters still linger vividly in my mind, begging me to leave behind the books, filled with the wisdom of the heavens. I buried those masters in the ground but left their heads above. And as they watched, I took away all the martial arts books and walked away. Just thinking back still makes my heart race. Decades have gone by. This storage room holds the life's work of Bitch Qiang. 4,000 martial arts manuals. The legacy of the most powerful clan in the country, since all martial arts in the world contributed to this library. It truly deserves to be called the land of martial arts. I want to receive the final bow from you. You sit before the massive books. Your words full of charisma. Will you do this? Nod politely and respond.
Yep.
You proactively take off your shoes to prepare for the ritual. And Bitch Qiang reminds you, I won't care about your appearance. Outsider kid. Just keep your body pure. She guides you through every step, bowing 9 times. But let each bow come from the heart. The first bow should carry a sense of longing, seeing you stand still. She emphasizes, do you understand? You know this is very important. In the demonic sect, the 9 bows are no different from celestial magic. You slowly recall each lesson. Longing is the child of the sun. You seriously begin the first bow. Bitch Qiang's expression is hard to read. You can tell what she is thinking. The next lesson you learn, the second bow. She gradually explains. The stages of the demonic sect are largely divided into 4. The first stage is the awakening demon or the rising demon. The rising demon is one who speaks through their sword. So a rising demon is someone who can express their pain with a sword. You listen intently. This is a different wave. You bow down for the second time in Bitch Qiang's teachings. The second stage is the extreme demon. The extreme demon is someone who can connect with the pain of others. Thus, the extreme demon refers to those who can use a sword to handle the pain of others. She pauses for a moment, carefully observing your attitude. The third suffering you will experience. The third bow. The final bow of death. Her words echo again. The third stage is the fragmented demon, or the demon of hardship. Bitch Qiang clarifies further for you. The demon of hardship is one who can speak about the pain of everyone. The demon of hardship can easily walk the streets and feel the pain of anyone who crosses their path. To train to that level is incredibly difficult. Very few reach this stage. Even in our sect, the number of demons of hardship can be counted on one hand. And I am one of them. You remain very focused on every bow. The fourth bow. The bow of freezing death. You recall the scene on a winter night, with a mother's feeling as she tightly embraces her son while he freezes to death. Bitch Qiang has also presented the conclusion. Finally, the stage of the divine demon. A concept she has only heard of but never seen. The divine demon not only knows the pain of all humans but also of all beings. It is said that they can speak about the pain of all creations. But this is just theoretical, so I will skip this stage. In fact, no one has ever reached the stage of the divine demon. The fifth stage is something that makes you feel a bit anxious. The fifth bow. The bow of poisoning. The fifth sword of celestial magic is the poison of the coconut. It is the movement of those who die from poisoning and suffocation. I still have not mastered the fifth sword. Bitch Qiang said. Stop. She spoke with a look of confusion on Gongra's face. Do it again. When you try again, you still hear the command. Stop. Once more. Do it again. Stand up and bow down again. To understand the sword of poison. The number of times I have bowed with a heart dying from poisoning. 336. Her voice remained cold. Do it again. The next challenge you must conquer. The number of times I have bowed with a heart dying from illness. 189. She was strict so you would remember for a long time. Do it again. The seventh rule is the longest. Still the same familiar word. Again, the number of times I have bowed with a heart dying from being struck by blunt objects. 510. Seeing enough of your heart through the crowd of bowers. Bitch Hyang remarked, "You are an honest child." She looked at you with a warm, empathetic gaze. Some children are born honest. Some children are born with flaws but become honest from their own desires. The outsider child. You are the one behind, up until now. She highly values Gongrei's abilities. Wondering what kind of life you lived to get this far. She was also curious. What kind of life do you want to aim for? To become like this, you maintain the bowing position. Listening to Bitch Hyang's heart. If the sun represents life, then darkness signifies pain. The limits of everyone's lives are different, but their pain accumulates on one another. For a moment, Gongra was drenched in sweat, struggling to stand up. Thus, a person is not defined by their survival, but by their pain. Bitch Hyang's words clearly pointed out your deep feelings. If you say you will share your pain with someone, it means you will accompany that person for life. Therefore, the one who is hurt by everyone just wants to be with everyone. She held her hand over the bright flame. Gongra. People not only decide to leave scars on others, they also decide whose scars they will carry. Each word was like an explanation for everything you have fought for in the past. The commoners you tried to save will never get better. The crowds you saved will never gain fame. And the one you love will never be perfect. Bitch Hyang poured out her life's emotions to help Gongra understand. Still, if you want to be hurt by everyone, think about how they can elevate you with their nails. How they can hurt you even when holding you tightly. These are all truths. Reality always exists. Life is, but only humans suffer. Bariha. Bariha. Agabariha. This is the meaning and the flame of your heart. Burn it and see the colors of others. The moment the flame goes out is also the right time. The eighth sound is dying by fire. Bitch Hyang guided you. Gongra. Finally bowing with a heart of flames. You executed the eighth sound. She closed her eyes. Feeling the bond with you grow stronger, she stood up and moved toward you. I understand. The last sword of the heavenly sounds is not fixed from this generation to the next. The main gate will carve its death into the last sword. So the ninth sword of the heavenly magic depends on each person. Seeing Gongrai's evident fatigue, she stated the final request. Bowing to the death of a person. You once again placed your heart into thoughts. This is the clearest thing you felt after 4090 regressions. Each pain is etched deep in your mind. My throat hurt. No matter how many times you go through it, you can never get used to that feeling. My hands are shaking. And I am terrified the blade will slip or that I will lose control because I am trembling so much as my determination fades. The day I have to die stretches out. My death slows down. My resolve weakens. And the more my determination dims, the closer I am to death. But I can't forgive that guy. I am not confident I can forgive him and keep living. I desperately want to live. Yet here I am, dying in despair for the ninth time. The final emotion you cling to is your own suffering. In the end, Big Hyang kneels down and pulls you into her embrace. Saying, "You are my disciple." She holds you tight, comforting you. Saying, "I do not care where you come from, where you are going, or who you are. You are a disciple of the celestial demon. Our reason lies within your heart, even if society crumbles. As long as your heart beats, the heavenly sound will continue." At this moment, you break down in weakness, crying, "Master." Your tears falling for all the struggles and hardships you have faced. My throat hurts so much. The ritual ends, and you bury your head in Big Hyang's warm embrace. Finally, I understand it now. You slowly walk behind her, your gaze fixed on Big Hyang in front of you. She reminds you to be careful as it is very dark ahead. Deep down, you wonder what the celestial demon, what your master is thinking, so you decide to reach out with your spider charm to check her info. Big Hyang's thoughts appear. If I can calculate the remaining internal energy, I can last another year and a half if I play it smart. She sighs. This is tough. In a year and a half, I need to transfer my internal energy back to you. You silently listen, not saying a word. You scratch your head shyly. Feeling a bit awkward, old spirit suddenly goes big. Zombie. The old spirit laughs loudly, dancing around. Haha. No matter how different the world is, martial arts is not that far removed from the world of martial arts. But it still feels good to read martial arts material. Oh right. The ceremony was so noisy. Just thinking about that old man makes you bury your face in frustration while the speaker goes on and on about the warriors. Mun, sitting not far away, sees the two of you return and joyfully calls out. You are back. He turns to ask you, has the ceremony of greetings ended yet? You politely reply, yeah. I have officially become a disciple of the celestial demon now. He compliments you. Sounds fitting. Congratulations. You curiously ask, so how did the poison snake become a disciple of the martial arts leader? He slowly stands up, lazily recounting, well, somehow it just happened. Mun crosses his arms and sneers. I only told him to teach me. It is nothing serious. But in his mind, that old geezer, knowing his time is short, wants to give the celestial demon a reason to live. How could I refuse? And he is better than me at it. We talk about martial arts when we are together. He recalls his memories. Ken Jen calls out to him in surprise. Wait, is that true? The medicine king and medicine master beside him also look astonished. He looks like that, but he is a precious teammate of ours. The poison snake is like a role model for the youth in our world. Is not. He felt embarrassed yet also quite pleased, asking everyone to drop the subject because it was just too awkward. Then, Ken Jen looked at him with sparkling pleading eyes, saying, You baby, in the name of the greatest genius, please be my last student. Even if it is a bit muddled, what a hassle. I just want to live in peace. But why does my life have to be like this? Yet, his face clearly showed satisfaction. The alchemist behind him chimed in. I have some good news and some bad news for you. Zi Wang, curious about what it is, she announced softly. It is. The medicine is ready. Zi Wang. Hearing this, Bichi Hang rushed forward. What? You actually made the medicine. Is it for real? She adjusted her glasses, her voice calm and knowledgeable. To be honest, I just finished it yesterday. I need to observe it for another day to see the results of the testing. The alchemist recounted her experiments with the medicine king. I tested it on the remains of that martial arts master. The zombie is slowly reverting back to a normal corpse. Yeah, sure. There is no spreading, and his body has turned into an ordinary dead body. Bachi Haiyang, overjoyed, grabbed her hand. That is amazing. We need to work together with the top masters. But we still can't cure the disease. But just the two of us found the long-awaited cure. The alchemist replied calmly, not wanting to take all the credit. Thanks to the medicinal materials provided by Zi Wang, she said excitedly. No need to be modest. Treat him right away. Bichi Haiyang spoke about her friend. He pretends to be strong and proud, but deep down, he is terrified. He does not have many days left. Perhaps it was the Lord's mercy that helped her create the cure before he dies. She thought to herself, the medicine master is a genius. Creating a cure is not exactly a surprise. The alchemist cautiously continued. Yep. Of course. I will treat him. That is why I am here. Seeing her face fall with worry, Bichi Haiyang asked, is there a problem with the medicine? The alchemist avoided her gaze. There is nothing wrong with the medicine, just a minor detail. Slowly, the alchemist explained the side effects. There will be negative effects on the patient's heart and mind. Hearing this, she looked troubled when the elder behind them spoke up. We have to treat him anyway. We can deal with the side effects. The effects of the medicine created by this girl are beyond doubt. The elder reiterated the reality of their current physical state. But she also needed to pay attention to this matter. Both of us are half alive, half dead. Our bodies have long turned into dry corpses. But we are just trying to hang on. The elder stroked his chin. We defy the laws of nature to survive. Now we must pay the price. The alchemist had been operating the health scanner for a while, since they got infected. She pointed the scanner at Bichi Haiyang to check her condition. The origin of this disease is very difficult to pinpoint, so treating it is indeed challenging, she reminded many patients. For the medicine to be effective, we need to clear out what is causing the blockage in the body. Bichi Haiyang clenched her fist tightly. She asked anxiously, are you saying we will be removing the tumors from the patient's body? That is quite a lot. And it will cost internal energy and affect the body as well, but we can recover quickly. The alchemist agrees with her. That is exactly what I wanted to tell you both. While the others just stood by silently, Bichi Haiyang has no suspicions about the two doctors. She does not need to worry about the surgery. Everything is going smoothly. I have complete faith in the medicine master and the medicine king. You both did an amazing job. That is what I wanted to say to her. While the medicine king just sat quietly, listening to the conversation, Ken Jin expresses his feeling. Their medicine works really well, even though I do not know much about it. Fortunately, we have a glimmer of hope. You should give it a try too. Bichi Haiyang does not respond but calls out his name. Nam Qian. Nam uses his collar to cover his wound, resolutely stating, I will undergo surgery. Ken Jen shares his heart. But I think I have lost all hope. Thankfully, there is no sadness or regrets. I am just glad to have gained a disciple in these times. My student is a unique genius who understands everything at a glance. I am happy about that. We are warriors and leaders of our respective clans, and we must stay strong. He stands in front of Bichi Haiyang, saying, we do not need to be afraid or hesitant. This is an opportunity. Do you agree? Bichi Haiyang. He places his hand on his dear friend's shoulder, hoping she would think it over, but all he gets in return is silence. That night, the moon shines down on the mountaintops as the martial arts leader performs surgery all night long. The surgery was a success. Bichi Haiyang quietly gazes up at the sky, overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. The atmosphere is light as she straightforwardly asks, Master, was the surgery successful? How did it go? The boy politely replies, he is. Bitch Hying lets out a soft smile. Feeling truly happy, she turns towards the warm sunlight, whispering her thoughts. Dear disciple, I want to extinguish the coldness in this world. Bitch Hyang recounts her childhood dreams. That is something I have wished for since I was little. I despise winter and every snowflake that falls. Why does the world of seasons, including winter, among the seasons? I wonder why winter claims the lives of others. She grips her sword and points it straight towards the shining light. I am confident that I can do anything for this world if I try hard enough. But it is truly difficult. Not as easy as I thought. Gundita looks down. Questioning. The sword thirsts for blood. She gently replies. Bitch Hying picks it up as the dark mist begins to engulf her. Just like the first time I set foot in this land filled with rivers and lakes, I carried a heart full of passion. Accepting the coldness of the world as a given and wishing to erase the snow-capped mountains, she raises the sword to cover her face. Whispering. Those days I had an insatiable desire and immense faith. Her long hair dances gracefully as Bitch Hyang moves to the rhythm of her soul's call. Baria. Baria. A Baria. My heart is a candle. She leaps towards the snowy mountain ahead, striking decisively into the air. Then let us burn this place down. Her strike creates heat that gradually melts the snow on the mountain. Her tone is completely calm. I can only do a part with this passionate heart. And even though I have tried, it is still not enough. Wishing to fulfill a desire, but with my lonely soul, it is all just a dream. This is my final journey. Bitch Hyang slowly turns to face Gong, her eyes deep and filled with indescribable emotion, saying, Disciple, I will proceed with the ritual. The exhausted medicine king asks the alchemist, Can you be the one to operate on the celestial demon? She leans against the rock, equally worn out. Excuse me. I think I need to rest. Just as Ungun lies still, a familiar voice pierces the silence. Old man, I have heard your vital energy is damaged, so I came to see for myself. The old man smiles at Bitch Hyang, saying, It is hard to believe I am the first guest to visit you. Go ahead. Look as much as you want. How's your health? Old man, how are you feeling? Ungun lightly responds. I feel like I am about to soar. He was about to ask Vuvur. You look much better. And you? Are you really going to go through with the surgery? She looks at him with a warm tone. Right. Bitch Hyang recounts what she just did. I unleashed my energy like it was the last time in my life to play with my essence. He laughs heartily. That must have been magnificent. It is a shame I could not witness it, lying here in bed. What did you do? Her gaze drifts longingly to the mountains she tried to slice through, feeling a pang of regret. I aimed to cut off winter, but failed. The reckless arena of despair feels far away, and encourages her. Oh man, that is such a pity, but cheer up, wasn't that an unprecedented performance? If it were that easy, history would have turned upside down at least 6 times. Bitch Hyang hesitates, wanting to ask something. Qin Gun, he answers with understanding. I have no regrets. Qin Gun has always been grateful for what he has. Never complaining. The world shattered long ago, but thanks to that strange fate, we can hang on for more years. That strange fate. That a miraculous healer from another world could save us. That I could take in my last disciple. That the sect I thought was wiped out still exists. All of it began with that strange fate. It brought about miracles, and I am truly grateful for it. He has lived each day. So he knows well that the only thing I regret is that we cannot continue the great battle between good and evil. He truly believes in the next generation, saying, After all, no life is perfect. Our disciples will take care of the rest. Knowing Haya nods in agreement upon hearing this. She rolls her eyes, filled with hope. Yep. They will. If this is the end of my life, I am ready to embrace it. He stands behind them, quietly listening to their talk about life. Gamde suddenly remembers something and turns to leave. Master, I have to step out. She curiously asks, Where can you go in this situation? He casually explains. Just think of it as the disciple going out to catch some fresh air. Don't worry. His words only make her feel more uneasy. And hearing Gain say that makes her even more anxious. Hyun reminds Gamda to be careful. You are not planning to get involved in any dangerous matters. Right. He respectfully bows to say goodbye. I promise I will be back before your treatment ends. Master, please focus on healing your unworthy disciple. Will be here when you open your eyes. Under the harsh orders, the snow blankets the ground as the little girl walks quickly. What did this world look like before it was destroyed? She stops, looks up at the glaring sun, pondering whether there used to be a vast forest here. Rivers and streams flowing in this very place. Suddenly, Preto appears, humbly bowing to her. Her soft voice rises, announcing the mission assigned to her. Under the command of the Lord, 439 zombies from the Dark faction and 478 from the Righteous faction have gone missing, totaling 917 lost souls. 560 members from the Dark faction and 521 from the Righteous faction are not missing but are nearby. making a total of 1,998 troops gathered here. The girl draws her sword, readying herself for battle. Good. From now on, bring each zombie to me one by one. Krita respectfully steps back, obeying the command, and the zombies are lined up one by one, making eerie sounds. The more she kills, the fiercer she fights next. More zombies are coming. The girl fiercely eliminates the surrounding thugs. Agaparija. She orders. Hurry up. I will wipe them all out before sunset today. Pointing her finger to the east, under the fierce battle, he suddenly remembered something. I have been thinking about this for a long time. Remembering that made Gamdai even more determined. How can I achieve a perfect ending? How can I choose my own destiny? Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he wondered if his master would be satisfied with him becoming her disciple. His gaze blankly fell on the cold, lifeless ground. In the end, that did not matter. Gonda stood there in a daze for a moment. A normal ending with just an introduction to the disciple. Even if I end this world, the 22nd floor will still look just like this. She stood beside him, cheering on. My lord, please be resilient. Just a little more to go, Greeter announced. Cindy was fully supporting the warrior's efforts. She and Gamda worked hard to take down the zombies. 10 left and counting. My lord, as he fought, he kept thinking aimlessly. I will never be satisfied. After wiping out the last of the enemies, he lay down exhausted on the ground. And she approached him, with a cheerful voice. You have worked really hard. My lord, you have done so much already. Seeing this, he asked in confusion. What are you so happy about? Greta covered her mouth shyly. When I think about the moment you appear, my heart just fills up. She believed that the good things you do will definitely be recognized. I have not met your master directly, but I am sure she will be very happy. And not just any kind of happy, but really happy. You want that too? I guess. I hope she will be happy. Inside the cave, the cheerful alchemist announced to Bitch Hyang and Khan Gal. Both of you are really trying hard. So I can confidently say you will recover within a week. She was saying now, even if Bai Chungo bites you again, you won't get infected. Then suddenly Bitch Hyang reached out to pat the alchemist on the head. Thank you. She was very touched by this kind heart. That old man and I owe you a life-saving favor. Helping strangers is not an easy thing to do. The alchemist humbly replied. I am just doing what I need to do. Hearing that, Bitch Hyang praised even more. It is amazing that you think that is what you should do. Even more amazing to experience and witness it until the very end. You are a good kid. Gamde asked when he saw them getting close. So does this mean they can both move? Right. The alchemist turned to answer him. Yep. Whether moving or exercising together, it won't be a problem. He widely invited the two ancestors. Masters. Martial arts leaders. Can you take a stroll with me for a bit? They looked at him in confusion. Stroll. Even though they had just undergone surgery, they still had enough strength to tease each other. I am very happy to go breathe the air with my disciple. But why are you bringing this old man along too? Oh my. Strolling with a little devil and a big devil. I am the one who is going to refuse this. Don insisted. You both have to go. They both looked at each other in bewilderment, even though it was not voluntary. Big Hyang and Kyun Gaon agreed. Fine. My disciple must have some plan. I suppose I will willingly be deceived. Since it is just a little devil, it can't be anything too serious. A rare scene of peace. Gathering them outside and calling. Master. Yep. The martial arts leader. That is, as he walked slowly and chatted. Both of them expressed that the only regret was not being able to end the battle of good and evil between them. It is unfortunate. But that is something you, who have become my disciple, must deal with. He looked towards the bright sunrise shining down on the cold snowy mountains. But I have thought of something else. He calmly expressed his thoughts. The battle of good and evil is a ritual between two people. Even if I and Master Chen Mumu fought together, it would just be an ordinary match. Only a fight between the two of us could become that great battle. Because we both stood against the demonic sect. And it is at this moment that Big Hyang started to understand something. Disciple, not letting her continue. Gongja expressed his gratitude to her and the old man, thanking them for not giving up for 3 years. Thanking them for gathering the corpses every morning. If they had given up, he would never have been able to heal them. After saying that, he began to chant a spell, always recalling the 100 demons. A cloud of black smoke appeared, enveloping the surrounding space. Within that black smoke, old figures began to emerge, and Gongja continued. You could think of it as a dream. I do not mind you looking back at it, and saying it is a side effect of losing your central energy. He happily accepted, believing that he had also learned some strange martial arts. Master. Martial arts leader. Everyone was surprised to see their bodies intact. Seeing everyone return to their normal state, his gaze turned distant. The demonic sect had not reached a dead end. And war still had not forgotten the spirit of chivalry. And chivalry would not forget about war. If the demonic sect were to disappear from the world, it must be by the blade of the righteous sect. If the righteous sect were to be wiped out, it must be by the slaughtering hands of the demonic sect. Gongja held both their hands so they could clasp each other. Just as the master of the demonic sect had said, and as the wish of the head of the righteous sect, he also clasped his hands in respect. Let us fight to become the ultimate master of the martial world. The previous demon forms, for some mysterious reason, had returned to human form, and those clad in righteous garb were taken aback by the events unfolding before them. What the heck is going on? Our righteous faction is not faring any better. Their faces were frozen in shock as they looked around. Is this paradise? Am I still alive? One of the righteous cultivators even asked in disbelief. I am certain you have been bitten by the martial world. Vicky Hying looked at the scene below, unable to hide her sorrow. Disciple. She coldly questioned Gongja. You are from another world, are not you? It is not just a place beyond this wall. This is not magic that a mere human could perform. This truly is an utterly unreasonable act from legends. Or have I died and been transported to paradise without realizing it? He listened to those words, lowering his head to look at the crowd below. That is not it. The next words were like tiny needles piercing Butch Hyang's heart. These people could not use martial arts like the master could. They were weaker than when they were alive. He lifted Butch Hyang's hands gently and said, You should go look for yourself. Big Hyang glided over the remnants of snow on the mountain face, quickly diving down. She gently set her foot on the pure white snow. Just a few steps away from her, the former male servant, a blood demon, was rallying everyone to take charge. First, we need to assess the current situation. Everyone, stay calm, and send a team to scout, she called out. The captain of the blood team, hearing that familiar voice, the blood demon panicked and turned around. Everyone was in disbelief, staring at the woman before them. The celestial demon, Bachi Hyang, with a mesmerizing gaze, still could not believe this was the real alchemist. Her lips trembled. The captain of the blood team. Truly the captain of the blood team. She began calling out each familiar name. Hai Yang. Present. Hefua Ku.
Yep.
Present. The god. The sword demon. The god has received the order. She walked out, caressing each person's cheek, overflowing with happiness. I once lost you all. Looking at those kneeling in the snow, her gentle voice rang out. My little child. Amidst those feelings, a heavy voice broke in. It is the former leader who held the record during that plague. I should have died in the cave and crossed the river by now. As I closed my eyes for the last time, I did not see a single blade of grass, nor any part of my body, just the snowy cave. A king gun quickly dashed down. Master. Upon hearing that voice, the leader did not hold back his cold words. And this commoner here. Even if I have to leave the human world, I still have to stick with this man. Right. What does the Buddha want from me? Kind Jinan joyfully embraced the leader, hearing him speak such annoying things. It is definitely master. The old man even took the opportunity to poke fun at the leader. You are back. You are still alive. Leaving master feeling anything but happy. I am not your friend. This must be a miracle from the Jade Emperor. I am listening to your nonsense, even though I am a practitioner. His voice still seems to lack the true essence of Buddha. Do not dirty the ears of a master. That commoner over there. Moreover, I should not have heeded the seductive words of your demon cult. You would be better off quieting down and heading to the temple. Gong glanced at this scene and instantly recognized who he was. He is probably the master of Shaolin, after my own master and the lord of martial arts. He is the longest-lived one. Seeing him speak so coldly makes me so happy. He truly is the master I know. In that warm moment, a chilling female voice sliced through the cold wind. It turns out to be Bitch Kying. She boldly introduced herself. I am Bitch Kying of the demon cult. She placed her hand on the Shaolin fist. Continuing. I am a celestial demon in the heavenly-like space. That rallying voice continued to resonate in the air. Today might be an illusion of the blind, but it is fine. I will just be a dreaming patient amidst the day. Behind her were countless disciples kneeling in reverence. It is okay if this is just a dream while the world slips into slumber. Her black hair danced in the wind. Her true disciple gazed at her with pride. In the end, life is merely a bout of illness that I must endure daily, and this world is a dream we share. The small yet sturdy silhouettes stood like a mountain before the sweltering sun. I still have not forgotten the name of the illness I suffer from. I still have not forgotten this dreamer. Which is why I have not let go of anyone, and I refuse to abandon this world. Bitch Kang shifted her stance, kicking up the snow beneath her feet. Rising up. Parija. She has not stopped. It is not the martial arts, but that cursed disease that proves my status. And it is not inner strength. It is that dream state that defines who I am. My deep-set eyes gaze at the righteous side. I will continue to be myself. I call for battle number 990. Under the watchful gaze of the high sky, the old Kyun Gun responded. The martial arts leader, the man Kyun Gun, assuming the stance of Shaolin Fist. He introduced himself to everyone once more. The master of the family. Renowned Kyun Gun. I am the holy balance. Accusations began to fly. As you twisted the voices of the common people into doctrine, those voices transformed into vengeance. And vengeance turned into a bloody genocide across this realm. Each statement more intense than the last. the spirit fox blood, filled with hatred. You turned the celestial and mortal realms crimson, yet still act weak on that battlefield. Only two truly understood why the moves were played this way. You kept wailing and clinging to the heavenly demon's robe, begging her to take your place and bear the world's evils for you. And as you grasped her hem, it was all too clear that you were weak and pitiable. But the show never ends in the arena. How long do you plan to cling to your past crimes? Every word, every phrase stoked the flames of our faction's hatred. If a tree wants to bear fruit, it must bloom, causing the blood of the righteous faction to surge. But look at what you are doing, rolling around in your own pain like selling flowers. Bitch Hyang. Hearing this, satisfiedly exclaimed. Very well. I think you are accepting the challenge. In that white snow lady, only two were allowed to speak. Bitch Hyang asked a meaningless question. Surrender or fight to the death? Qian Jin responded directly. Fight to the death. It was as if she had been waiting for this moment forever. Bitch Hyang flashed a wicked, joyful smile. I accept. She turned around, commanding, disciples of the demonic sect. Raising her hand toward the moon, Bitch Hyang lifted her followers' spirits. You can remember today as a dream or an illusion. Responding to her call, the troops immediately shouted, Beria. As a brilliant commander, she kept the cries of the followers ringing. Knowing that all of this might just be a fanciful dream, Beria, she raised her hand to signal the troops, but did not forget to rally everyone. If so, then I should live as if this is a dream too. I, like the sound of drums signaling the advance. Bitch Hyang's words ignited the hearts of the people. My heart is the candle, burning this place down. Before both sides plunged into a deadly clash, the sound swayed like the sharp notes of a pipa. For the demonic sect, for the lives of the common folk, and that scene, that moment had arrived. Wipe them out. Bitch Hyang raised her hand to command. Eliminate them. Both sides drew their weapons, the air thick with violence. Charging in, you heretical dogs. Today I am going to wipe you all out. To win, they threw everything they could, including biting their foes, or sucking straight from others like themselves. The young man looked furious. You moralists think I am the demon king Gu Hyang, one of the four great guardians of the demonic sect. Taste my blade. Facing you is a middle-aged man, and it looks like he has got plenty of enemies. Both sides charge in at once. Clang. The sword hilt of Gu Hyang slams into the armor. Gu Hyang gets poked in both eyes, and despite the pain, he laughs heartily. Haha. Over here, a beautiful young girl introduces herself politely. The four great protectors of the Inferno will take your head. Opposing her is the abbot of the Shaolin Temple. I am Jamaga. The demon flower holds up 3 fingers, suggesting, out of respect for the abbot, I will let you go first with 3 moves. Hearing this, he charges forward while shouting, the monk will never forget your kindness. But unexpectedly, he gets hit square in the stomach. A punch so powerful that blood sprays from his mouth. The monk stands up, slightly dazed. Didn't you say to let me go first with 3 moves? But she shamelessly replies, do you really believe what I said? She is enjoying herself immensely, but blood is trickling from her nose now. Right. She does look like that. The monk feels proud of his results. Thinking his skills are not rusty yet, she collapses and curses. You bastard. He runs over, grabbing the demon flower's head. I still have 2 moves left. The monk uses his knee to strike hard at the demon flower's head, but the result? He is the one who feels the pain, and a laugh that tears through him. Ha! Meanwhile, the sword demon is fiercely battling his enemies. Those guys are just a bunch of monks who do not know how to use inner power. This is my true skill. Catch this, his voice echoes far, revealing the true face of those pathetic righteous fighters to the entire martial world, using swords to duel. The representative of righteousness is the heavenly sword Nen Ho. You are just a bunch of uncouth fools. The 2 sides match each other blow for blow. The sword demon is sweating, breathless, and mutters, damn it. Stop. I give up. Both escape their moves in a split second, with the sword demon expressing his loyalty. Cheering for the dark sect, the followers of the dark arts sing in unison. For the commoners, Agungra remains stunned by the bloody battle, still feeling the rawness of this story. Come here. In front of him, for the first time, he witnesses the moment the master unleashes his move. Bitch Hyang seems to dance lightly in the air. Kaha, is not this lively? In contrast to her calm demeanor, the others seem to be struggling. Like the abbot and the headmaster of the Music Mountain, the 2 heroes rush in to attack her, but get knocked back.
Boop.
Her eyes emit fierce energy, but her smile is as bright as a flower. That is Bitch Hyang, the woman representing evil. The woman dances around the blood droplets. I am filled with sorrow across the world. The hatred between heaven and earth burns the hills. Agungra's sparkling eyes reflect that madness. The dark sect is the ruling faction of the martial world, and I am the leader of the dark sect. Do you think you are capable of facing the god of gods? At this moment, It seems no one on the battlefield has the strength to stop her. You cannot pass here. You lackeys of righteousness. Bitch Hyang scans for someone and shouts. Name. She seems to incite the competitive spirit of her friend and rival. Clearing a path through the obstacles to stand before him, the morning sun begins to erase the dark night. Kiwon Gun stands ready, reminding us of the first day of the war. That day, we could not tell victory from defeat, so the battle dragged into the second day. But the second day did not bring an end either, so on the third day, we pushed on. He clenched Gun Wok's hand tightly, gritting his teeth as he declared. We were wrong from the start. We should have thrown all our strength into that first day. He was dead serious now. No longer gentle like before. Come at me. Heavenly demon. Today, luck has chosen me. Bitch Hyang stepped forward slowly. Sneering. You call this luck? The two commanders of opposing sides began a true duel. War always demands blood. Kawan Gun delivered a powerful punch to Bitch Hyang's face, and in retaliation, she threw a hard uppercut at his chin. The battle of dreams had become a reality, leaving Bitch Hyang ecstatic. Laughing maniacally. Ha. She lunged and bit Kiwon Gun's ear, the pain radiating through her head. Surprisingly, that bite was strong enough to rip off his left ear. Bitch Hyang spat the piece of ear onto the ground, blood splattering onto her lips. Tasting filthy, she continued her taunting through words. The noble dignity of Kiwon was nothing more than a garnish on meat. Kiwon Gun pressed his hand against the open wound. Grimacing. Not just animal flesh. Do you actually enjoy human meat too? She shot him a sidelong glance. Like a reaper ready to deliver a death sentence. The old man's taste was as rotten as spoiled spinach. But he had spoken some truths earlier. Amidst the swirling snow, her words cut through the air like a knife. And my own battle had already reached its conclusion from day one. Timing is everything. And even the average person knows that. How could someone as exceptional as Bitch Hyang not? You and I are hesitating. I thought I fought with everything I had. But the truth is, I did not have the courage to risk it all. Watching his talented disciple, his words seemed to awaken someone. Today's battle was a second chance that heaven had not granted us before. Standing above thousands, one cannot overlook their own mistakes. We can be foolish enough to repeat the same blunders. Finally, the woman made a decision. Today, I should use everything I have to stun that close enemy. Do not tell me. Kiwon Gun finally realized something. She was tapping into her inner energy. What Big Hyang was using was clearly celestial energy. It is the power everyone possesses when they are first born, essentially, their life force. Unlike internal energy, when you use it, there is no replenishing it, and once it is gone, that is the end of a warrior's life. Of course, In Gong knew what that was and was genuinely shocked by his master's choice. Using inner energy comes at a heavy price. They could either die or become disabled. Ki Woon-gun began to brace himself. Madu, he certainly understood why Big Hyang would resort to such a dangerous move. But he still had a question. You and I are both weakened. If we try to use inner energy now, we can only utilize it like beginners. Not just internal power. We do not even share the same energy. It is like nobody notices this, except Big Hyang, who totally gets it. I see how those random words are driving Ki Woon-gun up the wall. Are you really about to use your inner energy to show off your beginner martial arts skills? Once again, she replied softly. Of course. Big Hyang calmly soothed Ki Woon-gun's anger, saying, Don't be mad, Ki Woon-gun. I am not planning to throw my life away. I just hope today is my last day. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, she continued. Right now, I feel the complete joy of life. I am grateful to have made it to this day. And I appreciate everything that has brought me to this moment. She took a fighting stance like a serious martial artist. No longer the carefree person she was at first. Look back. I am genuinely happy with my life as a martial artist. Standing still, I gaze at the scene ahead, my brilliant leader in stance. Heavenly energy flowing effortlessly like a game of hopscotch. Who would not be thrilled to have a worthy opponent? Ki Woon-gun feels it too. Good. I have lived long enough for today. Master Than Thode is still gathering his inner strength. Let us go down together. Heavenly Demon. Two opponents, representing two different factions, have clashed hundreds of times. Determined to put an end to this foolish battle today, the new fight begins. Bitch Kang throws a punch, but Ki Woon-gun gracefully dodges to the side. The inner energies of both fighters meld into the air and the surrounding creatures, causing the forest to bloom beautifully. It is a sight that leaves you in awe. The old spirit remarks they are exhausting their energy. His commentary seems to explain it to the young child beside him. It is like a feast for the flowers because this is the energy of masters. Even if it is just temporary, the more he talks, the more he admires those two. But this is merely a rare spectacle. He questions himself and answers. Is it because one side was born with a pure yin body, and the other with a body for martial artists? Both have truly immersed themselves in their own worlds, unleashing their own moves. Heavenly demons attack. The devastation of Royal Moon. Amid the fiery chaos, a red petal falls into his hand. Red petals like blood begin to fall on the battlefield. Bitch Kang smirks. I hate you all. Each word escapes her like fuel igniting Ki Guan's burning desire to win. I hate all of you. I hate the righteous. I hate heroes. I hate the prestigious academy. I hate the 5 great clans. While the punches fly, she maintains an air of grace, like someone shedding worldly troubles. We are all fine when common folk scream. But that is not the happiness I can forgive. She unleashed the red petals, which spread across the ground. Even those like you can get hurt. Even those like you can feel pain and seek comfort. And I am appalled that you act and pretend to be human. She delivered a sharp kick to Ki Guan's gut, causing the wind to gust. Suddenly, why do you savage each other yet? Always remain human among yourselves. The punch left Ki Guan stunned, as if it had shattered something inside him. Blood spewed from Ki Guan's mouth clearly. The outcome was unmistakable. The red petals slowly faded like a vivid dream, leaving 2 warriors slumped down. Gong, filled with fear, rushed over. Master. He lifted his teacher. Master. Big Hyang kept her head down, saying that the winner had emerged. She was worried about transferring her energy to her beloved master, constantly reassuring him, but she could feel her body growing colder.
Yep.
The winner. The true winner. I should have pierced his heart with my fist. But instead of striking, I held back and showed my disciple this humiliating face. That dirty face still calmly counseled you. But honestly, I look better than you do right now. She looked into your flustered face, asking curiously about that expression. But Chi Yang lay there, assuring you not to worry, that she still had time before she died. Enough time to say goodbye. 2 hours later, still on that battlefield, her soothing voice echoed. But you were still crying, ignoring everything around her. She continued to hold on to that chaotic space, making everything difficult for me. Well, I have been a difficult person too. As the alchemist rushed over, Lord Idavi, I have wanted to tell you everything for a long time, but my stubbornness held me back. I was worried this would leave something behind in you. As a parting word, she continued, I want you to remember me like everyone remembers the moment the flowers bloom. Looking at the wreckage around, the 2 companions who had come with you were panicking, asking what was happening. Master. Wake up. Bitch Hyang looked at the alchemist, sharing that the old man was still okay. The final blow was quite weak, and he boasted that luck was on his side today. But his luck left him crippled. The alchemist replied firmly. What do you mean? I will never let him leave in that condition. We do not have time for this. Both of you need to be treated right away. Unexpectedly, Big Hyang refused that help. I know my body well. It is really too much for me now. Just take care of the old man. During the examination and diagnosis, the alchemist's face suddenly turned sad, but the woman remained indifferent, wanting to spend her last moments with her only disciple. Can you please leave us alone?
Good.
The alchemist sadly asked if she wanted some painkillers, but Butch Hyang continued to refuse. The winter breeze is lovely. I just want to feel this wind as it is now before I go to the next realm. Everyone began to head back to the cave to treat Kiyun, leaving the 2 teachers and students on the pristine snowy ground. Big Hyang spoke up. So what should we do with the time we have left, no matter how sad the disciple is? Master. Not caring about the surroundings. Her words felt like a wish to converse one last time in this life. Do you want to know how beautiful our sect's palace is? Unexpectedly, you opened up and pleaded. Please. There are still a few things left. Looking at Buckish Hyang's face, which was starting to lose its spark, you spoke up to stop her. I have a request I want to ask. What is it? What you truly want, deep down in your heart, is for the alchemist to end on a note that satisfies you. This is a piece for that. A piece of the missing puzzle. Your next words snapped that master awake. Let us have a match. The mind of the sword. Compared to Baichi Hyang who had fallen at that level, she only realized that realm when called a celestial demon instead of fragile snow. Finally, she understood the truth. I get it now. Her gaze was empty and aimless, staring into the void, killing with just her mind. She murmured, so there exists another realm that no one has reached yet. Bitch Hyang looked up at the nearest mountain, a realm that only existed in legend, right before her eyes. She thought about it, distant like a surreal dream. But once you reach it, there is nowhere you can go. It felt like she was about to touch the mountain, but upon hearing someone call her, she let go. The celestial demon. Behind her were the impoverished souls struggling to survive, standing in the shadows of despair. Bitch Hyang wished that if she had a few more decades, the long-haired beggar kneeling on the ground would stop asking for taxes in black fur. But when my father went to gather fur, he never came back, and we can't pay taxes based on heads anymore. She looked at that scene and thought of what lay below. If only she could train harder. The one with the ponytail lamented. Last year we faced a drought, leaving us with nothing to eat. Yet, I was forced to build a dam for the lake to prepare for next year's drought. How could I build with an empty stomach? In her heart, she yearned. If only she could have those things. They would desperately call her name. The celestial demon, her dark, hollow gaze fixed on that mountain. She tightened her grip on her weapon. As if she had made a decision, as the needy continued to plead. Someone cried out. Help us. Another lamented. I've already cut back on so much. She chose to close her eyes. Stepped forward, and left that snowy mountain behind. That day, she eliminated those who made the world cold. Yet she could not eradicate winter. The words of Gong Ra surprised Bitch Hying. Please fight me. You listened to her with an expression full of emotion. Truly surprising. Even though your wish to become my disciple and be guided is commendable. Her hands, covered in scars, hung limply at her sides. You see, I can't move anymore. Gong Ra, what do you gain from defeating a paralyzed master? Her answer left you puzzled. There is no need for a physical fight. You explained. I want to engage in a battle of wits with you. A verbal duel instead of a physical one. Illustrations of two men kneeling on either side appeared. The way to conduct the verbal duel is to discuss fighting styles and attack methods. An illustration of hands raised and a shadow in a defensive stance emerged. If one retaliate, they must also discuss their counter. Next came the drawing of a fist and a shadow in a kicking stance. Thus, no physical movement or internal energy was required. It was a battle fought purely with martial knowledge. Bitch Hying listened and then laughed. Remarking, my disciple is quite confident. She realized your intentions. If we were to fight, you would win. But in a battle of words, it would not be the same. I will use the style from when I was at my strongest. How could you possibly compete? Gong Ra, you stopped and chose your words carefully. The memory of Kind Jian with a look of surprise as her fist connected, and the elder's stomach erupted. You calmly voiced your opinion. I do not think you can fight the leader of the martial arts alliance when you were not at your strongest, you told me. Right. You could have torn into him and ripped out his heart, even in a verbal duel. I want my master to have the most satisfying battle. She wondered. Does that mean you will show me how? She heard the answer and smiled happily. That is right. Bitch Hying said cheerfully. Okay, even if it is a verbal spar. I won't be outnumbered. I will have a lot of people on my side, but do not get too mad at me if the match ends in just one afternoon. You obediently replied. Yep. She closed her eyes, lying in Gong Ra's arms, promising not to see the serious look in his eyes. When the match is over, I will tell you stories from my youth. She spoke unaware that the old elf, the Sword Emperor, was exchanging glances with him. Now let us show master the results of your training. Then, a man who has reached the highest rank in another world, sternly asked him, is it my turn now? You whispered to him. Right. Let us fulfill the promise of losing this match. The old elf scoffed. Please keep your promise since you lost the bet. Then he took his stance. Of course. I have been wanting to fight the demon cult leader. I will give her an incredible match. Telling her, I will give her a 3-move head start. Yantrang argued. Normally when a martial artist borrows someone else's words to conduct a match, it is nothing more crude than this. This will go down in history and be laughed at by future generations. Then he bowed respectfully. No matter how embarrassing it might be, I have no choice but to request a match. I am called the Sword Emperor. I am officially recognized as the best in the world of the celestial blade. This might be rude, but I demand we have a verbal duel. Bitch Hying stopped and asked Gong Ra, is he your disciple? Why did not you tell me your first move? The duel has already begun. You called her as if wanting to explain something. Master. Gong Ra continued speaking under the gaze of those who revered her, knowing that you could use strange techniques. Of course. You are talking about the techniques you brought back from those martial artist corpses. Right. She lay peacefully in his arms. I have decided not to ask you anything. Silence is a virtue. You might be the messenger of the Jade Emperor, who has felt pity for me. Gong Ra looked at the old elf, who had been in position for a long time. I have a technique I can use. It is a summoning technique related to demons. He explained to her. There is a soul of a supreme master right next to me now. He is considered the greatest in another world. It clearly sounded like a tall tale. So she blinked and joked. Ah. The greatest in another world. How amazing. He worried inside. She thinks this is a funny joke. She agreed to your request even though it sounded ridiculous. I understand. If it is a soul of a supreme master from another world that my disciple has summoned, I will focus and gladly accept you as an opponent in a battle of wits. Bitch Hyang wondered. So what is the first move of the number 1 soul? Your answer surprised her. He said that you can attack first with 3 moves. She frowned in annoyance. That is so stupid. There is no way my disciple would say such things. Looks like this ghost does not know its place. Then with the 5th move of the 12 Cloud Dragon Sword, the external dragon's blade will pierce the blood sea acupoint. Without hesitation, the old elf closed his eyes and responded. I will use the 6th move of the Earth Dragon Oath, West River Moving Dragon. To distract and retreat with the flying cloud steps, you relay his message. He said to use the 6th technique of the Earth Dragon Oath, the Western River Dragon, to create a distraction. Then retreat with the cloud step, and she adds, with a hint of suspicion. So we will blow him away with the 7th technique of the ultimate hidden strike. Anticipating his reaction, he opens his eyes. Ready for the next move. I will dodge it and hit back with the 2nd technique of the 6 fist art, finishing it off with a direct strike. The Western Blue Dragon clenches his fist. I will attack with the 6th technique of the 6 Army Grave Sword, the Grave Blade Strike. The Old Spirit raises his palm. I will use the Oath Ambush. I will retreat with the Chaos Bloom Step. The 3 laws ended immediately. She knew he was not to be trifled with. He remained silent, deep in thought. After a moment of silence, he breaks it, saying, I can imagine how you have lived after reaching the peak of your sect. You sacrificed yourself for your people, and with no time for training. You could have entered the life and death realm, but you did not.
Wow.
Because you were too busy, having to take care of your family and your followers. When would you have time to train? The Old Spirit chuckles mysteriously. But do you know what the most unfair part is? Even so, you are still the strongest. Her eyes darken as he rambles on. You do not have to toil away anymore because you are already at the top. Everyone knows your strength because you are their god. He crosses his arms, mocking. Poor thing. Becoming the strongest in this world is your misfortune. His face darkens, the white snow blending into a raging blizzard. I will show you what a god among gods is like. Bitch Hyang struggles to sit up, her hands raised. With respect after their exchange, she assesses him as she sits. So you are not just all talk. Truly a celestial demon. From the annals of celestial demons, the strongest of the era, a cult master. She decides to accept the challenge of a duel between the two. All right. I will take this seriously. The Old Spirit again is the Sword Emperor, from the celestial sword realm, the strongest beneath the mortal realm. Righteous sect. He responds to her. Of course. Who do you think I am? The duel begins. Witnessed by the onlookers, Bitch Hyang makes the first move. I will help you soar with the first technique of the Bloodfire Dragon. Super Fury. The Old Spirit complains after hearing her. Why is she acting so recklessly? Is not she supposed to? I will use the first technique of the 18 techniques of Cloud Dragon Sword to counter it. If I fail the first time, I will showcase the ultimate skill of the Swamp Hook. The onlookers remain silent, listening to their duel. The first step, she leans on the onlookers and murmurs. What should I do here? Should I take that attack? Or maybe, she intertwines her fingers with his. All right. I will combine the life and death earth laws and use the butterfly effect. The Old Spirit speaks and he starts counting. One more step. He listens quietly to the exchange of blows between the two. He counts again as Bitch Hyang responds to him in exhaustion. And once more. She grips his hand tighter, her voice rising. How much longer are you planning to stomp on my hand with that filthy foot of yours? I am going to unleash the 2nd technique of the blood-sucking demon trio. The Wrath of the Blood Demon. To tear you apart. The old geezer is getting frustrated as she gets more and more annoyed. But she is sensing up with my moves perfectly. Still, she is so worked up. I will just kick back and be a lazy sloth to keep her happy. I will also use the 4th technique of the Holy Cycle. The Life-Death Reversal. To target your right ankle, right elbow, and 3 spots at once. Bitch Hyang is drenched in sweat. But I will regain my footing with the demon stride. The image of the male warrior Qin Zhen pops into your mind. The martial arts master definitely not good enough to be my master. He is undoubtedly the strongest in the righteous martial world of this realm, which is why he is the only one who can go toe-to-toe with the heavenly demons. You wonder as the image of her punching the old man's gut flashes before you. But was not it already proven during the epic battle? Of course. The Zheng family knows who would win if the two went head-to-head, and Qin Zhen knows it too. My bad. The old man speaks a truth he must accept. It seems I am weaker than him. You start to understand a bit more about her. Maybe that is why the master delayed ending that epic battle until the 990th round. Like a kid slowly savoring a candy that is about to melt away forever, Buck Hyang snubs the old man and strikes. How foolish. I will use the 2nd move of the painful death technique. He calmly responds. No need to rush. I will use the demon step to dodge and unleash the rage strikes to attack. She is panting, sweat pouring like a waterfall. Aha. The Zheng family hears her call and turns. Is that your domain? She is radiating battle spirit, summoning spirits like a pro. You look at her with mixed emotions. Yeah. Master. He might just be the strongest I know. The Gung family thinks to himself. I finally understand how the martial arts master feels. Buck Hyang is absolutely thrilled, wondering why they are just now introducing this spirit to me. She praises the old man. I have never met a warrior this strong before. Your hands grip your thigh as you ponder. He must be really disappointed. The ink wash painting depicts the battle between the two. Bitch Hyang strikes first. I will use all the techniques of the supreme art to disable your arm and take you down. I will let the heavenly demons reign over this martial world. The painting transforms into the old man wielding a sword. Come on. You have already yielded, have not you? You are not just going to give up now. Right. I guess you should run while you can. I will use the saintly cloud technique to stay on your tail. I will raise my sword high and summon a storm to subdue you. The Zhang family watches them fight in silence. You are getting more and more fired up. I am so tired of testing your abilities. I will use the sword of longing to target you. I must utilize all three techniques of the dragon slash. The pressure point strike, the heavenly penetration, and the body separation technique. She thinks to herself, I can't understand the purpose of this fight. He quickly counters. That is right. I will also use the heavenly sword technique, and the life and death flower to distract the opponent. I will take a step back to use the unseen heavenly sword to attack him. She admits her shortcomings, knowing what the sword of desire is. But I do not know much about dragon slash, and I do not understand the significance of using the life and death flower to distract others, or how to wield the unseen heavenly sword, because I am unsure. I can grasp how they are fighting. The words of the wise elder echo. Not bad. Quite good. The girl raises her weapon. Okay. I will use techniques to dodge your moves. Sighing while listening to the two fight, the old spirit uses his sword to block. The third form of the technique. Reincarnation. He desperately wishes. If only I could be a strong enough opponent to face him. From the bottom of his heart, he wishes to be the hope for others. As he seems to be getting tired, I will use the second form of the continuous kick to counterattack. She says while dodging moves. Rushing in. I will stab and use the sword breaking technique. He helplessly thinks deeply. But all he can do is listen and watch. Somewhere the old spirit complains. Too fast, don't rush so much. I will use this to dodge and then strike at your neck. Her voice echoes. I will use this to attack. Compared to your strength, their level is beyond what I can reach. The image of bitch Hyang continues to fight relentlessly after I take the hit. Suddenly, she stops to pay attention to him. The gaze of the image of bitch Hyang lovingly looks at him. She places a hand on his shoulder. My dear, it is really cold today. Winter is here again. This place will turn into an endless snowfield, she explains as they both watch the image of her and the old spirit engrossed in battle. That snowfield will become a merciless battlefield for those in the martial world. With every step they take, they could sink deep into the white snow. So they must use the flash technique to move. That bitch Hyang is patient in teaching. The battles on the snowy field focus on strategies that bring the opponent down to the ground. Have you seen the spirit I summoned? Struggling alongside me for our lives on this snowy battlefield yet, she explains in detail. That is why we use so many of those snow kicks. We have to kick that pile of snow high enough to obscure the opponent's vision. Do not you think we are actually fighting for our lives? Then she covers your eyes with her hand. Close your eyes. Bitch Hyang tries to shake off Gong's imagination. We can see our opponent. He is a powerful martial artist. Right, he is pretty big too. You see the black and white image of the old spirit and respond. Yep. Master. She describes him and his image becomes clearer. A martial artist with a bear-like build. Breathing heavily, he is confidently smiling while demanding that we keep fighting. And honestly, with our physiques so far apart, he is right to be confident. She chooses her words carefully for you to understand. Who can really bridge that physical gap? We must accept this reality and find our strengths. I feel like my speed is faster than his. Plus I am more familiar with the snowy terrain. I have left countless footprints in the snow. This is a prolonged battle. Do you get it? I am trying to turn it into an advantage for myself. The duel becomes more vivid with every word from bitch Kiang, and since he sees my intentions, he moves faster, charging straight at me like a wild boar. The black and white image blends with her voice. But there is no need to fix anything. I have already anticipated it, so I gently step back. The black and white world suddenly bursts with color. Her voice resonates and traps him. After all, he is just a wild boar trying to ram into me as the snow falls heavily. Gongjae opens his eyes wide, witnessing that moment. While he is in awe, you can see the two of them, she explains thoroughly. Each of our movements contributes to the snowflakes swirling in the sky. Bitch Kiang, in his imagination, steps back while saying, it is snowing. We have been fighting for 2 days now. Right, the old spirit grows frustrated. Always attacking. Why do you keep running, even if you use movement techniques? I won't lose, she answers proudly. I am very confident I can run for the rest of my life. He replies sternly. But now you have to stop. She laughs like the wind is playing. You know, this world will be completely covered by an endless snowy field. Even if I have nowhere to go, I will always have a place to escape. He disagrees with that thought. If it were the old days, I could have run for the rest of my life. But now we are different. Gongjae and bitch Hyang still hold hands while observing the illusion. The old spirit wipes his brow. There is less than 2 hours left in this life. Do you still want to run away? She mocks herself. Haha. How amusing, she says leisurely. Okay. I admit. I do not have much time left to keep running. She tightens her grip on the weapon. Dark smoke starts to appear. If that is the case then, her gaze turned serious as she made a bold declaration. I will show you the full extent of my power. She unleashed a technique that wrapped her in swirling snow, the angelic demon art. To execute the first strike, the fallen sword, her eyes burned with rage. A hunger that could drive a parent to abandon their own child, even to feast on a neighbor's kid. The old spirit endured the blows while she recounted the grim fate of those unfortunate kids. Have you ever heard of an adult burying a child after chopping them into pieces? Have you ever heard of a place where bits of child flesh are scattered all over the snowy ground? He scoffed in response. That is just terrible. They must have suffered from starvation. But that is just a coincidence, he remarked as both charged forward. Sometimes the harvest is bountiful. Other times it is just famine. Nothing in this world is purely random. The cult leader added. If you mourn over tragedies, then by all means, you should rejoice over the happy moments. He suggested that the depth of sorrow should match the height of joy. But Hyang had a fresh wound on her left cheek from their clash. The illusion shifted from snowy mountains to rice fields, from dark clouds to a clear blue sky, and he expressed, that is why we sing for a bountiful harvest. The children appeared in the old spirit's words. Every time I looked towards the horizon on my stroll, I always saw a sea of gold in my sight. The kids were playing hide and seek among the tall rice stalks, their giggles blending with the rustling leaves. He taunted. You mentioned the flesh of those kids buried under the snow. So let me tell you about their laughter while frolicking through the fields. Bichi Hyang barely dodged and received another cut on her arm. He attacked her spirit, the blades of both contrasting each other coincidentally. If I had to hold on to one thing, it would be their laughter in the fields. And if I had to reflect on the final threads of my life, it would surely be the scene of those children playing hide and seek. Her fury peaked, forcing her to act. You really are something. She spun water around the leaves enveloping her, infused with the angelic demon art. The second technique, the flowing sword. She finished her sentence. You are blessed. The sound of flowing water mingled with Bai Hyang's voice, stating it was merely a coincidence. But happiness does not kill. It is the agony of starvation and thirst that does. Then the dried up stream revealed the land parched by drought. Death is final. And that is the way it is forever. Her expression radiated bloodlust as she declared. Let me sing for the souls who perished without a drop of water to drink. The sound of weapons clashing echoed incessantly. And the old spirit chimed in. It feels refreshing. Like jumping into a river in the middle of summer. He then told her. You are teaching it all wrong, making her unhappy. Auntie, this time. Bitch Hyang struck first, forcing him to take up his weapon to block. Sorry, that was a bit harsh. Instead of teaching it wrong, you just started too early. He talked with her. Singing about the pains of life is fine. Acknowledging the suffering of others too. But you can't keep doing that. She flipped herself into the air. Why not? He looked at her with a serious gaze while attacking. Because it would drain her completely. And she had not even had enough joy in life yet. Before she could step back, the old spirit moved forward. She needed to broaden her experiences so she could truly empathize with those who had never tasted happiness. She needed to swim in the creek during summer to mourn those who died without even a drop of water. Dark clouds obscured the sun. Raindrops began to fall. And he wielded his weapon with determination. The human heart is like a candle. Knowing that Hyen struggled to defend herself with weapons, he told her that if she only knew how to burn, one day she would extinguish. The rain poured down heavily. He mentioned Gong Ra, the celestial demon. Do you know he has not loved anyone yet? His feet stepped back. Is not it strange? He has not even experienced love. Gong Ra listened to him speak, feeling thrilled. Yet, he acted as if he had to bear the weight of the world's pain and suffering on his shoulders. Just tell him to keep pouring rain. It is still too early for him to learn your cult's teachings. Hearing the old spirit's assertion, Beach Hyang gritted her teeth in annoyance, saying, I will teach that kid what happiness really is. I will teach him how to laugh sincerely. I will teach him to rely on others. He needs to feel lost in the joy that others give him. Because only then will he understand what true suffering is. A tornado appeared in the sky. Thunder cracked loudly. Water surged in an instant. And her emotions exploded. You want to pretend to be my disciple's master. She poured all her feelings into the demon angel technique. The Earth Third style. And the 100 Death Sword. He calmly replied. Yeah. Which made her furious. How dare you? Immediately, she launched a relentless attack. How dare you try to take my beloved disciple? The old spirit countered. Don't be ridiculous. I planned to take him in before you did. A few red flowers gradually appeared on the surface of the water. He proved that he was the one who received Gong Ra first. I taught him to take down those bastards. And I taught him to harness energy. When I was about to succeed, you the cult leader suddenly barged in. His shielding of his cult made Bitch Kai angry. What a joke. A cult. He snapped, shouting loudly. Isn't a demon cult just another kind of heretical organization? He expressed his opinion. It was still too early for Gongra to learn the demon angel technique. The swordsmanship should have been enough fun by now. Every word he uttered made her increasingly dissatisfied. The wounded sword swung by pain to inflict pain was just too heretical. Life is too short to not enjoy it. They fought under the changing colors of the sky. In a field full of red flowers, she fought for her determination. Gongra. My disciple. The boy born to be the master of the demon cult. And the old spirit too. That is why I call you a heretic. You crazy cult leader. In an instant, Bitch Hyang's image became a dull black and white. I will blow him away with the first technique of the demon angel technique. The staff of the dragon sword. Right after that, her imagined image returned to normal. I will blow him away with the first technique of the demon angel technique. The staff of the dragon sword. Gongra was shocked to discover that he could see their sword paths. In that moment, his image also returned to 2 colors. I will counter with the first technique of the Wan Hai Moon technique. The ultimate moon technique. In the blink of an eye, his figure bursts into color. And I will strike back with the earthly technique of the vast sea moon art, the moon's will. You quickly counter. And I will retaliate with the earthly 8th technique of the demon celestial art, the letter-wielding sword. You realize the situation. And finally, I understand after watching them the master, the cult leader, the celestial demon, is losing. Bitch Hyang takes a heavy hit. She stumbles, coughing up blood, and beneath her feet, the red of the flowers mixes with the blood. She mutters, remembering her childhood. She reveals. At first, I did not plan to unleash the final move of the demon celestial art, because I was ready to die from the cold. Dying alone in the snow after being abandoned by my own mother. I thought that was the end of my story. She raises her weapon to the sky. Ironically, I can only complete the earthly technique of the demon celestial art after my life is extinguished. I am the sole survivor. She activates the orb technique, causing white lines to converge in the clear sky like a blooming flower shining bright. Whether looking up at the sky or down at the ground, I am the only being that exists. Paria. Because the world is frozen in eternity. Even the flames can draw anything out. That song is merely a melody about paradise. And my death is the death of heaven and earth, making everything whiter and whiter. Then she turns pale. Her eyes dark and resolute, blood oozing from her wounds. The celestial demon will leave behind a true confession in this snowy field. He speaks to himself. So that is how it is. He understands her decision. A solitary death. So this is the demise that the cult leader has chosen. Alright, I get it now. No technique suits a martial artist better than one facing the end of the world. He raises his weapon with determination. But I understand loneliness better than you do. Bitch Hyang is stunned. Her eyes wide open as she listens to him recite his lines. How long can she endure? 5. She does not have to bear anyone, because she always has the Vietnamese cover by her side. He takes a stance. Apologizes. Then delivers a straight slash into the explosive force, shattering it into pieces like glass. Containing all the colors of the world they fight in, he tells her. But I have been wandering alone for 130 years. Gongra anxiously closes his eyes at that moment. When he finally opens them, he is gasping for breath. It is still Big Hyen, sitting on the snow-covered ground. He hesitantly calls out, Master. He rushes over to hold her. Master, are you okay? What has happened to you? His trembling hands check her pulse, and he concludes. Master, she is still alive. She seems to realize something, but can't find the words. So that is it. That is how it has always been. She collapses in his arms. My dear disciple. She looks at him fondly. From the very beginning, you have always wanted to help me. His expression twists, fighting back tears as he hears her speak. The words of searching for me after hearing about my reputation in the outside world. It is all a fabrication. Why did not I realize it sooner? My disciple would never transcend time, just because you were enchanted by someone's fame. The snow-capped mountain stands tall nearby. She asks him. Thank you, my dear disciple. Are you happy to meet me? He quickly replies. Yep. I am. Big Hyen wonders. Does your mind remember me as a flower? His answer remains unchanged. Yep. I do. Her question stirs his memory of the red flower in the field. I would love to know what kind of flower it is. With tears in his eyes. He replies. It is a peony. I will remember you as a bright red peony. Master. She laughs softly. That is quite beautiful. Her hand slowly lowers. My beloved disciple. Mine. Then her hand falls limply onto the cold snow. Right after that, a bright light flickers at the top of the snow mountain. It shines for a long time, as if something is happening. Then in the middle of the mountain, split in two, a stream of white energy bursts forth one more time, and the cut gets wider. The light shimmers even more. He holds Bitch Hyen tightly, quietly crying. Master. Finally, the mountain is nearly cleaved in two. The dark clouds in the sky parting to reveal blinding light. He chokes up. Winter has been severed. Master. Winter has been cut. The dark clouds gradually disperse to make way for a clear blue sky. He holds Bitch Hyen on the white snow. The reason for this is that they have clashed with the elders of the righteous sect. And one representative speaks up, even though we are fighting. A few people with a mission heard the leader call you his disciple. The blood demon voices the question on many minds. You are the direct heir of the celestial demon, are not you? He silently observes the demon and the ghost flowers, all eyes fixated on him. He hesitates before answering. I do not know if I am the heir or not, the blood demon asks back. The leader has taken you as a disciple. Right. He replies seriously. Yep. I am the disciple of my master. His gaze becomes dangerous. If the leader has taken a direct disciple, surely he has taught you the celestial demon techniques. He politely suggests. I apologize for my bluntness. But could you show us some celestial demon techniques? He understands their attitude well. They talk so politely, but deep down, they are questioning how we could possibly be disciples of the demon lord, so prove it. Just the thought of her pops up in his mind. And suddenly he feels like he is treated like an heir, just for being her disciple. Now I understand why my master hesitated to accept me as his disciple in the first place, calculating in his mind. Now that the warmth from his master has faded away, this demonic shell will belong to me. He decides to agree. Fine, the blood demon calmly explains. Yeah. He once said that even if blood is spilled, his hair won't be recognized unless they are exceptional. They quietly warn him. Even though we are not much better than average swordsmen, we can recognize a sword technique. Pity. On the other side of the sword demon is subtlety. Wait. What is that blood demon talking about? The flower demon reluctantly explains. And you do not get it. He is saying he can tell if that guy is a disciple of the demon lord, just by observing the first move of his divine technique. The sword demon questions. Okay. But why does he represent all of us? She says that is just how it is. He is the only one who knows how to speak politely. The blood demon helplessly listens to their conversation like they are in another world. The sword demon suddenly exclaims. Wait, he is that bastard from the damned Lin family. She replies irritably. Why are you acting like this is the first time you have heard it? We have talked about this at least a dozen times. You know what? Don't sweat it. Rivers are just water. Mountains are just rocks. And a flesh and blood head is just flesh. He is about to lose it. What do you mean by that? The flower demon mocks him. I am saying your existence is as toxic as some poison in the Four Rivers Academy. Sword demon. The proof is that I am getting poisoned just talking to you. Even though I have resisted 1,000 kinds of poison. You are truly impressive. He is too dense to understand her implication. Are you complimenting me? You are really clueless. The blood demon opens his mouth to get them to stop arguing. It is pathetic. The sword demon snaps back. What are you staring at? You want to leave? She glares and grits her teeth. Seriously. Do not look at me like that. The Lin family has been watching and smiling the whole time. Yeah. This place used to be just like that. He looks at them chatting and remembers. The demonic sect used to be a hideout for the uneducated. Yet my master remains unusually pure. Most of the disciples do not even know the meaning of courtesy. He raises his hand. A red aura like blood appears. Hungry, his eyes glow red. And that aura gathers around him more and more like a group of kids waiting for the sun. The Lin family's voice continues into the astonished blood demon. The pain of dying from despair is like a wave. And the pain of dying is the last breath of a father. He wonders. Is it because I witnessed the life and death battle between my master and the sword saint? His face darkens as he speaks. The pain of dying from cold is the last warmth of a mother holding her child. The sword demon and flower demon are both taken aback. Realizing the power of each move has sharpened, the aura gradually dissipates. And he confesses to them. I still have not really grasped the remaining moves. It is embarrassing that this is all I can show you. He asks everyone. But is this enough? Suddenly, someone kneels down. Before anyone could snap back to reality, the blood demon bowed respectfully. We awaited the heir of the legendary dark cult, a new celestial demon. His actions stirred everyone from their daze. And they immediately followed suit. We awaited the heir of the legendary dark cult, a new celestial demon. The new master of our gods, Gong politely declined, saying that the title of celestial demon is a bit much for him, especially since he also has the nickname King of Death. He reminisced about the image of Bitch Qiang. Wishing that the master's nickname would forever belong to him, the blood demon raised his head, saying, Look, calling you master is a bit excessive too. He closed his eyes, listening to the objections. I still have so much to learn. How can you call me master, when I have nothing to teach you? Just drop it. He expressed his views, stating that in his entire life, the celestial demon had never misjudged a person, since he chose you as his disciple. I believe you are the rightful heir to become the master of the dark cult. Gong understood, but he insisted. Thank you. But I do not feel worthy to be the master. I do not think I am ready to inherit the legacy of the dark cult. He panicked slightly. But if that is the case, how should we address you? We can't just keep calling you young master. Someone chimed in. Vice master. The deputy clan leader of the families felt similarly. She voiced her opinion. If you feel you are not ready to become a true master, but you do not completely reject the position, We can call you the vice master of the dark cult. You pondered for a moment, then agreed, making their smiles brighter than ever. Let us go with that. The blood demon was exhilarated, saying, from now on, we shall refer to you as vice master. Even though we do not know what kind of magic you wield, but we all remember the bite of Gangsai. If we had not yielded to you, we would not have completed the great battle between the righteous and the dark cult. Nor could we have given our all to serve the celestial demon. As one of the members of the 4 demon kings, the blood demon, swear by my blood to be forever loyal to you. Vice master, the flower demon bowed respectfully, saying, as one of the members of the 4 demon kings, the prison demon, swear by my family's soul to be loyal to you. Dear vice master, the shadow demon spoke with respect, stating, as one of the members of the 4 demon kings, the moonlight demon, and all my clan pledge our loyalty to you. Only the sword demon could not bow and shouted loudly, I am the sword demon. I and my entire clan swear loyalty to you. Gong then laid bitch Hyang's body on the snowy ground. The act of holding her like that made him feel slightly unsteady. He clasped his hands and declared, as long as my life persists, this place that was abruptly split into 2 will shine unusually bright amidst the cheers. Our dark cult will exist eternally. The system notification displayed on the screen. Bitch Hyang fell into an endless sleep. System information. You have completed Chapter 1 of the mission. Rebuild the world in the cave where the Moo Moo group was gathered, taking care of the sick. It reported, today, level 22 has been completed. Words were engraved all over the rock surface, reiterating the announcement once more to everyone. The white snow blankets everything, glistening under the sunlight. The system is repeating, today, level 22 has been completed. The system continues its work, evaluating the participating members, assessing the failures, and then finally pleading at the end. I asked to leave the master's funeral to everyone. He requests them, please do not make it too complicated. The master would not like that. The simple joy of the master was just having everyone around until the final meal. The system outputs the results. Contribution ranking. First place Death King. Second place Medicine Master. Third place Poisonous Serpent. Fourth place Medicine King. In the morning light, he earnestly says, please. Right after that, the face of the steward appears. Overjoyed. Welcome back, Death King, he rambles on, not noticing Gong Jia's astonishment. Congratulations. It seems the final words of the record about the heavenly chrysanthemum will indeed be please. Please can express someone's desires, and the teacher usually uses the term baraya to refer to it. The steward goes on, so please and baraya can be considered synonyms. In the end, it seems that is enough for a conclusion. Gong Jia interrupts. Returning, he looks at everyone sprawled on the floor in shock.
Wow.
Did all the other hunters pass out like this? The steward personally greets. Welcome back, Death King. He ignores Gong Jia's shock and continues. I have been eagerly waiting for your return. Hearing this, the steward looks at the crowd lying on the floor and then chuckles. Then he reassures, do not worry. I simply let them sleep temporarily. Gong Jia wonders. You forced them to sleep. The steward does not deny it. That is right. I lit a harmless incense. Then he holds up a purple book titled Fairy Tales of the Lotus City. Gong Jia listens in anger as the steward rambles. There are many worlds that communicate through languages like you do, but there are also worlds that communicate through songs or scents. In the enlightened realm, people communicate through the scent of rage, the scent of sadness, and the scent of joy. He grins mischievously and of course, there is also the scent of sleep. He wraps his long sleeve around Gong Jia. Do not look at me like that. I just made this area quiet because I wanted to talk to you for a bit. Gong Jia is clearly on guard. Talk, he questions. What do you want to talk about after putting our teammates out cold? Right after that, the steward hugs Gong Jia and keeps babbling. Teammates. Truly the Death King. Even if one could be seen as useless and just a troublesome burden, you still unhesitatingly refer to them as your teammates. This librarian is deeply moved by your admirable feelings. The steward recalls that lively scene. Here, we can see every gesture of yours. Just like a film, everyone is stirred up, overwhelmed with emotion. They are all ready to give you a warm welcome. His expression turns mysterious. But if I tell them, I can only wait a long time before I get to talk to you. The steward explains the situation. That is why I helped them calm down to create an environment where we could all talk. Don't worry. I let them sleep as peacefully as possible. Gong Jia rushed over to the singing witch. You checked her pulse, her face, breath, and heartbeat all normal. What a relief, Gong Jia scolded. If you want to say something, why do not we just discuss it so we can wake them up? At this moment, the steward finally lowered himself to the ground. You are urging me too much. I want to talk to you comfortably and nicely. That is what. Among everyone involved in this story, I only call for you, you argued back. We are not done with the 22nd floor yet. We still need to find a sword. And then the steward slapped you in the face, saying, You can find it later. You had no choice but to sit quietly. He was a constellation that could freely control monsters from other worlds. Even with my powerful skills, I would definitely lose if I attacked him. The steward stood behind you, his hair quite long. The king of death. Let me cut it for you. Then the steward used scissors to trim it. Collecting the cut hair in a red cloth bag, the steward raised his hand to gather the hair. His nails are too long. A martial artist who does not take care of their hands is not good. Similarly, your nails were also kept in the red cloth bag. Let me cut them for you, you asked, feeling a chill. What is the purpose of all this? The red cloth bags piled together as you began to explain. Let us say there is someone you really like. Someone you adore from head to toe with the purest affection possible. The problem is, that person does not exist in reality. They are a character that only exists in a story. The more you talked, the more horrified the steward became. And that is when bam! My ideal fictional character appeared before me, the steward, with an expression of disbelief. Blushed when he heard you say, "Yep." Exactly. While he trimmed your toenails. He looked quite creepy. Just like that, a pink system panel popped up showing information about you. Favorite genres. Least favorite genres. Favorite characters. Disliked characters. Favorite plots. And disliked plots. Especially a panel with a heart-shaped character that read, "The librarian loves to hide." Toenails. And if possible, I would even like to take your eyebrows. Then there were the steward's thoughts. I want to tell him to grow some hair and pull a bit of skin, but even I find that ridiculous. Steward. You are the light. The main character radiates a glow. I want to turn you into a bookmark to keep you forever. Which horrified the steward. What a weird guy. Now the steward realizes something is off. When did you take off my shoes? Give them back. The steward saw you thrashing around and pleaded. Please do not move. It would be really bad if my toenail trimming accidentally clipped your precious toes. You were really annoyed. Why are you doing this to me? You monstrous constellation. Gather round. I have more to say. Honestly, people never talked to me this politely before, especially not the head steward. How can a lowly being like me not speak respectfully to you? Shining with all that glory. It is shocking. What the heck is going on? Despite being pushed away, the head steward keeps trying to grab Gongra's feet. My light. My music? Since you are named after Confucianism, I am more than happy to switch to the Confucian way for you. There is a saying that a king needs a confidant with a shared vision. Starting today, I am a scholar of Confucianism devoted to you. You keep dodging me. What kind of sage demands someone else's toenails? The moment the head steward finally touches your foot. You threaten. If you keep this up, I will refuse entry to the Enlightenment next time. You heard the head steward confess. That was quite the effective threat. He is touching your foot, but after analyzing your character, that was proven to be impossible. You know damn well you want to refuse. Because you understand that there are other characters, like the heavenly demon, withering in sorrow in other worlds, and your nature compels you to help them. Suddenly, the head steward's eyes sparkle. I could write 2 pages detailing how you eat cereal with your hands on your first day in the true records of the heavenly demon. You heard the warning. Step back before I say I do not like you. This time, your threat worked when the head steward took a step back. Move back. Or I will really say it. You are cold. Don't talk to me so politely. It is really creepy. Also, give me back my toenails. Fingernails. And hair. The head steward clutches the pile of scales like a treasure I can tee. What you are asking for is completely unreasonable. After a moment, the head steward speaks up. It is truly astonishing. You comment. I am touched by your concern for the heavenly demon. You could have seen the end just by becoming her disciple. Yet you did not stop there. The conclusion of the great battle between humans and demons follows the most epic duel. And I feel like I am tasting sweet chocolate ice cream. Gongra asked to confirm. Does that mean the martial arts level of the true records of the heavenly demon has been upgraded to level 22? You respond. Yep. That is right. The head steward is thrilled now other hunters can freely enter level 22, and even learn skills by reading the martial arts books in the heavenly martial scripture. It is all thanks to you. Gonga request. I want to ask you something while we are in the Enlightenment. Why are the true records of the heavenly demon a form of enlightenment? The head steward wonders. Do you need a reason? Gongra does not answer but turns the question around. Librarian. Do you prefer happy endings or sad ones? The head steward honestly admits. I can say which is better. An ending is the final stop in a character's life, as a reader. Of course, I wish them happiness. But I also want to embrace their sadness and failures. Gongra seems to ponder. So you are saying that even sad endings are kind endings in their own way. Without warning, you tug on the head steward's sleeve, leading to a bigger question. You recall the transformation of Bitch Hyang. Even without my intervention, The true records of the heavenly demon would still have a kind ending, even though it is a bittersweet ending. Master, the wise Ace, fought with all his might until the very last moment. A should have died earlier, and my master would have gone insane over that. But that is still the ending my master reached. You pressed for answers, asking why the true records of the celestial demon are part of the enlightenment, or why the death of Ace and my master's suicide do not form a valuable ending. I remember our book, My Name and Our Sacrifice. And this question has been in my mind since I started reading other works. To see if this ending is acceptable or not is secondary. It seems these are worlds that approach their conclusions based on fate. The steward shot back. Wanting to see a happy ending just because, is not that an unacceptable reason? I explained that you are incredibly powerful. Librarian. And for a hunter like me, you embody omnipotence. But instead of fixing the story yourself, you send us off. You refuse to become the author even when you have the power to do so. The image of two hands surrounding 3 books with an eye appeared a reader who never intervenes. That is the librarian constellation that loves to hide. The more I listened to the steward, the more his face darkened. Why do not you just let me analyze the characters for you? There is no way someone as meticulous as you would categorize a story as enlightenment, just because it ends oddly. That means there has to be a specific condition that classified the true records of the celestial demon and other stories as enlightenment, understanding that the librarian would not let this slide without a satisfactory answer. The steward said to you, "You really won't let this go, will you?" You grabbed the librarian's hand as if to lead him somewhere. The steward held a book in one hand and pulled the librarian along, saying, "Come with me. I will teach you the secrets of enlightenment." The steward transported both of them to a land blanketed in white snow. He turned to initiate a conversation with the librarian, saying, as the steward took you soaring over the cold, white landscape without an end in sight. Sharing thoughts. The virus causing the demon replacement disease spreading through the martial world is a pandemic recorded in the Celestial Demon Chronicles. But I do not see how it could cause the apocalyptic disaster you mentioned. The librarian seemed to guess the content that followed, so that means. The steward did not wait for you to finish speaking and smiled, revealing ahead of time that the virus causing the demon replacement is not naturally present in this story. He briefly explained its origin. The demon replacement pandemic began from the outside world. How should I say it? Like an invasion from a new continent. Suddenly, the steward pointed in a direction and called out to the librarian, "Look over there. Do you see anything?" After flying around for a while, they stumbled upon an unbelievable sight. The body of a black dragon sprawled across the snow-covered path. From its body emanated a strange and ominous black mist that defied description. An alert instantly appeared before the librarian's eyes, and Sparkly sensed a troubling source of energy. It seemed the steward had predicted this before bringing you here. And your sword probably sensed it too. Your sword was originally owned by a constellation. People can quickly recognize those who share similar fates. He was suddenly asked a question. Have you ever seen a shooting star fall from the heavens? At that moment, an image flashed in his mind of Prita. Looking panicked at something unseen, Prita did not hold back. I have seen it. Upon hearing this, the expression on the chief steward's face turned sorrowful and heavy. In that case, you must have witnessed a corpse behind a fallen star. Right. He continued. And it is not far from here. What the chief steward wanted to convey was the image of a dragon's corpse, submerged in eternal slumber in this icy land. It was a rare sight. So he urged him to open his eyes and observe closely. A notification popped up again. Sparkly detected the presence of its sister. What caught its attention was the black sword radiating a mysterious aura, embedded in the dragon's body. This left Gongja very surprised. He could not help but wonder how it could still speak, when it was clearly dead. The chief steward explained, "It truly is dead. But what you see and hear now is merely its lament." His gaze suddenly deepened, revealing a complexity of emotions that left others confused. When a being reaches the level of a constellation, its death is a horrifying affair. The chief steward casually revealed the origin of the virus to Gongja. The plague of shadows he had seen in the martial world was a curse caused by this entity. It also contained a tragic ancient story that few knew. Curse from this constellation left the martial world, trapped with the dragon imprisoned in the Great Lake. Even in death, its lingering thoughts carried the pain it endured, which did not fade away. This black dragon was the tragic result of suffering. When its curse spread to the martial world, it turned everyone into the shadows you have seen. The muffled, raspy sound still echoed in Gongja's ears, like some kind of incantation. The source of the curse. The origin of the destruction of this world. This painful cycle was something he had to endure. The last gaze of Bitch Hying before she closed her eyes flashed in his mind. The curse of the golden dragon had taken the lives of martial artists, including his master, turning them into shadows. Gongja noticed one more thing. If this fallen star did not stab itself in the heart, someone else would destroy it. He unconsciously asked the only other person here besides himself, who did this? He did not answer immediately but looked at Gongja. And he could guess who it was. Right now. Only one shadow came to his mind. Lifana Aim. The chief steward immediately confirmed his suspicion. That is right. He goes by the nickname Star Hunter. He roams the world, hunting down constellations. Their existence is anything but ordinary, as each constellation is a living entity representing their own world, and when that world loses its constellation, it is like a kingdom losing its protective wall. The catastrophic aftermath is something no one can bear when it happens in apocalypse. A world represented by death itself. Everyone there just wants to escape, and with that, the path to the world's doom is only going to grow darker. But Gongja still can't grasp the hidden motives of AIM. Why is he out there butchering those constellations? He should be back in his own world, ruling it all as an emperor. Why does he keep wandering around, destroying other realms? Surprisingly, an encyclopedia as vast as the steward just shakes his head. That is a question I do not have an answer to either. And the green-eyed specter reflects Gongja's image, while reminding me once again of my place. I am just a reader. The steward knows himself well, so he presents himself humbly. If you see and feel me as some all-knowing genius, that is not accurate. I might know it all, but my power is still weak. Even though I know the truth about this world, I do not interfere or involve myself in it. He sees the spark of destruction lying in Gongja. But you are different from me. That is one of the reasons the steward holds you in such high regard. You can intervene and do as you please. What is even more special is that whether they want to or not, you can resolve all issues and tackle the threats that could destroy this world. Every word that escapes his lips carries a fleeting smile, as if he understands everything. If it only happens once, you might call it a coincidence. But if it happens twice, that is fate. Gongja reaches out for his hand to land back on solid ground and continue listening. If it happens a third time, that could be called inevitable or unavoidable. Standing before a misty object like the blade and a tower exuding dangerous vibes, he hesitates a bit. But the steward's current words have bolstered Gongja's confidence. The golden dragon had been brutally slain after being imprisoned in the Great Lake. An ordinary person could not even touch that blade. But for you, it is different because you have faced fate and touched the unavoidable. That is why you made your decision and immediately called Sparky. A quick notification pops up. And yes, the hero and Gongja do not hesitate to respond, asking what they need to do to save your sister. The method it suggests is quite simple. Just pull me out of the sword's sheath and let me touch her. Then take a deep breath to gather your spirit. Gongja stares fiercely at the target, his movements decisive as he draws his sword with power. Just as he brings the tip of the blade closer to the black sword, a burst of blinding light radiates throughout the space, and the system displays that the guardian goddess is merging her fragments. The strength from Gongja's sword gradually approaches and envelopes the black sword. But that moment is quickly shattered by the mysterious energy emanating from it, catching him completely off guard. Gongja tightens his grip on the sword as he sees the scene in front of him. What the heck is going on? Gongja grits his teeth, holding onto the sword while enduring the clash of two streams of power. Despite the warning notification that has appeared, the sword's compassion is preventing the merging. He can clearly feel that the sword is creating a significant resistance. And another notification pops up. The blade of compassion is in turmoil, like a sleeping black panther suddenly awakening from a gentle touch. It suddenly feels the urge to probe its opponent, asking, "Are you the one who betrayed Lifana? A yellow notification pops up, clearly showing its attitude, while the guardian goddess comforts her sister. In the swirling vortex of mysterious dark power surrounding the dragon, it decides to give Gongja a chance, requiring him to prove if this new master is worthy. Just moments into the fierce clash, the message concludes. The power of a shooting star is immense, and an unworthy master is forbidden to wield this strength. The blade of compassion refuses to acknowledge him as the new master, radiating powerful purple energy as a firm rejection. Still, Gongja is determined not to back down with just a little initial resistance. Alright, I get where you are coming from, but how do I prove I am worthy? The notification explains. We are a fragment in this state, because of the goddess's lack of compassion. Accompanying those words is a transformation that shakes the surrounding space, leaving Gongja in shock. Behind the inky black wings stands a stunning girl, embodying the essence of the empathetic blade, saying, "Prove to me that you can be someone's anchor." The notifications keep coming, and now it is time for him to show that he has compassion, empathy for others. Standing before her presence, Gongja feels like a mere speck. As the notification reappears, giant hands of intuition envelop his entire being. The blade of compassion demands that he temporarily surrender his body and heart to her. Gongja immediately protests. "Why should I do that?" She looks down at the tiny figure in her palm and requests to review his memories. The yellow notification appears on Gongja's behalf, and the guardian goddess disagrees, trying to convince the intuition. "Let us accompany my hero. This way, you can see if he is worthy of becoming your new master, without unnecessary risks." But his attitude remains casual about it, even sheathing the blade and calming it down. Not a chance. Gongja has his own principles. I can carry a sword I do not trust, Even if it is forged by a master smith, it just does not sit right with me. He strides in with fierce determination, shouting boldly, "Come at me," even raising his hands without a hint of resistance before the intuition's assessment. "Feel free to dig into my memories or whatever you want." This is nothing short of an entrance exam specifically for Gongja. The blade of compassion is testing his empathy. She does not hesitate and begins to delve into his memories through the feathers. The deepest memories Gongja has experienced flash before him. First, the image of a boy shedding tears, slowly melting under a gentle pat on the head. "Good master. Just try a little harder." Next is the horrified expression of a girl with bloodied hands. A sight that tugs at the heartstrings. You stand amidst fragments of memories, now only shades of black and white, shadowed by the figure of a girl, where the world has become meaningless. The final expression and last words of Baekhyang are forever etched in your mind. "My disciple." After a brief moment of delving into Gongja's memories, an intuition suddenly fell into a deep, contemplative silence. Her gaze seemed to pierce through everything, reaching the very core. Yet all she could utter was, "You felt pretty worn out from the impact of reading those memories." But even so, Gongja chose to be honest with her intuition, saying, "I am not perfect. I am easily swayed by people's good intentions and I want them to treat me kindly. And just to make them be nice to me, I would even push myself to become better. I will go to great lengths to be seen as a good person in the eyes of others, which could truly be my weakness." Her next words hit like an arrow straight to her dark heart, revealing that her predecessor was not perfect either. Gongja raised her sword, shining with a blinding light, expressing her own viewpoint. "I still do not know what great thoughts Lafanda A. Chaim possesses. Traveling the world to destroy constellations might seem like a noble act, but even so, I still believe he has gone astray." Standing before such a grand figure, your spirit did not waver at all. If she thought her former master was flawless, then she should not follow me. "I do not need a sword like that," the intuition speculated. "Are you planning to kill Lifando A. Chaim?" Gongja openly revealed her intent. "If he is someone who deserves to die, then yes, I will kill him." The intuition still wanted to probe you further. "Can you promise you won't let personal feelings cloud your judgment on this?" "Yet." Gongja turned away and casually replied, "I do not know." You revealed your emotional wounds to the intuition, seeking trust. "My master has died, and the martial arts world has been destroyed. There are too many casualties. I can't even grasp everything anymore. However, I promise you, I will do my best." She remained silent. Your gaze toward the intuition was filled with trust. "So if I am about to step off my path, I want you to do your utmost to help me stay the course." Meanwhile, her pure essence reflected Gongja's outstretched hand, her voice comforting those around her. "I will give it my all, and so will you. Meaning we will walk this path together." The intuition melted away like it was about to be heated. "Those fluids dripped down but never touched you." Gongja noticed a message. "My ability is to inflict suffering." She began to reveal her skills. "Those I strike will feel pain. If there are no wounds, then there will be no death. My power is to create pain without physical injuries." After merging with the current sword, the intuition truly submitted to Gongja, her new master. "I swear to serve you with the purest heart." The system immediately displayed a notification. The protective goddess has become even more radiant. The black sword embedded in the dragon began to melt away like lava. Even though its soul had dissipated and its body was melting, the dragon's satisfied sigh could still be heard. It had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and soon enough, that colossal body had decomposed into a pool of thick black liquid. Gongja silently watched as the black water dragon swept away everything on the ground without harming him. The air was filled with swirling snow and dust. The steward smiled, reflecting on how winter is the season of death. He was right to bring Gongja here. Finally, he had ended this lonely winter. Perhaps for the first time, the icy land could see the ground beneath the snow. As he looked up, his gaze met a snowflake hanging in the air. I could almost smell it. His hand brushed against the delicate snowflake. In just a few moments, it vanished in the blink of an eye, carrying the scent of spring in the air. Gongja began to feel nostalgic about the past, wondering if his master knew where the scent of spring came from. He did not dwell on those feelings for too long before turning to the steward, feeling a bit shy. Cleaning the floors also had its benefits. "I got to see the traits of others." He was not surprised at all. We knew that, because the steward was responsible for floors 21 to 30. This was what he had prepared for him. While the steward wanted to trim Gongja's toenails, he took the chance to read the information displayed next to him. Among his favorite characters, I spotted a Death Star, along with other characters from the story. He feigned ignorance. Perhaps that was how it was. But why? This made Gongja feel confused. Lafana Aim was the slayer of constellations. If you do not like him, that is understandable. But I do not get why you like him. The steward pondered for a moment. Finally, he turned away, deciding to reveal something. "Since you asked, I will answer just for you. There is something I have wished for a long time." Gongja was quite curious about this wish. The steward's eyes brightened when he mentioned it.
Yep.
I want to appear as a character in the novel I love. Gongja still did not fully grasp it. Can't you do that right now? You have the ability to travel freely through the apocalypse. The steward placed his hands on his hips. You can understand how the readers feel. He began to rise and express his thoughts. In the apocalypse, I am nothing but a foreign existence. The steward closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, as if silently praying for something. I do not belong to that world. He understood well that whether it was the Death Star that killed the constellations or me, we were alike in becoming foreign existences in this world. I do not want to enter a novel as a foreign being. I want to appear as a character that has existed from the very beginning. Gongja, with an expressionless face, still could not digest this. The steward did not share more and turned his attention to him. Now it is my turn to ask a question. It was a question he had not anticipated. Gongja, why did not you kill the Demon Lord? He explained that in her final moments, the Demon Lord reached a level where she could kill others, just with her bloodlust. While he was not as strong as her, but the memory of her lingered within him. If he summoned her as one of his hundreds of summoning crystals, she would definitely become a formidable force. Gongja's expression froze as the question was repeated. Why did not you kill her? You were about to respond. But before you could speak, the overseer interrupted, saying it is all right. Even if you do not answer, I still understand. He did not hesitate to lay bare the truth. You did not want to interfere with what would ultimately happen to your master. I feel the same way. I do not want to directly participate in the apocalypse either. What you desire is what I desire. That is why I refuse to engage. If that is the case, there is only one way to become a character in this story. He pulled a book from his bag and continued with the topic. I do not have to seek out the characters in the story. They must come to find me. The overseer had predicted this long ago. Lafanta Iram, the entity, is continuously eliminating constellations around the world. Perhaps he will eventually visit my world, the grand library of all creations. His sweet face was a stark contrast to the deadly intent behind his words. Aiming to kill me. That is when the overseer's wish will come to fruition. I am waiting for the day he visits my library. On that day, I will finally make my appearance in the tale of Lafanta Iram. From start to finish, Gongja still felt utterly lost. Even if the story's ending was also the end of him, the complex emotions lurking beneath his indifferent smile resurfaced. Indeed, he believed that dying at the hands of the protagonist was not the worst ending. Right. A whole snowy mountain suddenly glimmered as the sun peeked through. Gongja walked alongside the old spirit and the overseer under that beautiful sky. Everything was calm until a flurry of footsteps echoed in response to the call. Young master, Gongjin took the lead. Raising his hands and shouting a warm welcome, he just casually asked about the situation. Wondering if the preparations for the ceremony were complete, the other party suddenly appeared with an indescribable expression, saying, "Not yet. We are still working on it." He had no idea that the blood demon would point out directly that the body of the celestial demon was missing. This event truly left him in disbelief. He exclaimed, "What?" But the reply was, "You will understand once you see it for yourself." He recounted while guiding him. That as the snow suddenly melted, the body of the celestial demon also went missing. A few red petals floated past him with an apology. "Please forgive us. Everything happened quite unexpectedly." A dazzling array of flowers suddenly appeared before him. The deities did not have time to react. His words seemed to weave through each petal, and the gods thought that maybe the celestial demon's essence had merged with nature. The old spirit unexpectedly spoke just as he sat down, truly surprising him. He began speaking at the same moment the young man reached out. Even if the constellation of this world dies, it only leaves behind a curse. But when your master passes away, flowers bloom anew. Every word he spoke genuinely touched Gongja's heart. Clearly, your master was far superior to any constellation. After a moment, the blood demon added, "Of course, we had prepared for the funeral, and the deity likely wanted to participate." But Gongja simply replied. He gently responded, "It is no need to organize anything anymore." The other still looked confused, asking, "What?" Then Gongja chuckled softly as he shrugged off his coat. "When I became the young master, as tradition goes, some people in the sect still would not accept me. The law has always been that the strongest becomes the leader." Suddenly, my uncle burst with energy, suggesting we hold a competition instead of a funeral. That is the most meaningful way to send off someone. What matters most to us is the sword. Right. Just one sentence snapped everyone in the sect back to their senses. So let us use the sword techniques our master taught us. They quickly opened up their minds and eagerly grabbed their swords, ready to charge in, and so, a cheerful battle unfolded among the red flowers that evening. It was not until I returned to the library that I got the news. The Celestial Martial Sect would be moving to the 22nd floor. That announcement made me double-check to confirm. "Wait, what?" The sect casually explained. "We have decided to relocate. And that includes the training hall too. Just like those who inherit from the celestial demon, I have also become the disciple of the martial arts leader. The Celestial Martial Sect is ours, and it will join us in the Martial Alliance." I have no idea when he bought those 9,800 gold glasses and the 1,000 gold versatile spellbook. He still has faith in the future. Even though my master is weakened, he has not given up. The Grand Master said he would do everything to help him regain his internal energy. I am thinking of becoming his great protector for now. I quietly thought, a protector is someone who defends the sect. Not only that, I also understand that the great protector is the strongest among the guards. But he keeps talking endlessly. He seems very angry about the death of the celestial demon. I even feel sad when I look at him. At this moment, it is best to keep everyone busy training the next generation. This also helps strengthen the members of our sect. Leading me to one conclusion. The Poison Master wants to become the head of the Martial Arts Alliance. This conclusion left Gongra surprised and a bit stunned. You made him confused and ask, "Why are you looking at me like that?" You exclaimed. I am just a bit surprised to realize that not everyone can become the president of one of the top 5 sects. While saying this, I pondered why an otaku like him was so famous. I realized it is because he genuinely cares about the members of our sect. Receiving praise made him shyly scratch his head. Really, his whole face turned bright red. Don't get me wrong, I am just doing what is necessary. Being happy about receiving praise for something like this only makes the world worse. I can't let that happen. And then you stared at him. What you said scares me. However, the recent events were just enough to prompt me to reflect. I felt a bit lost. Do I have anyone I can call my own? Just then, the old spirit yelled, I want to smash him. Let us take the undead into the martial world in the next apocalypse. The steward boasted, check this out. I have made a special nail clipper for you. The sword also responded, with the divine song praising the brilliance of the hero still echoing today. The solemn image of the hero roared above the walls of the Empire. This chaos made me deny it. It definitely was not these 3 people, never. They are not even human. Suddenly, a hesitant voice came from behind you. Death King. You jumped in surprise to find that it was the fake Kim Shi, and she was excitedly reporting. We have successfully produced a large quantity of the zombie virus vaccine. If everyone gets vaccinated before heading to the 22nd floor, they will be just fine. Elash, you pushed your way closer to her. Are you planning to move? Miss Shi hesitantly exclaimed. Yep. You straightforwardly added. Your shop is pretty small right now. Is not. After completing this floor, my reputation and value skyrocketed. Are you still planning to keep your current shop? She looked even more confused. Well, I was thinking about expanding. But the land price on the first floor is so high that the landlord offered me a contract with an advance. You immediately interjected. Do not sign it. Gong happily clapped his hands, saying, I will provide the shop for you. And I will cover moving and furnishing costs too. The fake Kim Shi, glowing with excitement. Confirmed. Really? You reassured her again. Absolutely. You know I own the 2nd floor. Right. I will give you a great place. But I have my own request in return. I want you to prioritize the medicines I ask for. Can you do that? You would not refuse. Would you? Of course not. Right at that moment, the flamboyant king suddenly coughed loudly. He coughed while lamenting. Oh dear. My shop is located in a really remote area. It smells strange around there. And since it is on the 3rd floor, my knees hurt every time I have to climb up. If a young person could give me a place with fresh air, around 30,000 square meters, that would be ideal. Before he could even make any demands, the Sword King grabbed him and pulled him away. Sorry. Looks like my friend has been a bit rude. Though he did not resist, he still wanted to be. How dare you block your friend's business? I am running low on cash here, and with fewer requests. Making money is tough. Even as he disappeared from sight, his voice echoed. Tell everyone this: I cheated in the final match. I can walk the same path as Sir Mark Lister anymore. The cuteness of that line made both of them chuckle. As time passed, the scene shifted from the library to a village. People from all around flooded in, shouting, King, please sell us medicine. Prita up above was holding a megaphone, shouting, if you are here for medicine, please line up. And if you are here for the zombie vaccine, head to the Heavenly Martial Sect on the 22nd floor. While he was both eager and furious. What the hell? Who made me do this? How dare you make me do this? On the 22nd floor, everyone quickly organized. Please stay orderly. This is the training hall of the Heavenly Martial Sect. Do not busy taking notes and chatting. The old man snapped. We have plenty of customers. Do not rush. I came here to be your exclusive doctor. And now I have to help with vaccinations too. I have not even heard a thank you yet. Just as things started to calm down, the witch suddenly appeared and exclaimed, this is incredible. She praised. You have completed the Chronicle of the Demon God with a significant role. All the other hunters are pumped up because they do not want to be left behind by you. She smiled at the incredible progress. The tower's completion was ahead of schedule, and the system screen was showing the updates. Finally, Everyone was moving from the 21st floor of the Great Library of the Creator to the 24th floor of the mythical Dawn House. She turned to him, excited, saying, "At this rate, we will hit the 30th floor by next month. But is it really going to be that easy when everything is starting to go horribly wrong?" One by one, messages from the system flooded in. A notification for everyone. No one could count how many people had sacrificed themselves. All they knew was that today, the raid on the 25th floor had failed. The whole group stood on the ledge and witnessed it all. Let me repeat. Today, the raid on the 25th floor has failed. The 25th floor is a book titled Tales from Sami Win Academy, a romantic fantasy with a low difficulty level. For 2 to 5 participants, according to many descriptions, Sami Win is an ancient magic academy. It is a typical school where friendships and rivalries, love and jealousy unfold. This apocalyptic book could become just a simple academy story or a relic with world-destroying power sealed beneath the academy. And the reason for their failure. The protagonist, Fiai, the prince, was captured by a reincarnated student. She was the one who unsealed the relic, releasing the great evil within and destroying the world. At this moment, the witch still could not believe it. How could the count and the knight lose? She mumbled. This is confusing. Ridiculous. They were the strongest couple. And the steward just stood by. How humiliating. Faced with the fearful and doubtful expressions, he sighed. But what happened had happened. The light from the side quickly flickered as the steward closed the book, unable to do anything else after the raid failed. Please understand. Then he smiled and finished his thought. Even though it could be corrected, when he got home, he was still annoyed, standing in the bathroom to regain his composure. He expressed his frustration. Damn it. I have never read a romance before. I can't just let the count and the knight die, and the librarian suggested I should do something. The old spirit did not quite get it. Why not give up and join another raid? Suddenly, he pulled out his sword for the old man to see and said, I do not think it is that simple. He pressed it against his neck and laughed. The sword reacted just before the book closed, meaning there was a sister sword in this world. And even Sparkly agreed with that theory. So the old spirit pointed out, but you have read martial arts novels before. You did well last time. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively stabbed his weapon through his throat, saying, Time reversed. And when he returned, he raised his hand to volunteer. I will take command on this wall. His words left Ryan Ju and the paladin stunned into silence. The opponent awkwardly spoke up. Sorry. Death King. I did not know you read romance too. Scratching his head bashfully. No need to apologize. Honestly, I am a total rookie in these kinds of romance stories. With a piercing gaze, she leaned in and asked, Then why do you want a command on this wall? Her terrifying gaze made him think. Oh man. She seems really serious about this. But I can't back down because if I do, she will fail. He stammered. I really want to give it a shot. And with that, he became even more determined. I can let her take the lead. He clenched his fists to resist her intimidation, considering that when it comes to feelings, it is better to let someone knowledgeable handle it. She is fine and all. But I have finished the Chronicle of the Demon but have not read a martial arts story yet. She hesitated. True. But in the end, he chose to be honest. And more importantly, I have a bad feeling about this floor. Please let me join. Maybe because she understood him. The witch immediately agreed. It is not about right or wrong. But he had already proven his strength. Paladin called out in shock. The Dragon Lord unexpectedly. There is also the Sword King. I think I should follow the Death King. Maybe he knows something. She was even more incredulous. Even you, the Holy Sword. Seeing them speak up, he happily thought. Great. Everyone is supporting me. And he clapped his hands. Deciding. Then I will choose my teammates. He quickly set the stage. I will go with the best right now. Do not be sad if you are not chosen. The witch chuckled. The best? According to her, he immediately became suspicious and turned to look at her. She straightforwardly patted his shoulder. This is a love story. Even though I have not read much of this kind, I think I am suited for it, from my personal perspective. Even if I can say I have more experience than everyone else. If we are talking about the best, is not that me? What do you think? He suddenly felt confused. She was acting strangely. Unexpectedly, Paladin was equally excited. You are wrong. The Dragon Lord. Feelings and magical feelings are very different. If feelings are a sweet cake, then magical feelings are a cake covered in chocolate. Death King. I am sure someone experienced and knowledgeable like me should go. These words left him baffled. Was she being metaphorical? Is she really experienced? Even Ryan Ju was eager to join the fray. Is not love something you can buy with money? Dating rich people is better because love is power, and power is money. I think I will be really necessary in this story. Gong complained. Again. I do not understand why everyone thinks they know about these romance novels. The tense situation made him frown and stay silent for a long time. Then he exclaimed in astonishment. Heretic judge. Why do not you join me in this novel? The three of them exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even the casual observer had to be taken aback, but the heretic himself could not handle it and stood there dumbfounded. Oh boy. Then he happily extended his hand. All right. I will follow every request from the Death King. The witch could not even accept it. Death King. Are you out of your mind? She quickly gritted her teeth and whispered. He does not understand empathy. He is a lunatic. And even if I tone it down, he is still a sociopath. Why would you bring someone like that into a love story? She made him call out. A dragon lord, you better be careful with your answer for her. I may not know much about love, but I do know the most important thing. She does not understand something. Even the witch can't believe your answer is about appearances. This answer leaves her speechless, staring at the heretic for a moment. Eventually, she has to admit this harsh reality. Yeah, that is right. But you have got another reason. And you can also use holy magic, so you have the power to face any situation. Plus, you follow everything I say. But there are things you have not told her. More importantly, the Inquisitor says whatever he thinks without holding back. There is not much difference between his thoughts and what comes out of his mouth. This honesty is something amazing in love. When they arrive, the manager chuckles. A new group this time. All right. I am really looking forward to this. You flip the page with a flourish, revealing the theme of love. It is that time when everyone talks about love, which transcends status, background, and everything else. Maybe that is why true love is so hard to find. Love comes from actions and awareness. But too many people focus only on fleeting feelings. You whisper as 3 cards fly out. A momentary emotion or true love. I grant you the privilege to witness it. Next, they fly toward where you are standing. You have completed the chronicle of the celestial dim and up to the hidden screen. You will receive a worthy reward for this. And I will give it to you. You blurt out in confusion. What is this? They each carry messages like faceless card. A coincidence eavesdropping too perfectly. And oh, I did not mean anything by that. After reading it, you are completely lost. What the heck is this? Yet the other party just keeps saying. They are very useful. They will be your trump cards. Before the two of them could be teleported, the manager reminded them. You can check the final gift in the Book of Revelation. You only had time to let out a sound of surprise. It seems the hint only goes that far because you opened the book again. Death King. Inquisitor. I choose 2 people to participate in the story at Sun My Gwyn Academy. The spell quickly activates. And when you open your eyes, the 2 of you will be sent back 7 days before the world-destroying event occurs. Brother Sang erupts with a wave of your hand. I hope you 2 create a beautiful ending. Just recently, they were in the library. But now Gong is being awakened by someone Miss and the manager. The moment of stepping into the character from the book begins with the words, how rude and foolish. The newly arrived heretic gets slapped in a way that leaves him utterly confused. Then both of them realize which roles they are playing. Gongra the manager and the Inquisitor Miss. After that sudden slap like a bolt from the blue, heretic stumbles and falls to the floor. And the whole hall goes silent. After a moment, heretic finally speaks up, his voice filled with sheer panic. Still not understanding what just happened. At this moment, Lavian is furious, shouting, what a foolish, reckless thing. Heretic stands up and slowly touches the red mark on his cheek, innocently saying, did I do something wrong? That slap really hurt. Lavian does not answer his question. Instead, she raises her hand and slaps him again, leaving both of them stunned and unable to react. The commotion created by the 2 of them caught the attention of everyone nearby, and Lavian was still fuming as she spoke. How could anyone act like nothing happened after saying something so ridiculous? So you want to copy me? You just started thinking about the current situation. Today is the social gathering for the noble classes. Despite her anger, Gong remained remarkably calm, analyzing and recalling Lavian's identity. And the young lady standing in front of us is none other than the villainess from the prophecy book. Based on the memories of the Count and the Knightly Order. When they erased this part, Lavian's true identity began to unfold. In this empire, where alchemy and magic thrive, she is the daughter of a duke, second in power only to the royal family. This prophecy book will be destroyed in 7 days. The reason for its demise. The villainess's Fida, the crown prince, had his heart stolen by a girl who crossed into this world. Lavian clenched her fists, angrily calling for someone. Wait, where are the servants? Get over here. A group of well-dressed men hurried over from a distance. Responding. Yep. Miss. Gongra rushed to grab Heretic's arm. Still stunned by the situation before him, he just raised his hand and stammered, trying to stop it. The servants respectfully answered the young lady. Yep. Miss. Heretic pulled his hand away from his butler And despite Gongra's attempts to stop him, he walked up to Lavian and spoke bluntly. Are you feeling unwell? That is not good. Let me help you. Heretic's words only fueled Lavian's rage. Her teeth clenched so tightly it seemed like they might shatter, while Heretic acted like he did not even notice. One more word, and it is going to get worse for you. You should really see a doctor instead of standing around at this party. Lavian trembled with anger, her voice barely a whisper as she issued her command. Immediately, get out of my sight, and throw that butler in jail too. Lavian's fury reached its peak. She could not stand it for another second. The servants began to fulfill their duty, escorting the two who had just spoken. Sorry. Please come with us. Heretic panicked and yelled, but he was quickly warned to lower his voice. Our Lady is very sensitive to loud noises. Reluctantly, he and Gongra were dragged out of the party, struggling against their captors. Where are you taking us? They were shoved out the door, and he yelled in frustration. Wait. Those are the Duke's servants. His anger boiled over as he let out a loud complaint. Gongra shook the locked door from the outside, while Heretic comfortably lay on the ground, muttering, Oh no, this is not good. Looks like I am the main character in this story now. They were locked up in a cell with only a small window, letting in the moonlight. And all he could do was sigh. I can't believe this. Now sitting up, Heretic looked at his hands in new form, excitedly saying, Even though I was dressed as a girl when I was little, who would have thought I would end up as the female lead in a novel? This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Gongra frowned, feeling utterly helpless. But he maintained his optimism despite the situation. So jealous, he said with a bright smile. Life is still beautiful. Your Highness, just keep your chin up. Suddenly, a dazzling light emitted from his hand, and he excitedly exclaimed, Spell. Transform. Heretic caught Gong's attention and turned to look, feeling a bit shy, surprised by the slight change in his voice. Gong asked, Your voice sounds different. Heretic replied with an adorable smile. Yeah, I tweaked my vocal cords a bit. Do I sound more like a girl now? Gong was amazed and complimented him, saying, You are really nailing it. You look just like a true noble lady now. Just remember to watch your words a little more. He beamed brightly, lifting the hem of his dress and said respectfully, Thank you, sir, with a gentle smile. He thought, even though turning into a butler and the main character of a novel was a bit unexpected, everything would probably work out just fine. Heretic smiled contentedly and said, You look a lot less gloomy than before, feeling a bit relieved. He thought it was all thanks to the judge's spell and his regression skills. Gong, surprised, asked him to explain what he meant, saying, Ever since we came back from the demon realm, your expression has been pretty dark. That is understandable. He replied, I just lost my beloved master, which is why I am so anxious about this raid. I am also worried that my negative feelings might affect my performance tomorrow, but it seems I was overthinking it. Gong stepped closer and said, You can read people's moods just by looking at their faces. His gaze sharpened as he replied, Exactly. I may not know what despair feels like, but I understand it all too well. Gong was genuinely surprised by what he said. Impressive? He continued analyzing. Even machines can jam up if a part breaks down. Right. Tension is the weak point for people. And if you leave it unchecked, it can dig deep into your mind. Make sure you keep it under control. Gong started to understand his friend better, realizing he was trying to grasp human emotions in his own unique way. Even if he was a bit odd, he was incredibly interesting. Then, Heretic seemed to discover something and excitedly said, By the way, something felt really off just now. Gong asked curiously, What do you mean? In the cell filled with junk, he started questioning the recent events. From what I gather, we got thrown in here for insulting the nobility. Right, Gong agreed. I think so too. He was thrilled by the response and then became serious, saying, Our souls are more aligned now. It is, but back to the topic usually. Those in power have to give orders. There should be guards or a military unit stationed outside watching the prisoners. Right, he shared his deduction. But now he did not feel anyone outside the door. However, the window was another story. Right after he spoke, a group of people dressed in black and masked rushed in through the window. Grabbing them, one of them shouted, You can kill that man, but do not harm that girl. Gong drew his sword from his waist, reciting the incantation to summon his power. Sparky. It is, as he drew his sword, he managed to block one of their attacks, realizing it was time to make a decisive move. Gong said, Right now. He swung his sword decisively, blood spraying everywhere. The Heretic swung his chain-wrapped sword fiercely at the enemy, still smiling as he said, My lord, you really should not wipe them all out just yet. We still need to figure out who is behind all this, so we should keep at least one alive. In the blink of an eye, the Heretic and Gong had taken care of them. The two tied them up as the captive stammered, Weren't you just a weak little noble? Blood splattered on their faces and clothes. The heretic stepped closer, cheerfully saying, I will give you 3 choices. Tai held his bloodied sword, raised a finger, and declared, if you want to die now, just say the word. He continued, revealing the second condition as they trembled in fear. Let us interrogate you and spill all the crucial information. He spoke with booming confidence. 3. Voluntarily give us all the information to avoid torture and save your skins. One of them, furious, spat back, you crazy dog. Just kill me already. The heretic did not hesitate at his words. Swiftly sending him on a one-way trip to the underworld with a single swing, he cheerfully replied, all right, let us do this. He turned to the guy next to him and asked, have the rest of you made up your minds? The guy was so scared he could not even utter a word. That guy was now so terrified. Tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded, please spare us. We were just following orders. The heretic asked with satisfaction. So at least you have to tell us why you tried to assassinate us. Losing patience, he gripped his weapon tightly and threatened, still can't decide. Fine. Let me speed things up for you. The 2 remaining captives immediately panicked and begged, please spare our lives. We are begging you. Gong stepped in, grabbing his hand to stop him, calmly saying, hold on. We do not need to resort to this just yet. He nervously thought to himself, if this keeps up, this romance novel's going to get a mature rating. He moved closer to them, coolly asking, listen up and hear my question clearly. Then Gong pointed at the iron bars scattered on the floor and asked them, it looks like you guys cut through the window pretty easily. Or did you know we would be locked up here and had it prepped for us? They were sweating bullets. And at that moment, a system window popped up showing their thoughts under his watchful gaze. We only heard a girl was to be brought down here. They stammered. Damn it. They said she was just an ordinary girl. You guys are pulling our leg. After a moment of observation, he concluded, they really did know we were going to be trapped here. He seriously asked them, back then, you said it was fine to kill that man, but leave her unharmed, right? You were not planning to hurt her, were you? They stuttered, avoiding his gaze as if they did not want to answer. In the meantime, a pink notification appeared showing their thoughts. We were just hired to capture her. Okay, the client was very clear. She had to be unharmed, not a scratch on her. That is why we formed a team of 4, just in case. The heretic was wiping blood off his face while Gong started to stand up, adjusting his shirt, saying, I think I might know who the culprit is. The heretic exclaimed in surprise. Did you figure it out that fast? He responded nonchalantly. His gaze shifted toward the shattered window, analyzing the situation. The culprit must be someone with immense power to have hired 4 assassins to infiltrate the academy. Moreover, they clearly understood the security system of this place inside and out. He recalled the girl at the party and the female antagonist who shouted at us earlier. This girl is ruining my view. Get her out of my sight. He continued to voice his deductions. She never specified where to take us, but the servants instinctively knew to escort us right into the trap set by the assassins. Heretic, starting to connect the dots, responded so clearly. That female antagonist is the mastermind behind this. His expression suddenly turned sinister, but that seemed a bit too obvious. Right. Heretic explained. Well, I may be like this right now. She is still the main character in this apocalyptic tale. Here she was, a noble lady involved with the soon-to-be crowned prince. She approached the cell where the 2 were held. And Heretic, still oblivious, continued speaking. Yet the female antagonist dared to bring me here and hire someone to assassinate us. She is the daughter of a duke, which means she will get dragged into a huge scandal. That means the real culprit is not the female antagonist at all. As someone began to open the dungeon door, the 2 continued their assumptions. Completely unguarded, the one trying to make her look like the culprit, and who values me so much that they demanded not to touch a single hair on me. Suddenly, someone burst in from outside, wrapping their arms around him and exclaiming, Sylvia, it is, I am here to protect you. With his striking golden hair, he introduced himself. I am the sole heir of this kingdom. He was the prince, the main character in the story. The sight before him made Gong Ra feel incredibly uncomfortable, and he grimaced. Let us rewind to the beginning of the story. Last year, 2 ladies were named by the emperor, one of them being Sylvia Vancia, girl with elegantly curled golden hair, playing joyfully in a field of flowers, her smile dazzling under the sun. The golden flower bloomed beautifully among the vibrant blooms, and from that moment on, the people of this land began to call her. With beautiful green eyes that were both cute and mischievous, she was known as Lady Golden Blossom, the main female character in this world. The next lady mentioned was completely the opposite in beauty. That would be the other lady, Lavian Avantia, a noble flower. Always holding her head high. Excelling in everything. From that moment on, she was called, distinguished by her cold red eyes that exuded both mystery and allure. She was known as Lady Silverlie, the female antagonist in the apocalyptic tale. The two became unlikely rivals, unexpectedly crossing paths among the names of the noble ladies presented during the grand debut ball. With their contrasting colors, they inadvertently clashed, igniting an inevitable underground battle. However, since both ladies were studying at the same academy, it was impossible to avoid the storm that would arise within its walls. Coming back after absorbing the memories of the character, Gong is left bewildered by this storyline. Back in the present, he sees that prince again, who glances back at him with a look of disdain. Watching the scene unfold, he can't hide his incredulous expression. Is this guy really being this rude for a so-called noble prince? He speaks with a sneer. Look, you are still alive. Gong is so mad that his face darkens, cursing under his breath. What is wrong with this guy? He is seriously getting on my nerves. Despite the irritation, he responds politely. Yep. Your Highness, I am still safe and sound. He releases heretic and turns to Gong with a look of annoyance, saying disdainfully, you really got lucky, did not you? Gong's muscles are so tense he can barely keep it together, but he maintains his calm facade, though his words carry a hint of sarcasm. It is all thanks to your Highness's graciousness. Inside, he is assessing this guy's attitude, thinking, what am I even saying here? You are the one behind this assassination attempt, are not you? He smirks condescendingly and replies, you flatter me too much. How can everything good in this world be attributed to my generosity? It is because you managed to protect yourself and Sinvia from those fierce assassins earlier. That is your own luck, and I should express my appreciation for that. The atmosphere shifts to a darker tone, and Gong clenches his fists, thinking, this curly-haired jerk again. He always feels like this prince is out to attack him, downplaying his true abilities and calling it luck. Is he really trying to keep me under his thumb? At this moment, his character synchronization rate is slowly rising. Gong places a hand on his chest and calmly states, Miss Kim is my master. I am under her ownership. Suddenly, he confidently retorts, what is lucky about a sword that protects its master? He is shocked by his own words, thinking, what am I doing? This is getting incredibly unstable. Just imagine the drama when an ordinary butler confronts the crown prince. Gong instinctively covers his mouth in fear, but his lips betray him as he continues. I am just a tool that knows how to fulfill its duties. I do not deserve such praise from your Highness. System notification. You are synchronizing with your character. The synchronization rate has increased slightly. Current level is 1%. Gong holds back his fear, thinking, what the hell? The prince looks like he is about to explode, grinding his teeth as he says, noble families like yours must really prioritize fawning over competency when selecting servants. If the king knew, he would be so disappointed. Right now, Gong is screaming internally. Do not push me. Curly hair. Gong clenches his jaw and struggles to say, I hope you will forgive me for saying this, but everything under your rule is perfect. Looking at the current situation, he thinks, this is absurd. He imagines the blood-soaked scenarios from movies, thinking, I would willingly sacrifice my life to protect you, dear lady. And you too? Butler. As fiery scenes flicker across a TV screen, he thinks, make sure to stay safe. Kim Gong watches, frustrated, saying, a monster from ancient times is invading the world, and these two are just cuddling. Now's not the time for that. This guy's already been through the ringer. The synchronization level slowly creeping up. You are sensing with your character, and right now, it is at 2%. The prince grumbled. So now it is a war of words. Is it? He pondered deeply, realizing that this was the reason the Night Guild and the Duke had flopped in this story. He shot back confidently, saying there is no one more trustworthy than His Highness. I sincerely hope the lady will uncover the mastermind behind the assassination, bring them to justice, and ensure they face fitting punishment as a warning to others. He held Heretic tightly, turning to you with confidence. Absolutely. He looked down on you with disdain and casually remarked, seems like Miss Sinvia is still in shock. There might still be some assassins lurking around, so let me protect her today. Gong gritted his teeth to endure and bowed respectfully, saying, please forgive my rudeness. Since things have turned out this way, we should take Miss Sinvia somewhere comfortable so she can relax as much as possible. I hope my master can be in her beloved room like she always has. Gong struggled against the system's synchronization control, feeling like a fish out of water, telling himself to hold it together. He immediately shot back from his side. Are you saying she will be uncomfortable being with me? The system chimed in again. You are sensing with your character. You tried to speak up to find a way out. Sorry about that. The synchronization level slowly increased, and now it is at 3%. You helplessly sighed. Can we pause for a sec? Suddenly, the old spirit appeared, calling you out. What are you up to? You were shocked when he called you. Azord Emperor, oh wait. I mean. Excuse me. Sword Emperor, without any preamble. He scolded you. Is your brain on vacation? You turned to him, pleading. Please get me out of this. I am about to lose my mind. Do something to save me. He stroked his chin, pretending to think. In this situation, he leaned closer to Gong, whispering to you. You little live wire. Every time I look from afar, you seem to be causing quite the scandal. But now you are doing something just as scandalous as the main character in the reader's delusions. After hearing him, you thought to yourself, forget what I said. Just staying quiet is a blessing for me. Suddenly, Heretic beside him spoke up, startling him as he turned back and asked, Sinvia, what is wrong? Heretic boldly pushed him away without mercy. Your eyes lit up with excitement. How intriguing. Heretic placed both hands on her hips, saying, right now, I am feeling something I have never felt before. Her words made everyone around you immediately turn to look at you. My heart's racing. This is so strange. You excitedly ran toward the prince, grabbing his hand, saying, looks like the owner of this body really likes you. His face slowly turned red. He gazed at you affectionately, then softly called out the character that Heretic was portraying. Sinvia. Before he could express his feelings, Heretic was suddenly yanked away through him, leaving him looking stunned. You really, at this moment, Gong had firmly grasped Heretic's hand and said seriously, Miss, let us head back to your room. You did not give her a chance to refuse and continued. You still need to carry on with your daily life tomorrow. Right. In Heretic's eyes, the serious figure of Gong Jia was reflected, making Heretic understand his intentions. We can't forget, we are here for a duty, with a clear purpose, to wipe this situation clean. Heretic seemed to catch on to the meaning behind his words and quickly replied. Right. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. But I must return to my quarters with the butler now. He bowed respectfully, cheerfully saying, have a good evening. I am off. He felt a twinge of regret as he left. Heretic and Gong Jia stepped out of the dungeon, still unbothered as he remarked, things are getting more complicated by the minute. He was still furious, dark energy radiating around him. Synchronized. I never imagined such a trap existed. That mouth of his eye was incredibly jealous when I saw you hugging that curly-haired guy. Heretic chuckled at his thoughts. This is something we never anticipated. Heretic suddenly asked Gong Jia. How much synchronization have you reached so far? Gong Jia, frustrated, scratched his head and replied, just about 3% already. That is fast. Thankfully I stopped in time. Heretic perked up at that, responding excitedly, that is awesome. For me, I just shot up to 10% in the blink of an eye. Gong Jia quickly asked Heretic, what did you just say? Doubts crept into his mind. Only a short time spent with the prince, and his synchronization level shot up to 10%. He reached into his pocket for something, thinking, this is worse than I thought by a long shot. Gong Jia's expression turned grave as he seriously suggested to Heretic that they should prepare some safety measures. Just then, a shadow approached, using the keyword go. This will be used to trigger our minds in any situation. For example, if I say carrot, the immediate response would be radish. For instance, Heretic was happily discussing this with him. This will be our private signal. As he was speaking, he noticed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he enthusiastically said, so what should we choose as our word? In front of them stood Lady Lavian and her attendants. Her sharp and beautiful face illuminated, making her look even more enchanting. Heretic's face turned serious, but his words were playful. Prince, I suddenly feel like I hate that girl. Then he looked at Gong Jia excitedly, saying, I'm so curious. Heretic placed both hands over his mouth, drawing a calm smile, saying, I wonder what my face looks like right now. Gong Jia's eyes widened in fear, sweat trickling down his handsome face. At that moment, the system announced, you are synchronizing with your character. Current synchronization level 4%. A notification panel with intricate designs and 2 neatly tied red curtains appeared. A familiar motif from the #1 romantic fantasy novel. Every man around the female lead is suspect, and all too familiar trope from the #2 romantic fantasy novel. The phoenix disguised as a black fruit. Presently, in a corridor of a large mansion, Heretic stood there. Beside him was Gong Jia, facing Lady Lavian and 4 of her guards. A beam of pink light shone on Gong Jia's face, and he sensed something was off. His eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat forming on his handsome face as he saw Heretic standing there, frozen and silent. Gong Jia raised his hand forward, as if trying to wake Heretic up. I have to get him up right now, Gong Jia anxiously called out in a daze. Judgment of heresy. At that moment, Lavian immediately started singing. Miss Kim, seeming to be just fine. He was startled by her voice, and the worry on his face only deepened with fear. She called him that before I could even use his proper name from the tower. Heretic simply smiled faintly, accepting Lavian's teasing words. I heard she had been attacked. But honestly, I expected nothing less from someone raised on the border. The smile remained on Heretic's lips. He was unfazed by Lavian's prickly comments. Then he gently touched his finger to his lips. Heretic wanted to hear more of what she had to say, and Lavian's icy voice continued to resonate. She was persistent. I guess a few lowly assassins were nothing to her. Heretic closed his eyes, carefree and cheerful as he responded to Lavian. Did you really come all this way at this late hour, just to check on my health? I am truly grateful that someone as lowly as me has garnered so much concern from those around me. Including you. Your Highness. Lavian's eyes flickered with agitation at Heretic's reply. With suspicion. She retorted. The prince came to see me not out of concern for me, but because you are the one behind those assassins. Right. Gongja's expression grew increasingly tense as he seemed to contemplate something. Lavian lost her composure, her beautiful face glistening with beads of sweat as she angrily declared. That kind of lowliness does not just stem from one's background, but also from a person's character and mindset. Act in accordance with your noble title. Gongja began to feel more anxious. Why was Heretic provoking her? Heretic acted as if he was oblivious to Lavian's fury. He simply said, I did not know that someone's appearance at a social gathering was considered standard behavior for nobility. Heretic grinned mischievously and made a suggestion, hoping it was not too much to ask. But could I stay in the living room here? It seems like this lady is quite skilled at fighting, and I would like to learn a thing or two. Inside, he was screaming. Stop it. Judgment. Shut up. But Lavian's subordinate shouted angrily. Miss Kim, you have gone too far. How dare the daughter of a petty baron from the border speak like that? Gongja immediately stepped forward from behind Heretic, bowing his head in apology. Please forgive us. He lowered his gaze respectfully. Our lady is probably still in shock from the terrible incident earlier, so she must need some time to rest. It is quite late now. May we take our leave? In Lavian's eyes, his reflection was clear as he continued to persuade her to ease the tense situation. I think it is not too late to resolve this misunderstanding tomorrow morning. Right. The lady subordinates, witnessing Gongja's actions, were filled with anger, thinking, how dare anyone stand in front of the lady? Lavian raised her hand to stop them. You gently called out respectfully, Miss Sylvia, and Heretic poked her head out happily, asking, what are you talking about, Gong? The butler. You took Heretic's hand and suggested, please keep the peace. You immediately pulled Heretic along, and she suddenly shouted back at Gong. Butler, wait a minute. I still have something to say to her. Do not just interrupt our conversation like that. After walking for a bit, you suddenly stopped and called out to Lavian. I can't let the characters synchronize any longer. Miss Luli Silver. Miss Lavian coolly replied from behind. What is it? Gong placed a hand on his chest and smiled gently, saying, I have always respected the independence of the servants in this household. What I witnessed tonight was truly impressive. They have so much dignity. Unlike a bland person like me. You bowed your head before Lavian and said respectfully, I have learned a lot from all of you tonight. Though my status is humble, I still want to show my respect to you, Miss and everyone. You smiled brightly as you tightly held Heretic's hand, saying goodbye to the lady. Now we are off. You grabbed Heretic's hand and quickly left the place. After walking for a while to a white flower tree, you stopped, panting, still holding Heretic's hand tightly. Gong turned to Heretic, anxiously holding her shoulders and asking, Heretic, are you awake now? Her gaze opened wide but empty. Then she suddenly asked, what did I just say? Inside a brightly lit window of Sun Maiguin Academy, Gong and Cynthia had returned to their room. Gong shut the door and gritted his teeth, saying, we need to establish a unique signal. Heretic, sitting on the chair, casually asked Gong, a unique signal. Gong recalled the issues he had pondered all day. I have been thinking all day. We can't keep going on like this. Heretic rested her hand on her face, sighing, that is true. You are right. We need to do something. Gong immediately rushed over and cupped Heretic's adorable little face in his hands. Lifting her chin, he exclaimed loudly, almost shouting, spring is here. A withering bloom. In the dark, quiet space outside, Gong's voice echoed. When I say spring is here, you will respond with a withering bloom. That'll be our unique signal, a phrase to wake you up. After sharing his idea, he seriously suggested, let us try it out now. Spring is here. Heretic's face was still in his hands as she replied with her tiny lips. A bloom. You furrowed your brows and said, once more, spring is here. Heretic cheerfully responded, a withering bloom. Gong gripped her face and shook it playfully. You laughed, your eyes sparkling with joy, saying, all right, I am awake. Gong proudly said, good job. Heretic, feeling calmer, gratefully thanked him. Thank you. So much happened today. It was like a storm. Gong cheerfully ran off, Turning back to ask Heretic, "Do you want a cup of tea to calm down?" She smiled brightly and replied, "No trouble at all." After that, Gong opened the cabinet searching for a teacup. Pondering, how does a dorm room have a kitchen? That is just how rich people spend their money. It is way too early to give up. After a bit of searching, he brought a cup and teapot to the table, saying, "All right, let us." As he started to brew tea, imagining the wonderful scenes and comfort that comes with it. Here's how to brew Mrs. favorite golden tea. Rinse the teapot and cup with hot water, using 2 different teapots. One for steeping the tea, the other for holding it. Do not mix them up. Finally, do not forget to add some milk and a spoonful of honey. And Mrs. favorite cup of tea is ready. We brought this precious honey along specifically for moments like this, because usually Miss lives quite simply. So indulging in a little luxury every now and then is a real treat. Suddenly, Gongda realized he had turned into a total butler, and it was getting out of hand. The system announces, "You are syncing up with your character." The sudden spike in synchronization makes him grumble with annoyance. He was so mad that he dumped the entire pile of crumbs in his hand into the cup he was holding, muttering, "What the heck is this shabby novel? Who just puts sugar in black tea and gets this worked up?" Sparkly is worried about your current mental state. Love and espionage. Seriously, who cares about Mel? He recalls his past self and the present, slowly realizing the difference. He truly can't let this progress any further. After everything he has been through to get to this point, it feels like he is slowly losing himself. Gongda sets the tea tray down on the table, and Heretic, slightly startled, replies, "Thanks, Prince of Death." After sipping for a while, he suddenly feels something odd and comes to a halt. Heretic, looking shocked, exclaims, "Prince of Death, this tea tastes strange. If my taste buds are not broken, it seems a bit salty." Behind him, Gongda, confused, asks, "Isn't tea supposed to taste like that?" Looking at the colorful tea cup, Heretic hesitantly says, "Is this really tea? It is so salty it could only be seawater." Gongda, still fuming, says, "Just drink it quietly." Not knowing how to argue back, Heretic tries to chug it all down in one go. He forces a smile, trying to forget the salty taste on his tongue, and manages to stammer some polite words. "Thank you, kind sir." But inside, he thinks differently. "My taste buds are totally wrecked." Gongda, satisfied, says, "There you go. Now that is the spirit." Hearing this, Heretic sets down his teacup eagerly and asks, "What is the plan for the day?" Gongda, feeling irritated, responds with a grunt, "Let us." He remembers the plot that is about to unfold. The one who destroys this world is the villainess, Lily, who was originally engaged to the prince. So when the prince falls for the golden girl, the feeling of betrayal and losing her love will shatter her world. Her hatred will ultimately become the force that destroys everything. He declares, "We have to help the prince and the villainess get together." He raises 2 fingers to analyze the issue for Heretic to understand, or else they must shatter the intense feelings one side has for the other. Aim for one of those options. Heretic chuckles lightly and asks, "Planning to burn someone's house down?" Gongda clenches his fist, staring intently at his hand, lost in thought. Having spent over 20 years of his life dating, he has not saved much for this. But breaking up a couple is definitely easier than nurturing feelings for them. Right. Heretic suddenly speaks up. "Have you thought of any ideas yet?" He confidently gestures in one direction and replies. Then, a surge of dark energy erupts where he just pointed, behaving even more like a lady. The black smoke converges into a humanoid form as he states his plan. "So what if we do not act like the lady and butler anymore? The synchronization index is going to drop, or at least it won't increase anymore." Heretic, with an amused look, watches as the creature begins to take shape. With a snap of his fingers, a figure emerges from the swirling black smoke. It is none other than the legendary Fire King, who points at him cheerfully and says, "So from now on, let us start our journey as a pair of a spoiled princess and her terrible manager." A solemn announcement appears, offering a hint of familiar trope from the romance fantasy genre. Number 3. Want to bring a couple together? Easy peasy. First, make them hate each other. Think of love as thunder and hate as lightning. Naturally, when the sky clears and suddenly there is a flash of lightning, thunder is sure to follow. In a romantic campus setting, students are filing into class one by one. Bailan whispers to her friend Pinker next to her, "Did you sleep well last night?" Her friend beams and replies, "So well. What about you?" The two giggle and chat as they walk, Bailan recounting, "Absolutely. The rain last night was beautiful. And this morning I feel totally refreshed. I was thinking about having toast for breakfast." Her friend chimes in, eager to hear about that rainy night. "I want to hear all about your sweet dream. Let us grab breakfast together." Bailan instantly replies, "That sounds amazing." Suddenly, they both stop in shock, numbed, Pinker asks, "Did you sleep well yesterday?" They can't believe their eyes and gasp. The princess of the golden world. Today, Heretic is not dressed as an angel. He is lounging in baggy pants and dark sunglasses, nonchalantly chewing on grass, looking like a proper rebel while loudly declaring, "No way. It was a nightmare." Bai Lan, overwhelmed, is at a loss for words. Heretic, with a heavy hand gesture, angrily states, "I almost died from an assassination attempt last night. I could not even get a wink of sleep, and yet this morning, you girls were asking me if I slept well." Heretic takes off his glasses and leans in close to Bai Lan, saying, "I am the one who braved the storm. It is the timid ones like you who need a good night's sleep. Right now, your mind feels peaceful. Is it because your skull is still intact? Or maybe your brain is still functioning normally?" Bai Lan, unable to handle the intensity, faints, and Pinker next to her gasps. Bai Lan. Seeing Bai Lan's condition, Pinker panics and shouts, "Breathe. Can you still hear me?" Then she turns and yells at Heretic, "Golden Princess. How could you say something so harsh?" Heretic tosses aside his glasses, her eyes turning fierce as she smirks and says, "What is all this commotion about? I am just answering her question." Pinker screams for help. "Someone call for the nurse." Heretic points at another innocent friend, looks up at the sky, and mocks, "Why is your hair red? Did your skull crack and let your brain spill out? You are already not looking too bright. And now you have got the risk of being intellectually challenged too. Better pick up your brain." The red-haired girl, terrified, covers her face and falls to the ground, while nearby people exclaim, "Miss." Heretic turns back, excited, gives a thumbs up to Gongja, then satisfied says, "Death King. You really are number one. This synchronization process is going splendidly. Remembering what they discussed last night, let us truly become a pair of a spoiled princess and her deep-spirited manager. The beta teacher of the universe will guide you down the most beta path on Earth, and I will do my best to learn." Heretic is raving about Gongja's plan, saying it is incredibly effective. Gongja politely places a hand on his chest and replies, "Thank you for your kind words, my lady." Heretic cheerfully declares, "From now on, I am putting all my trust in you. Totally reliable and absolutely perfect." "Your Highness." Suddenly, Gongja is sitting on Heretic's leg, and he is taken aback, asking, "Wait, why are you sitting on my leg? Is this to stop the synchronization rate from increasing?" Gongja casually responds, "I am out of options. If I want to be your butler, I have to do it this way." Heretic finally gets it and replies, "See now." The people around them start whispering fearfully about the two. Miss Sinvia has lost her mind. They can stop gossiping about Heretic's character, while also bringing up those other incidents. After yesterday's attack, she suddenly became a completely different person, like she was possessed. Ansik and two other brave ladies have gone down to confirm the rumors, but have not returned yet. It seems someone even saw that butler putting salt in the lady's tea. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Wake up, miss." A group of people in black approaches angrily, accusing Heretic of tarnishing the reputation of their noble master. "For the honor of our family and for the lady, we won't let this slide." They point directly at Gongja and say, "So let me challenge your servant." They pressure Heretic to agree. "Hurry up and accept the duel. Wilson will win." Gongja sighs, thinking, living at the bottom of society is exhausting. Then someone chimes in, "Me too. I will stake my honor as Count Bradley." Heretic laughs, squinting his eyes and replies, "All right then, let us try to resolve this peacefully, as everyone wishes." Before Gongja could react, he steps forward and kicks the guy in the leg. "Wait a minute." The guy cries out in pain. Gongja pulls Heretic close and whispers, "Once we step, we follow through. Pretend to be tough for him. You can just go along with what others want that easily. Has anyone ever seen a tough guy act like that?" Heretic seems to understand and casually says, "Oh right. You are right. So what should I do now?" The guy across from them raises his hand, ready to strike, saying, "What are you two whispering about?" Heretic excitedly swings his arm and says, "All right. I will let our butler fight you as you wish. But..." Then he raises his hand to make a gesture and sets conditions for them. "Let us make it 5 gold coins for each match." "Okay, guys." They gasped in surprise. They start searching their pockets to gather enough money. "We are the butlers, which means we also belong to the family. We can let our family's reputation suffer, just because of a few matches. They can believe they are fighting for such noble reasons, while also charging money. Donnie, tell me your loyalty to the family is not even worth 5 gold coins." They curse and discuss exchanging money to pay Heretic. "I only have silver coins on me. Do you have any gold to trade?" Yeah. "Here, let us make a deal." They grumble. Like master, like servant. At this moment, Gongja steps into the arena and starts warming up. It is time to show off what he has learned. Suddenly, he speaks up, surprising everyone there. I have a small request, just for fun. Gong ran his hand through his slick hair, striking a cool pose with his sword, and asked, "Is anyone here starving after a week?" At that moment, the prince suddenly burst out of the room, shouting for help. "Someone save me." He rushed over to where Heretic was sitting, questioning her. "What in the world is going on? I have heard rumors about you, but I thought they were just lies. You are actually fighting with your classmates." Then the prince turned and shouted directly at Gong. "What the heck are you doing? As a servant, you should be stopping your master from making mistakes. Why are you just swinging your sword around like a maniac? The butler is just a lowlife in this society. And you are just a failed experiment." He sneered. Gong simply shrugged and replied, "Sorry, Your Highness. But I am just a humble butler. If the lady tells me to back off, I will gladly step aside. But until then, I remain her loyal servant." The prince, grinding his teeth in anger, retorted, "You caused this whole mess and still have the guts to talk back." He turned to Cynthia, feigning innocence. "How many times have I told you not to pick someone like him as your butler? There are plenty of trained eunuchs in the palace. Just say the word, and the emperor will send you one right away. Don't you worry. Does my father love you that much?" In the palace, Lan had half awoken, leaning against the guard, both of them watching the drama unfold and chuckling. They began discussing the scene in front of them. "What do we do now? The prince is engaged to Lady Lavian. But is not that just a promise made by their parents long before they even met? There were rumors that the emperor favored Lady Cynthia. Could it be true?" Their eyes sparkled with excitement. "What if—" The prince slowly took Heretic's hand affectionately, saying, "Cynthia, what do you think?" Suddenly, they felt the tension in the air thickening as the romantic moment unfolded. Gong worried for Heretic. Would her love for the main heroine of this story overpower Heretic's reason? Or would her role as the terrible lady prevail? With a gaze full of affection, the prince knelt down and asked, "Will you listen to my heartfelt plea?" Heretic was about to respond, but her answer was completely off topic. "Your Highness, what kind of perfume are you wearing?" The prince widened his eyes, incredulous that the girl he loved would ask him that. "What?" Heretic stood up, pulling her hand away from his, casually saying, "Forgive my question, but this scent is so familiar. I am quite surprised." Heretic walked away but then turned back, asking, "Have you found out who was behind the assassination attempt on me yesterday?" The prince stuttered in shock. "Not yet. We are still investigating." Heretic stepped forward, proudly linking arms with her butler, saying, "If it were not for him that night, I would have been in serious trouble." The prince looked up, visibly annoyed, while Heretic burst into laughter, catching the attention of everyone around her. The prince, sweating nervously, asked, "Cynthia, why are you laughing so much?" Even though her voice was as sweet as a bird's song, Heretic shrugged it off, replying, "I just really like this kind of laughter." The prince feels a bit forgetful and is trying to find a way out. "I see. Get it? If you listen closely, it is actually pretty good." "Ah. Yeah, that is right. This sound is truly amazing. Today, I have discovered another beautiful side of you." Behind him, a guy with fiery red hair whispers, "Are you misunderstanding something here?" He continues to flatter her. "Cynthia, you are like a kaleidoscope, reflecting vibrant colors that dazzle the eye. Not many can make laughter sound like birds chirping. I need to learn this style of laughter." That whispering voice keeps echoing. In the past, people would break up more easily, helping them fall for each other. Right. What a pity. Everyone is different. Heretic and the prince suddenly burst into hearty laughter, the sound still ringing out. Gamgea thinks in disbelief, is love really this intellectual? At this moment, the old love guru stepped up from behind and placed a hand on Gamgea's shoulder, saying, "You are just a single guy who has been alone for years with no one to date. Love takes on many forms." He keeps talking, even without a response. "Some feelings just can't be shared, no matter what you try. I am afraid the prince's feelings are failing." "Well, anyway, your plan is quite creative." Gamgea slowly steps forward, wondering why it suddenly feels like he is the only blank slate here in the game of love. "Donnie, tell me I am the only one feeling this way. It would seriously hurt my pride." Gamgea steps up to Heretic, raising a hand to protect himself. "My lady has already said she trusts me the most." "Are you kidding me? You may be a nobleman, but when my lady needs you, you are always far away. Meanwhile, no matter how lowly my status, I will always be by her side." His face contorts with anger. Feeling smug, "Let us see if your love can withstand this blow." Bailan and Pinker nearby are eagerly watching, mouths agape in excitement. The old love guru can't hold back and shouts, "You fool. That guy is seriously beaten down by the demon of love. He is done for." The prince, furious, clenches his jaw tightly. He continues to grip Heretic's hand, mocking him for being Cynthia's butler while acting all high and mighty around her. If that is the case, I can be there when Cynthia needs someone. You can retire. My friend. Gamgea is panicking inside, thinking, this is crazy. The two next to Bailan hold hands excitedly, saying, oh, is he really okay doing that? At that moment, a sudden noise from behind makes both of them jump. What is all this commotion? Miss Lavian steps out of the classroom, wearing a simple uniform, yet she radiates an air of cold, noble arrogance befitting a lady. The image of a prince sleeping on an opulent bed, with a girl's hand slowly stroking his hair. Has anyone ever loved you as much as I do? Has anyone ever gently caressed you? Then one day, that prince leaves, and the girl can only watch sadly, hopelessly. Does he ever see the immense disappointment in her eyes? Has anyone ever touched you with hands softer than mine? And it should not happen, because I will be the one to do those things. At that moment, Lady Lavian stepped forward, radiating light and elegance. The prince, indifferent, glanced at her and said, Miss Silver Lily, I heard you took a leave this morning due to a slight cold, so I thought you would be skipping school today. Are you feeling better? He criticized her with a dismissive tone, while her heart was ready to burst. People around started whispering about her. Miss Lavian gently held her skirt and curtsied, saying, wishing you a wonderful day. Your Highness, thanks to your care, I had a good night's sleep last night. The prince did not even bother to look back, replying casually, really, I am glad to hear that. Since most of the time during the school year, you are always stuck in bed, so days like today are truly precious. With such beautiful spring morning light, do not you think you should take a stroll? The prince's earlier indifference struck Gamgea as strange regardless of his royal status. He should not be so dismissive towards the daughter of a noble. Lavian, standing modestly to the side, spoke softly. That sounds lovely. Just wait until the spring breeze picks up a bit more. That is when the orchids will start to drop. I fear those flowers will feel terribly lonely if I am the only one admiring them. The prince adjusted his clothes and slowly stood up. Miss Lavian calmly said, Your Highness, do not let your clothes get dirty just because of such trivial matters. Instead, why not join me for a walk to enjoy the beauty of spring? He irritably retorted, Why should I? Lavian turned to Heretic and invited, Lady Heretic, please join us as well. At that moment, Heretic smiled softly. He looked at Gamgea, silently asking, Is this okay? Gamgea immediately pondered the current situation. Both Lady Lavian and the prince were dangerous. Just being around them would automatically raise the synchronization levels. Gamgea could not help but feel anxious. He was increasingly resembling a butler, while Heretic was becoming a true lady of the court. This was getting too risky. Gamgea turned and whispered to Heretic, What is your current synchronization rate? Heretic continued to mull over her thoughts, but staying stagnant would not solve anything. Heretic whispered back, It is 17%. The prince maintained his indifferent attitude towards Lavian and turned to Heretic, saying with concern, Cynthia, do not pay attention to what she says. However, Heretic did not care about the prince's words. She continued to clarify her numbers for Gamgea. Just now, while talking to the crown prince, it went up by 1%. Then it increased another 1% when I locked eyes with Lady Lily a moment ago. So overall, it is 2% higher than yesterday. The emotional synchronization level has risen by 2%. Hearing this, Gamgea began to strategize. She acknowledged that the rate had slowed down compared to the skyrocketing increase from yesterday. So maybe it was time to take a risk. Gamgea seemed to have made up her mind and whispered to Heretic, Spring has arrived. Heretic grinned widely and replied, An orchid will bloom. And Gamgea smiled back. Feeling satisfied, the two began to change back into their casual clothes, cheerfully accepting Lavian's invitation. If she was so eager, then let us accept this invitation. Miss Silver Lily, with a cold gaze. Lavian turned to Heretic, commanding, Stay in line and follow me. Miss Lavian led all three of them somewhere. When they arrived, the prince asked, You want to take a stroll here? Lavian seemed unfazed as she brought them in front of a grand, luxurious mansion. The prince wondered aloud, Isn't this your residence? Confused, she realized she was not in Dorma. You really can't underestimate the power of the aristocracy. Lavian answered plainly, Of course not. Lavian continued to lead them to a door, casually stating, Taking a stroll is really just about this door. Both the prince and Heretic looked puzzled and bewildered as Lavian turned to look at everyone. The sunlight made her even more beautiful yet icy. Earlier, there were too many eyes in the schoolyard, so I could not reveal the truth. Miss Lavian spoke in a mysterious tone. Because this matter is of a specific secret, the prince asked. Confused. A secret? She turned back and replied calmly. Right. Then she turned, stomping her foot as she walked away. her words echoing and startling the prince. It was about the assassins who dared to invade noble land. If I spoke loudly about this outside, it would surely cause chaos. Gong began to ponder deeply about Lavian's words. If we go by the process of elimination, the mastermind behind this must be the prince. The prince started to sweat profusely, thinking, has she caught the culprit already? Gong looked at the prince, voicing his doubts. I wonder if my instincts are right. But no, Miss Silver Lily has been so forceful, as if declaring, I know everything you have done today. The prince clenched his fists tightly to keep calm and said, I have not made any progress in the investigation. How could you? Lavian replied nonchalantly, thanks to the maid of Miss Kim, who provided the evidence. He felt a chill and sneaked a glance behind him. At that time, she had begun searching for Miss Kim and her butler out of the banquet hall. That incident was a result of my overreaction. In the past, when she could not restrain herself, she had shut down Sylvia at the party. Just seeing you all made me uncomfortable. Get out of here immediately. Lavian's account made the prince even more fearful. However, I had never mentioned where I would imprison them. I initially thought it was just my maids making arrangements. Once she opened a door, there were stairs leading down, and the lady turned back and said, Your Highness, let us go down together. Seeing the situation before him, sweat was dripping down his face. Fear started to grow in the prince's heart, and he stammered, That is odd. Why can't I see any servants around? Where did the staff of the aristocracy go? Lavian turned sharply towards the dungeon, coldly leaving him with one line. Are you worried? It is normal for me. Let me lead the way. They began to proceed down the stairs one by one, following behind Lavian. The further they went down, the greater the prince's dread grew. He bit his lip tightly to keep himself composed. At this moment, Gongra sensed something was off, a certain smell. A faint, sharp scent in the air that took him a moment to recognize as blood. Lavian had made it to the basement, and in front of her were 3 men tied to chairs, blood covering them from head to toe. She turned to the prince, apologizing profusely for bringing him to such a filthy place. Your Highness, Lavian recalled how she had been tracking and investigating to find these men. They were the ones who had attempted to assassinate Lady Kim last night, after uncovering their identities. She had restrained them in the basement. The scene in front of him made him think endlessly. Even though she always seemed so fragile, like she could crumble at any moment. Lavian continued with her findings, saying that after a long night of investigation, she discovered they had taken this job out of personal revenge. The prince stammered, trembling as he asked, Revenge? The cold, unflinching gaze of Lavian amidst such bloody chaos terrified him, yet her expression never wavered. Lavian, without a hint of emotion, replied, Haven't you been listening to me all this time? In his thoughts, Gongra silently admired her. She truly was someone who could destroy this world. Lavian showed no fear as she approached one of the criminals, gripping his hair and coldly saying, The prince is here now. Show your respect. The man, now terrified, could only stutter, Lady. Her eyes were blazing red, filled with intensity and not a trace of emotion as Lavian confronted them. You planned this and hired an assassin to follow Lady Kim. Confess to His Highness why you targeted her life. She tightened her grip, threatening, If you come clean, your family will be spared from separation. They could only plead in fear. Lady, after a moment, the man finally stammered out. It is because Lady Kim, despite her noble blood, comes from a poor background and dared to seduce the prince, while she is the rightful fiancée of the crown prince. The pain on his body made his words slur. I feel frustrated on her behalf, feeling she could not just sit idle. He made such a foolish move. Please forgive me. Lavian's gaze turned fiercer than ever as she continued the interrogation. Is there anyone else behind you in this plot? The man could barely manage a single word. They began to take the blame. It was all us 3. But what lay before them could not fool Gongra. He started analyzing. The testimony is a lie. Lady Lily Batch forced them to say that to protect the prince. Because if news got out that the crown prince staged an assassination and tried to play hero, this unworthy prince would be in deep trouble. Lavian took a sword and pointed it at the prince, offering, Your Highness, you should execute them. The prince, trembling in fear, finally stammered, Execute them. The lady bowed deeply, respectfully pressing on. They are the ones who attempted to assassinate Lady Kim, the one whom you admire. Moreover, they dare to invade the territory of the nobility, so they deserve the death penalty. Your Highness, you are the prince, the future hope of this kingdom. What are you waiting for? Lavian's words only deepened his fear. Could there be any truth beyond what I have just said? With that, Lavian shoved the sword into the prince's hands, not giving him a chance to refuse. Your Highness, I am not just a student of the academy. I am a loyal subordinate of yours. If you think my investigation was lacking, then let us postpone this punishment. This matter is too serious. And I believe we should inform the Emperor to send in special forces. Lavian chuckled as she removed her cloak and urged him on. But if you are satisfied with the information I have gathered, then what are we waiting for? Lavian rolled up her sleeves and said, let us execute that traitor right here. The prince's eyes widened in sheer terror. After rolling up her sleeves, Lavian revealed her arms, marked with scars both large and small, and suggested punishing the prince for raising such disrespectful servants immediately, ignoring the obvious fear etched on the prince's face. She declared, I won't shy away from the consequences of my actions. Flashback to the past. A woman lay on the opulent bed of the royal family, advising her beautiful daughter, my dear daughter, never expect anything. The daughter knelt by her mother's bedside as she gently caressed her delicate face, whispering how every time she thought, maybe this is the moment, the world will whisper back that it is not. The mother continued to gently advise her little girl, but if you still wish to face the storms of life, remember this, offer your life freely, and do not expect anything in return. Her hand slowly retreated, perhaps worried about her precious daughter, as she continued her counsel, and forgive those who will celebrate when they see your cold corpse. Even if it is a pure sacrifice, dreaming is fine. Let them enjoy their gluttonous feast. That way, when you leave this world, you won't have any regrets. After her mother passed away, the daughter clutched her mother's portrait and remembered her, alone. She held the portrait tightly before her mother was cremated. Back to the present. In the dark dungeon where the ground was stained with dried blood, Lavian extended her scarred arms toward the prince and asked, what are you hesitating for? Bowing her head in a show of respect, she said, as the pillar of this nation, please grant them the punishment they deserve. The prince watched the scene unfold in horror. His teeth clenched, unable to speak. He turned to see the scrutinizing eyes on him, waiting for his next move. Suddenly, Lady Lavian's eyes glowed red as she leaned in to whisper to the prince, should I bring their crimes before the imperial court of rest? Your Highness, do you want to be a victim, or are you testing how merciful the Emperor can be with you? The prince turned back, stuttering. Sylvia. Heretic chuckled and said, now that is a pro move. Not only did she drag herself here every day, she dragged us along too. How intriguing. The prince was so frightened that he was sweating and could not utter a word. Slowly, he stepped down the stairs to where he had just spoken, realizing that everyone present had become accomplices and had to keep their mouths shut just the same. The prince, unable to believe it, stammered her name, Sylvia, ignoring his words. He continued, if that is the case, then your mistakes will be buried deep, and I personally would not mind seeing Miss Silver Lily punished for it. Heretic's eyes glinted with a sinister light as he said, the problem here is, no matter what choice you make, Miss Silver Lily won't benefit at all. Looking at these blood-soaked people, covered in wounds, he mockingly asked, what do you expect to gain from all this? Miss Silver Lily, your 3 loyal servants are about to die, and you are about to take the fall for the prince. I can't even begin to understand what you are thinking. Lady Lavian seemed unfazed by Heretic's words, casually responding, I do not understand what you mean. As you just said, they are my servants. The lady of the duchy. I am just receiving the punishment I deserve for not managing my subordinates well. Heretic had walked up to her by this point, chuckling as he teased, with a face as lovely as yours. How can you say such cold words? The smile slowly faded as he tilted his head, his gaze icy as he asked Lavian, let us be honest. Why do you want to take the blame for the prince? Heretic adjusted Lavian's sleeve and continued, is that your way of showing love? Lavian maintained her icy demeanor, but her voice lost its calm. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a subject. Understand this, miss, only the disloyal weigh benefits against the costs. Though I do not expect you to grasp what I am saying. Heretic's gaze turned more dangerous than ever as he questioned. In other words, you have no desire for anything in return. Lavian waved her hand dismissively, uninterested in his words. As she adjusted her sleeve, she said, instead of wanting to hear my answer, why not give up? No matter how much you doubt, it won't change my actions. The prince was still terrified, calling out for Cynthia. While Gong, who had been at the back, finally reached the last steps, Gong finally made it down, leaning against something as if deep in thought. You feel a chill every time you look at the current situation, thinking that the heretical judge has no intention of stopping Lady Lily's demise. And unsurprisingly, the cowardly prince can't make a decision either in this dilemma. With that thought, Gongra decides to rely on his instincts as a butler. Suddenly, his eyes shine with a brilliant pink light, and his synchronization with his character is skyrocketing. Surrounding him are pink sparks, and the current synchronization level is at 7%. Gongra calls out to Heretic, wait a minute. He turns back with a mischievous smile and replies, What is it? Gongrai's face starts to bead with sweat, and he thinks, it is, I can handle this. He quickly shares his thoughts with Heretic. If those servants are the real culprits behind the assassination, we have every right to take revenge. Right, isn't it a bit unfair that only the prince has the right to punish? Lady Lully, you have been betrayed by your own subordinates too. You have that right as well. Lady Lavian shoots a sharp glance at Gongra and asks back, and then what? As he walks towards Lavian and Heretic, he explains the situation. There are 3 criminals, and 3 parties have the right to impose punishment. Isn't that just perfect? How about we each punish one of them? That way, you will have more reason to drag us into this. Plus, it seems a bit much to put this responsibility solely on the prince. If we do this, the responsibility will be equally shared among the 3 of us. Heretic smiles lightly after hearing Gongra's words. While Lavian's icy gaze slightly furrows her brow, the prince is still trembling in fear, unable to utter a word. It seems he finally figured out the plan. Suddenly, his eyes widen. I understand now. The original statement was right. Lady Lully, you have also been betrayed by your subordinates, and Sylvia was assassinated, so I fully agree with the imperial laws. At this point, Lavian speaks up. Everyone has a valid reason. It is completely reasonable for each of us to handle one. Your Highness. A prince can't just easily share his privileges with others like that. Before Lavian can finish her sentence, the prince suddenly, in a fit of rage, throws his sword at her and shouts. Shut up. Gongra stares in shock at the scene unfolding before him. The prince, unable to contain his anger, yells at Lavian. All you have been saying is to just kill them. Punish them. Are you language challenged or something? Can't you say anything else? The sword now lies abandoned on the blood-soaked ground. The prince, still shaken, continues. How many people have I judged all this time? Lavian remains unfazed, maintaining her attitude as she responds. But that is the responsibility of the one who will lead the empire in the future. The prince seems to have truly exploded. Stop being so stubborn. I am not a murderer. At this moment, the lady gently brushes her long white hair aside as she bends down to pick up the sword. The prince continues to blame her. If you love bloodshed so much, why did not you just kill them from the start? Lavian draws her sword, her cold gaze piercing through as she looks at the blade in her hand and says, then at least you should order me to do so. The prince was so shaken that sweat dripped down his face from her words. Order me to punish them. Or have you forgotten how to command others? Are you even serious about being a prince? He quickly shut his eyes and commanded. Kill them. She showed no mercy, striking down those subordinates in a flash. Watching her decisive and unhesitating actions, he could not help but feel fear creeping in. Thinking, this girl. He was still horrified by what she had done, fearing she would come after him, unless he could somehow escape her grasp. By the end, it was clear that Lavian would be the one standing in the way of Lady Kim the she. The synchronization level currently at 8%. Heretic grinned widely as he snatched the sword from Lavian's grip. You are making this more interesting by the second. All right then, he raised the sword high and declared decisively. Take this. The prince, horrified at the blood splattering everywhere, was left speechless. The sword was drenched in blood, and Heretic was splattered all over, grinning as he said, all done. Just one more left. The prince was terrified and tried to run. But Heretic, laughing with squinted eyes, called out, come on, prince. Hurry up. Just as the prince tried to flee, Gongra grabbed him and pulled him back. If you had not staged such a ridiculous assassination attempt, this chaos would not be happening. He looked in fear at his own hand being held tightly, as Gongra took control and continued. I understand you love the lady so much that you would go through all this trouble for her. But have you thought about using that madness to dodge responsibility? Gongra dragged the prince towards Heretic, taking hold of the sword as the prince could not react, just letting Gongra lead him. Heretic's sharp gaze turned back to him. The synchronization level now at 9%, the prince was forced to hold the sword. Stammering, how dare you? Behind him, Heretic gripped his hand, manipulating him. Do you have any idea how many people you have blamed in your life? Gongra quietly contemplated his own plans. And even if the synchronization rate increased, it did not matter anymore, because he was genuinely feeling the same emotions as the officer excitement at confronting a coward who knows how to run. Lavian's face was also smeared with blood, standing still without any resistance, while Gongra continued his questioning. Perhaps endlessly. In the past, the prince had often run away, shirking responsibility. Now it was time for you to run. The image of the prince standing and looking at the imperial throne above had once made him hesitate. Gongra would not let him dwell on the past. Standing in the position of the imperial prince. Why would you do this? He raised the prince's hand that held the sword high and commanded, swing the sword. At that moment, the prince could only cry out desperately. Please. Please. Stop your servant. But there was no response. The sword came down, splattering blood everywhere. After finishing the task, all he could do was yell victoriously, while Levi knelt respectfully. She spoke with deep reverence. Your Highness, it is truly an honor that you personally dealt with this scum according to the laws of the Empire. The prince, terrified, let go of the sword, which fell right beside Levian, the sound blending with her words that followed. Make sure to hold on to that determination so that later you can reward and punish justly. The future of this empire is in your hands. Your Highness. He turned his gaze toward Miss Levian. He found the girl in front of him incredibly interesting, and thought to himself. He wanted to understand her better. Levian was still kneeling there, pleading, asking him to become stronger. It has been 3 days since they entered the apocalypse. And today, Miss Lily Silver has not shown up at the academy. Outside in the courtyard of the vast villa, the sun was shining beautifully. Heretic calmly remarked. She is sick and stuck in bed. Heretic gently brought the teacup to his lips and smiled, saying, she often gets sick and stayed up all night interrogating the servants. So she is probably exhausted. Across from him, 2 girls whispered to each other, saying, those 2 are a crazy pair. Do not get too close to them. Heretic set the teacup back down casually and said, the prince is not here today either. Thanks to our big brother the butler. He must be in shock. With this going on, he might just take a break for good. Gong still did not like being called that in front of him, saying, you just called me the butler, not the Grim Reaper. You better watch it. Heretic opened his beautiful blue eyes joyfully and replied, I slipped up. The synchronization rate has surpassed 20%, so it is a bit hard to control my actions. This salted black tea is surprisingly good. Butler, can I have another cup? John got angry, annoyed, and said, you called me butler again. Hold on a sec. Ging slowly poured the tea, challenging Heretic to think. Making tea is a delicate process. He felt more at ease with a relaxed expression. Just pouring tea from the pot into the cup was a beautiful sight that adorned the lady. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in shock when a notification appeared. You are synchronizing with the character. Current synchronization rate is 10%. He suddenly splashed the cup of tea into Heretic's hair, startling him completely. Heretic, confused, touched his hair and anxiously said, butler, why did you pour tea in my hair? It is so hot. My hair is ruined. Gung yelled in anger. That is not your only problem. You are sure you have not become a little phoenix lady yet? Tell me, when will spring come? Heretic turned to grab his hair in retaliation. One wilted flower in your hair is just the same. Butler, Gamung cried out in pain. The scene of white flowers falling in the wind surrounded them, creating a picture as beautiful as a painting. Under the flowering canopy, a butler was still taking care of the little lady sitting in the chair, seemingly noticing something, while playing with Heretic's golden hair. He thought, it seemed to be getting longer. I wonder if it is the effect of the holy magic. He pondered about the time that had passed. Or is it because he is becoming more and more like the little phoenix lady? He suddenly voiced his feelings about Heretic at the moment, saying he had much more experience now. The strange judge, you used to laugh, but it did not look like a real laugh. It was like you were just smiling without joy. Heretic cheerfully laughed at Dap. Am I different now? He seriously observed and replied. Now when you laugh, I feel like I know why you are laughing. Whether it is a happy laugh or just a mocking one. Heretic smiled brightly and looked at Dap. I get it now. I noticed that too. Honestly, do you think this is a good thing? He was watching Heretic's petite figure from behind, thinking about her identity. A small head, a tiny butt, little arms. How many people have been killed by this small frame? The strange judge was a first-generation hunter born in Europe, Bulgaria. Age unknown, number of kills unknown. He turned serious in response to Heretic. Yeah, I think it is a good thing. To be honest, I am still wondering what to do with you. But Heretic did not catch the hidden meaning and curiously asked, what do you mean? After finishing the final step, he tied his hair back with a light blue bow and said calmly, because he is a psychotic killer. But I can't just kill you out of the blue. Even though the president of the Black Dragon Society is backing you up and the Holy Sword tells me to spare your life, it means there is a reason you can't be killed. Hearing the intrigue in Gongja's words, Heretic turned back to smile at him and replied, that is a deep perspective. Unable to hold back, he asked, why do you kill people? Gongja became serious and asked, I have always wanted to know this. Even if you are psychotic, you still understand what others say. You make an effort to understand others. So why do you kill them? Heretic raised his head to look at the clear blue sky above before slowly saying, first, I must say that I am a very capable person. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the multicolored light in his hands and said, holy techniques. Invisibility. Heretic raised his arm to the sky, catching the petals gently falling, and calmly said, this is one of the holy techniques I can use. I can make anything disappear, and thus I can make all weapons and corpses vanish. Saying that, Heretic looked at his fingers in the morning sun, smiled softly, and said, "Those in power choose not to kill not because they do not want to, but because the traces of murder are too risky. They fear getting caught." Heretic pointed at him and continued explaining, "At this moment, you are still standing silently listening. But I do not need to worry about that." Heretic reminisced about the chaos of the past and slowly recounted. The first generation. The tower was truly chaotic. The return of slavery. Racism. Dissenting opinions. Terrorism and violence in the shadows. The murder of councils. Ideological differences. It must have felt like humanity was being crushed into one block, and you could taste it. At this moment, Heretic recalled the difficult situation back then, and what drove him to make a decision. If this continued, humanity would perish. The small brigades and the 5 major societies have already sensed that crisis. Heretic chose to form a group to fight against it. 5 people gathered. The first was a girl with high ponytail dyed in shades of blue and purple, full of spirit. She was the president of the Black Dragon Society, who spoke first. "I won't beat around the bush. Let us establish a peace treaty internally." The next was a woman with long, wavy hair, exuding elegance. She was a countess, a noblewoman who made a condition, promising me that the trade association would have exclusive rights to the mayor's office outside the world. This time it was another girl, standing out with her short, stylish blonde hair. She spoke up. I think each society having its own exclusive area would be quite good. That is the condition for me to cover up any accidents." A young boy. He looked furious as he glared at Hyper and angrily said, "Can you believe the craziest guy here is also the most reliable? Who ordered the coffee? That is hilarious." The Holy Sword concluded. The last to speak was a middle-aged man, clad in impressive armor. "I won't say things like what needs to be done. Instead, I will say do what you want." They all raised their weapons high, with determination in their voices, saying together, "Tonight, we will kill in the name of faith, judgment, and our methods." And on that fateful night, death counted in the thousands. 4,653 lives lost. Everything slowly returns to the present where Heretic sits, thinking of the lives claimed night after night. The next night, 10,171 dead. The night after that, 8,275. Then 7,421. And finally, 23,781 souls gone. Flashback to that day. The last day of the campaign. And the end. The haunting image of the water-singing girl in the rain, sitting among a pile of corpses. Weeping, this marked the conclusion of this campaign. The following night, no one died. She slowly lifts her weary face, tears still streaming. Gazing ahead, the Sword King beside her, furious, tosses aside his helmet and declares, "I will take responsibility for this from now on." The 3 others remain silent in that dark night. "And I swear we will never speak of this again. I agreed to be part of this massacre." Even knowing it should not have happened, he turns away, his parting words hanging in the air. "I will hate you all for the rest of my life. And myself too." That helmet always remained there. And the man never looked back. Since that day, the position of the Vigilante Guild leader has been left vacant. Everything shifts back to the present. Still in that peaceful scenery, he stands quietly, listening to Heretic's story, which is then handed over to the night. Then she regrets it deeply. Heretic turns to him with a beautiful smile. "I have no regrets, though sacrifices were necessary. But I wonder if it is the influence of sensing with Miss Kim T-Seer. Because now I am having really strange thoughts." He blinks in surprise at Heretic's words. Who has voiced his thoughts? If you were there then, things might have turned out differently. Heretic stands, arms outstretched, basking in the bright sunlight before her. How can you keep living with those feelings? If only I had done this or that. How can you live with that? She muses, retracting her hand to observe it, whispering, "Oh no, this is not good. I am starting to want to stay in this world." Just then, the system suddenly announces, "You are sensing with the character." He furrows his brow, pondering, "Maybe I can't kill this person after all." He looks at Heretic behind him, conflicting thoughts swirling in his mind. I can't kill someone capable of regretting their actions. Suddenly, he calls out, "Miss." When spring arrives, Heretic turns back, replying softly, "Spring is beautiful. Are you up for a stroll?" Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of concern. Had his fears truly come to pass? Heretic looks back and laughs. "You really do look terrible." The way she says it feels like she is just teasing him, causing him to clutch his head in frustration. "Come on. Do not joke around like that." Heretic continues to chuckle. "Sorry, but I am feeling these emotions now, so I love teasing people." She slowly approaches him, saying, "I think I am sensing pretty fast with this character. Just chatting added another 1%, currently at 32%. Maybe by tomorrow I will be over 50%. I am addicted to these feelings." Heretic confidently places one hand on the chair and the other on her hip, declaring, "I am the main character of this apocalypse." As the sunset slowly descends, Gongda stands before a beautifully carved door, adjusting his outfit nervously before knocking. He recalls what he heard that morning, but with a mix of anxiety and determination. He thinks, "Save me before my true self drowns in these emotions." He steps into an opulent room, and sitting in the center is none other than young Lavian, stunning in her red dress, flanked by her butler, wishing her all the best. In the shadows, echoes of a promise linger.
Yep.
"I promise." Before the lavish and grand scene, Gong Di straightens his jacket. As he knocks on the door, he muses, in the end, the future culprit responsible for the world's downfall will be none other than this reckless young lady. To tackle the issue, it is best to start with the source of the problem. The door creaks open, and he solemnly places his hand on his chest. Bowing, "If I bring a message. Miss Kim sends her most sincere wishes for your health." Inside the room, Gongdae delivers the announcement in a respectful manner. "Miss, there is a letter from Lefeinon." Lavian sits upright in the center, her cold beauty shining even brighter in the light from the window. At that moment, she looks like a goddess, and her flat voice cuts through. "Place it on the left side of my desk." Gongdae continues, "There is also a request from Miss Lam Ho." Lavian replies, "Have it checked by finance first, then bring it to me." Gongdae observes the girl before him, filled with love, patience, jealousy, arrogance, and the tyrannical aura she radiates. "I must utilize all of those elements to prevent the impending doom." Looking into her fiery red eyes, Gongdae becomes even more determined about his goal. Lavian adjusts the clock and announces, "Let us take a 15-minute break. Everyone can step out to relax." In the room now remain only Kim Gongdae and Lavian, an unusually quiet atmosphere enveloping them. After a long moment of contemplation, he slowly steps forward and speaks up. "I heard you fainted due to illness, but now seeing you healthy, I am quite surprised. Why must, as a student, seek to leave school for other work? There has to be a reasonable explanation. But that does not mean I am in perfect health. I have always kept an eye on your movements. It did not take long for me to notice a snake infiltrating my ranks of servants. Perhaps the chosen actor this time is truly clever. What a blessing for the Empire. If you were not clever, I would not have allowed you to step in here." Yet Gongda still stands there, listening intently. But at this moment, he feels extremely anxious.
Wow.
Lavian lifts her red eyes, her tone cold yet laced with surprise. "I thought you must be very intelligent. It seems everyone has a hidden side." This is my 14th regression. However, nothing has changed apart from the last 10 days of life repeating like a broken record. This is also the 13th time I have encountered an actor like you." Time flows aimlessly in space, without any rules in sight. In the grand scheme of things, this Lady Lily Silver is just like you, a soul with a reincarnation system. This endless timeline has bound her heart, which has been cold for years. Kim Gong-jae gazes at the girl before him, lost in a whirlwind of confusion. A silver-laced heart stares intensely at you. Lavian asks, "How many times have you regressed?" Seeing Gong-jae's terrified expression, she boldly shares her guess. "Judging by that face, it must be your first time." "Right. The constellations sent you here without any explanation. That is a rare sight. Typically, they would go out of their way to clarify things before letting their apostles restart a life." After hearing this, you feel like lightning struck out of the blue, and you stammer a question. "Apostles?" Lavian opens a drawer and throws you another question. "Do you really know nothing?" She pulls out a clock and places it on the table, then curiously asks, "What is the identity of the constellation that sent you here?" "Nenti Tai. Chigon. Hizamai. Chris. Nasaro. Or Fizmi. Who authorized you to come?" Kim Gongja quickly replies, "It was the archivist from the shadows who sent me here." Lavian just leans her chin on her hand, and after a moment, it seems like she remembers something. "The archivist from the shadows." Hamishka. Kim Gongja is puzzled. Hamishka. Is that truly his real name? The image of that mysterious steward flashes in your mind. You did not expect this girl to know so much about him. Lavian's voice still lingers in your ears. Hamishka did not explain anything to you. This makes you suspicious. You think she really knows the real names of the constellations. It is all too clear what her identity is. So Kim Gong-jae recounts how the archivist is doing everything he can to avoid getting involved with the mystical sea book. He also mentioned wanting us to find the information ourselves, rather than spoon-feeding it to us. Which sounds pretty intriguing. Suddenly, Lavian's voice cuts in the mystical sea book. Kim Gong-jae adds a bit more, saying the archivist refers to worlds where boundaries collapse due to the absence of constellations as the mystical sea book. She relaxes in her chair, mumbling as she tries to connect the dots. The mystical sea book. It seems this world is indeed heading towards its apocalypse. But I can't just sell my soul to someone else. Gong-jae is taken aback by her theory, and Lavian is startled by this thought of hers. Wait. Don't he tell me you have taken over the body of the steward of Kim's family to hunt my soul? Kim Gong-jae freezes at this, quickly shaking his head in denial. Lavian glances at the hourglass beside her, falling into silence for a moment. She then places another hourglass next to it. She looks up and calls out, "Steward of the Kim family." "Look here," Kim Gong-jae shyly responds. "Please call me Kim Gong-ja. That is my real name." Lavian picks up her teacup and gently blows on the steam, saying, "I do not like this. How dare you ask me to call you by your real name? You can blame me. You chose to take over the body of a non-noble. After all, to put it simply, as I understand it, you are currently a blank slate, having never received strategic guidance." Kim Gong, puzzled, asks, "What is strategic guidance?" Lavian calmly explained, "It is something like this." She handed a piece of paper to Kim Gong-ja, which read, "Miss Lilybix is very weak under the sun. Her taste buds are not very sensitive, so she often prefers dishes with bold flavors. The three Lady Lilybai love white camellia flowers but absolutely despise lily flowers. The reason? They got too many gifts of them, so they are sick of it," she said. "This is the strategic guide that the thug I encountered during my 6th regression brought along." Kim Gong-ja grimaced as he read on the paper. The 4 Lady Lilybai are practical, enjoying discussions on topics like diplomacy and money. The 10 Lady Lilybai are loyal subordinates, although she herself can badmouth the prince or the empire. Others can't. That guy was sent here by a constellation named Mahos," she continued, and Kim Gong-ja felt a cold sweat break out as he processed it. "Is that really how you wipe this world clean?" "It is because of the answer. I kept this after I killed him, and looking back, it really is half funny," she said calmly, taking a sip of tea. "When he was dying in my hands, he lamented why I followed the guide, and still could not win her heart. It sounded like he was really disappointed. But honestly, the one who should be disappointed is me, who writes a strategy to steal someone else's heart. The notification system says the cold silver heart is showing it is not happy." Lavian continued to express her feelings. "They underestimate the heart of a person. If they truly wanted to touch my heart, they should have approached me with sincerity and honesty." Gum-jia understood her words as he listened thoughtfully. "But those thugs never acted like that. They just brought the strategy paper each time, and they all rotted to the core." Under her cold red gaze, Kim Gum-jia finally spoke up. "I will give you that." Lavian placed her teacup down on the plate and said, "Looks like you and I think alike. The reason I appreciate you is not just because you are clever, but because you actually see people in my world as human." Hearing this, his anger flared, and he clenched his fists. But is not that just common sense?" Lavian replied. "Yet there are so many worthless people who can't even meet that basic expectation. Monsters that do not see humans as human. And yet they dare to call themselves human. It is disgusting. That is the truth." Gum-jia was taken aback. After she finished speaking, she sighed. "I do not even know why I am sharing all this with you." Kim Gong, hearing that, wore a confused expression and turned his head away. Lavian questioned, "Have you really met so many like that?" Her red eyes and mocking expression made Gum-jia feel helpless. Her words echoed, "Or maybe you have treated others like that too." Her question startled him, making him think. "Not again. It feels like she can see straight through my heart." The system chimed in. "The cold silver heart is staring intensely at you," Lavian continued. "Or maybe it was someone important to the one who said that, unable to bear it any longer." "You have got a lot to say, Lady Silver-haired." He hugged himself, panting, and said, "But you know, it is not like you think lowly of me just because I am occupying the body of a servant, and not a noble. Right? You absolutely cannot let her dominate this conversation any longer." Lavian rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head. "Is it that the person who is sad about my rejection does not even bother to call me by my real name?" Kim Gong, sweating, replied, "I say that because if you can say such things, you should lower your gaze from that high horse." Lavian shot him a cold look and asked, "Lower my gaze?" Coming from the mouth of the butler who caused chaos in the entire academy. That is rich. However, I must admit you have a point. Let us get back to the original topic. What exactly do you want? You do not seem to be here just for my soul. So what drives you to cross the boundaries between worlds to come here? To this place where the last 10 days keep repeating. The warning system activated. The cold heart covered in silver was doubting your true motives. Lavian continued. Could it be that you were sent here as punishment by your own constellation? I have heard that Hamet Shao is quite the Hothiad. But he would not just send you here for a vacation. Would he? The actor playing the butler. Answer me, no lies accepted. I will know if you are being dishonest. So no matter what reason you are here for, you will never pry anything from me. Whoever reveals their heart first gets to see mine. Kim Gong pondered. Why did I even come to this world? Am I here to conquer it and make it the 25th floor of the tower? He recalled the witch's song. The reason I suggested this apocalyptic book as the 25th floor is because the world here is built on a foundation of magic and alchemy, meaning is rich in resources. He shook his head. I could choose a different apocalypse book. That would not be a problem. Is it because I am looking for a shard of my holy sword here? He remembered the witch had said, and since this is a fantasy magic world, there is a good chance you might gain a new skill or find some cool holy artifact. He thought to himself. While finding the sparkly sisters did make me strong enough to rival their former master, I have only gotten a bit stronger. He recalled her words. And by the way, this apocalypse book also has a subgenre. He remembered the conversation between the ancient spirit and the celestial demon. Celestial demon. Do you know that he has never loved anyone before? Gong had not gotten enough of the sweet nectar of life yet. Sounds funny. Right. He has lived this long and has not even dated anyone. Finally, he gave his answer. It is because I still do not understand what love is. I am still pretty indifferent to things like romantic feelings. Kind of like that. Maybe she already knew that this world also has a genre called romance. So I thought maybe this would be a great opportunity to learn about love. I want to learn about what I lack. Living my whole life without knowing what that is makes me restless. Like I have never truly lived. Lavian asked him. So you want to learn about love from me? He hesitated. I am not quite sure. To be more precise, I want to learn about love from this world. I want to experience it myself because I feel like I am missing out. She raised an eyebrow. So why are you looking for me? Wouldn't it be faster to learn from Lady Kim? You are recalling Lady Kim's words. How can people carry those emotions with them? You answered, it is impossible. She is way better at this stuff than I am. If you want to learn, you should find someone who is better than you to teach you. Lavian, hearing this, raised her chin defiantly and replied, you are right. Lady Kim does seem like someone who needs to be coddled about love more than anyone else. But I still do not get why it has to be me. Gamjiang looked up, confidently stating, there is a reason for that, because I want to understand you better. Even though I am not sure if you are with the Empire or the Prince, but what I notice is that you are always ready to sacrifice yourself for them. I want to understand why you act that way. If it is because of love, then I want to experience that feeling too. Lavian was taken aback. Kim Gamjiang shyly scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. But that is the truth from my heart. Lavian was still in shock. It was the first time she heard such an answer. Wanting to understand what love is. What a bold move. So you want to get to know me better? Gamjiang looked up at the ceiling, musing. You mean understanding is like walking on a tightrope? Those two words can be dangerous for others, because understanding and responsibility are not that different sometimes. You know. Librarian. Can you pause the broadcast for a moment? I need to speak privately with Miss Luli Park. The system replied. The librarian in the dark corner has accepted your request. You have been granted an extra 10 minutes of off-screen time. After getting the green light, Kim Gamjiang smiled. I am a regressionist too. But my regression works a little differently than yours. You said you would go back to the last 10 days of your life. Right, I go back one day before I die. And it is not just a regular rewind. If someone kills me, I will witness that person's mental breakdown. Lavian, or mental crisis. You thought to yourself, maybe I've always wished for someone to listen to my story, for someone in the same situation as me, living a life like mine. You explained. Their memories hold the key to understanding their life, even the deepest wounds of the soul. Especially if that wound was caused by someone they treasure. I would see it all. That is why I find it easier to understand others. It is like a skill. But I am genuinely afraid of getting too used to understanding others so easily. A very important person once told me, never rely too much on your skills. But what if I am the only one who can understand them? Lavian interrupted. That is not really understanding. You know, Gamjiang replied. But you can just ignore them either. Lavian smiled. True. It sounds like hypocrisy. But I still want others to know that I am right here, every day striving to protect this place for them. Living a life like that is not a blessing. Don't you think so? Kim Gamjiang replied. Absolutely. Lavian continued. But understanding is just a moment, while responsibility is a lifelong journey. You are voluntarily stepping into hell. You know that. Just then, the system chimed in. The librarian in the dark corner announced that the 10-minute outdoor session was over. Lavian glanced at the hourglass, picked it up, and said, all right, Lady Kim, I will teach you what love really is. Her cold voice mixed with a hint of teasing made others feel awkward. I will teach you about love, but it will be a week from today. Until the end of the world, you will be my personal servant, not Lady Kim. Remember that, my personal servant. She looked at him coldly and replied, Yep. The only love I know is for myself. I have never taught anyone about love before. The only way I can teach you is if you observe me directly. So you will have to stay by my side to learn. He listened in silence, unable to refute her. Lavian continued. Thinking back, this deal seems pretty one-sided for me. After all, I will have to show you my embarrassing private life. Don't he forget to thank your lucky stars for this opportunity, Kim thought to himself. What a pretentious noble. The scene shifted to him standing at the entrance of her mansion for a moment, clearing his throat before stepping inside. Lavian, sitting in a makeup chair while being attended to by her maid, spotted him walking in and exclaimed, "He is." "Show him," the butler immediately replied. "At your command, miss." He pulled down the red curtain from the rack. A board appeared with the words, Lesson 1. Love Basics. Love begins where you meet a wicked woman. After reading it, Kim felt his heart race. Lavian spoke up. Last night, I thought about how I should teach you about love. Since I do not have much time to worry about you, it will be tough for me to help you find your first love. 1. I plan to gradually teach you the essentials of love that you must know. Repeat after me. Love begins where you meet a wicked woman. Kim stammered in panic. Love begins where I meet a wicked woman. Lavian waved dismissively and replied, "Yep. A wicked woman. Or maybe even many wicked women out there. There is still a beautiful first love waiting right from the first encounter. They can care for and harmonize with each other from the start, eventually becoming lifelong partners. But you are not in that situation." Hearing this, Kim was stunned. Lavian continued elaborating. There is a 90% chance that the woman you will meet will be a wicked one. Even though she is not like that now, she is bound to become a bit of a meanie soon enough. The reason? People can always maintain their good nature. And with that in mind, she pointed to the board, and the manager immediately flipped it over. On the board, the words changed to Lesson 1. A person can also be a nasty jerk. Lavian explained. Do not feel too heartbroken, but humans are creatures molded by their experiences. They have had to swallow their pride because of some nasty folks, and they gradually turn into one themselves. They can stop repeating the same mistakes. They need to learn what a bad person truly is, when they will become one, and what to do to avoid being a jerk. You tiredly asked. Is there really no way for things to go smoothly from the start? Lavian replied. Manager, do not expect anything from humanity. People are notorious for forgetting what they said by tomorrow. They easily make decisions, and just as easily give up. Forgetting and abandoning are the two golden rules in dating. After hearing this, Gongja was left speechless. Lavian continued. And if you really want to love someone, you have to learn how to remember and take care of yourself too. You were shocked to receive this information. Wait, do I have to learn both? Lavian nodded. You really are just a kid. Gongja was left with a big question mark above his head after hearing her say that. She stood tall and proudly declared, I have the evidence. I will show you. Hearing that, you were taken aback. You are going to show me. How? She replied, just watch first, and then you can ask. She walked over and patted Viking on the back, saying, I am the one who loved the worst person in the world. You reached out to where she just patted, then quickly turned around to catch up. Wait for me. The group headed outside together. The two guards at the door were startled to see Lavian and asked, Madam, are you here? She replied, I am. Has the prince woken up yet? The guard mumbled. He should really be awake before the common folks. Lavian commanded. He is probably still asleep, so open the door. The two guards quickly bowed and said, Excuse us, but we have to follow the prince's orders. She bent down again and told the guard, I know for sure he told you not to let me in, even if I begged, but the emperor, worried about the prince, ordered me to come. Let me ask you, are you a servant of the prince or of the emperor? Think carefully. After a moment of contemplation, the two guards stepped aside to let Lavian through. She approached and knocked on the door. Your Highness, are you awake? Inside, a voice yelled, Don't come in. But Lavian took out a golden key, unlocked the door, and said, If you are awake, then I am coming in. Kim Gomjae was stunned. Is she allowed to do that? A shout echoed in the room as Lavian declared, The sun is already at its peak. And yet you are still in bed. Do you think it is okay for someone who will inherit the entire kingdom to be this indifferent? The crown prince screamed in fear. Close the door. Is anyone out there? Somebody help me. Lavian remained unfazed in front of the audience. She turned to Gomjae and said, Gomja, I am going to teach you lesson number 2. His expression showed surprise. At that moment, Gomja brought in a board. The curtain was pulled down, revealing the writing. Lesson 2. If you can avoid meeting a bad person, then learn to enjoy it. Kim Gomja murmured. Enjoy it. She replied, No matter what, you are going to fall for someone, and it might just be a bad person. If that happens, you will need to learn how to enjoy it. Gomjae flipped the board again, revealing advanced lesson 2. You must become worse than the person you meet. The servant immediately splashed a bowl of water all over the crown prince's face. Lavian explained. Dating a bad person is basically like a battle. Peace might just be the best scenario. If the person you are meeting is friendly, then you should act the same way. But if they turn out to be irredeemable, remember this. The crown prince's screams still echoed in the room. Lavian calmly opened her fan, which read, Today's motto. Don't be nice to bad people. She instructed him. Repeat after me. Don't be nice. He immediately responded with seriousness. Don't be nice, Lavian lectured. Some people always want to appear brave, intelligent, or kind in the eyes of others. From what I see, you belong to the latter category. So stop. She stepped outside to give orders, and the door swung open immediately. She said to the servants outside, The prince is all wet. Even though it is summer, I still worry about his health, so take care of him. The two servants gasped. Your Highness. They rushed inside the room with towels. Lavian remained cold. Remember this well. This is the dating formula. A good-looking person will lose to someone intelligent, and an intelligent person will lose to a scoundrel. Therefore, the pinnacle of love is a person who is both good-looking and intelligent, yet also a scoundrel. Remember that, Kim Gonghwa replied in astonishment. Okay. You can still hear the prince's screams. Just be gentle. He stepped out with Lavian, exclaiming, It is so different from the love I imagined. I thought. Lavian asked, Something more romantic, right? You replied. Yep. And she interrupted. You must think love is all about the heart and not the mind. And that is true. But it also depends on one's luck. Meeting someone who makes your heart race the first time is not easy, depending on someone's daily life. It will also affect the kind of person who can make your heart flutter. In the hallway, the servants bowed, greeting Lady Lilac. I will take you to the guest room. Gonghwa looked at the servant, thinking it felt more like her home than the prince's. Lavian continued her argument. Falling for someone at first sight means you have already sensed how that person lives their life. Kim Gonghwa exclaimed. That sounds so complicated. Lavian sat down and replied. It really is. Do you want to test it out? See if you can make my heart flutter. You were confused. What should I do? She answered. Just do something sincere. You raised an eyebrow. What does sincere even mean? She asked warily. Do we have to say everything out loud? You could confess right away if you wanted. I want you to think carefully and give me an answer. If you are clever enough, you might actually succeed. The clock ticked continuously. She reached out and grabbed your hand, asking, Does it smell nice? You replied. Yep. She held your hand tighter and asked, Do you like it? You answered. Yep. She pulled you closer, smiling. Her voice whispered in your ear, I like it too. This is my favorite and most cherished scent. Revealing your feelings to someone is not bad at all. Let us continue this journey together. Tonight, I will share a secret with you. The clock struck midnight, and Kim Gonghwa's face turned red as he thought. Oh no. It seems I have fallen for her. Kim Gonghwa lay on the grass, still unable to collect himself. The old spirit appeared before you, calling out. Hey zombie. Hey Kim zombie. Big bro calling sparrows. You imagined Lavian's face. Her smile. That beautiful face reaching out for you. Hey prince. Can you hear me? Thinking of Lavian made you lose your focus on what he was saying, and deep down, you sighed. She really is my type. You mumbled to yourself. Do you think that is love? The old spirit frowned. Is this guy hitting his head on a rock? The old spirit sniffed before saying. Sorry zombie. It is my fault. Who knew you would fall for someone like her? Kim Gonghwa continued to sink deeper. Contemplating suicide. Will I have to relive this? The old spirit was startled. Oh no. He has fallen into the trap. At that moment, your sword said. The healer came to knock some sense into the hero. And the healer immediately flew over to smack your head, making you cry out in pain. You angrily exclaimed, I know I am going crazy. But what should I do? I can't stop thinking about Miss Lilai. The old spirit is losing it. You really call that kid Miss Lun? You have got to be kidding me. Gongdai is not backing down either. He is going all out, saying, Today, I am not washing my face. If I have to, I will skip washing behind my ears. It is like there is still a hint of Miss Lilai's scent lingering around. Take a sniff and tell me if I am wrong. The old spirit is fuming. Can't shape this mess into steel. Shouting something about being a perv. Kim Gongdae is still lost in love. Thinking about that noodle-haired prince who saved the world a few times before finally winning Miss Lilai's heart. I need to hit the internet ASAP. I gotta let the world know I want to be a prince so bad. The old spirit is exhausted with this love-struck fool. Now you have really lost it. I could not care less because right now, his world is all pink and fluffy. Oh love, such a sweet poison. Oh my heart. The old spirit is dumbfounded. I knew this guy would turn into a total creep after falling in love. And I still gave him advice. Right now, You are fuming and pointing behind you, saying, "That is not me. Look, my sync with the butler character just keeps getting stronger." Do you know what that means? It means the butler has fallen for Miss Liuli. The old spirit crossed his arms and asked, "Isn't he that butler into Kim, the little lady?" Gongda flopped onto the grass, shaking his head. "You do not know anything. Love is not like that. Love is, you know, love." The old spirit splashed cold water on you, saying, "You were in love half a day ago." You asked, "How do I escape from Miss Liuli? With my status, what should I say or do to make her happy?" The old spirit looked at you worriedly. "Knowing he unleashed your creepiness into this world, I will take responsibility and give you some advice. Start learning about others. When you begin dating, it is crucial to be in their line of sight. You are her personal servant right now, which means you do not have to do much to stay by her side. You are already in a good spot." You muttered, "In a good spot. But this world is about to end." The old spirit thought for a moment and replied, "That is a big problem." Hearing that, you immediately popped up with a head full of question marks. Suddenly, the Chinese language echoed, and you sighed. "Class is over. Time to meet Miss Kim. I mean, the judgment of heresy." That evening, Lavian said, "Consider this a reward. I will let you in on my secret. Follow me." She took the lamp and led Kim Gomjai down the hallway, while you were clenching your fists. Suddenly, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" You jumped. "Ah, what?" Lavian schooled you. "Even though you are just my personal servant for now, asking your master a question is incredibly rude. I asked you a question, and you need to answer it." Kim Gomja clenched his fists hesitantly. "I was thinking about holding your hand." "Miss," Lavian stride halted instantly. You felt your face burn. Cursing silently. "What is wrong with you?" Who would be thought? Lavian turned around and grabbed Gomja's hand, inching closer to you. You panicked. Your heart was pounding. Stammering. Miss, do you mean? You have been thinking about me all day. Do you remember my scent? Did you dream about it? You awkwardly replied. Yep. Lavian ordered. Answer me. If you do not, I will walk away. You rushed to say. I have been thinking about it. She reached out to touch the bow on your collar. Speaking clearly, Kim Gomja exclaimed loudly. I have been thinking about that all day. Miss, Lavian said with satisfaction. Very good. A notification from the system appeared. Sensing with the character's rapid growth. The current sync rate is 29%, and Gomja's heart raced. Everything in front of you started to blur, and you could not remember anything anymore. You muttered. I do not know anything. Miss, you should not do that. She asked. Why not? You replied. Listen. She tightened her grip on your hand, pushing you against the window. You hurriedly explained. Listen. I am not from this world. I am just borrowing the body of the butler. Hearing this, Lavian questioned. So you do not see me as a human? The system warned. Your heart is on guard. Lavian continued to interrogate you. Do you see me as just another follower? Or in other words, are you treating me like a side character? Kim Gomja's face turned bright red as he stuttered. You stammered. The thing is, my original master is Lady Kim. I agreed to serve you because of the mission. Lady Inliuli, that is what. Before you could finish, she cut you off. That is true. Earlier, you said you only think about yourself, which means you do not think about Lady Kim Taich. Right. Her fingers were still tugging at the bow on your collar. And you panicked. Exactly. Suddenly, Lavian asked, Are you lying? Kim Gomja was flustered and tried to explain. I am not lying. Lavian whispered in your ear. Call me master. Just once is fine, but say it sincerely. If you do that, I promise I will give you a sweet reward. Suddenly someone called you. Hey Gomja. Cindy was shaking her head furiously, trying to bring you back to reality. Lavian was cold in front of him. What is wrong? Do not you want the reward? Just once is enough, Kim Gomja thought. Just this once. Once is okay. If anything happens I can just turn back time. I have to do this to gather more information to complete this stage. It is fine if I say just once. Right. Suddenly, you remembered what Ho Vang had said. But you know, I am Ho, so I need you to die. And remembered the fake Kim Ses who had hugged you before. I believe in you. Lord the V. Recalling Prita kneeling and calling. My master. And remembering Big Hyang, moments before dying in your arms. Calling. My disciple. You pushed her away. Questioning yourself. Am I really that easy to subdue? Is the burden on my shoulders really that light? I am the Lord of Prita and the master of the Mathian Ma God cult. You took Laviana's hand. Apologizing. Forgive me, miss. I cannot see you as my true master. You were angrily reflecting. I am trying not to be like Joshua. That is why I ran like crazy in the fields. fighting with DG Shees to save everyone. I can treat death like it is just a normal occurrence. You continue to speak to Lavian. I want to experience the joy of love, but I do not want to trade my life for it. If you truly want to win my heart, you should use another way. I will consider you my master, so please accept me as your servant. I will place your commands upon myself. I will break my own principles for you. I will put you above all, but in return, treat me the way I treat you. How can my blood flow normally if I am the only one giving you my heart? I can only go on living if you give your heart back to me. If you want to see me love madly and recklessly, please, go crazy with me. Lavian heard this and pushed him away, the lamp in her hand crashing to the ground with a loud clang. The lamp rolled to the feet of the leather-clad man, and Lavian spoke up. I have seen enough. You are nothing like those foolish worshippers. I thought you were just a stupid owl who only knew how to obey. Just because you listen to poems about love does not mean you understand life. Right. I was too hasty. You are trying to seduce me to your side. And that was my mistake. I underestimated you. And the leather-clad man bent down to pick up the lamp. He handed it to her with a smile. You told me that sympathy and pity are not that different. Right. Pity from one side is no better than sympathy from the other. I am not approaching you because I want to be free to admire you like this. What is the secret you want to show me? She reached out to take the lamp, then she turned and continued. In my family, there is a treasure passed down through generations. A sword with a ridiculous legend. A sword that grants wishes. The door to the room opened, and she stepped inside, the lamp illuminating the red cloth in front of her. However, there is a condition. She pulled down the red cloth, revealing a sword stuck in a shattered mirror. The sword of the leather-clad man announced. Sydney has detected the presence of a sister, Lavian said. This is a wish-granting sword, a family heirloom that has been passed down through generations. However, there is one condition. When wishing for something, this sword must pierce the heart of the wish's owner. A notification appeared. Sparkly has detected the energy of her sister, which startled the leather-clad man. The system continued. Sparkly said that this is the third sister's sword among the protective swords. Braille. Lavian recounted. Before I became a noble lady, the prince came to the golden-haired lady. And I, in my aim, used this sword to wish for one thing. Please make my love eternal. And that is why my life has turned into an eternal one. Even if I die, I am not really dead. My feelings for the prince have never changed. After that day, my heart became eternal as well. She took his hand and placed it on her heart. The leather-clad man was shocked. He could not feel a heartbeat at all. Lavian asked. Didn't you say you wanted to hold my heart? Sorry, but I do not have a heart to give you. The system announced. The heart is being blocked. BHP's brother is watching you. She turned, holding the sword, looking into the mirror. Pull me out. It is time to end what we are doing. The clock struck midnight, and a stream of red blood spilled out. The leather-clad man gasped. Miss BHP, this is Lavian. She immediately swung the sword towards her heart. It continued to echo. You must be a despicable person to lead someone like you to true love. I love you. Your Highness, I am a noble who understands love. Did you see how that golden-haired lady seduced the prince? It is repulsive. The leather-clad man and Lavian kept swinging towards the crimson liquid. You think to yourself, this feeling is so similar to the autumn of the Demon King. The system interface appears, and the presence of the heart hidden by anicaps BHP has become clearer. Gongjia realizes this is the power of a constellation. He looks back and sees the memory of the heart, where the prince holds Lavian's hand and says, Lavian, your family and the royal family have arranged a marriage for us. But I do not care if this is a political union decided by adults. I am here today to officially propose to you. Will you agree to marry me when we are a little older? The heart responded. Yep. My prince. The prince promised. You will be the only one I love. The heart replied. I will also love only you. My prince. You hear this and silently curse. How sneaky. I can't believe he would dodge responsibility after saying something like that. The heart replies to you. Can't he blame him though? After all, it was a promise made when we were young. People are just creatures of memory. Easy to remember and easy to forget. You immediately grab your sword and say, Celestial Demon Art. 8th Technique. Fire Sword. The old elf standing outside looks up at the red goo that is burning and is astonished. Seems like you can handle punks like these in just one blow. He has matured so much. You wipe the sweat and ask, since when did you become a constellation? That was the familiar spirit of the constellation. And you created it. Right. She replies. That happened the moment I stabbed my own heart. You stutter. So that means this world originally did not have constellations. It is hard to tell if they never existed, or if they existed but were killed. The old elf crosses his arms and speaks up. It seems like the killer has already taken out the original constellation that existed in this world. Lavian recounts. Those demons have grown stronger every day. Not just in number and size, but their powers are evolving too. And as this world reaches the 10th day, somehow the chain of days starts to repeat. And I become the representative of this world. Whether I want to or not, the wheel of time keeps spinning around me. The old elf listens and makes a guess. Becoming a god like that is quite unusual. If viewed from the perspective of the martial world, she might be seen as the goddess of a certain sect. Even though the sword she stabbed is just a fragment, it still belongs to the protective goddess, a relic. If someone stabs their heart with it, whether they want to or not, they will become a constellation. The worst part is it has transformed her body to withstand the karmic laws of continuously reversing time, a feat that ordinary humans could never endure. Though she is not a complete constellation yet, this is still the result of many anomalies merging together. Gongjia listens and thinks to himself, I can't believe a person can become a constellation whether they want to or not. Suddenly, Lavian asks, Are you really not disappointed? Gongjia, hearing this, is taken aback. She steps forward and says, You are right. No matter what state my heart is in, those demons are still my closest spirits. What they say is the voice of my heart. I have wished for an unchanging eternal love. And to maintain that love, I must remove all stains. The flaws within our love grow day by day. Disappointment. Frustration. And those demons you have seen are the result of it all. Pretty horrifying. Right. Even though I taught you about love, I have to reclaim my own. And my intention in bringing you here was to help you break free from your illusions. Jungra stepped up right behind her and asked. Disappointed? Are you really asking me if this is horrifying? Baichhp. That is not even close to enough for me to feel disappointed in you. Hearing this, she was taken aback. What? Not enough. Jungra glanced at Than Kim and continued. You only revealed your secret to me. A truly filthy person would never let anyone see their true nature. If you think that is enough to push me away, you are wrong. I did not fall for you because you seemed pure. Did I? Levi stepped in front of him and said, You have only loved me for a day. Yet your words are overflowing with sweetness already. Gongra leaned down, smiling at her, asking, What is wrong with just one day? If I loved you for a year or even 1,000 years, that would be fine. Right. Can I still come back after that happens? After hearing his words, Levi thought to herself, I became steady at that moment. The moment the butler revealed all his true feelings, Jungra continued to express, I can see what kind of person you find disgusting and contemptible. I know what hurt you. You must be just like me. And I love you because I see myself in your life. Because I am living the same life. Levi thought. His words were also my own feelings. Gungra leaned down and whispered sweetly in her ear. I love you just like I love myself. And I hope you will love me just as much as I love you. I am sure I will make you fall for me. I do not care if your heart is trapped by this world or not. I will sweep away the memories between you and the prince when you were little. We are the only two precious souls in the world. The two of us have a mountain of time that only we can enjoy. I will give you so much time that you might feel overwhelmed. I will do my best. Levi tilted her head and asked, Are you planning to keep repeating those last 10 days in this world forever? You will end up hating it. He replied, Trying to scare me won't work. This is not the first time I have lived the same day over and over again. Levi was curious. So what if I start to hate you and want you to disappear? He took her hand and replied, I will leave. But that won't happen. You have never been fed up with the prince. And I am a better person than he is. He reached out and gently brushed her hair. And she murmured, This is bad. I should be advised you not to waste your breath. But I can't bring myself to say that to you. Just then, a group of servants appeared behind them, bowing and worried. Excuse me, Miss, is late. Why is it so noisy? But Miss Kim TD, she is causing a ruckus. And after hearing this, his face turned pale with shock. This is a serious existential crisis. Outside, the voice of Miss Kim Toshieko. Where's the butler? Butler. Kim rushed outside in a panic, while Levi calmly followed him. At the gate, two butlers were holding back Lady Kim Tirsi, saying, Lady Kim, you can't act like this. Lady Kim Tech replied, Well, fine. It is for the mission, so I will manage. Just do what you need to do. Death King. At this moment, Lady Kim Titi was shouting, Bring my butler out here right now. I know you are in there. Levi coldly interjected. The uninvited guest I least want to see. When Lady Kim Teki spotted her, her eyes lit up with a manic smile. There you are. She quickly broke free from the hold of the two butlers and rushed over. As she ran, she said, You are my best friend since childhood and my only butler. Which means you are not just a butler to me. Is it really so mean of me to want you to realize something? Regardless, You can stay in a place like this. I think this whole garden is just filled with poisonous flowers. All right. Butler. Let us go home together. She reached out her hand towards Kim. Levi immediately stepped in front of him, pushing her arm away and scolding. You little brat. You have committed a crime serious enough to be executed for daring to cause a scene here at midnight. This is no place for someone like you to stir up trouble. Lady Kim Tishi bowed respectfully to Levi and commanded, and kneel down and beg for my forgiveness immediately. Lady Kim Tiki smiled and asked, Are you planning to whip me? If you dare, go ahead and try. I am curious how the prince will react when I show him the whip marks on my legs. And then I will have another memory with him. The other butler was taken aback, thinking, This is getting out of hand. Levi coldly replied, Oh really? Then I will grant your wish. I like how you are trying to create more memories during your school days. So as a noble of this empire, I will help you achieve that. Hand me the whip. She commanded, extending her hand. The other two butlers stammered, Lady, please. And she coldly said, I told you not to call me that in the academy. The butler worried, wondering what would happen if the prince found out about this. Her eyes became even colder, and my left hand still had nothing to hold. The two butlers were frightened and hurried inside. The butler ran in front of Lady Kim Ticharsi and asked, My lady, what is wrong? Is late? What are you doing here? Lady Kim Tiki smiled. I am here to take back what belongs to me. Isn't it obvious? I have been waiting for you since morning, but you still have not returned. At first, I thought you had something urgent to do, but then I heard rumors that you were acting as a butler for Lady Ngan Beach AP, and she has found your weakness and is using it to threaten you. Right, don't worry. I won't let her take anything else from me, including the prince's love and your loyalty. Hearing this, the butler broke out in a sweat. He spoke up. Judgment of the heretic. Spring has arrived. Lady Kim, confused, asked, What are you talking about? He looked stunned, as if he had just been splashed with cold water. At this moment, the butler returned, handing Levi the whip. This is what you requested. Levi took the whip and coldly said, Excuse me, Avantia. You have created chaos and trespassed on a noble's territory just for your personal issues. Above all, she shows no remorse at all. Her behavior has been outrageous, and I will punish her under the emperor's orders. Miss Kim smiles and asks, Remorse? I know better than anyone what I did wrong. My sin is receiving the prince's great love. Even though I am just the daughter of a baroness family from the countryside, I apologize for accepting his love. I apologize for being loved more than you. Levi and Avantia, was that enough remorse for you? Just then, the prince rushes out, calling, Is that you? Heretic. He runs to hug her and asks, Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Then he glares at Levian, scolding, You wicked woman. Why are you treating Heretic this way? Levian exclaims, covering her mouth. Your Highness. This is the law of the Empire. He furiously replies, How can the law be more important than people? You always talk about the Empire, but what have you really done to contribute to it? All you do is bully Cynthia. Right. That is why I call you the wicked woman. You vile witch. Levian asks, Are you planning to turn your back on me? He does not answer, but firmly pulls Heretic away, saying, Cynthia, you should not stay in a place like this. Heretic turns back and calls, Come on. My butler. The butler bows his head, mumbling, The window of fate. Just as he finishes, a window of fate appears for Heretic with content. Favorite genres. Love sources. Disliked genres. Politics. Favorite characters. Those who love her. The prince. The butler. The teacher. Seniors. Juniors. Peers. Disliked characters. Levian. Favorite plot. The triumph of the strong. True love. Disliked plot. The downfall of the weak. Betrayal. In her heart, Levian will not let her have anything. Kim Gomja grits his teeth, remembering Heretic's innocent smile. Right now, Heretic is still asking, Will you come back with me? He tightens his arm and replies, I am thinking of staying with my lady for a bit longer. Heretic's face turns cold upon hearing this. You really do not know how to read the room. Do you? I do not like showing my weaknesses to others, but to free you from her grasp, I have endured all sorts of humiliation. Kim Gomja responds, Yep. I understand. She asks, You understand but still choose to refuse to come with me. At this moment, the system displays a notification. You are synchronizing with the character. He can only bow his head and quietly say words of apology. Please forgive me. I still have unfinished business here. The synchronization speed with Kim Gomja continues to increase. Heretic coldly questions, What a convenient excuse. You are not enchanted by her. Are you? He smirks and targets Lavian. Fine. Whatever. I do not know what other schemes you have, but you one T shake the bond between me and the butler. Lavian raises an eyebrow. Thinking. What you think is you're right. Now get lost and out of my sight. Then Heretic turns to smile at the prince as if teasing Lavian. Your Highness. Will you come back with me? The prince blushes and replies. All right. The servant hurriedly runs after them, calling. Your Highness. Miss Kim. At this moment, only Gamja and Lavian are left. She speaks up. That is enough. I am going inside. You come back curious. What are you planning to do now? Lavian turns towards the flower garden and replies. I will take some time to admire the flowers. So I will go in later. I want to be alone. Everyone back off. Even your butler should go inside and rest. The old spirit behind Gamja immediately shouts. Hey zombie. This is your chance. Right now. She is definitely feeling pretty vulnerable. It is time for you to make your move. Kim Gamja ignores him and walks away. The old man angrily questions. Are you ignoring me? You are moving fast after Lavian. I can go days without sleep. But are not you tired? Lavian responds. I want to say no. But I am actually feeling a bit exhausted. This is my 14th regression. I have been trying to guide the prince on the right path for 140 days. Even if my love for that day was not destined, he still needs to walk down the right path for the good of this country. It is really tough. Kim Gamja steps beside her and says, You are not alone anymore because you have me. And you still have someone. It means there is still someone who cares and understands you. So you can endure everything. Lavian looks skeptical. Really? He nods. Yep. We are that case. She looks at him. It seems you have misunderstood something. I usually repeat the last 10 days of my life. While you go back to the moment before death, they may seem similar. But they are not. She draws 2 parallel lines in the dirt and explains. Because one of us will surely regress sooner than the other. The first to regress will forget what happened, while the other gets stuck in the timeline. We are essentially 2 parallel lines that can never meet. I can understand your person and your circumstances. But that is all there is. It is impossible for us to share a life together. She tosses the whip from her hand, turns around, and says, The confession you gave me about wanting to spend all your time with me is indeed beautiful. But maybe it is beautiful precisely because it can never become reality. Kim Gong chases after her and asks, But what if that could become reality? Lavian replies with tears in her eyes. In this world, there is no such thing as what if. You are still following her from behind. Promising. I swear I won't say those things just to win your favor. I am not the type to deceive others with empty words. What if I could help you escape this endless 10-day loop? Lavian scolds. How arrogant. I am quite satisfied with my current life. He smiles. I know, I feel that way too. But I still want to help you. Kim Gong takes off his coat and offers it to her, explaining. Because you are the one I love, does not that sound a bit arrogant? He drapes his coat over her, and she playfully asks, What do you want from me? He replies, Please stay by my side until this world comes to an end. And I would truly be grateful if you could help me love you more. He thinks to himself, I realize that the synchronization rate of the heretical judge has reached 100%. The secret to clearing this level is quite a tricky method, but the chances of success are high. He continues, Make me fall so deeply in love that I can't ever break away from you. Lavian raised an eyebrow. Do you really want me to pull that off? You hesitated, saying, It will be fine. I will be knocked out. I just held your hand and my heart's already racing like crazy. Hearing this, Lavian reached out to caress your hand, teasingly scolding. So shameless. All right. Since I promised to teach you about love, I will take responsibility. Is that enough? Your face flushed. Stammering. Yep. That is enough. The system kept flashing notifications. You are syncing with the character. Lavian sighed. Oh my. I know I should not be saying this. But are not you a bit too naive? I honestly do not know how you can survive in such a harsh world. You smiled and replied. I have died countless times. She fell silent at that. You leaned in closer, asking, Are you worried that seeing me like this will make you lose your composure? I have heard that showing your weaknesses can sometimes bring people down. Lavian chuckled at that. You continued. I figured that out after witnessing the argument between you and Miss Goldfinch. You might be clever, but you certainly can't keep your cool when provoked, even if it means you might lose this round. That is why I wanted to test you. You always speak like you are a master of love, but is not being loved just as important as giving love? You really do not know much about being loved. Or at least you are less informed about it than Miss Goldfinch is. Lavian lifted your chin and asked. So what? You stammered. Then Lavian urged. Keep going. I am starting to enjoy your voice. You blushed, and then suddenly, Lavine touched your teeth and complimented. Your teeth are so white. Old Kim Ganja quickly interjected. It is no wonder Miss Goldfinch could steal the prince away from you. You really need to understand the prince's preferences better. Lavine continued complimenting, her tongue red. While you were just standing there, old Kim Ganja let out a grunt. Intrigued, asking, why are you so stunned? If you do not say more, how can I judge your eloquence? Keep going. Have you surrendered? You replied, blushing.
Yep.
Lavine smiled, repeating your earlier words. Make me fall in love so deeply that I can't break away from you. You really have a knack for saying dangerous things. I do not know what gives you such confidence, but it is truly brave. Anyway, I have been through 14 resets, so I am not shy about laughing off that burden for a moment. My principle is to not be kind to those wicked ones. Reflecting on what happened today, I think the prince has treated me a bit unfairly, and I want to let it slide. You were curious. Have you finally given up on him? She replied. My heart has turned into a constellation and is stuck in the night sky. I can do that, but I want to be bad and do excessive things. From today on, I will be unfaithful with you. Kim Gamja was stunned. So my first love. This does not feel right at all. You worriedly asked, do you love me? She immediately responded. But since you are the precious subordinate of Miss Kim Thuk, and her only little butler, I wonder what kind of face she would make if she found out about our affair. I am sure the prince would be shocked too. Kim Gamja gasped, wondering. An affair? He stammered. So you plan to play this dating game with me to get back at those two? He thought to himself. This should be way more romantic. Right. She reached out and hugged his neck, asking, do you hate that idea? He immediately scooped Lavian up in his arms. Lavian commanded, call my name. He replied. Lavian. She began to test him. Do you remember what I taught you about love the first time we spoke? He answered. Love begins where I meet a wicked woman. She responded. Exactly. I will be your very first wicked woman. The old spirit watching from the side chimed in. They are both so insane. It is like they are made for each other. After all, it is tough for you to date a normal person. Right. Birds of a feather flock together. Congrats on your first love. Even if it is just an affair. The next day, Kim Gamjae stood in front of the mirror, washing his face and straightening his clothes. Mumbling. Lavian. Lavian, he thought to himself. I have only been calling her name this whole time. It seems I really have fallen for this love trap. He signaled to the status window. His status window popped up with the details. Name. Prince. Class. Rookie. With skills I want to be like you. Antique clock. Sword spirit. Goblin elite. Reborn 100 times. Heavenly demon magic. You have received the blessing of the goddess of beauty. You have received the blessing of the goddess of rebirth. Gamja thought to himself. His life was described pretty simply. Including jealousy. Secrets. Relationships. Humor. Willpower. And happiness. He requested the status window, and Gamjae's status popped up with the content. I am way too curious about how I look. Favorite genres include martial arts, romance, mystery, and adventure. Nunos I dislike. Favorite characters include masters, noble heroes, those who sacrifice, hard workers, children, good people, those not overly arrogant, generous souls, and those who care and understand me. Characters I dislike are the antagonists. Favorite themes include justice triumphing, friendship, love. Themes I dislike include self-hatred, giving up, running away, shattered dreams, and possessiveness. Reading this, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm still Kim Gamja. A thought crossed his mind. I have not been taken over by any character like the heretical judge, so my plan can still go ahead as originally intended. I can do this. He turned his head and called. Sword King. The old spirit behind him crossed his arms and asked, Jamset, to prevent the butler character from taking over, I have a favor to ask of you. There is a high chance that if my synchronization hits 100%, I won't be able to hear your voice anymore. No matter how many skills I have, I might forget how to use them. So we need to do everything we can to keep synchronization from hitting 100%. Gamjae took something out of his pocket and warned. 90%. This is the final line. It can't go any higher. Got it, no matter what method you use. The old spirit scratched his head and replied. I can't believe you are worried about that. Your spirit is already quite strong. So that situation likely won't happen. Gamjae put on his clothes and confidently said. That is right. But now I am going to intentionally increase the synchronization level. The old spirit was taken aback. Wait, if you do that, you will fail this challenge and get stuck in this world. Kim Gong-jae chuckled and responded. I can't explain the reason just yet. This method will only succeed if I am the only one who knows the plan. I intend to exploit a loophole in the tower's system to get through this challenge. So if you see me in danger, please help me. I am counting on you. Oh, esteemed number one in the world. The one who wants to be my master. Now, I am off to help my beloved. With that, he rushed outside. In Lavian's room, Gong-jae asked with a concerned tone. You must be way too hard on yourself. Right. Every night you are fighting off those demons. And you have wiped all the negative thoughts about the Crown Prince and Lady Kim. Is that why you are absent from the academy today? Lavian coughed and replied. Do not worry. I have been like this since the first time I regressed. To be more precise, I have been like this since birth. It has just grown with me, and the illness suddenly got worse after I stabbed the sword into the mirror, making my heart disappear. Hearing this, Gong-jae fell silent, leaning against the pillow. Lavian continued. That is also why the Emperor allowed the Crown Prince to be engaged to both me and Lady Kim, because even if I became queen, I would not last long, and it would be hard for me to conceive, so I really am not suited to be a queen. After saying that, Lavian coughed again, and Gong-jae quickly offered her some tea. Saying, drink a bit, she took the cup of tea and replied. Thank you. After finishing it, she was surprised. You added a lot of honey. Ah, this is exactly the taste I love. How did you know? Earlier, you mentioned that the advancements left me a guide. So I just followed what was written there. I remembered reading that the second death book, The Silver Lily, has a very poor sense of taste, so she only likes strong flavors. Hearing this, she was skeptical. So does that mean you plan to use the same method as them? He smiled. You are the one who told me about the guide. So I had to carve it out. Right. I am just referencing it. I hope you do not misunderstand. Lavian chuckled after hearing this. Taking a closer look, I see you actually have a bit of wit. So what is your plan here? The time I am spending with you is just a form of entertainment. One of us is definitely going to forget this time together. I do not think there is a way to resolve that. Kim Gong-jae was curious. You probably never really trusted anyone. Ah. Lavian looked at him with doubtful eyes. Gong-jae lowered her head. Please trust me. Even if it is not a genuine relationship, I am still the one you have chosen, even though I am just a nobody. I have often had to rely on others' support, just like your current situation. You have been shouldering too much by yourself. Even if I die, the empire still needs to be strong. I need to guide the Crown Prince in the right direction. You must have had those thoughts through 14 regressions. Right. After hearing this, she asked, do you think I have overdone it? Gong-jae brought a bouquet of flowers and replied, Yep. Let us take a break. I think I am the type who can stand seeing the one I love carry everything alone. I hope that when I am tired, the one I love will be there to share the burden, and vice versa. Lavian lowered her eyes and reminded, what we have is just a fake relationship. Kim Gong-jae admired the bouquet and responded, that does not matter, because I am being very serious. Lavian was astonished by this. Do not you think this is too much of a disadvantage for you? He replied, you still do not understand me well enough. I am actually very optimistic. You think I will get discouraged because of my shortcomings? Just because you pretended to date me? No way. I see this as a golden opportunity. And soon you will be head over heels for me. Lavian, curious, exclaimed, where do you get that confidence from? You casually arranged the bouquet in a vase and replied, because we will spend time together. I want to give up no matter what happens. Until you tell me you are sick of me. I will do my utmost to be the support you need to carry this life. Time passed, and the clock was nearing midnight. Lavian went into the forest with her sword, declaring, time's up. Let us get to work. You stepped in to stop her, saying, you need to rest. Are you really going to fight the enemy in this condition? Leave this to me. I have got it covered. After that, you took your sword and went to slay the blood demons. A blood demon that resembled Lavian approached you and asked, do you want to kill us? Are you planning to kill me? The next morning, at 8 a.m., you rushed in, arms full of papers from Lavian's desk, saying, please do not worry about this work anymore. Lavian was stunned. What are you doing this time? You tossed the papers into the fire and said, anyway, the world's flipping upside down in just a few days. If the empire collapses just because you did not finish a few paperwork tasks, then let it collapse. Consider today your personal holiday. A celebration just for you. Time continued to pass, and Lavian sighed. This is the first time I am living like this. You were sitting in Gong-jae's lap, both of you on the grass by the river. She asked, is it really okay that I am doing nothing? I have not been to class for 3 days. If someone saw me like this, you reassured her. It is. I will take care of everything. Lavian fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment, She spoke up. I do not want to respond to you anymore. Still brimming with excitement. Said. Who said I would always help you? Later. If I need help. I hope you will be there for me too. We should help each other out. Lavian was taken aback. You changed the subject. Asking. Want me to read you some poems? She nodded in agreement.
Yep.
As time drifted closer to 6, the two of you rode on the river, and you asked, Isn't the yew tree beautiful? She nodded.
Yep.
The spring weather made everything look pristine. Kim Gongjae described. This is the season when spring flowers bloom, before the flower petals wither away. The empire calls this time white spring, truly a beautiful season. She gazed at the river, nodding in agreement.
Yep.
I can remember the last time I saw this scene. Just then, the system announced that the presence of the heart hidden by the yew tree had grown stronger. Laviana's heart pounded, and a shadowy woman appeared, wielding a red sword. The woman raised the sword and slashed down. The system announced that the heart hidden by the yew tree had revealed itself, and the sky over the empire turned red. The citizens panicked, screaming, The sky, is that blood? The empire erupted with explosions and rain of red blood. Lavian remained calm, saying, Being by your side feels so peaceful. Can I truly trust you? Kim Gongjae set the hanging machine down and walked closer to her, saying, You once said we were two parallel lines, and the first to die will definitely revive first. Which is why we can be together forever. Gongjae took her hand and said, Now I will envelop you in my aura. Not just your body but your mind too. And it is the same for me. I will blow both our heads off at the same time. It is true that the first to die will revive first. And there is no guarantee the one who revives second will remember anything. If that is the case, there is only one way for us to be together, and that is to die at the same time. Lavian, please die with me. Hearing this, Gongja pondered a bit. He quietly assessed. Just like how people plan for their daily lives, I am also preparing for my death. I have always thought about how to leave this world peacefully. I just need to use magic to blow my brain up, and I can end my life instantly without pain. It is a simple, easy method. Which is why I have not committed suicide that way. If I get too familiar with this method, I might let my guard down. And that is also why I killed the Fire King. Which is why I did not choose that way to die. I want a more painful death so I can stay clear-headed and make the best assessments possible. However, today is completely different. Kim Gongjae held Lavian's hand reassuringly. It will end quickly. A wave of energy radiated from him into Lavian's body. She sighed. So warm. Like a stream of water flowing through her veins, spreading throughout her body. Is this your body temperature? Warmer than mine. It is so thrilling. I have never felt this way in previous revivals, because as long as I do not lose myself, it is. But I do not want to lose you if I revive first today and forget all about you. He reassured her. Do not worry. I will always be by your side. At that moment, the blood demons appeared, causing everyone to scream in terror. Demons. The demons are here. The screams echoed. Lavian warned. We cannot make any mistakes. If one of us dies even a second before the other, I will hate you forever. You only have one chance. Remember my words. Kim Gongjae smiled and replied. All right. The system displayed a notification. Your heart is wrapped in platinum. Looking at you, Lavian replied flatly. You made me trust others once again. Now you better take responsibility. The number of blood demons was increasing, along with the apostles appearing. The system warned. The apostle of crop destruction has manifested. The apostle of the endless covenant has manifested. And the apostle of eternal happiness has manifested. Lavian showed a look of disgust. These creatures really do not know how to read the room. Gongjae smiled and said, We need to teach them a lesson. Let them know that meddling in others' love affairs only leads to death. Kono smiled and replied. Listen up. Gongjae unleashed his ultimate technique. The ninth formula of the celestial demon god, the suicidal dagger. A dagger appeared and simultaneously ended both their lives. Soon after, his system displayed the message. You have died. Returning to 24 hours ago. The Kim Gongjae slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Lavian was nearby holding an umbrella, asking, You are awake now. I can believe you overslept like that. You really are a pathetic butler. Gongjae shot up, staring at her, wondering if both of them would retain their memories after the reset. Lavian continued speaking as if answering the question in his heart. Hey, butler, you tricked me, did not you? You promised to reset at the same time as me. Yet I came back 9 whole days earlier, even if this relationship is fake. How could you leave your girlfriend alone for 9 days? Hearing this, Gongjae's eyes lit up with happiness. Lavian kept on scolding him, saying that since she returned 9 days early, she was the only one worrying. You promised to be by my side, but you broke your word. How dare you wake up late like this? You have a lot to make up for. Kim Gongjae dashed over to hug Lavian. He mumbled, I. And she put down her umbrella to embrace him back. It is all right. Everything's fine now. Watching over you while you were still out cold was no picnic. He gently stroked her hair, smiling. You are lying. She replied. Really, it was boring. But thankfully, I am great at waiting. He continued to apologize. I am sorry. And she responded, I forgive you. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Synchronization level with your character is 71%. He asked her, my lady, I want to ask you a favor. Can you wait just a little longer? 8 days. 7 days. 6 days. I will count down each day until we can experience our first day together. Lavian clutched his collar, reproachfully saying, how selfish. You are asking me to die 9 more times. He eagerly asked, are you afraid of pain? She replied, but the way your nasty self just took a life and is already asking for more is a bit much. He smiled and asked, can I kiss you? Lavian did not answer. Instead, she pulled him closer and kissed him. Just as the kiss ended, the system chimed in, you have died. Rewind 24 hours. After each reset, they exchanged a kiss. And with every kiss that ended, the system announced, you have died. You have died. Among those moments, when they kissed in the courtyard, Kim Gong-jae teased, were you thinking about this before coming here? She smiled, saying, I think I have the right to remain silent. Gong-jae blushed, shouting, that is not fair. She stroked his hair and said, didn't you make me wait 39 days? Keeping my selfishness helped you feel less guilty. You should thank me. Gong-jae blushed at that, realizing they had been kissing for 39 days. She shyly interrupted him. Don't say that. It is so embarrassing. Afterward, they continued to kiss. And once again, Kim Gong-jae committed suicide. Rewinding 24 hours. This time, Heretic ran up to him, yelling, Grim Prince, Miss Lily is here. Why is she so late? He heard she was somewhere else, not in the main house, and immediately asked, where is she? Heretic replied, she said she would wait in the garden in front of the main house. Hearing this, he rushed out. Startling Heretic, he looked after Kim Gong-jae, suspiciously asking, Grim Prince. But at that moment, Gong-jae had no time for anything else. His heart was taking control of his body. He dashed outside to embrace Lavian, then committed suicide once more. Time ruined 24 hours. And during the rebirth, Gong-jae found himself at a social gathering. He smiled as he looked ahead, where Lavian appeared in a blue social dress. They hurriedly moved closer, sharing a passionate kiss in front of the astonished noble guests. Kim Gong-jae asked Lavian, this is the day we met, and she replied, it is the first day for both of us. As long as we want it, it can be the first day forever. Just then, Lady Kim Tae-chae appeared. Wondering what she had missed, Kim Gong-jae and Lavian kissed right in the middle of the grand hall, causing the nobles to whisper anxiously, what is happening? Am I seeing this right? The old elf beside them covered his eyes and screamed, damn it. My eyes. Why can't I find peace in the afterlife? Why must I witness this even after death? Why do I have to see someone enjoy themselves like this? That shameless Kim guy. The chatter and noise grew louder. What is going on here? I am sure that butler works for Lady Kim Tae-chae. If the emperor hears about this. Lady N Bache stepped forward, standing alongside the crown prince. Gong-jae thought coldly. People's reactions are starting to unfold. At that moment, the crown prince appeared, utterly shocked. N Bache, what are you doing? She leaned against Gong-jae and said, I am sorry for causing a scene here. I really should not have done this in front of you. Your Highness, the crown prince, taken aback, stammered. Lavian approached with a piece of paper and said, since I have committed a grave offense, I will gladly accept whatever punishment you choose. The crown prince stuttered. Punish you. Lavian handed the paper to the crown prince, who was startled. What is this? She replied, this is my request to withdraw from the academy. I have prepared my own punishment. Since with your nature, you will likely struggle to choose an appropriate one. I will withdraw from the academy and quietly reflect on my actions until the punishment is officially decided. Please accept this request. Your Highness. And I won't seek any personal grievances. The crown prince read it and was taken aback. Lavian quickly grabbed Kim Gong's hand, running off and saying, thank you for accepting. Your Highness. The two of them rushed out of the palace. He watched her retreating figure, wondering if this was really okay. After stabbing his heart in the mirror, she should still have feelings for the crown prince. But whatever. Given what that jerk did, he deserves it. The most important thing is Lavian looks really happy. If she is happy, that is all that matters. Just then, behind him, Heretic waved and asked, Prince, how are you planning to conquer this challenge? He ran after him, curious. And why were you two kissing? I do not understand anything. And by the way, my heart skipped a beat when I saw you together. What do you call this? Gong replied, it is touching. Plus, I will handle this challenge myself, so you just relax. Consider this a vacation. Then, Heretic said cheerfully. I get it now. Then I will do whatever I want. Gong warned. But you better not kill anyone. Heretic smiled playfully. Got it. And that is not all. Kim Gong continued. You can't torture, corner, or imprison anyone just to get information. Right. Heretic's expression went blank at that. So what else can I do? Gong waved his hand. And there is plenty for you to do. Until then, just sit in the corner and read some comics. Heretic stopped in the back. Puzzled. I just got a notification that the synchronization level has increased. What does that even mean? Gong patiently explained. It means it is moving. Heretic perked up at that. I see. The carriage took Lavian and Kim Gong out of that palace. She sat in the carriage and said, I am sure tomorrow the whole empire will be buzzing. First, there will be about 200 letters exchanged among the capital S nobility, and around 20 from the local nobles back home, with 10 of those landing in my father's hands. And finally, the emperor will send a messenger to meet us. Gong, suggest me some solutions for this situation. Will you? Gong was taken aback. Wait, did you just call me Gong? Lavian looked out the window and said, It is so. I have lived in such a small place for so long. The Academy of Source was a tool to enhance the Empire's power. Children from prestigious families in the Empire must enroll here. We are taught the same curriculum language. History to instill a common sense of rights and duties as citizens. Jealousy, arrogance, pride, greed, desire, all of it lurks behind those tiny doors. Under the guise of tradition and order, the Academy is simply hiding its true face. The future of the Empire does not exist there. I wonder if the prince realizes that. Gong interjected. Do not worry about the Empire so much. You have talked about it enough already. Just think about me for a moment. Even that alone is enough to make my head want to explode. Lavian stepped closer and called out, Gong, if you dare leave a scar on my heart, I swear I will take your life. Do you understand? She grabbed his hand and asked. He replied, I know. I understand. Lavian commanded. Then tell me how you understand. He responded, I will never do anything to hurt you. And if I accidentally do something wrong, I will sincerely apologize to you. She raised his hand and said, Looks like you need to understand a little more. She pulled his hand and placed it on her neck. Warning, if you betray me, you better chain me up yourself until death. Dante use aura. I want you to use your own 2 hands to kill me over and over again, until our meeting fades from this world. I do not care if it takes you months or years to forget, but I will haunt you with my death. And I want you to live the rest of your life knowing that I will never forgive you, she asked. You could live an eternal life if you wanted. Right. Kim Gong replied. That is right. She continued. The moment you betray me, your life will turn into eternal hell. Gong nodded. I understand. Lavian, she spoke up. If you have any secrets you want to share with me, spill them now. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his token. Introducing. I have a skill called Demon Resurrection. The dead at my hands can be revived by me if I can even give them their appearance and memories from before they died. A card with a resurrection effect appeared in his hand. You can summon those who died by your hand as monsters. The undead you summon won't have the strength they had before death. However, if you want, the undead can take on their appearance and memories. If you do not allow them to keep their memories, they can only be summoned as monsters. She finished reading and asked, So does that mean you can summon me? You put away the card, replying, Since I have killed you 9 times, I can summon 9 versions of you. But I am not planning on doing that. Lavian immediately requested. Then I want to add one more condition. If you dare to betray me, I want you to give up that ability. You took her hand and said, All right. I am sorry for not saying this sooner. Lavian stated, I will forgive you if you promise me one thing. And you agreed? I am listening. She laid out her demand. No suicide without my permission. No dying even in situations where death is inevitable. You are my lover. You are no longer someone who can easily throw away their life. Even if death is unavoidable. You must fight to your last breath. Kim Gong replied with a smile. Got it, she said. Now tell me what you want from me. You looked at her and made your request. When I ask you to trust me, you must put all your trust in me. She kissed your lips and replied, I will always trust you, Kim Gong joyfully said. My lady. Let us enjoy a holiday where we can do whatever we want without worrying about anything. Who else would torture themselves working from public places to private ones like you? So for the next 10 days, let us leave everything behind and use our rewind skills to cater to what our hearts desire. She asked. You want to indulge without caring about others? Right, you smiled. Exactly. She replied. Because no matter how much trouble we cause, once we rewind time, they will forget everything. Right, joyfully replied. Indeed. My lady. I just said one thing and you understood it right away. The two of you walked towards a building. And Lavian muttered. So the partner I chose in the end is just a scoundrel. The staff immediately stood up upon seeing them and asked, "Where would you like to sit?" Gam placed a glass on the table and said, "Today we want to book the entire theater and the play." The two of them headed to the theater, and Gam asked, "So there is a whole 6 troupe of plays?" Suddenly Lavian spoke up. "My dear, I have always wanted to do one thing. And you were curious. What is it?" Lavian spread her arms and said it was to have all 6 troupes perform on one big stage. 3 would do tragedies, 2 would do comedies, and the last one would do musicals. The actors here were stunned upon hearing this. Kim Gam reminded her. "That might be a bit chaotic." She replied, "Exactly. I want to see a chaotic play." Then the two of them sat down to watch the 6 troupes perform. Romeo. Romeo. So you are Romeo. I am truly wise and beautiful. You and Lavian laughed joyfully from below. The two of them changed locations for fun. This time at the casino. Lavian said. And the other players? Frightened. Replied. Lavian signaled. Fold. And the players with her were trembling. Stammering. Fold. Finally. Lavian said. Raise the stakes. Keep raising them. And Gam stood proudly behind her. In the end, everyone could no longer hold back and shouted, "This is clearly abuse of power. Lilies, even as a person. You can't just waltz in and mess with my business. You standing there, asking, who do you think you are raising your voice at? Miss, let me take that old man's head for you." Lavian responded, "It is. Nam is just chilling despite running a drug lab in the basement, helping him supply the whole capital with drugs. But even that is not enough to take his head." Nam said, trembling with fear. "What do you mean?" At that moment, Gam brought a chair over. Lavian signaled. "Take a seat," she coldly stated. "Play 10 games with me and I will let this slide." Later that evening, Lavian lay in Kim Gam's arms, asking, "Are you happy?" She leaned against him and replied, "This is the first time I feel that living a bit longer is a good thing." Gam chuckled. "I am happy to. Look at this. My synchronization rate just went up again. Now it is at 76%. Lavian raised an eyebrow at the synchronization rate. "You explained. It is a mechanism created by the spirit that brought me to this world. You know I came here by playing the role of a butler. Right. This number represents how I am gradually sensing with my role. When you call my name, touch my cheek, or lay in my arms like you are now, that number goes up." And she listened with curiosity. "According to you, the synchronization rate is increasing now. What happens if it hits 100? Gam replied, "Right now. You should not worry about that. You promised to only think about me." Gam reached for the lamp by the bedside. She scolded, "You sly fuck." The next day, on a different street, he shouted at a nobleman, "Today, the lady of Avanzia has claimed this street. How dare you bring in a carriage bought by exploiting the peasants?" Then the two of them went to the palace and told the emperor, "Your Majesty, please pay more attention to your child. No one is as despicable as you are." And upon hearing this, the emperor nearly foamed at the mouth and fainted, causing everyone to worry and call for his majesty. Kim Gam happily recounted, "Day by day, we used our time as a means of relaxation. The two of them played around splashing water in the lake, tossing coins to the people on the street, and enjoying the flowers together. Then one day, they sat together by the fountain. Gam held Lavi in his hand. "We are terrible." She nodded. "You are right. We are awful," he cheerfully said. "But only the two of us know that. We are accomplices." Lavian, "Do you remember what I said in the carriage?" She replied, "I remember everything you said. About how I told you to trust me." She nodded. "Of course." He smiled and said, "Now let us make that promise a reality." Kim Gam looked puzzled. "You seem to be plotting something shady. It would ease my mind if you just came clean." He shared his plan with her. "I will boost the synchronization to 99%. Maybe I really need to become a full-on butler, becoming someone born in this world?" She asked curiously. "Well," Gam replied, "I can clearly explain the reason." Lavian flatly added, "If you can say why, then this plan can only succeed if you are the only one who knows. And the reason you are bringing this up is that you want something from me. Right?" You smiled and replied, "Exactly." Lavian sighed. "From the very beginning, he wanted me to promise to trust him just for this moment. I should have been more cautious every time he opened his mouth. What should I do now?" Gam suggested, laying out the plan. "First, we will go back to day 1. Back to the starting point of this door. The two of us returning to that time." After closing the door, Lavian turned and asked, "What now?" Gam handed her the rope and said, "First, tie my hands behind the chair." Lavian was taken aback. She picked up the rope and said, "I think it is a bit early for us to move on to this step." He sat down in the chair, grinning. and asked, "What are you thinking? I am quite satisfied with my life as it is, so do not worry." She still had her doubts. "I promise to trust you. But you are really making it hard for me to keep that promise." She stepped forward and tied his hands tightly behind the chair. Gom smiled charmingly. "Good job. You tied it really well." The old spirit beside them was panicking. "Wait. Living needle. What the hell are you doing? Don't make me anxious like this." The sword was also worried. The spirit was anxious about its master's actions. Gom thought to himself that the butler of this body had hidden feelings for both ladies. But getting involved with either of them was impossible. But the butler could only bury those feelings deep inside. The prince also had feelings for both ladies. And the golden lady had a little something for both the prince and the butler. At this moment, Lavian found herself at a crossroads between the prince and me. This was the biggest plot twist in a romance story, and it sparked a plan in my mind. He asked Lavian, "Please bring a mirror and place it in front of me." A mirror was brought before him. He looked into it, and it spoke. Character window. And the window immediately opened. At that moment, he was still Gom. He called out, "Lavian." And she looked up. "Hi, Gomaster. Please keep kissing me. Make me fall for you even more." She leaned closer and asked, "Why did not you say so earlier? Do you like being kissed while tied up?" Kim Gom replied, "After a certain point, I won't be me anymore." He thought to himself, realizing something strange as he watched the heretic judge gradually become the golden lady. His hair kept growing longer, leading him to devise a plan to conquer this door. Gum approached her and asked, "When my synchronization rate exceeds 90% and approaches 100%, please end me yourself." Lavian gasped. "What?" Gom replied, "Think about it. I am sure you can guess my true intentions because after all, we are both regression players." Lavian pulled her hands back and reminded him, "This is way too dangerous. It is basically a gamble." Kim Gom replied, "If we consider this a gamble, then clearly we have already won. Because this is the loophole of the tower. So pointing out that loophole puts us in the advantageous position." Lavian lowered her head and muttered, "But there is one more issue. I won't be able to remember you." Gom comforted her. "It is. I will find a way to resolve it. And I need to ask you one more thing. If I can't leave this world on my own, then use your hands so I can receive the message. Trust me." Finally, she placed her hand on his shoulder and replied, "All right. I am your first wicked lady. And you are my last scoundrel. Oh my. So in the end, I still have to fall for a total jerk." With that, she leaned down and kissed him. The system chimed in, "You are syncing with the character. And your synchronization speed has reached 84%. Lavian kept kissing him, and the synchronization rate began to rise. He thought to himself, the last time the divine light transformed into the Lady of Gold. It felt so strange. Why is the change in appearance still happening? The divine light can freely alter its appearance using sacred techniques. However, that is a skill unique to the divine light, not something the Lady of Gold possesses. But instead, his hair kept growing longer, meaning the synchronization would not cause the skills to disappear. His thighs tightened as Lavian continued to kiss him breathlessly. The system kept notifying him, "You are syncing with the character. And your synchronization rate is now 88%. At that moment, fragments of Kim Gongjae's memories surfaced. He saw images of his childhood with his teacher and friends, cheering him on. "Gongja, you can do it," his sword cried out in fear, begging its master to stop. Lavian, concerned, asked, "Are you okay?" The old spirit nearby shouted, "Wait. Gongja. What the heck are you doing?" Gongjae's character status window was slowly fading, and his face turned bright red. He urged her, "I am fine for now." "Keep going." Lavian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you really want me to kiss you more? That is a bit too bold." "Darling." Yet, she leaned down to kiss him again. The character system seemed to glitch. With Gongjae and the butler character nearly sensing up, Kim Gongjae declared, "Lavian, I love you. Even if I am reborn, I will still love you. So please do this, so that even in death, I won't forget." Lavian replied, "I know, but your status window is glitching worse. It is merging with the butler's status window." He thought to himself, my presence is slowly fading away in those hazy memories. He heard Lavian calling, "Gongja, are you okay?" But in front of her was not Gongja, but the butler character, who looked bewildered and asked, "What is going on?" "Oh no. The lady has caught me off guard, has not she? No matter how powerful the Evangia family is, this is just too much. Do they hate the Lady of Gold so much that they have to lay hands on a lowly servant like me?" That line hit Lavian hard. Then she replied flatly, "I see. Is that it? I thought I had no heart left to feel pain, but this really hurts." "Well played. Your sword has indeed stabbed my heart," the butler asked. "What do you mean?" Lavian approached, holding the sword, calling out, "Gongja," and the butler, confused, asked, Who are you calling? She pulled out the sword and said, My lover is the one who gave me his whole heart. And if you dare to hurt me, I will take your life. Her words struck deep into Kim Gong-jae's mind, making him gasp. And Lavian called out, Gong-ja, come back to me. As Gong-jae slowly opened his eyes, Lavian plunged his sword deep into his chest, whispering, I will always wait for you. She then leaned down to kiss his lips, while the butler watched a tear fall from the shattered memories, whispering, Lady Lilium, is she really going all out to confront Lady Kim Tirich? I need to report this to Lady Kim Tech. I want to wipe away her tears. Before Gong-jae was nothing but pitch black darkness. Then a system notification popped up. You have died. Reverting back 24 hours. Error detected. The skill owner and skill target are inconsistent. Evaluating whether to revert to the skill owner's 24 hours or the current target. Unable to assess. This issue exceeds the tower's jurisdiction. The tower is checking the authority of the Death King. Completion. The Death King is now temporarily eligible to become an apostle. The temporary authority grantor is Hamusja. The tower considers the issue raised by the Death King to require an official meeting. A vote will be called from the 6 life pillars. The pitch-black darkness began to shift as a swarm of golden butterflies appeared, surrounding Gong-ja. A figure emerged, speaking in an unfamiliar language. The system displayed a dialog box. Request approved. Translating Drago language. It turned out the figure before Gong-jae was pointing at him and scolding. This punk is disrespecting us. Bring Hamusja here. Now. How dare he show up here as an apostle? According to protocol, this is not an issue at all. But more importantly, I am sure he can understand what we are saying. He is synced with the character. Right. Reversing will make it easier for us to communicate. Reverse the process. The system replied. Request approved. Setting synchronization rate for the Death King. Instantly, the synchronization rate dropped to 0%, causing Gong-jae to cry out. One of the pillars questioned. You intentionally used the rewind skill right after syncing with the character, did not you? Gong-jae was coughing due to the sudden change and could not respond. The pillar continued to ask. So you can revert to the character's 24 hours, not your own. Gong-jae looked at the pillar in front of him and replied. Yep. That is right. Send me back to the day before this endless 10-day cycle began, as Gong-jae requested. Take me back to before the 10 endless days started. The light pillars, upon hearing this, scolded him. You shameless brat. Calm down. Here we are. Back to the fragile, dark origins again. I will kill you, and no one will be able to help you. Just die. While other light pillars were furiously criticizing, one with long hair asked, You call yourself the Death King? It has been ages since we had to hold 2 meetings about the same person like this. The last time was because of the calamity. And the connection between these two is getting stronger. I wonder if it is just a coincidence. The Tower Master remarked. It is frustrating. If the synchronization rate were 100%, we could have sent him back a day prior from the butler's perspective. If it were 90%, the perspective would follow the Death King. However, the rate is 99% too ambiguous. Who should we choose? You thought in shock. Tower Master. You should give your opinion. I guess I should revert from the butler's perspective, the Tower Master said. Persuade me. And you immediately explained that the synchronization rate is at 99%. Meaning there is only 1% left. The butler accounts for the largest share in this body because he is responsible for it. The Tower Master replied. That is right. But the ability of a time rewinding watch can only be used by you, which is why you need to rewind time. After hearing this, Kim Gong-jae broke out in a cold sweat. The Tower Master conjured a magic barrier around you and said, Don't worry. I am just curious. Hearing that, Kim Gong-jae felt a bit uneasy, wiping the sweat from his face and saying, Please choose the butler's perspective. Both the butler and I have always debated who should control this body. Sometimes the butler wins, and other times I do. I mean, I lose with full acceptance. After winning, he acquired my abilities, and the time rewinding watch is also his skill. The Tower Master laughed upon hearing this, saying, Makes sense. All right, let us go with your idea. Just like how you copied and acquired the Fire Emperor's abilities. I just do not know who would win in a fight between 2 time rewinders. Thinking back, we should let the butler return to the moment before he acquired those skills. Your idea is impressive. Just as the Tower Master finished speaking, the barrier surrounding Kim Gong-jae shattered. The Tower Master continued. You could have chosen to run away and avoid the Fire Emperor's attention, but you did not. Well, a dozen beams of light responded. It is because he wants revenge. Plain and simple. The system notified you. The moonlight illuminates the blind turtle. Another dozen beams of light disagreed, saying, He has always been in pursuit of justice. The system replied. Because the princess escaped from the illusion, she blesses you. After hearing this, the Tower Master spoke up. They are all true. There were times he committed suicide for revenge, and times for justice. But there is one thing I will never forget, the legislative illusionist quietly said. That is the only way to ensure defeating the Fire Emperor. The Tower Master agreed.
Yep.
The Death King. Your heart remains pure and eager. Just like your mind is not simple. You have always sought an absolute victory. That is why I am still waiting. Guessing that you will present that mindset to fully convince us. Kim Gong-jang clenched his fists upon hearing this. After a moment, he replied, that is right. We did not do anything wrong. The flaw lies within this tower. The problem is when rewinding time. Which personality will emerge has been predetermined. If this tower were perfect from the start, such a mistake would not have happened. The Tower Master replied, I admit. So what? You immediately raised your hand to speak. Because we are the victims of that mistake. We hope you will compensate us, and also reward us for discovering our faults. The dancing god in the void glared at you, cursing. Seriously. Watch your words. Do you want to be erased? And the moonlight illuminated the blind turtle that wanted to kill you. The Tower Master shouted, stop. This is interesting. I did not expect you to be so confident that we would compensate and reward you. Why should we do that? It would be simpler to just clean up this mess and move on. Kim Gong-jang heard and understood. Then he smiled and replied, because you always wish me luck. Recalling the system that always displayed the line, good luck to you. You keep talking. You have never treated us lightly or looked down on us. Even though you are one of the highest authorities. You have never forced us to do anything. Those hunters who want to stay on the first floor can do so forever. And you wish good luck to those who want to climb the tower. Reminding them to be careful, not to mention. Those you allow to have their own floor are all lonely. Miserable souls. You have gathered those who've faced tragedy and helped them. You are so kind. You do not interfere when we are busy fighting each other, because you respect our freedom. You will surely compensate for the losses we have suffered due to the tower's faults. The responsibility lies with this tower, not with it. Thank you for creating the tower. I always wanted to tell you those words, but I have not had the chance to thank you. Without the tower, I would have wasted my life out there. In fact, even after arriving at the tower, I still live my life like that. Deep down. You think, it has been a wrong life. That is how I have lived. But I could not get another chance. You keep saying. Without you, I could not have regressed back to 4,000 days ago. I could only do this because someone has always been watching over me. That is the only motivation that keeps me going. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I bow to express my sincere thanks to the tower. As the princess escapes her illusion, she looks at you and says, I am quite pleased with you. The ancient guardian gazes at you and speaks. This is the first time I have received thanks from a human in this place. The dancing god in the void also looks at you fondly and says, these days, kids just point fingers blaming others. It is quite normal. After everything, the Tower Master smiles and praises. How adorable. I am just a mirror. You see me as good because you are kind yourself. Tell me how you want to be compensated. You reply. I want to go back 24 hours from the perspective of the butler. The Tower Master asks. And what about the reward? The butler blushes and shyly replies. Miss, the silver sapphire. I hope someone keeps the memory of my beloved. The Tower Master responds. I see. You can request a very powerful skill. You know. After all, you have discovered flaws in the tower. We will enhance the wristwatch of the regression. Doing so will allow you to return to any moment you wish, instead of just 24 hours. Or you can always return. With the recovery item not only holding memories, but also your recovery abilities. The butler kneels and pleads. Tower Master. I do not need those. I just want to be with my loved one. The Tower Master listens and gently pats you. Luck to you, Prince. They smile. And the system appears saying, wishing you all the best. The meeting has concluded. Adjusting the synchronization rate. The current synchronization rate is 99%. Returning to 24 hours ago. A beam of light appears, and the figure of Heretic materializes. Her voice ringing out. Butler. You finally woke up. You have been asleep for quite a while. The butler gasped. Miss. Heretic responds. That is right. Your one and only miss. The butler wonders. What is going on? Heretic sits across from you. Smiling. I just got back from dinner with the prince and saw you dozing off on the couch. Sleeping in front of your master is not very proper. You know. But I will forgive you because you look so cute while sleeping. You look like you want to cry. Did you have a nightmare? The butler, startled, asks, what is going on? You rushed in, sweat dripping down your face, asking, Miss, do you like dinner with the prince? Heretic clapped back. Yeah. And guess what? The prince gave me this coral ring. She raised her hand proudly to show off the ring. He continued excitedly. I did it right in the school cafeteria. The prince really knows how to win a girl's heart. I was curious about how Miss Evangia would react upon hearing this. Just hearing her name made him flinch. He mumbled. Lavian. And Heretic turned around. Confused. calling. The butler. The butler's cold voice chimed in. I do not think you should casually say her name like that. Even if it is just the two of us here, that is incredibly disrespectful. Please remember that. The old spirit shouted in the background, along with the clashing sounds of the sword. But the butler could not hear it because this time, the one controlling the body was the butler, not Kim Kong. You held your head and asked, Miss, what are you talking about? Don't you hear what I am saying? Heretic replied, confused. Yeah. The butler said to her, I do not know what is happening, but it feels like someone's yelling in my ear. Heretic worriedly asked, Are you sick? Should we go to Issa? The butler quickly stood up and said, I will step outside to pray. Heretic watched him leave and nodded. All right. Remember to come back soon. The butler walked down the hallway, recalling what Lavian had once said when I had not reincarnated yet. The prince was with Miss Kim Thua. I was so angry that I wished upon the sword passed down through generations of my family. When I did that, my life became eternal. The butler stood before Lavian's chamber, questioning, What am I doing here? The butler stepped inside the chamber, a voice in his heart reminding him that he needed to go back, but his body continued to move on its own. The butler opened the door in front of him. The image of Lavian from the previous reincarnation appeared, holding a sword pointed at him, saying, I will be waiting for you, in the room. Lavian sat resting her chin on her hand. Seeing him, she smiled and said, You have come. She stood up and walked closer to the altar, saying, Looks like you have confirmed it. You understand your feelings well now. I can see you talking clearly all night. Judging by that expression, I can tell it is your first time. The butler felt confused after hearing that it was his first time too. Lavian pulled down the red cloth, revealing an altar shattered by a sword thrust. The butler said, I do not know what to say, so I will stay silent. Miss Evanzia, is this a dream? Why are you in my dream? Lavian turned around, casually complimenting. Great question. She walked down, pulling him closer to the altar, and said, I have become your dream, and you have become my life. This exchange of dreams and lives is our love, but I do not think that question has any romance in it. If you are still wondering why there are no attendants here, I told them to go outside. The butler was puzzled. But why? Lavian threatened, Let me warn you. Do not ever call me Miss Evangia with that mouth again, or I will rip your heart out and kill you. A deadly glint sparkled in her eyes. She reached out and patted the butler's back, startling him. She looked into the mirror and asked, What do you see in there? The butler replied, I see the two of us standing together. Lavian pressed on. And what else do you see? A sharp pain shot through the butler's head as the character's status bar flickered in the mirror. The butler clutched his head, crying out in agony. The echo of the sword and the old spirit's voice rang out. The butler painfully grasped his neck. But Lavian pressed on, asking, What else do you see? The butler replied, Words. I see strange words. And I hear a strange voice. Hearing this, Lavian smiled with satisfaction. He had received love. Tell me what those words say. The butler hesitated, looking at the words appearing. I can't see clearly. They are not fully written yet. Just Uman and love, that is all. Lavian interpreted. Uman means master and love means lover. It seems those are the remaining words in you. But why does master come before lover? I do not get it, so I do not like it. The butler called her, Miss. There are many things I still do not understand. Even though you said this is not a dream, if that is the case. What do you want from me? She replied, I want you. Lavian hesitated for a moment before asking. You said you feel like you are dreaming. What kind of dream is it? The butler clutched his chest and responded, I can't remember clearly, but there are some things I saw. One of which was you looking at me and crying. She asked curiously. What else? The butler tightened his grip on his chest and recounted. And at that moment, I thought my heart was shattering. I thought it was not because of the blade you stabbed me with. Hearing this, Lavian smiled. I am glad you still remember that. Do you know why you had that dream? She answered honestly. I do not know. Lavian then shared. It is because of the trauma I experienced. My mother committed suicide. I still remember the words my mother whispered in my ear back then. The memories of others talking about death, and silently watching that day smothered by flames. But those memories did not cause trauma in my heart. Her eyes flickered with determination and hatred as she stared at him and said, Because right now, only you can hurt my heart. And with that, her hand tightened around the butler's neck. She coldly warned, I have made it very clear. I will kill you if you dare to engrave yourself in me. I am already engraved with you. So die. Die and love me again. The system chimed in. You have died. Reliving the trauma of your killer. Punishment level. Medium. This is the diary of the hungry demon. The scene shifted. The figure of Kim Gonja being illuminated on the chair gradually appeared. Lavian's past came into view. In that memory, Kim Gonja sat bound to a chair, smiling. saying, "Think about how others feel. I do not know. But if it is you, Lilac, you can definitely understand. You can understand." Lavian assessed the man before her, realizing he was a dangerous man. She quickly grasped what he was fishing for. He wanted to exploit the loopholes in the tower's system to flip the entire game. Surprising how someone with such an innocent face could devise such a cunning plan. However, she stepped closer to him and said, "Ganja, this is too dangerous. I won't be able to remember you." She looked at him thoughtfully, realizing that living was not what she truly wanted. She just wanted to live with him, without any forecasts. "Now, the memory of him is everything to me. Even if you succeed in stopping me from stabbing the sword into the mirror, and this endless cycle of 10 days. If I can remember you, then nothing really matters." Suddenly, Kim Gongra spoke up, catching her off guard. Kim Gongra smiled and continued, "But I will take care of that. Do not worry. Please believe me," he urged. She fell silent, looking at him with eyes filled with sorrow. She thought to herself, "There is no reason for him to ask me to trust him. I really regret promising to always believe in him." In the end, she agreed. After all, she had made a promise, and she could not go back on it. Lavian leaned down to kiss the lips of the man she loved, just as he had requested. She thought to herself, "I trust the man I love. I believe in his abilities. Because this is the man I have chosen. He can convince the tower and succeed in going back just one day. But the question remains, what happens after that?" With each kiss falling, the synchronization increased. And finally, the soul before her shattered into pieces. Before disappearing, he still said, "Lavian, I love you." She looked at the body in front of her, wondering how he planned to reduce the synchronization, which had already crossed the 90% threshold. If he successfully returns one day earlier, he would obviously lose all memories of me. Even if he remembers something, it would just be a vague feeling. She picked up the shattered piece and gazed at her reflection in it. She recalled his words, "That is why I easily empathize with others." Remembering this, her eyebrows furrowed, and her once cold eyes were now filled with a strange, rising emotion. She sat before his body, cried out softly, then told herself, "Then I have to kill him. The one who taught me what happiness is, a person who seems innocent but holds a hint of cruelty. I do not want to kill, but because he has hurt my heart, this event has become an obsession for me. If I continue to kill, the one I love will see everything that happens today, and through that, I can convey all my memories to him." She transformed the pieces of his soul into a massive purple butterfly. When the butler woke up, taking over for Kim Gamja, he saw her and gasped, "Oh my, miss, did you catch me off guard?" She whispered to him, "Listen closely. This is the scar you left on me. Even if I die, do not forget. You are always in my heart. Did you hear that?" She thrust the sword through the butler's back, murmuring, "Goodbye, Gamja. I will always wait for you." She held the cold body close and whispered, "I will always love you." The memories ended here, and the system displayed a notification. The target's ego remains intact. Punishment completed. Your current synchronization level is 98%. The scene changed. The butler opened his eyes, and a tear fell. Heretic, filled with doubt, asked, "Butler, what is wrong? You are listening to my story, right? Why are you suddenly crying?" The butler stood up abruptly, saying, "I have things to do." Heretic shouted in fear, "You can't go. I am telling you about the promise I made to attend the party with the prince. You have to let me finish." Butler. Gamja replied, "Miss Kim, tomorrow the prince will gift you a blue coral ring." Heretic blinked in confusion. "Ah, what did you just say? Answer me first. Then go." The butler hurried off to find Lavian, and she spoke up. "You are here?" The butler asked. "Have you always been waiting for me?" Lavian stood in front of the mirror and replied, "Yep. This is the second time today." She pushed the mirror in front of him and asked, "What do you see?" The butler answered, "I see some things from the master and the lover. There are a few others I caught a glimpse of, but not enough to understand what they are." Lavian commanded, "Look at me." The butler called out, "My lady." And suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. "Never call me a lady again." The butler hesitantly said, "Miss." Lavian praised him, "Much better now." And the butler, hearing that, scratched his head in confusion. The butler heard Lavian ask, "What did you dream about?" He scratched his head and replied, "The lady of the lily was crying," and she asked, "About whom?" He recounted. In front of her was the rain and a man who was blinded. She was in so much pain that she stabbed him. After hearing this, Lavian reached out and patted the butler's head, praising, "Very commendable." The butler stopped in his tracks upon hearing that. In Lavian's hand appeared a golden glowing orb, and she said, "Take a look at this. It is proof of your efforts." The steadfast love token of the past appeared with effects. Love acts like poison to a lover because no matter how hard they try, they still can't share time with the one they love. Yet, there was a lover who exclaimed their burning wish. Let the one I love keep their memories, and that wish truly reached the tower. You and your lover will always exist in the same timeline. If your lover reverts to a day before, then you will too. Similarly, if you revert to a day before, your lover will follow. This is the ring of fate, a marriage of time. May the two of you be happy. However, this effect can only be activated when two people are in love. She teased. Who would have thought you would say, let the one I love keep their memories? But getting proposed to like this is not great. I prefer hearing your voice say it. Got it. She reached out and pulled the butler down, saying, if you do not propose directly, I won't bother, so hurry back. She tightened her grip on the butler's neck, saying, I will kill you over and over until you come back to me. If showing you the scar in my heart can bring you back, I will show it to you 1,000,000 times. So look at that scar and feel the pain. The system displayed a notification. You have died. After each reset, Lavian always personally strangled him, expressing, look at the scar you left on me. You have always been in my heart in this world. The only one who can kill me is you. And the only one who can kill you is me. Every time Lavian killed him, Kim Gongjae's synchronization level decreased. She thought to herself, once more, again, yet again, and again. I will always seek you out. And finally, Gongjae regained control of his body. He dashed into Laviana's chamber, remembering Laviana's story as he ran. You were born into a noble family. Because of your mother, you had to live a boring life. And your fanky was decided before you were even born, and every hour, every minute of your life, you had to sacrifice for him. The lily of death, Evansia the light. Lady Evansia, people outside often called me that. But you are not like them. The door opened, and Lavian stood waiting for him in a pure white dress. Turning her head to ask, have you arrived? Gongja looked at her and thought, I will call you by the name you want. He smiled and called her name. Lavian. They embraced tightly, and Lavian happily said, I have always been waiting for you. Gongja. Kim Gongjae called her name. Lavian. Thinking to himself that there were 1,000 words he wanted to say, but could not, he held her close, wanting to tell her that he was sorry. Sorry for leaving her with scars that would not fade. He rested his head on her shoulder, mumbling, wanting to say, thank you. Thank you for believing in me, waiting for me, and loving me. But in this moment, he could only say one thing. The proposal he was allowed to make just once in his life. He leaned his forehead against hers and asked, will you marry me? Lavian smiled and nodded in agreement. They lay together on the bed, and Gongja said, you truly are a genius. Lavian, I never expected you to use my skills to uncover the pain and to convey those memories to me. If it were me, I would have never thought of that. She smiled back. But you are always so focused on other people's pain. You are also quite the schemer. How could you convince the tower to the tower? You are like a strict manager. Unshakable. I know you are good with words. But I never thought you could persuade the tower like that. He replied. Honestly, I do not remember well. I met a high-ranking figure from the tower, and those memories are starting to fade. Lavian caressed Gongjae's face and said, that does not change the fact that your boyfriend is a really smart guy. He smiled and replied, and the one I love is just a genius. Kim Gongjae kissed her forehead and asked, so when can we hold our wedding? She mischievously smiled. Isn't that a bit too rushed? Hearing this, he laughed and replied, that is really not fair to me at all. Lavian explained, the first step is to annul my engagement with the crown prince. The prince and I are bound by this engagement. So marrying you right now would be legally complicated. Gongjae blushed and said, for me, whether it is legal or not does not matter. Just a small ceremony for the two of us would be enough. Lavian spoke up, but for me, it does matter because this is the world I live in. Moreover, the empire is the country I have always been loyal to and helped build. My world. My country should recognize my marriage, Gongjae questioned. But is not it a bit difficult to get that recognition from everyone? She smiled and replied. All right then. My prince. I will take care of anyone who does not bless us. Kim Gongjae turned red and thought, what do I do now? She is so cool. He replied, I get it now. Suddenly, he sat up and made a request. I have one condition. She looked at him and asked, what is it? He replied, I want you to be the one to propose the annulment of the engagement. You can let him be the one to ask for it. I want everyone to think that the annulment is the crown prince's fault, because I do not want anyone gossiping about my Lavian. She smiled and asked, do you want me to embarrass the prince? He answered excitedly. Exactly. Lavian sat up, looking at Kim Gongja, and said, that is simple. Hearing that, he paused. Do you already have a plan? She nodded. Of course. Who did he think she was? Every time the prince met his secret lover, she collected evidence and stored it in a drawer. And now she had hundreds of pieces of proof, and she had even seen it with her own eyes. She reached out to caress his lips. His eyes were captivated by her, and he wondered, how did she get so cool all of a sudden? She ran her fingers through his hair and continued. Of course. There is no need to go to court. The royal family will probably let everything slide quietly. So all we need to do is ask for a private meeting. He smiled and asked, when are you planning to show up at the construction site? She replied, as soon as possible. My God. After you laugh at me, you will become the husband of the Avanziano formula. The royal family will bestow a title upon you directly, and I will become your lady. Wherever you go, people will call you my lord. So is that okay with you? Gongja blushed and replied, I am Lavian, the mistress of the Avangia clan. And you are just an outsider. Don't worry. You do not care about those things. She lay down, laughing playfully. I know it will be fine. So why do not we try it now? Call me your lord. He heard those words and looked a bit dazed, seeing him not respond. She asked, wait, are you embarrassed? Kim Gongja blushed, unable to find the words. Lavian turned and said, I know you will feel shy, so let me show you how it is done first. My lady. He stuttered. My lady. Lavian happily demanded. Once more. Kim Gongja called again. My lady. Lavian fell silent upon hearing that, and Gongja looked confused. The atmosphere was incredibly quiet. After a moment, he called out to Lavian, and she laughed, asking, are you shy? My boy is just too adorable. Gongja immediately rushed to hug her, calling out, my lord. Lavian responded, my lady. He lay in her arms, hearing her heartbeat, feeling utterly blissful. He thought to himself, is this the sound of Lavian's heartbeat? Before she offered her heart to the sword, did she really have such a warm heart? This trial has only one goal: to prevent the destruction of this world. The first destruction happened because the fragments of the sword flew away at Lavian's will. If the prayer did not pierce Lavian's heart, that would not have happened. However, the constellations, the greatest shield of this world, also vanished. So on the day of the apocalypse, water crevices will appear, and creatures from another realm will flood in. They will definitely return in even stronger forms. This trial is still incomplete. The next morning, Kim Gongja said, the wedding ceremony is being prepared a month from now, exactly 10 days after he becomes the master of this body. Lavian, while handling work, replied, yep. I have arranged for it to happen right on schedule. That will also be the day the world faces destruction. We won't consider it doomsday. Instead, it will mark the beginning of our new life together. Kim Gongja blushed at that, thinking, she is so strong. Lavian continued, because of this, I have faced quite a few challenges. Starting with breaking off the engagement with the prince. Second, successfully obtaining my father's position. If I did not lead the clan, it would be very difficult to marry you. Not just legal procedures, it seems, but society is also talking because you are marrying a commoner. But if you become a duchess and take him as your husband, things will turn out better. Gongja let out a soft hum after hearing that. You remember and ask, based on the butler's lingering memory in you, is not becoming the head of the family supposed to be really hard? She nods. Yep. It would be very difficult if you were not Lavian. But you are Lavian. Gongja sees her face and feels like he is struck by love at first sight. She looks so cool. Lavian pulls out some documents from the drawer and says, the vassals have pledged their loyalty to me. And I already have a title. Even if my father denies his positions for me, the only way is to sue the emperor. But I need more evidence to prove that the crown prince has betrayed me. The emperor is also a wise man. He values the imperial family's reputation more than your father's loyalty. Gongja hears this and asks, you talk as if you are one of his close royal family members. But you want to exploit the emperor's weakness to threaten him. Lavian looks up and calls him, my lord. Gongja. Yep. My lady. She explains to him, your talent is only suited for the tower, not for this world. If you do not return to the empire, do not come back to my world, I can understand. But I want you to know that I won't give up my position. There will be times you have to accompany me to events like the year-end celebration or New Year's events. Moreover, being the husband of a noble lady means you will have to attend politically charged events, so you need to know a bit about politics, too. I can be loyal to the emperor while also threatening him, because if I become a noble lady, the empire won't lose anything. And they will feel lucky to have a noble like me. Right, my lord? Lavian smiles with satisfaction. Seems like I only said one thing and my husband understood too. Gongja leans in and whispers, of course. Because you are my woman. Lavian smiles and confesses, I love you. Then the two share a passionate kiss. The old spirit witnessing this scene yells out, Damn it. Who said that brat needed to be taught what love is? The sword replies. At that moment, the old spirit had a heart full of envy. Rule number 999 in love. Love does not need rules. In the garden, Gongja pours tea for Heretic while announcing, My lady, I have urgent news to share with you. I am getting married. Heretic was so shocked that she spat out all her tea. Stuttering. Wait. Married. Are you kidding me? You want to get smacked? Kim Gongjae calmly wiped the tea off his face and replied, I am not joking. The wedding is planned for next month. Heretic questioned, Are you serious? Gongjae answered, It is Lady Silverglass. Hearing this, Heretic immediately said, Come on. Do not joke about it anymore. Gongjae handed her the paper and pen asking, Please sign here. She asked, What is this? You replied, It is the document for your approval of the marriage between me and Lady Lavian. And if we end up together, I will be granted my freedom and become the husband of Lady of Asia. Heretic, not believing it, laughed loudly and asked, Husband, are you serious? I would believe it more if you said, I was about to become a princess of this kingdom. Wait, that is actually happening. You smile and ask, Will you sign for me? Heretic replies, I would be happy to. It is proof that a human can do something shameful. Gongja bows and says, Thank you. Then may I bring my wife tomorrow? The next day, Kim Gongjae leads Lavian to the garden and introduces her. I have brought her here. Heretic is shocked to see Lavian appear. And Lavian speaks up. Even though I already know who you are, I will introduce myself once more. I am the daughter of Duke of Asia. And I am the heir from back then. Lavian pulls out a letter and says, I am truly delighted to be engaged to your butler. Heretic hears this and steps back in shock, asking, What? Lavian, unfazed, continues forward. The butler is your servant. After all, thank you for accepting this engagement. Here's the invitation. With that, Lavian tosses the letter towards Heretic, flustered. She takes the letter to read and proudly tells Lavian, You should be happy. You are the first to receive an invitation. This is a little gift for taking care of him all this time. Seeing that she is done with her business, he walks over and says, Lavian, I am leaving now. She places her hand on his and replies, I told you, call me madam in front of others. Kim hugs her and says, Sorry, my lady. I still can't remember to call you that. She responds, You are really clumsy, but that is also what I like about you. The two of them walk away, leaving Heretic behind, who raises his hand and calls out. Seeing they are unresponsive, Heretic shouts, Who gets married like this? The couple ignores him and continues to express their feelings for each other. I love you. She says, I love you too. He replies. Together, they head to the academy, and Lavian shares. I discussed this with my father at the mansion. As soon as they enter, the students unite to say, Congratulations on your engagement. Greetings. Sir Fianki of the young lady. Lavian continues. There are still some family members following my father, but it is just a few. I have basically become a noblewoman now. Kim Gon. Heir of the Avanzi prosperity family. Does that sound good? She replies. I want that to happen. And the prestigious Chamberlain family will adopt you. He looks at the students bowing to him, feeling anxious about the noble kids bowing to a mere butler like him. I am sure they are not too happy about this. But it is different from the pressure of being famous. Lavian keeps talking about the plan. He will become influential, managing royal affairs for a long time, and also have a good reputation. We will skip the complicated procedures. We just need a signed document. And then you will be recognized as an adopted child of the Chamberlain family. Kim Gongja looks at her, thinking to himself, At first, I was just Gongja. Later, I became a hunter known as the Death King. And now I am about to be the husband of the most noble lady in this kingdom. Gongja speaks up. You have helped me so much. Even with things I did not know about. She gently takes his hand and replies. Gongja, you have helped me a lot too. Even if the people here do not realize it, you saved this world from disaster. I will continue to protect the world in the future. Especially during moments like this, when we should seize the chance to do what we want. He lifts her hand, asserting, I plan to be by your side forever. He leans down to kiss her hand and continues his heartfelt confession. I do not want you to keep score of what I have done for you. Because compared to all that, I want to give you so much more precious things. I hope meeting me will be the greatest fortune of your life. And that your greatest happiness will also be with me. And I wish to be the most meaningful thing in your life. Lavian leans her forehead against his, saying, I am not just some small thing like joy or luck. I am your one and only miracle. Just as they lean in to kiss, Heretic rushes in, exclaiming, No way. No way. Lavian looks confused. She did sign that document. Right. Heretic hurriedly explains. I only signed it because I thought it was a joke, but it is real. This has never happened before. Right. It is just the way it is now. Is not what is going on. I can wrap my head around this. Kim asks. Puzzled. What is wrong with you? Heretic jumps in. Nothing at all. Whatever. I am sure the one pulling all the strings is Miss Lully. Gom smiles and corrects. It is Lady Lully, the Silver Sorceress. And she will be getting her title soon. I hope you will be a little more considerate. Hearing this, Heretic snaps back. You jerk. I will never forgive you. Heretic points at Gom and slams the door shut. Moments later, the door swings open, and Heretic joyfully rushes out, declaring, It looks like I have become the heroine of the apocalypse. Gom calls out, Heretic the Inquisitor. Heretic replies, That is, the Death Prince. Gom is sitting on the sofa with Lavian, and he speaks up. The foreign constellations will invade this place in 10 days, so get ready for war. SAS Class Inquisitor. Introducing the Inquisitor, the first blood worker of the tower. A madman who used blood to suppress the chaos in the early days. He is also a religious expert under the Pantheon, overseeing all religions on Earth. Heretic the Western Prince. A map appears, and he states, the basic holy power is the law. The physical laws governing Earth are like the system's windows. No matter where you go, there are no exceptions. But on Earth, there are guns and nuclear weapons. Right, because the physical laws are everywhere. It means those two things can appear anywhere. While they are not exclusive to Earth, they are incredibly powerful weapons. If we can wield those two weapons, we can easily defeat most of the disciples of the constellations. Lavian speaks up, I get it now. Everyone is governed by physical laws, so they will also be affected by physical forces. Heretic happily replies. Exactly. The conclusion is that physical attacks work on anything with a physical form. The only question now is whether its effect will remain intact or diminish. The old spirit hears this and praises. Clever. Indeed. That is how the killing star tore apart Sparkly with its aura. As long as there is a sword in hand, we can do anything. Plus the main guild of Ifaki Long has already taken down that glutton. Physical influence is an incredibly powerful law. Sparkly nods sadly. And the old spirit continues. Whether the constellations are tough depends on how well we can apply the physical laws. The Heretic touched the globe and said, The physical effects I just mentioned are actually very important, because they are not entirely limited by the laws of physics. Lavian chimed in. The constellations have their own rules too. They might exploit those to resist the laws of physics. The Heretic exclaimed. She truly is remarkable. Just like the esteemed Lady of the Death King. And the clans that follow them adhere to those same rules. What rules do they have? I wonder. The Heretic gave an example. For instance, there is a constellation called Vavit, known as the god of love. This constellation interprets the world through the lens of love. In the world dominated by Vavit, money or power do not matter. The strength of love determines how strong a person really is. You doubt the power of love. The Heretic was gathering power for a summoning and said, Seeing is believing. And with that, the sacred love spell was cast. Just as he finished speaking, a pink aura surrounded Gomsha and Lavian. Startling them, the Heretic pushed Gomsha forward, saying, Go on. As Gomsha stumbled, he lost his balance and fell onto Lavian. Immediately, their positions shifted. Lavian was on top of him, saying, Gomsha, it is embarrassing to do this in front of others. Gomsha's face turned bright red as he exclaimed, Wait, Lavian, what are you doing? I just Judge of Heresy. What is going on here? The Heretic smiled and explained. In the Temple of Vavit, every action represents love, even if you fall. Those near you will fall too. If you drink water, it spills on your white shirt, creating a messy atmosphere. This holy place acts as a machine reinterpreting the world and manipulating others' minds. Just like in a collection of stories. We must become characters in a library of creation. This is how they exploit their laws to defy ours. This battle is a holy war, a clash of the stars. Emerging from that world, Ying stood up, adjusted his shirt, and asked, What about the war that is about to happen? The Heretic conjured a magic circle and replied, First, we need to know which constellations we will be fighting against. Do you know them? If you can name them, I will use my divine encyclopedic skills to gather information. Lavian looked up at the strange symbols appearing and asked, Can we use a nickname? Like the Bullbreaker, the Warhorse of Eternal Prairie, the Immortal Happiness Messenger. The Heretic pondered and then spoke. The constellation known as the Bullbreaker is called Musha, the constellation of destruction and rebirth. It can wield any kind of physical power at will, like annihilating an entire area or tearing apart a physical being and then reassembling it. Although rare, there are instances where this power even affects time. Kim muttered, Time. The Heretic explained. Because time is also a form of physics. The Heretic then introduced the next constellation. The one nicknamed the Warhorse of Eternal Prairie is Mahat, the constellation of knights and warfare. It often drives people to madly slaughter each other or outsmart them with strategy. Conversely, it can also use its strength to bring peace by enforcing a war ban. Lavian said. That makes sense. Peace is established when the war ends. The heretic spoke about the last constellation. I do not know the name of the one known as the immortal happiness messenger. It seems it is not a famous constellation. Hearing this, Kim frowned. Not famous means weak. I wonder what advantages it might have. Lavian sat down on the sofa. Arms crossed. Analyzing. There are 3 types of enemies. The real deal. The strength of the apostle depends on how much power they can borrow from the divine. That is why it is so complicated. But at least we have a rough idea of the situation now. Thank you. Heretic said with a smile as he pulled back his magic. We have a responsibility to protect this world too. Heretic leaned against the pillar next to Lavian and added. I have another skill in holy magic that allows me to borrow almost all the power of the divine. If I know their name, as long as we join forces, we can definitely find a solution. Gong and Lavian exchanged glances upon hearing this. Heretic stared at them. Mumbling. Love. So that is what it is. The Death King is so strange. My heart is racing. I have even heard your synchronization speed has increased. What is this proof? Gong was startled and replied. The heart-throbbing one. Pay attention to the synchronization speed. The love we are talking about has another meaning too. Heretic asked curiously. What is it? Kim replied. Sorry, but I tell you. Just consider it a secret weapon. Lavian told Heretic. Who holds the power? We can just move our troops at the wedding. But we will borrow the special forces from the king. Heretic asked with interest. Where can we find the special forces? Lavian replied. My foster father is a nobleman and the commander of the special forces. He should be able to gather them. Gong asked the old elf. What do you think of that sword? He replied. What do you mean? Gong saw Lavian and Heretic chatting happily and spoke up. The 2 leading ladies really understand each other. The future looks promising. Don't you think this mission will succeed? The old elf reminded him. Stay alert. Dealing with 3 apostles is no easy task. Are you curious how dangerous they are? The old man compared. Probably 1.5 times the starving demons on the 12th floor. The old Kim wondered. Starving demons are still a constellation. The opponents we face are just apostles of theirs. They must be weaker than a constellation. Right. The old man explained. Starving demons are the lowest constellation. Based on the tower rankings. They might be D rank. You were shocked to hear that. The 12th floor starving demons are only D rank. The old man nodded. Yep. I am not worried because you are the ones who have to fight. But you want to conquer the tower without casualties. Right. If so, you need to think strategically. Your combat ability also needs improvement. You do not intend to stay at rank forever. Do you? You replied. Of course not. On the day of the wedding, the maids complimented. You look quite handsome today, old man. Truly stunning. The bride is so lucky. The maids insisted on doing your makeup again. Old Gong nervously replied. Thank you for the compliments. But can you all calm down a bit? The maids collectively refused. No way. Today you have to be the most handsome guy in the kingdom. Old Gong thought to himself. This scene feels oddly familiar. After a while, they finally finished the makeup. Old Kim Gong stood up to adjust his outfit. The servant beside him cheerfully congratulated. Congratulations on your wedding. Old Gong. Gong's foster father stepped forward and introduced himself. I am your foster father. I work for the royal family and hold a small position. I have heard many good things about you. The old Gong startled and replied. It is an honor to meet you. His adoptive father stopped him, saying, You can call me Dad now. I know deep down you can't bring yourself to say it. But I promise I won't bring shame to the Avanzia family. After your wedding, I plan to retire. The Avanzia matriarch has already prepared everything for me. So you do not need to worry about me in my old age. The old Gong was amazed and wondered. Just how much has Lavian done to prepare for today? His adoptive father continued. She truly is a talent. Even if today we are just father and son. My wife has demanded an increase in troops and even called upon my title. This wedding might not go smoothly. So keep your eyes peeled. The old sorcerer also spoke up. Get ready. They are coming. The harbingers from the stars have descended, sending the guests into a panic. Lavian immediately ran over, shouting, They have arrived. From now on, everyone, follow my lead. All soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon Corps, gather at one location. My vassals, lead the guests to safety. Knights, take your positions. A battalion moved as Lavian directed. While the guests were led in the opposite direction, his adoptive father commanded another troop, stating, I order you, as the commander of the special forces, to focus all soldiers on protecting the guests. Lavian turned to Heretic, asking, Do we have any intel on their abilities? Heretic responded, Yep. I have analyzed it. That lady with the giant hammer is. Before he could finish, the lady charged forward, swinging her hammer down with such force that it shook the entire venue. Amidst the chaos, Cynthia Avanzia in her original form appeared. Her face twisted in rage and her eyes filled with vengeance. With all her fury, she screamed at Lavian. I won't let you have anything. The guests were left terrified and astonished. Before them stood two original versions of the ladies. And everyone was in disarray, asking, "What is going on with the original ladies?" Heretic, being the most composed, quickly warned everyone, "This is not good. This must be the original form of the lady." The old gong said while shielding Lavian. Heretic explained briefly. To put it simply, it seems her soul has been captured to gain the power of a constellation. She has sacrificed her outward abilities and memories, perhaps hoping for this outcome even at the cost of everything. The knights gathered their weapons and shouted towards the group of strangers, "Protect the guests. Stop them." But they were all wiped out by the circle of light surrounding Heretic. He created a protective barrier for everyone, shouting, "Be careful. She has an indestructible body, a power granted by Musha." Sinvia noticed the fear in everyone's eyes and felt exhilarated at the thought of crushing everyone here. Her smile grew more maniacal. She sent everyone an ultimatum. "Either way, you are following Lavian. I would rather destroy everything than give her anything. I can have sympathy for her in any real sense. That skill truly reduces physical damage by 99.9%. With that, Sinvia swung her arm, summoning a hammer for a one-way strike. "Grant me strength, Nio." "Lavian, prepare to die." Heretic continued to devise his strategy. "You said, unless there is a blow that crushes her head, the remaining damage is pretty much useless." This left the adoptive father looking horrified. He asked, "Who in the world could pull that off? This is indeed a tough mission. But if no one steps up, we are all toast." Lavian raised an eyebrow. This golden lady was already quite terrifying, but it was about to get even crazier, with Sinvia charging at her with wild eyes. She was decked out in golden armor radiating fierce power. At this moment, the warhorse of Thong Nguyen Vin Kiu appeared. His voice echoed, "Those poor unfortunate souls. You should blame that pitiful girl. Blame her for owning that body. Blame that young man. It is because of those two that we flattened this place. You have every right to mourn. Warriors of the dark, awaken." As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of ghostly soldiers materialized. The soldiers, seeing this, screamed in fear and ran for their lives. The warhorse of Thong Nguyen Vin Kiu commanded to attack. The dark warriors charged forward, hunting down the guests. Kim Gong asked, "What is the heretical ability of that apostle?" The heretic searched and answered. He had activated the power of the warhorse, the battleground of the Holy Land. This is a wide area skill that influences a vast region. The peak effect is incredible, capable of resurrecting the power of all summoned souls back to their golden days, when they were alive. All these souls are the essence of each noble class, the spirit elite of the strongest warriors. Hearing this, Lavier frowned. Our combat power is vastly outnumbered. Suddenly, golden children joined hands to form circles and began to sing. Everyone who heard that song fainted one by one. The heretic was still working hard to create a protective magical circle for everyone. This is trouble. Anyone who hears that song gets trapped in their happiest moment. Now they can't do anything. This is a mental attack. Unless you are truly strong, nobody can escape. Gomja sighed. It is all a destructive ability that is hard to counter. The heretic replied. Right. There are 3 types of top-tier foes we need to defeat. It is quite a challenge. Suddenly, the heretic called out. Death King, can I trust you? Gomja stared blankly at the heretic. But at that moment, Lavian next to him also called out. Gomja, I should have told you sooner, but this outfit really suits you. Kim Gomja thought to himself as he looked at her. The apostles of the constellations had wrecked the altar. And all that filled the air were the terrified screams of the guests, instead of blessings. Nevertheless, we never intended to cancel this wedding. Kim Gomja took Lavian's hand and praised. Lavian, you are the most beautiful in this universe. I promised you that without your permission, I would not leave. Not even in life or death, I will hold on as long as I can. She replied. I know. Sinvia has her eyes on them. She wore a maniacal grin, aiming at the couple busy exchanging their final sweet nothings. She charged with her hammer, ready to strike them. But Gomja, unfazed, turned to Lavian and asked, So now let me go. Lavian smiled and replied, Okay. Right after that, he hugged her tightly as they braced for Sinvia's attack. And boom, it all ended. The silence was oddly serene. All that was left was the sound of the system notification. You have died. Just like always. Rewinding back 24 hours. As he opened his eyes, he heard Lavian calling out. Gomja. He thought to himself. I do not have to regress in solitude anymore. We will be invincible together, he said. Let us execute our plan. The space shifted, and the silhouette of a woman appeared. She exclaimed, O divine beings, please help me. A woman had prayed, and her plea became reality. Back in the present, Lavian started to strategize. First, we need to change the arrangements in the wedding hall. Now that we know where the apostles will show up, we can concentrate our special forces and fighters in that area, Kim Gomja thought. While preparing for the wedding, I realized that both the bride and groom are granted significant power. We can mobilize any guests we want. Lavian pointed to the map and said, the royal army and my clan soldiers will be deployed to the west, and any nobles capable of fighting will be moved to the outskirts. Although the two clans are fierce rivals, they are skilled with swords, and may not be thrilled about sitting together. But they will have to deal with it, he continued to think. If I could use my skills to steal blessings from the apostles, things would be much easier. The old spirit whispered in his ear. This zombie, I told you, in strange places, the tower will be merciless, and the folks from the present have many blessings. Just like when they fight against the hungry demons, and now they even have the blessings of the goddess of beauty, and the snake god. Kim Gongja replied, well, that is true. But it does not really relate to my skills. The old spirit continued. Right. To be more precise, those blessings belong to the category of beneficial effects, granted to people by the constellations. So if you are not too happy about it, go find those constellations that granted beneficial effects and tell them. Kim Gongja grunted. I have heard enough. Shut up. Heratic voiced his thoughts. If there is an apostle skilled in mental attacks, we will be in deep trouble. Guest numbers would have to be reduced, especially the blessings at the happiest moment of their lives. Anyway, not many can withstand the joy poison that the immortal happiness messenger spreads. Lavian nodded. The issue is, if we reduce the guest count, it will be tough to deal with the war mounts of the eternal prairie. Apostles can summon 10,000 soldiers. If we invite more guests, it will be easier for them to attack mentally. But if we reduce the numbers, we will be overwhelmed by their forces. At that moment, Kim Gongja raised his hand to offer a suggestion. Leave that to me. But I have one condition. The kingdom has a rule that only those who inherit the family line after marriage must wear black. Right? Lavian replied. That is correct, he then said. Lavian, let me wear black too. She was taken aback upon hearing that. The girl explained. You do not want to become the head of the family, do you? But she replied. I know you are not that kind of person. It is just that the traditions of this country annoy me. But nothing is more important than your impressive appearance. I will have someone take care of it, he cheerfully said. Thank you. He looked up at the map and thought. And just like that, our preparations are complete. On the day of the wedding, many honored guests arrived. Upstairs, the adoptive father said to Kim Gongja. The arrangement in the ceremony hall looks quite odd, if I may ask, but it feels like this arrangement is for battle, with those who can fight gathered in the front, while the regular nobles are at the back. Gongja looked down and replied. I am sure my wife has her reasons for doing this. The adoptive father continued. I see you are wearing a sword at your hip. Gongja nodded. Yep. That is because I love training with my sword. If I am going to be the second in command of the Evangia family, I can't look weak. Right. Plus, I have to be ready for any trouble that might arise at the ceremony. The adoptive father nodded in understanding. Get it? I will also prepare quickly for any trouble that might happen. Gongja thought happily. Great. This way, the special forces will be ready to fight at any moment. The more people can stay calm in the face of surprises, the better. Lavian has probably prepared the nobles for this too. Below, the nobles were whispering to each other. Have you heard anything? I heard that some people are unhappy about the noble lady marrying a commoner. They say there might be a scuffle at the wedding. It sounds terrifying. I heard too, and feeling uneasy, I brought a shield just in case. Just then, the sky turned red, and 3 apostles appeared from above, shocking everyone. What the heck is happening? The apostle of dark desire has appeared. The apostle of the eternal sovereign has appeared. And the apostle of the immortal happiness has appeared. The adoptive father immediately drew the Jiaho sword. They are here. Everyone, get into position. Quick. The guests capable of fighting began using magic, asking, oh my, what is going on? Drogho? Those who can't fight, please evacuate to the castle. Heretic, get on my back. Heretic immediately ran to him and replied. Got it. She hurriedly jumped on his back, channeling power, shouting, holy summoning signature. Soon after, they appeared behind Heretic, startling him. Heretic quickly turned and swung his hammer at Gongja, knocking him down. Gongja quickly shouted. Again. Heretic responded. Got it. Holy summoning signature. They appeared behind Heretic once more. Gongja swung his sword at the tiny figure, who quickly pulled out her hammer to block, but Gongja's strength was greater, sending her flying. Heretic angrily shouted. I do not know what cheap tricks you are using, but it is pointless. I am indestructible. Nothing can harm me. The dark desire has given me immunity to damage. Gongja asked. So you offered your soul to the apostle, because you do not want to get hurt? Heretic, fuming, countered. What does that have to do with you? Everyone only pays attention to Lavian. She was just born into a good family. She acts like she is better than everyone else, as if she understands all the sorrows in the world. I am going to kill her. I will take everything she has. Kim Gongjia recalls writing. I want to be the Fire Emperor too. A desire that is both deep and reckless. I have no right to belittle Lady Kim to see. But because I am being myself, I can say these things. Lady Kim, you should know that there are plenty of people in situations worse than yours. And they truly understand the pain they endure. So when someone has to scream for someone else, we should empathize with their loneliness. With all those who are screaming because they are drowning in agony. Hyrek scolds. It is ridiculous. Who wants to live like this? Kim Gongjia calls out. Sparkly. And Sparkly answers the hero's call. He quickly thinks of the command. Switching from the sword of symbols to the sword of compassion. He thinks to himself, she has an indestructible body. One of Musha's blessings. I can hurt her in the literal sense. The sword transforms into a dark hue. Speaking, my power is pain. Those I strike will taste suffering. And if they can be hurt, they won. My ability is to create pain without causing any wounds. Kim Gongjia raises the sword and declares. Sinvia Vanchia. From now on, I will kill you. Sinvia crazily challenges. Go ahead and try if you can. The sword plunges into her, causing her to scream in agony. Gongjia turns and calls out. Heretic. The heretic immediately understands and is transported divinely. Sinvia is stabbed, falling to the ground and creating a massive crater. She lies there, gasping for breath. Kim Gongjia stands over the pit and asks, does it hurt? It must. Right. Sinvia reaches out and says, pull me up, we had a deal. Remember, we even signed a contract. If you leave me like this, Musha won't let you off easy. The warhorse of Vina Kiwu ponders before speaking. Is that truly a fragment of a constellation? I do not know how you got it, but that does not change the fact that I have to eliminate everyone who stands in our way. The warriors follow the awakening warhorse as he finishes speaking, and they instantly appear. Kim Gongjia thinks to himself, the sacred battlefield is a wide area skill. It affects a vast region, and its effects are incredible. It has the power to restore the strength of all the vengeful souls back to the golden age when they walk the earth. Levian steps forward, draping a cloak over him and praises. Gongjia. This cloak suits you well. He bows his head and smiles. Thank you for fulfilling my request. I want to keep my promise to you. She replies. I understand. Let us wrap this up as you wish. Gongjia raises his sword and calls out. All souls return. His army of spirits immediately appears. Kim Gongjia thinks. The power of the demon constellation is the sacred battlefield. Its effect is to restore the vengeful souls to the golden age. The demon envoy appears and bows, requesting an audience with the vice leader of the demon cult. Gongjia smiles and says, fight in my stead. Please. The flower demon bows and responds. I will obey your command. Vice leader, Demon King praises. Today is a special day for you. Toon, the deputy sect leader. All dressed up like you are about to get hitched. You reply. Well, I actually am getting married. Which leaves everyone in the demon sect utterly shocked. They erupt. Wait. The deputy sect leader is about to get married. The supreme leader of the demon sect is actually tying the knot. And it is not just a promise. It is the real deal. The four heavenly kings rush over to ask, who is the lucky one? Gong points to his side and says, that is her. Everyone in the demon sect cheers. She is stunning. The deputy sect leader definitely has an eye for beauty. A swordsman runs over. Curious. How far along has your noble fiancée progressed in her training? You answer. My wife does not know martial arts. The four heavenly kings start whispering. But should not she be the future bride of the demon leader? Someone who does not even know martial arts. That is a bit much. Is not. The power of a person relies on their martial skills. The blood demon clan cannot accept this marriage. Gong chimes in. I forgot to mention. My wife holds the highest noble title in this country. Second only to the emperor. The four heavenly kings immediately change their tune. Well then. Everything's different. She does not necessarily have to learn martial arts. Alright then. Power comes from authority. Congratulations on your upcoming wedding, deputy sect leader. Just then, a hungry swordsman appears and asks, Master, are you really getting married? Gong shyly replied, yeah. I do not know how it turned out like this. He mutters, no way. How could someone as crazy as the master actually find someone to marry? Kim Gong thinks to himself, so you really think that about me? But you still answer, yep. She is But more importantly, I want you guys to focus on the battle. They are the invaders from another world here to conquer this one. They want to ruin my wedding. The Black King raises his head and looks coldly at the soldiers, saying, oh wow. Wu Yang steps forward and says, you want to disrupt the deputy sect leader's wedding? Kim Ku pulls out his sword. They must have lost their minds. The hungry swordsman says, I have got the situation figured out. At first, I thought it was because your power had reached new heights that we could regain our strength. But it seems it is thanks to the blessings of the stars. The Kim Gong, that is right. He continues. I have one question though. Which star is that child under? You respond. It is the warhorse of the eternal pure source. The swordsman murmurs. His followers are just a bunch of fools who only know how to fight. Please give me your orders. What do you want me to do? The swordsman raises his sword, and Kim Gong commands. Kill them. As soon as he finishes, the swordsman charges forward, unleashing a terrifying force that sends the enemy troops flying. The warhorses of the eternal pure source are shocked. Is that a star? This is ridiculous. How can someone who is not a star control another star, like it is their subordinate? The heavenly kings wield their swords and shout. Show them what we have got. Yu Yang slashes a soldier in front of him and dodges. What a bunch of weaklings. They are not even worthy of us reading them the riot act. The flower demon was wildly slashing and shouting. How dare you lowlifes cause chaos at the deputy sect leader's wedding? The sword demon stepped up, declaring that their heads would be the wedding gifts for the deputy sect leader. If you do not take at least 5 of them down, I will personally end you. The blood demon drew his sword and said, this is exactly why you should not associate with those ignorant thugs. The warhorse of Commander Inian Vin Kyunade. Do not hesitate. Warriors. Heed the command of the battalion leader. Before he could finish, the sword demon appeared behind him, grinning, asking, you are the jerk blocking the deputy sect leader's wedding, are not you? That pathetic head of yours is going to roll. With that, the sword demon swiftly struck down, leaving Guan Vin Kyu's warhorse taken aback, exclaiming, before he could utter his last words. The sword demon severed his head amidst the cheers of the dark cult. The sword demon held up his severed head and shouted, see this? You nobodies. I am the sword demon, leader of the destroyer army of the dark cult. The destroyer army has gifted the deputy sect leader the finest wedding present. The hunchback man wiped sweat off his brow and cursed. Damn it. The flower demon lamented. Why did it have to be that idiot? A notification popped up, indicating that Commander Unian Vin Kyu's warhorse had perished, and the effects of the sacred battleground had ended. The blood demon looked at his hand in disbelief, muttering, my power. Just then, a bunch of kids formed large circles and began to sing. Prita, sitting up with a pained expression, yelled, that idiot. He was supposed to be an ally, but in the end, he did not gain anything. Master, if my strength is not at its peak, then attacks like these 1t. Before he could finish, Prita collapsed from exhaustion. Over here, Heretic was still channeling power to create a barrier, saying, please wait a moment. I will create a safe zone right away. Kim Gong patted his shoulder and said, hold on. He looked at Lavian rushing towards him and voiced his thoughts. If my guess is right, the others will be affected, but we will be fine. Heretic realized too, asking, you are right. What spell did you cast this time? Death King. The messenger of happiness glanced down at him, muttering, what a strange person. Do not you have any happy memories? He replied. He thought to himself, there are countless reasons for me to feel miserable. I have lost my life countless times, lost companions, and even been abandoned in an endless time loop. I also have to let go of those who can see the beauty of my soul, even though no one would blame me if I called my life a series of misfortunes. He continued, that is because this is the happiest moment of my life. Kim Gong took Lavian's hand and told the messenger of happiness, I do not know if you realize, but today is my wedding. He thought, instead of 100 reasons to feel miserable, the one reason to feel happy is so much more precious to me. He smiled at her and said, maybe just for today, but it would be hard to find someone happier than me. As for the heretical judge, she probably does not feel happiness. Or maybe she is always happy. I really do not know. The heretic speaks up. So that is it. I always feel happy. Seems I can escape your sharp gaze. Oh, death. With that, the heretic makes a sign and says, sign the contract immediately. Kim Gong appears behind the messenger. The messenger looks up at him and exclaims, what a strange person he is. The system announces, the immortal messenger has perished. Below in the deep pit, Cynthia grits her teeth. Staring up, Gong stands high above, coldly looking down at her. He slowly approaches, hearing Cynthia wailing in pain, begging for mercy. Kim Gong continues to walk slowly forward. Then, he jumps into the deep pit, and Cynthia screams in fear, saying she will pay with her own life. I will follow your words and bring this world to its knees. Destroy. Obliterate. I am really good at that. After praying and getting no response, she grits her teeth in anger and shouts, you have broken the pact. You said you would give me the power to create a new destiny. Then why? Well, why is there a black hole inside me? Give it back, return my body. Or just follow after Gong to explain why she is carrying him. You are mistaken. If you are referring to me, biologically I am male. But more importantly, I suggest you use kinder words. Cynthia is provoked by the heretic, unable to do anything but angrily punch the ground, cursing. You bastard. Everything's gone wrong. I am fully capable of being a queen. My status should be higher than Lavian of Anzia. That is my destiny. The fate I will create. And she lets out her frustration on the ground, ignoring her complaints. At this moment, Kim Gongja lunges forward, striking at her, causing her to flinch. Sinvia panics and quickly uses her hammer to block his sword. Cursing. You monster. Suddenly, Sinvia senses something. Turning to see his sword touching her. A sharp pain shoots through her, making her cry out in agony. Gongja coldly says, choose. You have lost your position in this world. Even if you run away, you won't be a noble lady anymore. You will just be a pawn of the constellation. Gongja points his sword at her and continues. I will give you a chance. If you want to remain a pawn of the constellation, I will allow it. Run away. I won't chase you. As long as you still care about this world. If there is still something you want to do here, then give up the blessings of the constellation. Hearing her unreasonable demands, Sylvia furrows her brow and asks, why should I? Kim Gongja interrupts and says, die by my sword. Surely you have realized during the fight. I have the power to resurrect those I have killed. They can retain their memories from before they died. If you choose to give up, I will bring you back to this world again, so you can live once more as Lady Jinju. Of course. Things will be different this time. And you will be forbidden from causing any trouble for my wife again. But that is my only condition. Everything else will be up to you. If you want, you could even marry the prince. Sylvie asked in shock. Wow. I replied. Because the two of you deserve a second chance to start over. Hearing those words made Sylvia scoff. She still did not believe it. Quietly questioning. How can we trust you? What if you are just resurrecting me to turn me into a slave? Gong replied. Think about it. Consider why you and Guan were chosen to have your bodies taken over. You gave everything to the constellation of memories along with your own body. Everything has fallen into their hands to pay for your wish. Which is why your place in this world has become empty. Gong knew so much about her, making Sylvia suspicious. But then why is Guan's position the same? Kim Gong replied honestly. I do not know the details. But I once became Gon. What I realized is that the love he has for you is incredibly noble and pure. And because of that, even if you become queen, you will never find happiness. Sylvia was taken aback, asking. Really? Kim Gong explained. You want to be queen not because you love the prince, but because you want to outshine Lavian. But do you really believe that once you become queen, your life will be peaceful and happy? You are very capable, but you still can match Lavian. Even if you become queen, people will always compare you to Lavian, trying to drag you down for the rest of his life. Kim Gong silently added in his heart. Some butler thought that if Lady Jinju did not become queen, she could find happiness. He continued. The man whose body I took over spent his whole life witnessing your suffering. If he could save you, he would be willing to give up everything he has. Sylvia heard this and was moved. Her voice tinged with sadness. So the butler is also a regression figure. He shook his head. You were the one who made a wish for yourself. But the butler was different. He forgot himself and dedicated that wish to you. His only desire was to let you regress. Not himself. Hearing this, Sylvia could not accept it and shouted. What are you saying? Gong asked. Do you remember his name? Sylvia seemed to understand and immediately asked him. So what does that mean? The butler has completely vanished from this world. Kim Gong-ra deduced that this world must have reversed time a total of 3 times. The first being Sylvia Vancha, the Lady of Gold. She prayed to the constellation to turn back time. And the constellation that granted her wish was the Star of Fate. Sylvia seized the chance to start over and surpass Lavian to become queen. The second person could be the butler, who prayed to another constellation to rewind time. But it is still unclear which constellation made his wish come true. But he sacrificed his existence, so that the Lady of Gold could return to the past before becoming queen. And the third regression was Lavian. Thinking about this, Gongra told Sylvia. Now we will never know the name of the butler. We will never know how he felt caring for you. His thoughts while pleading to turn back time. In the end, his existence has completely vanished. But even so, it is clear he wanted you to live a different life. And that is why I want to fulfill his wish. Somewhere you can see. The man whose name you have forgotten sacrificed himself for you. The man who loved you more than anyone else. Who wanted to be with you more than anyone else. Gave up everything just to let you live again. As he must have hoped. As Gongra finished speaking, the armor on Sylvia gradually faded along with her physical form, and she buried her face in her hands. Crying, after a while, she calmed down and replied, Okay. The sword of Kim Gong-ra returned to its original shape, and he lifted it up. The system displayed a notification. Level cleared. You have completed level 25, announcing once again. Level 25 cleared. This notification sound also helped Brita slowly regain consciousness. The system displayed the contribution leaderboard, with the first place being the Death King, the second place the Inquisitor of Heresy, and the third place anonymous. The guests murmured, complaining, "I feel so underwhelmed. What happened here?" Gongra looked at the leaderboard, thinking, that library manager who never shows his face only sent 2 hunters, and the anonymous contributor in third place is. Just then, Lavian stepped beside him, and they leaned against each other after battling hard together. With everything resolved, the wedding continued to be held. She stood in front of the mansion introducing him to everyone. "He is my husband, the noble lord of the Avanzu family. Is there anyone who objects to this marriage?" Everyone who had just regained consciousness fell silent. Lavian spoke up. "Very well. Then I declare Gong Ra and our now husband and wife." A beam of light appeared. Someone kissed the Death King. It turned out the one who came was the witch, her voice shrill with anger. "Gong Ra, how could you just get married like this, without consulting us? I object to this marriage. You are the representative hunter of the tower." Death King. "So your wedding should be held at the tower's main level, and it should be broadcast worldwide. This marriage is cancelled. Invalid. Completely nullified." Marcus also appeared. He cleared his throat and said, "First, I sincerely congratulate you on passing this level. This love is quite fast. It might be a bit rude, but as a senior in life," Gongra interjected, "please do not." And he fell silent upon hearing that. While you were crossing the table, chaos erupted. No one understood why those two fell in love, but I am totally on your side. Only those who have experienced love at first sight can get it. Don't worry. I will reassure the king. Just leave it to me. Gongra was taken aback, wondering why she made that face. It is just so confusing. Lavian glanced at him and spoke up. "Gongra, it seems like you have a lot of people to introduce me to." Gongra whispered in her ear. "We are meeting the family after the wedding in the Empire." She replied, "That is totally normal." Kim Gongra explained, "Among my family members, many live far away. The wedding is the gathering point for everyone. So that is why both families will introduce themselves on the wedding night." Lavian responded softly, "Get it? Marriage is a union of 2 clans. And our wedding is literally a wedding between 2 nations. I mean, 2 worlds." Foster Dad and the group from Black Rain sat facing each other. He awkwardly spoke up. "I never imagined I would be part of a meeting like this. I can't even count how many letters I have sent to His Majesty today. I have a lot to update him on." Black Rain stroked his hair in agreement. "Yeah. We never expected this either. However, this incident is not only not bad but rather fortunate. We consider our first meeting with your country at a wedding to be a stroke of luck, a reason to celebrate." Foster Dad hesitated. "After all, everyone here comes from a different world. That is quite hard to explain to His Majesty. And sharing this with the public would be a challenge." Black Rain replied, "You are right. I completely understand. But you have seen creatures from other worlds invade your land. If humanity rejects what exists, one day what exists will also reject humanity. I am really worried about a future like that." Foster Dad nodded. "You are right. Thank you. What we need to work on now is mutual understanding. Whether it takes 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or even longer." He thought happily. "I thought it would be hard to talk. But it is going quite well," he whispered, calling her Lavian. She replied, "Yep." He smiled and said, "I have a few people I want to introduce you to." She asked, "Are they not in this room?" She then stood up and told Foster Dad, "The night is still young. Everyone can take their time talking. I will step outside for a bit to meet my husband's people." Kim Gongra followed Lavian as they rushed out of the palace. Outside, laughter echoed, and the foreign world felt so bizarre. As soon as they saw Gongra, the demon swordsman excitedly exclaimed, "Deputy priest, who is in bed with who during this secret rendezvous?" As soon as they saw him, everyone else immediately stood and bowed. He waved his hand. "Forget the formalities. Just enjoy yourselves." Everyone in the demon cult simultaneously bowed and cheered. "Congratulations on the wedding day. Hooray for the demon cult. You two look great together," Kim Gongra called out. "Demon sword. Come here." He flinched at the call. Everyone pointed and laughed at him. I knew he would get scolded. He always forgets to use honorifics when talking to him. What a fool. Kim Gongra introduced Lavian. "I am also known as the Sword Demon. But he is my subordinate. He used to be a pretty loyal follower of the demon cult leader, also known as my master. My master chose 4 of the most special people in the cult, and named them after the 4 demon generals. He is one of them." Lavian smiled and replied, "I get it now." She reached out and touched the arm of the Sword Demon. Assessing him, he is pretty straightforward. He speaks bluntly and coldly. "So that shows your master does not judge others by how they speak or act. since she found him in such a dangerous place on the battlefield. He must be very important and valuable to her. She bowed slightly to introduce herself to the sword demon. I am Lavian of Anzia, the Empress of the Empire, and the wife of the vice leader you serve. I hope we can get along. The sword demon bowed his head shyly and replied, I also hope to get along with you, my lady. Gamgea continued to call. Shadow demon, blood demon, fire spirit demon. Everyone come over here. He introduced them one by one. These 3 are the remaining demon generals in the cult. After my master passed away, I took them in. The 3 of them bowed respectfully. Greetings, my lady. Gamgea continued. They are the crime de la crime of the elite. Their martial arts can be said to be top-notch within the demon cult. After introducing the members of the cult, he called out, Prita, come here quickly. Prita immediately stood up and responded. Yep. Usually shy, Gamgea introduced her. Her name is Prita. She was born as a nameless monster, able to mimic anything she swallows. One day, she accidentally swallowed a human and began to exist in this form, which marked her days of suffering. After losing her loved ones to the Empire's army, she became a demon queen and annihilated the Empire. Then she fought with me and lost her life. But in the end, I took her in. Gamgea remembered and drew his sword. Oh right. There is one more person. This is Cinny. Lavian blinked. Cinny. Gamgea nodded. Yep. She is very radiant. Her real name sounds much more majestic. But she was deceived and sealed by a villain. So I did not want to use the name of the guardian goddess, and gave her the name Cinny instead. Lavian took the sword with a smile. Your naming skills need a lot of work. If it were me, I would name her Brilliance. Cinny blushed and said, Cinny will be loyal to your husband's wife. Gamgea turned to talk about the last one. And also, I can see him. But I have a friend. You might never meet him. He is quite special. He can appear in front of many people. His manner of speaking is much ruder than Sword Demon. But he is incredibly strong. I learned how to use the sword and aura from him. Lavian looked in the direction he pointed and said, Then he must be someone very important. The old elf fell silent upon hearing this. Gamgea continued. Without him, I could never have endured the passage of time. Even though I can't see him, Lavian still stepped forward and bowed. Then I want to thank him, she sincerely said to the old elf. I have been very happy after meeting Gamgea. Without him, I would never have been this happy. Thank you for everything you have done to help us find happiness today. The old spirit smirked. That jerk is really dark. I will leave him to you. Kim Gom stood before his subordinates, speaking to her. Lavian. This is everything I have, he silently added in his heart. Everything he cherished. The people he opened up to the family he loved. Suddenly, Lavian stepped closer, grabbing his hand with one and placing the other on his shoulder, with a smile. She said, Let us dance. Kim Gom felt shy. He had never danced before. She responded, You still have some memories from Kwangjia, right? Use them. He worried. What if I mess up and step on your foot? I would be mortified. Lavian bent down, took off her heels, and tossed them aside, leaving him stunned. She pulled him down, saying, Now let us dance. He hurriedly kicked off his shoes too. The two of them danced under the bright, shimmering moonlight. Gom burst into laughter. I dance horribly. I stepped on your foot 3 times already. Lavian stepped on his foot in return and said, I will step on yours just as many times. Now we are even. Right. Gamgea thought to himself, if we were to describe this dance, it would not be about how many times we stepped on each other's feet. But that is the thing, no matter how many times we step on each other's toes, we will never let go of each other's hands, no matter what challenges we face. We will smile at each other. I belong to Lavian, and she belongs to me. As long as we are together, we can turn any world into our stage. The next chapter of the story is about to kick off with even more intense moments than what we have been through. Gamgea narrated. It has been 15 days since the two sides met, while the other hunters in the library are busy conquering higher levels. The high-ranking nobles have met the Emperor of the Empire. The Tower and the Empire are about to establish some secret treaties. But I have decided to handle the rapidly changing historical events later, to focus on what I need to do first. Lavian and Gamgea both looked down at the sword resting on the bed. He said, Lavian, this is the sword that pierced your heart. She looked at it and said, It is also the sword that trapped this world in an endless 10-day loop. Gamgea lifted his sword and called out, Sparkly. And it seemed like a voice immediately responded. Yep. My hero, he commanded fiercely. Devour it. Then Gamgea swung his sword toward that other sword, and a brilliant circle of light appeared. Sparkly announced, The protective goddess has absorbed one of your fragments. The sword of prayer trembled with fear. A brilliant red light emanated from it. The source of power and immense light made Gamgea grit his teeth, holding tightly onto his sword, with one hand shielding Lavian's eyes from the blinding light. Sparkly continued. The sword of symbols is trying to persuade the sword of prayer. Gamdia's sword gradually turned black, while the sword of compassion attempted to convince the sword of prayer. The sword of prayer was astonished by the betrayal of the other swords. It roared that it would accept no one but Rapanda Askin as its master. Gamgia looked down at the sword, pondering for a moment before raising his determined gaze. It seems I understand now why Rapanda Askin killed the constellations. At first, I could not grasp his reasoning, but in this world, I realized something. The constellations invade other worlds and manipulate them according to their whims, disregarding the thoughts of the people in those worlds. Although their appearances are different, the faceless librarian is the same. He throws the living into stories as characters to meddle with. His judgment of the worlds, based on his preferences, is no different from those constellations. He thought about these issues and connected the dots, ultimately arriving at his conclusion. In short, they are spreading violence. He murmured, a bunch of nuisances. He told her about the master of the sword, Rapanda, who even harmed the emperor. So he must have thought a lot facing the powers of the constellations. Perhaps that was the moment he began to plan, realizing that instead of exploiting and adding to the power of the constellations, he would eliminate them all. It is very likely this world has a constellation too, but Rapanda Askin probably took care of that constellation as well. After hearing this, Lavian fell silent. Gongjia continued to battle with the prayer sword, telling it that the original master was mistaken. If one constellation disappears from a world, another will be born to take its place. In the continent where the goddess of protection is sealed, the demon lord of autumn reigns has emerged. And in this world, a heart cloaked in silver has appeared. To put it simply, instead of solving the problem, her master only created an even bigger mess. If you disagree, come here and tell me yourself. Perhaps your master has truly faced tremendous challenges and hardships. He pondered for a long time before becoming a killer. But I am certain of one thing. If he starts something, he should be responsible for seeing it through to the end. In another world where your master slaughtered, during the eternal winter's downfall, the warriors of that world can no longer uphold their honor, as they have all turned into walking corpses. Even though Rapanda Askim's intentions were noble, but what he did is unforgivable. He must take responsibility. As Kim Gongja finished speaking, the sword radiated a massive surge of power. Angelic wings enveloped the sword, and prayer introduced itself, saying, "Higher. My original purpose is to turn the prayers of everyone into reality." Rapanda Askim prayed to eliminate all the constellations, so that no one would become their plaything again. His prayer was noble, heavy, and grand, which is why I entrusted myself to him. "Human, what is your prayer?" Kim Gongjae recalled the people he had met and replied, "I do not want to run away from anything. I refuse to turn a blind eye to what is happening right in front of me. I want to remain unchanged. I want to take responsibility for my words and actions. I want to overlook wrongs just because this world deems it right, meaning I am still alive and holding a sword." After hearing this, Prayer gasped and then said, "The road to hell is always paved with good intentions. What I can do now is bless those good intentions of yours. However, if you wish to accompany me to this hell you speak of, that is another matter. My ability is to test you. When I pierce through someone's heart, that person's wish will undergo a trial. Is that truly their wish? Is that the desire they want to see come to fruition, no matter what they may have to sacrifice? In the end, this innate ability of mine is to make them abandon their wishes themselves." New Master, I hope all your wishes come true in this hell for many years to come. With that, prayer transformed into a source of power that flowed into the sword in Kim Gongja's hand. Sparkly announced, "The existence of the goddess of protection has become clearer." After dealing with prayer, he knelt down and exhaled a light sigh. Lavian sat down next to him, patted his shoulder, and asked, "Is it over?" Gomja replied, "There won't be any constellations or shards bringing chaos to this world anymore. At least not for now." Mem smiled and said, "This is a world that even 3 apostles can't capture. You can finally take a break. After witnessing your power, no fool will dare to plot against this place." Just then, someone spoke up. "I can shake the feeling that you are saying all this just for me." Cynthia, dressed in maid attire, walked in and called out, "Wait. Miss Noble, am I misunderstanding you?" Lavian looked at Cynthia and replied, "You are right. I did say those words for you. Keep pondering your own foolishness. You surely know who made the people aware of you. The poor noble whose body was stolen. You should feel grateful that the only punishment you face is bowing down to serve me. Once I see that you have truly repented, I will ask my contacts at the temple to restore your honor. Until then, just keep your mouth shut and work for us." Cynthia had no choice but to comply. Letting out a groan after hearing that, Lavian reminded her, "Don't forget to show my husband plenty of gratitude. He is the one who gave you a second chance at life." Watching this scene, Kim Gong could not help but think with delight, "This is the ending I created." He stood up and told her, Lavian, I am heading to the next floor. She nodded and replied. Okay. I want to follow you and explore other worlds. But both of us have things we need to do. She reached out to caress his face. They held hands tightly. And Lavian encouraged him. Go out there and give it your all. Gong. If you feel tired and need some comfort, you can always come back here. I will always be here. Gong felt shy and said. All right. But if you agree, I want to build a house just for us. I have a piece of land on the 20th floor of the tower. And I am planning to build a house there. Lavian smiled and agreed. Looks like that place will be our main home next time. She leaned her forehead against his and joyfully shared her vision. In that house, I want to be the noblewoman of Angia. I will just be your partner. I can't wait. Then she handed him a handkerchief adorned with lily flowers. And Kim Gong was astonished. This is... She explained. The handkerchief I always carry with me. I used magic to keep the scent of the perfume from fading. It is the fragrance of white lilies, the scent of the flowers you smelled the day you fell for me. Whenever you need to calm down, just play with your sword. That habit is not good at all. You should drop it instead. Whenever you feel restless, just take in the scent of this handkerchief. Kim Gong happily brought the handkerchief to his nose, inhaling its floral aroma. Lavian continued to express her feelings to him. Gong, I wish that the reason you can stay true to yourself is not out of suffering or pain. I hope it is because of the memories and love you have for me, along with the happiness he feels being with you. It helps him stay true to himself. Can he fulfill your wish? Gongda laughs and replies. All right. I will do as you say. Lavian. The two share a kiss and express their feelings. I love you. He says, I love you too. She replies. After the kiss, Gongda mutters. Teleport. Suddenly, he vanishes from that world. Back at the tower, the witch speaks up. Time's up. Death King. Have a seat. We need to talk. Gongda. Asking. Witch. What happened? Wait. Where did the other hunters go? In the tower. Only the witch. Heretic. Ryanju. Chemuman. And Paladin remain. The witch replies. I told them to go elsewhere. We have some important matters to discuss. And what I am about to say is highly confidential. Although, I am not sure what confidential really means. Since this conversation will be live-streamed throughout the tower, Gongda, sitting on a stack of books, asks, what do you mean by this? Heretic rushes over to summarize the issue in one simple sentence. Well, Death King, you have completed your mission exceptionally well. Hearing this, Kim Gongdae is stunned. Heretic continues. Just think about it. In the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon, you showcased the profound love and bond between master and disciple. You demonstrated respect for martial arts. And that scene where you comforted your students filled countless hearts with passion, so much so that after you cleared the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon, countless martial artists have flocked to the tower every day. Thousands of them. Paladin chimes in. Someone recorded the live stream from the first floor and spread it outside. Well, actually, we were the ones who allowed them to do that, leaving Kim Gongdae in shock. Furthermore, Paladin continues. Your victory scenes have a huge promotional impact. Death King. We have no reason to stop them. Ryanju interjects. But it seems we underestimated this. Your influence no. Your impact is a symbol. Suddenly, Heretic mentions a number. 113,654. That is how many entered the tower just yesterday. Gongda gasped. Just yesterday. The witch pulls out her phone to show him and confirms. That is right. Heretic adds. In the past, we only reached this number during wars or when a country was completely overthrown. But aside from a few small local skirmishes, no major wars have occurred recently. Ryan handed him a flyer and said, even though everything seems normal outside, the number of people entering the tower is skyrocketing. This flyer was brought in by someone from outside. It has your portrait on it, along with the words, the true king is dead. Step into the ideal paradise. Gamjia was curious about who this true king was. Ryan replied seriously. Of course. It is referring to your nickname. It seems these flyers have been distributed in various countries. And I can assure you, we are not behind this. It was all done by people from outside the tower. Kim Gamjia fell silent after reading it. Paladin found it strange and stood up to say, but in this day and age, using flyers, surely you understand what that means. Right. It means we will have many people coming from developing countries without internet access, as well as refugees from conflict zones. They lamented about leaving their country, nationality, and lives to come to the Babel Tower. Some of them were even dressed in all black, as if they were declaring their intention to join a cult. To put it bluntly, they only entered the tower after watching footage of you. Afi Longthu smiled while holding his phone and said, but it is not just refugees or poor people flocking to the tower. There are reports of famous scholars entering as well. And they say things like, He will help you build a new society in the tower. Gamjia. You are not just conquering towers. No matter where you are, people crave a hero, someone brave enough to face danger, with a deep respect for humanity and a commitment to love. Nothing excites people more than a kind-hearted hero, willing to give their life for a greater cause. You have become our beacon of hope. She opened the rankings. Today's Hunter leaderboard shows the Holy Sword at number 1, the True King at number 2, the Dark Witch at number 3, the Heretical Judge at number 4, the Female Baroness at number 5, the Poisonous Serpent at number 6, the Linguistic Scholar at number 7, the Widespread News at number 8, and the Knight at number 9. The Kim Gamjia was stunned after reading it. I am second on the Hunter leaderboard. So this is my new ranking in the tower, the Dark Witch had asked. So what do you think? True King. Are you ready to become our king? Kim Gong nervously asked. Are you kidding me? The Dark Wizard replied with a chuckle. Well, we can't just wish to turn this tower into a monarchy. Maybe you do not realize that. But the current system is something we have poured our hearts into. Heretic continued. What we want is to create our own ideal form of anarchy. The Paladin stepped in. Let us keep it simple. There is no need to complicate things. Basically, you will become our symbolic king. But even as a symbol, you hold your own power. Kim Gong. The power you possess has already begun to shake this world. Just your name alone brought in 100,000 people to the tower in just a day. That is something even the Dark Wizard could not pull off. A hunter with that much strength is unprecedented. A Chen Moon chimed in. We could not have accommodated that many people before. We did not have enough food. But now, we have got plenty of land and even trade routes. It will be a bit challenging, but we can provide enough food for all of them. Ryanju confidently snapped his fan shut. What is more important is that we have plenty of experience. Not to brag, but all the guild leaders here have been through tough times. Everyone's a pro at overcoming obstacles. The Dark Wizard also insisted. The only ones who can conquer a crisis like this are us. No nation will stand a chance. But we can, Death King. We will make it happen. Kim Gong looked at the outstretched hands. Everyone smiled at him, saying, let us show them that we can create a better world right here. Heretic said, Death King. We will make it happen. It is a dream worth pursuing. The Dark Wizard continued to persuade. This is something only those of us in the tower can achieve. We can create a place that offers freedom to those abandoned by the outside world. That is an ideal. The Paladins, who escaped from a country in South America, cheered. We know what it is like to live in a crumbling society. And because we understand it so well, we can prevent it from happening here. The monarch of the Black Dragon, who survived a war that engulfed the entire Black Sea, said, we understand the feeling of being divided and having to partake in war. Because we know it so well, we can avoid a civil war. We know what violence is, so we can use it to our advantage. Kim Gong looked at them and thought. The Inquisitor of Heresy, raised by the Mafia in Eastern Europe, the Toxic One, educated by the Triad in China, and the lady from the slums of India. The Dark Wizard's voice still echoed. Because we understand what poverty is like, we can rise above it. Let us show them that we can create a better world right here. Kim Gong's eyes lit up. He was the one who made them change. He recalled when the Fire Emperor claimed the top spot. The tower remained unchanged, a paradise for criminals and death row inmates in that world. The eyes of the Black Dragon monarch were always cold and lifeless. But now he had seen a world and his master's dreams come to life. He could change the world. With that desire, he immediately said, please tell me what I need to do. Your teacher has agreed. The Dark Wizard chuckled and said, just be yourself. That is the most important thing. We can gradually teach you about politics. And it is totally fine if you are not familiar with it right away. Heretic explained that, looking at it negatively. She was basically saying that we would hold all the real power. And you just need to keep being our representative. The Dark Wizard nodded. Well, that is not entirely wrong. But honestly, if I could, I would hand this position over to someone else right away. Do you need me to tell you how many violent crimes happen every day? There are plenty of crimes related to religion too. Over the past 10 days, Kim Gong Jiang reflected on what they said. The most important thing is to stay true to oneself. You glanced over and saw the steward hiding behind a bookshelf. You called out, come on out. Librarian. The librarian trembled and stammered. But how could a lowly being like me appear before the Death King and tarnish his presence? Please do not waste your time on my pathetic existence. I am just a speck of dust blowing in the wind. The librarian's face turned bright red. Gong Jiang shouted, stop rambling and come over here. The steward obeyed the command and flew over. You made a request. Please bring out the book related to the next level. The kid pouted and asked, which apocalypse book do you want? Kim Gong Jiang replied, a children's book. The steward's fingers, which were fiddling, immediately froze at that. You remembered the heretic who once held the book titled Me, and our replacement, and laughed brightly, saying, we only get one children's book as our daily apocalypse book, so please hand it over to us. The steward pondered for a moment. Then the kid smiled and said, I understand. Fate does change in strange ways. The steward took the book off the shelf and said, All right. This is the apocalypse book you are looking for. The card for me and our replacement appeared. It is categorized as a children's story. Difficulty level A. Requires 2 or more participants. This story has been cancelled. Description. People in this world created a paradise powered by a special kind of energy. The screams of innocent children. Thanks to advanced torture techniques and methods of prolonging life. Now, it is possible to extract enough energy to last 5 years from just one child. Just one sacrifice can bring happiness to 17 billion people. The efficiency is astounding. Reason for cancellation. 118,000 years after creating paradise. All innocent children have been consumed, and the paradise lost its source of energy. Kim Gong-jae held the book in his hands, thinking to himself, I have remembered this apocalypse book ever since I first saw it. He raised the book and said to the others, Hey everyone. I want to choose this apocalypse book for our next level. The dark wizard slid through and asked, About that children's book. Sorry. Death King. But choosing it for the next level won't get us any resources or land. Considering its difficulty is level up. Do we really have to choose it? Gong-jae replied. Yep. Ever since we started, we have only chosen apocalypse books that are effective for the tower. We have enhanced our power through the secret martial arts of the celestial demon, and by exchanging knowledge with the world of science. Our scientific prowess has skyrocketed. But resources and expertise are not the only things that matter. The heretic herself said it, hundreds of thousands enter the tower every day. Heretic nods. Right, what we need now is a banner to rally behind. After hearing this, the heretic chimed in. I agree. But is not this Death King right here the answer to that? You are our banner. In fact, we will soon bestow upon you a title that befits your status. Kim Gong-jae shook his head. That one T cut it. Not just me. Everyone here deserves that kind of support. The room buzzed with agreement. The heretic questioned. That is a fair point. But do you realize we have all committed unforgivable sins? We exploited the stability of the tower to carry out countless horrific acts. Sadly. That means, morally, we do not deserve such support. The witch nodded. Exactly. We have done too many bad things to be a guiding light for others. Kim Gong-jae held out a book and said, Then from now on, let us start doing good deeds. Let us commit to doing a lot of good from this point on. We are a team. I can't handle religious matters as easily as a heretic judge can. And I can't deal with military or gang issues as effectively as a ruthless politician. I won't excel at those things like you all can. He thought to himself. But he was confident he could help them unite, promising everyone his support. I will never betray any of you. You can trust me. If there are conflicts among you, I will be the mediator. If exchanges are needed, I will create a space for everyone. Please trust me. And let us become a team together. Just like you said, we can't gain anything from this book of Revelation. It has no resources or land. But there is a sacrifice happening that no one can accept. The scene in the tower is being broadcast, and Kim Gong-jae's voice rings out. Such a sacrifice must never happen. Let us show everyone in this world who we are by conquering the world within this book. This is our beginning. A crowd outside watched this unfold, cheering in excitement. Gong-jae thought to himself, This is a mark that will show the world how we will manage the tower. He told his team, If we do this, we can earn their trust. We can ask the tower's residents to believe in us. Or at least pique their interest and trust in their rulers. Gong-jae continued to think, We won't turn a blind eye to the sacrifices. No matter how unimaginable the challenges are, we must face and conquer them. Showing the world what kind of people we are, he called out. This book of Revelation has participation from at least 2 people. So my most trusted allies in this tower, stand by my side and fight. The atmosphere became incredibly tense. After a moment, the witch spoke up. You are telling us we must walk a very difficult path. Kim Gong-jae advised. If a person strives, they will become skilled. And through that effort, one can become either a good person or a strong one. It is nearly impossible to be both strong and good while also being skilled. Someone once told me something similar. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So is not the path to heaven also littered with countless evils. But that should not be a reason for us to give up. Why should not we let those who gave up the outside world see a better one? Even just a little. Heretic chuckled, placing a hand on your shoulder, saying, I have no objections. A long-term ruler with good morals is pretty appealing to others, and the Death King is the only one who can make us look like good people. Passing up this opportunity would be a huge mistake. Chen Mo Moon is in too. After all, I am the heir to the righteous path now. That old man keeps lecturing me about a kind heart. So let us just say I am fulfilling my duty as a disciple to my master. Paladin Wang joined in. And I have been using my lie detection skills since our conversation started. Every word from everyone here is genuine. I believe in your true heart and love. But more importantly, I want to support you. Rebellions may ultimately fail. But I am willing to give my life and soul so that our rebellion will be remembered as the most beautiful failure. Ryan Ju smiled at Wang, saying, this romanticized tale. I can really agree. But fine. I will go with the crowd. I will pray that the stocks I have invested all my wealth into do not crash. Just remember to work hard on that. The last to join is Black Rainwater. She murmured, I can promise much. I can guarantee success. And I can promise to abandon my old ways. But if we fail and one of us dies, I will be the one to go first. I can promise everyone that, Kim Gongjang, with a happy smile, said. Then I will promise too. I won't let anyone die here. No matter where or when, since everyone has agreed to join. The overseer announced. A lot. Death King. Black Rainwater. Knight, Inquisitor of Heresy. Lady Countess. And Lone Wolf. 6 people have been designated as characters in my story and are substitutes. When you open your eyes again, you will enter that unfortunate, cancelled world. Be careful. This mystic tome is on a completely different level from what you have encountered before. The difficulty level of this mystic tome is Class A, and unlike before, I can bestow many blessings upon you in this mystic tome. The constellation is still alive and rules there. And you will be the invaders, of course. Constellation will oppose you. The overseer opened the book, and a stream of red light emerged, pulling everyone in. The overseer reminded. Death King. That constellation particularly sees you as its enemy. Kim Gongjang was startled and asked. You mean? But before he could finish, he was sucked into the book space. The 6 were drawn into the tome one after another. Gongjang raised his hand to block the incoming wind, recalling the overseer's warning. Constellation will display hostility towards the Death King. Be careful. Death King. Constellation will show hostility toward you. The system displayed a warning. The immortal happy messenger will eliminate all intruders. Sparkly appeared, telling you about the characteristics of the sword's tip from the immortal happy messenger. The immortal happy messenger is the 4th sword tip, sacrificed and left behind by Repand Ask Him. A fierce wind swept towards them, causing Chen Mumen to shout. This wind will scatter us. Heratic quickly wrapped his legs around Kim Gongjang's waist, saying, hold tight to my right leg. Do not let go. Sacred movement spell. Sacred movement. Sacred movement. Heratic chanted as he maneuvered through space, finally gathering his team close together. Chen Mumen yelled. Why are we at the back? Heratic coldly retorted. Because you are the least useful. The witch sang praises. Great job. Good. Everyone. Agree with my skill. The whole team cheered. I agree. Yeah. Sure. I agree. All right. With the team's agreement, the witch shouted. Move. Immediately, a stream of purple light appeared. The entire team landed safely, just in time to hear the voice of the immortal happiness constellation echo. Don't he escape? Gomjalik was startled to see the kids forming a circle, asking, what are they? The immortal happiness constellation commanded. Sing. My apostles. Kim Gomja recognized what this was. The invaders of Lavian's world. Your system indicates that the immortal happiness constellation has declared war against you. All the apostles began to sing. Chen Mumen was taken aback and exclaimed. The sounds continued to resonate, creating relentless pain in everyone's heads. The witch, hearing the chaos, remarked that it was a mental attack and urged, use your magic to defend yourself now. Amid the confusion, Heretic reached out to Ryan Ju, saying, Madam, hand me the money. She cursed back. Damn it. Heretic maintained a sarcastic smile, saying, better than having my skull cracked. Madam Tech countered, only 15% interest. Heretic replied, no profit, prompting her to curse. What the hell? At that moment, Paladin Nine Jiang shouted, hand it over now, or I will kill you. Madam Tech clenched her teeth and shouted, damn it. Withdraw infinite. Just as she finished speaking, a massive bag of coins appeared, spilling gold coins everywhere. Ryan Ju continued, change the user. Heretical judge. Heretic smiled, clasped his hands, and recited a spell. Holy spell. Use the path. Holy transfer. Enhance magic power and resist mental attacks. Target. Madam takes. Heretical judge. Death King. Singing Dragon Lord. Holy Knight. Venomous Snake. Time limit. Undetermined. A protective circle formed around the coins, appearing instantly. Madam Tech was still holding her head, lamenting, if I go bankrupt, the tower will be lost too. Hang in there if you do not want to starve. Meanwhile, the voice of the immortal happiness constellation echoed, only the strong can overcome the pity. Reverence. and the root of all this decay. I have tried hard to hide my presence and assassinate. But Gongjia looked up to see the figure appearing. Startled. The shard of the sword. The constellation continued. It has no effect on me. Traitor. My loyalty to Rapanda Askim will never waver. Gongjia drew his sword. Thinking. Lavian became a constellation by stabbing the heart of the protective goddess S-Shard. Even a fragment has the potential to become a true constellation. The immortal happiness constellation yelled. I will eliminate you to clear the path for my master. Gongjia continued to think. So even a fragment can become a new constellation. The immortal happiness constellation commanded. Apostles. Sing loudly. Just as he finished speaking, the disciples continued their song. Their voices merging into a powerful force striking against the barrier. Chimeng Mun angrily asked. How long can we hold out like this? The witch singer groaned. Even though I am powered up, my head still hurts like hell. Lady TK fluffed her feathers and questioned. Can't you do anything? I have burned through all the emergency funds. Gong called out to Lady Tighties. Lady Jeetmine asked. Burning through more funds. Kim Gong smiled and said. This time, make sure to go all out. Then Thang Kim started the summoning, calling forth the cycle of 100 souls. As he finished, Thang Kingham radiated a powerful light, and a legion of spirits immediately appeared. Kim Gong introduced. Here's the scoop on my favorite skill. The 100 Soul Rebirth. It is an SSS-Rank power card. With its effect, you can summon those you have defeated. The dead one to retain the skills they had in life. But if you want, they can keep their looks and memories from their past life. If you choose a different route, they will just return as monsters. Keep in mind, this skill can only be used once a week. Gong continued. The most important part is right here on the card. But if you want, they can keep their looks and memories from their past life. If you choose otherwise, they will only be summoned as monsters. Gong activated his skill, 100 Soul Rebirth. A dark wave of water surged up, and from its depths, skeletal forms emerged. Shocking everyone. Scottons, the awakened ghost army advanced. Old Spirit chuckled. Got it. Those kids want to hold back the enemy with happy memories. But the Scottons have no memories. So it won't work on them. The summoned skeletons charged forward to attack the disciples. The voice of the eternal happy messenger boomed. It is pointless to resist. We will crush you with our overwhelming numbers. Gong raised his Than Kim and said. I see. Even if those guys can be physically affected, their sheer numbers still give them the upper hand. You must be really confident attacking us with this. But you told us how to beat. You want to spread happiness without suffering. Sing the song of the Dragon Lord. Mirror, the witch singer. Called upon. Replied. Got it. She then extended her hand, gathering power while murmuring incantations, causing a series of mirrors to appear. Curious. She asked. What do you plan to do with those? He replied. Remember the fight against the Demon King during the autumn rain? You redirected the Demon King's slight power, weakening him and boosting our strength. I am going to give it another shot. The witch singer, puzzled, asked. Are you going to shoot aura like the light of the fairies? All right. But can you do it as powerfully as the Demon King? If it is not strong enough, my mirrors won't extract much. He answered. Don't worry. Just focus on spreading the light as much as you can. The witch singer exclaimed. I do not get what you are thinking. Fine. She said, continuing to amplify the power for the mirrors in the sky, and a massive explosion suddenly erupted. Gong thought to himself. I can't push them back with brute force like that starving demon, nor can I fight like my master. A multitude of hands reached out to grasp Gong Jia's hand, and he recalled his master's question. What if one could wield a sword with the strength of hunger alone? Then, one could defeat those who had never experienced hunger with just a single strike. Gongji mused, thinking about the gluttons. Those who knew nothing of misfortune, pain, or hunger. He shouted. Heavenly Demon Divine Art. First form. Hunger Sword. A massive surge of red energy erupted, radiating a dazzling light. The messenger of endless happiness gasped and asked, what is happening? He looked seriously at everyone and shouted, Sovereign of the Dragon. Keep going. The witch immediately replied. All right, and began to control her mirrors. The minions were continuously overwhelmed by the power, shattering into pieces. The witch looked up and realized, playing with dirt. I get it now. Those minions of the star won't stand a chance against the elemental forces in your martial arts. Heretic looked up at the brilliant red beams lighting up the sky and marveled. What a spectacular sight. She was furious on this side, swinging her money and yelling. Hurry up. I've already had to use 2 emergency funds. Baladine, fighting and talking at the same time, said. Poisonous archers. They are coming at you. Take them out. Poisonous archer quickly drew his sword, replying. Got it. Damn it. Those demons are taking over all the good scenes. Kim Ganja thought to himself. We can do this. Together, we are unbeatable. Look, We are just 6 people. Yet we can take down millions of minions. Their performance was being broadcast live to countless viewers outside the tower. Gomja continued. Awesome. The truth is, there is nothing impossible in this tower. Just look at us. Those who've been crushed by the world. Turning the tables. The messenger of undying happiness shouted in anger. How dare you outsiders invade my ideal world? Look at our world of happiness. The messenger waved her hand. And the sky instantly cleared. The souls of children joyously danced in a garden of harmony. But among them was a tiny soul, surrounded by a force that echoed with painful screams. And the messenger crazily exclaimed, in this world, there is no misfortune. No such thing as unhappy memories exists. The world I created is so much better than your garbage heap. The children's songs continued to resonate. Kim Gong gritted his teeth. Glaring at the messenger, she angrily shot back. How dare you act so holier than thou in front of me? I have seen many worlds while accompanying Repanda ask him, no matter what world you witness. There are endless screams of torment, thousands. Millions. Billions. Yet, there is only our world, with just one sacrificial lamb. My minions lie free of pain. When I commit one sin, you all overlook billions of others. How dare you slander my world when you are as vile as this? He recalled what Praying once said. The road to hell is always paved with gold, disguised as goodwill. Kim Gong gazed at this world, thinking, this is the hell created by the undying messenger of happiness under the guise of goodwill. This world is just an extreme example. Perhaps the trials we face while climbing the tower won't be much different when food runs out. When resources are depleted, we will have to decide like those responsible for the tower. Gongra continues to recall the words his team once asked. What do you think? Death King. Are you ready to be our ruler? The cries of the eternal happiness messenger still echo, answering me with moral hypocrisy. Do you really dare to call my world a hell? The messenger of eternal happiness presses him. You can't answer. You still have some conscience left. Get lost. I will never see you as the new master. Gongra speaks up. I will answer. The sword reflects the high and resentful face of the eternal happiness messenger. Kim Gongra raises his sword and declares, I will kill you and turn you into my gull. Anyone slain by my sword will become a gull. If I can revive them with all their memories from when they were alive. I will absorb and resurrect you so you can live once more in this world. I will bring you eternal happiness, free from all painful memories. You will be able to sing freely like you do now. I am not just talking to you. An image of Gongrai is displayed, his voice ringing out. Out there are still evildoers and sinners who refuse to turn away from their wrongdoings. And even souls who wish to live but cannot. From now on, I will collect them all with my own hands. Many people are watching and recording these images on their phones. Gongra continues. I will kill and resurrect them as my goals. They will be exiled into my shadow and live forever with a single purpose. The apostles of the messenger all turn their gaze toward him, and the atmosphere suddenly falls silent. After a moment, the messenger of eternal happiness bursts out. Lies. All sinners and souls. How can mere humans possibly? He asks. You do not understand. I can create the ideal paradise that you always take pride in. And my world does not need the screams of innocent children. Gongra recalls the words the witch once asked. Death King. Are you ready to become our ruler? He silently thinks. This is my answer. Kim Gongra tells the messenger. My hell has more benefits than yours. He adds in his heart. The path of kings that I have chosen. Aladdin steps forward and asks. What do you mean? Death King, he replies. As I just said, while managing the tower, you have purged countless people. And your purging still secretly continues even now. I am not saying your methods are wrong. And you need to fix them. I do not even have the confidence that I can manage the tower better than you. However, if you want to eliminate someone for the future, bring them to me. Heretic standing by applauds. Got it. That is a great idea. Death King. The witch turns around and asks. What do you mean? Heretic explains. Think about it. We can use the Death King's power like a mobile prison. The Death King's ability is to revive subjects with all their memories from when they were alive. Since they are just souls, we do not have to provide them with any food or shelter, and by reviving them with the command to never commit a crime again from the Death King, they will be permanently forbidden from doing evil. Paladin mutters, using his skills like a prison. Heretic replied. Yep. The criminals will be terrified of that. The Death King. The king who captures and controls. Those who deserve death are just like his name. Right. Ryanju spoke up. As the head of the merchant guild, this idea is not half bad. As everyone knows, the crime rate inside the tower is much higher than outside. The prison is always overcrowded. And the cost of maintenance is just too steep. Paladin rubbed his head. I do not know. I can't say if it will work. But are not we putting too much pressure on the Death King? He is all alone. Witch stepped forward, worriedly asking, Are you really okay? Kim Gongjae looked into Witch's eyes and thought to herself. She regrets it. Regretting pulling me into their world. Even though I jumped in because I wanted to, Witch along is kind and noble. She smiled. I will be fine. She continued to think. One day I will hear her real name. Kim Gong-jae turned around and shouted at the eternal happiness messenger. What will you do? You can choose to keep fighting. However, the outcome has already been decided. I will claim the ideal paradise that you have always taken pride in. The eternal happiness messenger cried as she replied. I am not just a fragment of the guardian goddess, but also the eternal happiness messenger controlling millions of followers. If the one who absorbs me, all my followers will bond with you. Can you guarantee that you won't exploit my followers as pawns to do evil? Kim Gong-jae spoke up. I swear. And the messenger gasped. Eyes wide open. Kim Gong-jae continued her oath. Even if you invade Lavian's world, I will only summon those who worship the demon cult. I could have summoned legitimate martial artists, but I did not. That would be immoral. They have no reason to follow the orders of the demon cult's vice president, even if there are millions and billions of followers. They all deserve to live happily in this world just like they used to. The eternal happiness messenger lifted her head to gaze at the sky. She let out a cry and called, Lord Rapanda, ask him. As she finished speaking, the eternal happiness messenger vanished. The sword spoke to her. Sacrifice is waiting for your action and said, my name is Sacrifice. I can turn someone's pain into another's happiness. The greater the suffering, the purer the happiness of others will be. The eternal happiness messenger transformed back into the sword. Shortly after, that sword merged with Kim Gong-jae's sword. Sparkly spoke up. The guardian goddess has absorbed a fragment of herself. The existence of the guardian goddess has become clearer. The followers gradually melted into a stream of water. The system displayed a notification. You have cleared the stage. Today, level 28 has been completed. The eternal happiness messenger and the followers turned into red raindrops falling down. Witch reached out to feel the raindrops in amazement and said, so it turns out that new information is what we need to clear the stage. If we know their weaknesses, we can easily clear the stage. I was ready to run far away if thrown into the enemy's heart. But I did not expect everything to be resolved so quickly. Gamja stepped forward and said, it is not over yet. Today I plan to sweep straight to level 30. Witch upon hearing this, looked at him in shock. Baladin inquired again. Today, the whole time. Hakalong hastily advised. Death King, Kim Gon. Lately you have been pushing yourself too hard. You have not taken a break since diving into that academy story of Windows. Kim Gongja scratched his head, thinking that the witch probably thinks so too. He spoke up. You are right. I might be a little too tense. The witch nodded. Exactly. You should take a break. But before she could finish, Gongja interrupted. So today, I am going to wrap things up and then take a break afterward. The witch exclaimed. Are you even listening to me? He moved closer to her, calling out. Witch. The population in the tower is increasing by the hundreds and thousands every day, and among them, there are bad guys. We need to go back and manage them. How long can we keep focusing on finishing the apocalypse? The witch sighed. If you say so, then I guess that is how it is. Kim Gong-jae reached out, saying, don't worry. When it comes to relaxing, I am the best. You will be amazed at how I chill with Lavian. The witch smirked and replied. I am not interested in watching a newlywed couple on their honeymoon. He joked and winked. If you are that worried, then help me prepare a ring next time. Okay. I want to give Lavian a gift, but I have no clue about this stuff. The witch sighed. All right. You will need the most beautiful ring in the world. How did I end up becoming a parent like this? Kim Gong-jae laughed. Thanks as always. The witch replied. I am the one who should be thanked. But whatever. We should not say that in front of everyone. Let us get moving. Soon after, the group returned to the tower, and everyone inside stared at them in shock. Kim Gong-jae thought to himself. Yep. Here we go. We are going to overwhelm them not just with our power, but with a pure display of skills, proving our ranks as a team. The difference will be staggering. No one will dare to mess around during this time. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Kim Gong-jae turned to see the solemn face of the Grand Manager. The Grand Manager swung his legs and spoke. Welcome. Congratulations. I thought you would need to exert a lot more effort, but it seems I underestimated your teamwork. I never expected you to complete a world with the dominance of a shooting star so quickly and easily. Kim Gong-jae looked at the Grand Manager, thinking, indeed, he is congratulating us. But it is clear he does not feel happy about it either. The hidden librarian loves the phase where characters endure the bittersweet moments and unpredictable events. Similarly, he dislikes overly simplistic victories or obvious defeats. Calling out. Character window. Information about the hidden librarian appeared, showing favorite and least favorite genres, beloved and disliked characters, as well as favorite and unfavored bras. Along with it were the kids' comments. Other martial arts during the martial arts phase should keep the celestial demon too weak to fight against the celestial demon god. How boring is that? He really is a total loser. This could have been an epic showdown if he would just called for backup from the other constellations. That last legend would have been way cooler. Kim Gong-jae glanced at the character window and thought, there it is. His name made it onto the librarian's favorite characters list. The librarian's favorites include characters like Sat Ting and the Reaper. The manager flew in. Curious. So what will you choose next if you want me to suggest a few for you? Kim Gong-jae deduced that since the manager revealed he liked Sat Ting the most, having his name next to Sat Ting would prove he is the second best in the manager's eyes. He smiled and said, your favorite character is Rapanda asked him. How can I even compare? The manager found it puzzling but replied, that is indeed a tough question to answer. You and Sat Ting are completely opposite. The manager compared them, saying if Sat Ting were a man carrying the weight of the world's misfortunes, you are like a chocolate ice cream, dark and bitter on the outside. But when you actually take a bite, you are surprisingly sweet. We have already decided on the next apocalypse. The epic Rapanda asked him, you showed us that after we cleared the celestial border of the demon, dying at the hands of the main character, is not that the most beautiful ending? Reaper, I know you see Sat Ting as your rival, but the epic Rapanda asked him is not an apocalypse. I can only introduce worlds with not so happy endings for you. Kim Gong-jae thought to himself, he is definitely still hiding that book. The manager reminded him, the epic Rapanda asked him is an ongoing saga. I can interfere. Nothing can be changed. Kim Gong-jae stepped up the stairs, saying, but do not you want to see it? Your two favorite characters in the same scene. I can make that happen. He thought to himself, the genre for the next level I picked is a crossover, leading into an introduction about the manager. A cruel fate awaits those who've fallen and become immersed in the story. Those who failed to find the difference between reality and fiction, who've drowned in overwhelming stories, and those who could not escape their obsessions, wasting half their lives on tales. For them, reality is just a world that can never become a story. There is no twist in reality, no shocking endings. Humanity is just humanity after all, not a character. Disappointment in the real world, anger towards humanity, worshipping the stories. Those are the things that have created the people tempted by stories. They have not lost the warmth in their hearts. They are just waiting for some thrilling moment, and right now, in front of me stands someone at the peak of those like them. The manager looked down at Kim Gong-jae and said, you and Sat Ting in the same story. That is truly a tempting offer. But every story has the right to reach its own conclusion. So for me to intervene, Gong-jae realizes that he is hesitating. He pretends not to care, saying, well, if you do not want to see it, fine by me. It is just a suggestion anyway. Nothing more to it. And overall, it ends on a low note. Then the kid explains, I signed a contract with the tower. Only the constellations that have a contract with the tower can enter it. I am basically just a tenant here. And in exchange for borrowing a floor of the tower, I have to follow a lot of rules. For example, only providing humanity with calamities. The panda asked him trial does not count as a calamity. And a contract is a contract. I can break the rules just because I want to. I do not want to be the owner of this tower. A tenant has to depend on the landlord. Right. Overall, I reach out and let the books fly away. Overall, I lower my hands, letting the books fall. But honestly, I am not great at fighting. And it's not just me. There are plenty of other constellations like that. I am nothing more than a regular bookworm. If I did not have these books in my library, and if I ran out of books, then I would not be a librarian anymore. Do you get what I am trying to say? Overall, I bite my lip, trying to suppress my excitement. But my eyes are full of desire. Kim Gong just smiles and replies, yeah. You should not go against the terms of the contract unless there is an urgent situation that needs immediate handling. Right. After saying that, he reaches out and grabs the collar of the general. He orders, hand over the panda ask him epic right now. The general's face flushes, unable to hide his thrilled smile. But the kid still says, you are really rude. I have been nothing but friendly to you from the start. This betrayal kinda stings. You know, it is why so many stories warn us not to trust humans too much. Kim Gong-jae bursts into laughter, saying, you are terrible at acting. While still holding power over him as a threat, hand it over, or I swear I will take you out. You little punk. The general pretends to be shocked. Come on. Is not that a bit over the top? Gong gritted his teeth and asked, what else would you call someone who collects hair and nails from others? Didn't you say your dream was to be killed by Rapanda asked him. You think wanting to die at the hands of your favorite character is normal. I am your favorite character too. Right. What do you think? Should I make your wish come true? The overseer pulled a novel from his coat and handed it to Kim Gong, saying, I will give this to you. He immediately snatched the book, opened it, and saw an introduction card pop up. Epic Rapanda asked him. But then categories like difficulty and the number of people appeared with the line, saying cannot be viewed at your current level. Gong flipped through a few more pages, stared at the content for a while, and mumbled, "I can see or read this." The overseer responded, "That is because I have granted you the right to look into the apocalypses. All the books in here are forbidden, so humans can read them." Kim Gong pulled the book out and said, "Then explain it to me." The overseer pursed his lips and said, "Rapanda Askim hails from the same homeland as you." Hearing this, Kim Gong froze in disbelief. What? Every word that followed from the overseer made Kim Gong's jaw drop. He was born in the same world, religion, and is of the same species as you. Not only that, but he shares your surname too. He took the last name Askim using the language of a religion called England. Kim Gong was taken aback and asked, "Wait, are you saying Askim is synonymous with Wai Kim?" The overseer replied, "Exactly. Sat Ting was summoned to another world when he was still young. He was just a high school student back then and faced quite a challenge. Even so, he gained superpowers because of it and was able to navigate the trials in that other world." Gong was still in shock. "Wait, what?" The overseer nodded.
Yep.
The epic Rapanda Askim started as a high school student who went to another world and caused chaos. It is an anicap. Gong fell into despair upon hearing this. "I heard that type went extinct with the dinosaurs when I was a kid." The overseer continued. "Sat Ting is no longer young enough to be called a high school student. But still, it would not be fair to say he only caused trouble in the other world. He had to go through countless trials and tribulations to be who he is now." A blue light emanated from the book. Kim Gong gasped, thinking to himself, the content of the book is revealing itself. The first page read, "In ancient times, there lived a person on the bones of an ancient dragon emperor." The overseer introduced. Sat Ting started at level 20, which is what you currently hold. That is where he began his journey. The content on the next page appeared. These people were dubbed heroes, yet there was no mercy in them. As we turn the page, this journey is all about wiping a nation off the map. With the overview done and the book open, we find Sat Ting reigning supreme on the 50th floor. And that is the real issue. Kim Gong-jae thinks to himself, "I get it now." He recalls the words of the old spirit, Tong Bao, saying that Sat Ting basically hangs out on the 50th floor all the time. The overview reminds him that he has not cleared the 50th floor yet. He is still a rookie. And that floor is something special. Sending a newbie to that floor is absolutely forbidden. The other hunters gasp in shock. The floors below 50 are meant for newcomers. We have worked our butts off to get here. Gong-jae thinks calmly. From the 50th floor down, we have to battle hunters from other worlds. Just like the guardian demon said, there must be a protective mechanism, keeping us from facing them until we reach the 50th floor. He raises his head and asks the overview, "So does that mean you can't send me to the 50th floor for any reason?" The overview smiles and replies, "Actually, there is still a way if someone sends you. But to pay the price for that, you are going to have to think carefully. Dear Prince, at least you have heard of it, right?" The overview blushes and asks. Kim Gong-jae does not hesitate and decides, "All right, send me to the 50th floor." The overview hesitates, saying, "Do not regret it." Kim Gong-jae grins, "I want to regret it." And the overview lets out a sigh of relief. Then the kid opens the book to read the spell. "I designate you as a character of the epic Rapanda Askim." A stream of blue light bursts from the book. Instantly, the tower system triggers a warning. Unusual access detected. Penalties imposed on the hidden librarian. The overview smiles with excitement. "I will use my authority." The system continues to blare warnings. Penalties have been imposed on the hidden librarian. The overview reassures him. It is nothing to worry about. Go ahead. Dear Prince, go and stand alongside Sat Ting. The system's warnings won't stop. You can no longer see into the target's mind. The divine protection of the beautiful spirit has been shattered. The protection of the serpent god has been destroyed. You can no longer see into the target's mind. Finally, after a while, his system displays a notification. An unnamed resident of the tower has entered the 50th floor. At this point, Kim Gong-jae has stopped on a desolate stretch of land. The scenery shifts, and the protective goddess appears, her voice echoing. Congratulations. You have been chosen as the hero to save this world. The light radiating from her is blinding. Rapanda raises his hand to shield his eyes and asks, "O divine being, where is this place?" She introduces herself. "I am the protective goddess, and from now on, I will guard you and guide your path like a constellation. You may not understand it all right now, but soon you will know everything." Rapanda, tense, grips the railing and questions. "You were up on the rooftop just now, right?" The protective goddess replies,
"Yep."
"Young man, sometimes humans act with divine malice just out of sheer ignorance. Unfortunately, you became a toy for the beasts and fell after enduring too much suffering." Rapanda seems to be recalling something. He mutters to himself, "Fell." He looks up and thinks, "Now I remember. The door to the rooftop was locked tight. So I opened the classroom window on the 5th floor and climbed up." Ironically, at that moment, for the first time in my life, I truly felt alive. Rapanda recalls climbing the railing. The panicked voice of a student echoes, "Hey, look over there." Who is that? Is he insane? Shouldn't we do something? In that moment, Rapanda thinks further. It is a feeling he has never experienced while trying to live. Only by letting go can he truly feel alive. Rapanda still holds onto the shoes in his hand, looking down and wondering. They say the moment you fall, you will regret it. Do I regret it? He sets the shoes back on the rooftop and sends a message. The phone lights up with a notification. The message has been successfully sent to 36 other people. Then Rapanda throws the phone hard down below, releasing his pent-up anger, wishing their lives would be ruined forever. Moments later, amidst horrified stares, he steps into the void ahead. The phone still displays the message. You are the one who killed me. Do not forget that. You killed me. The guardian goddess introduces herself. I am the guardian goddess. I possess countless powers. Worship. Compassion. Prayer. Sacrifice. Salvation. With my strength, you can do anything and become anyone. What do you want to be? A hero. Back in reality, Kim Gong-jae and the old spirit have entered the space of the 50th floor. This area is desolate, with only gusts of wind blowing through. Kim Gong-jae's system displays a notification. You have entered the 50th floor through a secret passage. The blessing from the backroom librarian has been revoked. Newcomer protections have been temporarily suspended, and benefits for newcomers have been temporarily revoked. Gong-jae thinks to himself, just hearing that gives me the chills. He looks up at the dark shapes in front of him and asks, what are those? The old spirit beside him scolds. Damn it. It has been ages since I have been here. Over 150 years. And nothing has changed. Gong-jae thinks to himself, even Bahu Ryan has been to the 50th floor. Will you be my guide? He asks. What are those towers? The old spirit replies. Those are magic towers. Some have been hiding here for over 1,000 years. Rather than climb the towers, they chose to stay on the 50th floor. Temporarily halting near them, it is best not to look at them at all. Gong-jae is curious. Why not? The old spirit responds. If you stare at them for more than 23 seconds, they will notice your gaze. In their world, the number 23 has a similar significance to the number 18 in your zombie world. It is like a warning system that says, hey you creep. What are you staring at? Kim Gong-jae quickly turns his head, wondering, what kind of twisted people are they? The old spirit excitedly shares. By the way, they used to have a star tower. I destroyed one of them. If they find out I have returned in ghost form, they will go crazy, rallying all their forces and chasing you to the ends of hell. So remember to hide well. Gong-jae thinks to himself, this is clearly not a guide, but a trickster. The system displays a notification. You are beginning to be poisoned. Gong-jae looks down at his hands, seeing them start to turn black. The system reports back. Your current corrosion level is at level 1. Kim Gong-jae turns to ask the old spirit, what is this poison stuff? Is my body being corroded? The old man scratches his head and replies, oh right. That too. Now I feel like we have gone back to the tower. It is just a type of toxin spreading all over the 50th floor because the old manager of the 50th floor had favorites among some hunters and was too close with them. A war called the Midnight Liberation War broke out, and he died. When he died, he cursed the world, and that curse turned into this toxin. Gong-jae furrows his brow and says, that is like the old spirit nods. Exactly. It is like a zombie virus that got spread by a dying constellation left behind in the martial world before. Gong-jae gasped. No way. People are still living here even with that toxic stuff in the air, the old spirit explains. Anyone who made it up here has foundations like QI, skills, or blessings from the constellations. What are you doing? Use your Kai to defend yourself right now. Gong-jae immediately uses his power to cover his whole body and asks, what if I do not? What will happen? The old spirit ponders for a moment and replies, you will end up with a very special appearance and mental state. Just as he finishes his sentence, a gigantic frog suddenly floats up from the ground. Gong-jae is startled and runs while yelling, what the heck is that guy doing? The old spirit excitedly says. Who knows? Maybe he is just like a person. I mean, about 20 years ago, that mutated frog is still chasing after Gong-jae, who keeps running and screaming. The mutated frog jumps down to the ground, creating a deep hole. Furious, he draws his sword and curses. Damn it. He swings his sword, slashing at the frog. He looks at the gash on its body and asks, is it dead? The old spirit laughs and says, sorry. My zombie frog did not give you a heads up. From the 50th floor onward, it is really a haunted space. If you act normally, you will get into trouble. The frog you sliced in half did not die but split into two. Kim Gong-jae watches in shock. The two frogs leap forward, and the old spirit reminds him, if you are scared, just stare at the magic tower. If you look for more than 23 seconds, they will ask, who are you looking at? If you call for help, the witches riding brooms will come to rescue you. Sounds good. Right. Gong-jae curiously asks, what is the price to be rescued? The old spirit chuckles. Look at that. You are starting to get it. You will sign a 12-year contract, where they will suck out your soul. Zombie. Since you have SSS level self-destruct skills, you will be loved to the max. As Gamjae runs with his sword, someone calls out, "Hey you." In front of them, 3 men in black robes wave their hands. "Run this way." "Over here." He glances at the old spirit's smile and without hesitation, swings his sword at those 3 guys. The old spirit praises. Just as expected from a zombie, a fool who knows how to use his wits, a gigantic monster appears, constantly shouting, "Run this way. This way. Run this way." Gamja, while running for his life, questions, "Is everything here like this?" The old spirit replies, "There are exceptions, but mostly it is like this." The monsters behind them keep saying, "Welcome to the haunted realm, where the horrors of the universe are dancing. Now do you see me as a regular hunter? Or are you losing your mind?" You sprint forward. But suddenly, someone steps into your path. That person says, "Bow your head to the outsider." And Gamjae is taken aback. Shifting his focus, the stranger continues, "Cut it down." As soon as those words leave their lips, they charge in, swinging their sword at the monsters. Gamjae quickly reminds them, "Even if you cut it, it will just split and regenerate." Seeing the monsters fall, he is shocked. "Wait, is not it supposed to do that?" The stranger replies, "To truly kill a creature that splits in 2, you have to slice it precisely in half, just like its name suggests." Then, they draw their sword, a massive surge of power radiating from it, cutting through the air as they shout, "Run this way. Hurry." The hood of the mysterious figure falls away, revealing long silver hair. They continue to guide. The core of the wailing creature lies in its screams, buried in sound to destroy it. Gamjae sweats as he gets a good look at the stranger's face. This is the hunter after him, while the old elf grits his teeth and curses, not holding back. "You filthy bastard," Gamjae calls out. Rapanda asks him, "Stellar Slayer." Upon hearing this, Rapanda glances over with a skeptical look and asks, "Do you know me?" Gamjae and Rapanda ask him stand face to face. He gazes into the stranger's eyes and is stunned. Why are their eyes like that? So hollow, showing no emotion whatsoever. The stranger asks, "Do you know me?" His sword speaks up, its spirit impacted by their encounter. Yet the spirit can't comprehend why its owner would betray it like this. The spirit is debating whether to stir up trouble instead of being moved, and Rapanda glances at the sword, commenting, "You are wielding quite a special blade. Is that a kneeling sword? Or maybe a falling sword? You would better hide those special items you have." Outsider. There are plenty of predators around here, plotting against newcomers like you who just hit level 50, aiming to steal your skills and gear. Gamjae is left speechless. He pulls out his sword and asks, "Man, do not you recognize this blade?" Rapanda stares for a moment and blandly replies, "It does seem to have some connection to me, but I have no memory of it at all." "You would better hope I do not remember anything about friends or events from the past." Gamjae is slightly taken aback, unable to control himself. He lets out a heavy breath. Rapanda quickly explains, "I am suffering from amnesia. I can't remember anything from the past week." Then he turns around and says, "Talking here is too dangerous. Follow me. I know a safer place to continue our conversation." Ganja follows Rapanda, and those around them murmur upon seeing the figure. "Look, that is the monster slayer. What is he up to? Will the mage tower spiders be alright? You would better not get involved with him." The sound of the spiders echoes, and Gamja looks up at them, thinking to himself, "I have never felt the presence of so many spiders at once like this." The stranger shows signs of irritation, muttering to himself, "What a hassle." He looks up and shouts, "Get lost, all of you. If any more spiders dare to bother me, do not blame me for hunting down and wiping out your seals." Making more noise than usual. Rapanda gives you a warm glance and a sweet voice. "And I think some of them might have noticed you already, so tell me." Outsider. "Have you ever done anything with the star constellations?" Gamji answered, "I've broken the seal of the Death Queen of the Venon Plains." Rapanda is spilling the family secrets. The seal of Marhos. Rapanda turns that into a mess. Gamjia is in a real bind. It's a total chaos. It's a joke. After a while of going through the content, he praised, "Not bad. The seal of Marhos is quite extraordinary. They also possess a rather troublesome blessing. It is definitely not easy. How are you going to deal with it?" "Did I really need to tell you about that?" Rapanda replied. "Next time." We have arrived, and in front of them appeared an outdoor bar. Rapanda pushed the door open, much to Gamgia's surprise, and he gaped for a moment. "This is the safe place you mentioned." He replied that there are no walls here to restrict our view. We can retreat even if we are ambushed at any moment. There is also no risk of enemies demolishing this whole building to trap us. Although shooting at us would be pretty easy. Just like the usual owner. The bartender set a glass of water down and asked, "Hey, do you know we had to turn this place into an outdoor bar? Just because you blew up the building here?" Hearing those accusations, Rapanda felt a wave of regret wash over him, and he blurted out an apology. Even though he had no memory of the incident. I do not remember. The bartender turned to advise Gamjia.
Kid.
I do not know what you two have going on. But just know that over 600 people around here want to assassinate him. I advise you not to get involved with him anymore. Unless you are looking to die. Rapanda flipped open a notebook and spoke up. More like 1127 people. But only 3 of them pose a real threat to us. And one of those went missing 154 years ago. In other words, this guy is safer sticking with me than running away from me. The bartender scolded upon hearing this. Crazy kid. Rapanda set the glass down and asked. So do you have something to say to me? Gamjia tightened his grip on the glass of water and said. I am a bit surprised to learn you have amnesia. But I still want to ask. Do you remember the Ajam Empire you built a long time ago? That nation collapsed, because of you when you sealed the protection of the Lord. That created an opportunity for the Demon Lord to grow much stronger in the hostile lands, where you once killed the star constellations. All that is left is despair. In the world of the Demon Chronicles. Everywhere has turned into desolate lands due to the curse left by the deaths of the star constellations. The world of the Songwin Academy has been invaded by other star constellations because of the deaths of the old ones. Lavi and Avanzi in that world. My wife. She became a star because of a shard of the protective sword she inherited. Rapanda closed the notebook and replied, I understand now. Thanks for telling me. I can see that what you said is true, because I have confirmed the contents of this diary. Saying that, he raised the glass of water, and Gamjia raised an eyebrow at the diary. Then, Rapanda immediately opened the diary and explained. This is our way of preserving all memories. It looks like an ordinary notebook, but in reality, it is a sacred relic of a constellation known as the Great Canine. It has countless pages and even a search feature. I use it to jot down my daily activities. So I won't lose myself even though I am suffering from memory loss. Kim Gongja listened in silence, his cold eyes fixated on Rapanda. He continued, as Ninki mentioned, in the past, I did build a nation called the Adam Empire. There. I sealed the constellation's protection that had been by my side my entire life. The world that Nui referred to as the Chronicle of the Celestial Demon seems to align with what is described on page 236. That is where I killed the Emperor Dragon of the Great Lake. This Academy's legend. The one Ni just mentioned. Might be something I wrote on page 3215. It is a fragment from the Lord. The sword of the prayer has been passed down as a family heirloom. At one point, I shared a bed with a woman in that world. I believe that Lavian Avanzia, whom me once met, is a descendant of both that woman and me. Kim Gongjae stared at Rapanda. Wondering why, Rapanda's voice echoed. Perhaps Ni has skills similar to a historian or can read the pain. But he can't use them on me, because from the very beginning, I had no past in my mind. And there is no way Nai could steal this treasure to read it since it is written in a code. Only I understand. In the end. The outsider. I admit what Ni said is the truth. Kim Gongjae thought to himself, I came here to make him pay for his past sins. And just as that thought was about to fade, Rapanda spoke up again. So what reward do you want from me? Ngongjae stared at the man in front of him. He was truly unpredictable. Countless innocent lives had been sacrificed under the weight of your misguided beliefs. But what is this? Ngongjae questioned. What reward? Rapanda, with a nonchalant expression, replied, a reward for pointing out my mistakes. You look incredulous. Questioning. So you knew what you did was wrong? He answered. Of course. I did 2 wrong things. First, I did not realize that a new constellation could replace a dead one. Second, I underestimated the fact that a dead constellation could affect an entire world. Ngongjae angrily crushed his water cup, causing it to shatter. Asking, is that all? Rapanda wrote and explained. The purpose was for other constellations to invade the world. Where there is a dead constellation, it means I have to eliminate those invaders. It helps reduce the number of constellations. So those 2 are the only mistakes I made. Rapanda paused writing, closing the notebook, saying, I have written it all down. That mistake won't happen again. I want to reward you as a token of my gratitude for your advice. After hearing this, Kim Ngongjae was incredibly excited. His words seemed to be beyond his control. Advice. Gratitude. The innocent people living in the Jiangyu are all dead. They have turned into the dead. There was an old man who died on a boat, drifting alone in the ocean just because he did not want to be a burden to anyone in death. There was a child who helped others survive, each of them facing horrific deaths. So let me ask you something. What do you think about the fate of the constellation Destroyer? Yet, Rapanda did not show any reaction to him other than a cold glare. Nothing at all. As we have said, it is because the size sort does not consider the consequences of destroying our constellations. But mistakes are inevitable. I can only thank you for pointing out my mistakes in your own way. Hearing this, Kim Gongjae gritted his teeth. He angrily clenched the cup in his hand and challenged. So what if I say the reward I want is for you to die by my hand? Rapanda replied, that is a reward I can grant. I have an obligation to eradicate all the constellations. I must keep working until my mission is complete. Gongjae stood up, agitated, saying, "You are so selfish. Why is it your mission in the first place?" Panda was already used to such attitudes. He had gradually become numb, and I could not respond. Gongjae continued to press. "I thought you could, so why not? Is it because you do not think I can understand your noble duty?" Rapanda showed no signs of wavering and flatly denied. "I can't answer that question either." You raised your head, your cold eyes staring intently at him, and asked, "Can you at least answer this question? If you need to eliminate all the constellations, then why use their sacred artifacts? That does not really add up, does it?" Rapanda replied, "I can answer this one. I plan to destroy this after eliminating all the constellations first." Gongjae pressed on. "What about the new constellations that will take the place of the dead ones?" Rapanda flipped through his notebook to some moon phase. Suddenly he looked up and answered Gongjae's question. "I have thought about that, but I can share it with you. This conversation has dragged on too long. I can die as I mentioned earlier. My mission is not complete. So just tell me the other reward you want." Kim Gongjae reached for the hilt of his sword, but then remembered the handkerchief Lavian gave him. He picked it up, inhaled its scent, and said, "All right then." He stood up and said, "So help me with one thing." Rapanda's eyes flickered with suspicion, as if he could not believe what he was hearing. "What?" Kim Gongjae demanded. "Protect me no matter what happens while I am on floor 50. I am not just asking you to let me survive. You have to protect me from getting hurt too, physically and mentally. Of course. You can avoid that by kicking me off floor 50. Almost immediately, Rapanda's voice rang out. "You want me to be your bodyguard?" He nodded in agreement. Rapanda asked him, "I do not know what you are thinking anymore. Based on our conversation so far, you value your work a lot. Not only that, you possess intelligence and martial prowess. So your request really does not align with your character." Gongjae chuckled sarcastically. "So that means you can do it. You want die. And you want give up on your mission. But now you can't even protect me when I am on the 50th floor. Fantastic. What can you do to reward me?" Rapanda quickly clarified. "I am just considering whether there is a trap in your request," Gongjae retorted. "And if there is a trap, you seem pretty confident in your abilities. Do not you?" Hearing that, the day fell a bit silent. After a moment, he agreed. "Fine. I will write your request on page 1 so it controls my actions." Gongjae thought to himself, he has fallen into a trap. "You called?" "Sword Master." He turned and asked, "You said you destroyed one of the mage towers 150 years ago," the old spirit proudly boasted. "Yeah. That is one of the 6 things I am most proud of," Gongjae asked. "What did you say while destroying it? Do you remember?" Looked back with a tone that was obviously sarcastic and asked. "Of course. I remember it word for word. You idiots. You need to clean the air in here from time to time. It is not good to be cooped up inside all the time. I feel fantastic. I will offer you guys free renovation services. But what is up? Are you planning something?" Kim Gongjae smiled. He stared at the towers, while the old spirit was still calling. "Zombie," the old spirit reminded him. "I told you not to look over there. They will notice if you stare at them for more than 23 seconds. And at your current level, you can fight them. So how about it? Are you planning to ask them to kill the Star Destroyer? Even they would not be able to take him down." "Kim Zombie, come back here." After 23 seconds, a voice rang out, checking the mic. "Who is that looking at us over there? They look like a total non-nerd. This time, I will be merciful since it is your first time. If you want to survive here, turn away quickly. Or if you want to die, keep it up." Gongjae recounted what the old spirit had said. "You called? You idiots." The mage shouted angrily. "You really do not value your life. Do you?" "What the heck are you saying?" Gongjae repeated. "You guys need to clean the air in here from time to time. It is not good to be cooped up inside. I feel fantastic. I will offer you guys free renovation services," the old spirit asked. "Have you really lost your mind?" A series of red eyes appeared around the towers. The mage shouted angrily. "Sword Master, you are back. I knew you would return soon. Even though everyone always suspected you were dead, but I have always been suspicious. Are you capturing someone? Or have you been reborn? No matter. We will still kill you." A swarm of mages flew out from the towers into the sky. Gongjae stood up, looking at Rapanda, who was smiling, and asked, "You promised. Right. Hurry up and protect me." Rapanda looked up and muttered, "See now. I understand the logic behind your actions. You brought reinforcements after realizing that you alone would not be enough to defeat me." Turns out, the mages surrounding them in the sky were gathering power to attack Rapanda Askin. Panda casually stood up and said, I thought it would be impossible for a rookie barely hitting level 15 to find support. But that was my mistake. I should have considered this possibility when facing a newcomer next time. The customers in the tavern witnessing the scene immediately pulled out their licenses, shouting, "Damn it. Move. Get out of the way, you spider squad. Are you all biting the potion or what?" The tavern owner quickly grabbed his license and yelled, "Damn it. I am charging you for this rebuild too. So do not forget to write it down. You also have to pay for the license," Rapanda Askin replied. "Got it. I have written it down." Then he closed his journal and turned to Gongja, saying, "As promised, I will do everything I can to protect the outsider. I love the vision and the listening. In return, I will throw away an hour's worth of my memories." Behind Kim Gongja, a massive magical bomb was launching towards him, and Rapanda immediately yanked him away just before the bomb exploded. You were startled, looking around and thinking, "It feels like we are walking in slow motion." The wizard sweeping above saw Rapanda pulling Kim Gongja and angrily shouted at him, "Hey, you self-destructing star, what the hell are you doing here? Get lost. The person with you is someone we need to take revenge on. If you do not want to be our enemy, then scram." Rapanda paid no mind to her words, coldly responding, "I insist we resolve this through dialogue." The female wizard cursed back, "Dialogue my ass. Get lost. You brain-dead idiot." He raised his journal and said, "Need to protect this outsider at all costs, which includes both his mental and physical health. There is no room for negotiation on that. According to the records, the Wizard Tower is a very selfish organization and can be persuaded if I play my cards right. I am someone who can cause serious damage to your side, so let us negotiate." The wizard, hearing this, angrily turned and commanded, "Someone report how many memories he has right now." A female wizard immediately replied, "According to the monitoring report, the star currently possesses 7 days' worth of memories." The wizard, furious, hissed, "It has to be a week again. It does not matter. Just kill both of them." She waved her hand, giving the order. From this moment on, the Wizard Tower declared war on the Five Fingers hunting the star and the Emperor. Rapanda Askin, hearing this, immediately flipped through his journal, muttering, "So the negotiations have failed." He spoke to the journal. "Find the Wizard Tower. Find the combat details. Find out how to destroy." The journal obediently flipped open, and Rapanda quickly skimmed through the lines in it. After reading, he closed the journal, his silver hair standing on end, ready for battle. "I am stepping into the fight," the wizard shouted. "Commanders, surround them. Bards, sing in the rear." Other wizards immediately rallied. "Form ranks." The group of wizards immediately followed the wizard's orders, lining up in circles of different colors. The old spirit sighed. "Haven't he seen that in a while? It is the Song of the Stars," Kim Gongja asked. "The Song of the Stars," the old spirit explained. "Do you see the male tower? Basically, it is like being imprisoned. Anyway, they harnessed the power of the stars in the form of a song. Just as the spell formation was completed, Kim Gongja's system warned that you had been targeted for an attack, warned that your aura power had been halved, warned that your magical spell power had been halved, warned that your mental defense power had been halved, warned that all forms of punishment had been doubled." The old spirit continued to explain. "The effect is a bit overwhelming. You see, that is what we call a spider web, which is why everyone calls them spiders." At that moment, the mages in the sky finished their formation, creating 6 large magical circles that combined to form a gigantic net surrounding everything in the center. Rapanda calmly drew his sword and said, "Ultimate enhanced attack. In return, I will forget how beautiful the sunset is." With that, he slashed toward the magic formation, his strike so powerful that it sent the mages flying out of the formation, causing them to shout, "Retreat! Retreat!" After Rapanda Askim's attack, the system announced that the punishment effect had been lifted. He then pointed his sword at the mages and said, "Ultimate enhanced attack. In return, I will forget the sound of rain." Another sword strike was unleashed, knocking away more mages. Seeing this, the mages grew furious, shouting, "The thumb ring has been destroyed. The pointer ring has been destroyed. It is hard to maintain our position. You pathetic, depraved loser." At that moment, another female mage flew over to report, "Madam, we can't fight against the Death Star when he has memories worth an entire week." The mage snapped back, "Shut up and attack." The mages immediately joined forces to attack Rapanda Askim, channeling their power and shouting, "Launch." Yet, Rapanda remained utterly composed, showing no signs of panic. He replied very calmly, "Ultimate enhanced attack," and struck at the mages, sending them flying. Heavily wounded, the remaining mage immediately reported to the others, "The middle finger ring has been destroyed. The ring finger has been destroyed. The little finger has been destroyed. The spell has been completely obliterated. Madam, Repanda declared. I will forget the memory of the drink I just had. Then launched another attack toward the formation. The mage quickly informed the others. He is targeting the weak points of all the rings. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the mage shouted in anger. Which bastard sold us out? In contrast to the mage's fury, Repanda remained calm. I will forget the memory of the street I walked down yesterday. I will forget that memory. Kim Gong stared at him, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The old spirit beside him noticed and asked, well, he fights quite differently from you, does not he? The technique he is using is a type of magic. Your celestial magic is based on the memories of that hungry creature. The isolation. It is the opposite of the Death Star. Forgetting memories observe. And one day you will have to fight like that too. Up ahead, Repanda was still charging toward the mages, declaring, I will forget the memory of walking under the warm sky, and then unleashed his power to attack the mages. The old spirit continued explaining to Kim Gong-jae. The Death Star has a maximum of 1 week and a minimum of 1 day of memory. He does not have many memories because he hunts and kills a constellation every time he gains a valuable memory. That means he needs a week's worth of memories to take down one constellation, the amnesia syndrome. He just sacrifices his own memories to fulfill his duty. Right now, the Sword of Light that Kim Gong-jae is wielding says, Sparkly can't bear to watch its former master fight anymore. Sparkly is feeling nostalgic. He did not fight like this in the past. Sparkly does not understand when or why he started fighting this way. A wizard tells another wizard, Madam, I warned you. We do not stand a chance against Sat Khan when he has a week's worth of memories. If we waste any more mana, we will face a huge loss. The monitoring team reported that the constellations have sensed something's off. They might invade while we are at our weakest. The wizard, hearing this, angrily tightens her grip on her hat. The old elf below hears her calling his name and shrugs. Seriously? And I am still this famous. Zombie. This is exactly why being too famous can cause trouble. The wizard throws her hat away and says, It seems you have formed an alliance with Sat Khan. Just wait. We will hunt you down with our prices. This match is over. But next time we will take someone down. With that, the wizard team immediately leaves. After the fight, Repanda Askham turns to Kim Gong-jae and says, I kept my promise to you, outsider. But from what I observed, I have fallen into your trap. I won the battle. But now I only have a day's worth of memories left. I believe weakening me was your plan. The old elf beside him quickly reminds him, Don't he be fooled. He is just stalling for time. Gong-jae tightens the sword at his side and says, You are right. I will kill you. Hearing this, Repanda mutters, On the other hand, I can't attack you because I promised. What a dangerous situation. If you really are the heir of that sword, as the master of the magic tower said, then this is especially dangerous. Gong-jae unsheathes his sword and introduces himself. My name is Death King. I am the heir of the Dark Cult and part of the Avasia clan. Upon hearing this, Repanda immediately opens his journal wide. What is the Dark Cult? Kim Gong-jae replies, A sword that echoes every scream. You wonder, what is an heir? He hesitates slightly before answering. The sword is swung first. Ask one last thing. What is Death King? He replies, The name of the one who will kill you. After hearing this, Repanda softly asks, Death King. Do you remember the days when you felt hungry? It is written in my journal. But I have no memory of ever feeling hungry. Kim Gong-jae tightens his grip on the sword, the cold light glinting off the steel blade as he charges straight at Repanda, proclaiming loudly like a herald of doom. This will be the reason for your downfall. Flashback to the past. Repanda hears someone ask, Hero, have you regained your senses yet? Slowly, he lifts his head to the sky, confusion flashing in his eyes. Where? The sword responds. Just moments ago. He was in a brutal battle before falling into a trap set by the enemy. The ambush was overwhelming, and the ringing silence surely meant defeat. It was then that he first used the sword of salvation. Repanda, confused, mutters to himself. Salvation? What the heck does that even mean? The sword continues. Yep. A power will save you, but in exchange, it will take something from you. You will lose a part of your name. That is when Kim realizes where the gaps in his memories truly come from. Repanda asks Kim to pick up the sword and scans it with a judging gaze, saying, I get it now. The sword responds. Yep. That is how it is. He permanently lost a part of his name in exchange for the sights before him. The dark forces that attacked him earlier vanished without a trace. And once again, the hero survived an ordeal that seemed impossible to overcome. He never expected his name to hold such value. Understanding this, he smiled and said, That is pretty funny. A miracle happened just by letting go of part of his name. But Kim's name was not the only thing that was not useless to him. Everything in his life before coming to this world felt meaningless to him. So he called out, Me. The sword instantly responded. Yep. My hero. Repanda picked up the sword and said, Now I can leave this world a bit faster. But first, I need to create a new name. Agem. Rapanda asked him. The one from the underworld. The killer of the stars in the sky. To pay his respects, Kim lunged towards Rapanda. Following the sword's blade were a flurry of arms rushing in. Driven by the desperate hands of a child tearing at the earth, Rapanda raised his head, his eyes slowly shifting to red, as he commanded. Enhancing his senses and discarding an hour's worth of time, Rapanda blocked Kim Gong-jae's sword strike with his own blade. He opened his journal and asked him, "This technique uses aura as internal power." Right. It is said that traditional warriors are obsessed with skills gained through internal training. Seems like the person learning this technique is from a sect that is not orthodox. It must be that dark faction the fish mentioned before. The Kim Gong-jae was pushed back, muttering, "For the dead. Not being able to drink the sea water. This world is a desert." Celestial demon technique. Second form. Thirsting blade. Gong-jae once again launched an attack towards Rapanda. He was quick and reacted swiftly to block that strike. This style 1T work. Reaper. You are someone who values justice. If you build your justice on logic, you want to harm others. Waiting for Rapanda ask him to finish. Kim Gong-jae interjected. Baria. Baria. Agabaria. Celestial demon technique. Third form. Essence blade. With every word he spoke, the sword in his hand seemed to gain more power as Gong-jae charged to attack Rapanda ask him again. He once again erased the memories, reinforcing the block that discarded the scent of the ocean. The two blades clashed, creating a wave of power that pushed both of them back. Gong-jae angrily questioned. How long do you think you can go toe-to-toe with me? Rapanda replied without any unnecessary words. As long as I am alive. Upon hearing this, Gong-jae realized, now I get it. This guy is one of those final bosses I have faced before. A hero who reached the pinnacle of dark arts. Gong-jae charged in once more, executing a move. Celestial demon technique. Fourth form. Frostbite blade. He remembered. 150 years ago, his guardian had encountered him, which is why he was so furious back then. The old spirit had once said, I will teach him how to find happiness. Looking into Rapanda's soulless eyes, Gong-jae realized that guardian knew exactly what would happen to someone who only knew how to cast aside themselves. If back then I did not have my guardian by my side, if I had not met Lavian, and if I believed my memories were worthless enough to throw away without a second thought, Rapanda raised his sword and said, cast aside the memories of the warm and cold winds. Gong-jae launched an attack towards him and asked, you who speak of justice, what do you say? He nodded in response. That is right. Gong-jae gritted his teeth and asked, what is your justice? Rapanda whispered. It is the complete eradication of the constellations. At this moment, Gong-jae was using his divine technique, the death strike of the celestial demon. With toxic energy using out and corroding Rapanda's sword, Gong-jae questioned him why, to which he replied, the constellations exist to undermine humanity's freedom of choice. After hearing him out, Gong-jae responded, human freedom is the foundation of goodness, and thus the constellations are evil because they interfere with human freedom. He continued, earlier, you mentioned defeating a constellation called the Immortal Happiness Messenger. That constellation forced people in his world to be happy, under the guise of eternal victory. That world became a battlefield where human freedom does not exist. And you? Rapanda asked him, still coldly gazed at the sword in your hand, then amplified your power, throwing away the scent of all flowers. Gong-jae angrily questioned. You are just doing what the journal tells you to do. Where's the freedom in that? He listened in silence before replying. You make a good point. I will answer that if someone sacrifices their freedom to protect the freedom of everyone else, then that person is in the right. I reached that conclusion through my own free will. Thus, Gong-jae attacked Rapanda once more, shouting, nonsense. Even if you send flowers to watch the sunset, eat, drink, or feel every breeze for a whole week, it is all meaningless. Because you keep sacrificing them over and over again. He unleashed his next move, the sixth technique of the celestial demon, the disease blade. Rapanda used his sword once more, countering Gong-jae's attack and explained, the constellations negatively impact the world, poisoning humanity with their minds. In that world, everyone is the same because they only have one choice. I am killing the constellations to give humans the right to choose. Gong-jae continued to press toward Headland, asking, I am asking you, how is what you are doing any different from what they are doing? As he was pushed back, he once again abandoned his memories, discarding all my dreams of this week, throwing away the pain caused by my wounds, discarding the scenes of dawn and dusk. Kim Gong-jae heard this and said, Headland, you are just following what is written in that journal. A pink flame ignited on his sword as he addressed Rapanda asked him, the constellations are better than that. At least they know what they are doing, but you are just acting according to what is written on those pages. You are not the one killing the stars in the sky, the Star Slayer. If killing the constellations is your only duty and job, then why do not you just kill yourself first? With that, he charged at Rapanda, executing the ninth heavenly self-sacrifice sword technique, This time, Kim Gong-jae's sword pierced through Rapanda. The pages of the journal gradually began to tear apart. He continued, letting go for a second. Just 1 second. Gong-jae pushed Rapanda down, gripping his throat and raising his sword. Rapanda asked him, I am about to silence your screams. Staring at the sword before him, Rapanda's dry lips stuttered out the words. Let go. The system announced, shocked by the death of the Star Killer, warning him to be cautious due to this unbelievable scene. The Warhorse of the Infinite Realm expressed that the death of the Star Killer shocked him, and your existence just grew stronger, expanding the skill barrier. Just as the system finished speaking, a massive golden light erupted from Gong-jae. The system announced, your hunter rank is now B. Good luck. Kim Gong-jae stood up, wiping the sweat from his face. The mage gasped. Wait, what? The Star Killer is dead. Others turned to see Gong-jae carrying the lifeless body of Rapanda ask him over his shoulder. Stunned. No way. The Star Killer. Who is that? Isn't he called the Sword King? The discussions erupted. Who is this Sword King? That terrifying guy is alive. Seeing more and more people appearing, Kim Gong-jae began to panic, thinking he needed to leave before he attracted too much attention. Everyone here was stronger than him. If they realized his martial skills were inferior, he did not know when they might attack, so he spoke up, move. But just as he said that, he realized he was still standing still, which left him utterly confused. He repeated, move. But nothing happened. He wondered, why is not it working? I have not received the completion notice for this stage. And the boss is dead. So what else is missing? Or is just killing the boss not enough? Because the boss is not the master of the 50th floor, so it does not count as completed. Others saw him standing still and asked, what is wrong with him? He is just standing there. At that moment, a guy in a white outfit used his ability to check Kim Gom and shouted, wait, my observation skill shows he is a B rank. Someone exclaimed, a B rank. This made Gom even more anxious, his heart racing. Everyone gathered around him, discussing, he has disguise skills. Right, the boss must be at least S rank. There is no way a B rank could take him down. Someone go talk to him. Is there anyone here who was active while the Sword King was still alive? Gom heard their whispers and thought, oh no, I must have missed something important. Just then, the old spirit asked, what are you looking at? Kim Gom immediately interrogated him. Come on. You know something, do not you? The old spirit just smiled. I do not understand what you are talking about. I have given you all the advice I could. That silver-haired guy really looks like the boss. Hearing that, Kim Gom thought to himself, Kiryong has faced the boss before. I even defeated him. He recalled the old spirit's words. They had fought and analyzed. A person like him would not survive against the boss. He was a major threat. But when it came to swordsmanship and martial arts, he was serious. My master is a good person. But he called the teachings of the dark sect heretical. So there is no way I would let the boss survive someone more heretical than my master. The old spirit smiled widely and said, that is why I like you. A hunter should be this smart. A hunter needs 3 qualities. The intelligence to devise a plan, the courage to execute it, and the ability to carry it out successfully. The assassin is a hunter, gathering souls, just like you. Right now. Behind Kim, the gathering soul appears and says, enhanced attack. I have erased the memory of the white flower I saw on my way here. The assassin strikes hard at the gathering soul. A massive wave of power sending everyone and everything around flying. Rybanda. As Kim proclaims the death of a man. That flower was so beautiful. That old man's life was about to end. It felt like the remaining years of his existence could fit right into that little flower. I stared at the flower filled with the old man's life for a moment. Life is truly beautiful, no matter its size. As long as you have a place to belong, that is enough. Enhanced attack. I erase the memory of the old man and the flower. Rybanda wipes away his memories to channel power into his sword. Slicing forward. The force from the sword sends obstacles flying off its path. The notification system chimes. The lonely seeker rejoices. As Maze's eyes catch the appearance of new information. The wild horse of the eternal plains gives up its intent to attack you. A guy rushes toward you and says, the assassin is the one. But before he could finish, Rybanda, as Kim, had already cut him down. I have heard rumors from the alley. It does not sound like a voice, but I still want to understand. It is incomprehensible, yet I crave it. Maybe it is a sign of beauty. I think the sounds from that alley are beautiful. As I walk barefoot on the ground, it feels solid and real. I wonder if walking barefoot makes people better, but surely they just step on shards of glass. Those who walk barefoot might be beautiful, but they always endure pain. Among them, some have killed me. The one most likely to do so is the one carrying my essence. Just as I finish my thought, Rybanda appears right in front of Gong Ra. He drops the corpse he was carrying on his back. Rybanda then pulls out a diary and reads, I have been dead for 153 years. 7 months. And 2 days. The hunter killed me in the past. The Sword King. Indeed more skilled than I. So I added a rule to run if killed by a stronger opponent. That is the lesson I learned after dying at the Sword King's hands 3 times in a row. Raibanda's cold gaze shifts toward Gong Ra. Right now, you have dodged 2 of my attacks. But if you are on the same level as the Sword King, you could counterattack immediately. The Sword King called his technique the Universe Sword. You lack the skill to reach that level. It is hard to imagine someone like you could kill me. You are smart enough to dig deep into my weaknesses. A hunter smarter than me is very dangerous. If you are stronger, you could become a hunter on par with the Sword King. With that, Raibanda unsheathed his sword. Looking at Ribando in front of him, Gong Ra was left with just one thought: a living weapon. He even prepared for his own death, which is why I created a backup body. The moment the sword was aimed at Gong Ra, I realized he was a danger that must be eliminated immediately. Gong Ra was utterly shocked and on high alert, seeing Ribanda still alive right in front of him. At that moment, the old spirit laughed loudly and welcomed Gong Ra. Coming to the outside world on the 50th floor, Ribanda charged forward with his sword aimed at Gong Ra, who quickly drew his own sword to counter. The clash of their immense powers created a loud echo as Gong Ra grit his teeth in anger. Damn it. A puppet that is a replica of myself. This is going to make it impossible to prevent the death sentence. He is nothing but a combat machine. Ribanda, with one hand on his sword and the other flipping through his notebook, declared, in the battle against the Sword King, there were no witnesses except for a constellation, because the Sword King considers one-on-one duel sacred. He calls it a fight for fairness. But this death has had too many witnesses. Killing everyone is a bit tricky. The nearby wizard overheard Ribanda and cursed at the crazy bastard. He continued, so listen up. I am announcing to all who are and will become my enemies. I have become immortal. And even if you kill me, I will stand before you again. While striking at Gong Ra, Ribanda warned, those who kill me, I will find you and kill you all, every last member of your group. To prove my statement, I will kill someone here. Enhancing my attack, I will strip away all the beauty of this world. Gong Ra looked at the blade aimed at him, shocked to think that he had never met Lavian, whose eyes showed no fear in sacrificing for her ideals. He remembered Lavian's words. Don't he commit suicide without my permission. Even if your death is inevitable, I want you to fight against it until your last breath. Gong Ra grit his teeth, enduring the relentless attacks from Ribanda. Finally, his sword pierced through the boy's abdomen, and he had also cut through the pages of Ribanda Askim's diary. The pain from the wound made Gong Ra scream. He thought to himself, I admit you are a monster. You are stronger than me, and you are just as cautious as I am. However, you are not the only one given a second chance. Ribanda asked him, as he grabbed Ribanda's arm and smiled triumphantly. His system announced, you have died, and you are now a B-rank hunter. The advanced penalty has changed the activation sequence of skills. Warning. Relive the pain of the one who took your life, extracting necessary information to recreate from your memories. A high-level penalty has been enforced, and Gong Ra's eyes gradually became hollow. After a while, the announcement system activated and announced, this is a message for students still on campus, except for those involved in the evening self-study program. All other students please leave the school grounds. The scene shifts back to the school, where Kim Gong-jae is slumped over his desk. The school's PI system blared out another reminder. Here is an announcement from the broadcasting club. Recently, some students have been spotted in Kim Gong, still slumped on the desk. Hears this and wonders, what is going on? Gong-jae asked. Could it be Kim Ho? That member from the heretical student council has possessed my body again. Hi Rex. Eager to hear more. Gasnex. Wait. The heretical student council. Are you sleep-talking or something? Hearing this, Gong-jae clenches his teeth and thinks, this is bad. It seems the hunter's level has increased, and the punishment has gotten really strange. No one answered, leaving Gong-jae stunned as he looked around. Once more, Kim Gong-jae called out, "Wait, Hunter," but in response, all he heard was students playing outside the window. Gong-jae was taken aback. Not again, psychological trauma leading into more psychological trauma. Rex hurriedly pushed him out of the room, urging, come on. You need to cherish your relationships. The main character in a legendary romantic tale should not keep their partner waiting for too long. Gong-jae adjusted his jacket and wondered, seriously, what is going on? He walked down the school corridor, thinking, I have been in middle school for 2 years. This place feels a lot like my memories. If I want to get outside. Just as Gong-jae stepped out, he was startled to see Ripana, who bowed his head upon noticing him, leaving Gong-jae utterly shocked. Just outside the school, Gong-jae saw Lavian standing by the car, mentioning that she arrived a bit late today. The moment Gong-jae saw Lavian, his face turned bright red as he stammered. Lavian. Lavian raised Kim Gong-jae's chin, and the girls around them started gossiping. Look over there. That senior. That is the one who publicly confessed during the school festival. Right. So she is from a rich family. Just look at that car, man. I am so jealous. Lavian looked at him and said, you talk funny. My boyfriend, I was born into a wealthy family. So of course, I am from a rich family. Gongjae was shocked to hear that. She just called me her boyfriend. He asked her, what about you? Lavian replied, if I have to answer. My boyfriend is obviously a junior just like me. Someone call the psychiatrist right away. It seems like my boyfriend is getting a bit forgetful here. The butler, hearing this, immediately took out his phone to call. Gongjae was holding his bright red face, thinking, meeting Lavian during high school, what a huge blessing. I am the happiest man in the world. Lavian, seeing him come back to normal, ordered, cancel that appointment. He is acting just fine now. Then she took Gongjae's hand and said, since I am still alive in this life, get in the car. I will take you home. Kim Gongjae hears this and wonders, home? If it is my home, then what kind of home would it be here? Lavian mentioned in the car that she heard something big happened at his place yesterday. Gongjae is astonished. Something big? Lavian asked back. You do not think what happened is a big deal. You never liked talking about it before. The fancy car rolls on, then stops in front of a house. Gongjae looks at the house in front of him, thinking, I can't even imagine what it will be like. As soon as he gets out of the car, he gapes in shock when he hears the dad of this world saying, who returned your girlfriend to you? You should thank your dad for how beautiful life is. Lavian next to him bows and greets. How are you, sir? Seeing Gongjae still staring at him, the old elf angrily shouts, hey, you little brat. Bow your head right now. If you mess with that girl, I will kick you off the family register. Then he turns to Lavian and smiles. Hey, do you want to stay for dinner? I made some delicious salad today. Lavian smiles and replies, yep. If you do not mind, the old elf praises. You are such a good kid. While Gongjae sulks behind them as he walks in. The moment he steps inside, he gets even more startled and drops his bag when he sees Big Hyang smiling and asking, how was school today? The old elf rushes over to her and smiles. You are too humble. Darling, I bet Gongjae invited her over. I won her over with that salad. Big Hyang responds, crossing her arms. You are right. My love, we should not expect such bravery from our son. Gongjae hears this and panics. My love, what do you mean? Just then, the TV host of voice blares. The following clip shows an altercation involving singer Jo Suha. However, we just received news this morning that the film crew's report was fake. The person who edited the clip admitted it was all just for fun, but it blew up into a big deal. Gongja watches the news and breaks out in a cold sweat. Big Hyang chimes in. Gongja, go call your sibling out here. Let us all eat together. Gongja nervously asks, where are they? She looks towards the door and replies, in your room. Hearing this, Gongja rushes to open the door, only to find Fire King reading a book. Looking up at him. Fire King, lying on the bed, munches on snacks and asks, hey, did you see the news? I really got into trouble. That guy keeps stalking me. I got so mad I had to hit him once. But it got caught on camera. I almost ruined my singing career. What a jerk. Thank goodness he knows when to back off and ran away. Mom's gonna kill me. Are you okay? You look so pale. Buddy. Gongjae nearly loses it. He lunges at Fire King and yells, you bastard. Fire King is startled and asks, have you lost your mind? Hey. Calm down. Gongjae? You call your master mom and expect me to stay calm, you jerk. The Fire King screamed as he continued to get hit. Gongjae is hitting me. Gongjae was even angrier. Don't call her mom. Scene switch. Gongjae and the Fire King sat at the dining table. Gongjae was on the receiving end of some punches. A bump was swelling on his head. The Fire King, with his purple eyes, sat across from him. Lavian was eating and said, I know this is rude, but I have dealt with the issues regarding my brother-in-law. Situations like this usually need to be resolved quickly or buried entirely. People tend to choose the latter, but this time, the timing is not great since the political world is quiet right now and the concert is scheduled for 10 days from now. Gongjae was staring at Lavian's hands, secretly admiring them. Her hands are so beautiful. Big Hyang, sitting to the side, raised his glass and spoke up. This is quite surprising. Miss Lavian, long story short, I just wanted to show that to mom and dad. Big Hyang asked back. Show them what exactly? Lavian put her chopsticks down and replied. They might be underestimating our love as just a passing fancy of a rich girl. A beautiful high school memory. They probably see it that way, whether good or bad. But I genuinely want to embrace everyone as my family. There are dissenting voices in this family, but I will silence all objections. Handling this matter is my way of proving my ability and determination to both of you. I ask for your acceptance of our marriage, she said, reaching for Gongjae's hand. Upon hearing this, Big Hyang smiled. A remarkable child like this has approached my son. Thank you. I did not raise him in vain. The Fire King also chuckled. Damn. So now we are part of a wealthy family. My singing career is basically over. Hey sister-in-law, have you noticed a lot of singers expanding into China lately? Can we do that too? Big Hyang immediately warned him. Suha, if you get into trouble again, I will remove your name from the family register. The Fire King was startled and asked. Big Hyang felt it was not a strong enough warning. It is not enough like this. Find someone to kneel before them and apologize too, until you receive forgiveness. I will not recognize you as family. The Fire King was shocked and asked. I am an old elf. He chuckled happily. It seems we need to buy our son a really nice suit. Gamjia looked at the scene before him and pondered. Home. Parents. Something I have never had. Well. The next day on the way to school, Gamjia was still wondering. Is this the wound of a god-slaying being? Around him, the chatter of students echoed. Is there homework? There is a test today. Right. While walking, he suddenly saw the four great kings appear and said, Good morning. Gamjia was taken aback. Squinting, the four great kings, the confusing flower demons asked. We are the four great kings of the immortal school. Gamjia thought to himself, this is crazy. No way. Are you saying the four great kings are the bullies in this world? He just finished his thoughts when he heard the demon sword scoff, saying, What is the point of bullying? You guys should focus on studying and stop this nonsense. We have been pretty good lately, have not we? You keep telling us to stay calm. But ever since you started dating the queen, we can't even boss around the runners anymore. Gamjia was shocked. Wait, you guys call Lavian the queen. What the heck? The demon sword angrily retorted. And you guys are bragging about it too. Seriously. What is the deal with the four heavenly kings? Gamjia. Come on, do not be so serious. It is a bit scary. In class, the Black Witch stood up and shouted. Attention. Greet the teacher. All the students stood up in unison, saying, Hello. Teacher. The teacher in this world turned out to be Chen Meng Meng. He said. All right then. Handing the basket to the Black Witch. Class monitor. Collect everyone's phones. The Black Witch took the basket and immediately replied. Yep. Meng Meng turned to warn the students. If I catch anyone hiding their phone, you are done for. Got it. Gamjia watched this unfold, grinding his teeth. What the heck? A venomous snake turned into a teacher. The Black Witch went down the rows, collecting each student's phone, asking, You all turned off your phones? Right. The students replied. Yeah. Gamjia lay on the desk, watching the Black Witch and feeling utterly confused. A holy knight obediently handed his phone to her, thinking, I have seen all kinds of things in life. But this, I can't believe it. As the Black Witch approached, Gamjia pulled out his phone, handing it to her. Here. But the Black Witch just casually walked past him, collecting phones from other students. Seeing this, Gamjia hesitantly called out to her, thinking she forgot about him. Wait. Class monitor. The Black Witch asked. What is it? Gamjia replied. You did not take my phone. Just as he finished, everyone turned to look at him. Gamjia walked over to hand his phone to the Black Witch, and she teased him. The wise princess is correcting the fool. Gamjia was left utterly perplexed. At the podium, Mamono said, Even the great Gamjia is handing in his phone today. The holy knight raised his hand to speak. Teacher. Gamjia said he is going to National University of Xun. He said seriously. Ryandu chimed in. That is funny. He told me he was going to Orphos. The student council president is studying abroad, and he said he would follow without hesitation. Hearing this, Men smiled. His safe choice is National University of Xun, but his dream school is Orphos. Truly. Gamjia has standards that are totally different from ours. The Black Witch calmly handed her phone to the teacher. The student council president shot back. That is none of your business. Kim Gamjia looked around the classroom, feeling quite baffled. It felt strange. He was wearing the school uniform but recognized all these faces except for one. His gaze landed on Rapanda, thinking, that kid. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and the teacher asked, Since the first period is math, can we start class now? The whole class replied, Yep. Madam. Gamjia saw her and thought to himself, I am not surprised anymore. The teacher stepped up to the podium and announced, Today, we will begin a new chapter. After school, Gam stepped down to the schoolyard when a boy came up and asked, Hey Gam, why are you studying all the time? Come play with us. Another boy hugged a soccer ball and said, Let us play ball. Kim Gam patted the boy with the ball on the head and replied, Sure. Let us all play together. He played with the kids, then sat on the steps, pondering. I do not get why this scene feels like psychological trauma. Everyone's alive. A ring is not a ghost. The master is still alive, and his character is still as terrible as ever. Even the emperor is fighting with his parents and getting scolded, still just like a human. Is not this a theory of peace and happiness? Where in the world does it feel like hell? Just then, Lavian appeared, standing in front of him, smiling and saying, "Here is my boyfriend. You look worried. I called you, but you did not pick up, which really worried me. It is not good to make your girlfriend anxious for no reason," she said, and upon seeing her, he exclaimed, "Lavian." He quickly took out his phone to check and said, "Sorry about that. I handed my phone to the class monitor and forgot to turn it back on. I was just feeling a little uneasy." Lavian bent down, kissed him, and asked, "What could possibly shake your heart like this? In this whole life, I hope nothing could move you except me." Kim Gom blushed and called out, "Lavian." Suddenly, "Master, do you know your boyfriend's parents' names?" Lavian replied, "Of course. Your mom's name is Sobek Hying, and your dad's is." Gom did not catch the name of the old spirit and thought to himself, "So it is true. I do not even know the true name of that spirit." Seeing he did not respond, Lavian called out, "Boyfriend." Gom was still lost in thought. If this is a dream, it would not contain truths I do not know. Even when I checked the class list during break, most of the names, including the leaders, are unreadable. He took her hand and said, "Lavian, this might sound weird, but I feel uneasy. Lavian, you are the daughter of a wealthy family. Ideally, there should not be a reason for you to live a school life with someone like me here." Lavian, startled, asked, "What are you trying to say that makes me uneasy?" Gom continued, "Maybe this is all there is." Just then, his phone rang, startling him. He looked at his phone to see a message that read, "You are the one who killed me. Donnie, forget the one who killed me." A loud scream suddenly echoed, grabbing everyone's attention. Gom and Lavian rushed towards the crowd, where students were surrounding a building, yelling, "Over there! What are we going to do? We need to call a teacher." What is he planning to do? I do not know. But it looks like he is about to commit suicide. At that moment, Rapanda was standing on the rooftop looking down. The students were buzzing with chatter. What should we do now? Someone call a teacher. Lavian called out, raising her head. Then she hurried inside, saying, "This is not good. Call 119. I will try to go up and talk him down." Panicking, dialed 119. And at that moment, a phone fell from above, shattering, causing the students to scream. The screen of Gong Ra's phone lit up with the number 119. He looked up, eyes vacant as Rapanda muttered. And then he fell. Students screamed, "That jerk's gone crazy. Teacher. Teacher." One student raised their phone to snap a picture, and Gong Ra growled, "Don't take pictures." But the shutter clicks kept ringing out. Gong Ra panicked, asking, "What are you doing?" "Stop taking pictures." I said stop. "Do not look." His phone buzzed with a message. "You killed me. Do not forget. You are the one who killed me." Lavian appeared on the rooftop, looking down and saying, "But Gong Ra, you are the one who killed him." Meanwhile, the news transitioned to a man standing at a podium, announcing, "As everyone knows, a tragic incident has recently occurred, but I believe you." He continued. The students in class watched the news, discussing, "Did you see the message he sent? He is insane, always acting weird." The old elf, after watching the news, calmly advised, "Don't pay attention to those backbiters. They are just cowards who won't say it to your face." The Fire King lounged on the sofa, munching on chips, saying, "Yeah, sometimes you gotta take risks to really live. Right? Life's like that. It is ridiculous. Why would that guy kill himself over this? That weirdo just loves the attention. He should call it a day and go play games." In class, Chen Mu-mun spoke up, "Yeah, I am bummed too. But this is a crucial time for you all. Once you hit junior year, time flies like a dog chasing its tail. Your future depends heavily on this year, so prioritize wisely." The classmates chimed in unison. "Yep, madam." Only the witch turned around to face the window where a daisy sat. Meanwhile, Gong Ra heard the sound repeating in his head, haunting him, high-level punishment for animals. He jolted awake, realizing he was back at the starting point. The school's intercom announced, "Attention students still on campus. Recently, some students have remained after school hours. Please leave unless you have signed up for evening classes." Heretic appeared again, calling out, "Wake up. They are reminding us to go home." Gong Ra sprang up, brushing Heretic's hand away, causing him to yelp. He ran off, thinking, "Got it. This has to be Rapanda's haunting." That is all there was to that day. Seeing him flee, Heretic opened the door, saying, "No running in the halls." Gong Ra kept sprinting while realizing his memories had been transformed into his nightmare, like skins in a game. In that situation, he was given a role. Thinking about this made him curse. Damn it. He raced toward the stairs, Spotting Rapanda standing by the emergency exit, Kim Gongra realized he had become the perpetrator and called out, "Why are you bowing to your classmate?" Rapanda turned. Bewildered. Kim Gongra reached out, saying, "Your phone. Can I borrow it for a sec?" "Please." Rapanda complied and handed his phone to Gongra. Opening it revealed 47 unread messages. As he opened each one, the messages glared back. "What a pity for our juniors. They have to call you senpai. Have you ever thought about how they feel? Oh man. Shocking news. Our school has a student who does not wear the uniform. When I saw you in the hallway, you looked ridiculously happy. Even though you were pretty embarrassed, just doing it for a bet. Don't think we are best buds or anything. Living in the dump of your school, you reuse uniforms and shoes. But there is one thing that can be recycled. See you after school." After reading those messages, Kim Gamja immediately shut his phone, looked up, and asked, "Why are you even carrying that thing? I mean, just do not bring it at all." Rapanda fell silent at that. After a moment, he spoke up, "If I did not, you said you would kill me." Gamja jumped at that. Gamja replied, "Then just throw it away. If you say you lost it, who is going to do anything to you?" But Rapanda responded, "It is the phone you gave me. It was your old one. My family is really poor and you even paid my tuition. Return. I am supposed to be available anytime you call. You said if I lost it, you would kill me. I really could just toss it." Gamja walked to the school gate where Lavian was waiting and said to her, "Lavian, I can go home with you today." Gamja dragged Rapanda behind him, and Lavian praised him. "Sometimes you are really mysterious, but also pretty cool." He leaned down so she could kiss his forehead, and she asked, "You can do what you want. But is there anything I can help with?" He chuckled and replied, "Not yet. But if there is, I will let you know." Lavian responded, "I trust you." After saying goodbye to Lavian, Gamja turned to Rapanda and said, he cautiously looked at him and asked, "Where to?" Gamja thought to himself, he had no idea where to start untangling this mess. But he had to do something different to end this obsession. First, he needed to start with what he could, so he replied, "Your place?" A different scene appeared. This time Kim Gamja was a kid sitting on a bench, hearing the kids around him gossiping. "The principal is so heartless. All our birthdays fall on January 1st. The kid next to him replied, "That means they are not going to throw a ton of birthday parties for us." The kid in blue continued to reflect. "What about our names?" Kim Mencius. "Seriously?" Kim Mencius. The kid in gray who was sipping milk responded, "At least your names have Kim in them, so they sound more natural. But my name is Kim Hanfizi. Just call me Hanfizi." After hearing their conversation, Kim Gamja mumbled, "The principal really is heartless." He thought, "I have been thinking about this for a long time. But after climbing the tower and meeting a lot of people, I realized their attitude is not just ordinary indifference." As he grew older and went to school, he wondered, why is the principal like that? He tried to recall and reflect on those memories, feeling like they were always holding back so they would not care too much about us. There was a time he asked the principal, "You do not love us, do you?" The principal replied, "Someday, you will have your answer." After hearing that answer, Gamja thought to himself, we always get that kind of response whenever we seriously ask something. One day, the principal spoke to him. "Yesterday, you asked me why I do not love you all a bit more, right?" He nodded. "Yeah." The director spoke up, "Gamja, people often pretend to be someone they are not, acting smart, acting tough, acting kind, putting on a show as if they are something special. Everyone wears a mask and feels like there is no need to take it off. It is like if you get so used to wearing that mask, you might even forget it is there. That means it has dulled you down. Just imagine if I got mad at you. What would you think?" Kim Gamja replied. "The director must be having a stressful day." Hearing this, the director chuckled. "Exactly. Sometimes I do get annoyed with you. And you know that very well. Do you understand? That is just who I am. And because of that, you know me. What if I really loved you? What if I was always saying I love you? That you are the purpose of my life? That I love you more than anything, and I am always hugging you? What if someone like that gets annoyed with you? Then you might start having thoughts like this. Why is the director mad at us? He says he loves us the most. So we must have done something wrong, even if I only get mad once a year. Gamja, after 10 years, that is 10 times. Even if you only remember half of those times, that is still 5 times. And 5 memories are enough for you to judge a person's character. Don't do that. Remember me as someone who gets easily annoyed and even forgets to care about your birthdays. That is the truth. Don't lose yourself because of me. You have not done anything wrong. Don't let someone like me twist you up. You can be strong. So please try to be strong." Kim Gamja stood inside the room, looking up at the framed picture on the wall. It read, The social worker's oath. I join hands with individuals, families, groups, organizations, and the entire community to uphold dignity and social justice. I pledge to uphold the ethical standards of social work, to commit wholeheartedly with integrity and responsibility, and I pledge this on my honor and my own free will. Back in the present, Kim Gamja said, "Go into your house." You look at Re Panda, wondering if the increased difficulty of psychological trauma means you have to defeat it. If that is the case, the first thing I want to do is visit the parents of the bully and apologize to them. He replied, "Got it." Then he led Gamja to his house and said, "Here it is, my home." Gamja looked up at the house in front of him, recalling the message that said they lived in a dump. Even the indoor slippers and uniforms were made from recycled materials. The only thing that could not be recycled was. Gamja went inside and asked, "Where are your parents?" "Out working," he replied. "My dad is out selling the scrap he collects." You asked further. "And your mom?" Repanda answered, "She is gone." Just then, the front door opened, and Repanda's dad came back, asking, "Are you a friend of Kim Yuna?" Gamja turned to him and answered, "I am not, or she is just a nobody." Hearing this, he turned away, and Kim Gamja felt a chill. It was too late. He had no spark left to ignite the fire in his heart. He rushed over to say, "Here, I have evidence. If you check his phone, you will see the messages where I threatened him. If you see it, you will understand." He handed the phone over for him to look at, and after reviewing it, he muttered, "See now." Kim Gamja feels a rush of excitement. This man has no guts to take responsibility for the fake star anymore. Gamja's on fire. "I apologize for not asking permission at your house, but I want to leave a little gift for you. I want to know if I can stay at your house for a while. You're just a lousy old man, so stop acting all high and mighty." Gamja turns to Rapando and says, "So when will you stop yapping and just get to the point? I need you to help me with this mess at my place for a bit." Rapanda just rolls his eyes. "What's your plan? What's the deal with this new plan of yours? Is it really smart? Or again just another wild idea you came up with? If you want to play, let's meet at the school courtyard. Shall we?" Gamja's heart starts racing. He lowers his head and says, "I." And when Rapanda sees this, he stands up. "You have lost it. Gamja, you are begging me. Please give me just one more day. I am really begging you. Just one more day." He thinks quietly. To me, one more day is just like any other day ahead. But for the person standing in front of me, that is the last day of their life. Rapanda mumbles, "Do whatever you want." Kim Gamja thinks to himself, other than hoping and begging in despair, there is nothing else I can do. He leads Rapanda back to his house, and at the door, he says, "Wait here for a minute." Rapanda replies, "I told you. Do whatever you want." Gamja steps into the house and says, "I am." The old spirit sees him return and grins. "You are back, my son." He looks at the man in front of him and thinks, "My mentor. The one who taught me how to look ahead and live in this world. Dad." He calls out, which catches the old spirit off guard. He is taken aback. "Wait a second. That is weird. Hearing you call me dad feels strange. Not just strange. It is such a bizarre feeling that I might just faint." "Are you drunk?" Kim Gamja insists. "Dad, there is no way you taught me like this. The father I know is amazing. A bit terrifying. Though sometimes he acts like a narcissistic lunatic. But at least when he believes something is wrong, he fights against it until the end. If you were really my dad, I could not grow up to be a loser. Even if I stray from the path, you would whip me into shape if necessary. And if I bullied someone weaker, there is no way you would just let that slide." He recalls the last time the old spirit said, "People will talk, but just ignore what they say." Gamja continues mumbling, "There is no way you would call someone like me your son in such a friendly way. That just does not happen. You are the one who swore to teach those suffering how to find happiness. If you are not a swordsman, get lost. Just get out of my sight." As soon as he finishes speaking, the sword in front of him shatters into pieces. A bright red light bursts forth. He gazes at what is in front of him and thinks, so this is the true face of this world. Inside the house, Bitch Hyang is sitting at the writing desk. Gamja approaches and calls out for his master, then switches to calling for his mother. Kim Gamja looked at her grandmother and thought, she met her destiny. Her master. Moron. She looked at him and said, "It is strange. It has been so long since I heard someone call mother, like that. It is more like a feeling than just saying mother." Before she could finish, he interrupted her. "I love you so much. I want to meet you. I have found the one I want to love in this life." Truly loving someone and having that person love you back is no small feat. Lario, being bold, said he wanted to introduce her to his mom first, before anyone else. "If you were here, I am sure you two would become great friends. I am living in a hell on earth, but I am hanging in there, doing my best to survive. There are days when I think about your words, and I just want to see you again." Bitch Hyang. Hearing this, stood up, walked over to Gongda, and wiped his tears, asking, "Did you have a nightmare?" He replied, "I am still dreaming." She said, "Life is not much different from a dream, is it?" Bitch Hyang hugged him and comforted him, saying, "My son, do not let those words fool you. Always face your heart. No matter what you call me, I am always in your heart. And the same goes for you," Kim Gon tearfully told her. Remembering a few words and quoting lines does not make a person. The more you cherish others in your heart, the more you resemble them. You would not raise Joshua like that, right? Bitch Hyang nodded. Exactly, Gongdi continued. She would never invite someone disrespectful to her dinner table. She would kick them out or correct them first. She would raise them to be good people from childhood. Bitch Hyang smiled gently, her maternal gaze soft. That is right, Gongda concluded. You are not like her. Bitch Hyang. Just as he spoke, Bitch Hyang in front of him began to fade before she completely vanished. She urged, "Stay strong, Gongda. You have to live fiercely." Gongda hugged her one last time before she disappeared. Then he immediately rushed to the bathroom. Feeling sick, Fire King, passing by, heard the commotion and asked, "Did you eat something bad? I told you not to mess with that stuff. Want me to rub your back?" Gongda looked up and called out, "Zid." Hearing this, Fire King asked, "Did you throw up so bad you lost your mind? Calling me that?" Little brother, Kim Gongda snapped, "You are a jerk." Fire King was taken aback. Gongdai stood up and asked, "Idol, Singer, do you think you could do a job like that? You are a crazy dog. You are not the type to rub your brother's back, just because he is throwing up." Gongda stepped forward, pressing down on his shoulder while continuing to accuse him. "Even if you were just a little like that, if you were at least that kind of person, I would not have to kill you," he thought to himself. "Sometimes, I dream of saying that." He remembered the moment when he was hurt and begged Fire King, "Please help me. Hunter, stop attacking me. I am begging you." Fire King, hearing this, handed a vial of medicine to Kim Gongdae and said, "Next time, be more careful. Damn, I probably want to get paid today." He thought to himself as he remembered. That is what Dooku Suha would say while handing over the medicine. 11 years ago. Du Suha was still just a person like that. A dream where I did not have to kill my own hero from the past. Gongdia squeezed the thing in front of him and cursed. "You bastard. You can only shadow me. Forget about moving to this hell and end your past." At this moment, he realized this was not his home. After settling things, Gongda opened the door and said, "Come inside." He awkwardly pulled Rapando into the house. This was not his world. When Rapanda saw someone sitting outside, he greeted them. Gongda interrupted. "Don't greet me like that. Even if they act like they know you, just ignore them." He opened his room door and said, "This is my room. You can stay here for a bit." He looked at Rapanda, thinking to himself he was not even surprised by the appearance of his family. Maybe in the eyes of these beings, they always looked like souls. Gongda pulled Rapanda to sit on the bed and warned, "If my parents and brother try to come in, do not open the door for them." Hearing this, Rapanda frowned. "Stop being so polite with me. It is weird and annoying. I do not know why you are doing all this like you are plotting something." As Gongda left the room, Rapanda thought, "I could not care less." With that, the door was shut. Scene change. In his own room, Preeta picked up the phone and was shocked. "Hello. You are Suha's brother," Gongda told her. "You are not a star." Just as he finished speaking, Preeta's image disappeared, and the phone fell to the ground. "You are looking for trouble." He was stunned. This is strange. It is rare to see you in the teacher's lounge." Then his appearance slowly began to unravel. The system announced, "The psychological trauma factor has decreased. Documents cannot be restored. Extracting damaged documents from your memory. Extracting damaged documents from those appearing in your memory." Then Kim Gongda went to meet the fake Kim Soo, and she was terrified as soon as she saw him. "Gongda, do you want to meet me in an empty classroom for a reason?" The system kept flashing, requesting documents from Draeger. "You failed to meet familiar faces." They said, "We heard the student council president wants to see us. Do you have something to say?" "Gongda, go play soccer, my dear Gong." After each encounter, their images faded one by one in his mind. The system alerted. The psychological trauma factor has decreased. In front of Kim Gongda, only the colorless red souls remained. And he realized this was the world of those prison souls. At this moment, only one person retained their old form, swimming against the current of those souls towards him. "Gongda," he called out. She stopped in front of him and replied, "Yep." Gong said, "I feel something is not right." Lavian brushed her hair back and said, "The way you insist on calling me Lavian, and this strange forced feeling, it tells me that you have to call me that." More importantly, I can remember how we met. You confessed your feelings to me at the festival about a year ago. And that is how we started dating. But I wonder if that is the truth. Our love is not like that. It is not ordinary. Kiss me already. Gongda leaned down and kissed Lavian on the lips. She smiled at him with eyes full of affection. My heart is racing. She took his hand and confessed. My love for you is completely real. I love you this much. Not just because you are handsome and charming. The ultimate couple in the history of middle school and high school. Right. We are the top couple in the universe. Kim Gongda looked at her and replied. That is right. She asked him. If my love is not fake, then my memories have been twisted. Whether this is a dream or an illusion. Am I dreaming of you or are you dreaming of me? He answered. I am dreaming of you. He leaned down to hug her. Confessing. You are the only one I love. Lavian caressed his face and smiled. Yep. Even if this is just a dream, I am the only one who has the right to love you and to be loved by you. He nodded affirmatively. Saying, you are right. Lavian smiled brightly. I am you. My lover. I love you deeply. Then she reached out and touched Kim Gongda's forehead. Guiding him. Now close your eyes. No matter what happens, do not open them. Just call my name. Do you understand? If you open your eyes, I will lead you. Her fingertips moved down to his lips. And he struggled to call out. Lavian. Lavian. My dear. The system notified that the psychological trauma effects have decreased. He closed his eyes. Thinking. Not letting himself see her true self. That is how Avanzi operates. The system warned again. Unable to recover data. After wrapping everything up, Gongdae returned home to face Rapanda. Now all that is left is, he told Rapanda, come with me. There is no time to waste. Rapanda jumped up when he saw Gongda, asking, you have not gone home yet. Gongda hurried over and grabbed his wrist. Startling Rapanda, he instinctively panicked and said, wait, what is going on? Where are you taking me? Gongda pulled him along. Responding, to a place where you will live longer. Rapanda frowned in confusion. I do not understand what you are saying. You have been acting strange for a month. What are you so afraid of? You are not the type to push yourself for anything. He replied. Because I promised to do my best to survive at all costs. Gongdae dragged Rapanda down the school hallway while sharing. My master fought with a sword even when the world was ending. My friend defended her country even when the world was repeating itself. I am doing my best because I want to be proud to stand beside them. Rapanda looked confused. Master. You mean our teacher? I really do not get it. Kim Gongdae did not explain but continued. There is even someone who sacrificed everything for an ideal, to the point of losing themselves. They passed by the dark witch, who looked up at the sign. Wondering, is this the place? Gongda thought to himself, the only one I have not defeated yet. And immediately grabbed the dark witch's hand. He pulled the dark witch along, saying, you should come too. You can stay here right now. The dark witch was startled when she saw him and asked, Kim Gong, what are you talking about? The system warned that the reproduction of the obsession is weakening. Unable to maintain the obsession, Gongdae pulled him and the dark witch up to the rooftop. The dark witch gasped. Where are we going? Rapanda shouted next to them. I am feeling dizzy. Gongda forced the door open, and as soon as he pushed the rooftop door, the dark witch blocked him, saying, wait, going up there violates school rules. Gongda stepped inside and said, here we will be safe for now. The dark witch was taken aback. Safe? Don't you know how strict our school is with this rule? Especially after last year's incident. If the teachers find out I am here, my perfect record will be ruined. You secretly think. There are only 3 of us left in this nightmare. And he calls out. Class president. You know what is going on in class. Right. Kim Gongdae plays the villain. Rapanda is the victim. The witch turns to Nguyen Jiang and asks. What do you want to say to me? And the witness is none other than the witch herself. The witch glares at Kim Gongdae and accuses. It is all your fault. You are the one who made fun of him and gave him that name. Gongda. Calling him and that other guy the ultimate losers of Shinseo or whatever. Seriously. Who cares? I do not even want to talk about this with you. If I had known that even in high school I would witness bullying, I would be picked a different school. Gongdae speaks up. You are responsible for what happens to those classmates. Class president, the witch angrily asks. So what? Are you saying it is my fault? I can't believe this. So you really are going around blaming everyone one by one. Gongdae is filled with regret. He has changed so much. And all the teachers praise him. Oh great. So after hurting someone, all you have to do is say sorry and wipe the slate clean. I could accept it once or twice. But life is not some joke or mistake you can just erase at will. Do you think the world is a dumpster for you to throw your mistakes into? Don't play these games with me. Don't drag me into this. I know you want me to apologize. I have not done anything wrong. You are the one who messed up with him. Hearing this, Gum says, I know you do not really think that. Inside, He feels a surge of thoughts. When Repanda took his own life, everyone tried their best to look away. He remembers how after hearing the news, the students immediately started asking, I can't believe he sent a message like that. Is he crazy? Remembering Chen Mumin's advice to the students in class, he concludes, the crazy one is Repanda. I am the sane one. Even though we teased him before, we were just going with the flow. We did not do anything wrong. You guys are taking my life away. Do not forget that you are the ones killing me. It is the same for everyone in this school. While the evil ones hold their heads high, the witnesses sit there, alone and pensive. The witch feels a chill. At this moment, she is a bit rattled, but in the process, I have uncovered so much. Do you know this school is part of the serial research project? Among the board members are the parents of your girlfriend, and the facilitator in the serial church session is no exception. That is the church my family goes to. I have to see that guy every weekend. I bet you bullied without knowing any of this. Right. Why should I have to know these things when they just create chaos? Enough. Stop it already. We have college entrance exams next year. I can only sleep 4 to 5 hours a day to study. I got into this school on a scholarship too. While you are just enjoying your cushy school life, bullying others without a care in the world. Kim Gongda hears these words and realizes. It is easy to hold a grudge, but goodwill is hard to come by. The witch can't hold back any longer and yells. But I am struggling to do my best here. Did you know our homeroom teacher is the sophomore representative of the scholarship council? When I mention his name, damn. It is just disgusting him. The teacher. This school, Kim Gong shouted. But the black witch immediately kicked him in the leg and yelled, don't you dare apologize. You worthless piece of trash. Instead of saying sorry, just live and die like the garbage you are. You baby. After graduation, do not ever cross my path again. Gong glanced at Repando and said, that guy. He tried to commit suicide right here a month ago. The black witch froze and turned back, her voice shaky as she asked, is that true? Gong helplessly replied, yeah. I do not know how he found out. I did not know he was thinking about stuff like that. Honestly, when I first saw the administration my freshman year, I gave up, knowing nothing would change. This year, I tried to bring it up once with our homeroom teacher before backing off. That is just who I am. You can remember me like that. But please do not take your own life. You can end it just because of scumbags like them. That is not right. You have to keep living. Okay, go to a good college, make a lot of money, and get out of this trashy city. Repanda looked at the black witch, who had her face down, and said, I have thought about that, but maybe these jerks will forget. That day, I got closer to the black witch and continued, I want to end their miserable lives somehow. Repanda sat down, hugged the black witch, and said, I did not mean to hurt people like you. I am really glad that a month ago on this day, I did not take my own life. I am happy there is at least one person I can forgive, the black witch. Crying, murmured, please do not die. You baby. Do not die because of these beasts. Endure and survive. I promise to try harder. Let us stick together. The haunting presence weakened, and behind the black witch's facade, the youthful face of the director appeared. Shocking Gong, the director cried, saying, live for those unfortunate kids. First, get into college, and we will major in social public welfare. After moving to another city and earning a degree in social welfare, no one will be able to step on us anymore. We will graduate and help other kids. Alone, I might struggle, but with 2 of us, we can do anything, even find more people to join us. I am sure this is not everything the world has to offer. Let us create our own world. At that moment, the waters rose more powerfully, enveloping the 2 of them. Repanda mumbled, doesn't he sound like a high-paying job? And the director, tears streaming down, replied, doing that does not pay much. I have heard it is even worse. Finally, Repanda smiled contentedly. But it still sounds better than the world we know. I gave up on studying halfway through my first year. Maybe I've been slacking off. But the director quickly said, it is never too late. He confidently responded, all right, let us survive in this world together. Ultimately, the image of the 2 faded away. A system notification appeared. Reproduction of haunting completed. Penalty completed. Gong opened his eyes. In front of him, a dialog box appears, urging him to choose a skill type. The system announces, randomly copying a skill from the chosen demon's essence. Gong Dai is lost in thought. They are classmates, sharing the same class. But one of their watches is broken, and the other is shattered. Why do the good guys always get wrecked like this? Why do those who harm others get away scot-free while their victims pay the ultimate price? At this moment, the old spirit appears with a laugh, saying, I love it when you let your guard down. It makes dying so much sweeter. How's that floor 50 treating you? Even the demon's essence is not easy to handle. Right. You should not have relied on tricks to climb up there. This is all on you. Gongdae thinks to himself. It seems that day. He did not even realize what he was going through, always caught in a psychological storm. But this time was different. He recounts. I had a nightmare. The old man, listening, asks. Gongdae thinks. This time feels different from before, but he explains. It is a psychological trauma. But it feels a bit unusual this time. You were not there with me then. And the demon's essence was also in a fog. Like it was glitching out. He tells himself. It is best to keep that secret from that day. Telling them that day was my father. Right, they will poke fun at me until I die. The old spirit falls silent after hearing this. Then he scratches his head and says. Strange. It makes no sense that I was not there with you. They just call me a ghost for convenience. But basically, I am still a skill. True. I have memories of the past. But when it comes to helping, I am just a skill. I am kind of stuck in your head. The old man is stunned. Really? Then why is this happening? The old spirit falls silent, resting his chin on his hand, while Gongda looks back at him in confusion. Suddenly, the old man sings. I do not want to think about it. I am sure one day we will find answers if we keep it in our heads. Let us check out the skill type you have obtained. It has been ages since you got a new one. The old spirit just keeps showering blessings, and with a wave of his hand, a series of skill types appear. The old man picks up a card and is astonished. Whoa, this guy has all these insane skills. That is why I can stand you. You skillful hunter. Gongda looks up, counting a total of 13. But what about the original essence? Does it count as one of those 13 essences? The old man next to him chimes in. Oh ho. This skill is quite interesting. The skill of the goddess's salvation shattered into 100 fragments. It is said that a goddess once devoted everything to a hero. That hero broke her into 100 pieces. Yet she still wanted to be by his side. Eventually, this goddess sealed herself within the skill. The goddess has the ability to exchange memories for skills. You can enhance your skills and power by offering your memories to her. If you give her a memory that is important to you, the enhancement effect will be much stronger. But it is only temporary. After reading, Gong realized. This must be the piece of the goddess that protected me, that I could not attain. And I believe it is because that hero is actually the embodiment of a killer. Old Lin looked through the cards and spoke up. All of his skills are pretty grim. I guess they suit him. So all the constellations that are obsessed with those twisted people love him a lot. Gong raised his head and said. I have made up my mind about what I am going to take. Old Lin rubbed his chin and said. Well, that is a pretty risky choice. Do not you think? Forget it. I do not want to admit it. But your skill list has been pretty impressive so far. If it were not for their love for the ultimate romance. One day that ultimate romance will become legendary. Whatever. I have made my decision. I have something I need to use it for. He took the card and thought. I need to defeat the killer. Of course. My victory won't be about killing him, I have to do better than that. System notification. You have made a decision. Copying in progress. Gong was determined. I will make him realize that what he is doing is wrong. Rewinding time back 24 hours. He went to meet Ryan Ju. I need your help with something. Tenki cheerfully asked. What is it? Tell me. Little treasure. I did not expect you to get through this stage so quickly with a constellation lying in wait to ambush you. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Ms. Texi from his nightmares. Did you see that stupid message? Remembering this, Gong flinched, but he quickly calmed himself and told himself. That is not her. Comparing her to someone like that is just wrong. Teki noticed he was silent and asked. What is wrong? Kim Gong shook his head repeatedly, indicating he was fine. It is nothing. I just want to send a letter to the outside world. It does not have to be a letter. But the sooner the better. TT smiled. That is easy. If it does not have to be a letter, there is an easier way. Where do you want to send it? Sending it to a country with a crumbling government is not that hard. Right. Gong quickly replied. It is. I want to send it to the country where I was born. Tenki said. Your homeland. Then that is easy. She then turned and called. Liaison officer. Come here. A level 7 wide area liaison officer appeared and asked. What is this about now? Ryan Ju came over and hugged her shoulders. Let me introduce you. She is the liaison officer from my place. Even though we are from different classes. The liaison officer replied. If you called me here just to chit-chat, I will head back. Ter quickly said. Calm down. Brahma. I will designate a shrine to connect with the outside world. So please prepare a line of communication for me. Brahma retorted. Why me? Tariq pointed at Gong. It is not for me. It is for this prince here. Hearing that, Brahma looked up at Kim Gong. Gong lowered his head and pleaded. Please. Brahma glanced at Ryan Ju, who was smiling. Then she approached and clasped her hands with him. If a lowly person requests me, I usually decline right away, but I have observed from afar and seen your dedication to the tower. You deserve a reward for that dedication. So I will help you. Teki immediately smiled and waved her hand. A light appeared. Indeed, only nobles can understand nobles. Brahma is so high and mighty. If you ask me to do this one more time, I am out of here. Teki immediately replied. Got it. Got it. Hurry up and finish it quickly. Rainju began to pray. Pleading to the Great Mother, I request a sacred wish. A prayer yet to be spoken. Please help me so that my prayers do not turn into screams. Let me stay by your side. I earnestly ask to open a small shrine here. Brahma said to Kim Gong-ja. Hand me your phone. After taking his phone, she began chanting a spell to establish a connection. The connection. If a third party listens, the sound will become noise. When there are people everywhere, she sings, and everything harmonizes. Just as she finished speaking, a beam of light appeared from Kim Gong-ja's phone. Connecting to the shrine, TT smiled, and the shrine went silent. Brahma continued. They will pick up if you call. They will respond if you send a message. The phone bill will be separate, but I can handle that. However, you must follow the rules of the outside world. Gong-jae stepped into the shrine, took the phone, and replied. Thank you. He began dialing the familiar numbers. Hearing the phone ring, he thought to himself, this is the first number that came to mind. The landline on the other end also rang. The person answered. Hello. Who's this? Gong said. Director. Me. Gong-ja. The director smiled. It has been a while since I last saw you. I thought there would come a time when you would reach out. I see you are doing well. You have hit that busy age in life. The director's warm voice continued to resonate, and Gong-jae quietly listened to it all. The director continued. Sometimes, there are people who I do not know if they come to the hospital to check on you. At first, I thought you were in trouble. He paused for a moment, unsure if he should continue. Then resumed. But after your friend showed me the video, I realized I was wrong. From the royal court. Right. Sounds tough. Hearing this, Gong-jae felt a bit helpless and awkwardly explained. I did not choose that tower. Though Gong-ja had not finished speaking, the director grasped the main idea. Reassuringly saying, all right, hearing your voice is enough for me. But in response, there was nothing but silence, making him feel a bit suspicious. Gong-ja. He quickly called his name to confirm. Is something wrong? On the other end, he was holding back his emotions, and after a long pause, he finally spoke up. I just have something to ask. The director immediately agreed. Go ahead. How serious is it? Let us talk about that first. Gong-ja replied. I am being really serious here. It might be the most serious topic I have ever discussed with you. The director responded. All right, wait 2 minutes. 3 minutes. I will go grab some coffee and settle in. Hearing this, Gong-jae smiled and agreed, but deep down, he knew exactly what he could imagine how the director was feeling. In his mind, the director's silhouette appeared, like an ideal. How difficult it must be to overcome so much evil to bring forth just one good person. He was also a model for Gong-jae to follow. At that moment, the director's voice pulled him back to reality. All right, I am seated now. Go ahead. Gong-jae fell silent for a moment. Then his hesitant voice came through. Did you graduate high school and college in Engso? He did not hide it. Softly replying, yep. I graduated from high school. I bet it is still a big deal now. He took a sip of coffee, reminiscing about those years. When Gong-jae asked, wait, were you the class president back in 2020? At this, the director's vague memories came flooding back, and he hesitated, saying, it has been decades. Gong-jae fell silent for a moment. Absorbing this, then, he prodded further. As class president, did anything bad happen on your school's rooftop? Those words slowly unearthed hidden corners of the director's heart. Gong-jae recalled that dark hallway he walked through. It was not entirely a nightmare. The image of the rusty lock leading to the rooftop where Ree Panda looked down, or maybe it was the image of the dilapidated schoolyard, or the old, rundown house. These hazy memories began to sharpen, with the truth gradually revealing itself. The younger director had cried in front of Ree Panda, begging, please do not die. Please. Let us get through life together. Only death is fake. What was supposed to be fake turned out to be reality. And the story that should have been real was just a surgical dream. Just like Ree Panda's bizarre appearance in that dream, Gong-jae's voice echoed, continuing the conversation. Do you remember his name? Kim Yoon. Kim Yoon, the image of Ree Panda in Gong-jae's dream, turned out to represent the unfortunate character Kim Yoon from the past. The director recalled the name of that person. His name was Kim Yoon, a classmate of his, and they entered school together through the same entrance. The hazy image in Gong-jae's dream resurfaced, depicting the young director crying inconsolably because he could not protect his friend. I. Kim Yoon. There was a child who lived that life. Someone had lived for decades since then. And these memories buried deep in the director's heart were now being awakened by Gong Jia. He skeptically asked where he heard that story. I thought no one knew about it. The director was smart enough to get a scholarship. He studied instead of sleeping, dreaming of a future of his own, a true model of relentless ambition. But that person had to witness the inhumanity. The times were not on his side, in other words. He was a talent born at the wrong time. Because what the director faced were only scornful words from the faculty. He sternly said, "Focus on your studies. Nobody cares about you." Those words etched themselves deep in his heart. He repeated them more sternly. No one at all. That is why the choices available to the director were snatched away, and his life was turned upside down. For the director, the rest of his life was just about proving one thing: that there was a child named Kim Yuan who lived. Director. Kim Yuan is here. Hearing that, he panicked. What are you talking about? To clarify, Gong Jia explained. He lived in the trash heap by the mountain. He sat at the back of the class near the window. Do you remember the backyard of the school with all those pets? But the one Kim Yuan took care of because no one cared before Gong Jia could finish. His voice trembled with panic. How do you know this? On the other end, Gong Jia continued. He tried to stop the bullying since the first year, but in a situation where everyone was against them, he had to give up. Then he affirmed once more. The director did not hesitate and made a decision. Can you wait a week? I will be there. The director arrived quickly. And I heard that once you step into the tower, there is no turning back, not to mention, you can't bring anything from outside in. So I prepared a few things. Yoon Jia was surprised and asked, "Are you sure about that?" He casually replied, "I have already got someone covering for me. And there are some things I am responsible for. But they can't do anything about it now that I am in the tower. That is their problem." Ngingia smiled and greeted him, saying hello. But he simply replied, "I am no longer the director. You can call me whatever you want." The two of them entered the tower together. And the librarian in the corner allowed him into the grand library since he did not have a title. Along the way, he cheerfully told Nuvan Jia, "I can really see how great you are when stepping in here. Everyone is talking about you." A crowd had gathered to guide me as I entered the tower. And receiving your praise. Ing Jia beamed with pride. "I am a bit of a big deal in this tower. I rank second." Hearing this, the director smirked and said, "But when it comes to studying, you are at the bottom." At that moment, Heretic approached to greet him. "You are the one who raised the Death King." "Right." He introduced himself. "They call me the Heretic Judge. Nice to meet you." Haik Fi also stepped forward to greet him. "Ike along. The Death King has helped me a lot. He's our vice president, so if you need anything, just let us know." The paladins beside them nodded respectfully. "I am the Holy Knight, responsible for security on the first floor. This is not what I wanted to say on our first meeting. But the tower always needs a facility to take care of the kids. I will arrange to meet with you later." He happily acknowledged their warm welcome. Thanking everyone, noticing his lack of formality, Gongra approached and whispered, "You seem familiar with this scene. One of the kids from your generation at the facility has become a council member." When that happened, a ton of people came to the Orphan Institute. Kim Gongra reacted dramatically. The image of the boy from his dreams flashed before him. It was that boy. Kim. Do you remember him? But he has changed his name now. Gongra was even more startled. But that idiot. What is his new name? He replied nonchalantly. Kim. He thought to himself. He still seems dumb. Just drop the last name. Anyway, it does not concern me. He sighed at Kim Gongra's excitement. Putting that aside, although I have watched the video already, he paused. Looking around, assessing the place. This world is truly strange. He turned to Gongra and asked, "So where is he?" He was not in a rush. Just replied, "I think I should first explain the powers I received here." Then, he began recounting everything to him. And the director's expression shifted from calm to astonishment. Finally, it was heartbreaking. He could not believe it. All he could say was, "That is hard to believe." Saying that, he looked down at the teacup in his hand. "But the fact that you know Kim Wool is already unbelievable. Kim Wool is not even in the records. There is no trace of him left anywhere. His image only exists in his mind." He continued. Meaning, Gongra. They could wait for a spot for him, remembering that orphan record, where everyone was smiling amidst it all. How could those jerks smile like that? He resolutely took a sip of the tea in his hand to maintain his composure. Then, seriously looking at Gong, he commanded, "Bring him here. Bring his traces with you." Gong silently stared at him, then waved his hand to summon a jet black smoke, which gradually grew larger and materialized before him. Next, Rapanda appeared. "Surprised," he said. "I never imagined such a situation." He was a bit furious. "You captured the puppet and used force to awaken it. My power. I can't use it. Either you have disrupted the system, or you are using something incredibly powerful, looking at him with an imposing presence. His expression seemingly unchanged. The director knelt before him and called out, Kim Yeol. He bowed his head apologetically. I am one of those who caused his death. I've always wanted to say this. Rapanda's gaze remained as cold as ever. His statue-like face showing no unusual expression in response to the director's apology.